Chapter 1. The Desert Bully. After diligently preparing sufficient supplies for 2 days and equipping himself with complete outdoor gear, Liao Xing stood fully armed in a clearing on the hillside behind the dormitory. As dusk descended, he took a deep breath. Calming his emotions, a fleeting sense of unease was swiftly eclipsed by the notification of his dwindling account balance and the thrill coursing through him. Helena. Initiate time-space traversal. The wormhole setup was complete. Calibrating position. Ready for departure. Please close your eyes. Helena's voice resonated through the air. Liao Xing complied, shutting his eyes tightly as a brilliant white light pierced through his eyelids, transforming the darkness behind his closed eyes into a blinding expanse of white. In an instant, a scalding gust of air laden with dust rushed towards him, roaring past his ears like a fierce wind, allowing him to roam freely upon the earth. After a few coughs, Liao Xing struggled to open his eyes against the harsh brightness, only to find that the illuminated cityscape had vanished, replaced by an endless stretch of golden sand with undulating dunes as far as the eye could see. Wait, what's going on? There should be an abundance of vegetation following the Carnian flood event. He surveyed his surroundings, but to his dismay, there was not a hint of green to be found, only the vast expanse of sun-kissed yellow sands. Perhaps it is a discrepancy in geographical records, Alio. Although the coordinates indicate that this area is post-Carnian flood event North America, it appears that there is indeed a lack of substantial vegetation. Helena ascended into the sky, completing a circuit before reporting back. My imaging device indicates a small oasis located 125 kilometers to the north. Liao Xing sighed, beads of sweat already forming on his brow under the relentless sun. He trudged through the boundless desert, inhaling the arid air, momentarily lost in the illusion of being in the Sahara, as described in his textbooks. It was not until he was startled by a gruff roar emanating from behind a nearby dune that he regained his senses. Liao Xing hurriedly ascended the dune, and what he beheld caused him to involuntarily hold his breath, affirming his presence in a time long before his own. A group of stout, raucous creatures ambled through the valley at the base of the dune. Each creature was roughly the size of a small car, with coarse, gray-brown skin. Their rectangular heads comprised a quarter of their entire bodies. Instead of lips, they bore bird-like beaks, with 2 short canine teeth protruding from the upper jaw, marking their identity as beasts. They jostled against one another, emitting grunts and groans akin to those of pigs. Were these? Liao Xing marveled, his mind racing to reconcile this sight. Ultimately, he dredged up the name of these peculiar beings from the recesses of his childhood readings. Are they mammal-like reptiles? Correction, they are the Dicynodont. The Pariasaur. Helena's voice chimed in. The term mammal-like reptiles has been rendered obsolete. According to records, the academic community collectively refers to them as Therapsida, and the species before us belongs to the Dicynodont group, specifically the Pariasaur. The mid-Triassic flood event led to a decline in this animal group, yet the species before us has managed to survive until the late Triassic. Observing their movements, it appears they are heading towards a water source. Helena repeated the information from the memory chip. Should we collect this species? I think it's best we refrain. Liao Xing sighed, gazing at the massive, car-sized creature known as the Platybelodon, whose rotund belly quivered. He lacked the confidence to subdue such a large animal. Without firearms, let's follow them. Perhaps we might encounter other creatures after 2 long hours. Amidst what seemed like endless sand dunes, a thicket of sparse greenery emerged. The herd of Platybelodon became agitated, emitting excited grunts as they eagerly scampered towards the brush, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Liao Xing felt the relentless heat and rugged terrain draining his strength and energy. His legs throbbed painfully, and his mind felt foggy. The initial excitement had long evaporated now. All he desired was a cool place to rest. As the Platybelodon herd surged into the thicket, a group of creatures perched in the treetops shrieked and spread their wings, darting through the trunks. Some landed on the backs of the Platybelodon, eagerly searching for parasites and skin flakes in their wrinkled hides. Are those pterosaurs? Liao Xing seated himself beneath a tree shade, producing his binoculars and water bottle. As he sipped, he raised the binoculars to his eyes, observing the small creature's sharp teeth and sparse fur. According to the data, these species indeed belong to the pterosaur group, recognized as the earliest flying vertebrates. Helena's base transformed into a fan, circulating air over him to provide some relief from the heat. Liao Xing, eyeing these rather unattractive little creatures, stuck out his tongue and retrieved a bird-catching net from his bag, contemplating where to make his move. Though inexperienced, he felt that these flying reptiles, roughly the size of an adult's chest, would make for an excellent target. The Platybelodon congregated in the shadows of the sparsely vegetated thicket. Some lay resting on the ground, allowing the pterosaurs to scuttle across their chests and bellies in search of parasites, while others lowered their heads to drink from a shallow puddle in the heart of the grove as the platybelodon moved about. Small creatures darted from the withered ferns, raising their tails and using their hind legs to chase one another around the platybelodon. Entangled in his bird-catching net and other items, Liao Xing exerted considerable effort to untangle them, finally packing everything neatly and loading it into a handheld pneumatic launcher, a device typically used at celebrations or gatherings to launch water balloons and confetti after reading about it in the library. He believed it could also serve to launch his net. After securing his backpack, he picked up the launcher and stealthily approached the area where the platybelodon were sparse, keen to avoid provoking these hefty beasts. Helena's optical lens focused on the small creatures, and the activities of the platybelodon startled insects from the ferns, turning them into prey. The small animals joyfully darted about, occasionally leaping to snatch an insect that flew by. Liao Xing aimed at a pterosaur perched upon a fallen, withered tree, aligning the sights of his launcher with the target. With the sound of pressurized air erupting, a cloud of dust burst forth beside the dead wood. The pterosaur, ensnared in a net, struggled fervently while emitting a hoarse scream. In an instant, the previously wandering or gliding pterosaurs shrieked in terror and fled towards the nearest trees. Meanwhile, the Kintrosaurus remained utterly unperturbed, as if oblivious to the chaos surrounding it, embodying its own foolish appearance. Liao Xing bent low and cautiously approached the pterosaur, retrieving a device known as the containment port from his waist. This peculiar mechanism, unique to Helena's physique, resembled a strangely shaped, rounded handgun. It allowed for the precise storage of objects within a 2-meter radius into a temporal space, which could later be projected when needed. According to her, this was one of the newly developed transportation technologies of a race, albeit still in its infancy, requiring the target to be relatively stationary during containment. As he drew nearer, Liao Xing could detect the pungent odor emanating from the creature, causing his heart to race inexplicably and his hand holding the containment port to tremble. Slightly, he carefully pressed down on a corner of the net, aiming the device at the pterosaur when, suddenly, the creature kicked off the ground with all its might, catapulting itself out of the net. Liao Xing was momentarily stunned, watching as the flying reptile soared into the air amidst the swirling dust, leaping over his head, leaving behind a powerful gust and a piercing shriek that resonated in his ears. Frustration and astonishment flooded the young man's mind as he sighed. He had never experienced such close proximity to a creature and could not have anticipated that this seemingly small captive beast would possess such remarkable agility and survival instinct. Was as if a pterosaur had flown away from his grasp. Helena moved closer, her distinct electronic voice gently encouraging him not to be disheartened. Do not fret, Liao. Look, there are many targets still available for capture. From her optical lens, infrared beams highlighted small creatures foraging in the nearby woodland. What are those? Liao Xing inquired, gazing at the diminutive animals. They appear to be some form of early small theropod dinosaur, Helena replied. According to my database comparison, their movement patterns correlate with an 87% accuracy to the reconstructions seen in your human documentaries. Liao Xing picked up the bird-catching net, inhaling deeply. Well then, failure is the mother of success. Let's try again. As the sound of pressurized air erupted once more, the foraging animals scattered in a frenzy, leaving behind a single unfortunate creature ensnared in the net, struggling desperately. Liao Xing moved forward and scooped up the small beast entangled in the net. The creature in his arms was covered with delicate scales interspersed with fine fur, its tail long and slender in proportion to its body. Upon encountering this unfamiliar being, the small creature tensed, its emerald vertical pupils fixated on Liao Xing. Without blinking, "Ha ha! I did it," Liao Xing exclaimed, cradling his prize, his fingers brushing against its cool scales, reveling in the delight of success. Just as he was about to cheer, an unexpected low growl and rumbling interrupted him. The once languid and leisurely group of Kintrosaurus stirred at the distant sounds of rumbling and low growls, rising from the sandpits and the shade of trees, restlessly rushing towards the open expanse. The vigorous movements of these colossal creatures sent clouds of dust swirling through the parched, sandy terrain, and amidst the turmoil, Liao Xing crouched helplessly, initially believing he had startled the animals. However, his gaze caught sight of a massive, scaly tail flashing through the swirling dust. Helena, as the surrounding area became shrouded in the grit stirred up by the Kintrosaurus, Liao Xing's voice trembled, for he could sense an instinctual and primal panic emanating from their low growls. "I'm sorry. I'm outside the yellow sands, and I cannot pinpoint their location." Helena's anxious voice echoed back. "Liao, your physical strength is insufficient to withstand the trampling of large wild animals. There is an open space to your left. Quickly exit that thicket." Liao Xing adjusted the position of the small creature in his arms. Intertwining the capture net with his shoulder strap once secured, he dashed towards the left. The ground trembled beneath the pounding of the giant beasts, and the endless waves of yellow sand obscured his sense of direction. The rumbling and growling reverberated painfully in his ears. Gritting his teeth, he leaped towards a faint glimmer of light ahead, and in an instant, the world brightened before him. Before him lay an expanse of sand with a Kentrosaurus congregated in a cumbersome mass. The closest giants suddenly raised their heads, directing their massive skulls and short tusks towards him. Swaying and emitting low growls, Liao Xing was momentarily taken aback when he heard Helena's voice through his communication device. Liao Xing, there's something behind you. Get out of the way. Chapter 2. The desert bully Liao Xing clutched the small beast tightly and leaped to the right. As his body hit the yellow sand, kicking up a cloud of dust, a massive, armored creature surged from the dust behind him, ferociously charging towards the Kentrosaurus herd. This beast was a striking ochre, adorned with deep brown stripes across its reddish-brown scales. Its head was rectangular, with a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. Although its forelimbs were slightly shorter than its hind limbs, it moved with remarkable speed, its enormous tail whipping through the air like a tempest as it maneuvered. What in the world is that? Liao Xing's heart raced as he clutched the small creature and began to retreat towards the open ground. Based on images and data analysis, it is likely a Postosuchus from the late Triassic of North America, a top predator of its time. Helena replied urgently. You must leave that place immediately. With swift movements, the Postosuchus propelled itself into action, rising on its hind legs to launch a rapid assault on the tightly packed Kentrosaurus herd. This forced several of the cornered creatures to face the predator, shaking their heads adorned with short tusks as they emitted warning growls. This compelled the Postosuchus to halt its charge. It sniffed the air and resumed a quadrupedal stance, circling the herd in search of a breakthrough. However, as all the Brachioceratops huddled closely together, the cornered creatures began to resist hysterically. Thus, no matter where the Postosuchus ventured, it was met with the formidable heads and short teeth of the Brachioceratops. The Postosuchus emitted a low growl, attempting to incite movement among the herd, yet the heavy musculature and massive heads of the Brachioceratops formed an impenetrable barrier. Although chaotic and devoid of organization or discipline, this crude line of defense, composed of tons of weight, was sufficient to thwart even the most elite predators of the Triassic. Liao Xing, cradling a small creature in his arms, began to retreat slowly. Suddenly, from the swirling dust behind him, a solitary Brachioceratops charged forth, colliding with Liao Xing and squealing as it scurried towards its herd on short legs. Liao Xing was momentarily disoriented, involuntarily propelled sideways, and tumbled onto the scorching yellow sand. A dull pain throbbed in his back, and his vision flickered white, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The tether connecting his backpack snapped, and the small creature was jolted free, landing on the nearby sand with a mournful cry. The Postosuchus quickly reacted, lunging at the solitary Brachioceratops. Just as its sharp teeth were about to sink into the Brachioceratops' back, another massive head erupted from beside the Postosuchus, toppling the unsuspecting predator to the ground. Another Brachioceratops, mistaking itself for the target of an attack, impulsively launched its own assault. The Postosuchus shook its head and scrambled to its feet, but upon seeing its intended prey merge back into the herd, it realized it had lost the prime opportunity. Frustrated, it scanned its surroundings with its small, green eyes, eventually locking onto Liao Xing, who lay not far away. Damn it! Liao Xing gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise. Noticing the Postosuchus glaring at him, he cursed under his breath. Summoning his strength, he staggered forward to retrieve the small creature. It was still alive, but it trembled violently, seemingly sensing the imminent danger nearby. This fear was contagious, and the aura of hunger and death emanating from the Postosuchus quickened Liao Xing's heartbeat, causing his legs to weaken, as he had never faced such a formidable beast before. The Postosuchus approached Liao Xing step by step. Its walnut-sized brain had never encountered such an unusual creature. While it was not fearful, instinctual caution towards the unfamiliar held it back from launching an immediate attack, prompting it to sniff the air curiously. Liao Xing swallowed hard and slowly retrieved a canister of pepper spray from his pocket, a close-range self-defense tool effective against assailants. However, recalling the literature that indicated reptiles could strike within a third of their body length, he paused for a moment before pulling out a handheld pressurized sprayer. He inserted the canister of spray and aimed the nozzle towards the Postosuchus. According to the text, it is noted that reptiles possess a remarkable sensitivity to scent. Liao Xing held his breath, praying that this aroma from the future would prove effective against the Triassic crocodile marauder. With a resounding thud, the canister struck the giant crocodile's head, startling the Postosuchus, which instinctively opened its jaws to bite. The metal canister, succumbing to the immense pressure of its powerful jaws, shattered instantaneously, releasing a pungent liquid that splattered into its gaping maw. The acrid scent mingling with the sweltering air as it was inhaled into the nostrils of the Postosuchus witnessed the Postosuchus expel the crushed remains of the canister from its mouth, stretching its jaws wide open before suddenly shaking its head and erupting in a fit of sneezes, occasionally emitting a hoarse roar. Seizing this precious opportunity, Liao Xing turned and fled with all his might. The fleeting figure of Liao Xing and the anguished cries of the Postosuchus served to further agitate the already skittish Baryonyx herd. As Liao Xing turned to flee, the emotional contagion spread among the tightly packed Baryonyx, who, initially huddled together for survival, seized upon the Postosuchus's lamentations as a sign of hope for escape. Instantly, the massive herd erupted into chaos. In their minds, it was the opportune moment to flee from the looming threat. Amidst the turmoil, several cries of despair echoed through the throng as the elderly, infirm, and weak were utterly unable to evade the jostling of their more robust kin within such a densely packed group. However, unbeknownst to the Baryonyx, while mustard oil could irritate the nostrils of the Postosuchus, it could not inflict any substantial harm upon this apex predator. The Postosuchus, shaking its head in distress, blinked its translucent nictitating membrane in rapid succession. The painful memories of its nostrils and tongue urged it to abandon its pursuit of the mysterious creature. When it turned back, to its astonishment, it found that the troublesome herd had dispersed, each Baryonyx now an individual target. Even more exhilarating for the Postosuchus was the sight of several unfortunate elders who, in their frantic bid for safety, had been injured and left limping, letting out pitiful cries. With its jaws agape, the Postosuchus charged at the nearest wounded Baryonyx. This elderly creature, exhausted and terrified, barely managed a few strides before being knocked to the ground by the Postosuchus. With its formidable jaws, reminiscent of a tiger's claw, the reptile clamped tightly around the Baryonyx's short, thick neck, violently tearing away a chunk of flesh still attached to the skin. The Baryonyx's futile struggles for survival were in vain, as the scaly harbinger of death inscribed the final chapter of its life with blood and flesh. Liao Xing observed this scene from a distance, a wave of inexplicable nausea crashing over him, compelling him to kneel and retch uncontrollably. Such a spectacle, so rare in his era, was beyond mere video documentation. Even written accounts were exceedingly scarce. He had never fathomed that witnessing an animal perish before his eyes could be so profoundly jarring. Helena descended from the sky, extending her mechanical tendrils to wipe away the stains at the corner of Liao Xing's mouth, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right? I have detected an abnormal rise in your heart rate and blood pressure. Should we cease our actions and return?" Liao Xing waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was fine, inhaling the hot air deeply. At that moment, the small creature nestled in his chest stirred slightly, peering out to gaze upon the grisly scene of the hunt in the distance. In the distance, several flat-headed beasts paused atop the dunes, their murky eyes gazing upon the remains of their companion and the bloodied hunter. Liao Xing, shaken both physically and mentally, beheld this scene and felt an inexplicable stirring within him. His research had indicated that these creatures were mere instinct-driven, lowly animals. Yet the living beings before him exhibited emotions towards death that transcended mere fear and luck. There seemed to be something deeper at play. He gazed at the small creature nestled in his arms and suddenly found himself harboring an absurd thought, one that baffled even him. He did not wish for it to become a cold, lifeless specimen. He yearned for its survival. Chapter 3. The dark screamer. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lingering light bathed the golden dunes in hues of orange and red, casting mottled shadows of rocks, withered wood, and bones across the earth. Liao Xing lay supine in his sleeping bag, observing the small beast that had fallen into slumber in his embrace. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the illustrations of iguanas found in books, its yellow-green scales enveloping its body, and its limbs adorned with delicate, slender claws, akin to high-priced, realistic animal models sold in specialty shops. Yet, unlike those resin creations, the creature in his arms exhibited the rhythmic rise and fall of its abdomen with each breath, attesting to its existence as a living, singular entity. From the base of the Heliana, a beam of laser light ignited a pile of firewood before him. The orange flames erupted from the dry kindling, casting a flicker of warmth and illumination into the frigid wilderness. "I gathered data on the flora of that jungle," as well as several animal samples from the puddles. Helena floated beside Liao Xing. Liao, what transpired? Were you frightened by the predatory interactions of those creatures? To be honest, a thought indeed lingered in Liao Xing's mind. Had those flat-headed beasts not scattered in fear? Helena, do you believe it is appropriate for us to remove these animals from their natural habitat? Liao Xing gently stroked the small beast in his arms, speaking softly. Helena was unaware of the significance these animals held for Liao Xing. He had not shared his intention to sell them with her. This presents an entirely new possibility, Liao. Helena did not respond directly. The implications for them, as well as for you, are beyond words. Faced with the enigmatic riddle, Liao Xing rolled his eyes and directed the containment device towards the small beast. With a flash of green light, the creature transformed into a wisp and vanished from sight. He gazed at the desert night sky, contemplating the brilliance emitted by stars countless light years away. He wished for the small beast to survive, yet he lacked understanding of its way of life. With only his meager means, Liao Xing could not sustain a living creature. I require a benevolent benefactor. At least a wealthy individual fond of pets to care for it, he mused. The night desert lay vast and silent, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The cooling air prompted Liao Xing to curl further into his sleeping bag. As he beheld the clearly visible, milky white galaxy formed by the stars, his weary body gradually relaxed, and his eyelids began to grow heavy. Liao, Helena's voice pierced the darkness. Wake up. Accompanied by the chirping of birds, Helena's voice became increasingly clear. In a daze, Liao Xing was roused from slumber. He felt as if his eyelids were laden with lead, and a constricting pain gripped his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Listening to the birdsong around him, Liao Xing's foggy mind pondered where so many birds could possibly come from in the desert. Breaking free from the confining sleeping bag, he sat up, straining to open his eyes and discern the source of the avian chorus. As he took in his surroundings, the drowsiness was swiftly banished by a chilling sensation. The darkness before dawn was as black as ink. In this impenetrable night, Helena, with electric arcs dancing across her surface, became the sole beacon of light. She deftly maneuvered through the darkness, her radiance illuminating the surroundings and revealing countless white stars. Yet those were not stars. They were eyes. The owner of the birdsong lurked in the shadows, and Helena's electric glow reflected the glimmering eyes of the hidden creatures. They converged in layers like sharks, sensing the metallic scent of blood in the ocean. Whenever one dared to approach, Helena would charge fiercely, repelling it with a powerful blow. Upon impact, its melodious, avian-like voice abruptly ceased, replaced by a bone-chilling, hoarse wail emanating from its form, which, illuminated by flickering lightning, resembled a gaunt figure succumbing to the abyss of terror known as darkness. This was soon followed by a fervent chorus of its kin in the shadows, accompanied by the thunderous patter of numerous feet racing across the sand. Liao Xing swiftly extricated himself from his sleeping bag, his heart racing and chest tightening to the brink of suffocation. He was compelled to erupt into a violent cough. The cacophony of creatures subsided as they turned their gaze upon him, dozens of luminous eyes fixated intently. After a fleeting moment, a gaunt head emerged at the boundary of light and shadow. The creature's triangular head, with eyes bulging from hunger and dehydration, bore a desiccated skin that clung tightly to its skeletal outline, resembling a living cadaver. It hesitated briefly before its head shot forward, its long and slender neck reminiscent of a hairless swan, its mouth filled with needle-like teeth, tentatively lunging towards Liao Xing. Helena's electrified tentacles sprang forth from her body with remarkable speed, striking the creature's neck. The hairless swan emitted a piercing cry, retracting its head and neck abruptly into the darkness, as Liao Xing caught a whiff of a peculiar aroma, akin to charred flesh. We must leave quickly. Without a protective coating, my internal circuits could sustain damage from prolonged overheating. Helena exclaimed anxiously. Liao Xing's mind raced as he surveyed the glimmering eyes surrounding him and the cacophony of shrill cries ringing in his ears. He recalled snippets from the birdwatching manual. Never use a flash when photographing birds. City neon lights can temporarily blind certain species. No, we shall not retreat. Liao Xing steadied himself, retrieving sunglasses and a flashlight from his backpack. Helena, cease discharging energy and illuminate every part of your body at maximum power. Are you certain? We have no choice but to take the gamble. Several creatures had already maneuvered around the distracted Helena, stretching their necks in an attempt to bite Liao Xing. In an instant, the electric blue glow faded from her surface, and then Helena erupted in a dazzling white light, akin to the return of day. Even with sunglasses shielding his eyes, Liao Xing felt the intensity of the radiance as he turned away, while the anguished, raspy screams of the creatures filled his ears. Once more, Liao Xing shouted. As Helena flashed again, darkness enveloped them once more, the avian cries fading, replaced by feeble wails. Liao Xing switched on the flashlight, illuminating the creatures writhing on the ground. With elongated necks and sparsely furred heads, their bodies and limbs appeared emaciated. Their slender hind legs and long tails, coupled with their tawny skin, made them resemble the gaunt, featherless chickens depicted in field guides. Upon scanning, these are dinosaurs, Helena noted, her voice slightly diminished from the earlier exertion. The recent flash had consumed an excessive amount of energy. Based on the time and location, it is highly likely they are Coelophysis, a theropod from the Triassic period. Liao Xing produced the containment device, attempting to press down on one of the Coelophysis. The creature struggled, emitting a foul odor from its mouth. To his surprise, these Coelophysis were not significantly stronger than the pterosaurs encountered during the day. Their gaunt frames were easily subdued, despite their larger size. Their blood sugar levels are critically low, with subcutaneous fat reserves nearly depleted. Diagnosed as malnutrition, Helena concluded. In terms of warm-blooded carbon-based organisms, they teeter on the brink of death. Touching the scaly skin of the Coelophysis, it was neither hot nor as cold as the previous small creature. All around him lay the Coelophysis, contorted on the ground, their eyes wide, necks swaying, yet only able to emit pitiful moans. Pinching his nose, motivated by the idea of not letting this opportunity slip away, Liao Xing soon gathered the entire group of Coelophysis into the containment chamber. Counting them one by one, there were as many as 21. Liao Xing felt a wave of dread wash over him. Had he attempted to flee directly, even if he had managed to break free, he would have undoubtedly lost several pieces of flesh to those sharp-beaked creatures. Once he settled down, before he could even catch his breath, it was as if a string in his mind had snapped, and he felt darkness enveloping him, his head involuntarily bowing down. When he finally opened his eyes again, the sky had transformed from a pitch-black void to a brilliant blue, with the sun once more pouring down its scorching rays. Liao Xing sensed something was draped over his face. Upon closer inspection, he found the spherical Helena resting upon him, her mechanical body emitting a whirring sound like a mechanical face-hugging creature. You fainted from a lack of oxygen and panic. I'm administering oxygen to you. This is first aid, Helena explained, a hint of embarrassment and resignation in her voice. As her body levitated again, two mechanical tendrils withdrew from Liao Xing's nostrils, filling his nasal passages with a scent reminiscent of machine oil. Nevertheless, the heaviness in his chest had subsided. According to my measurements, the atmospheric pressure here is 4 to 7% lower than what you are accustomed to in your era. You were nearly in peril just moments ago. Liao Xing had been meaning to ask, is your race some sort of space octopus? After taking a deep breath and facing Helena's puzzled expression, he began to explain, it's a creature that used to drift in the oceans of the past, with numerous tentacles. Then does your race qualify as a walking blender? Helena retorted sharply. After crushing food with the phosphoric components in your mouth, you excrete it, in a sense. You are akin to a fly, a decomposer's culinary blender. Liao Xing raised his hands in surrender. The blazing sun was painfully illuminating his face. He inquired about the time, astonished to find that the temperature had already soared to 32 degrees Celsius at 7 a.m. When asked where he intended to go next, he gazed towards the horizon, where, at the edge of the golden desert, the outline of black mountains was faintly visible, appearing small yet stretching endlessly along the horizon. The gigantic crocodile may return. I cannot remain here any longer. Liao Xing wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that even in the morning, the Triassic temperatures were absurdly high. Let us head towards the mountains. Chapter 4. The Lava Golem. What does it mean to run a horse to death by merely gazing at the mountains? The answer lies in a journey that appeared to take only half an hour. Liao Xing reached the vicinity of the Black Mountains only when the sun had ascended to its zenith. Exhausted from the relentless heat of the continental expanse, the young man resolved that next time he traversed such realms, he would bring a means of transportation, even if it were merely a bicycle. As he approached the mountains, their forms gradually came into focus, with immense black rocks rising from the ground, extending into an unbroken ridge. The mountains were devoid of vegetation, revealing vast expanses of charred soil and enormous boulders. Gazing upward, One could discern patches of white snow near the peaks of distant mountains, yet, upon looking higher, a plume of dark smoke erupted from the snow, ascending towards the heavens. It was an active volcano. Liao Xing swallowed hard. Recalling the accounts he had read, volcanoes in this era were notoriously restless. The Triassic period began with a mass extinction event and concluded with another. Evidence suggests that volcanic activity was likely the primary culprit behind the extinction at the end of the Triassic. Helena perused the information stored within her data disk. These active volcanoes indicated that the molten rock beneath the Earth's surface was still in vigorous motion, destined one day to shatter this contiguous land into fragments. "Your planet is truly remarkable," she remarked. A cacophony echoed overhead as several pterosaurs soared past. Compared to the birds depicted in documentaries, these prehistoric flyers appeared less graceful. One could describe their flight as more of a cumbersome crawl through the air. Struggling to gain altitude, they would spread their wings to glide for a brief distance, only to repeat the laborious process. It was a strenuous endeavor, yet they had a clear objective, advancing toward the mountainside. "Fascinating," Helena noted, "according to my scans. These creatures share characteristics with the pterosauria discovered in Europe. However, the fossil records of that species date back to the Jurassic strata in Europe, while we are currently in the late Triassic period of North America." Helena turned her body to face Liao Xing. "They have evidently been here for at least 10 million years. It seems your oral traditions and encyclopedias are not as reliable as you might think." Liao Xing shrugged, retrieving a pneumatic launcher from his backpack as he hastened forward. After traversing several black stone hills, a vast basin covered in dark volcanic soil unfolded before them. Groups of pterosaurs alighted within the basin, their limbs touching the ground as they hopped and scurried about, seemingly in search of something. With a resounding pop, the pneumatic launcher discharged once more, ensnaring two pterosaurs that had been resting side by side within a net, causing them to struggle desperately. The other pterosaurs, startled, stood upright on their hind legs, flapping their wings in a frantic bid to return to the safety of the air. The launcher fired again, and one pterosaur, caught off guard, stumbled over the net that had ensnared it, rolling on the ground and kicking up dust. Liao Xing refrained from immediately collecting his quarry. It was evident that this was not the pterosaur's natural habitat, having left the safety of the woods. Their limited flying ability rendered them incapable of a swift escape in the open basin, prompting him to seize the opportunity to capture several more. As the survivors shrieked and ascended into the sky, striving to gain altitude, Liao Xing exhaled in relief. It had been a fruitful endeavor, netting him 6 pterosaurs. Drawing from his experience, he first secured their bodies before collecting them, determined not to repeat the missteps he had made in the thicket. Meanwhile, a question arose. What were these pterosaurs doing here? What could possibly lure them away from the safety of the shrubs, risking capture to venture into this expanse? "Liao," Helena whispered urgently. "Something is approaching." From behind a dirt slope came a deep, resonant roar, followed by a cloud of gray dust. It was evident that these creatures were quite substantial in size and number. Liao Xing stowed away the pressure launcher and ascended a massive obsidian rock that jutted out of the ground, peering over the edge to investigate. Emerging from the slope was a long neck, followed by a robust body and powerful limbs. Although these creatures were larger than the Kentrosaurus he had encountered earlier, they exhibited a remarkable agility, striding confidently with heads held high. Their skin glimmered in shades of grayish-blue, with a long tail extending behind them. Distinct from that of the Kentrosaurus were these massive dinosaurs. In North America during this era, Liao Xing, in a state of shock, cursed the unreliable encyclopedia, lamenting that he had traveled to this time to evade large, dangerous animals. He vowed never again to trust a user-edited encyclopedia. According to my scans and comparisons, the creatures closest to these were the Plateosaurus from late Triassic Europe. Helena's voice was tinged with astonishment. "Ah, did such colossal dinosaurs exist in this time period? The power of evolution you speak of is truly remarkable." Before him, the dinosaurs descended the slope into the basin, some beginning to dig into the ground. Liao Xing observed that the inner digits of their forelimbs bore large, slightly curved claws, allowing them to easily excavate, creating vast pits in the earth. The distance between these pits was just sufficient for a dinosaur to pass through in single file, as if guided by an unseen order. As the commotion among the dinosaurs began to settle, Liao Xing sighed in relief, preparing to rise, only to be abruptly restrained by Helena. Helena's optical device emitted a beam of infrared light, marking a rock on the slope in the distance. Liao Xing focused intently, and to his astonishment, the rock suddenly moved. No, that was not a rock. It was a postosuchus, its back covered in a layer of volcanic ash. Liao Xing broke into a cold sweat. Recalling the wildlife documentaries where crocodiles dragged wildebeests and antelopes into the water, and he had thought them rather foolish for not discerning the difference between driftwood and crocodiles. It was only upon witnessing it firsthand that he realized such exquisite camouflage had existed since the dawn of crocodilian ancestry, making it utterly indistinguishable from the real thing. However, this particular postosuchus appeared to harbor no desire to hunt. It cast a disdainful glance at the herd of dinosaurs below before slinking away from the basin. "Thank you," Liao Xing said to Helena, coming back to his senses. "Alio, how about capturing some of the big ones?" Helena suddenly proposed. "Capture all those large creatures in the basin?" "What?" Liao Xing thought he must have misheard. "Oh, did I not mention? I possess night vision capabilities," Helena declared proudly. "Just don't let those tendrils reach into my nose," Liao Xing teased. "It feels like I've swallowed a few sips of machine oil." In the pitch blackness of the night before dawn, the majority of the colossal creatures nestled within the basin had succumbed to slumber. They lay on their sides, their elongated necks curving gracefully into the volcanic ash, with only their heads exposed for breathing. The soil here retained warmth due to volcanic activity, even on the chill of night, lulling these magnificent beasts into a deep, sonorous slumber. A few sentinels among the dinosaurs had long since relaxed their vigilance in this realm. Even the most formidable predators posed little threat to them, which had dulled their innate caution. The soft, warm volcanic ash provided a sumptuous bedding, and they swayed their necks in a languid manner, ultimately succumbing to the heavy embrace of drowsiness and allowing their heads to droop into slumber. Not far from these titans, a figure emerged from a depression beneath a slab of obsidian, stealthily approaching the herd of dinosaurs. Even in the near-total darkness, Liao Xing moved with remarkable agility, deftly navigating around the inconspicuous heads of the dinosaurs that poked above the ground. In the pitch black, the night vision granted by Helena's transformation rendered the surroundings vividly clear. Perhaps the dinosaurs were simply too fatigued, or perhaps they were overly confident in their own size, or perhaps the volcanic ash was simply too invitingly warm. Regardless of the reason, these creatures remained blissfully unaware until the moment they were captured by Liao Xing's containment unit. Now, he had gathered far more than originally intended, yet he remained uncertain of the correctness of his actions. Even if he intended to sell these colossal beings to enthusiasts, their sheer size was beyond what he could manage at this time. Liao Xing contemplated the need for someone well-versed in the subject. Helena's search proficiency was indeed astonishing, yet the information she stored was rife with inaccuracies. Presently, his endeavors required the expertise of a scholar, one well-versed and possessing unique insights into paleobiology. As he pondered this, Helena vanished in a flash of white light. When dawn's light once again illuminated the basin, all that remained were circular pits in the earth, as if nothing had ever graced the place. Chapter 5. The professor observed closely. The skeletal structure of these birds is hollow, a trait inherited from their ancestral lineage. This robust yet lightweight skeletal framework laid the essential foundation for birds to seize ecological niches in the skies following the extinction events. In a spacious classroom, a slender, silver-haired professor displayed a projection of a red-crowned crane skeleton, engaging with a multitude of students. Noticing nearly all his students whispering amongst themselves, a fleeting glint of icy resolve flickered in the professor's gray eyes. However, it was but a moment. He shook his head and turned away, causing the projection of the crane skeleton to vanish as the projector emitted a shutdown alert. He glanced at his watch. "Dear students, the final assessment for this semester involves the presentation of vertebrate specimens." He turned to the still chattering crowd behind him, a wry smile curling at the corners of his lips. Do remember, the specimens must be healthy living organisms. Biomimetic mechanical animals are unacceptable, nor may you use the common black rat. This assessment accounts for 25 of your semester grade, so prepare diligently. Instantly, the murmuring ceased, replaced by a chorus of lamentations from the students below. Living specimens? How challenging it is to procure living ones in this day and age. Would the brown rat suffice? Living animals are so foul. Must biomimetic not be an option? Faced with the students' lamentations and pleas, the elderly professor made no further remarks. He collected the projector and briskly exited the classroom. For these mostly affluent students, this task was merely difficult, not insurmountable. After all, while the course on environmental ecology was a popular elective, the requirements for advanced study in the final year were substantial. Gaining permission from breeding institutions alone posed a significant expenditure for ordinary families. Not to mention the subsequent series of research, photography, and project presentations. Without connections and financial resources, further study was arduous. Most average students, having completed their second-year courses, had long since transitioned to other related subjects such as exhibit design or animal husbandry consulting. That old man is insufferable. He assigns the most challenging tasks on purpose, a girl complained to her companion, watching the professor's retreating figure. Even the principal attended the district-organized social gathering. Yet he found an excuse to avoid it. I dare say he must be quite ill. The male voice elicited a wave of scornful laughter. As he strode briskly down the corridor, the elderly professor appeared distant and frosty, his demeanor tinged with impatience. His worn gray jacket and sky-blue shirt starkly contrasted with the sleek, technologically advanced attire donned by his colleagues, rendering him more reminiscent of an outdoor researcher than a university professor. Yet, he remained impervious to the gazes and whispers of those around him. After retrieving a cup of synthetic coffee from the vending machine, he made his way directly to his private office, closing the door behind him. Settling into his chair, he let out a long sigh. Here, surrounded by shelves brimming with animal skeletons and specimens, he found a fleeting sense of solace. In the aftermath of technological upheaval and ecological catastrophe, the Global Alliance was established under the auspices of the Five Chong, aiming to unite existing governments in a collective effort to chart the future trajectory of humanity. Within 3 years, it swiftly evolved into a transnational organization of global significance. The construction of underground railways across time zones and near-Earth orbital routes had reduced travel time from Sydney to London to a mere 6 hours, transforming what was once an arduous journey into a commonplace affair for the masses, thanks to advancements in cybernetic technology. The language translation biochip implanted in each individual's ear rendered cross-linguistic communication a trivial concern. This facilitated increasingly frequent exchanges across different time zones within the Alliance, rendering daily interactions akin to residing within the same nation. He served as the chief biologist for England in a program known as the Green Belt, tasked with providing educational guidance in East Asia. However, he was sorely disappointed to find that the younger generation, regardless of their origins, exhibited little enthusiasm for the subject matter. The number of students who signed in only to withdraw midway through the course was staggering. Initially, he had admonished them sternly during class, but gradually, he came to terms with the reality that most of these children had never had any tangible encounters with the very organisms he spoke of, let alone an understanding or appreciation for them. They were merely studying for the sake of their futures. How many would invest their hearts in subjects they neither loved nor comprehended? Yet he was different. As a member of a generation that had witnessed ecological crises, he had experienced the purest forms of nature that this world once possessed and had participated in the final breeding programs. Despite nearing his 60s, he still harbored a fervent desire to one day utilize his knowledge and skills to aid humanity in reconstructing the ecosystem. However, over the years, the backstabbing and factional struggles within the academic realm had doused his once burning passion with cold indifference. This disillusionment was the very reason he chose to leave his homeland, seeking refuge in a new place, far removed from the duplicitous colleagues and myopic superiors. His reverie was interrupted by a knock at the door. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his temples in annoyance and activated the microphone to respond. Please make an appointment. I do not provide post-class guidance without prior scheduling. Any inquiries may be sent to my email. A young man's voice resonated from outside. I am here to submit my final assessment materials. Liao Xing observed as Owen scrutinized the student information projected from the projector, his attention drawn to a particular student who, notably, belonged to the rare breed that genuinely engaged during lectures. However, upon glancing at the personal information form, Owen noted that the student resided in a modest single room within the dormitory, suggesting a less than affluent family background. How then had he managed to procure a live specimen so swiftly? Please enter. You have 5 minutes. Owen unlocked the door, a sense of bewilderment washing over him as he rubbed his temples in exasperation. A lean, sharp-featured young man entered, clutching a backpack. Owen assessed him from head to toe. His attire was unremarkably ordinary, and his appearance was tidy. Perhaps it was the youth's striking resemblance to the average persona that had caused Owen to overlook him previously. Professor, I would like you to take a look at this. In that instant, as the young man unzipped his backpack, a dark yellow figure leaped forth, scuttling up Liao Xing's shoulder, tilting its head to scrutinize him with one eye. What is this? Owen straightened, squinting at the creature, which appeared to be an iguana in size, yet moved with the swiftness characteristic of a chameleon, lacking any membranous structures on its head. This is part of my assessment project, but the courier lost the species identification upon delivery, and it hasn't been implanted with an electronic chip. I was hoping you could help me identify its type so I can register it properly. Liao Xing cradled the lizard in his arms, leaning closer. Owen stood up, donned his glasses, and examined the creature with great care. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he trembled with urgency, hastening closer to whisper, "Who gave this to you?" "Professor?" Liao Xing was taken aback by the suddenly aggressive demeanor of his instructor. "You must tell me the truth. Otherwise, I will report this immediately." Owen's voice turned slightly menacing, laced with an undeniable thrill. "This is absolutely not a product of laboratory breeding. Where did it come from?" Chapter 6. Professor 2, have you figured it out? Liao Xing regained his composure, astonished that the professor could discern, with merely a glance, that the small creature he held was not a species cultivated in modern laboratories. This ability to identify organisms was indeed formidable, yet precisely what he required. "I will explain everything in due time, but you must first tell me what this is." "All right, take a deep breath," Owen exhaled, striving to calm himself as he secured the office door. "My glasses are equipped with an X-ray function. Don't overthink it. It merely facilitates the examination of skeletal structures within specimens. I just used this feature to observe the skeletal framework of this creature." He gestured towards the lizard, which lay motionless in Liao Xing's embrace, and spoke in a hushed tone. "At first, I presumed it to be some species of terrestrial lizard. However, its limb skeletal connections intersected vertically with the body, distinguishing it from any recently extinct or endangered lizard. Furthermore, its eyes were not positioned atop its head, and there was an absence of intradermal ossification on its surface, making it evident that it was not the juvenile form of any crocodilian." He paused, revealing a look of astonishment. The creature's surface was infested with parasites? Animals raised in a laboratory do not exhibit such traits, given the decayed state of the external ecosystem. "From where did you procure this new species?" Upon hearing the word parasite, Liao Xing shuddered, hastily preparing to capture the small creature and stow it back into his bag. Unbeknownst to him, Owen had already donned gloves and stepped forward to take the creature, placing it on the table. With a practiced ease, he produced tweezers from an unknown source, delicately extracting the parasites nestled within its scales and cautiously placing them into a petri dish set aside, all while continuing to scrutinize this peculiar animal. The small creature displayed no fear. Rather, it lay sideways, relishing the pest removal service, emitting a contented chirping sound. As he observed, Owen furrowed his brow and stroked his chin, suddenly straightening up and moving to the bookshelf, crouching down to rummage through a stack of books. Soon, he approached with a tome the size of a head, a skeletal description manual, meticulously comparing it. After a moment, he shook his head and returned the book to the pile. "Please hold on." He had entirely forgotten that 5 minutes had elapsed, and he hastily walked back to the bookshelf, retrieving a key to unlock a cabinet. Through the gap beside him, Liao Xing glimpsed a collection of yellowed, hefty volumes. Owen sifted through the texts, hesitating momentarily before extracting one to examine. As he flipped through its pages, he paused, and Liao Xing observed Owen's eyes slowly widening, his chest heaving with rapid breaths, and his hands trembling uncontrollably. "This is impossible," he muttered. "It is a dinosaur. Incredible, isn't it? Please, relax." Liao Xing, concerned that the elderly gentleman might faint from excitement, moved closer, prepared to steady him. "This is a pterosaur-like member of the iguanid family. No, it is not a dinosaur, but it is a genuine prehistoric creature, belonging to a species that has been extinct for over 100 million years." Owen, trembling, placed the tome upon the table, startling the small animal, which stood on its hind legs and tilted its head back, emitting a squeak to express its discontent. Its cervical vertebrae were too few, its acetabulum faced downward, and the femur was embedded upward. In conclusion, although it was not a dinosaur, there was no doubt that this was a bona fide prehistoric organism. Owen pointed to the text in the tome, stumbling through his explanation, wiping the sweat from his brow, and fixating his gaze upon the noisy iguanid, moistening his dry lips as he looked toward Liao Xing, his eyes ablaze, sending a chill down Liao Xing's spine. "What does it eat? How fast can it run? Where did you acquire it?" Liao Xing was roused from his slumber by the incessant vibrations of his buzzing phone. Groggily, he glanced at Helena's display, revealing the time to be 4:31 a.m. "Hello," Liao Xing mumbled, still half asleep. "As per your request, I have prepared the camping gear, instant meals, and transportation. It is time to set off, classmate Liao. Upon hearing Owen's voice, Liao Xing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Since he had agreed to accompany the old man on this field study, his phone and email had been inundated with messages and inquiries from Owen. The man had taken it upon himself to procure all necessary equipment and resources, even reportedly securing a leave of absence from the school board. This brought to mind an old saying, "The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is." Hurry up, classmate Liao, time is money. And I fear our balance is running low. In the designated parking lot, Owen, noticing Liao Xing's tardiness, could not help but urge him on, seeming to assume the role of the true initiator of the plan. Yet, Liao Xing had to acknowledge the abundance of resources the old man had amassed. Not only had he acquired the currently scarce protein bars and compact tints, but he had also brought along a trailer motorcycle equipped with a gravity-defying engine, a model Liao Xing had never encountered before. Breathe. Professor, please close your eyes. It may be quite dazzling. Liao Xing produced Helena, which was cleverly disguised as a mobile phone. For safety reasons, he declared to Owen that it was a prototype of a time-travel device from a laboratory, its existence and experimental effects to remain confidential. In this era, personalized artificial intelligences were not uncommon, and Owen did not question this assertion. Nodding, he complied and shut his eyes. Liao Xing had decided that their journey to early Jurassic North America would likely be devoid of mishaps, as the population of dinosaurs had already increased, and he doubted they would encounter any colossal beasts weighing several tons. Helena, proceed. To the late Jurassic Morrison Formation in North America. Liao Xing's words were interrupted by Owen, who took over the sentence. At the moment Helena received the command and initiated the transmission, Liao Xing cast an incredulous and outraged look at Owen, only to find the old man donning sunglasses. Smiling back at him. What? Now that you're aboard, don't you wish to show your guests the true treasures? Chapter 7. The New Era. One Morrison Formation, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, washing the giant sequoias and towering cypresses with a fresh coat of vibrant green. The delicate raindrops pattered against the broad leaves of ginkgo trees and tree ferns, creating a soft, intricate rustling sound. The ground was blanketed with tongue ferns and low-lying foliage, forming an endless expanse of greenery beneath the gray sky. Liao Xing's spirits were not lifted by this change in environment. Rather, an inexplicable fury welled up within him. Professor Owen. He stepped forward, his voice firm as he confronted the elderly man clad in a brown jacket, who was animatedly surveying his surroundings. Your reckless interference with this traversal poses significant risks to us. If your smuggling operation were to proceed smoothly, you wouldn't be seeking assistance from someone knowledgeable or experienced, would you? Owen's clear words forced Liao Xing to swallow back the words that were about to escape his lips. What? Are you puzzled as to how I know? Young man, in my early days of breeding, I encountered many individuals like you, and they were far more astute. At the very least, they wouldn't clumsily conceal their ignorance by stuffing unknown wild species into their backpacks. Instead, they would go to great lengths to package them, making them appear far more precious. Owen donned a frosty expression, smacking his lips. He intended to say something further, but upon seeing Liao Xing's speechless demeanor, he simply shook his head. After glancing at the data on the control panel of the trailer motorcycle, he settled into the driver's seat. Hey, how long do you plan to remain here? The rain is likely to intensify shortly. Liao Xing paused in silence for a moment before quietly taking his place as a passenger, the plasma barrier unfurling above him to shield against the fine raindrops. Owen retrieved something from his backpack and tossed it into Liao Xing's lap. Here, take this oxygen device. The detector indicates that the atmospheric oxygen levels here hover around 18. Prolonged exposure may induce dizziness, and I can't guarantee timely medical assistance in this era. The trailer motorcycle swiftly navigated through the forest clearings, descending a slope into a river valley. The valley floor formed a U-shape, flanked by moss-covered rocks along the stream, but fortunately, the riverbank was predominantly composed of gravel, minimizing the risk of slipping. Truly high-grade, Liao Xing thought, admiring the motorcycle. Although the ride was somewhat bumpy, it remained steady enough, yet unease gnawed at him, rendering his mood restless. Owen steered the motorcycle downstream, where the gentle trickle gradually transformed into a bubbling brook. At one point, a drop created a small pond with a waterfall, and a number of vibrant green dragonflies flitted about in the fine curtain of rain, dancing around the two men. Owen halted the motorcycle beside the pond, beneath an outcropping of rock, propping himself up as he produced a military water bottle and took a hearty drink. Let us rest here for a while. Just as Liao Xing inhaled deeply to calm his unease, a rustling sound emanated from the cycad thicket on the opposite side of the pond. When he turned his gaze, his eyes locked onto the golden vertical pupils of an uninvited guest. A colorful head peeked out from the thicket, adorned with tea green and indigo spots. Its golden crown crowned with 3 dagger-like short horns. The horns were metallic black, coated with a surface reminiscent of enamel, shifting colors with the light as the creature moved its head. This reptile stepped out from the thicket, revealing a back covered in black and green scales akin to those of a crocodile. Its short, stout forelimbs were tucked against its chest, and with 2 small eyes intently fixed on the unfamiliar pair, it opened its mouth to reveal a row of sharp, white teeth, hissing menacingly. Based on the characteristics and the geological period of this creature, it could be identified as a ceratosaurus, a large carnivore from the Jurassic Morrison Formation. The alert tone of Helena echoed in Liao Xing's personal channel. Instantly, Liao Xing tensed his body and sat upright, feeling that familiar, terrifying aura akin to encountering a post-crocodile returning, constricting his chest and accelerating his heartbeat. Yet, he bit his lip in silence, slowly reaching for the mustard spray stationed at his waist. "There's no need to be anxious," Owen whispered reassuringly to Liao Xing. "This creature is familiar with our scent through its olfactory receptors. As long as we present no threat, it won't recklessly attack unfamiliar beings." The ceratopsian flicked its tongue and hissed for a moment, but upon seeing no response from the two, it closed its mouth and cautiously approached the waterhole. After glancing at them and ensuring they remained still, it lowered its head to drink. Its body was now fully exposed, and Liao Xing observed its somewhat shorter hind limbs in comparison to its robust body and its broad, armored tail, reminiscent of the post-crocodile he had previously encountered. Owen, eyes wide with restrained excitement, retrieved a notebook with a brown faux leather cover from his pocket, documenting the moment while exclaiming in awe, "It's so beautiful. Just look at this creature. We are among the first humans to witness this extinct species." He struggled to suppress his excitement. "Observe how it drinks, scooping with its jaw and delivering the water to its mouth. Unlike modern cold-blooded animals, it tilts its head back like birds do. Evidently, it lacks the musculature to assist swallowing." The ceratopsian raised its head, smacked its lips, and took another glance at the two before stepping into the pond, inching closer. "Professor," Liao Xing nervously grabbed Owen's sleeve. "We should leave." "No, this creature is not focused on us." Owen appeared confident, his gaze unwavering as he watched the ceratopsian moving about in the water. "It seems to be searching for something." The ceratopsian swayed its short neck, its small, green eyes fixated on the water's surface. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, plunging its entire upper body into the water, sending up a massive splash. When it raised its head again, a struggling fish was clamped firmly in its jaws. "How fascinating. Akin to a jaguar," Owen hastily noted the scene. "This solitary predator of the rainforest exhibits behavior of preying on aquatic creatures, perhaps to avoid competition with other carnivores." The ceratopsian's long, powerful fangs pierced through the fish's body, and with a swift snap of its jaws, the fish stiffened abruptly before going limp. The ceratopsian cast another glance at the two with its golden eyes before turning to drag the fish towards the shore. This creature was an exceptionally splendid specimen, carrying profound significance. Owen looked at Liao Xing, his expression resembling that of a child pleading for a parent to purchase a beloved toy. "Shall we collect it?" He still recalled the young man before him mentioning that he was entirely responsible for gathering the necessary equipment for the expedition. Liao Xing shook his head. Not only was he unable to approach the creature, but he also did not possess any anesthetic methods to help ease the animal's anxiety. Owen appeared somewhat disappointed. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely turning around to retrieve an old-fashioned camera, capturing a series of clicks aimed at the ceratopsian. As he watched the creature drag a large fish, disappearing into the cycad thicket, Owen let out a sigh of relief and stowed away his gear. His demeanor was a stark contrast to his previous nonchalance in the classroom, now brimming with enthusiasm. "We should find a species to collect as swiftly as possible. It would benefit both you and me," Owen murmured, gripping the motorcycle's handlebars tightly. As the patter of raindrops gradually diminished, the hidden insects beneath the foliage and soil began to orchestrate their melodies. Owen navigated the trailer motorcycle along the stream's course, descending the river valley for nearly an hour. The rocky terrain that once thrived in the valley began to thin out, and the towering trees became increasingly sparse, giving way to a thicket of seed ferns and various cycads. Suddenly, a melodious and resonant call erupted from the forest, its volume robust and its resonance profound, indicating that the vocalizing creature possessed considerable lung capacity. Owen's expression shifted, and he hastily turned the vehicle towards the forest. "Professor!" Liao Xing exclaimed. Yet Owen showed no signs of slowing down. His face was devoid of caution, replaced instead by a fervent eagerness to witness the unknown. Liao Xing glanced around, realizing they were traversing a peculiar path within the forest. This strange route was noticeably brighter compared to the dim jungle surrounding it. Remarkably flat with no branches or fallen leaves obstructing their way, as if someone had carved a path through the woods. Yet the question lingered. Who, in this era, would come to construct a road? Before him, a robust ginkgo tree suddenly began to lean, emitting a dull cracking sound from within. As the ground trembled, it gradually toppled over, casting a vast shadow in the direction of their motorcycle. Liao Xing anxiously grasped the armrest beside him, while Owen firmly gripped the brake, sharply maneuvering the motorcycle to change direction. The wheels dug into the earth, leaving two deep imprints, nearly losing balance. At that moment, the anti-gravity engine on the wheels abruptly lifted the unsteady side, causing the motorcycle to drift through the forest. As the motorcycle stabilized and surged forward once more, the heavy ginkgo trunk let out a mournful crackle before crashing to the ground, revealing the faint sunlight filtering through the branches. Liao Xing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, but before he could scold the reckless old man riding the motorcycle, a massive shadow enveloped the light. An enormous figure, impossible to ignore, twisted into his line of sight, prompting him to involuntarily look up, his jaw dropping in astonishment. My goodness, before him stood a colossal beast, reminiscent of a small mountain. Its skin was a muted green, adorned with large gray patches. The creature was so close that Liao Xing could distinctly see the pebble-like texture of its skin, and he could feel the ground vibrating while catching a strong, pungent scent that resembled fermenting hay. Its stout neck extended forward several meters, but its head, comically small in comparison to its massive body, appeared quite incongruous. Its sturdy limbs rested on the ground, while a long tail, unlike its somewhat rigid neck, swayed freely in the air, ignoring the two small creatures beside it. The giant lowered its head to tear at the ginkgo crown, emitting a satisfied rumble. From behind it, another neck emerged, and its companion emitted a melodious call, swinging its fleshy neck as it approached, eager to partake in the feast. This is a sauropod dinosaur, a genuine dinosaur. Is it a brachiosaurus? A diplodocus? For heaven's sake, who cares? Owen spoke breathlessly, not sure if it was due to the tension of controlling the motorcycle or the exhilaration of witnessing such a colossal creature. Unlike his earlier calm demeanor in the face of the Ceratosaurus, he trembled, yet like a sailor enchanted by a siren, he could not resist dismounting the motorcycle, stepping toward the dinosaur while mumbling to himself. Since the African elephant breeding program 30 years ago, I have never seen such a large creature. No, these beings are far larger than African elephants. 65 feet? No, 75 feet. Approximately 23 meters. His blood pressure surged, and Alio. You need to let him take it easy. We don't want him fainting. The device disguised as a phone, Helena, floated up, whispering in Liao Xing's ear. He seemed to lack vigilance, overly confident in his own knowledge. Liao Xing sighed at the sight, yet as an outsider, he felt powerless to intervene. Before him, colossal dinosaurs jostled and pushed against one another, vying for branches and foliage, crushing the sturdy ginkgo tree trunks as if they were mere cucumbers. Behind them, their kin replicated this behavior, stripping the accessible branches bare. If they could not reach them, they would lower their massive tails to the ground and rise on their hind legs to feast upon the leaves above. The astonishing weight of these creatures often caused some trees to buckle under the strain, collapsing with a resounding crash and revealing a gap in the once dense canopy. Soft golden sunlight streamed through the opening, casting a gilded sheen upon the surfaces of these titanic beasts. Liao Xing retrieved his portable oxygen device, inhaling deeply, as the tension brought by the giants and the thinness of the air nearly made him dizzy. When he turned to alert Owen, he discovered that he had vanished. Chapter 8. New Era. 2 Morrison Formation. Owen navigated through waist-high ferns, opting not to ride his motorcycle for fear that the engine's roar might startle the dinosaurs. Although the damp ferns soaked his jeans and tall boots, he remained oblivious, exhilarated by the familiar scent of large animals, feeling invigorated and devoid of fatigue. Just moments ago, he had passed by the fringes of a herd of sauropods. As he had anticipated, the behemoths were engrossed in their feeding, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Such enormous creatures could not remain confined to the forest. His mind raced through everything he had learned about large animals throughout his life. Many of them often roamed the plains, requiring ample space for rest and socialization. The animals he had just observed were not stationary in their feeding. Rather, they moved about in search of sustenance. This indicated that, as he parted a cluster of ferns blocking his path, a vast alluvial plain unfolded before him. Countless gymnosperms and ferns, freshly washed by the rain, shimmered under the sunlight. A gentle breeze swept through, creating rippling waves across the landscape. On the distant horizon, moving peaks formed by colossal dinosaurs emerged, their necks and tails in unison as they ambled forward, emitting melodious calls. In the sky, several pterosaurs soared in formation, reminiscent of birds, forming either a V or a straight line, freely gliding amidst the thick clouds left in the wake of the rain. Owen's thoughts began to drift alongside the flying pterosaurs, even considering the possibility of discussing a collaboration with Liao Xing's temporal travel device supplier, envisioning his own independent exploratory team. A peculiar crackling sound abruptly pulled him back to reality, and he turned toward the source of the noise. In the distance, a peculiar assembly of creatures was observed at the forest's edge, their backs adorned with 2 rows of vertically aligned bony plates that clattered rhythmically with their movement. Owen gazed at the patterns on these plates, noting the mottled designs adorning them. Overcome with excitement, he lost the necessary caution one ought to possess around wildlife and stepped forward toward the strange animals. Liao Xing wiped the sweat from his brow. With the right techniques and the assistance of Helena, maneuvering the trailer motorcycle was not particularly difficult. Before their arrival, both had been fitted with locators, ensuring they could find each other's locations even in the event of an unexpected separation. Although being swallowed whole was another matter entirely. Following a dirt path trampled by the colossal dragons, Liao Xing guided the motorcycle out of the forest. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that as one approached the forest's edge, such paths became increasingly common, suggesting these large creatures frequently ventured into the jungle in search of food, trampling the ground to a barren state. The locator indicated he was 150 meters in front of him. Following Helena's guidance, Liao Xing reached a small hill adjacent to the woodland. As he peered ahead, he was startled to see the reckless old man crouching near a group of massive beasts, their backs adorned with enormous diamond-shaped plates, voraciously tearing at the tender fronds of ferns, now less than 50 meters away. Fortunately, the gigantic creatures appeared oblivious to his presence, scattered as they were in their foraging. The old man must be out of his mind. Liao Xing couldn't help but break into a sweat. Those are stegosaurs? The distinctive features of the animals triggered memories from his childhood readings. Had he been too certain of his knowledge, neglecting to consider environmental variables? Helena chimed in, reminding him of an old adage. It's always the ones who can swim that drown. Splendid. As Owen approached the herd of stegosaurs, he silently recited to himself that, logically, these creatures should be indifferent to a being of his size. Crouching would likely diminish his visibility. They seemed no different from the bison he had encountered in captivity. Suddenly, from a thicket less than 5 meters away, a head abruptly emerged. Olive-shaped and approximately the size of a human head. Its owner fixated on Owen, blinking its large, dark eyes. Before Owen could react further, the creature leapt into the air, letting out a piercing shriek. Just as he began to comprehend the unfolding situation, the ground beneath him trembled violently. Damn! Liao Xing observed this scene, gritting his teeth as he steered the motorcycle down the small hill, racing toward Owen's position. The small dinosaur, cloaked in shades of green and brown stripes, blended seamlessly beneath the ferns that towered to half a man's height. Had it not startled and leapt, it would have remained undetected by the naked eye. With the creature's shrill cry, the still-feeding giants lifted their heads and began to roar, their bony plates shimmering into a striking golden hue as they moved. Based on their characteristics, they must belong to the armored stegosaur family. Helena reminded him from the side. Alioth, their heartbeats quicken, and the ornaments upon their backs shift in hue, signaling a potential warning. Despite their massive size, these stegosaurus move with a surprising swiftness and discipline. Unlike the previously encountered flat-headed beasts, the panicked juveniles scurry to the adults for protection, while the mature ones raise their tails and begin to swing them. Liao Xing observes that the tips of their tails are adorned with bone spikes over a human's length, swirling in the air like fearsome maces. From the group of stegosaurus, several small creatures resembling those that sounded the alarm burst forth, shrieking as they dart beneath the bellies and tails of the adults, fleeing into the nearby woods. Owen crouched low, having fallen to the ground due to the tremors. Now drenched in residual rainwater from the ferns, he was muddied and covered in debris. After the shaking subsided, he attempted to rise, but before he could steady himself and catch his breath, a thunderous roar erupted nearby, wiping the rainwater from his eyes. He beheld a particularly robust stegosaurus emerging from the herd, bellowing at him. Owen hesitated, uncertain of what the creature would do next. Based on his previous encounters with domesticated bison, it might merely be an act of intimidation before departing with its group. The stegosaurus stomped its 4 feet upon the ground, producing a resounding thud. The plates on its back turned a vivid crimson, clashing together with a cacophony of sharp pops and thuds. Noticing Owen's lack of reaction, standing still like a wooden post, the stegosaurus paused, sniffing the air. Ultimately, it let out a mighty roar and advanced, charging its colossal form towards Owen. Liao Xing's palms grew clammy as he gripped the motorcycle's handlebars, striving to maintain balance. The sight of Owen standing motionless only heightened his anxiety. "Professor," he shouted. "Run. Run now?" That foolishly brave Owen seemed either frozen or too frightened to move, remaining rooted in place. As Liao Xing brought the motorcycle closer, Helena, in her trailer form, reverted to her mechanical state, deploying 2 mechanical tendrils to grasp Owen's back, yanking him back onto the seat. At this moment, the stegosaurus was nearly upon them, the jarring pops and penetrating growls causing Liao Xing's eardrums to throb painfully. Gritting his teeth, he revved the engine to its maximum, the motorcycle's internal combustion engine emitting a thunderous roar before it surged forward. However, the stegosaurus had arrived, raising its upper body dramatically, casting a vast shadow over them. Helena's body emitted a series of crackling sounds as multiple mechanical tendrils shot from her sides, integrating into the motorcycle's anti-gravity engine. With a surge of electrical current, the anti-gravity engine roared ferociously, propelling the motorcycle forward with explosive force. Mere moments after the motorcycle shot out a few meters, the enormous hoof of the stegosaurus crashed down at the very spot Owen had occupied, producing a resounding thud. Liao Xing dared not look back, gripping the handlebars tightly as he swiftly fled on his motorcycle. His mind was nearly a blank canvas until Helena's hoarse electronic voice pulled him back to reality. "Liao, Liao, it has long ceased its pursuit." Trembling with residual fear, Liao Xing turned to see the stegosaurus reduced to a mere speck in the distance, standing stationary and issuing a menacing roar. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at the bewildered Owen. "Professor, are you all right?" Cough, cough. "This reptile exhibits an exceptionally aggressive demeanor," he heard Owen mumble, disheveled and sprawled across his seat. Unlike the domesticated buffalo, which would have fled at the first hint of danger, they instinctively gather together. This is contingent upon their social structure. Owen, Liao Xing, both furious and exasperated, slapped his shoulder, jolting him from his reverie. "You nearly put us all in peril. Do you comprehend the repercussions of your reckless actions? I thought they would behave like the cattle I observed earlier." Owen stammered, having lost the detached demeanor of a scholar, resembling a chastened child. "In my field studies, they typically only feign threats. This is a bona fide wild environment, teeming with wildlife," Liao Xing admonished, venting the pent-up frustration he had long harbored. "Our ancestors knew nothing of these creatures' true nature, and your foolhardiness nearly cost us our lives." Owen attempted to respond, but could only lower his gaze. "I'm sorry," he said. "This time, I truly misjudged. I regret the consequences of my actions. Precisely for this reason, I did not wish to select an era with large animals." The young man continued to express his dissatisfaction. "Any creature here could easily trample us. We are here to conduct research, not to serve as their meal. Do you understand?" At that moment, Owen, resembling a wilted plant, nodded in acknowledgement. Observing his demeanor, Liao Xing's ire began to dissipate. "From now on, any plans must be discussed with me. You must never act alone. There won't be a next time." He lifted Helena gently, casting a tender glance at her. "Let time and space allow her to rest. We shall return tomorrow. It is far too perilous to remain here. The sky at this moment is not cleared by the recent rain but is instead shrouded in a veil of gray, with distant rumbles of thunder emanating from the clouds, heralding the approach of a storm." Chapter 9. The premature end. As dusk descends, thick clouds continue to obscure the sky, showing no signs of clearing. Accompanied by rolling thunder, droplets of rain begin to patter against the plasma-tense barrier, swiftly transforming from sporadic taps to a cacophony of sound. Liao Xing sits beside the fire pit under the tent, charging Helena, who rests in his arms, while monitoring her condition. The engine overload seems to render her state less than optimal. Opposite him, Owen, wrapped in a towel blanket and cradling a cup of instant coffee, gazes into the flickering flames, his hollow eyes reflecting the crackling firelight. Since the attack by the Stegosaurus, an invisible barrier seems to have formed between them. An unseen, yet suffocating silence enveloping the atmosphere. 30 years prior, I ventured to East Africa to participate in the African savanna elephant breeding program, aiming to rejuvenate the last captive population of the long-nosed order that had not yet succumbed to extinction. Owen was the first to break the silence. He glanced at the taciturn Liao Xing before continuing to speak. In the documentary, the savanna, which nurtured numerous species, had mostly transformed into a barren gray-yellow desert. Upon our arrival at the sanctuary, even the gentle rustle of the wind through the grass was a novel and exhilarating experience for us. We were not only attempting to breed the remaining African elephants, but also striving to save other species still present in the savanna at the time: striped hyenas, blackbucks, zebras. The initial years of the program proceeded smoothly. A recent incursion had just passed, and much data regarding the breeding of large animals was lacking, yet we persevered. The natural individuals held in captivity were of advanced age and unsuitable for natural mating, so we extracted their stem cells and gametes, sending them to the laboratory for cultivation. The numerous offspring born in artificial wombs once led us to believe that the revival of the ecosystem was within reach. Watching the newborns frolic in the nursery of the sanctuary, we felt certain of our success. Even ambitiously aspiring to reconstruct populations of the recently extinct black rhinoceros and East African lion. Owen sighed. That must have been the pinnacle of scientific research teams. Why did it fail? Liao Xing regarded Owen, and for the first time, he sensed a profound sincerity emanating from this seemingly impervious old man. Perhaps it was a genetic defect, or possibly a flaw in the nurturing process. These juvenile creatures, upon reaching maturity, exhibited extreme emotional instability, manifesting severe stress responses to their external environment. When we endeavored to relocate these young animals to external habitats, an unprecedented outbreak of virulent diseases occurred within their groups, resulting in the demise of numerous young individuals. The survivors wandered aimlessly within their enclosures, their heads bowed, howling in a manner utterly distinct from their naturally reared counterparts, rendering communication among them a challenge, let alone the prospect of expanding their population. Owen gazed at the crackling flames, seemingly attuned to the sound of his past aspirations shattering alongside those malformed beings. When the last of the indigenous prairie elephants passed away, the breeding program for African elephants was similarly thwarted. Subsequently, various nations established reserves, yet at that juncture, the population had already diminished significantly, and researchers possessing relevant knowledge were nearly non-existent, with few individuals earnestly exploring the reconstruction of ecosystems. Compounded by two catastrophic events that resulted in the loss of substantial biological material and pertinent data, most breeding initiatives ultimately faltered. From that point onward, I resolved to learn from my missteps, commencing anew with a thorough review of all available literature on animal behavior and ecology, even delving into paleontology and natural history. However, when I finally obtained even a mere theoretical framework, in hopes of rectifying the regrets of the past, the capital-driven magnates had already thoroughly commercialized their biological exhibitions. Those canines, begging for human sympathy, and the grinning apes in clothing bore no resemblance to their original forms, reduced to mere entertainers. In the flickering glow of the fire, Liao Xing noticed a spark illuminating Owen's eyes. Liao Xing, this journey presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These invaluable creatures represent a chance to rectify not only my past mistakes but also the collective transgressions of humanity against nature. It may very well be our final opportunity. I deeply regret my previous harsh words towards you, but I cannot bear the thought of seeing these pure prehistoric treasures entrusted to mercenary traders and their unscrupulous organizations, relegated to mere specimens and spectacles for so-called biological exhibitions. Liao Xing found himself momentarily speechless, never having contemplated such far-reaching implications. His sole intention in seeking out Owen was to ensure the survival of these beings, hoping to leverage the professor's connections to find a suitable sanctuary. Yet, at this moment, he suddenly felt an intangible burden weighing heavily upon him, making it difficult to breathe. You saved this old fool's life. I have been excessively arrogant, overly zealous, and rash. I lost the reverence that nature deserves, and thus I faced retribution. But you are different, my child. You harbor empathy and still possess an instinctive reverence for nature, a realization you may not fully grasp, yet it is of paramount importance. Owen's voice was soft, yet each word was distinctly articulated. I shall no longer sway your decision, but I implore you to reconsider, please. He rose and offered a slight bow to Liao Xing. Thank you for bringing me on this journey, one that I shall cherish for a lifetime. Watching him return to his tent, Liao Xing sighed, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts, and he reached for Helena nestled in his arms. Liao, you should understand now. He observed the long-dormant screen of Helena flicker to life, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds from the device. Do you comprehend now what I meant by an entirely new, profoundly significant possibility? Chapter 10, The Dark Titan. Professor, awaken. The young man's call roused Owen from his slumber, and he swiftly sat up. Rubbing his bleary eyes, grasping his phone, the illuminated screen revealed it was 5:32 a.m., just as he was about to inquire what had transpired. A series of roars echoed from the wilderness. He jolted upright, hastily extricating himself from his sleeping bag and donning his jacket. What is happening? I too was just stirred by that roar, Liao Xing replied, appearing remarkably alert. I have given your proposal some thought, Professor. It is indeed worth considering, and I agree to remain here a while longer. However, regarding the funding for activities, the venue, and my living necessities, no problem, leave it to me. Owen promptly thumped his chest, casting aside the gloom of the previous night, exuding an invigorated spirit, his excitement beyond words. So, shall we hasten our departure from this area? We intend to investigate the occurrences and, if feasible, conduct species collection. Helena, suspended in midair, observed a satellite positioning map displayed on the screen. I have pinpointed their location through thermal detection, and we are ready to embark at any moment. After a night of torrential rain, the warmth caused by evaporation enveloped the entire plain and forest in a dense mist. A battered stegosaurus, panicked, emerged from the fog, frantically fleeing across the wilderness like a headless fly, while heavy breathing and the sound of relentless footsteps resembling raindrops echoed behind it through the murky haze. Isolated from its herd, the stegosaurus appeared helpless without the protection of its kind. Soon, a piercing scream resonated as a ghastly wound appeared on its side. In sheer terror, it halted, desperately swinging its spiked tail in an attempt to defend itself, the bony plates on its back clattering with each movement. Meanwhile, its assailants had retreated into the surrounding fog, emitting sharp roars and hissing sounds. As the sun broke through the clouds, dispersing the thick morning mist, Liao Xing and Owen finally beheld the attackers that had been locked in a standoff with the stegosaurus for nearly an hour, a pack of bipedal, robust carnivores, one of which was particularly large, adorned with a coat of earthy yellow scales marked with gray stripes. The smaller carnivores were golden in hue, displaying greater agility than their larger counterpart, occasionally darting forward to inflict wounds before swiftly retreating from the sweeping tail back to their group. The stegosaurus was now drenched in blood, transforming the muddy ground into a horrifying shade of deep crimson. There are 5 in total. These carnivores are likely Allosaurus, Owen noted, observing through binoculars with his left hand while swiftly sketching on his notebook with his right, explaining to Liao Xing. Fossilized remains of this carnivore had been discovered in abundance at the Lloyd Quarry in Cleveland, North America, leading some scholars to suggest that Allosaurus would operate in packs. They are indeed proving this now. See how the agile young individuals harass and wear down the prey, while the lone adult seizes the opportunity to strike decisively. He couldn't help but marvel at witnessing a scene that had been deduced by predecessors from mere bones. It felt truly extraordinary. The stegosaurus, its once raised tail now drooping weakly, was drained of energy from prolonged fear and excessive blood loss. In a moment of panic, it glanced at the adult Allosaurus and suddenly charged towards it. The adult Allosaurus effortlessly sidestepped, and the stegosaurus, instead of continuing the pursuit, made a desperate escape towards the forest, which was now coming into view. Has it driven off the adult Allosaurus? Liao Xing watched intently as the bleeding stegosaurus broke free, his heart racing at the vivid scene before him. No, I believe the adult Allosaurus allowed it to escape. There is no need to risk injury for the futile struggle of a weakened prey. Carnivorous beasts in the wild are inherently cautious, Owen remarked, clicking his tongue. Moreover, an injured stegosaurus could hardly outpace those youthful hunters. As the stegosaurus chose flight over retaliation, the agile young Allosauruses surged forward, deftly evading the creature's desperate charges while their jaws gaped wide. They lunged forward with their necks, tearing bloody chunks of flesh from the flanks of the stegosaurus, swallowing them whole as they continued their pursuit. The poor stegosaurus managed only a few dozen steps before its forelegs faltered, and its massive body collapsed into the muddy ground, never to rise again. Fear and excessive blood loss proved fatal. This hunt marked not merely the conclusion of a battle, but the inception of a new conflict. The moment the Stegosaurus fell, the young Allosauruses pounced, revealing their sharp teeth as they swiftly ripped into the quivering belly of the fallen creature, tearing away large strips of skin and muscle to fill their mouths, swallowing hungrily. The adult Allosauruses strode forward, emitting a series of thunderous roars, while the younger ones continued to gulp down morsels until the adults had moved several meters away, prompting them to finally look up and flee. One young Allosaurus, unable to evade, was caught by the tail and the jaws of an adult, letting out a piercing wail. The adult swung its neck, slamming the young one to the ground, splashing a torrent of mud, before sinking its teeth into its back, leaving a ghastly wound. Oh! The leader will punish any act it perceives as a challenge to its dominance. How intriguing. Owen hastily noted this down with his pencil. Just as the young Allosaurus wriggled free from beneath the adult, disregarding the mud and blood that coated its body, fleeing rapidly while emitting terrified screams. One could hear the sickening sounds of tearing flesh and cracking bones from afar, as if this creature had never tasted food before. Upon hearing Liao Xing's words, Owen furrowed his brow and lifted his binoculars, realizing something was amiss. According to the records, in the grasslands, animals that do not occupy the apex predator position consume their prey in such a voracious manner only when threatened, like cheetahs and African wild dogs. Are you suggesting, Liao Xing swallowed, that it fears its catch being stolen? What kind of formidable carnivore could possibly threaten a group of such massive Allosauruses? Owen lowered his binoculars, preparing to continue his notes when a hoarse, piercing roar echoed across the plains. The adult Allosauruses became alarmed, halting their feast on the carcass's entrails, and instead grabbed the foreleg of the Stegosaurus, attempting to drag it away. Meanwhile, the juvenile Allosauruses lifted their bodies, tense and restless, glancing anxiously around. The binoculars panned towards the distant horizon, where a figure emerged at the edge of the earth and sky, approaching the Allosauruses and their hard-won prize at a leisurely pace. Its imposing figure gradually became discernible against the warped earth, distorted by the rising heat. Covered in black scales, it was evident from a distance that its torso towered over that of an adult Allosaurus by a factor of 2. Unlike the brown eye sockets of the Allosaurus, its own were a vivid crimson, adorned with red stripes that spread from its crown, reminiscent of the war paint of Maori warriors, and accentuated by pronounced brow ridges akin to a blood-drenched crown. Is this a larger Allosaurus? Liao Xing inquired. The coloration differs. Is it a matter of sexual dimorphism? No, there may be some truth to that, but it is difficult to ascertain. Owen smacked his lips. During this epoch, North America hosted numerous larger theropods than the Allosaurus. It could be a different subspecies, or perhaps an iguanodon, or... Before Owen could finish his thought, his attention was drawn back to the uninvited guest, now perilously close to the Allosaurus herd. The adult Allosaurus was unable to drag the entire carcass far, anxiously regarding the encroaching foe. It then elevated its body, its tail propped against the ground like that of a kangaroo, emitting a piercing shriek. The black giant did not halt. Rather, it quickened its pace. The adult Allosaurus ceased its futile display of bravado, lowering its head and hastily retreating from the corpse. Meanwhile, the younger members observed the scene from a distance. As the adult Allosaurus fled, they too rushed toward their elder. Watching the black giant lower its head to begin tearing into the carcass, Owen picked up his pencil once more, swiftly sketching the intruder in his notebook. He pondered. Do you have any insights regarding the classification of this predator? I observed as Helena gazed upon the colossal beast, seamlessly interjecting that it could possibly be a Deinosuchus. According to my measurements, the remains of this Stegosaurus are approximately 7 meters in length, comparable to that of an adult Allosaurus. While this predator's physique far exceeds that of the carcass, the database indicates that Deinosuchus was one of the few large carnivorous animals eligible in North America at that time. Before we can substantiate this claim, it remains a plausible explanation, Owen replied while jotting down notes. However, this seems rather coincidental. One must consider that, according to recorded footage, even in the vast African savannas teeming with large carnivorous fauna, encountering a lion and subsequently spotting a leopard or wild dog in the same vicinity within a short span is highly unlikely. I suspect this has been premeditated. This great beast has been trailing them like a vulture larger than a lion, with the intent to seize its prey. Yet, why would such a massive creature resort to scavenging? Unlike the Allosaurus, the Deinosuchus did not voraciously tear into the carcass. Rather, it deliberately angled its head, using its lateral teeth to slowly rend the most tender abdominal cavity of the stegosaurus. Even so, after merely a few bites, it began to shake its head and roar, baring its teeth. What could be the matter? Owen furrowed his brow. The behavior of this reptile is quite unusual. I mean, tearing and swallowing whole is typical for reptiles. But why is it gnawing like a feline? Who knows? Liao Xing shrugged, stretching his stiff shoulders. Perhaps it has a dental issue, making feeding difficult. From my observations, this carnivore seems to deliberately avoid allowing the anterior portion of its snout to contact the carcass. Allow me to project an enlarged image for you. Helena activated the optical projector, revealing that the anterior section of the Deinosuchus's snout appeared swollen. Liao Xing couldn't help but recall the expression of a dog's face after being stung by a wasp. Oral infection? Owen habitually smacked his lips, then revealed a mischievous grin. He retrieved a silver canister from his backpack, emblazoned with a skull insignia encircled in red. Do you know what this is? Before Liao Xing could respond, he provided the answer, a recently developed cholinesterase aerosol, capable of incapacitating any life form for up to 5 minutes. A nod to Jurassic Park. No. Liao Xing raised his hand in a cross gesture, resolute in his stance. We will not act as dentists for this massive dinosaur. Chapter 11. The Dark Titan. Liao Xing stood frozen in place, his heartbeat quickening, his breath nearly ceasing involuntarily. Before him lay the colossal Deinosuchus, its massive form sprawled nearby. At that moment, it rested on its side, the rise and fall of its abdomen creating a thunderous rumble within. Its emerald green eyes, devoid of anger, were wide open. The pupils dilated, evidence that it had succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive inhalation of cholinesterase fumes. Owen, grasping a pair of pliers, was aided by Helena as they utilized a jack from the motorcycle storage box to elevate the creature's upper jaw, inspecting the inflamed area of its maw. He gently squeezed the injured gums with the pliers, releasing a foul, yellowish pus. Resisting the urge to retch, Owen spritzed a quick spray of alcohol and then inserted the pliers into the sizable wound, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With a sharp pop, the pliers extracted a chunk of yellow-brown tooth fragment. Had it fractured its own tooth? Owen discarded the fragment onto the ground, urgency overtaking him. The Deinosuchus would not remain in slumber for long, and he needed to expeditiously clear the wound of foreign matter. Let me see what you've bitten into. He again plunged the pliers into the wound, gradually probing as a viscous, blood-tinged fluid streamed out, soaking his sleeves. Yet, Owen gritted his teeth, and moments later, with a squelching sound, the pliers clutched a foreign object the size of an adult fist, resembling a stone but encased in a layer of keratin. Owen squinted, discerning its nature. It was a piece of carapace, originating from the ossified shell of an animal. Suddenly, Liao Xing seized Owen, yanking him away from the massive jaws. In the next instant, the Deinosuchus's enormous head lifted independently, emitting a heavy hiss from its throat. It has awakened. Owen was drenched in cold sweat. He had set an alarm for 4 minutes, just in case, yet the beast had roused much earlier than anticipated. I was just staring into its eyes. They blinked and suddenly focused on you. Liao Xing gasped for breath. Who knows how their metabolic system operates? As the two swiftly distanced themselves, the Deinosuchus wobbled. Shifting its posture, the effects of the anesthesia were still lingering. It lay on the ground, mouth agape, breathing heavily. Liao Xing could see its purplish tongue constantly probing out, licking its swollen lips. Owen sighed, shaking the tools smeared with pus and saliva, regretfully shaking his head. We should leave. I apologize, this time I. Wait. Liao Xing pressed his hand against Owen, pointing at the Deinosuchus, which was now tilting its head to observe the ground littered with pus and fragments of teeth and bone. The great beast lifted its head again, its prominent brow and keen eyes fixed intently upon the two. Under the watchful gaze of such a colossal beast, the two individuals felt an involuntary chill creep down their spines. It was. Owen widened his eyes, incredulously staring at the Giganotosaurus. Perhaps it was observing us. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The gigantic creature unexpectedly settled down, lowered its head to the ground, and voluntarily opened its massive jaws, emitting a series of short, deep clucks from its throat. Unlike the menacing roars that signified threat, these clucks resonated with a soothing steadiness, lacking any indication of danger. Before Owen and Liao Xing could react, two small creatures sprang forth from the nearby ferns, bouncing excitedly. Their bodies were adorned with feathers, their backs were a rich brown, while their chests and abdomens were embellished with black stripes and white fluff. Waving their long tails, they approached the Giganotosaurus's gaping maw, tilted their heads to examine it, and then boldly leaped inside. The Giganotosaurus squinted its eyes but did not close its jaws. The two small creatures hopped about between the cavernous mouth and sharp teeth, stretching their necks to peck at the morsels of flesh and congealed blood trapped in the crevices. Unbelievable. This is, Owen's lips trembled, a symbiotic relationship, akin to that of the cleaner wrasse and the grouper. These small creatures were assisting the Giganotosaurus in cleaning its wounds. Could it be possible? Liao Xing gasped, articulating a notion so absurd that even he found it hard to believe. It perceives us as cleaners? In apparent agreement with Liao Xing's hypothesis, the Giganotosaurus, feeling the persistent agony in its gums, emitted a low, hissing growl. The two small dinosaurs quickly darted out of the massive jaws, fleeing without a backward glance. As they vanished into the ferns, the beast raised its head once more, producing a deep, resonant clucking sound directed at the two men. No, this is not right. Owen hesitated, then shook his head. My spray is running low. We cannot afford such risks. We should leave. Liao Xing remained silent. And Owen, observing him gritting his teeth, was about to continue his persuasion when the young man uttered words that defied all logic. I will clean its wounds. Have you lost your mind? Owen stared in astonishment at the young man before him. Even the wild herbivores on the ground exhibit unpredictable behavior. What more can be said of the largest carnivore on this continent that stands before us? This could also be an opportunity. Liao Xing took a deep breath, articulating each word as if he were uncertain. This creature now permits us to approach. My hands and feet are more agile. If you direct me through the camera while I tend to its wounds. This is sheer folly. Owen shook his head in disbelief. There is an adage we have. One cannot catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den. Liao Xing inhaled deeply, taking the initiative to grasp the pliers and disinfectant spray. Owen observed the glimmer of determination in the young man's eyes. Large carnivores are already sparsely distributed in the wild. I cannot simply relinquish this rare opportunity to encounter the black tiger. Helena, standing by, refrained from uttering much. She extended two mechanical tentacles from her base, resting them upon Liao Xing's back, akin to a backpack. Just in case, one could never predict when my propulsion system might be needed. Owen intended to voice further thoughts, but shook his head decisively, nodding resolutely. You reckless child, I shall do everything within my power to assist you. But you must ensure your safe return. Liao Xing nodded, bending forward to gradually approach the awaiting predatory lizard king. As he drew nearer, he caught the distinctive scent emanating from the carnivore. His heartbeat quickened, and his throat grew parched, compelling him to swallow repeatedly. As he neared the gaping maw of the predator, he felt the beast's breath. The heat and foul odor assailed him, provoking an involuntary cough. Behind him, Helena emitted two beams of light, illuminating the interior of the creature's mouth, revealing that the gums surrounding the wound had begun to blacken. Steeling himself, he directed Helena's optical lens towards the injury, transmitting the image to Professor Owen, who held a tablet device. There are 3 locations I have already cleaned the left side. Only the 2 on the right remain. Owen's voice resonated from Helena's speaker. First, cleanse the pus with alcohol. It may struggle in pain, so be prepared for a swift retreat. Liao Xing grasped the alcohol spray, cautiously applying a mist to the injured gums. The lizard king emitted a low gurgle from its throat, but made no further movement. Liao Xing steadied himself, inserting the forceps into the wound. Despite his hands being smeared with pus and saliva, he felt a sizable object lodged firmly at the root of a tooth. Professor Liao Xing whispered, "There is a thorn here." "All right, grip the thickest base tightly and attempt to extract it in one motion," Owen instructed. "If we fail, I do not believe it will grant us a second chance." Liao Xing slowly clamped the base of the thorn with the forceps. As he began to pull it out, the thorn started to rotate uncontrollably within the wound. He heard the lizard king emit a terrifying hiss from its throat, gritting his teeth. Liao Xing exerted force to withdraw the forceps from the injury. Enraged by the pain, the creature's pupils dilated sharply, its hiss transforming into a ferocious, growling snarl. Yet it kept its mouth agape. Liao Xing, drenched in sweat, quickly stepped back a few paces, while Helena extended her tentacles, crackling with electricity. He discarded the extracted bone spur, measuring the length of his palm, onto the ground before the lizard king. The creature turned its head to regard the pus-stained spur, licking at the oozing wound, and snorted in displeasure, seemingly blaming him for his clumsiness. then opened its mouth widely once more, awaiting further attention. "All right, steady yourself." Liao Xing wiped his brow and stepped forward again, employing the same method to extract the final foreign object from the wound, which turned out to be a shattered tooth and several fragments the size of fingers. During this period, the carnivorous lizard king displayed its teeth, letting out a series of monstrous howls, yet it refrained from launching an attack. After all was said and done, Liao Xing slowly rose to his feet and departed step by step. The lizard king's emerald gaze remained fixed upon him until he had retreated a good 10 meters, at which point it cautiously stood up, slightly unsteady, as if still affected by the anesthetic mist. Subsequently, it turned to face the corpse of a stegosaurus, tentatively biting into it. Upon realizing that the sharp pain in its teeth had considerably diminished, it began to ravenously tear into the flesh and bone before it. "Oh." Liao Xing exhaled a sigh of relief as he returned to Owen's side. Owen leaned in, grasping Liao Xing's arm to take a look, shaking his head in disbelief. "Incredible. This carnivore, its behavior defies all existing academic explanations. There is nothing to be overly afraid of." Liao Xing feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders. Though his back was already damp with sweat, he rummaged through his wet pocket, retrieving fragments of teeth and foreign objects extracted from the wound. "Look. I even brought back some souvenirs." Chapter 12. The Dark Titan. Kronos strode across the plain composed of broadleaf ferns and horsetails, while not far behind, Liao Xing maneuvered his motorcycle, following as quietly as possible, with Owen beside him, rapidly sketching in his notebook with a pencil. Kronos was the name Owen had given to this lizard king, inspired by a legendary titan from Greek mythology. Liao Xing had no objections. As they drew nearer to the colossal beast, its overwhelming presence truly lived up to the title of giant. After 2.5 hours, they had traversed nearly 11 kilometers. Owen glanced at his tablet. It's about what I expected. It will most likely only wander along the forest's edge, not venturing deep into the woods." This was in stark contrast to the Ceratosaurus they had encountered initially. With such a fearsome creature nearby, "I would also prefer to be a hermit, avoiding any encounters," Liao Xing quipped. "There are indeed those unafraid of it," Owen retorted. "Our two little friends willingly acted as its dentists, didn't they?" He referred to the two small dinosaurs that had previously assisted Kronos with its dental cleaning. Liao Xing, with Helena's guidance, accurately pinpointed their location and captured both in a single net, an unexpected bonus. At this moment, the sun had ascended to its zenith, mercilessly casting scorching rays upon the earth. As Kronos' figure gradually descended, the two approached and finally discerned that the massive beast had led them to a basin, at the center of which lay a pool formed by rainwater. A multitude of animals gathered around, drawn by the intense heat in search of water. The colossal sauropods moved like mountains, each step leaving behind a rapidly filling pit of muddy water. The striking dorsal plates of the stegosaurids glimmered under the sun, their brilliance particularly captivating, eliciting a mix of greedy yet helpless gazes from the allosaurids congregated by the pond. Had they not been solitary, the defensive formation of the stegosaurids would have been nearly insurmountable. In this oasis of thirst, Owen's eyes sparkled as he rapidly flipped through a tablet, presenting an image to Liao Xing. The backdrop was an endless expanse of golden savanna, teeming with diverse creatures by the waterhole: antelopes, zebras, ostriches, and even elephants. "I could hardly fathom that I would witness such a scene come to life before my very eyes." Owen's eyes glistened with emotion as he murmured softly. As a few pterosaurs emitted piercing cries upon the arrival of Kronos, the previously tranquil drinking dinosaurs stirred restlessly. The stegosaurids lifted their heads, their dorsal plates creating a rhythmic clattering. The enormous sauropods slowly raised their long necks, all turning their gazes toward the approaching black giant. Meanwhile, the allosaurids grew anxious, fleeing the pond in haste as if chased by the Grim Reaper. Kronos remained remarkably composed. As it approached the herd, the closest sauropods, even larger than itself, instinctively parted to create a pathway, momentarily clearing a space at the congested drinking site. Kronos sauntered past the massive sauropods and bent down to drink deeply from the water's edge. "Ah, this is a far cry from the treatment received by dentists." Liao Xing observed this scene, suddenly sensing an underlying order maintaining balance in this prehistoric wilderness. "Is this what they call the natural law?" he pondered. "Look, our Kronos is the apex predator of this land." Owen swiftly pulled out a notebook, sketching furiously while pointing at the herd before them, resembling a shepherd praising his dog for managing the flock. "See, Those allosaurids have already departed, just as the records describe how leopards avoid lions. For these herbivores, it was evidently more reassuring to huddle together than to scatter in panic. During this time, Liao Xing remained industrious, grabbing his net and launcher. Not far off, perched on a protruding tree stump, a few pterosaurs rested in a group. Unlike the pterosaurs encountered in the Triassic, these were adorned with short gray-white fur, lacking long tails, and boasted prominent crests atop their slender, chopstick-like beaks. As Liao Xing's net successfully ensnared its target, ready to claim his prize, Helena suddenly sensed something amiss. Emitting a series of urgent beeps in Liao Xing's ear, he turned to see a juvenile allosaur lurking nearby, its towering figure concealed in the shadow of a jagged rock, stealthily attempting to approach him. Before Liao Xing could react, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the peculiar theropod to suddenly rise in alarm, its nostrils flaring with intensity. Its eyes, filled with terror, locked onto Liao Xing as if it had encountered the Grim Reaper, before it turned and fled. What is happening? Startled and bewildered by the creature's bizarre behavior, Liao Xing grasped the containment chamber receiver, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Without further delay, he secured the pterosaurs ensnared in the net into the containment chamber. Upon his return to the side of the trailer motorcycle, Owen eagerly approached him. "Come quickly. I've discovered something quite intriguing. I don't believe it poses any danger." Meanwhile, at the valley's bottom, Kronos lay languidly beside a water pool, nestled in a mound of soft sand swollen from the rain. It writhed its body, allowing the cool, fine grains to cover as much of its surface as possible, providing a fleeting moment of solace from the searing heat of the Jurassic sun that had left its skin stinging. Observing the lush green ferns before him, Liao Xing furrowed his brow and glanced at Owen. This marked the third time he had looked towards the spot Owen indicated, where it appeared nothing but the verdant ferns thrived. "Are you suggesting I mark the bombing point with a red circle?" he inquired. "Oh dear," Owen exclaimed, tapping his forehead, wishing he could leap from the vehicle to point it out himself. "Here I come." Helena's optical lens flickered momentarily, transmitting thermal signals across the display. Before him, amidst a patch of ferns radiating a blue-white temperature, there emerged a cluster that appeared orange-yellow on the screen, which signified. He lifted his gaze, squinting to scrutinize the anomalous ferns once more. It was evident that the shadows there were slightly unusual. They were not mere shadows, but rather black protrusions, concealing rows of spines hidden within the ferns. His gaze descended, and Liao Xing finally discerned its approximate shape, differing subtly in color from its surroundings. Compared to the colossal beasts that often surpassed 5 meters in length, this creature was evidently a diminutive one. Its back was a mottled yellow-green, adorned with black and yellow spines, blending seamlessly with the ferns. An armored reptile. Through skeletal imaging, it appeared to be a notosaurid dinosaur. Owen murmured, simultaneously retrieving his notebook to document the findings. "Of course, I cannot ascertain the exact species. During this epoch in North America, both the Ankylosaurus and the Zeniceratops were discovered. If its ecological niche resembles that of a rhinoceros, it may attack intruders within its territory. However, it currently seems to embody the ecological role of a porcupine, likely opting for flight or defense. Well, I shall trust you this once." Liao Xing inhaled deeply, gradually approaching the armored dinosaur that only revealed its back. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. As he drew near, the armored creature remained perfectly still. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this armored dinosaur lay nestled in a small pit, its nostrils raised to breathe. Liao Xing's presence prompted the creature to burrow deeper into the pit, revealing its small, dark eyes for observation. "Oh, what an adorable little thing," Helena exclaimed. "It appears you are a small porcupine clad in armor. It cannot be this simple, can it?" Liao Xing produced the containment unit receiver, incredulously aiming it at the armored dinosaur before him. Remarkably, the creature showed no inclination to flee as it was drawn into the containment space. Liao Xing cast an incredulous glance at Owen, seemingly in need of a rational explanation to soothe himself. Meanwhile, a flabbergasted Owen stammered, "Well, it's just wild animals in nature." He paused. "Their behavior is unpredictable." Chapter 13. The barbarian King Torvosaurus. Before dawn, the night was waning. The entire world lay enveloped in a shroud of gray silence. The nocturnal insects beginning to rest, while the diurnal cicadas had yet to awaken, creating a brief and eerie tranquility within the forest. On the beast path nestled between the towering Morrison tree ferns and the Jurassic ginkgo, a procession of Stegosaurus moved along the route in an orderly fashion. Occasionally, Small creatures emerged from the ferns on either side, cautiously observing before silently trailing behind the stegosaurus. The large dinosaurs paid little mind to these keen-sensed animals, which, in fact, provided essential alertness. This group consisted of females and subadult males of various ages, led by an elderly female. Though the passage of time had rendered her once muscular skin gaunt and wrinkled, her decades of accumulated wisdom made her an indispensable guide for the herd. In recent weeks, abundant rainfall from the west had coaxed new shoots from the formerly parched vegetation of the plains, signaling the arrival of the rainy season in the Morrison region. With an abundance of food, various herbivorous species simultaneously entered their breeding season. This phenomenon would inevitably attract ravenous predatory bands, drawn by the large gatherings of herbivores during the day. Nighttime excursions posed peril for the stegosaurus as well, aside from their poor night vision, which made it challenging to detect pitfalls obscured by foliage. The lurking Coinosaurus, akin to phantoms in the dark, would seize the cover of night to ambush the weaker members of the group. The old stegosaurus chose to lead her herd during the early dawn, not only to evade the gaze of large daytime predators, but also to avoid the scorching sun and the vexing mosquitoes. The plentiful rainfall had created puddles across the plains, fostering a boom in the breeding of blood-sucking mosquitoes. When the sun illuminated the earth, these tiny vampires would emerge, ready to feast upon the colossal beasts. Among the herd, the only two males walked side by side. Their dorsal plates, still adorned in hues of dark green and brown, had begun to show a few scattered red spots, an emblematic feature of male stegosaurus during the breeding season. While the adult males used their vibrant plates to attract mates, these two youths remained oblivious to the nuances of courtship, instead pushing and shoving each other to release what seemed like boundless youthful energy. Annoyed, the elder stegosaurus let out a loud snort, urging them to quiet down. Although dawn was a time when most creatures rested, the seasoned stegosaurus remained vigilant. Once the raucous brothers settled down, she raised her elongated head, inhaling the faint traces of moisture in the air. Subsequently, she altered her course, guiding the herd toward the source of the humidity. Half an hour later, the stegosaurus herd arrived at a tranquil pond adjacent to a wooded area. The dawn-lit pond exuded a serene stillness, interrupted only by a few plump frogs lounging on floating logs. The old stegosaurus lifted her head to sniff the air, confirming the surroundings were safe before approaching the pond for a drink. The herd members, parched after a night without water, eagerly trotted forward to quench their thirst. Meanwhile, the small animals trailing the stegosaurus began to reveal themselves in the gradually brightening light. Most were quadrupedal, their rotund bodies supported by sturdy limbs. Later named by scholars as Camptosaurus, meaning bending lizard, they embodied the quintessential image of ornithischian dinosaurs. Amidst the throng, several diminutive dinosaurs, known as Dryosaurus, adorned in vibrant hues of green and brown, frolicked energetically, exhibiting a vivacity that starkly contrasted with the more somber Apatosaurus. Like children unable to contain their exuberance, they leapt playfully among the herd. The elder Stegosaurus, having quenched its thirst, lifted its head towards the distant plains, where, after a mere few days' journey, they would return to their breeding grounds, a place to encounter new mates and nurture fresh offspring. The gradually illuminating gray-blue light began to spill over the eastern horizon, casting its glow upon the dense, shadowy jungle. The elder Stegosaurus, with its murky eyes, observed as the radiance spread from the grasslands to a nearby muddy pool, then to the clusters of shrubs beyond. As the light filtered through the thickets, it revealed a massive silhouette lurking within the branches. The elder Stegosaurus became alert, its dorsal plates rattling softly in a tense arrangement along its spine, a sound that silenced the lively herd in an instant. Narrowing its eyes, it detected no scent of predators. Perhaps it was merely a rock. Yet, the rock seemed aware of the scrutinizing gaze upon it, as its colossal form began to stir, snapping branches with a crackling sound. The cracked clay upon its body shed in fragments as it brushed against the limbs, revealing reddish-brown stripes under the feeble light. A row of chilling white teeth emerged, followed by the outline of an enormous head. This sight sent a jolt of tension through the elder Stegosaurus, and the plates along its back resumed their rapid clatter. Its walnut-sized brain recalled this rare carnivorous behemoth, a creature later known as Allosaurus. As one of the apex predators of the late Jurassic Morrison Formation, Allosaurus was far less common than the pack-hunting Allosaurus, often encountered only after years of absence. However, Allosaurus was more adept at hunting in the jungle, its razor-sharp teeth capable of not only tearing through flesh, but also shattering armor and bone. The elder Stegosaurus recalled a misfortunate kin from its youth, whose skull had been crushed in a brutal attack, leaving it lifeless on the spot. Before it now stood an unusually formidable specimen, larger than any Allosaurus it had previously seen. The elder Stegosaurus's anxiety rapidly permeated the herd, most of which had never laid eyes on such a predator. Instinctively, they huddled together, raising their heads in an attempt to warn the approaching Allosaurus. In a moment of decisive instinct, the elder Stegosaurus shook its plates, swiftly turning to plunge into the jungle, seeking to lead its kin to safety. Panic surged through the group, and the agile herbivores reacted first. The Apatosaurus and Dryosaurus shrieked and darted into the darkened foliage. The remaining Stegosaurus hesitated briefly, but as the atmosphere of alarm spread, their orderly formation began to dissolve. The herd near the pond erupted into chaos, hastily following the elder Stegosaurus in its flight. The carnivore narrowed its eyes, a sinister grin creeping across its maw. Subsequently, they advanced with swift steps, occasionally emitting low growls to drive the stegosaurs deeper into the forest. The stegosaurs fled desperately until they encountered a group of Bactrosaurus, which had been drinking water moments earlier. In a state of agitation, the Bactrosaurus spun in place, watching the approaching stegosaurs with terrified cries, yet they did not move an inch. One stegosaurus attempted to break through, only to collide with a sturdy rock wall, letting out a mournful cry before collapsing. A few small creatures, unable to escape in time, were crushed beneath its weight, emitting pitiful wails. The Stegosaurus herd came to an uneasy halt. As their murky eyes adjusted to the surroundings, they realized they were at the bottom of a V-shaped gorge, surrounded by steep rock walls and smooth pebbles. The moss above and the trees they had just fled seemed eerily identical in the dim light. So much so that even the sharp-eyed Dryosaurus failed to notice they had escaped into a dead end. The deep, rumbling growls of the Allosaurus reverberated within the narrow gorge, sounding like a death knell to these herbivores. The Stegosaurus herd grew increasingly agitated, as the confined space left them with no refuge. Several of them bore wounds inflicted by the careless swipes of their own kind's tail spikes. A slightly larger female Stegosaurus shook her plates, raised her tail, and approached the gorge's mouth with a huff, attempting to scare off the carnivorous beast guarding the exit. However, the Allosaurus did not flinch at the intimidation. Instead, it tilted its head and slowly advanced. The female Stegosaurus stomped her feet and turned her body, displaying her vividly colored plates, while her massive tail swung fiercely towards the predator. To her surprise, the Allosaurus sidestepped the attack and, taking advantage of the moment, opened its jaws wide to grasp the raised skeut on her tail, beginning to drag the female Stegosaurus towards the exit as if in a tug-of-war. The female Stegosaurus screamed in terror, twisting her body in a desperate struggle, unable to fathom that her most effective defense had become a deadly shackle. In a critical moment, driven perhaps by a primal instinct for survival, or perhaps due to the sharpness of the Allosaurus's teeth, a large chunk of flesh was torn from her tail as the predator clamped down on her skeut. The female Stegosaurus, now trailing a bloodied tail, returned to the herd, emitting soft whimpers of anguish. This caused the entire assembly of herbivores in the gorge to huddle together in fear. The Allosaurus, with a piece of skin still clinging to its teeth, shook its neck. It was a clever creature. Charging in recklessly now would expose it to the herbivore's deadly tail spikes, despite their inability to evade its own sharp teeth in the confined space. Instead, it lay down with its morsel and began to gnaw, waiting for the oppressively hot sun to illuminate the narrow canyon, which would soon become stifling due to the multitude of animals crammed inside, allowing it to strike when they were at their weakest. As dawn broke, the sky gradually brightened. But for these unfortunate herbivores, this merely meant they could now see their grim reaper more clearly before them. Chapter 14. Caffet. One tea bite, will it? Liao Xing gazed at the round-headed, round-bodied young dragon before him, swallowing nervously as he gradually extended his left hand. The creature stood taller than a human child, moving on four limbs, resembling a miniature version of the colossal beasts he had previously encountered in the jungle, albeit lacking the foul odor associated with them. It blinked its eyes and approached him with curiosity, sniffing the unfamiliar being before it, displaying no signs of resistance. Only when Liao Xing's palm brushed against its plump nose did it emit a low, contented murmur, seemingly reveling in the sensation of being touched. Ah, as expected. Owen. standing nearby, was thoroughly amused, holding several sprigs of tender sago palm shoots and ginkgo branches, enticing a few inquisitive young dragons to come closer. This place served as their sanctuary. There exists a perspective suggesting that massive sauropod dinosaurs, weighing in excess of 10 tons, could not afford to spend extended periods nurturing their offspring while simultaneously securing ample food. Thus, they would lay their eggs in what they deemed safe locations and then depart, leaving the hatchlings in a protected area until they grew large enough to fend for themselves. This explains the congregation of so many younglings without the presence of any adults. Akin to modern sea turtles, these young dragons had never encountered a creature like a human, and thus bore no fear. As he spoke, he waggled the branches, playfully pouting and softly humming. "Come here, little one, have some breakfast. It's a nutritious meal of sago leaves and tender bulrush shoots." For nearly a week, the two had been trailing the carnivorous dinosaur, Kronosaurus. Initially, they observed that Kronos' lifestyle was remarkably laid back, shuttling between the water source and the carcass of a stegosaurus, eating until sated and then dozing off, waking only to gaze vacantly at the distant horizon, a lifestyle that reminded Liao Xing of the leisurely demeanor of the dormitory's gatekeeper back in school. However, beginning yesterday, after replenishing itself at the water source, Kronos deviated from its routine, heading in a specific direction and covering nearly 40 kilometers in a single day. Owen could not help but express his astonishment, marveling at the remarkable endurance of this carnivore, which thrived in such low oxygen conditions. As Kronos settled down to rest yesterday, the duo made camp near its resting spot at the edge of a cypress grove. There, Helena discovered traces of a creature's passage beside a clearing, leading them to uncover the unattended younglings through reverse tracking and thermal scanning. The texture beneath his fingers felt entirely different from that of the rabbit lizard. Liao Xing mused that while the rabbit lizard's delicate scales felt cool to the touch, the young sauropod before him felt akin to leather, its body warm, exhaling gentle puffs of warmth into his palm. They were indeed warm-bodied. Liao Xing looked at Owen in disbelief. "I have always wanted to ask this question, Professor. Aren't they reptiles? I once perused a tome concerning paleontological studies prior to cataclysmic events, which posited that a considerable portion of prehistoric reptiles, including dinosaurs, were endothermic creatures. Fossil dissections revealed that their skeletal structures bore a closer resemblance to avian anatomy than to that of crocodilians." Owen extended a tender branch towards a juvenile sauropod, which sniffed the offering and, with a gaping maw, seized it eagerly, tugging with force. The text also suggested that, in order to achieve a size beyond the reach of predators as swiftly as possible, these hatchlings maintain a heightened metabolic rate during their early life stages. Remarkable. Accompanying such voracious feeding, they can grow from mere kilograms to nearly 500 kilograms by the age of 1, and embark upon a growth spurt encompassing several tons by around the age of 10. In a moment of distraction, the tender branch was wrenched from his grasp, devoured voraciously by the juvenile. This drew the attention of nearby young dragons, who approached with their tiny legs. At that stage, they were far from the adorable creatures they are now. Incredible. The little dinosaur, inching closer to Liao Xing, blinked its pale gray eyelids and turned, extending its neck while emitting chirps towards the branch in Owen's hand, bobbing its head in eager anticipation. I pondered. Owen deftly offered the tender shoots to the ravenous hatchlings while meticulously observing the fern shoots in his hand. Given their evident fondness for these plants, might we also partake? While you gentlemen engage in this delightful TTE, I shall pursue the great beasts. Helena wafted over from the thicket, her voice carrying a note of complaint. Our regal giant appears to be facing an unexpected situation, and a heavyweight championship bout seems imminent. Chapter 15. The true king amidst blood combat of blood. The reddish-brown brute dragon fixated on the massive head protruding from the thicket, swiftly rising to its feet and unleashing a low, hoarse roar. The intruder showed no inclination to retreat, instead advancing directly from the underbrush towards the brute dragon's position. The amber-hued gaze of the brute dragon scanned the mottled patterns adorning its adversary's body, which distorted its form, merging it with the shadows beneath the somber canopy, rendering its outline indistinct. Yet, the tremors resonating from the ground beneath its padded feet instinctively informed it that the newcomer was substantial, possibly even larger than itself. The young brute dragon had never encountered such a foe. Its massive tail writhed anxiously in the air, and a foul mixture of liquid was expelled onto the ground, emitting a pungent odor. This served as a warning. For carnivorous creatures, Excrement laden with potent pheromones conveys significant information about one's physical condition simply through scent. For a vigorous brute dragon, such a scent is often sufficient to deter most blustering challengers. However, for the predatory lizard king, Kronos, defecating in front of another creature within its own territory, exuding such a pungent aroma, is akin to spitting in someone's face in a public setting, a blatant signal of insult. Kronos opened its mighty jaws, unleashing a resounding roar that startled the flocks of pterosaurs resting in the nearby forest. The formidable Morrison Emperor, no longer willing to endure the intrusion, strode forward with determination to confront the intruder. The young and vigorous barbarian dragon met this challenge head-on, fueled by an indomitable spirit, aspiring to conquer and expand its territory. With a thunderous clash, the colossal forms of the two beasts collided, the impact of their combined weight of 6 tons causing the barbarian dragon to falter. Kronos seized the opportunity, its powerful jaws clamping around the dragon's neck. Despite its desperate thrashing, the barbarian dragon found itself ensnared by Kronos's razor-sharp teeth, which pierced its thick scales, rendering it unable to escape. Before the barbarian dragon could gather its wits, Kronos pivoted, forcefully smashing the dragon's head against a massive rock at the mouth of the valley. Kronos, seasoned and astute, understood that swiftly vanquishing such a young and robust opponent of a similar size would be a daunting task. Rather than waste time seeking a quick kill, it opted to inflict severe injury first. With another resounding impact, the barbarian dragon teetered and fell, the violent collision causing a jarring blow to its snout, leaving it momentarily dazed. In a frantic instinct, it rolled onto the ground, lifting its powerful legs to kick out with fervor. This maneuver, learned in its youthful frolics with siblings, had served it well against playful assaults. The muscular thighs propelled forward, catching the unprepared Kronos on its still-healing maw, causing a deep gash that erupted in blood. With a piercing shriek, Kronos recoiled, shaking its head and retreating a few steps. Seizing this precious moment, the barbarian dragon sprang to its feet, aiming for Kronos's wounded snout, knowing that attacking the bleeding area was a tactical advantage. Unprepared, Kronos was caught off guard and bit squarely. The barbarian dragon's robust fangs crunched against the bone of Kronos' snout, but fortunately, the resilient scales near its brow shielded its vital eyes. With legs spread apart, Kronos forcefully slammed its heavy tail down, leveraging its weight to elevate its front body and break free from the barbarian dragon's grip, albeit at the expense of its lips and snout, which were torn open, exposing raw flesh. The barbarian dragon, quick to react, promptly regained its footing. The two colossal beasts collided once more, this time engaging in close combat. Their robust forelimbs swung vigorously, grasping each other's massive bodies, while their sharp claws scraped against thick hides with a cacophony of sounds, sending sprays of crimson into the air. The pairs of jagged jaws, filled with menacing teeth, targeted each other's faces and necks, biting fiercely while emitting a chorus of furious roars, reminiscent of a violent waltz imbued with primal ferocity. The outcome of the confrontation became apparent after several clashes, as Kronos deftly sidestepped the brutish dragon's attempt to bite. It retaliated by seizing its neck, exerting tremendous force to slam its opponent to the ground, creating a curtain of fallen leaves and dust. The battered brutish dragon lay defeated, gasping for breath, its amber eyes wide with terror as they fixated on the imposing Black Emperor before it. Kronos, bloodied yet unyielding, shook off the unknown blood that had splattered into its eyes. It glanced at the brutish dragon's powerful hind legs, then opened its massive jaws to emit a resounding roar. Refraining from launching another attack, instead, it expelled a pungent odor, returning the earlier provocation in kind. The brutish dragon, growling softly, attempted to rise, but its previous arrogance had dissipated, and it slunk backward. Kronos watched as it retreated into the thicket, disdainfully snorting, and made its way toward the pond visited earlier that morning, knowing from experience that wounds caked with saliva and dirt would swell and throb if not treated promptly. Truly, a spectacular display. Owen lay concealed among the ferns at the summit of the V-shaped valley, his hands gripping the camera slick with sweat. Following Helena's guidance, they had arrived early at this location, encountering an unexpected visitor before Kronos. After deliberation, Liao Xing ventured into the valley with a cholinesterase smoke grenade, while Owen remained to document the unfolding events. In this battle, Kronos emerged victorious, leveraging its powerful physique and seasoned combat skills. As the titanic beasts roared and clashed, Owen was gripped by terror, momentarily forgetting to use his portable oxygen device to assist his breathing. Now, with the environment quieting, the relaxation of his nerves brought forth a wave of dizziness from oxygen deprivation. After utilizing the oxygen device for nearly 5 minutes, the symptoms began to ease slightly. Wiping his brow, Owen picked up the camera and proceeded to rendezvous with Liao Xing, guided by the locator's signal. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him. At the valley's base lay a multitude of herbivorous creatures sprawled in disarray, their eyes rolled back, utterly motionless. Helena and Liao Xing were busy collecting the few survivors with a containment net. "Did you use a tranquilizer smoke?" Owen asked, shocked yet feeling a pang of sympathy. As some smaller animals had been trapped beneath the weight of several tons of Stegosaurus, their innards ruptured and lives extinguished. "If we can collect them, why not? Even with some losses, it's better than nothing," Liao Xing replied, a hint of guilt evident in his expression. "If only we had a tranquilizer gun. It would make things easier. Professor, we have gathered such a multitude of specimens, it is not a trivial matter that any small establishment can accommodate. Are you certain that there are no issues with the venue?" "Firstly, anesthetizing these creatures is no simple task," Owen interjected. "Each species possesses a different tolerance to the medication, and operating without specialized knowledge could lead to fatal consequences. We must deliberate on this matter thoroughly. However, regarding the venue and funding, trust me," Owen said, casually taking hold of a containment device, revealing a mysterious smile. He would undoubtedly raise both his hands, and perhaps even his legs in agreement. If his legs are still functioning. Within 5 minutes, the two had successfully contained all the living dinosaurs from the valley. According to Helena's calculations, they had collected a total of 9 Stegosaurus and 15 other herbivorous creatures. This greatly exhilarated Owen. In his experience, this was sufficient to establish a breeding population. "I believe we have obtained all that we require," he proclaimed. "We can head back home, returning to the sweet comforts of the 21st century. There remains much to be gathered." Helena reminded them of the sauropod hatchlings at the forest's edge. "And what of Kronos?" She gazed at the optical lens of Liao Xing, which flickered with an eerie light. "You are partners now, are you not?" "Hiss." Liao Xing shuddered. Perhaps we should discuss the edibility of the Jurassic Shalaran. In the hazy recesses of his childhood memories, he recalled someone having prepared a similar dish for him. Chapter 16. The dragon's gift of yellow millet from paradise. As the two emerged from the V-shaped valley and returned to the forest's edge, they beheld a milky mist wafting toward them from the depths of the horizon-s grasslands, rolling in like a white tidal wave that obscured the sun, accompanied by a distant, thunderous sound. "This, oh no, is it going to rain again?" Liao Xing placed a hand on his forehead. The frequency of rainfall had become quite overwhelming, and he felt as though he might soon transform into an amphibious creature. Rarely did it rain in their homeland. Owen suddenly fell silent. Not to mention the current situation in East Asia. Even in his native England, the once rain-soaked lands now received scant precipitation. The once scorching humidity had dwindled to mere wisps of thin white clouds drifting in the gray-blue sky, the disappearance of the North Atlantic current affecting the entire Northwest Hemisphere. Realizing Liao Xing's slight impatience, he managed a wry smile. "Indeed, rainfall is a concern. Let us hasten our journey to the camp." By the time they returned to their campsite, the thick fog had spread, and Liao Xing sensed a strong metallic tang in every breath he took, prompting him to cough several times. Visibility had dropped to less than 5 meters. Caution was imperative as they navigated through knee-deep ferns and fallen leaves. However, even in this murky haze, Helena's anti-gravity engine allowed her to glide effortlessly. From beneath her, a radar extended, making thermal and ultrasonic scanning exceedingly effective amidst the fog. Do be mindful, approximately 10 meters ahead, those sauropod hatchlings are approaching. "Oh, they seem rather enthusiastic. I can feel the ground trembling beneath me," Owen remarked with a laugh. Yet, he noticed that Liao Xing had halted, an expression of irritation crossing his face as he patted his ears. Did a bug find its way into your ear?" Professor, did you not hear that?" Liao Xing blinked, letting out a resigned sigh. "It must be my tinnitus. I keep sensing something calling out." Calling? How could I?" Owen paused, realizing that certain frequencies were no longer within his auditory range. At that moment, the group of young dragons approached. But rather than displaying their earlier curiosity, they ignored the two entirely, passing by without acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, Owen turned to Helena. "Helena, please check your sonic detection device. Is there a source of sound waves of a certain frequency emanating from the fog?" As I observe, aside from the ambient sounds, there indeed exists a powerful frequency wave, and before Helena could complete her statement, a melodious resonance echoed in the ears of the crowd. It seemed to emanate from the void, piercing through the dense fog, akin to the whispers of a giant reverberating nearby, or perhaps the sorrowful lament of a solitary traveler. Helena swiftly altered her course, amplifying both the thermal imaging device and the sonic detector to their maximum capacity. Then, she let out a gasp. My goodness! Is this a carbon-based life form? Owen and Liao Xing also beheld a colossal shadow emerging from the dense fog, towering like a mountain. With each stride it took, the ground trembled slightly beneath it. Its form bore a resemblance to the previously encountered bewildering dragon, yet it was astonishingly immense. Owen estimated that the creature before them was at least 3 times the size of an adult bewildering dragon, its gargantuan presence casting a suffocating shadow that rendered one nearly breathless. However, this behemoth emitted no aura of menace. Quite the contrary, it appeared serene and natural. As it approached, the fog swirled around it in turbulent eddies. The group could already hear the deep, labored breaths emanating from its colossal body. Suddenly, the giant beast slowly raised its elongated neck, unleashing a penetrating roar that resonated in their ears, causing a momentary ringing. The pain in his tongue jolted Liao Xing back to reality, realizing he had inadvertently bitten down on it. Even though the dragon passed mere meters away, he found himself instinctively retreating. Turning back, he noticed the sauropod hatchlings gazing up in unison at the magnificent creature before them. Ah, Liao, you're here. Helena and the breathless Owen rushed over. That giant beast is heading towards our campsite. What? Liao Xing momentarily faltered, then comprehended. Our tent. Don't let it trample it. That's money. Owen muttered under his breath. I S&T at my money by the time they stumbled into the campsite. They were dismayed to find the enormous dragon sprawled in the center, surveying the flattened remnants of their tents. Liao Xing bit his lip in distress. Ugh, those things were so expensive. Owen, on the other hand, wore an expression of excitement as he playfully patted Liao Xing on the shoulder. Wrong. Even if this is smuggling, it could still yield a fortune. Professor Liao Xing gazed at the peculiar old man, pondering if the loss of their possessions had driven him to madness. What do you mean by that? Do you remember the sea turtles I mentioned? Owen explained with a grin. Sea turtles instinctively return to their birthplace, traversing thousands of kilometers back to the very beach where they hatched to lay their eggs. Likewise, the hatchlings born on that beach, upon reaching maturity, also return to the same shore to reproduce. You mean? Liao Xing paused, unable to suppress his astonishment. Exactly. Owen directed his gaze toward the dragon resting within the campsite. With so many sauropod hatchlings here, it's evident their short legs couldn't have ventured far. Therefore, I have ample reason to believe that this place is not only a sanctuary for the hatchlings, but also their birthplace. Observing the immense mother lying on the ground, slowly shifting her body and emitting heavy groans, Owen swiftly retrieved his notebook to document the scene. How peculiar, Helena remarked, her facial screen flickering. This creature's physique appears to belong to the Brachiosauridae family, yet its size surpasses any sauropod we have previously encountered. According to my estimation, this colossal creature measures at least over 40 meters. There is no fossil record to substantiate such a size. In previous literature, I have encountered similar accounts. But, oh, how absurd. Owen licked his lips and inscribed a line of letters. It seemed he had an epiphany, his excitement palpable. The Amhicoelias fragilis, or the fragile Gigantosaurus, as it is known. The original chroniclers noted that only partial vertebrae and some fragments of limbs were discovered, yet even these mere fragments measured 1.5 meters in height. Regrettably, these invaluable remnants were lost long before the cataclysm of the 20th century, rendering this creature akin to an urban legend within the realm of paleontology. He gazed up at the colossal dragon, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Yet now it seems, the artistry of nature surpasses our wildest imaginations. To witness this beast, rivaling the whale, is a fulfillment of my journey. Whale. Liao Xing momentarily lost himself in thought upon hearing this name. It echoed from the tales of his childhood, describing a fish-like giant dwelling within the ocean, a creature of immense proportions. Yet now, it has transformed into mere folklore, a relic of a time long past, coinciding with the collapse of marine ecosystems. We might take its eggs back. Perhaps we could resurrect this species. Owen observed Liao Xing's dazed expression, momentarily at a loss for words. He understood that, Amid the tribulations of recent years, the younger generation likely harbored few fond memories of their childhood. He swiftly shifted the topic. Whether it be the Stegosaurus, the iguanodon, or the Gigantosaurus, these creatures are destined to vanish in a minor extinction event at the close of the Jurassic period. Every specimen we encounter could very well be the last of their lineage. Whales can thrive in their natural habitat for centuries. I believe this giant too could endure such a span of time. As Owen spoke, a vivid image suddenly materialized in Liao Xing's mind. This behemoth meanders alone across vast plains, enduring decades of seasons, serenading long-forgotten ballads in search of kin, traversing hardship and adversity through frost and rain, only to ultimately find no other of its kind. In the end, beneath a sky ablaze with crimson, this dragon lets out a mournful cry before collapsing, returning to dust. As the thick fog gradually dissipated, this magnificent creature slowly rose, lifting its hind hooves to gently cover the deep pit with soil and fallen leaves. It lowered its head to sniff the ground meticulously, ensuring the covering was secure. Then, with purposeful strides, it ventured forth, not glancing back as it followed the beast path into the depths of the forest. As the dense fog dissipated, what remained were colossal footprints resembling deep pits and a hauntingly melodic resonance emanating from the forest, akin to a harmonious chant. The young dragons gazed toward the direction in which the colossal beast had departed, emitting a series of chirps. Whether a call to their blood kin or a hymn of hope for the future, it remained uncertain. Chapter 17. Old friends. Even in the height of summer in August, the newly constructed Norwegian city of Arendelle had yet to experience even a hint of oppressive heat. Quite the contrary, the gentle, cold breeze wafting from the north caused pedestrians to occasionally huddle their necks in response to the chill, all of which could be attributed to the cataclysmic event that transpired 50 years prior. The global ocean currents had been thoroughly disrupted over decades of calamity. The warm Gulf Stream, which once nurtured this frigid northern land, had been violently disturbed, leaving in its wake a piercing cold current originating from the melting ice caps of the Arctic. As the extreme heat phenomena across the globe showed slight improvement under human intervention, small patches of ice had re-emerged in the polar regions. However, for the northern nations of Europa, this was not a cause for celebration. Deprived of the warm currents, even in summer, the Arctic currents relentlessly delivered bone-chilling waters from the frigid wasteland, with low temperatures descending like an inescapable curse, draping the once verdant mountains in a suffocating layer of gray frost. At this moment, Liao Xing found himself seated in a luxurious black sedan, his dark circles betraying his fatigue as he stared listlessly at the rapidly passing scenery. Since returning from the Jurassic expedition with his university mentor, Owen, the previous day, the old man had been brimming with energy, insisting that they must immediately present their samples and findings to the sponsors. Riding on this fervent momentum, he had also assisted Liao Xing in applying for the specialized tutor procedures and purchasing a one-way ticket for the Earth Core Express, all within a mere 24 hours. This whirlwind of activities had left Liao Xing's weary body with little time for rest before embarking on yet another journey. Every fiber of his exhausted being clamored for respite, protesting vehemently for a break. Professor, I think I'll take a quick nap. Wake me when we arrive, Liao Xing yawned, leaning his head against the soft leather cushion. Indeed, the exorbitance of luxury goods had its reasons. Oh, the professor replied absently, his head bent as he scrutinized his notes. Liao, come over and help me see if there's anything to add to this description. He sensed the old man beginning to fidget restlessly in his seat. Liao Xing made an effort to remain composed and opened his eyes. Do you think we should perhaps showcase a specimen of Kronos' teeth to him? That might make it more convincing. As Irving cast another glance at Liao Xing, he found him gazing back with red-rimmed eyes, a visage steeped in melancholy. Though no words were exchanged, the complex emotions etched across Liao's face compelled Irving to swallow the words that had risen to his lips. He sighed, retrieving a photograph from the depths of his gray coat. The passage of time had left its indelible mark on the image, causing the colors to fade and blur. Staring at the photograph, which captured a group of vibrant youths amidst the vast expanse of the prairie, Irving unconsciously bit his lip. It had been 20 years since they last met. How is that old fellow faring now? He turned his gaze toward the side of the aircraft container, gently caressing it, for within lay the key to the success of this journey. Perhaps it was also the sole glimmer of hope. As his thoughts meandered, the tautness of his nerves gradually eased, and an inexplicable wave of drowsiness washed over Irving's eyelids. He stifled a yawn, and as his eyelids grew heavier, The memories of yesteryears began to rise, becoming vivid in his mind. I regret to inform you, Professor Irving, that all related projects concerning Behemoth have been suspended, and you no longer possess access to that region. To be frank, Mr. Irving, even if this so-called ecological restoration plan were to succeed, I fear there would be no one willing to fund such a high-risk endeavor with costs that could induce a heart attack. For heaven's sake, let us put an end to this. It would be for the best for all involved. Irving, your so-called research has consumed far too many resources from the Royal Scientific Council. Instead of attempting to breed these peculiar insects, it would be more prudent to focus on cultivating profitable fungi and crops. The patience of His Highness is limited. Professor Irving, we are pleased to inform you that your application to participate in the Greenbelt project as a candidate from our British Union of Natural Sciences has been approved. Nigel, I shall never forgive you. The vivid images that danced before his eyes came to an abrupt halt when, suddenly, an indescribably colossal creature let out a deafening roar, approaching with earth-shattering strides, as if it were mere moments away. Irving jolted awake, propping himself up. He gasped for breath. Noticing Liao Xing curled up within his clothing, and slowly exhaled. Leaning back in his seat, he felt the fabric had become soaked with cold sweat, prompting a wry smile as he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the beads of perspiration from his forehead and neck. As the vehicle gradually decelerated, Irving peered through the window, where a sudden rift appeared within the dark pine forest. First, a white porch and columns emerged from the woods, followed by a red brick wall adorned with a stark black metal fence, extending straight into a labyrinthine garden formed by hedges. Mr. Irving, you have arrived at your designated destination, taking 1 hour and 20 minutes. It has been a pleasure to serve you. A simulated female voice emanated from the front of the vehicle, a testament to the pervasive integration of artificial intelligence in modern transportation. The affluent elite now possessed luxury vehicles equipped with advanced features, capable of self-charging, maintenance, and even facial recognition for passenger pickup. Owen gently tapped Liao Xing's shoulder, ensuring he was awake before opening the car door. As the cool, damp sea breeze swept in, a Gothic-style castle came into view, its once vibrant rooftop tiles faded, now cloaked in a layer of dark ceramic intertwined with patches of moss. The windows, framed in a myriad of designs, displayed intricate reliefs of various life forms crafted from exquisite colored glass, resembling a grand anthology of nature's artistry. The imposing castle, facing a pebble-strewn shoreline, exuded an air of solemnity and solitude, akin to a giant lost in contemplation. As the grand door, adorned with reddish-brown patterns, slowly creaked open, a large gilded emblem became visible on the white porch. It depicted a soaring raptor, its keen gaze fixed forward, clutching a sprig of mistletoe, poised for flight. Good day, Lord Nigel. It has been many years. How have you been? A well-dressed middle-aged man, exuding an air of refined composure, appeared before them, bowing in respect. Though his frame was somewhat slight, the tranquility and poise in his expression testified to his seasoned expertise. He turned to the young man before him, offering a slight smile, and spoke in a distinct British accent. You must be the esteemed young Master Liao. It is an honor to meet you, as a protégé of Lord Nigel. Owen, my dear friend, it has indeed been a long time. I have been exceedingly well. Owen replied with a bright smile. This is Liao, my student and partner, an individual of immense potential. Liao Xing, a humble commoner, was taken aback by the grandeur of the encounter and attempted to gesture modestly. But with both hands occupied by his travel case, he could only manage an awkward smile. Thank you, hehe. Allow me to assist you. I am William Austin, the steward of this bastion. At your service, the steward announced, extending his gloved hands, pristine and immaculate, to accept the luggage from Liao Xing, who felt a twinge of embarrassment as his arms grew weary. As they followed Owen and Austin through the lengthy corridor, Liao Xing curiously surveyed his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay a deep red silk carpet embroidered with golden floral patterns, while one side of the corridor was adorned with portraits against a pale yellow wall, and the opposite side featured towering windows through which the cold sunlight streamed, devoid of warmth. Inhaling the faint, musty scent of antiquity, Liao Xing blinked and glanced at Owen. Professor, I had thought the wealthy of today favored more modern, high-tech contrivances. Your friend seems to possess rather distinctive tastes, does he not? Owen smiled gently. Oh, he is indeed a man of such inclinations. He has long believed that an over-reliance on automation is not a virtue, which is why his residence reflects a more traditional essence. I refer to the traditions of his family. He refrains from utilizing modern facilities unless absolutely necessary. Following the butler's footsteps, the two entered a grand hall. Liao Xing marveled at the interior, a spacious room adorned with countless specimens of flora and fauna, each piece a treasure of immeasurable worth. The walls were lined with vibrant, preserved insects, unlike any he had ever seen, interspersed with fascinating fossils of ancient plants. On the opposite side stood a colossal bookshelf, showcasing lifelike bird specimens, their poses so vivid that they seemed poised to take flight at any moment. Suspended from the ceiling was a massive skeleton, comparable in size to the previously encountered sauropod, its forelimbs resembling wings, while its posterior formed a long, serpentine chain of vertebrae, reminiscent of a colossal snake devoid of flesh. Beneath the skeleton lay exquisitely mounted remains, and as Liao Xing approached, he noticed that each platform bore a brass plaque indicating the species and extinction date. The Siberian tiger, extinct during the mid-second catastrophe. The lowland purple antelope, extinct in the mid-first catastrophe. The Yunnan fragrant pig, extinct between the two catastrophes. Liao Xing felt a pang of breathlessness. The exquisite and unique nature of these specimens rendered them invaluable masterpieces. He could not help but glance at Owen. "Professor, what is the meaning of all these specimens?" The Lockwood family was one of the initiators of several breeding programs. Hunting and collecting specimens of flora and fauna had been a tradition of this family. After the previous head of the family stepped down, the current head, my friend here, declared a shift from philatelic collection to investment in biological conservation. These specimens were gathered by the ancestors of the Lockwood family, and some were individuals that perished in the breeding programs. Preserved to serve as a cautionary tale for future generations, Owen explained, briskly navigating through the silent skeletons. "Ah, there you are, old chap," Owen called out, swiftly circumventing a massive skeleton to approach a frail old man curled in a wheelchair, followed by a moment of silence. "I came to see you. It's been over a decade, and you've changed into this." Although he appeared outwardly relaxed and casual, Liao Xing discerned a tremor in his voice. "Huh. Still the same, an eagle without wings imprisoned in a mechanical cage, reminiscing about the bygone days." The wheelchair's base allowed the old man to slowly turn, revealing his emaciated form. The back of the wheelchair extended two supports that propped up his frail body, from which two intravenous tubes emerged, inserted into his protruding spine due to malnutrition, allowing a pale yellow liquid to flow steadily. "Look at you. You've brought along a fine young man to greet you." The elder slowly raised his skeletal arm in an attempt to wave, but soon returned it to the armrest, unable to sustain the gesture. "You never visit without a purpose, especially after nearly a decade apart. Old friend, do you need me to assist you with something?" His voice, frail and delicate, resonated with clarity, each word articulated with a distinctive intonation, as though he were reciting poetry. Chapter 18, Old Friends. Owen inhaled deeply, crouching to meet the gaze of the elderly man in the wheelchair, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "I am prepared to reignite the Noah project, Richard. This time, I shall assemble the team myself, and it will undoubtedly." Before Owen could complete his thought, the elder slowly closed his eyes, letting out a profound sigh. "It is all over, Neige. I have retired from this endeavor." His fingers grazed the buttons on the armrest, prompting the wheelchair to move away. "Wait." Owen grasped the armrest, hastening to step forward. "Trust me, we will not repeat the mistakes of our previous team assembly. There will be no avaricious sponsors, no short-sighted officials, nor any sordid underground dealings or inhumane genetic modifications. Liao and I will start afresh, crafting a team that belongs solely to us. But even if I could fund the venue and equipment, where would you procure the necessary species?" The two men exchanged a penetrating gaze, Richard's deep-set eyes glimmering with a hawk-like intensity, as if capable of piercing through all pretense. "The goal of the Noah project is to reconstruct a complete ecosystem. And now, not only are there animals owned by private enterprises, but acquiring a breeding-capable specimen of the rare papyrus grass is exceedingly challenging. The breeding facilities and the biological exhibits are surreptitiously marked with prices by those who conspire in the shadows, corrupting noble beings with the stench of coin. Tell me, Neige, in the midst of this chaotic world of biological exhibitions, where do you intend to find suitable specimens?" Owen wished to argue further, but Liao gently placed a hand on his shoulder, silencing him, and stepped forward to bow. "Your Grace, we have a saying in our Chinese culture, facts speak louder than words. I trust that after witnessing our unique creatures, you will reconsider." He approached an airline crate set aside by the steward, slowly opening the cage door. "Youth, in my lifetime, I have witnessed the extinction of too many species. Just the Iberian lynx, which I can name. The Duke intended to say more, but his words faltered as he caught sight of the airline crate. A feathered head cautiously emerged, blinking its large eyes in trepidation at the assembly before it. Liao crouched down, holding a dried locust in his hand. The small creature flared its nostrils and gracefully leapt from the crate. The old Duke widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the creature before him. This creature is entirely cloaked in feathers, its forewings appearing somewhat shorter than those of typical avians, yet at the tips extend 3 peculiar claws. Its golden eyes fixate intently on a golden dry grasshopper, while its hind legs' elevated thumb claw taps rhythmically on the wooden floor. In a fleeting moment, it lunges forward, snatching the grasshopper with its beak, and with remarkable speed, swallows it whole, lifting its head to emit a jubilant call. This is... The old Duke strained to lean forward, seemingly eager for a clearer view. Meanwhile, the butler, witnessing the spectacle, stood utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, forgetting to close it. My dear friend, allow me to introduce the West bird-like dragon, a formidable raptor from the late Jurassic period, Owen proclaimed with pride. Indeed, old chap. We have access to entirely new, unregistered species, creatures of which the world has only heard whispers, yet never seen, non-avian dinosaurs. In no way. Richard's voice trembled. Rising an octave. It must be a product of genetic engineering, a synthetic aberration activated by the blocking genes of the Canadian goose. Before Richard could finalize his thoughts, Liao Xing opened a second air transport box. A small creature scampered out, leaping into the air and unfurling its membranous wings. Circling around the onlookers, its posture was decidedly odd, yet it was undeniably in flight. Austin glanced anxiously at Liao Xing, and upon receiving a reassuring signal that all was safe, he relaxed slightly. The West bird-like dragon chirped insistently, pleading for more insect treats. This is a dual-toothed pterosaur, one of the earliest vertebrates to soar through the skies, Owen elucidated. Its fossils were discovered in the early Jurassic strata of Italy. Yet this specimen was collected from the late Triassic of North America, possibly representing an entirely new species. We can have no doubt regarding the adaptability and survival capabilities of these creatures. As Richard gazed at the pterosaur soaring overhead, weaving through the skeletal remains, its agile form gliding past the pale bones ignited a glimmer in his eyes, momentarily transporting him to a familiar yet strange silhouette he had yearned for, one he had encountered countless times in dreams. He inhaled deeply. This world has transformed far too much, he murmured. Can these prehistoric beings adapt to modern climates and diets? Will contemporary bacteria and diseases pose a lethal threat to them? Can they reproduce in captivity? Thus, we require a sanctuary to nurture, study, and breed these beings. Regardless of the circumstances, they symbolize humanity's genuine ticket aboard a true ark, and we must afford them a chance to thrive in the modern era. He leaned closer to Richard. This may very well be our final opportunity, brother. Do not allow me to be left with regrets akin to the Behemoth Project. That is a debt you owe me. The old Duke in his wheelchair took a deep breath, and when he lifted his gaze once more, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling with determination, and pressed the button on the armrest of his wheelchair, causing a projection of the Earth to materialize before him. Following the failure of the Noah project, most reserves and operational bases had either been abandoned or repurposed into tourist attractions. Yet, with a deft flick of his fingers, several red dots appeared on the globe. I have retained a modest reserve, not many, merely around 20. I can grant you access to a few facilities initially, and when the time is right, I shall find opportunities to increase that number. As the steward awaited the drones in the box to usher 2 animals back inside, he approached and presented 2 transparent display screens to the pair. Each time they pointed at a marked location, corresponding information about that site would be revealed. Grasslands, polar regions, coastal areas. I must express my gratitude to the Lockwood family's penchant for collecting stamps. I have endeavored to preserve a variety of ecosystems within the reserves. You may take your time to select. William, please find a comfortable place for these 2 to sit and rest. The 2 took their seats and perused the information for a while, when Liao Xing's eyes suddenly brightened. Your Grace. Please, call me Richard, my child. Very well. Mr. Richard. Liao Xing pointed to a small island near the North American continent, in the North Atlantic. Why is there no relevant documentation for this location? That island. Richard pondered for a moment. Originally, it was intended for cultivating necessary plants and as a backup base in case of emergencies, but it has never been utilized. Consequently, both the natural organization and the new government have shown little interest in it. Nevertheless, it boasts a considerable area of 150 square kilometers. Though recent coastal encroachment may have submerged parts of it, I believe this place is quite suitable, Liao Xing explained, looking at the others. Given its obscurity, construction and preliminary breeding and training programs here would likely proceed with greater ease. Moreover, we have certain species that indeed require substantial space, and the island's environment will facilitate tracking and management. It has plains, mountains, and lowlands, even cliffs and waterfalls. As he gazed at the satellite imagery, Owen couldn't help but nod in agreement, akin to an elegant gentleman admiring a beautiful maiden. Situated in a subtropical climate, with improvements and construction of supporting facilities. How splendid. Since you are fond of it, take it, the Duke nodded, signaling to the steward. With permission granted, the steward stepped forward, hands presenting a gleaming bank card and several golden raptor badges. This is your startup capital, along with badges containing my identity authentication chip. From this moment onward, you shall receive the unwavering support of the Lockwood family and my enterprises. Once you arrive at your destination, please send me a message. The construction and transportation teams will arrive swiftly. Rest assured, they are equipped with the most advanced private intelligent management systems, ensuring no issues with information leakage. As for the supply of feed, I regret to inform you that my personal enterprises do not encompass the food industry, and thus I am unable to offer assistance in that regard. At present, I find myself merely an old man on the verge of entering the grave, my sole pastime being the nostalgic contemplation of the mementos left behind from my youthful endeavors that ultimately bore no fruit. I hope to be of assistance to you and your grand aspirations. Speaking of training, there is another matter. Irving adjusted his glasses with a casual swipe, grinning as he leaned closer. Regarding the selection of team members, we are currently in dire need of a veterinarian, since meat-based feed is unviable. Would you be so kind as to recommend a skilled practitioner, given your expertise? Hiss. Richard inhaled sharply. Perhaps we should continue our discussion on feed supply. Do those carnivorous creatures have a penchant for roe deer meat? Chapter 19. The iris of the celestial amidst dark. We have arrived. A gentle voice awakened the young girl from her slumber. As she opened her eyes and gazed out the window, amidst the endless gray-blue expanse of the ocean below, a solitary green island emerged. Rubbing her eyes, she straightened her posture, her expression neutral as the island came into sharper focus. Her fingers instinctively grasped the warm silver cross resting against her chest. Despite the attentive service throughout the journey and the promise of generous remuneration, her mood remained as stagnant as still water. It was likely that this trip would mirror her previous experiences, where after conducting the customary checks, she would be dragged to a banquet held in her honor, compelled to engage with rotund officials or arrogant magnates, ultimately parting ways in mutual dissatisfaction. Her demeanor as cold as ever. The island before her was characterized by a high northern section tapering down to the south. In the northwest, a majestic peak rose sharply, extending a ridge along the coastline. The surface of the island appeared predominantly tawny, with only a few scattered patches of fresh green visible in the valleys and hollows. As the aircraft drew nearer, she observed a formation of unfamiliar drones hovering above the land, dispersing something below. They must be the latest model of vegetation care drones, she mused, although she had previously witnessed manual seeding and care performed by aircraft or land vehicles. It was no surprise in this rapidly advancing technological era that someone had developed drone technology for such purposes. Soon, the plane landed smoothly on an open patch of land. The girl hoisted her oversized suitcase, which dwarfed her own frame, and made her way to the cabin door. As she stepped out of the aircraft, the brilliant sunlight illuminated her golden hair, casting a radiant glow. The tea-colored dress she wore transformed into a pristine white in the sunlight. She deftly placed a wide-brimmed linen hat, as if it had materialized from thin air, atop her head, gazing towards the horizon where the drone formation shimmered into view. With the wind whistling past her ears, the gossamer wings of her dress danced in the breeze, reminiscent of an iris blooming beneath the gray-blue sky. Miss Jane. Upon hearing someone call her name, she turned to see a middle-aged man in a plaid jacket and woolen t-shirt striding towards her. He pressed his cap against the gusty winds with his left hand and greeted her with a smile. It has been quite some time. Mr. Williams, thank the Lord for your presence. Upon encountering a familiar face, the young lady named Jane seemed to relax slightly, exhaling softly as she extended her arms for an embrace. The years had been tumultuous, filled with transitions across continents, and time had slipped away, leaving little room for communication. I hope you can forgive this lapse. Oh, you flatter me, chuckled the old Duke steward, who took the suitcase from Jane's hands with ease. I am well aware of the numerous veterinary commitments Miss Jane has, making it difficult for her to step away. May I inquire about your esteemed father? And your sisters? My father is in good health, though his mental state. The young lady sighed softly, her previously impeccable social grammar slightly faltering. He has not improved over the years. May the merciful Lord bless him. As for my sisters, thank you for your concern. They are all well, though my second sister has recently entered a rebellious phase. Ah, forgive me for rambling. She inclined her head slightly, while the steward waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. You speak too modestly. Observing the faint signs of weariness on the young lady's face, William Austin let out a sigh. Come, allow me to introduce you to the host of this gathering. The red and white striped jeep sped along a dirt path through the dusty, yellowed fields. Through the rearview mirror, William caught a glimpse of the young lady, sitting quietly like a porcelain doll, absent-mindedly clutching a cross. Breaking the silence, he remarked, this area was preserved by Lord Richard, part of the ill-fated Noah Project Abandoned Reserve, currently undergoing renovations and utility installations. All drones in this region are controlled by a central A system, responsible for environmental transformation and infrastructure development. Across the fields, several towering drones, resembling mechanical giants, meticulously placed construction materials in accordance with their program steps, their movements harmonious, precise, and flawless. Speaking of which, I am quite interested in the recent consultations of Miss Jane. Might you share? Alas, it remains the same. I won't mention the hereditary diseases stemming from innate genetic defects and the disordered secretion of growth hormones in hybrid offspring. Influenza and acute organ failure continue to pose insurmountable challenges for those cloned juveniles, issues I can manage. But compared to illness, sigh. The young lady seemed to find a moment of solace in her confessions, her previously impassive visage revealing a flicker of emotion, those blinded by desire, even to the extent of deliberately harming innocent creatures to create an opportunity for my invitation. For God's sake, can you believe that they're so-called private veterinarians, who are well-versed in cosmetics and luxury trends, struggle with even the most basic suturing? She inhaled deeply, her amethyst-like eyes filled with indignation and helplessness towards human greed. After a while, as the jeep came to a halt, the young lady emerged from the vehicle, taking a deep breath and offering an apologetic smile to the steward who had brought her suitcase. Thank you for tolerating my grievances. I apologize for my outpouring. Not at all. Even a small alleviation of Miss Jane's burdens brings me great joy, William replied with a smile. The young lady let out a wry smile tinged with helplessness, and then began to glance around. What about the client you mentioned? What is the situation this time? Please follow me. The circumstances are not complicated, yet rather unique, or perhaps stimulating would be a more fitting description. I believe you will find it quite intriguing. William retrieved a large box from the trunk, hoisting it with ease as he led Jane toward a clearing in the woods. At the juncture of the cleared land and the forest stood several buildings with chalky white exteriors. In contrast to the futuristic structures the young lady had previously encountered in other reserves, this edifice possessed no remarkable traits. Beneath a golden thatched roof, a sturdy wall extended a wooden corridor that spanned over a crystal-clear pond, leading directly into the forest on the opposite bank. The similarly styled buildings clustered together resembled the traditional settlements of Pacific Islanders as depicted in books, one of which featured a tall tower that faced the nearby cliffs. Though devoid of modern conveniences such as escalators and ubiquitous intelligent robots, the unpretentious and grounded aesthetic allowed Jane to relax her previously taut nerves somewhat. This camp had been refurbished from an old research facility. The storage and animal enclosures were already constructed, and once the underground passage was completed, the supplies would be adequately provided without the need for maritime or aerial transport, ensuring the facility could operate efficiently for an extended period. William walked along the wooden corridor, the boards creaking underfoot. To be frank, this camp may seem unremarkable, but currently, counting the crew, there are no more than 10 people on this island, with the rest being autonomously controlled by the geothermal-powered Central A. Oh, the young lady blinked in surprise. Although Uncle Richard appears to live modestly, his investments here are quite lavish. Miss Jane, regarding the long-term collaboration I mentioned earlier. William hesitated, noticing Jane bow her head, gripping the cross tightly in her hands. and he realized he might have rushed things, offering a resigned smile. Indeed, before understanding this place, she might have perceived it as just another iteration of those institutions. However, as someone who had witnessed it firsthand, he firmly believed that the resources here were sufficient to retain this exceptionally gifted young veterinarian. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound resonated nearby, accompanied by an eerie crackling noise. After pausing momentarily, the young lady furrowed her brows in concern. "May I inquire, what is being raised here? Please follow me." The butler replied with a mysterious smile, then vanished behind a stone wall. Jane's heart raced, and she hurried to the entrance, only to be met with a sight that nearly caused her heart to stop, her cross falling from her grasp and landing amid the grass that rose to her knees. Holy Mary, Mother of God. Chapter 20. The iris before the young man, who possessed a lithe physique and was clad in a simple sleeveless shirt, lay an expanse of land covered in sand. He held a vibrant bouquet of tender green shoots in one hand, while the other grasped a guiding rod, slowly retreating. Opposite him stood a colossal beast, its immense form dwarfing that of a van. The creature boasted 2 rows of upright plates along its back, casting a series of shadows upon the earth. Yet, in stark contrast to its robust body, its head appeared oddly deformed, small and peculiar. A long, equine face bore a beak-like snout from which a purple tongue emerged, attempting to ensnare the verdant leaves. The plates on its back occasionally rubbed against one another, producing the crackling sounds previously heard. As the beast fixated on its food, an elderly man, dressed in short sleeves and shorts, resembling an explorer from a cinematic adventure, moved cautiously with a laser caliper, meticulously measuring the beast's dimensions. 25 feet, 5 meters, he muttered, positioning himself near the tail. He recorded his findings while maintaining a safe distance from the swaying tail above his head. The tail's end bore 4 stout, obsidian-like spines, glinting in the sunlight like lethal blades. Having hastily jotted down a series of numbers, the old man retreated, gesturing for the young man to proceed. The latter, with a knowing smile, offered the tender shoots into the beast's mouth. The creature eagerly wrapped its tongue around the leaves, munching contentedly while emitting a series of satisfied grunts. The duo was so engrossed in their task that William and Jane, the visitors, felt as though they were mere background figures. At that moment, Jane's entire focus was ensnared by the magnificent beast before her. As a veterinarian, she had encountered numerous rare and exotic creatures throughout her years, including many hybrids with unusual appearances. However, she had never witnessed a being so uniquely formed and naturally graceful. The peculiar hybrids she had seen were either listless, languishing on sterile bedding, or appeared healthy yet were neurotic and erratic, prone to fits of agitation at the slightest provocation. In stark contrast, the creature before her moved freely in the open air, exuding a tranquil demeanor, embodying the steadiness characteristic of large, wild animals, seemingly indifferent to the smaller entities around it. As Jane scrutinized the animal's robust body, she noted its skin, covered in pebble-like textures reminiscent of thick-skinned creatures, yet entirely devoid of fur. The bony plates along its back resembled evolutionary adaptations of certain birds and lizards, though they seemed not to serve a purpose of courtship, as they were unremarkably hued in shades of gray-green. This peculiar creature piqued her curiosity, prompting her to wonder about its hybrid nature. Instinctively, she moved a step closer for a better view, only to be startled as the colossal beast suddenly stomped its left forefoot, causing the bony plates on its back to rustle ominously like a rattlesnake. The creature's dull green hue rapidly transformed into a vibrant green, revealing patterns reminiscent of furious eyes hidden beneath. Jian was taken aback, retreating a step, when she noticed a young girl had unexpectedly appeared behind her. She hastily gestured for silence. "Shoo, old ancestor, good girl," he murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the towering beast. While waving a guiding stick to divert its attention, he retrieved a tender branch from his waist. "Do not be afraid. She poses no threat. There is nothing here that can harm you." The being referred to as old ancestor lowered its head, its small eyes blinking, then let out a snort, curling its tongue around the tender branch in the young man's hand. As it emitted a satisfied grunt through its nostrils, the rustling of its back plates gradually ceased, reverting to a muted green. The young man gently patted its nose, and the creature sniffed before slowly turning its head and sauntering toward the open gate of the enclosure on the opposite side of the clearing. Jen had not yet caught her breath when an elderly face, brimming with smiles, filled her view. "Hello, Jen. I am Dr. Nigel Owen. currently specializing in paleobiology and paleoecological reconstruction. Upon hearing this name, Jian's expression stiffened, her gaze awkwardly shifting from the creature's substantial rear to the elderly man before her. You are Dr. Owen, the esteemed biologist from England? One of the veterans involved in the Noah's Ark project? Is it truly you? Oh, those are tales of yore, Owen chuckled, adjusting his glasses and shaking his head with a smile. Now, I am starting anew, rediscovering knowledge about these incredible beings. Ah, Liao. He raised his hand to greet the young man who had just ushered the colossal creature into its enclosure. Come and meet our guest, Dr. Jian Dark. The young man, having just closed the gate of the enclosure, hurried over upon hearing his name. He intended to extend a handshake but realized his hands were caked in dirt and dust, offering instead an awkward smile. Hello, Miss Dark. Hello. Are you the caretaker of that creature? Jian inched closer, seizing Liao's grimy hand, her eyes brimming with urgency. Please, tell me, what hybrid animal is this? How do you manage the behavioral changes that arise from surges of testosterone during its youth? What is the metabolic condition of this hybrid? Are the dorsal plates derived from reptiles or… Doctor. Liao Xing felt a sudden stiffness in her body as a soft, warm sensation enveloped her hand. To be frank, she had never been this close to a stranger of the opposite sex throughout her life, especially not to someone as strikingly beautiful as the blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual before her. Oh, I'm so sorry. Upon noticing the other person's embarrassment, Jian froze momentarily, realizing that she was grasping his hands and pulling him toward herself. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly released him, taking a few steps back while awkwardly clutching her clothing, completely disregarding the dirt that clung to her hands. It's been a long time since I've seen such a vibrant, captive individual. I'm so excited. I apologize. As the rosy hue on her cheeks spread to her neck, she hastily bowed in apology, her golden bangs cascading down to shield her peach-like face. All right, you two, Owen interjected, sensing the need to divert the attention. Dr. Dark, we indeed have a matter of urgency that requires your expertise. He raised an eyebrow at Liao Xing, who nodded in understanding and continued. We have several animals in distress. Their conditions are rather dire, and we hope you can take a look. The girl, who had just bowed in apology, suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with calm determination. Where are they? Please take me to see them. I will do my utmost to assist. Jian delicately held the metal stethoscope, her slender fingers caressing the rising abdomen of the creature before her as she carefully discerned its raspy breaths. Meanwhile, Owen and Liao Xing stood on the opposite side of the examination table, each monitoring the inhalation of anesthetic gas and checking the creature's heart rate, respectively. The atmosphere in the veterinary room was tense, nearly suffocating. After a brief moment, Jian removed the bone conduction stethoscope, her brows furrowing before gradually relaxing. Aside from malnutrition, your animal is also experiencing severe stress responses. Jian observed the creature, which appeared to be a genetically modified giant lizard. But its neck was elongated like that of a swan. Its sparse and short plumage, which added a touch of aesthetic appeal, was limited to its spine, slightly exceeding that of specially bred featherless poultry. Strangely, the physiological examination report of this creature bore scant resemblance to avian species, and in fact, it was more akin to a captive reptile. Even among mammals, she had never encountered such data, despite the abhorrent treatment it had endured. I must concede that the creature's chances of recovery remain quite significant. Holy Mary, this hybrid bird's creator is nothing short of a contemporary Michelangelo in the realm of new species creation. She glanced at Liao Xing, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Miss Dark, everything we have observed previously is unequivocally a product of nature, and this creature is 100% purebred, beyond any doubt, Owen remarked from the side. This species, known as Coelophysis, is a theropod dinosaur that became extinct over 200 million years ago, truly a masterpiece of nature. Please hold on, Jian interjected, removing her stethoscope and directing her gaze, filled with curiosity and skepticism, toward the white professor beside her. May I inquire where one might procure the extinct genes of a creature that has been extinct for millions of years? Even if what you say is true, how has this creature adapted to the contemporary atmosphere with such low oxygen levels? To my knowledge, scientific discourse suggests that the surface during that era was adorned with vast jungles. Dr. Dark, I believe our next patient may resolve all your uncertainties. Liao Xing stepped forward to interrupt the two, Prior to moving the specimen of the hollow-boned dragon onto the operating table, they had already engaged in a fierce verbal exchange. Who could have known that this erudite young veterinarian was also a devout Protestant? Amidst the accolades for these animals, she inadvertently triggered several latent minds in the old professor, who had steadfastly believed in science for decades. Moreover, Owen's unorthodox method of extracting the hollow-boned dragon from its enclosure caused the young veterinarian's blood pressure to soar. Within merely half an hour of their meeting, the tension between the two had escalated to a boiling point. At that moment, had Liao Xing not intervened, the two irate individuals would likely have erupted, wasting precious time. You were correct. Owen removed his mask and gently stroked the soft fur on the back of the dragon's head. Let us hope that the young lady's knowledge of animal anesthesia proves useful. A disdainful flicker crossed Jian's brow as she exhaled a breath of contempt. Liao. Mr. Liao, please lead the way. I am keen to see what species proves more difficult to anesthetize than the hippopotamus, the largest living creature. Chapter 21. The Dragon. Chapter 1. Infection. The afternoon sky over the equatorial region shifted dramatically from a brilliant azure to one obscured by ominous clouds, heralding a tempestuous downpour. Amidst the howling winds that swept across the land, a rumble of thunder accompanied by a sudden burst of humidity signaled the impending deluge. Within the enclosure, the colossal carnivorous reptile, Kronos, lay on a bedding of dry bark, its eyes tightly shut, emitting low, mournful sounds as its abdomen rose and fell. Even separated by tempered glass and metal bars thick as water barrels, Jian felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. This was not merely a primal fear of the great beast, but something more profound, an instinctual dread rooted deep within her lineage. Observing the sudden constriction of the young woman's pupils, Owen stroked his grizzled chin in satisfaction and remarked, "Who was it that claimed the hippopotamus was the largest extant animal?" "All right, Professor," Liao Xing chuckled despite the old man's mischievous grin. He raised his hand, summoning Helena, who floated over, transforming into a display panel with a metallic sound. "This is the theropod, Kronos, a large carnivorous reptile. Since we relocated it from its natural habitat to a captive environment, its behavior has become erratic, and it has been lying motionless since yesterday, ceasing to eat and only occasionally drinking water. Miss Dark, do you have any insights regarding this?" "Oh, well." Jian, shaken from her initial shock and terror, swallowed hard. Stammering, she inquired, "I need to know. The genetic components of this creature stem from which primordials?" "Our Titan is undoubtedly factory original," Owen replied immediately. "The unique and advanced respiratory system of these prehistoric beings, characterized by an intricate network of air sacs throughout their bodies, allows them to adapt to the modern atmosphere, which contains significantly more oxygen than during their era. We have eliminated the possibilities of complications arising from hypoxia and hyperoxia. No need to mention it." Glancing briefly at Owen, she lowered her gaze to the tablet in Liao Xing's hands. "Allow me to see." She took the tablet, and her delicate fingers glided across its surface. As she scrolled, her soft brown brows gradually arched in surprise. "If I am not mistaken, you treated the oral wounds of this creature in the field, but utilized motorcycle repair tools?" "Well, yes, but at that time." "For the love of Jesus, you must be joking." A curse, utterly discordant with the beauty of the young woman before them, escaped her lips, leaving both men, one elderly and one youthful, frozen in astonishment. "Only alcohol for disinfection? You have no idea whether this creature can metabolize ethanol. And what about the drainage of the purulent fluid from the wound? I also see no evidence of parasite checks or blood tests." As she vociferously reprimanded them, she opened her ever-present large case, from which an array of brackets and an assortment of dazzling instruments emerged as if by magic, along with several bottles marked with obscure symbols. With a flick of a button, a drawer slid open, revealing a device the size of the tablet that transformed into a rifle within seconds before their eyes. She adeptly mounted the rifle on her left shoulder, adjusting the colorful buttons of the magazine while rummaging through the collection of vials. "What is the closest extant relative of this creature? What is its metabolic rate?" "The closest living relative to the Therizinosaurus is birds, and it is a warm-blooded animal," Owen replied. "What is its weight? Please tell me you have data." Though slightly calmer, Jan had shed her previous demure demeanor in her urgency. She clicked her tongue in frustration, hesitatingly reaching into a test tube filled with various liquids before selecting a few reagents. With deft fingers, she inserted them sequentially into the connector on the side of the rifle. I must anesthetize this creature quickly to examine the wound. If I am not mistaken, it is highly likely that this animal has already been affected by a blood infection. Blood infection. Liao Xing's expression revealed confusion at the term, while Owen's complexion changed drastically, gasping in shock. That shouldn't be. It seemed so lively just a week ago. He then recalled something, furrowing his brow. It is incorrect to assert that Kronos has never engaged in combat. The composition of the saliva from wild reptiles remains uncertain. There may even be pathogens derived from the remains. Before Owen could clarify his thoughts, Jane shouldered her rifle and approached decisively. Her previous grace and intellectual demeanor replaced by an assertive determination. Her golden locks were fashioned into a bun at the nape of her neck, and her long gown had transformed into a fitted tactical suit. As she disengaged the safety, she cast a glance at Liao Xing. I am currently administering a sedative at threefold the dosage for a hippopotamus. Let us see if it can subdue it. Prepare the auxiliary apparatus to position it carefully, ensuring no pressure on the internal organs. Where is the employee entrance? We cannot afford any delay. In a mere 30 minutes, Kronos was fully anesthetized. Lying on the ground like an oversized plush toy, eyelids half closed, tongue lolling out, as two massive mechanical arms descended from the ceiling to manipulate him. Observing this unfamiliar scene, Liao Xing felt a whirlwind of confusion in his mind, eager to assist, yet paralyzed by his lack of relevant knowledge. Owen, furrowing his brow, continued to rub his stubbled chin. The elder and the youth stood side by side, watching as the veterinarian knelt before them, half of his body immersed in the gaping maw of the carnivorous dinosaur, supported by stainless steel braces. Meanwhile, Helena, having shed her disguise, deftly maneuvered the colossal mechanical arms to adjust their position, extracting a large tube of dark crimson blood from beneath the creature's ribcage and, following Jane's instructions, inserting it into a port of her toolbox, curiously observing the built-in computer analyze the blood. Before long, Jane emerged, sweating profusely, from the dinosaur's mouth, her golden strands matted with perspiration on her forehead. With great effort, she raised her hand, presenting a test tube containing a murky yellow liquid mixed with red strands, which was carefully placed in the box. She removed her blood-stained gloves and pressed several buttons on the side, with a soft hum. The tube of dark crimson blood was gently ejected from the port. Inside were medical nanorobots that would eliminate bacteria within the body and subsequently be expelled through metabolic waste. As she spoke, she donned new gloves and plunged her hand back into the gaping maw. Since you claim this creature is a unique, purebred specimen, and no similar animals are available for blood donation, we shall proceed as such. Alas, Professor Amelie would surely reprimand me for this lack of protocol. I understand. Leave it to me. Helena directed a beam of laser from the optical lens, scanning the blood contained within the test tube, before drifting towards the side of the neck of the monitor lizard, where the interface needle was precisely inserted. The advancements in medical technology have truly become increasingly incomprehensible. Owen covered his mouth, raising a finger to whisper to Liao Xing, back in the days when we were breeding African species, it took at least 4 people to perform surgery on a single black buck. Now it's nearly all mechanized. TSK. Gentlemen, if you find yourselves with idle time. Helena's voice chimed in concurrently with the notification sound from both of their phones. Please attend to the area of the hollow-boned dragon. It urgently requires management to maintain order. Upon your return, do not rush off, as I must conduct a thorough disinfection. The veterinarian stated without lifting her gaze. Heaven knows what unheard-of pathogens these prehistoric creatures might carry. I certainly do not wish to be among the first victims of a prehistoric plague. Chapter 22. The Dragon's Reign. Internal strife beneath the gray canopy of the sky. The trees rustled under the assault of the fierce wind, mingling with the rising clamor and calls. Gazing across the sandy terrain and the fallen, withered wood, beneath a protruding boulder, a gaunt hollow-boned dragon exploded its sparse feathers along its neck, emitting a series of hoarse, sharp calls from its throat. Another of its kind stood beside it, its muscular form tensing visibly, both hollow-boned dragons fixating their gaze on a pair of their kind that were embroiled in a tumultuous dispute ahead. Among the confrontational hollow-boned dragons, one was slightly smaller in stature, its belly bulging and swaying with movement. The other, though equally lean with prominent ribs, possessed a keen gaze, pacing excitedly in front of its rotund companion, occasionally scratching the ground with its hind claws, sending clouds of dust swirling in the wind. The gaunt, hollow-boned dragon firmly pressed its feet down on a half-consumed giant rat. And even this meager remnant of soft sinew and meat was sufficient to ignite the hunger of these beasts still haunted by their ravenous appetites. The surrounding grasslands and rocks were teeming with hollow-boned dragons, flitting about like a flock of sparrows, their chirps and mockingly low murmurs filling the air, while a few engaged in playful pecking and scuffling. Yet, they inadvertently formed a circle, enclosing the two pairs of kin poised for conflict. The lean, hollow-boned dragon ceased its digging, pacing restlessly before suddenly arching its neck, and, moments later, lunged forward like a hunting viper, attempting to peck at the corpse beneath the gaunt dragoness feet, before its beak could graze the fur of the giant rat. A powerful kick from the robust, hollow-boned dragon struck it squarely on the head. "Who did that?" Liao Xing exclaimed, flustered as he untangled the entwined water hoses. Casting a glance towards Owen, who was opening the water gate nearby. "Is this the fourth time this week? Do social animals engage in such frequent infighting?" According to Helena's report, the plump Bonnie wishes to seize food from Ernyang, and Ernyang has called for Sanpang, seeing his wife being bullied. Keela has also joined the fray. Owen exerted force to wrench open the water gate valve, wiping the sticky dust from his hands. The behaviors of these creatures were evidently influenced by their captive environment, indicating an urgent need for individual confinement. Otherwise, continued aggression would inevitably lead to casualties. Amidst the chaos outside, a cacophony erupted as a creature named Sampang grappled with a lean counterpart named Kaleo. Sampang, robust and powerful, unleashed a torrent of relentless assaults, inflicting an initial blow that left Kaleo reeling. After enduring several heavy strikes from the formidable Sampang, Kaleo, in a fit of desperation, seized an opportunity to strike back, extending his neck with the swiftness of a viper to latch onto Sanpang's left forepaw, tugging fiercely. Sampang emitted a piercing cry as he lowered his head to grasp the sparse feathers on Kaleo's neck, tearing at them with vigor. At that moment, Ernyang could no longer contain herself. She charged forward, leaping to deliver a series of powerful kicks to Kaleo's abdomen. What began as a one-on-one skirmish devolved into a chaotic melee, stirring the surrounding creatures into a frenzy. Their cacophonous chirps and shrill screams melded with the growls of the battling beasts, creating a dissonant symphony of turmoil and greed, with their movements serving as the rhythm and their cries as the crescendo. Amidst the tumult, Bonnie seized the opportunity to snatch up a half-buried, dust-covered mole, her ample belly swaying as she vanished into the throng. The swirling dust was interspersed with bloodied feathers. Kaleo's neck was already drenched in blood, and his flank bore deep gashes from Ernyang's sharp claws. Yet, he clung tenaciously to Sanpang's limb, growling defiantly while ineffectually flailing his legs in a weak attempt at resistance. A sudden jet of pristine water surged into the fray, scattering the multitude in a panic. Under the force of the water jet, Sampang and Ernyang leaped away from the fallen Kaleo, shaking off droplets while emitting a chorus of mixed curses and lamentations. As the aggressors retreated, Kaleo lay battered on the ground, struggling to rise but failing repeatedly. In a final effort, he propped himself up on his forelimbs, baring his teeth in a menacing display at the two individuals controlling the water jet, gazing upon the injured creature, its head ensnared in a damp sock. As it lay on the operating table, Xian inhaled sharply, uncertain whether her reaction was a subconscious response to the gory scene or a protest against the lack of rest after her recent surgical ordeal. With a sigh, she reopened the recently locked box. "Holy Mary," she murmured, pondering whether the abrasions were a result of its struggles in captivity or something else. "It appears to be infighting within the group," Liao Xing responded, nearly soaked through as he dried himself with a towel, his voice tinged with resignation. "Currently, some of the enclosures remain unrepaired, thus we have yet to separate certain animals. Not all are engaged in combat. Most social species coexist harmoniously. However, this creature, known as quasi-bone dragon, despite its gregarious nature, displays a remarkably aggressive demeanor." Sigh. "Oh, so this turmoil is due to internal conflict. Are you suggesting that this is a result of a conflict within the herd?" Jian blinked, suddenly realizing something, her hand holding the disinfectant cotton swab trembling slightly. She widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Liao Xing. "Are you implying that such creatures, do you have an entire population? And other species as well?" "Indeed," Liao Xing confirmed. "In terms of the species known as the Caudipteryx, we currently have 21 individuals. They form a large group comprised of several small families, although we are still studying their social structure. These creatures have spontaneously organized themselves into communities, I assure you. Owen accepted the towel Liao Xing handed him, casting a proud glance at the young veterinarian. As far as I know, the captive species that have formed communities exist only in a few large reserves, zoos, and private farms, many of which are artificially guided. However, our situation is markedly different. Our communities have preserved these species' inherent social behaviors to the greatest extent. Owen paused mid-sentence, noticing the shock and fervor in Jian's eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then immediately adopted a sorrowful demeanor, letting out a deep sigh. I apologize for revealing too much. This is confidential information about our institution, but I trust that you will keep the wonders of Jehovah's creations a secret, won't you, Dr. Dark? After spending several hours with this professor, who constantly made veiled jabs at her, Jian's idolization of Owen had faded. She contemplated for a moment, raising her hand to gently touch the implant behind her ear. At that moment, Liao Xing's phone chimed with a text notification. A new entry has been added to your work list. Let me clarify. I am here temporarily under the guise of assessing animal welfare and will not stay long. Once I have completed the examinations of these animals, I shall depart. Jian resumed her work, picking up the disinfectant swab and scalpel to tend to the wound. As she worked, her brow furrowed slightly. It was unexpected that this reserve under Lockwood's management was overseen by that young man. How intriguing. Liao Xing observed Jian, busy at the surgical table, and leaned closer to whisper in the professor's ear, "Professor, it seems you haven't informed her about the number of animals in our reserve. If she finds out that she alone must examine hundreds, might she not be frightened and concoct an excuse to flee? There's no rush. The allure of these creatures has already captivated her. I understand this type well. Once she experiences our next expedition, this world-renowned veterinarian will soon be begging to join us," Owen said with a mischievous grin, stroking his chin before suddenly turning to Liao Xing. "Do we have plans for our next journey? You are already strategizing, aren't you?" The words struck like a curse from a harpy, causing Liao Xing to draw a sharp breath. Chapter 23, The Dragon's Dominion, Part 3. Codename, Alpha. April 15th, Saturday. Weather, partly cloudy. During the two previous expeditions, the entity designated as Helena not only returned with botanical specimens, but also with various small creatures from the surrounding environment. This discovery filled me with immense joy. It appeared that Liao did not fully appreciate the value of these diminutive animals. Yet I shall seize an opportunity to enlighten him on their significance. Each one holds worth comparable to the dinosaurs we have retrieved. Amid a cataclysm, global environmental shifts precipitated the extinction of numerous small to medium-sized animal groups, including many keystone species. While hundreds of species of small vertebrates and invertebrates are still bred for consumption, ornamentation, and other purposes, the current ecological landscape pales in comparison to that of the pre-extinction era. I believe that the absence of these vital keystone species has rendered the food chain akin to a precarious house of cards, impressive yet fragile, susceptible to collapse at the slightest disturbance. In the context previously described, these primordial little lives assume an extraordinary importance. They not only fill ecological niches, but some may even represent ancestral lineages of species now extinct. I am utterly convinced that the genetic mysteries they harbor far surpass the value of any jade treasures held by contemporary collectors. For the past fortnight, I have dedicated myself to designing habitat blueprints for our existing species within the confines of my studio. The prolonged effort has left my vision more blurred than ever. Yet the fruits of my labor have begun to materialize, a testament to the invaluable resources bequeathed by pioneers in the fields of animal conservation and paleontology. Nearly 80% of the species we have nurtured have adapted to the meticulously crafted environments we designed for them. From an optimistic perspective, we are now one step closer to successfully breeding and reviving these organisms. Regrettably, we still face losses. Certain invertebrates, such as a large ancient dragonfly from the Jurassic period, with a wingspan of 20 centimeters, perished within mere minutes of exposure to the current atmosphere, unable to acclimate. This is indeed lamentable. Yet I find it perplexing that samples from the Triassic period, also belonging to the class Insecta, have astonished us with their remarkable adaptation to the contemporary atmosphere. Perhaps I must await the dissection of a deceased specimen to uncover the underlying reason. This Triassic species belongs to a group of extinct insects known as the Megaloptera. I discovered nymphs of this species within a Triassic gymnosperm and the accompanying soil from its root system, collecting a total of 28 specimens. I began to rear them in an ecological tank, introducing smaller worms and fruit flies as sustenance. However, rather than preying on modern offerings, they seemed to prefer engaging in mutual carnage. After the first molting, only 15 survived. I was compelled to separate them, accounting for 4 that perished from unknown causes. Ultimately, 11 successfully reached adulthood. Although not bred, the successful rearing of these revived specimens to maturity represents a significant triumph for our breeding initiative. According to fossil records, their closest living relatives are modern grasshoppers, yet these revived specimens exhibit a notably larger physique compared to their contemporary counterparts. I measured their wingspan, and the largest among them exceeds 16 inches, 40 centimeters. Upon comparison with existing data, I discovered that their appearance bears a striking resemblance to the Gigatitan, unearthed in Kyrgyzstan and believed to have existed during the Carnian stage of the Triassic period. However, complications arise as the locations where this species was collected date back to the late Triassic in North America, suggesting the possibility of an unrecorded new species. I shall provisionally name it Extratitanoan. True to its name, the Extratitan is indeed extraordinary. Its wings are remarkably vast, with the outer wings exhibiting distinct grooved areas for vocal communication among peers. The surface is adorned with irregular patterns for camouflage, which evolve with the environment as the creature matures. Furthermore, the inner wings are embellished with large, eye-like patterns, which I surmise serve as a means of intimidation. Surprisingly, despite its considerable size, the Extratitan demonstrates impressive flight capabilities. It utilizes its powerful hind legs to launch its body into the air, followed by the flapping of its inner wings for flight. This is quite unusual, as previous researchers of Gigatitan had theorized that such an insect could only glide due to its size. Nonetheless, the Extratitan achieves remarkable speed, reaching nearly 30 kilometers per hour, according to my measurements. Conversely, the mobility of the Extratitan is somewhat limited. Owing to inertia, it struggles to maneuver in confined spaces. However, considering its habitat in the treetop layer, such speed should suffice to evade predators and seek shelter. The front limbs of the Extratitan are particularly intriguing. Compared to its close relative, the grasshopper, their structure is more akin to that of a mantis. The insides are lined with sharp, backward-facing teeth, enabling it to grasp prey firmly. Given its size, I believe it is capable of incorporating small arboreal vertebrates into its diet. Yet another fact further distinguishes the Extratitan. It is, in fact, an omnivore. I have observed on numerous occasions the Extratitan gnawing on plants within its ecological enclosure. Additionally, during an unexpected incident, it appeared quite fond of modern sweet fruits. On one occasion, while Liao was snacking, they fed the Extratitan blueberries and raspberries, to which it exhibited keen interest. However, I doubt these prehistoric invertebrates possessed the metabolic capacity to process the sugars found in contemporary fruits. So it may be prudent to refrain from offering them sweets, despite their apparent enthusiasm. This also indicates a significant shift in the ecological niche of the Extratitan compared to its ancestors. They require a more diverse diet and adopt various strategies to survive in an environment dominated by vertebrates. I have observed that these insects exhibit a marked apprehension towards the flickering shadows cast from above, particularly when I played the recorded calls of the pterosaur. These extraordinary creatures cling tightly to the nearest surfaces, adopting a motionless stance reminiscent of the defensive strategies employed by moths. I believe this indicates that the species to which these remarkable insects belong, within the order of Megaloptera, has transitioned from being formidable predators to becoming prey, hunted, and consumed. While they may superficially resemble a peculiar mantis, their ecological niche is unlike that of any living insect. Nonetheless, they remain the prime candidates for the role of apex invertebrate predators within our rainforest ecosystem. Collected by Helena, there is also a batch of amphibians from the Triassic period. These amphibians differ significantly from any frogs, toads, or salamanders I have encountered. They resemble an overfed and poorly developed crocodile more than traditional amphibians. Their backs are rather coarse, adorned with numerous protuberances, seemingly evolved to withstand arid conditions. Following my preliminary examination, these creatures belong to a group of extinct amphibians known as lepispondals. Their lineage once thrived during the Carnian flood event, but swiftly waned due to the rise of aquatic reptiles. I am contemplating the establishment of a dedicated facility for these amphibians, as well as for other creatures that can no longer adapt to the current climate. However, for the time being, a fountain devoid of ornamental fish may suffice to provide them with a suitable habitat. It is crucial to mention that the world we inhabit today has undergone countless transformations over millions of years, rendering it unrecognizable for certain resurrected species. Our efforts to rescue them from the brink of extinction have not altered their fate. Nevertheless, I have observed that species from more recent epochs exhibit greater adaptability to modern conditions. Among the gymnosperms we resurrected from the Triassic, 3 species have survived, while 8 species emerged from the Jurassic. Liao suggests we should opt for a select few large animals from earlier eras to ensure their safety. Yet I believe that risk and opportunity coexist in harmony. Upon reviewing paleobotanical literature, fossil evidence indicates that the plant groups we recognize today had already existed by the late Cretaceous period. The pressing question now is how to persuade my friends to embark on an expedition to the Cretaceous. Public perception often glorifies the Jurassic as the zenith of the reptilian dynasty, but the skeletal remains embedded in rock reveal that the true elite of this age made their appearance during the Cretaceous. Chapter 24, The Dragon Chronicles. 4 Notes Code, Alpha. 2 Code Alpha, April 20th. Thursday thunderstorm. It is truly astonishing. Mist dark. Our veterinarian has managed to examine all the vertebrates in the park within a mere fortnight. Although I am not particularly fond of her frequent invocation of religious terminology, there is no denying that her scientific knowledge and unwavering determination are precisely what our team requires. However, the preemptive persuasion plan now seems utterly superfluous, as Dark appears utterly absorbed in the 2 subadult stegosaurs and sauropod hatchlings, seemingly forgetting her initial investigative title. During the course of these examinations, we found ourselves embroiled in a dispute regarding the hatching of the sauropod eggs. Dark absurdly proposed the installation of an egg turner in their incubation chamber, which I find preposterous. I do not deny that birds, being the closest living relatives, exhibit egg-turning behavior. However, sauropods are distinct. Consider those spherical eggs and their reproductive method akin to that of sea turtles. Recklessly turning the eggs could potentially suffocate the embryos. These eggs are invaluable to us, not only for the detailed insights they provide into the growth and development of these animals, but, more importantly, because they originate from the adult Mementosaurus we cannot collect. Its towering presence is etched in my memory when they reach maturity. They will undoubtedly be the largest vertebrates on this planet. Speaking of Mementosaurus, Liao reported to me today on the status of the original sauropods. I refer to these original sauropods as Leosaurus timoritus in honor of Liao, who was the first to discover this remarkable group of animals. Serving as the initiator of this unprecedented endeavor, this young man's name deserves to be remembered. In the course of behavioral training, the subject exhibited a notably aggressive demeanor. Liao even referred to this creature as ferocious, and I must concede that the animal, which had recently been released and had already rendered 3 wooden sunshades unusable, indeed warranted the utmost vigilance for observation and isolation. The male alpha individual mentioned by Liao, designated LM-03, possessed a strikingly bright blue throat pouch, and he aptly named it Blue Jade. During the behavioral training, this creature unexpectedly launched an attack. Fortunately, the electrified fence proved sufficiently robust, preventing any conflict from arising. Liao expressed skepticism regarding the efficacy of the behavioral training, as he had been cohabiting with the Liao's dragon for nearly a month. Yet the animals continued to display an elevated propensity for aggression and heightened alertness. I conveyed to him that it is hardly surprising. Wild animals are inherently difficult to tame. Even those creatures in zoos and sanctuaries, having undergone generations of domestication, still struggle to suppress their primal instincts. To my knowledge, even the now extinct zebras in the wild have frequently been known to inflict injuries upon humans in captivity, not to mention these ancient beasts. Raising young ones for behavioral training may prove somewhat safer, yet I find myself perturbed by my complete lack of experience in nurturing such animals. Do those younglings operate solely on instinct, akin to reptiles, or do they, like certain avian species, require the guidance and interaction of their parents? I am utterly uninformed about this matter, although my ultimate aspiration is to utilize these resurrected species to fill the void left by those organisms that perished during the cataclysm, thereby reconstructing a stable ecosystem. Yet, it appears that this journey is still exceedingly long. Perhaps we ought to devise new methods of husbandry? However, it seems that Liao lacks the necessary energy for such undertakings, especially considering that the number of resurrected species entering our institution is ever increasing. The current staffing situation presents a significant challenge. Although employing chips and drones to replace human operations has become a common practice in the exhibition industry. While this may offer greater confidentiality and convenience, I do not believe treating these animals as mere commodities is safe. Life will invariably find a way within constraints, possibly bearing scars, yet it will prevail. This remains an immutable truth of nature. Moreover, despite Liao's claims of having acquired fundamental wilderness survival skills, I cannot commend his abilities in other respects beyond the dishes he prepares. We require an outdoor expert, not only adept at surviving in the wild, but also capable of guiding us in tracking these creatures in their natural habitat. The facilities within the park have become antiquated. Aside from Helena's system setup, we are in dire need of an engineer to plan the infrastructure and layout. When faced with colossal beasts weighing several tons, mere fences and tranquilizer guns are insufficient. We also require security. The list of vacancies is alarmingly extensive, and it is likely that our recruitment efforts will not be completed by the next operation. Additionally, I find myself nearly powerless in the realm of paleobotany. This domain diverges entirely from that of prehistoric animals. The traces within the strata reveal that plants have evolved alongside the soil and its inhabitants over millions of years, their symbiosis being almost inseparable. They have influenced the environment and the animal and fungal kingdoms in astonishing ways, representing a field I scarcely comprehend, teeming with the mysteries of life. Regrettably, those who study this area seem to share a plight similar to that of ancient plants. Although I am acquainted with a distinguished botanist, I find myself at a loss as to how to extend an invitation to her, even in her presence. Alas, I fervently hope that Helena's database regarding ancient flora is sufficiently comprehensive. Chapter 25, The Dragon's Tail in the Stillness of the Night. The once vibrant green canopy of trees, now bereft of sunlight, swayed languidly under the dim moonlight, appearing rather listless. Occasionally, a gust of wind would disturb the tranquility, causing the branches to tremble and cast ominous, claw-like shadows. Within the enclosure, most of the creatures had succumbed to slumber. The stegosauruses formed a protective circle around the juvenile dragons, while the well-fed pterosaurs nestled in groups of 4 within the cleared cages, embracing one another in peaceful repose. Amidst the profound silence, a faint rustling sound resonated distinctly. In the cage designated for medium-sized creatures, 2 dark silhouettes remained awake, engaged in hushed whispers. After a brief moment, one approached the wire entrance, skillfully maneuvering through the gaps to reach the threshold, attempting to dislodge the latch with its claws. The soft rustling persisted for several minutes until the daring one leapt back from the entrance, confronted by the immovable door blocking its path. Its companion nuzzled its cheek affectionately before leaping to the spot where the first had attempted its escape. Gripping the wire, it adjusted its stance, extending its agile claws through the wider bars beside the door. After a brief exploration, it managed to hook the latch's protrusion. The claws tugging produced a raspy sound from the bolt, and with a groan under the weight of gravity, the door creaked open, unveiling a new realm to the inhabitants of the enclosure. The 2 dark figures ventured forth, successfully replicating the process to unfasten the second barrier. Faced with the vastly expanded world, they exhibited palpable excitement, whispering animatedly to each other, their voices ringing with bright chirps. Bathed in the dim greenish glow of the safe exit, their black stripes and soft white fur were illuminated. These were a pair of theropods from the Jurassic Morrison Formation, their keen eyesight allowing them to perceive the modern interior with clarity despite the faint light. They meandered along the base of the walls, occasionally pausing to curiously sniff at the robotic vacuum and the cardboard boxes obstructing their path. The larger of the 2 bore a silver ankle bracelet inscribed with the number MH1, while its companion was designated FH2. Together, they reached the end of the corridor, where MH1 gazed upwards at the door lock, noting its stark contrast to the familiar metallic latch that confined them. Instead, it presented a smooth surface, too slick for even their sharp claws to grasp. After a cautious sniff to ascertain the absence of any unusual scents, it turned back to affectionately nuzzle its companion. The theropod designated FH2 inhaled deeply, leaning closer once more to share intimate whispers with its friend. Subsequently, they discovered something that piqued their interest even more. A half-open packet of dried yellow mealworms nestled in a cardboard box in the corner. Hiss! This was in the monitoring room, where Jin furrowed her brow, incredulously gazing at the screen displaying the actions of the 2 ornithomimus. Holy Mary above! What on earth are they doing? They must be exploring. What's wrong, Senior? Liao Xing replied, finding little surprise in this phenomenon. During the recent behavioral training, the performance of the small theropods had distinguished itself among the plethora of Mesozoic reptiles, particularly these two ornithomimus. In the training involving the sound of a whistle and food rewards, herbivores like the Ankylosaurus and Stegosaurus required numerous repetitions to grasp the meaning of the whistle, while the early theropod, the Coelophysis, made the connection after merely a dozen attempts. The two ornithomimus, however, comprehended the whistle's significance after just 8 occurrences, even predicting the timing of the next training session through memory, which astonished Liao Xing. Moreover, just 2 days prior, while resting in the corridor and scrolling through her phone, she had caught a glimpse of these two little creatures examining the door gate. This reminded her of a description from a birdwatching manual about domesticated parrots. Some of these parrots learn to open their cage doors by observing the mechanism until one day they master the art of unlocking their own confinement from within. I approached Professor Owen to inquire about the classification of these ornithomimus, and according to him, these creatures are likely quite similar to their descendants in certain respects. The fact that they can perform such actions, worthy of being called the ancestral uncles of modern birds, did not surprise me in the least, Liao Xing explained. Liao, you haven't had the opportunity to witness those birds in person, have you? They're no longer as they are depicted in books. Jian, regaining her composure from the shock, shook her head, her violet eyes fixed upon the youth. The cataclysm has impacted global bird populations, with the number of species remaining in the wild being less than 1/6 of the entire outline. I have personally witnessed what other institutions refer to as highly intelligent birds, but did you know that they are all, without exception, kept in pairs within sanitized enclosures? Staring vacantly at mirrors, they exhibit no resistance even to being touched by strangers. They are almost machine-like. She sighed, contemplating for a moment. The artificial breeding during the cataclysm has led to too many changes. The once intact breeding system has been dismantled, and stimuli from the environment, inbreeding, and the pervasive implantation of chips have stripped them of their intellect. You cannot fathom how terrifying it is to raise a living creature to resemble a machine. Liao Xing fell silent, and before he could respond, Jian's voice echoed once more. Liao, since you are willing to call me senior, it signifies your respect for me. Therefore, I kindly ask you to answer me honestly. Where do these vibrant resurrected beings come from? Is this truly important? Liao Xing lifted his gaze to meet the other's eyes. In the dim light, Jian's amethyst-like gaze sparkled with a mysterious luminescence akin to the night sky. What is your perspective, senior? He inquired. Liao, are you aware that even before the cataclysm, there were attempts to resurrect extinct species? Yet, not only ancient dinosaurs but even specimens of existing targets have made no progress for those predecessors. The revival of species that went extinct merely a few years ago remains an unattainable luxury. But now, with the advent of artificial wombs and gene editing technology, we have new possibilities, do we not? As the professor informed me, these technologies emerged and became widespread decades ago, Liao Xing stated. Well, indeed, after the cataclysm, technology has ascended to a level that surpasses natural creations, Jian replied after taking a deep breath. However, it is akin to a deity named technology handing a sharp laser scalpel to an infant who has just begun to speak. Humanity has not yet fully grasped the secrets of cultivating life within laboratories. Issues such as genetic defects and sudden diseases continue to arise even in the world's most advanced sterile laboratories. Even a multinational cloning initiative like the Noah Project, backed by substantial funding, has ultimately failed. Thus, I am curious about the organization behind you and Professor Owen that possesses the financial resources and capabilities to nurture such vibrant individuals, yet remains unknown to me. Liao Xing blinked and smiled gently. So, regarding the next operation, would you be interested in joining me? I would be delighted to be your guide, senior. What? The next operation? Are you suggesting? Jian stood up, gazing at Liao Xing with incredulity, her lips trembling. I am still here under the guise of evaluation, and I know nothing about other aspects. Moreover, even as a newcomer, your heartfelt passion for these beings has not gone unnoticed by anyone. Liao Xing revealed a benevolent smile. Who, indifferent, would go without sleep for 3 consecutive days to conduct internal and external deworming and microbiological examinations on nearly 100 creatures? He extended his right hand to Jian. Welcome to the Jurassic Project. We shall return to the past in a manner unprecedented, bringing primal and potent vitality back to our planet. Chapter 26, The Dragon Rides. 6 Desire to visit the Peach Blossom Land, Ishin Formation. Thus, Listening to Liao Xing's words, Jian hesitated for a moment before firmly grasping Liao Xing's hand, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid with each rise and fall of her chest. I agree, we must go there. When do we depart? Are we headed to the Jurassic? Ahem. In fact, dinosaurs existed beyond just the Jurassic, Liao Xing elucidated, having recently refreshed his geological knowledge under the guidance of Helena and Owen. The Mesozoic era commenced approximately 251 million years ago, marked by the most severe extinction event that life on Earth has ever faced, continuing until the Cretaceous extinction event around 66 million years ago. The ancestors of the dinosaurs had emerged by at least the mid-Triassic period. During the Mesozoic, the atmospheric oxygen levels averaged between 12 and 15%, significantly lower than the current 20 to 21%. It is reasonable to surmise that we would need to wear breathing apparatus for our journeys. But how did these creatures adapt to the modern atmosphere? Jian promptly posed the question. I mean, even though most animals do not show any discomfort towards contemporary microorganisms, I am still unfamiliar with their immune systems, which may have latent periods. In any case, why has the higher oxygen content of today not had a detrimental impact on their bodies? In fact, for some invertebrates, the modern levels of oxygen are indeed lethal, yet their predecessors did not encounter this issue. As for the dinosaurs, their forebears did not witness their arrival in the present day. As their hands clasped tightly, the intense emotions conveyed melted away much of the thin, icy barrier between them. Almost all the ornithopod dinosaurs were snoring, and the larger the creature, the louder the snores. Did you know, Jian, that the snoring of a stegosaurus could be heard from a kilometer away? Huh. Imagining the stout stegosaurus huddled together, producing thunderous snores, Jian couldn't help but chuckle. She suddenly realized how effortlessly she could converse with others at work. Those nights when she could hardly sleep. Yet, more terrifying than the noise was the sheer power of their snores. One time, the snores of a group of stegosaurus taking an afternoon nap collapsed the long-neglected sunshade above them. What? How did that happen? Well, according to the professor, even among dinosaurs, there are differences in internal structures. Animals like the theropods possess air sacs, similar to modern birds, to aid in respiration. In contrast, the ornithischians can only adapt to the current oxygen levels in a relatively passive manner. Thus, the amplified snores are not surprising. Listening to Liao Xing's explanation, Jian nodded thoughtfully. When she looked up again, the smile at the corner of her mouth struck the young man's heart like an invisible arrow, causing a startled sensation to flutter within him, leaving him momentarily dazed. He chuckled. Based on your words, it seems we will need to conduct respiratory checks on these youngsters, much like we do with captive birds. After a moment, as if speaking to herself, Jian turned to the seemingly dazed young man and smiled. Liao, you haven't told me the destination of our next mission yet. Ah, right? Speaking of which, our next target has been determined, the early Cretaceous period in East Asia, the cradle of the G-hole biota that revolutionized paleobiological research. Liao Xing hastily responded, using his answer to mask his own unease. 125 million years ago, a subtropical monsoon forest thrived amidst frequent volcanic activity. The abundant resources and favorable habitats provided a refuge for the early avian species, which were not yet flourishing, while this region also harbored the world's most primitive angiosperm fossils. As the Virgin Mary looked on, Jian's eyes sparkled with fascination. Setting aside the ancient birds, the mere existence of the earliest angiosperm specimens posed a hypothesis capable of impacting all contemporary cultivated plants. Following the mass extinction event, diminished genetic diversity, yield reduction, and diseases have frequently afflicted crops, leading the majority of the populace to rely on algae and synthetic fungal products for sustenance. The introduction of new genetic material could drastically alter this predicament. Grateful for divine mercy bestowed upon humanity, Jian involuntarily leaned back. Having been inundated by the veterinarian's incessant references to the Virgin Mary, he gently withdrew his fingers from her soft grasp, redirecting his attention to the monitor. Observing the two Archaeopteryx rummaging through the boxes, in hushed tone, he addressed the microphone. Helena, the data has been collected. Please send them back. As the cleaning machine in the corridor powered on with a buzzing sound, the two Archaeopteryx startled, their feathers fluffed up as they fluttered back into their enclosure. As the cleaning machine transformed, morphing into Helena's pristine circular form, she glided over, extending her mechanical arm to close the cage door, adding a lock for good measure. Congratulations to both of you on receiving an upgraded security padlock for your enclosure, as well as an additional sliding door renovation. Your confinement has been splendidly enhanced, Helena remarked, her optical lens glimmering a brilliant azure as it focused on the two creatures huddled together inside. Chapter 27. Accident. The rumbling emanating from deep within the subterranean rock layers jolted Jian from her slumber. She quickly sat up, rubbing her eyes as she rushed out of the tent. What is happening? As her senses gradually awakened, she felt the ground beneath her tremble slightly in response to the source of the sound. A minor volcanic eruption. Dr. Dark, Helena floated in, projecting a three-dimensional map from her optical lens. In the early Cretaceous period of Liaoxi, tectonic movements were quite frequent. There is no need for concern, as our campsite is situated at a higher elevation and is far from the eruption site. Currently, there is no danger. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, the girl began to observe her surroundings as her mind gradually cleared. 6 hours prior, with Helena initiating the third traversal, the group had arrived in Xi'an. 120 million years ago. Upon arrival, it was midnight, and they decided to set up camp to adjust to the time difference. With Jian activating her cybernetic night vision function, the dim scenery before her instantly sharpened into clarity. The scenery of this sloping terrain was entirely unlike the era to which she belonged. Before her lay an expansive slope, lush with oversized ground ferns and bracken, while the towering trees behind her were composed of unfamiliar ginkgo and conifer species, occasionally interspersed with peculiar ferns. These towering giants, reaching several dozen meters in height, were almost impossible to encounter in her own time, especially outside of protected areas ravaged by ecological destruction. Initially, Jane felt exhilarated by the novelty of it all, but soon a shiver ran down her spine. The temperature here was not as sweltering as she had imagined. Rather, she was unexpectedly taken aback by the slightly cool nighttime air. She turned toward the tent to fetch her jacket. Ah, a volcanic eruption? No one mentioned anything about this before I arrived. Upon returning to the tent, she found Helena conversing with Liao Xing, who was wrapped in a jacket, his hair disheveled. Well, you know, Helena couldn't help but tease, Liao, your sense of safety is still rather lacking. Isn't it? During the Triassic, I had to wake you up from the attack of a Ceratosaurus, and this time you fell asleep without properly sealing your sleeping bag, only to wake up frozen. Her gaze darted between Jane and Liao Xing. Was the difference between male and female humans merely physiological, or did it extend to levels of vigilance as well? Ahem. I believe this is more of an individual difference, Liao Xing replied, his face flushing as he patted his cheeks. In any case, I can't sleep now. I feel like taking a stroll. Would you care to join me, Senior? What about Professor Owen? Jane inquired. He is probably still asleep due to the sleep aid device. Liao Xing grinned, attempting to cover for himself. Since there is no danger of being engulfed by lava, would you like to take a walk, Senior? Who knows what we might discover? Ah, of course, that sounds splendid, Jane responded. Just a moment, you too, Helena interjected. According to my readings, the current atmospheric oxygen level is around 19. While direct action is permissible, just in case, remember to carry portable oxygen masks. Don't rush into anything and suddenly faint. She handed them the oxygen masks, watching as they departed, a strange glimmer flickering in the optical lens. In the forest, they wandered for an indeterminate time. As dawn approached, the previously dark and profound starry sky transformed into a grand tapestry of crimson and deep purple hues. The forest began to resonate with the melodious calls of birds, reminiscent of their descendants millions of years later, unchanged in their beauty. Jane lifted her head, unable to suppress the warmth in her eyes. The sound she had only ever experienced through videos and recordings now surpassed any renowned compositions of the future. The avian species of this era could be considered a rising star in the evolutionary realm, Liao Xing remarked as he gazed at the treetops. Though he could only discern a vague shadow, at this distance, they were already beyond the reach of their capture nets. I had just changed my equipment and wanted to try it out properly. Noticing the sudden chill on the girl's face, he quickly shifted the topic. Ahem, Senior. May I ask how many field investigation experiences you had before coming here? To be frank, I have done this no less than 20 times. Yet those were all in an artificially crafted environment beneath the ecological canopy of a protected area, utterly incomparable to this field study. As Jian stepped over a fallen log, brushing away the startled insects with her hand, she began to reminisce. Their surroundings appeared exquisite, and the animals seemed lively. However, it was almost too perfect, rendering it surreal. There was no fluctuation in temperature, no buzzing of insects, not even the melodies of birds or the whispers of the wind. It felt like a meticulously recreated oil painting in reality, uncomfortably soothing. She glanced at Liao Xing. What about you, Liao? Surely, you must possess considerable experience? This marked his third visit. Liao Xing answered shyly, well, those tickets are exorbitantly priced for me. Moreover, I had a bit of an experience in my childhood. It wasn't until high school that I visited a natural history museum organized by the school, where I merely skimmed through without learning anything substantial. Listening to Liao Xing, Jian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Realizing that even for the lowest-rated botanical gardens in contemporary times, admission could cost a working-class family nearly half a month's wages. To be candid with my senior. Upon my initial encounter with the specimens in the museum, my emotions were solely astonishment, marveling that such things ever existed in the world. To be honest, I initially ventured into hunting to collect prehistoric creatures, bringing them back to modernity solely for the sake of financial gain to support my education. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of coldness passed through Liao Xing's eyes as he continued. However, from the moment I first touched a living animal, my perspective shifted uncontrollably. When I felt its breath, the texture of its skin, and the warmth within, I developed an inexplicable aversion to the specimens in the museum. I could not bear the thought that due to my selfish decision, a vibrant life would be stripped of its senses, eternally confined within a prison of glue and stuffing. I can empathize with that. Jian's delicate brows relaxed as she inhaled deeply and replied, in my childhood, my family had a miniature horse that we named Bread. It accompanied us for 15 years, witnessing my father's marriage and the births of my younger sister and me. Tragically, when I was 6, Bread succumbed to acute pneumonia. Perhaps from that moment, I resolved to become a veterinarian. Even if I could change the fate of just one animal, all the hardships would be worthwhile. Before she could finish her sentence, Liao Xing suddenly grasped her shoulders, pulling her abruptly into his embrace. Jian's mind went blank as she collided into him. Liao Xing. Liao Xing furrowed his brow, raised a finger to his lips to shush her, and then pointed towards a towering tree before them. Beneath the gentle illumination of twilight, a stout and diminutive figure emerged from beneath the roots of a tree, peering curiously about. Its head was square-shaped, with short, sturdy forelimbs and a thick, robust tail adorned with tufts of hair that rustled softly with its movements. This continued for several minutes until the small creature bent low, its limbs touching the ground, and in a mere moment, it vanished into the embrace of the tree's roots. Is that a porcupine? Jian inquired. I believe it to be a protoceratops, Liao Xing whispered in Jian's ear. Prior to our arrival, I had perused the biological records of the Yixian group, which documented the discovery of numerous fossils belonging to the protoceratops species, revealing hair impressions on its tail. Based on the form of the creature we beheld, it was highly probable that we were indeed witnessing the protoceratops in its true form. Soon, the protoceratops reappeared within the duo's line of sight. Moving on all fours while swaying its tail, the coarse bristles creating a soft rustling sound. Behind it, several smaller figures emerged, and the vicinity around the tree roots became lively as a group of protoceratops hatchlings frolicked, emitting cheerful squeals. The adult protoceratops paused momentarily, uttering a series of murmurs that prompted the hatchlings to cease their playful antics and huddle closely together. It resembled a nurturing caretaker, nudging the gathered hatchlings with its snout, arranging them into a neat line. Then it stood upright, raising its tail and erecting all its bristles like a banner, leading the way as the hatchlings followed in unison. Liao Xing, it's coming towards us. Jian's voice trembled, her grip tightening around a silver cross. This endeavor was merely a whim. She had not brought her toolbox. Stay calm. Senior, these creatures have never encountered humans. We must remain silent and observe. Any sudden movement may provoke an attack. Liao Xing reassured the veterinarian while reaching for the mustard spray at her waist. The protoceratops caretaker led its troop to within 2 meters of the pair, sensing something amiss. It stood on its hind legs once more, beginning to survey its surroundings. Upon spotting the duo, it emitted a strange call, the bristles on its tail rustling violently. In an instant, the group scattered like startled birds, vanishing without a trace. The caretaker stared at the two, who remained motionless and tightly huddled together, sniffing curiously. It then opened its mouth and forcefully clacked its upper and lower jaws, producing a crisp sound, while its forelimbs dug into the earth, displacing soil and fallen leaves. After a moment, sensing the lack of response from the pair, it cautiously approached, fixing its gaze upon them. At this moment, they could discern its features: round, black eyes, cheeks bulging with 2 short horns, and a beak enveloped in a glistening keratin, resembling a curious amalgamation of a turtle and a parrot. The standoff felt as though it lasted for an eternity, the silence profound enough for Jian to hear the rapid heartbeat emanating from an unknown source. For a considerable time, the caretaker observed the two individuals, hesitating momentarily before letting out a sharp snort and returning to its original position, glancing back thrice. After confirming that neither of them made a move, it raised its tail and gently swayed it. Those concealed young ones seemed to emerge from the ground as if they had sprouted, gathering around the caretaker in response to the rustling sound made by the tail. Liao Xing and Jian watched as the caretaker lowered itself, using its nose to soothe the anxious younglings, then led the group swiftly in the opposite direction, disappearing into the shadowy depths of the forest. Exhaling deeply, Liao Xing released the tightly gripped spray canister. Indeed, as Owen had said, small creatures tend to be quite cautious. As long as there are no sudden movements, they remain undisturbed. He glanced down at Jian. "Are you all right, senior?" "Not too well. You nearly squeezed the breath out of me." Seeing Jian's complexion turn a shade of purple, Liao Xing scrambled up, awkwardly pulling Jian to her feet. "Ahem. It was unexpected. I apologize." "Ahem, it's fine. I must thank you. I truly hadn't noticed those creatures." Jian took several deep breaths and brushed off the dust and leaves clinging to her attire. "What species do those Psittacosaurus belong to?" "Goodness. That creature resembles a turtle without a shell." The Psittacosaurus is part of the dinosaur clade known as Ornithischia. Professor Owen mentioned they are an early evolutionary type within a group called the ceratopsians, Liao Xing explained. "Unbelievable." Jian shook her head, her gaze following the direction in which the Psittacosaurus had departed. These Psittacosaurus resemble reptiles, yet their nurturing behavior is strikingly similar to that of various avian species I have encountered, such as swans. Creator, ahem, evolution is truly profound. A glimmer of excitement shone in her eyes. "I wish to follow and study them. Of course. Let me see." Liao Xing looked down at the phone he had retrieved from his pocket. "We are currently 2 kilometers from the campsite. Well, I will gather some information regarding their nesting habits. Helena has been updating our location, so I believe it is safe to explore the surrounding area. Also, senior, do not wander too far." As he turned around, he noticed Jian had already hastened towards the direction the Psittacosaurus had taken. Liao Xing twitched his nose, catching a faint, elusive scent emanating from his clothing. Remembering the moment he had impulsively embraced her in a flurry of urgency, he felt his cheeks flush. "Ah, I must return and have this outfit cleaned. Ugh, what am I thinking? How disgraceful." Chapter 28. The ferocious Repenominous Jian stepped over a thicket of cycad bushes, then bent down to part a cluster of leaves. With the enhancement of her visual prosthetic, she could discern an inconspicuous, leaf-strewn muddy path. As a veterinarian, she comprehended the significance of the situation. She had now discovered a path through the wilderness, suggesting that she might soon encounter those Paraceratherium. For reasons unknown, her heart raced. Was it due to the thrill of an impending discovery, or the remnants of fear from her recent encounter, or perhaps, taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself. There was nothing to ponder. It was merely an unforeseen incident, or rather, no, it was undoubtedly the bridge effect. "Dalka, calm yourself. It was an accident," she murmured, gently patting her face in a moment of self-reproach. Suddenly, the underbrush behind her began to rustle. Startled, the veterinarian turned to look, yet saw nothing. The tranquility she had just managed to regain was once again disrupted, and she recalled hearing from the professor about the numerous carnivorous fossils unearthed in the Ascian Formation prior to her arrival. "I should wait a moment and bring him along." Jin suddenly began to feel a twinge of regret. "Liao, is that you? Don't joke around," she called out. The bushes rustled in response, revealing a beast that emerged from within. This creature, standing at the height of her knees, crawled forward with its rotund body, its black eyes fixed intently on Jian. It then opened its mouth, its whiskers quivering with each breath. As Jian caught sight of its sharp fangs, her legs involuntarily retreated, pulling her body backwards. The beast, panting heavily, struggled to decipher the unfamiliar scent in the air, its confusion evident. Hesitantly, it took a step closer to Jian, emitting a coarse wheeze from its throat. With its eyes glowing like will-o'-the-wisps in the dark and its sharp claws scraping the earth, Jian felt her limbs stiffen, cold sweat trickling down her spine. Clenching her teeth, she reached for the cybernetic implant behind her ear. She vaguely recalled that her father had installed a self-defense martial arts response program in her implant. If only she could activate that program, even if her physical strength paled in comparison to seasoned martial artists. She should at least be able to withstand the beast's assault. Network connection lost. Unable to authenticate securely. Please try again. Red subtitles flashed before her eyes, sending a chill down her back. The beast seemed to have sensed the fear radiating from the creature larger than itself, its panting transformed into a raspy growl, its fur bristling as it crouched, preparing to pounce. Just then, a branch flew through the air, striking the beast. Startled, it recoiled and abandoned its attack posture, howling uneasily in the direction from which the branch had come. Liao Xing burst forth from the side, wielding 2 cans of mustard spray. "Senior, cover your mouth and nose." Jian heard the shout and quickly pulled her jacket collar over her face. Liao Xing shook the metal canister, and soon, a milky spray gushed towards the beast. As the beast inhaled the irritating liquid, its ferocious howls turned into agonized cries. It shook its head violently, then fell to the ground, rubbing its head against the earth in an attempt to mask the pain inflicted by the liquid. However, the sensation was not merely a fiery torment in its nose and throat. Its vision began to blur as well. The loss of its senses sent the creature into a panic, and it fled into the nearby bushes, leaving a trail of fear in its wake. As the beast escaped, Jian sat on the ground as though severed from her strings, resembling a marionette left without direction. Unlike the snarling beasts she had encountered in private institutions, the intimidation from the cheetahs and cougars, though fierce, was nothing compared to the dread instilled by this unfamiliar creature. Smaller in size yet capable of reaching deep into her instinctual fears, leaving her heart racing. Coughing, Liao Xing approached the girl who sat on the ground. "Are you all right, Senior? You forgot to bring your self-defense spray. I came to give you a can, but who would have thought it would be needed so urgently?" Gazing at the somewhat dazed individual beside him, Liao Xing let out a sigh. Who, upon encountering the ferocious side of nature for the first time, would not feel a pang of trepidation? He seated himself, shedding his coat and draping it over the veterinarian. The feeble light of day had nearly vanished, and the chirping of birds had quieted. Liao Xing could sense a silent chill weaving through the forest, akin to a stealthy thief stealing the warmth from their surroundings. He opened his backpack, retrieving a blanket, and after a moment's contemplation, covered the curled-up figure of Jian with it. "Here is a free piece of advice for you. Senior, always carry a high-powered flashlight. A strong beam can temporarily blind animals, potentially scaring off some predators." As the wind whisked away warmth, it also carried off the pungent scent of spray. Liao Xing settled on the roots of a tree beside Jian, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Time passed unmeasured until he felt a slight warmth on his eyelids. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a beam of golden light filtering through the forest, though faint. It dispelled the darkness and cold, bringing them illumination and warmth. The long-awaited dawn had finally arrived. He rose to survey his surroundings. In an instant, as Liao Xing turned his head, a chilling object struck his face. What? Instinctively, he grasped the foreign object, wiped his eyes, and upon confirming all was well, opened his palm to inspect it. It was a green creature, slightly larger than his hand, writhing in his palm. Its back was adorned with 2 pairs of large, transparent wings, which Liao Xing had crumpled. Yet, as the creature squirmed, the wings gradually unfurled. Its pair of eyes nearly enveloped its entire head, and upon closer inspection, Liao Xing realized it bore no mouth. The creature delicately rubbed its head with its exquisite forelimbs before flapping its wings and descending towards the light. Before Liao Xing could fully process this, a gentle rustling filled his ears, and he noticed numerous green creatures taking flight from the surrounding underbrush, their wings fluttering as they zipped past him towards the illuminated edge of the forest. As the surroundings grew progressively brighter, Liao Xing finally discerned their location. They were by the edge of a marsh, surrounded by water-loving horsetail plants, near a shallow bank extending into the inland. It was the light peeking through that had drawn these phototropic insects forth. In the blink of an eye, the air around Liao Xing was filled with the silhouettes of these flying insects. The morning light reflected off their bodies, causing them to shimmer with a soft glow. As they fluttered, they trailed 2 long filaments behind, resembling countless tiny celestial maidens, and for a moment, he felt as though he had stepped into a realm of ethereal beauty. "What is this?" Liao Xing heard Jian exclaim in astonishment, turning to see the vet's face awash with wonder. "Ah, there's no need for alarm, Senior. The invertebrate species of the hot river area are numerous, and this appears to be a beautiful mayfly, a harmless insect with a wealth of specimens unearthed." Jian, entranced by the myriad mayflies transforming into golden specks of light, involuntarily stood, gazing toward the direction they were headed. Where are they going? Her gaze followed the flurry of fluttering wings, revealing a verdant expanse before her. Beyond the shallows lay a vast, profound azure, where the shimmering waves occasionally cast fish leaping from the surface, creating ripples upon the gleaming mirror. Mayflies danced at the water's edge, transforming into ethereal specks of light that merged with the mirrored surface, resembling a sky filled with countless stars, much like a hazy, dreamlike nocturne captured on an ink-washed canvas, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. As the resonant calls of colossal beasts echoed along the lakeshore, myriad creatures concealed in the surroundings began to stir with the arrival of light. Beneath the shifting hues of the water, countless fish formed dark schools, breaking through the glassy lake surface, shattering the radiant sky above. Unique and varied creatures emerged from the woods bordering the lake, gathering in groups and calling to one another. The sweet chirping of birds arose once more, as vibrant winged figures fluttered from the trees to the lakeside, pursuing the star-like insects in playful abandon. As a flock of birds swept overhead, a mottled feather drifted down before Jian, who quickly reached out to grasp it. Feeling its soft texture and the lingering warmth of the creature, tears welled at the corners of Jian's eyes. She clenched her hand tightly, experiencing a fleeting pain before finally releasing her grip. What lay before her was no dream. It was all undeniably real. Such is the essence of primal nature, where fangs lie hidden beneath a facade of tranquility, and from danger arises the potential for life, often catching one unawares. Liao Xing approached Jian, attempting to take her hand. Yet, dear elder, while you hold reverence, may you also retain that fervent spirit of exploration. This unprecedented journey holds significance far beyond our imagination. Though he did not hear Jian's voice in reply, her response was evident as she tightly grasped his hand, unwilling to let go. Chapter 29. Enchantment of the Newcomer. The unexpected four-winged bird changeraptor. Even in the height of early summer, with the sun blazing above, the woods of the hot river offered no trace of heat. On the contrary, the breeze from the lake frequently descended a few degrees, wafting into the forest and causing the unsuspecting creatures to shudder. Along the beast paths of the woods, a group of quadrupedal beings moved in formation, each adorned in varying shades of green, their skin marked with mottled pale gray patterns. To evade potential predators, they shifted positions frequently, avoiding lingering too long in one spot. This group was identified by future paleontologists as the Jinzhou dragon, a theropod dinosaur comprised of both males and females. At first glance, there appeared to be little difference between the sexes, but upon closer inspection, some bore slightly elevated noses and darker hues, distinctive traits of the males. Most members of this group were young adults, yet a few seasoned Jinzhou dragons would occasionally pause, propping themselves up on their hind legs to survey their surroundings, advancing only once they confirmed their safety. As the entire troop progressed in an orderly fashion, one Jinzhou dragon suddenly became startled, letting out an anxious cry and beginning to thrash its neck. This action startled the surrounding companions. Yet upon witnessing the swift return to tranquility, they resumed their silence. Traversing through the forest, it was inevitable for them to be suddenly stung by some creature, a commonplace occurrence for them. The group continued their advance, but the startled Jinzhou dragon exhibited peculiar behavior. It initially moved forward normally, yet its steps gradually grew unsteady. Soon, it collapsed to the ground, emitting whimpers, while its companions cautiously approached, nudging the fallen Jinzhou dragon with their noses. As the downed companion fell utterly silent, a slight commotion arose within the herd, but moments later, calm was restored. They did not halt their progress, as the entire collective would not cease moving forward due to the fall of an individual. As they advanced, one after another, more Jinzhou dragons exhibited the same alarming response. As if afflicted by some bizarre and virulent plague, initially, they would stagger, then the unfortunate ones displaying symptoms would lie on the ground, whimpering, ultimately remaining motionless. Eventually, the entire herd succumbed to an eerie slumber, at which point the true culprits revealed themselves. Owen, donning a gas mask, descended from the treetop shelter via a retractable ladder, marveling at the sprawled Jinzhou dragon assemblage before him. Look, just how many years has it been? Science can now induce pheromone hypnosis in these creatures, akin to a spell of drowsiness. What is the term again? A labyrinth of confusion, Professor. Liao Xing, also wearing a gas mask to avoid inhaling the artificial microorganisms containing melatonin in the air, remarked, I must say, your species is quite remarkable, always managing to present new surprises in unexpected places. Helena floated beside them, her optical device emitting beams of light, scanning the slumbering Jinzhou dragons, beginning to report on each one's physical condition. This one is healthy, this one is healthy. Ah, this one is malnourished, the next one is healthy, she noted. If you ask me, this invisible trap is so convenient. It would be better to give each animal a shot directly, likely allowing us to finish early, Helena suggested. It's not as simple as you think, Jian interjected from the shelter, observing the monitor while listening to their banter. First, it's essential to ascertain the animal's size and metabolic rate. An invisible barrier designed to control the pulse frequency of goats would be ineffective against a hippopotamus. Furthermore, the batteries and sprayers of the barrier have capacity limits, and the chip processing required for the artificial microorganisms also demands time. If the terrain were any more open, the gentle breeze would disperse the microorganisms before they could amass sufficient density in the air. Thus, this method is only viable in relatively enclosed spaces. As for marking samples, targeting a dinosaur larger than a bison is indeed straightforward. However, for those little creatures darting through the thickets, my accuracy may not be guaranteed. Liao Xing wielded a tagging gun, implanting subcutaneous trackers into the backs of the Jianzhou dragons lying on the ground. He turned his gaze towards Owen, who was fervently prying open the jaw of a Jianzhou dragon, his expression brimming with excitement as he illuminated the interior with a small flashlight. Oh, how fascinating! These early duck-billed dinosaur species possess remarkably advanced dentition, identical to those found in preserved specimens. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder, disregarding the viscous saliva, and reached inside to probe. The teeth situated towards the back of their jaws are flat, indicating a capacity for rudimentary chewing motions, thus allowing them to better adapt to the evolving flora. Based on my observations, those stegosaurids and primitive sauropods within the sanctuary tend to swallow their food whole, consequently. Many have encountered digestive issues when faced with modern fibrous angiosperm fodder, necessitating some softening of their diet. I believe these new arrivals will fare better when confronted with contemporary salads, Professor Liao Xing remarked, glancing at the elderly man whose face was nearly pressed into the Jianzhou dragon's mouth. Isn't the odor overwhelming? Owen paused, instinctively taking a deep breath. Listening to the violent coughing and retching sounds emanating from the communicator, Jian rolled her eyes in exasperation, returning her focus to the monitor screen with Helena's assistance. The surrounding area within a 25-meter radius had been transformed into a surveillance zone filled with cameras. She minimized the control screen and began assessing the status of the various cameras. Upon returning to the camp with Liao Xing, Owen habitually reiterated the key elements of their expedition. In addition to collecting samples of locally extinct animals, botanical specimens and soil samples are equally vital to the sanctuary's development and research. After deliberation, the group decided to commence their collection with herbivorous animals. A fleeting flash of white momentarily appeared in one of the cameras before returning to normal, yet Jian's peripheral vision caught the anomaly. Through the identification number, she recognized it as a camera monitoring the forest edge. Perhaps it was a fallen leaf or an insect taking flight, she mused. Then, in another camera's feed, a figure gracefully arced through the air, vanishing into thin air after slipping between the branches. She furrowed her brow, identifying the sequence's correlation with the earlier image. If all went as anticipated, its next appearance would be. Jian's heart began to race as she turned her gaze towards the window of the shelter, where she spotted a large, brown bird perched on a branch, diligently preening its feathers. She couldn't help but marvel at the bird as a magnificent creation of the creator. Though its size was modest, its form was robust and lustrous, with feathers on its four wings seemingly crafted by the hands of a master artisan. Wait a moment, for wings? What kind of bird has four wings? She widened her eyes and observed as the bird raised its head to preen its back feathers. Enhanced by the prosthetic augmentation, she discerned the creature's translucent, sharp teeth. Though its four wings were cloaked in feathers, a closer examination revealed claws concealed beneath the downy plumage. Fixated on the avian being, she deftly opened her portable case and retrieved her rifle, executing her movements with remarkable swiftness and gentleness, striving to minimize the sound produced. She rested the stock against her shoulder, utilizing her peripheral vision to monitor her fingers as they subtly adjusted the dosage of the anesthetic. After reducing the dosage to its lowest setting, the indicator confirmed the adjustment. However, uncertainty gnawed at her. What was the bird's metabolic condition? How well could its body adapt to contemporary pharmaceuticals? She was utterly ignorant of such matters. Intense illumination could induce temporary blindness in animals. Reflecting on Liao Xing's account, she hesitated momentarily, retracting the tranquilizer round and switching to a signaling mode. Taking a deep breath, She aimed at the four-winged creature and pulled the trigger. The signal round erupted from the chamber, striking a branch ahead of the bird. In an instant, the entire canopy was illuminated with a brilliant white light, causing the peculiar creature to emit a startled cry. It attempted to leap away, but, hindered by its impaired vision, collided headlong into a nearby branch, its foreclaws instinctively clutching the limb, immobilized. Jian grasped her coat and swiftly stepped out of the shelter. Enveloping the four-winged bird within her garment, cradling it close to her chest, she was exhilarated by the rush of adrenaline, entirely oblivious to the fact that her left foot had landed upon a brittle, dead branch. With a sharp crack, she felt her balance falter, and a sudden sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed her mind, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. As a slight tug of pain coursed through her shoulders, Jian realized she had halted her descent. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld several mechanical tendrils gripping her shoulders, with Helena positioned above her, maximizing the anti-gravity engine. "Watch your footing, Miss Dark." As she was hoisted back onto the branch, Jian's taut nerves began to ease slightly. "Thank you, Helena. You humans sometimes react faster with your limbs than your minds." Helena retracted her tendrils, leaning closer to the bundle cradled in Jian's arms. "What has driven you to take such risks?" Jian relaxed a bit as a fuzzy head emerged from her coat, its bewildered, deep brown eyes gazing at the indistinct, unfamiliar entity before it, frozen in fear. A red beam projected from Helena's optical lens, scanning the creature. Based on skeletal comparisons in the database, this appears to be a small dromaeosaurid dinosaur, she elucidated. A diminutive theropod. Fossil evidence suggests that this lineage is highly adapted for arboreal life. Furthermore, based on feather imprints in the specimens, it is inferred that some members of this family may possess gliding abilities. So, Jian glanced at the little creature, her brow furrowing. It is not a bird. She seemed somewhat distressed, but upon meeting the creature's wide, watery eyes, her heart softened, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. In 1859, chaos ensued. "Never mind. This is the final one, Professor." Liao Xing switched off the containment chamber receiver, stifling a laugh as he glanced at the professor, who was retching beside a tree trunk. "Ahem. Oh my God. The stench is even more dreadful than canned herring." Owen turned pale and looked back. "Let us tidy up and take a break. We must venture to the throat of the inferno." "Throat? What does that mean?" Liao Xing suspected there was an issue with the translation implant. "It's a colloquialism referring to a volcanic crater," Owen explained. "Our next destination is that recently erupted volcano." Chapter 30. Scorched earth. Even though it was the sweltering noon of summer in the hot river region, the sky bore no trace of azure. Instead, the heavens were shrouded in suffocating gray clouds, obscuring the sun. The culprit behind this gloom was a towering giant peak, its summit currently gaping open like a massive orange maw, with slowly surging crimson lava resembling the fabled tongue of the inferno, exhaling gray smoke that painted the world in lifeless hues of gray. Although the eruption from days prior had nearly ceased, the underground fires continued to surge with fervor, heating the subterranean water systems to scalding temperatures and radiating this terrifying heat through the underground rivers in all directions. The once vibrant pools at the foot of the volcano were now silent and lifeless. Steam rose from the crystal-clear waters, which revealed no signs of life, yet reflected bizarre, iridescent colors on the surface. This eerie hot spring was a testament to the aftermath of the Inferno's massacre, a toxic broth left behind by the scalding embrace of the Grim Reaper. Not far from the water pool lay the bloated carcass of a colossal sauropod. The massive body bore no visible wounds, yet its ashen eyes indicated it had perished long ago, as the seething underground fires rendered the subterranean water veins scalding hot. They also desiccated the soft soil, transforming it into a brittle facade. The great beast, in its flight, unwittingly wandered into this realm of death, and as its several tons of weight crushed the fragile, cracked surface, its forebody was instantly engulfed by the boiling water and mire. After enduring the torturous heat for hours, it met its demise. A colossal cadaver sprawled across the wilderness. Amid the crackling of dried ferns underfoot, three figures emerged at the edge of the silent hot spring. They were three beasts, each towering over a man. Rising on their hind legs, their rough-skinned bodies were cloaked in coarse fur, with a long tail balanced against their forward-leaning torsos. Two of the creatures were adorned in a dusty gray-brown hue, their bodies coated in volcanic ash, reminiscent of refugees struggling to find sanctuary in a chaotic world. In stark contrast, another stood out with its striking pure white form. impervious to the layers of dust that clung to its skin, yet failing to obscure its austere demeanor. These beings, later known as the Feathered Kings, were recently forced to flee from the mountainside due to the eruption of molten earth, yet being in their juvenile stage. They lacked the experience and physical prowess to establish a new territory swiftly, after being relentlessly pursued by mature counterparts for several days. Their gnawing hunger compelled them to return to their tainted homeland, seeking sustenance amidst the scorched earth. Before them loomed the massive body of a sauropod, and the two gray-brown feathered kings fidgeted restlessly, pacing back and forth while emitting rapid breaths. Despite the unsettling acrid scent that hung in the air, the nearly 10-ton carcass remained an irresistible target. However, the haunting memories of the recent billowing smoke and fierce flames lingered, instilling a sense of caution within them. The gray-white feathered king also fixated on the remains, cautiously stepping forward. The once soft soil had cracked under the harsh dryness, crumbling beneath its weight. Startled, it hesitated and retreated slightly, then bent down to sniff the fragmented dry earth. Aside from the sharp, foreign odor, it could hear the subtle shifting of the soil beneath, as if stirred by unseen currents. Yet, the pangs of hunger urged it onward into the unknown, even as every instinct screamed of impending danger. Step by step, it approached the colossal beast's remains and leaped onto its robust thigh. With the peculiar sensation of the ground no longer shifting beneath it, it began to relax slightly, opening its jaws to tear into the soft abdomen. The blood had long since coagulated, yet the flesh retained an eerie warmth. In its fervor, the gray-white feathered king gnawed at the strange carcass, prompting its companion to abandon restraint and boldly join in, relishing the hard-won feast. As the three feathered kings tugged and fought over the remains, the vibrations they caused began to affect the still-settling mud beneath, slowly causing the giant creature's body to sink. However, the feast before them dulled their senses, ensnaring them in a deathly banquet upon a ship teetering on the brink of capsizing. Suddenly, the gray-white feathered king's neck jerked forward, snatching a slippery intestine from its companion's grasp. As it tilted its head back to swallow, a peculiar flash of white caught its eye at the treeling. In that moment of distraction, its companion reclaimed the intestine from its mouth, triumphantly swallowing it down. "Professor, to be honest, we've been wandering this eruption zone for quite a while, yet we haven't encountered any living creatures. What exactly are we supposed to collect in terms of biological samples?" Liao Xing stepped over a charred remnant, brushing the volcanic ash from his pant leg. "If we merely need volcanic ash, couldn't Helena just fly up and gather some samples directly from the clouds?" "Alio, the high-temperature volcanic ash entering my thruster could cause a malfunction. Are you skilled in mechanical repair or equipment maintenance?" Helena retorted. "This region holds far more value than we perceive on the surface." Liao Xing Owen, leading the way, paid no mind to the thick layer of ash clinging to his mountaineering attire. Destruction and opportunity are inseparable, while the volcanic eruption may devastate the original environment. This volcanic ash is rich in essential minerals for plant life, potentially serving as vital growth elements for certain flora. For instance, while Mount Vesuvius was responsible for the tragedy of Pompeii, its soil nurtured some of the finest grapes in the Mediterranean. Before we return to modern cultivation of these organisms, we must endeavor to understand every aspect of this ecosystem as thoroughly as possible. Please, for the love of God, can we take a break? We've been walking for nearly an hour and a half. At the back of the group, dressed in a white sun-protective suit, Jin panted heavily, kneeling in despair. The oxygen levels in this era are already lower than in her own time, and using a portable oxygen device after exertion made her feel as though her lungs were about to burst. Why? Didn't we drive here? The aftermath of an eruption does not signify that the magma beneath the surface has ceased its movement. If our vehicle were to traverse a fragile area and a collapse were to occur, we would be in grave danger. Owen explained, glancing at his watch. Well, let us rest for 15 minutes, preferably near living trees, as their root systems will help stabilize the ground. Liao Xing removed his backpack, massaging his sore shoulders. He exhaled slowly, instinctively surveying the surroundings, when a gray object lying in the open caught his attention. "What is that?" Liao Xing inquired of Helena. "It appears to be the remains of a sauropod, along with several scavengers." Helena's optical device flickering with light. It seems to be some kind of theropod." "Indeed, these creatures exhibit a resilience greater than we imagined." Owen bent down to collect soil, mumbling to himself. Lush vegetation nourished the massive herbivores, Perhaps there is something unique about this volcanic soil. A scream echoed across the wilderness, prompting Liao Xing to retrieve his binoculars. He observed as the carcass slowly sank like a damaged vessel. A white beast, having raised its head to survey the surroundings, detected the anomaly and emitted a fearful warning cry before leaping from the remains to flee swiftly towards the nearest forest with its companions. Is that a... Liao Xing could scarcely believe his eyes. Was that a white dinosaur? However, when he glanced back, the majority of the carcass had swiftly sunk into the earth, and several beasts had vanished without a trace. The pale gray-winged dragon, still shaken, observed the area where it had just fed. Had it not been for the peculiar white hue that caught its attention, it might have been too late for it and its companions to notice the impending danger, as they too would have fallen into the gaping abyss concealed beneath the dust. A brown-gray companion exhaled hurriedly, having not fully satiated its hunger. The taste of blood and flesh only intensified its desire. Lowering its head, it cautiously approached the pale gray-winged dragon, its gaze filled with fear, hunger, and a plea. The gray-winged dragon snorted, casting a fierce glare at its companion, extending its neck to regurgitate a puddle of partially digested light brown flesh. Two impatient companions immediately rushed forward, engaging in a fierce struggle over the morsel. The pale gray-winged dragon circled around the entangled companions, having gained independence a year earlier than the two younger ones. It possessed relatively more life experience. Memories reminded it that survival on this scorched earth required sustenance. Concealing itself under a cypress, it peered through the ash-laden branches towards the trembling white figure at the edge of the gray forest. Instinctively, it sensed that the entity was alive, and in its memory, living beings always possessed flesh. Chapter 31. Water and flame. As the last rays of twilight penetrated the thin veil of smoke, casting light upon the desolate scorched earth, Owen realized that the Master of the Night had unknowingly reclaimed the passage of time across the ancient northern lands. With the winds shifting and the clouds clearing, a blue moon hung high in the eastern sky, yet the forest, ravaged by volcanic lava, remained eerily silent. Countless charred branches and dead wood retained their twisted forms from the searing heat, resembling grotesque arms reaching out in desperate supplication to the profound abyss above, an unsettling sight. Owen glanced at his watch to confirm the current time, then fell into contemplation. It had been nearly a week since the volcanic eruption, yet no one could assure that the magma beneath the crust would remain dormant. A secondary eruption could occur at any moment. The team had trekked for a day, and failing to rest adequately would jeopardize their morale and stamina. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed and turned to look behind him. Let us set up camp here. We have gathered sufficient information regarding the volcanic ash soil and plant materials. Tomorrow morning, we shall head back. Upon hearing this, the two exhausted individuals behind him exhaled deeply, eagerly commencing the setup of their automated tents and preparing dinner with their camping equipment. Owen, too, unloaded his backpack, feeling a sudden relief wash over his aching back, only to sense a gaze from the shadows. Turning abruptly, all he could see was a realm of quiet darkness. Helena, he murmured, approaching the device charging with solar energy. Activate the infrared sensors. I wish to assess the surroundings. My instincts tell me something is amiss. The recognition system now requires approximately 20 minutes of buffering, so please be patient. Helena's front screen began to flicker rhythmically. Perhaps you are simply too anxious, Professor. What unfortunate soul would choose to remain in this deadly wasteland? Most likely, it would be those with diminished survival skills, who have nowhere else to go and pose no threat. Upon hearing two similar creatures emit loud sneezes, the grayish-white feathered dragon tilted its head and hissed menacingly. Any sound made while tracking prey could jeopardize the entire hunt. Previous attempts had faltered due to inadvertent noises from companions that disturbed the creatures in the thicket, resulting in piercing alarm calls that sent the wary prey scattering or forming defensive formations, rendering them unreachable. Beside the feathered dragon, two gray-brown counterparts rubbed against a dust-laden hot river pine, the volcanic ash causing them to sneeze in unison. Hearing the warning from their grayish-white companion, the two feathered dragons nervously sniffed the air and then rubbed their heads against the ground, becoming soiled with a mixture of liquid and dust, leaving unsightly stains on their bare skin and down, reminiscent of a poorly skilled artist's misapplied colors on a theatrical mask. The grayish-white feathered dragon anxiously gazed ahead at the tracking target, noting that the unfamiliar beings did not seem particularly vigilant. Perhaps their senses were not acute. Unlike previous prey, they did not scatter in terror, which somewhat eased the tension in the grayish-white dragon. Its crest, which had momentarily relaxed, shot back up as it observed a flickering light among the creatures. Though faint, the glow remained brilliant, the dancing orange flames instilling a primal fear that quickened its breath. It immediately halted, pausing to observe, while its companions were equally mesmerized by the light of the flames, casting anxious glances toward it for reassurance. The innate fear of fire sparked a fleeting thought of surrender in its mind. However, the gnawing emptiness in its belly continuously assailed its fear, gradually diminishing it. After a moment of contemplation, the grayish-white feathered dragon exhaled softly, prompting its companions to crouch down. Their 6 eyes fixated intently on the creatures before them and the small, yet glaring fire between them. Liao Xing tossed the synthetic instant noodles into the pot, watching as the noodles gradually softened in the synthesized algae soup, ultimately disintegrating into an indescribable mass within the dark green liquid. Despite the bright, flickering flames, when he glanced up at the 2 individuals opposite him, he noticed their faces appeared uncertain, perhaps due to the shadows. In other words, Liao Xing sighed. "We are being followed." The professor's face, illuminated by the firelight, reflected a mixture of emotions as he replied, "Indeed. Helena's thermal imaging has detected 3 targets approximately 600 meters away. Moreover, the clouds above are thickening. I fear rain may come later this evening. Our electronic fence and equipment are in the vehicle." He inhaled deeply. "We are still 10 kilometers away from that car. My ammunition is insufficient." The flickering flames leaping in the woodpile cast a two-toned reflection on the veterinarian's face as he checked the equipment box. "There are still 5 rounds of specialized ammunition left in the chamber. I am uncertain if I can bring them down. I am unfamiliar with the metabolic rates and physiological structures of each animal. The efficacy of the existing maximum 10 milliliters of improved tyletamine on those wild creatures, cloaked in dense fur, remains uncertain, especially considering their thick coats. I cannot guarantee its effectiveness. If possible, we should still attempt it. Though we must be prepared for the worst." Owen lowered his head in self-reproach. "Alas, this was my oversight. I sincerely apologize, everyone." He opened his backpack, realizing he had not carried smoke grenades this time, but rather 2 incendiary devices for signaling. "Do not blame yourself, Professor." Liao Xing shook his head. During the day, Helena had been observing the surroundings and had not detected their presence. "Those animals must have caught up with us at dusk." His voice trailed off, and his complexion began to pale. Owen and Doc were initially puzzled, but soon their expressions stiffened. They too felt it, the cool droplets of water falling on their foreheads, accompanied by the gusts of wind that caused the flames before them to flicker ominously. This was a harbinger of impending rain. The dark clouds churned and twisted in the night sky, striving to merge with the stars. Yet, the brilliance of the starry sea, traversing billions of light years, remained unmasked, casting its gentle glow upon the scorched earth alongside the blue moon, penetrating the thin veil of clouds. Reflected in the puddles, 3 ghostly figures appeared beneath the moonlight. These 3 figures, concealed by the curtain of rain, silently dispersed like phantoms, arranging themselves in a front-and-back formation, advancing under the cover of twisted tree trunks, now better described as charred remains. As they approached the area exuding an eerie aura, the nostrils of the 3 feathered kings contracted with rapid breaths, releasing plumes of warm vapor into the chilly rain curtain. One gray-brown feathered king approached the recently extinguished campfire, sniffing curiously at the warm, charcoal-scented camping pot, then extended its tongue to taste it. Delighted by the novel flavor, it smacked its lips and attempted to seize the pot to crush it, evidently intrigued by the remnants of soup within. Another gray-brown feathered king began to scrutinize a camping tent, tilting its head as its golden eyes watched the water pooling atop the tent slide down the securing ropes. It gulped, extending its tongue to lap at the rainwater. Meanwhile, the gray-white feathered king was incessantly sniffing the ground. Its olfactory region, which occupied a third of its brain, could discern the scents of unfamiliar creatures. Yet a new and unsettling odor mingled within, preventing it from accurately locating the hidden beings. Driven by hunger and anxiety, it began to swiftly traverse the camp, its hurried steps accentuated by the dimming light and the blurring rain curtain, which led it to inadvertently trip over a tent skyline. As the gray-white feathered dragon stumbled and fell onto the tent, the internal supports dislodged with a muffled thud, swiftly collapsing inward. "Damn it!" Liao Xing cursed quietly from within the tent, gripping the electric baton tightly. After deliberation, he had proposed that, in light of their dwindling ammunition, someone must remain on the ground to draw the attention of the creatures. He voluntarily chose to stay inside the tent to manage potential disturbances. allowing Owen and Dark to seek refuge in the trees, just as he had been intently focused on the monitor screen before him. This unforeseen upheaval caught him completely off guard. The scene before him devolved into chaos. The equipment within the tent was thrown into disarray by the sudden tremor. Through the canvas, Liao Xing felt the weight of the beast pressing down upon him, its considerable mass thrashing and kicking. He tightened his grip on the electric baton and struck fiercely at the creature through the tent fabric. With the beast's agonized cries, Liao Xing felt a momentary release. Gritting his teeth, he employed all his strength to attempt to crawl out from the tent, which had crumpled under the pressure. Suddenly, a tremendous blow landed squarely on his chest, even through the security suit, producing an indescribable dull pain that reverberated through his ribcage, accompanied by a wave of nausea that rendered him weak and dizzy. After that impact, he could no longer maintain his grip on the electric baton. Just before losing consciousness, a flickering blue light outside the tent blurred into his vision, and he heard Helena's voice calling out, "Over here. You filthy, furry carbon-based beasts, look at me." Helena's shell glimmered with a dazzling pale blue electric light, illuminating the entire camp as if it were midday amidst the rainy night. Her optical visor reflected the scene before her. In the dark curtain of rain, 3 pairs of glowing eyes focused on her, followed closely by the simultaneous splitting of 3 square heads, revealing massive jaws filled with sharp teeth, emitting a hoarse and piercing hiss from deep within their throats. Mechanical tendrils emerged from her sides, pulsating with rhythmic blue light as they charged with electricity. The anti-gravity engine whirred to life, swiftly extending several tendrils that coiled around the nearest gray-white beast, unleashing all available electrical power. As the current surged, the gray-white creature thrashed its head violently, letting out a hoarse howl. However, in but a fleeting moment, its movements became rigid as the cries abruptly ceased, with a jolt akin to a high-voltage shock. Its body appeared frozen in place. The camp, once as bright as day, swiftly succumbed to darkness with the loss of its light source. Before Helena could recharge, she was met with a sharp, grating sound from her mechanisms, followed by a blurred vision of dark red and the creaking of metal. A gray-brown feathered king dragon swooped in from the side, seizing Helena's uncharged mechanical tendrils, and with a flick of its neck, slammed her body to the ground, splattering mud everywhere. Meanwhile, another charged forward, jaws agape, beginning to gnaw at Helena's exterior. Its sharp teeth scraped against her shell with a cacophonous squeak. Though it inflicted little tangible harm, the recently expended energy left Helena unable to unleash another electric shock, forcing her to endure the relentless gnawing of the 2 enraged dragons. With a soft sound, a crimson glow illuminated the eyes of the 2 feathered king dragons, and in an instant, they ceased their assault, fear overtaking them as they turned towards the source of the firelight. Emerging from the darkness stood an unfamiliar and peculiar creature. Although this being appeared oddly small and slender, what instilled terror in the dragons was the fiery, smoke-emitting blaze enveloping its form. Despite the absence of visible orange tongues of flame, their sensitive sensory organs detected the oppressive heat, even through the shroud of rain. They hesitated, their neck feathers bristling as they emitted a low, warning growl, seeming torn between the instinct to flee and the absence of their leader's command, anxiously scratching the ground with their hind claws in a restless circle. Owen gasped for breath, his shoulders soaked by the rain, rigid with a mix of excitement and fear. Yet, in this moment, his rationality magnified the pressure on his nerves, granting him an unusual calm. He activated another incendiary device and laboriously stepped towards the 2 ferocious beasts, exclaiming, "Dark, they have no fur on their heads." With a fierce shout, he hurled every incendiary device he possessed. He witnessed the 2 beasts' pupils constrict in sheer terror as the fiery projectiles soared like crimson birds into the rain-soaked night, leaving a trail of white smoke as they flew towards the beast's position. Aim for their heads. Chapter 32. The Shadow of the Tuna, Protopsephorus after the rain. The midday forest of the Cretaceous morning sun district felt particularly sultry and silent. The chirps of birds and the buzzing of cicadas were absent. Even the faint hum of flying insects was strikingly clear at that moment. Liao Xing lay on a military cot, a pained expression on his face as he turned his head once more to stare at the cup of dark green liquid, watching the bubbles burst on the viscous surface. His gaze shifted to the Helena floating beside him. "Let us negotiate. Could we perhaps not drink this?" "Impossible. This is a precious nutrient solution I painstakingly recorded, formulated from your human medical data. It must be consumed entirely." "What do humans say?" Bitter medicine is beneficial for illness. She assisted Liao Xing in propping himself up with her tentacles, lifting the cup filled with a dark green liquid, and in a peculiar tone, urged, "Drink up, Liao Xing. This is the fate of the sick." Despite donning the latest material of contemporary protective gear, a single kick from the young feathered dragon had left Liao Xing's sternum fractured. Fortunately, thanks to the protective suit, his internal organs and muscles remained largely unscathed. However, engaging in vigorous activities was now a distant hope for the young man who had endured such a brutal blow. Although Helena, Owen, and Jane wished to conclude their expedition immediately, they reluctantly reached an agreement due to Liao Xing's insistence. Owen and Jane would form a reconnaissance team to venture out and collect specimens of large animals, while Helena would remain at the camp, assisting Liao Xing in gathering biological specimens and continuously monitoring his condition to prevent any deterioration. Taking a deep breath, Liao Xing slowly consumed the bitter yet spicy nutrient solution. He fought against the urge to cough, but the sharp pain in his chest forced him to inhale sharply, stifling the cough that threatened to escape. With a contorted expression, he wearily lay back down on the bed. Though the pain is slight, the torment persists. The scorching afternoon sun infused the pebble-strewn valley with warmth from the universe, drawing in visitors eager for heat to this tranquil, white pebble beach. Small lizards darted between the stones, seeking out suitable spots for sunbathing. However, their playful antics were soon disrupted by the arrival of a heavily armored creature, causing the little beings to scatter in alarm, though the newcomer had no intention of pursuing them. Its true aim was the minerals left behind on the pebbles after the water had evaporated. The armored creature lowered its head to sniff, extending its plump tongue to savor the slightly salty stones. Just as it was indulging in this delightful treat, an unusual sound from the nearby river caught its attention. Instinctively, it raised its head, blinking its bleary eyes towards the water's surface. A school of silvery fish was swimming upstream through the crystal-clear shallows of the mountain stream. Their sharp snouts and closely packed scales shimmered like fine silver in the sunlight, resembling exquisite shimmering silks. The shallow water did not deter their momentum. Even when nearly stranded with most of their bodies exposed, they pressed on, vigorously flapping their fins as they swam upstream. The arrival of the fish stirred up a commotion in the surroundings, causing the armored creature to grow impatient. It snorted loudly and ambled slowly towards the forest at the valley's edge. As it moved into the shadow, it looked up to see a pair of furry creatures with sharp claws approaching. It stomped its feet, prompting the creatures to nervously retreat, and then it vanished into the woods. A few hundred meters upstream, Owen tightened his pant legs, quickening his steps as he climbed a nearby massive rock. He gazed downwards. Countless fish swam upstream, entering the semicircular pond below the rock. After resting momentarily, they began to cluster and swim slowly, transforming into a silvery sail upon the water. Owen pulled out his notebook and began sketching rapidly with his pencil. Jane climbed up beside him, using both hands and feet, and exhaled a deep breath of exhaustion. "Our pressure-sensitive camera is set up. We should receive a notification when something passes by." She tilted her head to observe the ancient sturgeon that danced across the page, brought to life by the delicate strokes of the pen, and could not help but silently commend the artist's meticulous craftsmanship. What manner of fish are these? Are they of ancient lineage? If my memory serves me correctly. Owen inhaled deeply. Within the geological stratum of the late Cretaceous Eocene Formation, fossils of a fish known as the paleosturgeon had been unearthed. Based on the characteristics of these fish, it is exceedingly probable that we might witness living specimens of those very fossils. Paleosturgeon, sturgeon. A glimmer of silvery light reflected in Jane's eyes as she pondered the term, her brow furrowed in contemplation. This name. It seems familiar, as if I have encountered it before. The sturgeon was a species that became extinct in the early years of this century. Owen sighed deeply from within his chest. When my brother was alive, he had engaged in research on this species as a vertebrate zoologist in southern China. The sturgeon had been one of the apex predators of the Yangtze River basin, coexisting with the local inhabitants for millennia. Local ancients had verses of praise that mentioned. What was it again? He often recited it to me, and I cannot forget. Owen clicked his tongue, mumbling in clumsy Chinese. Something about the depths abound with fish in the auspicious landscape. Historical records indicate that the ancient inhabitants of the Central Plains regarded this remarkable fish as a tribute to honor their ancestors, underscoring the value placed upon it. Thus, one would assume that this species would be safeguarded locally. Why then? Upon hearing Jane's question, Owen shook his head. just as our ancestors hunted the European aurochs to extinction, flaunting their so-called glory through the spoils. This species suffered a similar unwarranted fate by the end of the last century. The upstream dams built for flood control and power generation obstructed their migratory breeding routes, while fishermen overexploited the delectable mature specimens to sustain their livelihoods. According to official records prior to the 1980s, the sturgeon still had a catch of several dozen tons at that time. However, after the 1980s, even the fry became nearly impossible to find. The last sighting of the sturgeon occurred in the early years of this century, and my brother was fortunate enough to witness it in person alongside local scholars, as the final sturgeon was released into the tumultuous waters of the Great River. Since then, this species has vanished from existence, and less than a decade later, the sturgeon was officially declared extinct. Truly, a fate most lamentable for such an ancient lineage. Watching the swimming fish, Jane instinctively reached for the cross at her chest. If only Liao were here. He would surely wish to join us as one of the first humans in history to witness the ancestors of the sturgeon. If this serendipitous occasion is indeed the will of God, then, in truth, the paleosturgeon does not belong to the direct lineage of the sturgeon family in systematic taxonomy. Owen, seemingly accustomed to correcting, continued to gaze at the swimming fish. Though both are subspecies of the Accipinceridae family, the paleosturgeon diverged early on in the evolutionary tree. Their relationship is more distant than that between humans and chimpanzees. The words that surged to Jane's lips were forcibly suppressed. She cast a sidelong glance at the scholar, who was absorbed in taking notes, adjusted the strap of her firearm on her shoulder, and shifted her posture to continue gazing at the swimming tuna. Before she could savor the moment, an alarm notification blinked before her ocular implant. Alert and swift, she unshouldered her rifle, gently nudging the scholar with her elbow. "Professor, something is approaching." Owen quickly stowed his notebook and pencil into the pocket of his coat, barely able to inquire before the source of the alarm emerged from the other side of the pebble beach. It was a pair of rotund, dark brown furred creatures, shambling towards them on unsteady legs, their forelimbs adorned with prominent claws. Upon noticing the two figures perched on the rocks, the creatures halted, swaying their necks like geese and chattering away, occasionally whispering to one another. Owen squinted, finding it difficult to make out the details through his glasses. He then lifted the binoculars hanging from his neck. There's a keratinous beak at the end of its snout, filiform hair-like projections on its body, and claws on its forelimbs. It must be some kind of theropod dinosaur. Is it carnivorous? He aimed his scope at one creature's head, noticing its light blue eyes cocked in her direction. Are they aggressive? I'm uncertain, but let us not act rashly. Owen initially wanted to argue that a hunter would not so carelessly reveal itself, but then recalled that some herbivores might also launch an attack when defending their territory. He felt a tension rise within him, reaching for the cholinesterase smoke spray at his waist. The two creatures muttered to one another for a moment, seeing the pair unresponsive. One of them straightened up, slowly approaching while brandishing its claws, its clumsy gait reminiscent of a sun-baked, clawed goose. As the creature reached the other side of the pond, its gaze swiftly shifted to the school of fish within. It abandoned its intimidating posture and waded into the water. Upon entering, its corpulent body became buoyant, and with a vigorous leap, it plunged forward, resembling an arrow shot from a bow, heading straight for the fish. The two observers marveled at the creature's aquatic chase, unable to suppress their astonishment. "Maria, look at that. The way it uses its forelimbs to steer in the water is simply..." Her eyes sparkled with fascination, murmuring to herself, "It's remarkably akin to a penguin." Who would have imagined that the grace in water could so seamlessly merge with the clumsiness on land in a prehistoric being? Just by examining the skeleton, one would hardly deduce that the moose was, in fact, a proficient swimmer. Owen pondered as he watched the creature pursuing the fish, instinctively stroking his stubbled chin. In the early Cretaceous of China, in the Jehol biota, these animals are likely a type of theropod dinosaur discovered in Baipiao City, belonging to the primitive clade of sickle-clawed dinosaurs, aptly named Baipiao long after its locality. Although mainstream theories suggest that Baipiao long was herbivorous, it seems they are not merely pious vegetarians after all. Soon, the fish were driven to the shallows by the Baipiao long, while its companion awaited nearby. As a surge of spirited waves cascaded, the Baipiao dragon gradually rose from the water, clutching a writhing Yangtze sturgeon in its left foreclaw. With utmost caution, it lifted the sturgeon with both claws and, rather unsteadily, dragged its prize towards its companions on the shore. The onlookers watched intently as the bipedal dragon brought the flailing sturgeon to land, where, with its sharp claws, it tore into the creature, releasing rich fish flesh and translucent roe from its belly. Triumphantly, the bipedal dragon picked up a piece of the fish and offered it to a companion, swaying its head from side to side. In response, the companion tilted sideways and collapsed straight onto the ground. The bipedal dragon, bewildered and anxious, blinked its eyes, then froze, observing as its partner fell rigidly to the earth. Owen, clicking his tongue and furrowing his brow, glanced at Jane, who had just finished shooting. Couldn't they allow the interaction to unfold? What dosage did you administer to make them succumb so swiftly? I certainly don't believe that, without barriers in place. These clawed creatures won't suddenly turn aggressive and harm us. Jane muttered as she stowed her rifle and retrieved a containment pouch. I used a current projectile akin to that used on the Feathered King, which induces temporary muscle paralysis without damaging their nervous systems. Moreover, Liao had advised us to collect more samples. That was the perfect opportunity. Current projectiles. Owen blinked, gazing at the remaining tuna in the pool. This bullet, after calibration, has it been tested, and could it potentially be used against larger fish? Jane regarded him with a profoundly perplexed expression. Chapter 33. The Feathered Garb. Nesting strife. A gentle rustling sound emanated from the entrance of the tent, and Liao Xing, seated on the edge of a military cot engrossed in a book, glanced at the time and muttered to himself. Could it be coming again? He looked up towards the tent entrance and saw a small head peeking through the curtain, bathed in sunlight filtering through the fabric. Its light yellow fur glimmered in a striking golden hue. Its pale golden eyes scanned the area, and upon spotting Liao Xing, it emitted a soft clucking sound from its throat, slowly inching closer while lifting its fluffy tail and tilting its head to nuzzle against his pant leg. A smile crept onto Liao Xing's lips as he reached into a nearby bag for some dried silkworm pupae, pinching a few to offer. The little creature eagerly pecked at the treats, producing a series of chirps reminiscent of birds. Ah, Liao, that little Chinese creature has returned. Let me have a look. Helena exclaimed, leaping from the charging station and eagerly approaching the little beast. Startled, the creature leaped up, landing with its fur bristling, emitting a piercing shriek at the hovering object in the air. Helena's screen displayed a crying emoji. This is unfair, a clear case of racial discrimination against silicon-based mechanical life forms. You carbon-based beings are all in cahoots, aren't you? Observing the swaying Helena, Liao Xing couldn't help but smile. Once again, it is a triumph of indigenous species over extraterrestrial life, with a score of 10-2. After observing the disdainful flash of light from Helena's optical lens, he reached out to caress the small creature. The furry little beast first flared its nostrils to sniff, then affectionately began to nuzzle Liao Xing's palm. For the past few days, this creature had been wandering around the camp, bewildering everyone with its ability to circumvent the electronic fence surrounding the area. Initially timid, it had shed its wariness of this unfamiliar being ever since Liao Xing revealed the insect delicacies from the future, leading the little fellow to daily solicit food. Much to Helena's envy, given her complete lack of affinity for nature. After analyzing the stored data, Helena identified this creature as the Microraptor, a small theropod dinosaur. Covered in a coat of orange down feathers, adorned with black and white stripes, and accompanied by its melodious calls, this miniature dinosaur, comparable in size to a domestic cat, could easily be described as adorable. The Microraptor swallowed a pickled cicada pupa and then turned its gaze back to Liao Xing, emitting a soft chirp. No, this is far too salty for you. If you wish for something to eat, you must bring something to trade. Upon hearing Liao Xing's jest, the Microraptor quieted, its throat gently undulating. It then perched on its own tail, tilting its head to observe Liao Xing. A melodious chirping from outside the tent shattered their moment of connection. The Microraptor leaped up, scampering toward the entrance to peek outside. Liao Xing propped himself up and stumbled to the entrance. He beheld several birds landing near the extinguished campfire in the center of the campsite, clamoring as they rummaged through the ashes. Allow me to scan. Indeed, they are birds, Helena's voice chimed in. Their wing and tail feather shapes perfectly correspond to the samples in our inventory. Remarkable. After traversing the stars for many years, having encountered countless atmospheric creatures and flying species, I am still in awe of these unique treasures that inhabit this planet. Liao, do take a look at what that little fellow is up to. At that moment, the Microraptor crouched low, its eyes intently focused ahead. In an instant, Its entire body transformed into a streak of orange lightning, darting out of the tent and lunging towards the flock of birds beside the campfire. The birds erupted into chaos, scattering as if struck by thunder. Amidst the flurry of flapping wings, Liao Xing observed the microraptor's long tail dip down as it ascended, revealing its claws mid-flight, intercepting a startled bird in its grasp. As it landed deftly on its feet, both Liao Xing and the machine gazed in astonishment as the microraptor trotted over, clutching its still struggling prey, its fluffy tail swaying side to side like a proud hunting dog. Liao, Helena's vocalizer strained to mimic the sound of inhaling sharply. If my scene processor is accurate, did you just issue a command? It understood you. When did you transition into a beastmaster? Behold, the Archaeopteryx has returned, Dalkey, remarked Owen, lowering his binoculars with a sense of pride as he glanced at the veterinarian beside him. Receiving a sardonic eye roll from Jian, who was busy communicating, he retrieved a notebook from his pocket, muttering to himself as he wrote. Nesting sites during the breeding season are invaluable. Many animals would not readily abandon them even after setbacks. I believe I understand. I must refrain from any rash actions toward that Zhonghua long bird until I devise a plan upon my return. Take care. As Jian concluded her communication with the camp, she surveyed the bustling clearing once more, augmented by her cybernetic enhancements. It was hard to believe. She shook her head in disbelief at the sight of the swaying figures in the distance. The stubbornness of such creatures rivaled that of certain avian species she had encountered. Approximately 20 meters from their observation point, a feathered creature, known as the Archaeopteryx, was curiously peering at a distant tree hollow. Its focus was fixed on a mound in the leaf-strewn forest, swaying its head in tandem with each cautious step. The bird, adorned in chestnut plumage, bore a resemblance to a failed cosmetic surgery victim of a hen turkey, with its bare neck accentuating its peculiar appearance. As the Archaeopteryx approached the mound, it did not rush forward but rather circled cautiously around it. From an aerial perspective, the mound lay in a clearing punctuated by a fallen tree, surrounded by scattered leaves, freshly turned soil, and ferns. The signs of activity indicated that this mound was already claimed territory. As the Archaeopteryx drew nearer, a sharp cry erupted from within the fallen tree trunk, and two silvery figures emerged from the underbrush. A pair of small dinosaurs appeared, raising their tails high and fanning the feathered tips, emitting a series of piercing hisses. In response to the intimidation from the small dinosaurs, the Archaeopteryx elevated its tail, fluffing its feathers, effectively doubling its apparent size. Owen and Jian observed as the exposed skin on its arched neck expanded with low, resonant coos. Initially crouching, the Archaeopteryx began to scrape the ground, stirring up leaves and dust before charging toward the two threatening dinosaurs. The small creatures were undeterred, skillfully dodging the Archaeopteryx's advance and leaping into the air, poised to peck at the ruffled feathers. The Archaeopteryx retaliated with swift jabs and kicks, refusing to yield ground. I never imagined I would witness such fascinating interactions among these animals in their natural habitat, Jian mused, watching the unique territorial skirmish unfold. Previously at other breeding facilities, the birds I encountered were housed in pairs within individual enclosures, with designated nesting sites. While orderly, it lacked. How should I put it? She pondered for a moment. It seems that those creatures resemble programmed automatons, devoid of any unique vitality. I find myself in agreement with your perspective. As Owen activated the camera to capture the scene, he hastily jotted down notes. Regarding the two small animals, I believe they belong to a species of the Theropoda, originating from China. At this moment, perhaps they are the Chinese dragon hunter, the curved-nosed dragon, or the dream dragon. In any case, he blinked and shared his notes with Jane for reference. This inseparable family dynamic is strikingly similar to the ones we observe in the avian-shaped dragons within our reserve, potentially revealing commonalities worth exploring. Meanwhile, at the site of the dispute between the Theropoda and the primitive Archaeopteryx, the situation swiftly transformed as a third Theropoda appeared, clutching prey. The Archaeopteryx found itself fending off attacks from three directions, soon appearing overwhelmed. It began to retreat slowly, then feigned a charge, seizing the opportunity to escape with its long legs. Observing the gathering of Theropoda, chirping and preening each other's feathers, Jane could not help but exclaim in admiration. Oh, look at this family. Their little noses are simply delightful. Though diminutive, fossil studies suggest that the Theropoda were, in fact, astute and lethal hunters. Owen's pen moved incessantly, his voice equally active. Some theories propose that in order to evade small predators like the theropoda, mammals gradually lost their color perception over a span of more than 100 million years, adapting for nocturnal activity. It was only after the extinction of the dinosaurs that trichromatic vision re-evolved in primates for foraging, and even today, many mammals remain colorblind. That said, did humans not successfully domesticate gray wolves and Central Asian wildcats? Watching Jane mumble as she adjusted her rifle, eager to seize the moment, Owen quickly grasped the barrel. Wait, I must further confirm their social structure. I would not want to repeat the blunder we made with the Quetzalcoatlus. Are you referring to those bald geese that engage in petty skirmishes every 3 days? Jane's eyes sparkled as she set down her rifle to ponder for a moment. Are you suggesting that their social behavior is linked to their frequent confrontations? Indeed, that is the case. Previously, due to the area not being adequately cleared and my lack of observational experience, we mistakenly confined all Quetzalcoatlus together, as Liaoxing mentioned collecting them in groups. Ensuring that the notion of firing was no longer in mind, Owen redirected his attention to his notes, explaining to the veterinarian. In reality, this entire group comprises numerous distinct families, as well as solitary individuals. They come together temporarily for foraging, akin to a refugee group during times of catastrophe. Their familiarity with one another is minimal, let alone the emergence of a leadership figure, an alpha. Owen paused, his pen dancing gracefully across the pages. This implies that even in an environment abundant with resources, individuals will still engage in conflict over them. Dominant individuals possess the privilege of resource selection, yet neglect to address disputes among their peers. Prolonged neglect of such matters inevitably leads to a depletion of members, which is why we have separated them by numbering. However, from current observations, it seems that the species within the Theropoda family may differ significantly. I suspect they may resemble certain social species today, such as wolves or hyenas, which possess a relatively strict hierarchy and communication system. Premature separation may induce anxiety due to a decrease in family members. Owen lifted his gaze towards several Theropoda, sharing a meal while chattering amongst themselves. Therefore, I wish to ascertain the relationships among these individuals. I cannot afford to repeat the same mistake. These three have consistently appeared together over the past few days. Jane responded succinctly, her eyelids fluttering frequently due to the tiny insects dancing before her. This group likely comprises only 3 individuals. I recall encountering them in Nevada, and they seem to exhibit a small family structure led by a pair of mates. However, this remains uncertain. Owen quickly jotted down a few words, then crossed them out with a line, before retrieving a can of insect repellent from his pocket and offering it to her. Some carnivores, like lions, may have family members that disperse within their territory, separating for a few hours or even weeks. All previously known information about these creatures is derived from their fossils, and our understanding of their social behavior and habits relies entirely on speculation. Thus, gathering additional data during this unprecedented field study is undoubtedly prudent. While Owen was engrossed in his notes, Jane's ocular implant automatically displayed a frame before her. It was an image transmitted from the triggered sensory camera. In the frame, a primitive avian, having retreated before the Theropoda, emerged from the thicket, accompanied by another primitive bird. The two tilted their heads towards one another, emitting soft clucking sounds reminiscent of hens. Chapter 34. Manjarosukis. The pond before them occupied a significant portion of the clearing, its still waters tinged with a translucent honey hue from fallen leaves and twigs, while the rising vapor infused the air with the fragrant scent of decaying foliage. After nearly a week of recuperation, Liaoxing was finally able to move about. As he listened to the satisfying clicks of his bones as he stretched his back, he unconsciously glanced towards the spot where he had set a trap by the pond the previous day. During his days of rest, he had not been idle. He had crafted a basket from vine strips, applying the knowledge acquired from an outdoor introductory course, eager to see what he might catch. He located the chain connecting the basket beneath a moss-covered rock by the water's edge and slowly began to pull it back along the marked path. As the chains were pulled, from the depths of the pool emerged a deep brown basket, within which several peculiar creatures restlessly waved their claw-like appendages. The faint sound of their pincers and shells colliding echoed softly in the air. These are WOC? Crayfish. The beings before Liaoxing were strikingly familiar. Yet he found it hard to fathom that he could witness such a creature from over 100 million years ago. He opened the mouth of the basket and reached in, intending to extract a crayfish for confirmation. Before his brain could register the action, A sharp pain surged through his fingertip, causing the entire digit to tingle. Liao Xing gasped and quickly withdrew his hand, staring at the creature that had clamped onto his finger, twisting in defiance. A bitter smile crept across his face. Hiss, this is undoubtedly a crayfish. Before he could react further, a flash of orange darted from behind him, and in an instant, the crayfish vanished, leaving only a claw still gripping his finger. Mao Mao, don't eat that. You can't eat that. Liao Xing, disregarding the pain in his hand, hurried to prevent the creature he had affectionately nicknamed from devouring it. But the golden-orange Chinese dragonbird had already crushed the crayfish's shell within a few bites, swallowing the tender meat along with the fragments. Smacking its beak while watching Liao Xing in near exasperation. "Oh Yao, this is the fourth crustacean your beastly little pet has consumed? Isn't it?" Helena's ethereal voice floated from behind him. "I hope this time you can manage to save some for us. Unlike the last time when the moths came in the night and left us with nothing." With a grimace, Liao Xing handed the remaining basket of crayfish to Helena, rubbing his sore fingers in resignation. "Well, fortunately, I set 5 traps this time, so it won't devour everything." He steadied himself on his knees and slowly rose. "Speaking of food, Helena, how much of the sago and fern leaves do we have left for the herbivorous animals?" "We have about 12 tons in stock. But that is based on the current consumption rates of the animals in our park, not accounting for the new species we've collected. Before our farm can yield more, we can only sustain this for about 2 weeks." Helena emitted a red beam from the receiving end of her appendage, collecting several crayfish from the basket. "And those newly hatched sauropod babies. What did Owen say? They can reach around half a ton by the time they turn 1? Shouldn't we prepare some nutritional meals for them?" "Hiss, I almost forgot." Liao Xing rubbed his forehead, realizing that catering to the herbivorous animals in the park had become an urgent issue to resolve. Throughout much of the Mesozoic era, ferns and gymnosperms dominated the terrestrial producer's landscape. For the majority of Mesozoic herbivorous creatures, the angiosperms that emerged after millions of years contained an abundance of indigestible cellulose. This led to digestive discomfort in some species with compromised dentition, manifesting most plainly as bloating. In simpler terms, the flatulence produced exceeded all expectations. Merely by incorporating 10 of soaked fodder into their fern-based diet, the methane levels in the Stegosaurus habitat surged by over 3 within a mere 2 hours, accompanied by the resounding echoes of forceful belches and reverberating flatulence that filled the corridors and arenas. To mitigate the risk of explosions, Owen and Liao Xing had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw some specimens from their planned inventory to feed the stegosaurids and the original sauropods. However, not all herbivores displayed such finicky appetites. Species such as the Bactrosaurus and the oak dragon adapted remarkably well, exhibiting no significant gastrointestinal discomfort even as the proportion of angiosperm feed rose to 30. Some of them even attempted to chew on the grass stems in the activity area, smacking their jaws as if indulging in chewing gum. Yet, as the juvenile sauropods collected from the Morrison Formation gradually matured, the original stock of specimens appeared increasingly insufficient. Thus, one of the objectives of their expedition to the G-hole biota was to gather potential nutritional resources for the burgeoning younglings and to cultivate these plants for future sustenance. Before Liao Xing could contemplate their next steps, the next basket began to hiss ominously before it was even touched, indicating that something within had started to vocalize. A small turquoise turtle was trapped inside. Issuing a hissing warning towards Liao Xing, Mao Mao nimbly darted between Liao Xing's legs, her wide eyes scrutinizing the turtle within the cage. The turtle, startled by the intense gaze, instinctively shook its head and clung to the gaps in the basket, attempting to escape. Quick-witted, Liao Xing lifted the basket, extracting the turtle amidst Mao Mao's disgruntled chirps, examining it closely. It appeared to be a disabled creature, he remarked to Helena. "Look, its shell has teeth fully developed." "Elio, this is not a turtle." Helena's optical scanner swept over the creature multiple times, prompting a response from the device. "This is unequivocally a juvenile ankylosaurus." "Ankylosaurus." Liao Xing marveled at the small being writhing between his fingers. Its cool, delicate skin felt distinctly different from the warm textures of the allosaur and stegosaur, causing him to momentarily fail to recognize it. "But it feels quite refreshing. Do you remember the examination we conducted on the Stegosaurus, Elio? The temperature regulation capacity of juvenile stegosaurids is inferior to that of adults, as their metabolic systems require time to develop. Conversely, our Mimor ankylosaurus is a fully mature endothermic creature," Helena explained, extending her appendage to tease the juvenile ankylosaurus. prompting it to repeatedly stretch its neck and nip at the mechanical claw. Perhaps ankylosaurids are those species that lack exceptional thermoregulatory abilities in their youth. Thus, they remain ectothermic for now. As it matures, it will be better equipped to regulate its body temperature. Ah, I see. Liao Xing nodded, carefully placing the writhing little armadillo along with the aquatic plants from the cage into the containment unit as he proceeded toward the next drop-off point. Fortunately, he had anticipated that some small creatures might attempt to burrow in, thus leaving part of the cage exposed above the water's surface, allowing certain air-breathing vertebrates to survive. As Liao Xing bent down to collect the last cage, his eyes inadvertently scanned the surroundings, unexpectedly locking onto a pair of dull, grayish eyes, those of a lurking eel, partially hidden beneath a fallen log, with only its head visible. Its mottled brown skin rendered it nearly indistinguishable against the shadowy backdrop of the honey-colored pool. He gasped, instinctively leaning back and falling onto the ground. Mao Mao swiftly dodged Liao Xing's falling form, leaping onto a protruding rock and emitting a series of anxious cries. Observing Liao Xing's determined struggle to crawl back onto dry land despite his pain, Helena surged forward, her shell crackling with blue-white arcs of electricity. Positioning herself between Liao Xing and the pool. What was happening? What creature lurked there? A crocodile, Liao Xing gasped in agony, drawing in cool breaths as he crawled on the shore. There was a crocodile in the pool, a crocodile. Helena's optical lens soon locked onto the target, her electrified tentacles striking fiercely at the submerged body, sending a splash of water into the air as the rigid form broke free from the log, slowly surfacing and revealing its decaying underbelly. Helena, slightly surprised, scanned once more. Liao, there is no need for concern. This crocodile has been dead for a week. Liao Xing let out a sigh of relief, gradually rising to his feet, grateful that his old wounds had not been aggravated. He pressed forward with a racing heart, examining the carcass before him. The body was not overly large, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, yet its disproportionately large head had led him to initially misjudge its size. Liao Xing picked up a stick from the shore, flipping the corpse onto its back to inspect the circular scales on its back and head. He noted with curiosity that the head of this crocodile appeared semicircular, a feature he had not encountered in his studies of crocodilian species. Helena, do any characteristics of the crocodile's head align with this carcass? Perhaps it was not a crocodile at all. Helena's optical lens flickered momentarily, and the screen displayed images of fossil specimens along with accompanying text. The structure of this carcass closely matched that of a creature known as the Manchurian crocodile, a member of the clade Pseudosuchia. These species bear a striking resemblance to modern crocodiles, occupying a similar ecological niche as freshwater predators. Fossil evidence suggests that their lineage has persisted from the Triassic to the Miocene, with research indicating they were better adapted to the high temperatures of their time, while their cold intolerance led to their extinction during a series of cooling events in the Miocene. I see, Liao Xing nodded thoughtfully. However, given its striking resemblance to crocodilians, why has not a single specialized species survived the extinction events? He pondered for a moment. For instance, I have encountered records indicating that the Yangtze alligator, which once inhabited southern China, employed a burrowing strategy to adapt to colder environments. This question remains contentious in paleontology until further advancements are made, Helena replied. However, based on my accumulated data, crocodilians are far better adapted to aquatic life than the ichthyosaurs, both in terms of adaptability and anatomical features. Elio, you must have come across numerous renowned large crocodiles, haven't you? And what of the ichthyosaurs? Oh, it does seem that way. Liao Xing gazed wistfully at the carcass floating on the water's surface. This is the freshwater equivalent of why must you be born while Liang exists? They both struggle for survival in freshwater, yet one is invariably overshadowed by the other. Encountering a crocodilian specialized for freshwater makes it unfortunate for the ichthyosaur, Helena added. Fossil records indicate that the ichthyosaurs, as pioneers of freshwater ecological niches, were relentlessly pursued by crocodilians from the equator to Antarctica. Now that is truly a plight. As the two conversed, the carcass slowly rolled over in the water, revealing its gaping belly. A small Manchurian crocodile cautiously approached, seemingly intent on extracting some nourishment from the remains of its deceased kin. Its actions provoked several lurking juvenile crocodiles, which emerged from the decaying leaves at the bottom, driving the small ichthyosaur away and voraciously feasting upon the carrion, indulging in a banquet left by this water-dwelling creature. Chapter 35. The Dragon's Nest. Owen gazed at the scene before him, his brow furrowed, beads of sweat steadily forming on his forehead. One hand rose to vigorously massage his throbbing temples. Before him, Jane adeptly grasped the right hind leg of a primitive Archaeopteryx, skillfully peeling away layers of gray down with her blade. After a prolonged silence, Owen finally managed to utter a question. Dr. Dark, I acknowledge that the death of this Archaeopteryx was due to a mishap in my trapping efforts, but you cannot simply leave this priceless specimen to rot, can you? Since we cannot fully prepare the entire specimen for taxidermy at this moment, we shall have to take back certain parts for further examination, the veterinarian retorted with an exasperated eye roll, prompting Owen to press his temples harder. What a bother. The unexpected demise of the target during specimen collection means I must draft a report for Director Liao. Oh dear. Well, at present, it appears that the muscle structure of this species bears a striking resemblance to that of a turkey. With proper handling, the taste should be quite delightful. If successful in domestication and breeding, it may well fill the gap left by the extinction of the common poultry. Jane severed one of the depilate forelimbs, carefully threading it with fishing line and placing it into a bag, casting a regretful glance at the remaining portions of the carcass. Alas, if not for preservation and microbial considerations, it would be a waste to leave such a substantial part behind. With each incision, a complete specimen worth tens of millions of pounds was lost. Owen muttered to himself as he approached, using his dagger to carve away feathers and small fragments of bone. Lacking suitable tools at the moment, he could only salvage some less perishable parts for specimens. Sighing, he remarked, well, let the remaining parts serve as nourishment. As Owen momentarily lifted his body, he noticed the stains on Jane's sleeves and garments swiftly disappearing, prompting his surprise. Is that nanofabric? From AST Corporation? Indeed. This outfit is custom-made and self-cleaning, Jane replied, flexing her slightly sore arm. Now that we've collected the Archaeopteryx and the Psittacosaurus, next up should be the Therizinosaurus, right? How fortuitous. Her tone oscillated between hesitation and excitement. Your hunting traps are impressive. Even a sizable Psittacosaurus that missed the trigger could still be ensnared. Coughing, Owen redirected the conversation as the buzzing flies attracted by the scent of blood swirled in the air. He retrieved a tablet from his pocket and waved it to disperse the insects. Well, the nest of the Therizinosaurus is 2 kilometers to the east, he stated. Before he could finish, a flash of golden beauty darted through the dim forest, catching his slightly blurred vision off guard. The agile figure vanished from sight, accompanied by Jane's startled exclamation. Ah, what is that? Owen turned to see the veterinarian spinning in place, attempting to discern the unexpected passenger on her back. To his astonishment, the creature was a diminutive flying reptile, no larger than the palm of his hand, adorned with bat-like wings and striking golden-orange fur. It clutched her coat with its claws, devouring the flies in its mouth, blinking without a hint of fear, and began to wipe its mouth on her coat. It appears to be a small insectivorous pterosaur, Owen observed, glancing at the anxious Jane. He knelt down, leisurely retrieving a palm-sized net. From my perspective, it seems to be a specialized insectivorous pterosaur. However, with your rapid movements, I can hardly discern what it is. Stop with the irrelevant details. Panic and embarrassment rendered Jane's fair complexion even paler as she stood uneasily, trying to glance at her unexpected guest on her back. Does it bite? Does it carry any viruses? To this, Owen leaned back tactically, squinting his eyes in a pose of contemplation. What might be the ecological niche of such an animal? Oh dear, I've never encountered a living specimen before, so I cannot draw conclusions. The behavior of this creature is intricately linked to the microbial communities it harbors within its body. Let me provide an example. Insectivorous bats harbor a greater abundance of pathogenic bacteria than their herbivorous counterparts, the burrowing rabbits. As the term pathogenic bacteria escaped Owen's lips, a peculiar glint flickered in Jan's amethyst-like eyes. With astonishing swiftness, her rigid arm lifted the lapel of her coat, abruptly ensnaring the unsuspecting pterosaur within its folds. Before unhesitatingly casting it aside, Owen, caught off guard, was met with Jan's icy gaze, sending a shiver down his spine as he instinctively rendered a French salute. Well, I merely proposed a possibility, he chuckled nervously. After all, our current understanding of these creatures is largely predicated upon the study of extant species, and this discipline has been somewhat neglected for decades. Jan shot him a sidelong glance, swiftly seizing the net from his grasp. Through the augmented vision of her cybernetic enhancements, the flying beings appeared to traverse the air at a speed slow enough for her to discern the translucent, flesh-toned membranes of their wings. As her arms swiftly traced a path through the air, Owen was astonished to discover several struggling pterosaurs now trapped within the net. If we are uncertain, why not procure additional samples? What do you think, Professor? Should we initiate an experiment for the study of prehistoric pathology? However, in the face of the girl's radiant smile, Owen could only feel a chill creeping down his spine. Half an hour later, Jen removed her wide-brimmed hat from her face, fatigue evident as she rubbed her eyes. The timer displayed within her augmented vision reminded her that the sleep aid should have taken effect by now. Stretching her shoulders, she descended from the robust ginkgo branch. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the sitting naturalist at the tree roots. He seemed to sense her gaze and instinctively shrank his neck. The veterinarian rolled her eyes and made her way toward a mound of earth approximately 20 meters away. The nesting site of the injured-toothed dragons she had observed 3 days prior. Today marked the time to gather the net. Approaching the mound, she followed the trail left by the bait to the concealed nest beneath a fallen log. She carefully surveyed her surroundings. It was evident that the nesting site of these injured-toothed dragons was far cleaner than she had anticipated. She had previously encountered the nests of carnivorous birds, where the chicks lay directly atop remnants of their meals. In stark contrast, the vicinity of the injured-toothed dragon's nest was remarkably tidy, clearly indicating that the adult dragons took considerable care regarding the hygiene of their nesting area. Once she confirmed the area was safe, she crouched slowly and peered into the nest. It was not particularly deep, revealing that these creatures lacked the habit of burrowing. She spotted 3 animals huddled together within the nest, cushioned by down feathers and moss, mere inches from her reach. Rolling up her sleeves and donning thick gloves, she cautiously extended her hand toward the trio of injured-toothed dragons. She made contact with one of their hind legs and gently grasped it. Noticing that the creature did not react further, she adjusted her position and carefully drew the injured-toothed dragon from the nest. This marked Jan South's first close encounter with such a creature, and she could not help but inwardly marvel at its beauty and the strikingly unique way it embodied both elegance and peculiarity. The injured-toothed dragon is cloaked in a semi-transparent grayish-white fur, interspersed with black speckles, while its exposed skin presents a pale gray hue, adorned with delicate yet resilient scales. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she retrieves a monitoring device from her bag, only incorporating it into the containment chamber after confirming that all physiological indicators are normal. She hears the sound of branches and leaves being disturbed behind her, followed by Owen's voice. "I'll just survey the surroundings, ensure our safety." Without turning her head, Jian lets out a dismissive hum. There are no eggs in this nest. Perhaps the professor should check the earth mound. They might remain in one nest while the caretaker rests in another. I've witnessed crocodiles exhibiting such behavior in the reserve. After receiving an affirmative response, she delves into the burrow once more, methodically extracting the second injured-toothed dragon. This specimen bears an almost identical appearance to the first, save for a black feathered crest atop its head, glistening with a vibrant green hue in the dappled sunlight. A flicker of surprise flashes in Jian's eyes, as she recalls that many bird species she has encountered possess ornate breeding plumage. This injured-toothed dragon may very well be a different gender. She affixes a numbered band to its leg and adds it to the containment chamber. The third specimen is unlike its companions, adorned with a coat of bright orange down that bears a resemblance to a red falcon, which captivates Jian. Unable to resist, she removes her gloves, and as her fingers glide over the soft feathers, they feel as smooth and delicate as the finest silk. As the last injured-toothed dragon is transformed into data and incorporated into the containment chamber, a series of urgent bird calls reach the veterinarian's ears. She springs upright, gazing up at the verdant canopy formed by the sturdy branches. For reasons unknown, Jian senses an unsettling tension within the bird's cries. "What is going on?" Owen inquires, transferring the still-warm egg into the containment chamber and casually stowing his marker in his jacket pocket. "I don't know," Jian replies, her brow furrowing. "I've already retrieved the cameras I set up earlier. I cannot observe the surroundings now." In an instant, the lively bird calls fade into silence, and the once vibrant forest becomes eerily quiet. The towering trees with their dark bark appear as labyrinthine columns, rendering visibility impossible and direction lost. Chapter 36. The feathered emperor seeks to devour the sky dragon. Miss Dark, you should take refuge in the tree for a moment while I gather data from the nest. It's time for us to return. Owen gestures towards the ginkgo tree they had previously occupied before swiftly moving behind the earth mound. Jin nods, turning towards the ginkgo tree. As she touches the trunk, the strange and unsettling sensation intensifies. Taking a deep breath, she presses her face against the rough bark. Feeling a slight tremor travel through the tree, a subtle vibration that becomes increasingly pronounced despite the texture of the bark. Owen, can you hear me? Owen. She had yet to receive a communication signal when, from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the trees trembling in response to the ground's tremors. Without warning, they shattered, and as the towering trees let out mournful cries and collapsed, a colossal beast emerged from the woods. Jane felt her heart race as she crouched beneath the trunk, leaning against the sturdy base, gritting her teeth in an effort to convey her last message to Owen. Run. In mere moments, that ominous creature charged towards her, its immense form nearly obscuring the sunlight filtering through the forest gaps. Each step it took stirred up a tempest of soil and fallen leaves. Crouched beneath the roots, Jane felt the earth-shattering vibrations with every footfall. Suddenly, the ginkgo tree behind her shook violently, and to her horror, she realized that the massive trunk, which required several people to embrace, had been cracked by the creature's impact. As the branches above groaned in agony, fragments rained down like a storm, and she hurriedly shielded her head, disregarding the stinging pain from what splinters piercing her exposed hands and forearms. Abruptly, her arm was splashed with a warm liquid, a unique sensation that sent her heart racing. Struggling to open her eyes amidst the swirling dust and falling leaves, Jane beheld the panicked beast, its body marred with scales and wounds. Blood gushing from its torn torso and limbs, staining the very ground it had trodden upon. Before she could react, a foul wind swept past, and a dark shadow emerged from behind the tree trunk. Though its size paled in comparison to the towering dragon, this newcomer exuded agility and purpose. Its body was clad in grayish-red fur, supported by two powerful legs that propelled it in pursuit of the injured, disoriented dragon. As it deftly evaded the beast's charge, it opened its massive jaws, revealing blood-drenched claws and sharp fangs as it launched its assault. Each strike tore away substantial chunks of dark red flesh from the beast, which responded with pitiful whimpers, resembling a lamb led to slaughter as it fled deeper into the forest. The relentless predator, stepping upon the ruins paved by the dragon's blood, continued its relentless pursuit, leaving behind echoes of sorrowful cries and fading tremors. Only when the vibrations gradually subsided did Jane take a deep breath. Feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, she clutched the rough bark of the tree to steady herself, her trembling legs struggling to support her body. Yet, within mere seconds, her balance faltered once more. As she collapsed to the ground, she spotted Owen rushing toward her, unscathed, exhausted. Her nerves felt a moment of relief as she sank into the soft earth and wood shavings beneath her. She exhaled, and in a blink, darkness enveloped her, pulling her into a tranquil chaos, rendering her unconscious. Chapter 37. New travel. A sky shrouded in ominous clouds, where not a glimmer of daylight could be seen. The cawing of black crows pierced the silence, their harsh cries carried away by the howling western winds, leaving behind a solitary, tattered feather. Transformed into a swirling tempest of inky black rain, it cascaded into the pale terrain paved with bones. Jian struggled to lift her leg, staggering as she forged a path through the skeletal remains. She was oblivious to how long she had been traversing this boundless expanse of white bones. Her mind was a cacophony of confusion, unable to discern whether she was propelled forward by a long-standing intuition or by a primal instinct that had been unleashed. Gazing into the distance, the somber horizon melded with the pale bones at the vanishing point, rendering reality indistinguishable from illusion. As she continued her arduous journey, a damp sensation enveloped her legs. Upon observing her battered ankles, punctured by sharp bone shards, she halted, allowing the crimson tide of blood to flow forth, saturating the earth until the scarlet flood consumed her entirely. Instinctively, she parted her lips, the bitter liquid rushing into her mouth, provoking a disquieting sensation that compelled her to struggle vehemently. "Senior, Miss Jian, remain calm. Please, calm down." With the instinctive thrashing and the calls echoing in her ears, Jian's consciousness gradually re-emerged, only to be interrupted by a violent fit of coughing as the liquid lodged in her throat. Overwhelmed by a sense of near suffocation, she lifted her head like a desperate drowning victim, gasping for breath. "Are you all right? Can you hear me?" As her ocular implants adjusted to the dim light, Jian beheld a familiar youthful visage materializing before her. She labored to articulate a few words. "Professor? Accident. Are you unharmed?" Grateful for the senior's timely warning, Professor Owen had deftly evaded the monstrous collisions. "It was he who had summoned me to attend to you." He has gone to start our vehicle, where all the emergency equipment is stored. The young man, named Liao Xing, sighed in relief. Placing the cup he had been gripping down, Jian detected a bitter aroma of a medicinal concoction permeating the air. You were startled, and coupled with the low oxygen levels here, it led to a stress-induced fainting spell. Yes, Helena mentioned this. You should take a moment to rest. As Liao Xing spoke, Jian observed an oxygen machine nearby, swiftly transforming, reverting to Helena's distinctive spherical form. Our veterinarian appears to be in good health. Helena's optical lens illuminated the scene, casting a brilliant light into the dusk-shrouded forest, revealing a landscape of chaos and debris. Gazing at the sight before her, Jian inhaled sharply, her heart racing as she regarded the ghastly, pale stumps of trees. Such terrifying power, when a 10-ton mass of carbon-based flesh is set into motion. Even the slightest graze can wreak catastrophic havoc upon a mere 58-kilogram carbon-based creature. Fortunately, this force did not directly impact our veterinarian. Helena emitted several infrared beams, dancing amidst the ruins, and an enormous model materialized before the two. The size of this sauropod matched that of the lion Ingosciton sinensis recorded in the database. This was a species known to have once inhabited the G-hole biota, and it was no surprise that its flight could devastate the surroundings. Liao Xing turned to Jian. Senior, you don't look well. So pale. Would you like some more to drink? Observing the steaming cup being offered to her, the girl accepted it with a grimace. Cough. I am fine. Thank you. She struggled to swallow the bitter, warm liquid, managing to present a faint smile to the boy before her. What? My complexion has always been fair. Owen called out. Liao. Is anyone there? Hearing the communication device emit a sound, Ao Xing picked up her phone. I hear you. Professor. Good news. The senior should be fine. She has already regained consciousness. Thank goodness. That's a relief. There was a brief pause on the other end. I'll be there shortly. It won't take long. After a while, the two heard the roar of an engine and saw the vehicle emerge from the clearing. Bathed in light, Owen halted the vehicle and leaped from the driver's seat. Easier than I expected. He observed Liao Xing assisting the still unsteady dark to her feet, hastening toward the rear of the vehicle, opening the door to recline the back seat for her comfort. That creature was a natural bulldozer. Heaven. It had carved a path straight through the dense forest. Truly unbelievable. Dark leaned against the reclined seat, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Thank you. She offered a smile to Liao Xing. He shyly returned it, but was interrupted by Owen's cough, who sighed and leaned in closer. Professor, is there something you need? I encountered some of those creatures on my way here. I mean, relatives of the ones that created this woodland path. Owen pointed to the fallen trunks and flattened vegetation, his glasses glinting with an eerie light. I heard you mention that these large animals aren't particularly alert. Well, you know, at times like this, gathering as much information as possible. Professor, wait a moment. Liao Xing furrowed her brow, cutting off the elderly man who had succumbed to his obsession with biological collecting. The condition of Jian requires further inspection. We should return to the camp as soon as possible. Oh, I understand, of course, but it won't take too long. Owen gestured for the others to allow him to continue. They are all asleep. Our vehicle passed without disturbing them, indicating they are in a profound slumber. We have a chance. Professor, tending to the injured is of utmost importance at this moment. Liao Xing wished to refuse, but then heard a girl's voice from the compartment beside them. It's about collecting new species, right? We can manage. Go ahead. Young man. He saw a pale arm rise from the car window, giving him a thumbs up. Let me vent my frustrations. Liao Xing let out a long sigh. Not that. Jian glanced at him and quietly muttered to Helena, then took the containment pod and flashlight before exiting the vehicle. She then noticed Helena turning slightly, her expression filled with curiosity. Everyone, does anyone know what clear my browsing history means? Will a human brain be recorded in the database after death? Returning to the passenger seat, Liao Xing took a deep breath as darkness enveloped them once again when Helena disengaged the night vision mode. He removed his headphones, hearing the engine start and Owen's praise. Well done, kid. As a reward, you won't have to clear your browsing history. It's truly unbelievable. Jian's voice echoed from the back seat. These large creatures can actually sleep standing up. How remarkable. I'm all right. Liao Xing, his face flushed, fastened his seatbelt, and took a deep breath to calm himself. This operation turned out to be easier than anticipated. The heavy breaths of those colossal beasts masked the sound of his footsteps, and the flashlight aided him in successfully utilizing the containment pod to capture these slumbering titans. Well, We have basically gathered the necessary data from the Liaodong region. Owen's eyes were fixed ahead, trying to steer the vehicle toward a stable clearing among the trees. I believe we can proceed to the next phase, if the professor means venturing into the neighboring areas. Liao Xing leaned back in his seat. I think there is no need to rush. This time I agree with Professor Owen. GN's voice came from behind. Our organization's current species collection is confined to a single area. The ecological environment is unlikely to change significantly. However, the energy cycles and species associations between different environments are more interconnected than one might think. Do you remember the large teal bird we caught by the lake some time ago? Ahem, pardon me, Miss Dark. That so-called large bird, scientifically known as House pterosaur, is a flying reptile, not a bird. Owen interrupted Jin's words, causing the latter to feel a bit embarrassed. Yes, all right, that, pterosaur. According to my examination, they carry some rare mineral components on their limbs. These are characteristics absent from the forested regions of Rihe, including areas affected by volcanic eruptions. As briefly explained, they are not indigenous, having migrated from elsewhere. Therefore, it appears we must embark on a lengthy journey, correct? Liao Xing glanced at Owen, receiving an affirmative nod in response. Indeed, we are well equipped with ample supplies, yet in the absence of resupply, it would be prudent to explore as many areas as possible. So, do any of you have an itinerary in mind? Liao Xing inquired. We require a location with a different ecological environment than Ishian, such as a desert or grassland. Owen murmured, maintaining a steady pace along the narrow forest path. At this juncture, the Liamacan group to the west is our most viable option. Helena's voice chimed in. Geological data indicates that during this period, the presently desolate inland of Xinjiang was once a seasonal alluvial plain with expansive bodies of water. The existence of vast water bodies and extensive wetlands, evidenced by the plethora of aquatic fossils unearthed locally, attests to this fact. Regarding aquatic creatures, Jian whispered, her golden brows furrowing. I may not be of much assistance. I apologize. There's no need to apologize, Senior, Liao Xing replied. We are all unfamiliar with these creatures that have once vanished. We are each pioneers in this field. As the vehicle slowed, it came to a halt beside the campsite. Owen parked the vehicle and activated the medical module. Liao Xing observed the rear of the vehicle lift, and as gears and mechanisms engaged, a semicircular device enveloped Jian, who vanished into a shroud of white mist. While he gazed at this intriguing contraption, Owen patted Liao Xing's shoulder. Liao, we depart tomorrow. What I mean is, regarding that Chinese dragon bird, I'm uncertain if it is truly suitable for us to take back. Liao Xing sighed, explaining. The creature indeed exhibits no fear of humans, yet it remains cautious, always approaching alone. What seems to be the issue? What do you imply? Owen queried, stroking his chin. It may be a parent foraging for food. Liao Xing nodded. If we were to recklessly take it away, I doubt those chicks. If the Chinese dragon bird indeed nurtures offspring, the chicks would struggle to survive in this forest on their own. Owen sighed and nodded. Well, while it is regrettable, unless it willingly brings its young along to seek sustenance, we have no alternative. Sigh. I shall go tidy up. You should rest for a while. With that, Owen turned and entered the campsite. Liao Xing took a deep breath from the oxygen device, exhaling a long, murky breath. He turned around and sat upon a sturdy tree root, reflecting on the myriad moments of recent days. He recalled that just over half a year ago, he was merely a part-time student, and he could not help but sigh at the capriciousness of fate. As he immersed himself in memories, Liao Xing perceived a subtle rustling nearby. His gaze shifted to the thicket, where he caught a fleeting glimpse of Mao Mao under the camp's illumination. The creature first directed its attention to the humming equipment on the vehicle, its eyes shimmering with a green glow. Once the Chinese dragon bird ascertained that no danger lurked, it leapt from the bushes with a spring in its hind legs, approaching Liao Xing with delicate, playful steps and affectionately nuzzling against his leg. Liao Xing chuckled softly, extending a finger to gently caress the smooth ridge of Mao Mao's back. We shan't meet again, so don't go seeking out unfamiliar fellows for a free meal. They may not be so benevolent. You must strive diligently to support your family. Upon hearing these words, Mao Mao lifted its head, emitting a soft murmuring from its throat, its fluffy tail swaying gently from side to side. Suddenly, with a rustle from the bushes, Liao Xing was astonished to see several palm-sized fluffy bundles wobbling out, chirping in the characteristic tones of hatchlings as they hastened toward Mao Mao. Mao Mao abandoned Liao Xing's side, moving among the little fluff balls, occasionally lowering its head to tenderly touch them with its nose. soothing their anxiety and fear of the enormous, unknown creature before them. Good heavens, Liao Xing thought, his throat involuntarily constricting. Did you truly bring your whole family along for a meal ticket? Chapter 38. Old page. As the vehicle gradually decelerated, the engine emitted a rasping wheeze and a harsh grinding sound, drawing both Jian and Liao Xing's attention to the driver, Owen, clearing his throat. Owen instinctively coughed to mask the awkward atmosphere that was beginning to permeate the air. He pressed the brake, bringing the vehicle to a halt. How far have we even traveled? Owen muttered, stepping out to navigate through the swirling dust to the front of the vehicle. As his figure was obscured by the elevated hood, Liao Xing caught a strong whiff of engine oil. The recollection of unpleasant memories prompted him to glance at Helena, who met his gaze with an optical glare. Why are you staring at me? Silicon-based life forms don't emit odors due to a lack of hygiene, she remarked. Jian exited the vehicle, stretching her limbs that had been coiled up for too long inside. Her bones creaked as she extended her body. With a long exhale, she realized that a month of life in the wilderness of the ancient hot river had only slightly acclimatized her to the current atmosphere. Yet, no advanced nanofabric could shield her fair skin from the intense ultraviolet rays that had tanned it to a golden hue, rubbing her stiff and sore neck. She approached the front of the vehicle, where she saw Owen half buried in a bewildering array of parts. Do you need a hand, Professor? Liao Xing inquired as he stepped out from the passenger seat. Indeed, assistance would be appreciated, though it is Helena and her charging pump that require it, not you. Owen replied, loosening a nut with his wrench. If it is convenient. Could you please take a moment to look around and ascertain whether we are indeed proceeding along the correct path? I protest. I protest against your exploitation of me as a mere tool, you carbon-based beings. I demand the establishment of labor laws for silicon-based life forms. Listening to Helena's lamentations, Liao Xing struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Before Helena could react further, Jian's figure swiftly darted to Liao Xing's side, then departed. This journey turned out to be easier than anticipated, thanks in no small part to Helena's radar navigation. The two advanced through the shaded clearing, where Jian spoke first. After this concludes, there will be much to do. Analyzing components, confirming the microbiome, and conducting health checks. She cast her gaze toward the figure ahead, observing Liao Xing navigating silently without uttering a word. Jian pursed her lips and swallowed the words about overtime pay that were on the tip of her tongue. We have been out here for nearly a month, cut off from any contact with the future. I wonder how much spam has accumulated in my inbox. Oh no, she initially muttered to herself, then suddenly seemed to realize something, exclaiming in dismay, I forgot to inform my mother. This could spell trouble. No need to worry about that, senior. Liao Xing silently rejoiced that he could finally engage with this topic. When we return, we simply need to set the wormhole exit to emerge a few minutes after we cross over, thus ensuring that in the modern timeline, we would have only vanished for a few minutes. I see. Jian exhaled in relief, only to recall something. By the way, may I ask if your family is aware of your involvement in such undertakings? I mean, it is indeed somewhat perilous, is it not? The youth suddenly halted, falling into silence for a moment before responding nonchalantly. I grew up in an orphanage. I am so sorry. Yes, I apologize. Jian, taken aback by the revelation, immediately bowed deeply in apology, her grip on the cross failing to quell the tumult within her heart. Oh, Mother Mary, please forgive me. I truly did not know. Jian, you wretched soul. It's nothing to be ashamed of. The youth sighed, gripping the machete in his hand tightly as he forcefully severed the vines obstructing their path. In his mind, he could not help but recall the low building nestled in the suburbs, its exterior peeling from the harshness of wind and rain, the newly painted color appearing somewhat ridiculous against the underlying hues. He seemed to envision the playground overrun with wild grass, where a frail elder, worn by the ravages of time, smiled at a group of children who sang songs deeply embedded in their memories. Senior, do you remember? Between the first and second cataclysms, many former settlements became uninhabitable due to climate change, leading to a widespread grassroots migration. In my homeland, 2/3 of the population was swept up in this turmoil. I only recall that, after one dawn, my parents became mere memories, and I was sent to an orphanage among a multitude of unfamiliar children. I felt as though my throat was constricted by an unseen force, eager to speak yet rendered voiceless. For she recalled the harrowing event of a widespread landslide in the eastern lands, where millions were affected, and countless souls vanished from existence overnight. Ultimately, after that fateful day, I was sent to a welfare institution established by the state, where a compassionate director cared for us as if we were her own children, alongside others who shared similar fates. I even had an older sister. A rather troublesome one. Liao Xing allowed a faint smile to grace her lips, yet beneath the dim shadows cast by the treetops, Jian's solitude overflowed. And then, what transpired? Jian tightly grasped the silver cross, attempting to find solace, yet remained oblivious to her trembling hands. I mean, the director, and my sister Liao. Surely there must be a connection? My sister has been missing for 4 years. Liao Xing softly murmured, swiftly severing a withered branch before her. When the state's welfare program was declared complete and the director departed 3 years ago, the institution on the city's outskirts gradually succumbed to solitude. As the need for sheltering destitute children dwindled, becoming part of a forgotten urban landscape. Nevertheless, every Qiming festival, I still visit. He inhaled deeply. And as he struck down once more, the scene before him brightened with the influx of sunlight. After all, it is a way to hold on to the memories of my past. Before them lay a vast marshland within the basin, resembling a naturally formed emerald mirror. A flock of birds soared from the misty cliffs below, gliding towards the distant gateway, where jagged rocks loomed at the canyon's exit, resembling a colossal gate. Beyond the cascading waters, an endless expanse of yellow-green fields and scattered woodlands stretched forth. If our path is indeed correct, then let us advance steadfastly. Chapter 40. Wings interwoven with clouds. When ensnared in the mire, do not struggle, lie down to share the burden, then roll like a dog to transfer to solid ground. Setting aside the crumpled book in my hands, I had lost count of how many times this had happened, as dizziness intertwined with my thoughts. Liao Xing rubbed her eyes, listening to the car's music, replayed countless times in her ears. She turned her gaze towards the desolate wilderness outside. This marked their 3rd day traveling from Guhat River into the interior. The once ubiquitous forest of towering trees had vanished, replaced by a landscape of ferns and gymnosperms, interspersed with patches of barren land reminiscent of scabies and oases adorned with a few feeble trees. She twisted her stiff neck. The novelty of their long journey long since eroded by the monotony of the road. In a fleeting moment of daydreaming, the vehicle jolted. A dull thud resonating from beneath the engine hood. A sudden and powerful force surged from behind, thrusting me forward despite the seatbelt's restraint, nearly pushing me against the dashboard of the passenger seat. For heaven's sake, not again with the engine. I heard Owen cursing as he brought the vehicle to a halt. The crunch of gravel beneath his boots resonating audibly. As he lifted the hood, a plume of black smoke, akin to a long-imprisoned malevolent spirit yearning for liberation, erupted from the engine, causing Owen, caught off guard, to cough uncontrollably. "Helena, please come help me." As Helena leaped into the back seat, the veterinarian, her eyes tightly shut due to motion sickness, struggled to lift her heavy eyelids. For heaven's sake, we must have reached our destination by now, right? A lovely thought. Yet alas, it proved incorrect. Elder Dark. Liao Xing opened the rear door and handed Owen a bottle of water. It appeared the engine had encountered yet another issue. "Oh, I can't take this anymore." The young girl expressed her frustration, raising her arms in a dramatic display, only to be met with a wave of dizziness that overwhelmed her senses. Liao Xing stifled a laugh, observing the girl clutch her head in despair. "Oh dear," as I assessed the situation, I determined that 72% of the malfunctions stemmed from a faulty spark plug in the anti-gravity engine. With a laser scan emitted from the optical device, Helena provided an analysis of the circumstances concealed within the billowing black smoke. Meanwhile, issues with the anti-magnetic bearing accounted for 3%, and a clogged exhaust pipe contributed 5%. The remaining 10% might be attributed to the energy transmission of the anti-gravity engine. "Could you please provide a succinct conclusion, Helena?" Liao Xing leaned in, observing Owen as he inquired about the situation while frowning at the parts in the smoke emanating from them. "We can repair this. The vehicle is still operable. However, if it's to be driven again after this journey, it may very well explode on you." Sighing, Owen, noticing Liao Xing beside him, shook his head. "Look at this. This marks the 4th incident in 3 days. It seems that excessive modernization may not always be advantageous. Please hand me the adaptive wrench, Liao, thank you." Perhaps this model simply isn't suited for such an environment. The vehicle was never designed with the notion of traversing the dinosaur era in mind. "Should we replace the spark plug?" Liao Xing inquired, watching Owen rummage through the oil-stained components. As I observed the two laboring in front of the vehicle, unable to assist due to my motion sickness, I sighed and turned to climb atop the car, stepping on the rear tire. I gazed up at the sky, which bore a hue for into my own time. A vast expanse of cloudless azure stretched endlessly above. Spreading a blanket on the roof, I reclined and stretched luxuriously, basking in the sunlight and feeling the gentle breeze brushing past. The scent of nature gradually replaced the chaotic thoughts in her mind with a soothing sense of drowsiness. As the sunlight pouring down from the heavens grew increasingly intense, Jian slowly opened her eyes, exhaling softly. Habitually, she rubbed her neck and gazed into the sky, where she noticed a dark cloud of ominous hue drifting towards her. It seemed that rain was imminent. She observed the approaching tempest, silently contemplating. Yet an unsettling feeling began to stir within her heart. The cloud, swirling and advancing towards her, appeared exceedingly peculiar, although there was no wind. This suspicious dark mass continuously morphed in the stillness of the sky, as if being kneaded by invisible hands. With her heart filled with trepidation, the veterinarian narrowed her eyes. The images before her, amplified by her augmented vision, transformed her unease into a pulse-quickening fear. My God, what is that flying towards us from the sky? As the cloud drew closer, Liao Xing discerned that it was a multitude of flying creatures, forming a living canopy. Their sheer numbers cast shadows that obscured the light, shattering the sun's rays into scattered patches upon the earth. They moved with astonishing speed, and the vast, shadowy mass swiftly enveloped both the people and the land beneath. It appears to be some sort of flying reptile. Owen tilted his head back, peering through his binoculars while muttering to himself. They have protruding jaws. Their colors are quite vivid, likely some form of adornment. Yes, it must be the Quingar pterosaur. The wrinkles on his face deepened into a network of lines as he smiled. Such a spectacle. The colossal flock, akin to a living meteorological phenomenon, must number in the hundreds of thousands. No, surely over 1 million. Should we take cover? Beneath the shadow that blotted out the sun, the anxious veterinarian climbed down from the roof of the vehicle and hurried to Liao Xing's side, glancing up nervously at the flying reptiles. These pterosaurs are carnivorous, right? Is there any possibility they might attack us? Do not worry, my esteemed colleague. Though they may appear sharp-toothed and fierce, they are not as menacing as they seem, Liao Xing reassured her. Although all the pterosaurs we have encountered thus far are indeed carnivorous during this period of the Cretaceous, there are no species that would consider creatures of our size as prey. Perhaps they truly do not regard us as a meal, but I still suggest we take precautions. As Helena increased the voltage, the engine emitted a muffled roar, followed by the familiar sound of its operation. Amidst this, a sound resembling raindrops began to mix in, causing Owen's previously exhilarated expression to stiffen abruptly. Get in the car, hurry. Upon hearing Owen's urgent call, Liao Xing bewilderingly climbed into the vehicle, glancing at Jian, who wore a furrowed brow. Senior, what is happening? Uncertain, perhaps. Jian furrowed her brow, gazing out at the dimly lit earth. In an instant, Liao Xing noticed her countenance stiffen, her eyes rapidly narrowing in fear. She gripped the car door tightly, her lips trembling as she shouted, "Drive. Hurry up and drive." The vehicle roared forward, and Liao Xing leaned back in his seat, bewildered by the tense demeanor of Owen and Jian. What on earth is happening? Can someone explain this to me? Liao, do you remember the excretory characteristics of birds? Helena's voice came from the passenger seat. To facilitate flight, they minimize their body weight, which includes. So Liao Xing pondered for a moment, gasping in shock. Are these pterosaurs scattering organic fertilizer rain? Before he could respond, a mass of viscous, murky green substance answered his unspoken question, greeting the astonished onlookers through the window with fervent enthusiasm. Chapter 41. The Last Generation Swordsman Cough. Even with a mask on, Jian could not help but cough a few times, the pungent odor overwhelming her senses. Struggling against her nausea, she attempted to scrape the sticky excrement before her with a shovel, only to helplessly watch it spread across the window like a pancake under her efforts. What on earth have these pterosaurs consumed? She whimpered in despair. As the group moved in the direction of the Gobi pterosaur flock, they arrived at a vast expanse of water. Owen and Jian remained behind to clean the mess from the vehicle, while Liao Xing armed himself with a capture net and ventured to the nearby shallows where the pterosaurs congregated. However, Jian was too preoccupied to consider whether he would succeed. The semi-solid reptilian excrement had nearly driven her to the brink of collapse. According to fossil records, the diet of the Gobi pterosaur likely included a significant amount of shellfish. Owen replied, his nostrils stuffed with tissues as he wiped the car door with a filthy rag. But judging by the remnants of the specimens before us, It seems that worms and crustaceans from the mudflats may also have been on the menu. I really don't want to know. What don't you want to know? Hearing Jian's near breakdown, Liao Xing and Helena approached from behind, their hiking boots crunching on the wet soil. To lighten the mood, Liao Xing cleared his throat and shifted the topic. Those pterosaurs inhabit an area riddled with puddles on the mudflats. I've collected 4 pairs of goby pterosaurs. And unlike the Hao pterosaurs, their sexes are relatively easy to distinguish. Oh, do tell. Owen raised an eyebrow, tossing the rag into the water bucket as he approached. You said they inhabit the mudflats? Is there no cover around? There is no cover, Professor. The surroundings are flat, but from what I can see, their numbers appear to be increasing. I suspect they have chosen a swampy area, much like modern birds, as a nesting site, one that would ensnare predators. Liao Xing gestured. The Quangeal winged dragon shares a similar cranial crest with the garden pterosaur we collected from the Morrison Formation. However, the distinction lies in the fact that only the male garden pterosaur possesses the characteristic crest, while both male and female Quangeal winged dragons exhibit this feature, albeit with the males showcasing larger and more resplendent crests. Observing Owen in deep contemplation, Jian casually tossed the soiled shovel into the water bucket and posed her question. I believe this relates to their mating system, she articulated. Both being members of the Anatidae family, the vividly colored male mallards typically refrain from participating in nurturing activities, whereas the swans, whose sexual dimorphism is less pronounced, tend to form enduring pair bonds. Before Liao Xing could respond, she was interrupted by Helena, who was in standby mode in the cockpit. Pardon the interruption, everyone, but my thermal sensors have detected a significant number of heat sources approaching this location. A few moments later, from behind the distant sand dunes, a series of deep calls echoed, and a group of robust creatures emerged atop the dunes. Advancing towards the water's edge where the group was situated, dressed in her action suit, Jian perched on the vehicle's roof, cradling a biological rifle, and intently observed the creatures through the scope, her brows furrowed slightly. The animals bore a striking resemblance to the Stegosaurus she had previously encountered in the park. Yet the configuration of their dorsal plates was entirely different. Helena, are these also Stegosauruses? She heard Liao Xing inquire over the communication channel. I recall that Stegosauruses had gone extinct by the late Jurassic period. In truth, some regions during the early Cretaceous still possess fossil records of stegosaurs, Helena replied. However, in comparison to the Jurassic, their abundance and diversity were markedly diminished. Based on the current geographical context, it can be inferred that we are observing a species known as Olhodrogon, a type of Cretaceous stegosaur. They are drawing closer, everyone, Jian whispered, now able to hear the heavy thuds of their feet sinking into the mud with a crunching sound. Please maintain silence, Senior Dark, Liao Xing cautioned. From my recent observations, stegosaurs possess poor vision. They rely on other senses to perceive their surroundings. Our vehicle is an unprecedented sight to them, falling outside their alertness range. As long as we refrain from making hasty movements, including speaking loudly, we should not provoke their aggression. In due course, the herd approached the vicinity of the vehicle. Jian watched as the creatures halted a few meters away, gazing up in curiosity at the unfamiliar vehicle and its occupants. Their nostrils flared as they attempted to discern the scents in the air. Soon enough, the animals recoiled from the lingering stench of unwashed excrement, shaking their necks in disgust. The herd split into 2 lines, circumventing the vehicle and heading towards the lake behind it. Suddenly, a light and cheerful commotion filled the air as several small creatures, roughly the size of domestic cats, darted out from the herd, curiously approaching the vehicle and inspecting the red and white paint scheme. Upon closer inspection, these creatures appear to be diminutive versions of the adult stegosaurs. In contrast to their enormous and lethargic counterparts, these young ones possess yet to form armor on their backs, allowing them to move with remarkable agility. A few of them even rise on their hind legs, curiously inching closer to the vehicle's anti-gravity device. A smile involuntarily graces Jian's lips as she leans forward toward the delightful little beings. Hello, my adorable friends, she whispers softly. Does anyone wish to accompany me back? In response, a thunderous roar erupts nearby, jolting her senses. Jian turns to see a massive adult Uruhurose approaching the vehicle. Its head tilted as it fixates on her atop the car. The sight of its horizontally slit, emerald green eye causes her to bite her lip. Her heartbeat quickening as her palms, gripping the rifle, become drenched in sweat. However, the adult creature soon shakes its head and lets out a huff, driving the frolicking younglings back towards the herd. seemingly oblivious to Jin's presence. With a long exhalation, Jin prepares to right herself when, inadvertently, her rifle slips from her grasp, clattering against the vehicle's roof with a jarring metallic sound that echoes across the wilderness. Before she can react, a commotion erupts among the Uruhuros by the lake, their roars and huffing creating a cacophony. The voice in her earpiece becomes indistinct amidst the chaos. What is happening? Jin's complexion pales as she instinctively clutches the rifle closer to her. It can't be. Instinctively, she glances around, and as her eyes sweep over a sand dune, she catches a fleeting glimpse of a triangular shadow darting past its summit. Yet, when she turns to observe closely, the enigmatic apparition vanishes from her sight. Professor, the Uruhuros are beginning to move, Liao Xing exclaims, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he fixates on the Cretaceous stegosaurs. He anticipates they might charge towards the vehicle, but to his astonishment, the creatures do not retrace their steps. Instead, they scatter in panic, fleeing chaotically by the water's edge. Doc, can you hear me? Owen grips the steering wheel tightly, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings. What is the situation outside? I saw something, but I'm uncertain of what it was. Doc watches the Uruhuros retreating into the distance. Professor Owen, are there any animals known to have prominent triangular markings? Sharks and marlins have. Well, numerous marine creatures bear triangular fins. But on land, to my knowledge, there are hardly any. Owen replies, why do you ask? If I'm not mistaken, there is an enormous land shark in the sea of sand. Her gaze was cast towards the direction where the dragons fled. At the edge of the undulating shadows cast by the sand dunes, triangular phantoms were vanishing into that sea of darkness. As night descended, the inky shadows swallowed much of the golden expanse of sand, while gusts of wind swept away, stirring up surging waves of yellow grains. The heat rising from the ground, combined with the gradually darkening landscape, distorted all that was visible. 3 adult dragons advanced swiftly along the base of the dunes. Beneath them, several younglings frolicked joyfully, occasionally emitting cheerful calls to their elders. Yet, the once tender parents, who would lovingly soothe them with their snouts, now appeared unusually stern, huffing and urging them onward. The young dragons were oblivious to the ominous scent of brine carried by the winds, a foreboding omen for them. The shadows of the sand dunes, reshaped by the wind, resembled a colossal, ever-morphing beast, transforming into incomprehensible, terrifying forms in the muddled vision of these reptiles. Suddenly, the foremost dragon let out a startled cry, abruptly turning its body and swiftly striking its tail against a patch of shadow before it. With a dull thud, the bone spike struck the ground, causing the yellow sand to rise in a flurry, crackling against the leathery scales of the dragon. The other 2 companions halted in unison, sheltering the younglings beneath them. Emitting low growls, they moved in a slow, circular manner, maintaining their connection. When another shadow drifted closer, one dragon, in terror, beheld the glint of vicious fangs extending from it, screaming and twisting to the side. A surge of pain followed as 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth sliced through its shoulder, eliciting a cry of anguish. The assailant contorted its body, deftly evading the side strike of the bony spiked mace while dragging the victim away from the defensive circle. The agonized roars of the adult beast, the low growls of the attacker, and the metallic scent of blood instilled profound fear in the younglings, who, in a panic, scurried from beneath their guardians and scattered in all directions. The assailant caught sight of the fleeing younglings from the corner of its eye, shaking off the now struggling adult. It turned to bite the nearest youngling. Just as its tooth-laden jaws were about to close around the innocent creature, it felt a sudden stiffness in its rear, losing control of its hind legs and crashing to the ground, unleashing a torrent of blood and sand. As the dust settled, the weary assailant beheld the very dragon it had attacked earlier, gasping for breath, swinging its bloodied and sandy tail while emitting low growls. Enduring excruciating pain, it struggled to rise, limping away and leaving behind a chaotic trail of footprints and heart-wrenching wails in the twilight. Chapter 42. Mud, I do not recommend that you proceed in this manner. Owen, agitated, incessantly rubbed his stubbled chin, distracted by the crackling campfire before him and the several oddly shaped fish gradually changing color as they roasted above the flames. Didn't T. Dacre mention before that? Setting aside the potential pathogens that might lurk within the microorganisms of these prehistoric creatures, we should be cautious about consuming them. The fish is almost burnt, Senior. We need to flip these. Oh, I apologize. With her hair tied in a ponytail, Jian scrambled to sprinkle salt while following Liao Xing's instructions to turn the coffee-colored grilled fish. Please listen to me. We cannot hastily consume these prehistoric beings simply because our food reserves are inadequate. Observing the fish turning golden under the flames, Owen's temples throbbed visibly. We did not come here to. Professor, these fish are ready. Liao Xing picked up several golden fish skewered on a branch, wrapped them in tender fern leaves, and handed them to Owen. Gazing at the steaming golden fish, Owen intended to protest loudly. But the overpowering aroma that wafted through the air caused his body to instinctively swallow the words he had yet to utter. Ahem, this time is an exception. Let us not make a habit of it. Could you? Add a bit more salt? Delicious. Jian's eyes widened with delight as she eagerly devoured the fern-wrapped fish. It's both crispy and tender, Liao. Bring more. This is far tastier than those overpriced Korean barbecues that require a reservation. Where did you learn this? Ah, Liao Xing chuckled, retrieving a few more fish from the side, where they had cooled by the charcoal fire, wrapping them in fern leaves to hand over. I learned it from my elders. No need to rush. There's plenty more if you want. Thank you. The fish Liao prepared was cooked to perfection, with tender flesh and delicate bones, entirely unlike those served at restaurants. Jian mumbled with her cheeks puffed out. Ahem, I don't believe this is solely Liao's accomplishment. Owen licked his lips after finishing the fish roll, his gaze involuntarily drifting back to the fragrant golden fish. From my observations, the unique anatomical structure of these fish indicates they are not ancestors of the existing fish species. I believe they belong to an ancient class of fish known as Paleogatidea, which has long been extinct. Their flesh is likely crisp due to their less advanced anatomical structure compared to modern fish, which possess relatively more sophisticated skeletal structures, such as sturdier vertebrae. Just as Owen was preparing to embark on his lengthy discourse, the sunlight reflecting off a silvery, metallic shell interrupted him, piercing straight into his eyes. All right then, let me play the role of the silent monitor while you lazy, energy-seeking carbon-based beings indulge yourselves. Helena ignored Owen, who was rubbing his eyes in tears, her optical lenses glaring with disdain at Jian, who was hurriedly stuffing her mouth with fern-wrapped fish, and at Liao Xing, who was busy working. The baiting plan was quite successful. That big creature is heading this way. Ahem, thank you, Liao Xing chuckled, pulling out a pack of tissues. Our extraterrestrial superintelligent beings are truly remarkable. There is an ancient saying among earthlings, those who labor shall reap their rewards. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Once this task is complete, we shall request a leave of absence. Helena floated over, lamenting as she transmitted the map into the communication channel, its prominent markings gleaming brightly. Wait, what are you all planning to do? Owen inquired, taking a tissue while pondering with tear-filled eyes. The aroma of grilled fish, so enticing. Don't tell me your grilled fish is absurd. The issue is, Professor Owen, we have no means to track the whereabouts of that creature. And from my experience, the scent of meat is quite alluring to a hungry animal. Jian, while adjusting the biochemical injector, licked her lips in reminiscence. I have a few synthetic tranquilizer rounds left. This time, I shall aim for a clean shot. The youth of today. Owen sighed, having realized that the two had reached a consensus, and silently stood up, casually stuffing several fish sticks into his mouth. Ouch, burnt. Strange. This creature's head exhibits numerous characteristics of the Allosauridae family, yet its teeth bear a resemblance to fossil specimens of the Spinosauridae. Owen hastily jotted down notes in his notebook, furrowing his brow. Could this be a derived species of Allosauridae? It is also possible that it represents an unprecedented Spinosauridae creature. 20 minutes prior, the colossal beast, drawn by the grilled fish, was subdued by a tranquilizer from the future, and now it was the team's turn to observe its physical condition and record its features. At present, Liao Xing was tending to the beast's injured hindquarters when he caught a glimpse of the veterinary's expression shifting in an unusual manner. Oh no, oh no, oh no. He watched as the veterinarian's trembling hand, which was rubbing against the coarse scales on the beast's flank, turned pale with shock. There was no time to inquire further. Jian hurriedly removed her stethoscope and shouted toward Helena, who was examining the skull's shape. Helena, come quickly. Something is wrong. What has happened, Senior? Liao Xing asked. How can I assist? Its heart rhythm is irregular. It is starting to slow down. Please continue to monitor its physical condition. Helena. Jian moved swiftly to the head, her fingers lifting the eyelid to reveal the grayish-white, nictitating membrane. Indeed, its pupils are beginning to dilate. Little Liao, there is a large metal support frame for beasts in the side compartment of my box. Use that to keep its airway open and prevent suffocation. Also, yes, we need adrenaline, 1,000 micrograms. No, bring the entire tube from my box. An allergic reaction to the anesthetic? Owen, who had been scribbling in his notebook, hurriedly approached, assisting Jin in lifting the massive rectangular head of the carnivorous reptile. Do you remember what model of sedative you used? The late Seppo 4, the latest product from Bees & Company. She attempted to lift the enormous jaw that had collapsed in its limpness, but despite her arms beginning to ache from exertion, it proved futile. The creature before her was simply too colossal. A sudden realization struck her with a sense of helplessness. She was utterly unprepared, lacking any tools to address the giant beast. Senior, please step aside, Liao Xing approached, revealing not only a support frame in his hands, but also a jack from the trunk. I believe the metal frame in the box is too small. Let's use this instead. As the jagged maw of the beast opened under the jack's support, a wave of putrid stench assaulted the group. Liao Xing held his breath, gripping a flexible hose as he probed into the warm, viscous throat of the carnivore. Forcing himself to suppress the nausea and terror as he maneuvered his arm, pushing the hose deeper into its gullet. Its heart rate dropped by 8 beats, and blood pressure plummeted swiftly. Helena's tendrils relayed the gathered information from the carnivore's thoracic cavity. Its condition was dire. Unless they wished to contend with a 3-ton carcass, they would do well to hasten their efforts. The ventilation tube is ready. Upon hearing Liao Xing's response, Jin retrieved a scalpel from the box, deftly thrusting it into the side of the beast's neck, slicing through a thick layer of desiccated skin and exposing crimson blood and pallid flesh beneath. Observing Jin's adjustments, Owen's graying brows furrowed in anxiety as he noted the indicator on the injection gun nearing its maximum limit. Perhaps we should exercise a bit more caution? Shall you take over then? Seeing Jin's lips curve into an unnatural smile, Owen wisely chose silence, bracing himself against the coarse, heavy neck of the carnivore. Taking a deep breath, Jin bit her lip and plunged the injection port into the exposed flesh. Heaven help me, let this succeed. She turned her gaze to the creature's heaving chest and abdomen, then shifted her focus to the peculiar protrusion atop its serrated, thick-scaled hindquarters. It bore a resemblance to the dorsal fin of the stegosaurus in the park, yet this carnivore's growth was a slightly curved triangle, unique in its singularity. The surface of the protrusion was encased in a layer of coarse scales and thick skin, in stark contrast to the dual rows of interspersed bony plates found on the stegosaurus. It appeared this creature had previously engaged in combat. The triangular fin was now torn, revealing a ghastly wound. Its blood pressure had ceased to decline. Helena floated up, reporting, it appears to be out of immediate danger. As Liao Xing prepared to contain the creature by its neck, Jin gently grasped his shoulder and pulled him back. Hold on, Liao. Let me examine the wound on its hindquarters first. This isn't safe, not to mention the potential danger of the wild animal. It could awaken at any moment, Senior. Acting so rashly to treat its wounds. Relax, I merely wish to take a look, to consider its treatment plan in advance. Jin approached the carnivore's hindquarters, crouching down to scrutinize the wound, narrowing her eyes in careful observation. She felt that the wound did not appear to be the result of an attack by a carnivorous creature, but rather a gash caused by a high-velocity impact. She had seen similar injuries on bulls clashing on the ranch, yet she could not fathom what creature in this era, prior to the emergence of such a colossal theropod, would dare to charge at such a formidable predator. In her moment of distraction, she sensed something writhing within the flesh-pink wound, and as she instinctively leaned closer to investigate, a pair of hands grasped her shoulders. Senior, something is amiss. Retreat quickly. She first heard the deep, gurgling sound emanating from the carnivore's stomach, followed by its entire body beginning to sway awkwardly. As the sound of scales scraping against the gravel filled the air, the two watched as the theropod lowered itself to the ground, its head hanging low, struggling to regain control of its legs still affected by the anesthesia. How could it recover so swiftly? Jin stared at the theropod on the ground, its tail flicking anxiously, momentarily lost in thought. How does their immune system function? I warned you, the air sacs in the Saurischia can assist in respiration and enhance blood metabolism efficiency. Senior, could we trouble you to sedate it once more? Liao Xing sighed inwardly. It's not that I don't want to, but it's not feasible. Jin's brow furrowed as she watched the theropod painfully arch its neck, then expel several puddles of liquid from its mouth along with the water pipe. Owen leaned in, adjusting his glasses. Indeed, this carnivore was in a dire state, exhibiting signs of distress. Any attempt to inject a tranquilizer could inflict irreparable harm on its physiological system. It seems we may require one of those large mechanical arms from the facility, or, Jian sighed once more. Ideally, a veterinary-grade memory polymer would suffice. But it was evident that we had none available. What is this memory polymer? Liao Xing inquired. Well, Liao may not know. But it is an electromagnetic polymer used by veterinarians to restrict the movement of large animals, Jian explained. This polymer functions similarly to modeling clay and, under computer control, envelopes the animal's limbs to prevent injuries caused by its violent struggles, allowing veterinarians to approach and examine even the most temperamental creatures without sedation. Liao, where are you going? In essence, as long as we can control the agitated animal and find an opportunity to restrain it without sedation, we should be fine, right? Liao Xing blinked and hurried towards the vehicle. I have thought of something very similar to the memory polymer. Just wait and see. As the hurried footsteps echoed alongside the low growl of the carnivorous beast, the once bustling flock of quingar pterosaurs in the marshland suddenly erupted like water splashed by a colossal stone thrown into a pool. They propelled themselves into the air with their forelimbs, shrieking as they transformed into a chaotic whirlwind of wings and tumult. Amidst the gusts formed by their membranous wings, Liao Xing stumbled, dropping the signal stick from his grasp. He lay prone, striving to spread his limbs and gradually lift his left foot, which had become ensnared in the mire. What a close call, he gasped, raising his gaze to the nearby creature that had accompanied him. A carnivorous dragon now struggling in the mud, its massive body, weighing several tons, and its sluggish senses still under the influence of sedatives rendered it uncontrollable. Sinking deeper into the murky depths, its eyes burned a fierce crimson, and it let out a long, wailing cry, startling the overhead dragon flock into another uproar. Liao Xing retrieved the containment device from his pocket, disregarding its muddy state, clenching it tightly in his mouth while crossing his arms over his chest. He held his breath and rolled through the muddy water toward the rear of the carnivorous dragon, knowing he must complete the collection before the creature was consumed by the swamp. As his vision blurred with the swirling muck, Liao Xing felt time elongate, the dizzying sensation making it seem as if hours had passed. Eventually, he collided with something as rough as a tree trunk. Struggling to lift his head and wipe the mud from his face, he caught sight of the beast's rear and the elevated sail fin above it. He exhaled in relief, grasping the containment device, and aimed it at the helpless creature, which could only raise its neck to emit a mournful cry. Welcome to the express train to the future. Chapter 43. Intruder in the studio. Jian extended her arms, resting them on the table, and slowly twisted her sore neck. After hearing a slight crack, she gradually relaxed her shoulders. With a hint of fatigue, she glanced at the display screen on the desk, which detailed the various issues she had discovered during her inspections of the animals in their enclosures, along with her recommendations for improvement. The Therizinosaurus requires more enriching facilities to reduce the frequency of internal conflicts. I suggest using bags filled with meat to capture their attention or incorporating items previously interacted with by herbivores, even their feces, into the exercise area for similar effects. The diet of juvenile Liaoning dragons should not be overly monotonous, especially considering the absence of prehistoric fish sources in the park. I recommend referencing freshwater carnivorous turtles and using a mixture of the nutritional supplements derived from the species of fish allowed for breeding within the institution to prevent malnutrition and ensure proper shell development. Under the transitional circumstances of the past week, the Sage's Confucius bird has ceased to exhibit stress-related fatalities. I believe it is time to tentatively open the shading cloth outside its enclosure to help it acclimatize to the new environment. 35. Within the population of the Liao dragon, there exist juvenile males of lesser standing. It is my strong recommendation to separate and rear them independently, while establishing a pedigree chart through genetic testing to avert intraspecies bullying and to prepare for the forthcoming breeding program. 36. The necessary veterinary facilities and medical equipment are inadequate. Therefore, I propose the establishment of a veterinary clinic. She closed her eyes and gently rubbed her slightly swollen eye sockets before turning her gaze towards the creaking acrylic box on the table. Through the gaps between her fingers, she helplessly observed a plump gray mouse nestled in the wood shavings, voraciously feasting on a piece of synthetic protein while displaying its yellowed teeth. There may be a rodent infestation within the park. I suggest utilizing either poison or biomimetic robots to eliminate these potential carriers of disease that could threaten the park species. She pressed several pins into the recess of the table, sending this report to the park's messaging group. Suddenly, the lights in the room began to flicker and then extinguished in the midst of Jian's astonished gaze. What a predicament! She rose to her feet, and as the ocular implant in her eyes illuminated, the dim interior became clear. The abrupt change in lighting did not startle the rodent on the table. It merely paused for a moment before resuming its gnawing. With a sigh, she exited the room and descended the staircase to the hall on the first floor. She noticed Owen standing by the circuit breaker, adjusting it, and she inquired aloud, "Professor, what is happening?" "I am at a loss as well. The lighting in the incubation room has suddenly gone out, yet there have been no prior issues of this nature during this period," Owen murmured habitually, his head down. The reserve relies on geothermal energy supplied through underground conduits, constructed from the finest materials. Not long ago, Richard's construction team had completed repairs. How could there be a sudden power outage? The animals are not in any distress, are they, Professor? I mean, in terms of their safety, and ours as well. Dinosaurs. A scientific facility without power, an isolated island. Jian's mind involuntarily drifted to a classic American science fiction film from years past. The backup generator is still operational, and all essential infrastructure remains functional. Our communication and maintenance facilities are intact as well. Owen pointed to the glowing green safety lights still illuminating the dim room. I have seen that film too, Miss Dark. The difference lies in the fact that all our external enclosures are constructed from concrete and rebar number 84. Personally, I do not believe any creature could breach such security through sheer force. Very well. Jian nodded, the purple light of her ocular implant glimmering. Helena, can you hear me? I apologize for interrupting your and little Liao's rest time, but the island requires your assistance at this moment. Please hold on. All right, Jian. I have conducted a preliminary inspection of the issues on the island. In a relatively tidy dormitory located in Eastern Asia, Helena connected a data cable to the computer's main unit, rapidly scanning through information on the internet with dazzling speed while checking the island's status and corresponding with the veterinarian. The backup power supply inspection revealed it to be in perfect condition. The power supply and surveillance for the fence also checked out well. However, the residential area's surveillance system was unresponsive, as was the lighting system. It appears there is an issue in the volcanic power generation area, and it seems necessary for you and Owen to make a trip there. Likely, it is a matter of reconnecting the lines, which should resolve the situation. I will guide you on what to do. All right, I will start the vehicle. The power station is located beyond the dormant volcano, which will take quite some time to reach. Upon hearing Helena's response and Owen's sigh through the speaker, Liao Xing poked his head out from the bathroom. Towel atop his head. Helena, is something amiss on the island? The residential area has experienced a power outage in the lighting system. It's not overly severe, but it will require some effort. However, we can be assured that Kronos will not stroll out for a snack, Helena replied. Does he have anything to say? Would you like to chat with Jin for a moment? Cough. Indeed, there is an issue. Please ask how Mao Mao is doing. Liao Xing hesitated for a moment. There's no need for your concern. Mao Mao is doing well. He has mostly adapted to the environment within the facility and often roams the building with those few hatchlings. Jian's voice chimed in. Little Liao, when are you likely to return? Probably next week, Liao Xing said, rubbing his nose. The hospital's examination report indicates that my health is fine, and I have received approval for an internship in collaboration with the institution at school. I will accompany Helena to the museum this weekend and next week. I will just take Alpha through the final exhibition at school, and then I will be back swiftly. Well, as long as everything goes smoothly, Jian responded while walking towards the door. Then added, there has been a bit of a situation, and I'm uncertain if Owen is aware. There is a risk of a rodent infestation within the park. Please assist us in finding appropriate solutions. As for Uncle Richard, let us avoid troubling him if possible. As Jian closed the door with a muffled thud, the dimly lit hall returned to silence. The shadowy environment rendered the humans, accustomed to light, quite uneasy, yet for other beings, darkness served as a true sanctuary. In Jian's studio, the initial sound of scratching was followed by a series of soft, disordered thuds, culminating in a sudden collision that returned the room to silence. From the slightly ajar door, a small rodent head, covered in gray fur, cautiously emerged. It first raised its head to sniff the air, then hunched its body and scampered away along the corner. Unbeknownst to it, another pair of eyes watched from the depths of the corridor behind. Even with a mask on, the suffocating scent of sulfur penetrated Owen's senses. He felt fortunate that the drones responsible for the power station's operation were impervious to such odors. As he verified the entry of his pupils into the control area of the power station, as the high-powered exhaust fan activated. The dissipating sulfur smell prompted Jian to remove her mask and take deep breaths. Phew, why didn't I find the scent so repulsive when I use sulfur soap? Owen. Now activate the manual operation module of the central control unit. Look around. It should be near the peripheral devices. Perhaps there is a lever or a wrench nearby. Following Helena's guidance, Owen discovered the black cube operating under the liquid cooling system, an anomaly of tranquility amidst the surrounding clamor. He felt for a lever on its side and grasped it firmly. I found it. Pulling it down like this will temporarily cut off the central control's insurance. And then we can restore it. As Owen pulled the lever, the lights in the room began to flicker, and with its return to position, a loud beeping resonated in everyone's ears. The screens occupying the side walls illuminated, fracturing into floating cubes that pulsed rhythmically with the beeping. Some cubes began to radiate a blue glow, reintegrating into the screens, leaving only one cube unlit, still unresponsive. I believe this must be the malfunctioning module, right? Helena quipped, awarding a point to Jan for her quick response. Next, follow the authentication key. It will guide you to the problematic module. The unlit cube levitated, rotating and shimmering as it floated before them. Owen blinked, his eyes weary from prolonged focus, muttering, I really am getting old. When did these technological marvels start resembling something out of a science fiction novel? As the two navigated several corners, descended various steps, and passed through a steel door, they once again found themselves outdoors. Before them lay an expanse dotted with energy transmission pipes enveloped in protective layers. Without the key's guidance, their gazes instinctively fell upon the rightmost pipe. Its protective covering had peeled away, revealing the flesh of energy conduits and metal beneath. A wire, resembling a leech, clung to it, extending outward towards the connecting line, presenting a striking sight. Owen approached and began to examine it closely. This external connection appears quite new. Could it have been newly installed during repairs? I find it hard to believe that those skilled workers would commit such rudimentary mistakes, leaving even the coating unwrapped. Helena's tone grew serious. My database indicates that this is a line intended for private energy supply. If no one had been stealing electricity from the institution years ago, it is evident that there are unauthorized visitors on this island now. I believe we have located the whereabouts of those individuals. Before Owen could inquire further, Jean responded to Helena's question first. She raised her arm, and Owen followed the direction of her finger, gazing down from the mountain to see a modern structure standing out conspicuously amidst the greenery by the lake in the central plain. The new glass panels glimmered under the sun, casting reflections that were nearly blinding. A few barks of dogs reached the young man's ears, instinctively causing him to furrow his brow. Initially thought to be a momentary disturbance, the barking did not cease. Rather, it incited a chorus of howls from his companions. As the drowsiness that had been banished by the cacophony vanished entirely, an inexplicable irritation and anger began to roar within his mind. He flung aside the blanket that covered him, revealing his pale, slender form. He shook himself awake, disregarding the bottles piled at his feet, hastily donning a bathrobe before stepping outside. Upon seeing the sweating attendant who had come to assist him, he approached silently and abruptly kicked him down, muttering curses through gritted teeth. If you can't manage a few dogs, then just roll up your mat and leave. My lord, please calm down. The attendant, awkwardly sprawled on the floor, looked up at the irritable youth with trepidation. Two individuals have arrived from outside, claiming to be the island's administrators. Their commotion frightened the dogs. What did you say? Administrators? The furrows in the young man's brow deepened with his inquiry. Hadn't he old who stated that this island had been abandoned with the conclusion of the Noah project? He raised his hand to silence the attendant, demanding sternly, how many of our people are still on duty here? Aside from Chief Martelli and Guide who returned to the mainland last night, everyone else is still here. Ms. Kafka is currently negotiating with them, but it seems the situation is not favorable. As he listened to the attendant's report, the young man pinched the bridge of his nose, striving to dispel the haze brought on by alcohol. He opened his sharp, golden eyes, glimmering like swords. Summon all the enforcers to prepare and load live ammunition, and to try to temper your melodramatic nature. He gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the corridor, his gaze sweeping past an unfamiliar large white vehicle and several figures at the entrance of the courtyard, finally focusing on a golden-haired girl shimmering in the sunlight. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. That was the eldest sister of the Dark family. Intriguing. It had been a while since he had heard any news of her. What could she possibly be doing in this place, once a chaotic stronghold of Americans? The golden-haired young girl shivered, instinctively glancing around before redirecting her gaze to the elder before her, whose face was flushed with excitement, and to the American lady standing protectively in front of him, her vibrant visage marked by an austere expression. Allow me to reiterate. This area has been designated as a protected zone under the auspices of the Lockwood family for 3 months now. In other words, you are not only trespassing on private property, but also damaging the local infrastructure and erecting unauthorized constructions. As the current overseer of this sanctuary, I possess the authority to demand that you cease your environmental degradation immediately and vacate this area at once. I understand your perspective, sir, but until our supervisor arrives, any requests or complaints directed at me would be futile, the woman before Owen replied absently as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to conserve your energy and rephrase your statements. A barely perceptible glint of coldness flashed in her burgundy eyes. Our employer is not one to be trifled with. If you fail to articulate your explanation properly, I fear the situation may become quite unpleasant. Chapter 44. Unwelcome Guest Professor. Jian stepped forward and grasped the professor's forehead, whose veins were protruding in agitation, attempting to interject with calming words. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, breaking the tension of the standoff. Oh my! Who would have thought that the esteemed British naturalist and the rising star of French veterinary pathology would both grace this forsaken and desolate island, unwanted by Americans? Are you engaged in academic research? If so, I must sincerely apologize for intruding upon your refined pursuits. Jian turned to see a young man with chestnut hair, clad in a Hawaiian shirt, grinning as he approached while clapping his hands in their direction. Miss Kafka, why not properly entertain our distinguished guests? It reflects poorly on us otherwise. His glossy hair reflected the tropical sun into Owen's eyes, causing him to squint. He adopted a stern expression as he faced the youth. Are you the person in charge of this facility? Please vacate this protected area at once. Your activities are severely disrupting the local ecosystem. Professor, you haven't even allowed me to introduce myself, which is rather impolite and unfriendly, the young man remarked, stepping closer to Owen with a narrowed gaze and an affable smile. You don't recognize me? No matter, perhaps Miss Dark can enlighten you as to my identity. Do you know this hippie? Owen queried, casting a glance at Jian, who responded with a look of confusion. I apologize. I have encountered too many clients to recall clearly. Judging by your accent, are you Russian? Noticing the girl's bewildered expression, the young man's lips began to twitch with restrained amusement. Italian. Korean. Italian. The girl suddenly recalled something. That family who invited me to treat their hippopotamus for a skin condition. She shook her head as she looked at the young man. I apologize, but I distinctly remember that it was not you who attended to me last time, but rather another gentleman. No matter. It is of little consequence that we are not acquainted. Allow me to introduce myself anew. The young man lowered his head, and the two could hear a faint creaking sound emanating from his mouth. After a brief moment, he lifted his head once more, and with a flourish of his hair, his deliberately bright smile became even more radiant. I am Clavin Corian, the eldest son of the Corian family. Unlike my father, who is devoted to the olive oil and tobacco business, I am quite fond of animals and lack any particular ambition. Before coming to this uninhabited island to establish a resort farm, I was unaware that this property belonged to the Lockwood family. I apologize for that. As Clavin spoke, a loud belch and gurgle erupted from the lakeside in front of the villa, causing Owen's expression to shift dramatically. Animals, a farm. Ignoring Clavin's ashen face, he circumvented him and approached the lake. After a brief moment, he turned back with a ghastly countenance, pointing at several creatures on the shore and vehemently questioning the young man. Do you treat this ecological reserve as your private farm? Jane hastened to Owen's side, her gaze fixed upon the raucous animals by the lakeside. With their stout limbs, robust heads, and rotund bodies, she quickly recognized them as some of the exceedingly rare hippos of the era, in a time when both the quantity and variety of captive species are alarmingly scarce. Even with substantial financial and technical support, the number of hippos in artificial breeding conditions has not exceeded 200. Yet, at this moment, there were at least 5 priceless specimens before her, prompting her to gasp in astonishment. The portly herbivores were currently writhing their corpulent bodies, foraging among the lakeside vegetation. Owen, his eyes wide with fury, watched as the seedlings he had painstakingly nurtured with Helena's assistance, which had endured numerous trials to take root in the modern wild, were now being ravaged by these abyssal maws. leaving devastation in their wake. Anger surged within him, and as he intended to intervene, his legs betrayed him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Quite spectacular, I assent it. Clavin approached Owen, proudly introducing them like a shepherd presenting his flock. I imported them at great expense from Colombia. Just look at these hippos. I can only imagine how magnificent the extinct elephants and rhinos must have been. These little ones have quite the appetite. In just a few days, they've nearly cleared this bizarre assortment of weeds. No need to thank me. Hearing his voice, Owen barely regained his composure. He shot up from the ground, seizing Clavin by the collar, and through clenched teeth, he articulated each word with precision. Take your damned hippos and get off our island. Professor Owen. With Jane's startled exclamation, Owen's ears were met with the sound of synchronized snaps and the menacing barks of dogs. With reddened eyes, he turned his head, only to find himself encircled by a group of armed thugs, their menacing presence amplified by the snarling dogs they led, their mouths frothing with filthy white foam. Growling and poised to pounce. Remove your filthy hands from me. As Clavin issued the command, two robust hands seized Owen's arms like vice grips, eliciting painful cracks as the thugs tightened their hold, forcing Owen to relinquish his grip on the young man's collar with a cry of anguish. Let me go? You despicable fools. Ruffians. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Observing the elderly man, akin to a trapped beast, being restrained, Cryan disdainfully smoothed the creased collar of his attire and spat. Humph, Professor, why endure such a predicament? I merely sought to enjoy a vacation on this island, make a few acquaintances, and share my insights for improvement. And you treat your guests this way? He gazed at Owen, whose eyes were bloodshot and struggling fiercely, and let out a cold laugh. I had anticipated we would have much to discuss, but it seems someone is ungrateful. Dislocate his arms. Stop. At that instant, Jane's body erupted into motion, her left leg slicing through the air in an incredible arc, landing a swift strike on the nape of the thug restraining Owen's left side, before the thug on the right could react. Darkness enveloped him as his temple absorbed a crushing blow. The Withstand 4 enhanced self-defense prosthetic. If I'm not mistaken, it's the latest product from the Americans. Miss Dark, you truly spare no expense. Clavin, hands in pockets, observed Jane as she helped the groaning Owen to his feet. The American woman named Kafka had appeared beside him, her gun silently trained on the two. If your intention was merely to teach him a lesson, then you have succeeded. Jane stood protectively in front of Owen, her violet eyes glinting with cold resolve. Leave this place. We do not welcome unwelcome guests. Oh, and what of us unwelcome guests? No need to rush, Kafka. I wish to play with them a little. Clavin grinned as he pressed down the barrel of the woman's gun, leaning closer to the glaring veterinarian, raising an eyebrow. The nearest mainland is 120 miles away. The fastest reinforcements will take at least 15 minutes to arrive. During that time, if I were to be assaulted by a lunatic and acted in self-defense, who would dare to contest me? Indeed, who would dare to act in self-defense here? Where no one knows. Jane narrowed her eyes in response. Especially with your communication network severed, no one would know the truth, would they? Clavin initially froze, but then his expression darkened ominously. Not just him, nearly everyone present displayed a moment of fear upon hearing her words. As he surveyed the room, realizing that all the prosthetics had lost their signal connection, Clavin glared at the composed girl before him, grinding his teeth. Do you think severing the network will resolve everything? Ridiculous. We still have. Helena, show him what you've got. As soon as Jane's voice fell, a colossal shadow loomed above the crowd. Clavin turned around, his body instantly paralyzed. Before them, a peculiar white vehicle extended two mechanical arms from beneath its hood, rising with each rotation of its body. As the mechanical claws at the left end opened and began to rotate, an irresistible force snatched away all the firearms from the hands of the gathered individuals. With the optical camouflage lifted, countless floating drones filled the air, silently hovering, their dark, penetrating cameras reflecting Clavin's pale visage without exception. Jane disregarded the reactions of those around her. She bent down to assist the breathless Owen, softly inquiring, Professor, are you all right? Owen shook his head, stubbornly rising to his feet, clutching his shoulder, and through gritted teeth, murmured words laced with nasal congestion. I'm fine. Let these brigands leave our island. Helena, request the nearest medical vehicle on the island. I am somewhat concerned about the professor's condition. Jane helped Owen to stand again, casting a sharp glare at the youth whose expression fluctuated between dark and light, then declared loudly, Did everyone hear that? Now, please vacate this area that we oversee immediately. Our warning will not be repeated. All right, let's not be hasty. Let us remain civilized and discuss this properly. Clavin narrowed his eyes, glancing at Kafka, who still shielded him, and muttered through clenched teeth in his native tongue, "Attacko." The moment Kafka stepped aside, a muscular Doberman surged forth with lightning speed from behind, lunging at Jane and Owen. Yet something else reacted even quicker. As the claw of the free mechanical arm swiftly opened, an invisible force struck the Doberman, causing it to tumble to the ground, frothing at the mouth and howling in agony. Plion, that appears to be a security-grade subsonic cannon. Kafka approached Clavin, who was fixated on the struggling Doberman, his expression grave. We are all within its range. Even though Clavin attempted to suppress his emotions, the fierce rise and fall of his chest betrayed the raging fury within. He shot a menacing glare at the blonde girl and, gritting his teeth, turned away, waving his hand dismissively. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and gather your things. Activate the aircraft. I want to leave this repulsive place. He paused, as if struck by a thought, then turned quietly to Kafka, saying, disable the personal electronic fencing programs on those animals. Merge the permissions with that animal protection organization and let them deal with it. A throng of individuals gathered at the helipad behind the building, with the mechanical platform ascending, accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of gears. A gray, dragonfly-shaped private aircraft emerged before them. Clavin glanced back with a hint of disappointment at the vacant swarm of drones and was the first to board the dimly lit cabin. As the last figure vanished into the shadowy interior, the hatch closed, and the twin turbine engines roared to life, lifting the massive craft into the sky as it soared westward, leaving behind two wispy trails of gray. Observing this spectacle, Jan exhaled a deep sigh. Finally, it is done. Or so I fear. Despite Helena's scanning and repeated assurances of no fractures, Owen still felt a piercing pain radiating through his shoulder and arm. He inhaled sharply, casting his gaze towards the lingering silhouettes of hippos by the riverside and the menacing dogs prowling near the building. We must eliminate the disruptive elements on this island and restore the ravaged environment. We shall, but for now, you must rest well. Helena, do you have a means to obtain the invisible barrier permissions for those animals? Jan turned to a nearby drone, which floated closer, its dark camera flickering momentarily. Oh, this presents a bit of a quandary, she muttered. To put it simply, the electronic chip permissions within these animals have been disabled, and reactivating them requires authorization, which is currently not housed within the servers brought by these outsiders. Can you simplify that? Noticing Jan's distressed expression, Helena elaborated. When these individuals departed, they entrusted the cage keys to someone we do not recognize. To contain these animals again, I would need to locate that person's business card and send them a message. However, I shall refrain from doing so, as it may leave traces online. What we need right now, well, this island requires discretion, does it not? My supply of sedatives is dwindling. What remains at the base is sufficient to handle those dogs, or it could be used to subdue a single hippo. Jan sighed and glanced at Owen. Professor, it seems we must wait until Xiao Liao returns with supplies. Owen remained silent, unusually composed, thoughtfully stroking his chin while coldly observing the hippos grazing amid the foliage. After a lengthy pause, he quietly murmured a question that baffled Jan. The management of invasive species and the behavioral training of prehistoric species, should they not be in harmony? Chapter 45, Celestial Beings. One alien form an orderly line, shoulder to shoulder, no pulling or roughhousing. Our next stop is the life simulation area. As a rowdy group of elementary students emerged from the exhibition hall before them, Liao Xing instinctively leaned against the corridor wall, watching the weary teacher struggle to maintain the nearly disintegrating formation. Memories began to resurface in his mind, vivid and clear as if they had transpired just yesterday. Before him, the figure that had become somewhat unfamiliar seemed to materialize once more, recounting tales from a book to a group of naive children on an ordinary, yet slightly drowsy evening. From the youthful Qin emperor to the formidable overlord by the riverbank, from the mournful ballads of Wu Zhengyuan to the sleepless nights of Chang'an. That childhood, now long gone despite its familiarity from countless repetitions, was a chapter closed in time. Why are you dazed, Liao? Helena's voice resonated through the miniature earpiece nestled in his ear. Are you contemplating which elementary school to enroll the juvenile organism in? What? Oh, I was just pondering how the new year is fast approaching. He snapped back to reality, muttering to himself, and then stepped into the sparsely populated exhibition hall. In stark contrast to the bustling galleries, this small exhibition room, dubbed the Meteorite Collection, exuded an air of tranquility. The meteorites, having traversed the endless cosmos for eons, now lay quietly in their display cases, appearing no different from ordinary stones at first glance. Good day, sir. Would you like a guided tour? A service robot glided toward him, its lower half equipped with a hover mechanism, while its upper body resembled a faceless human model. Instead of a face, 3 blinking blue and white lights pulsed in sync with its speech, and its tone bore an artificial semblance of emotion. You may opt for my services or choose a human guide. No. Liao felt a bit awkward, having never encountered such a reception robot, typically reserved for upscale restaurants and lavish establishments. Thank you. I'll look around by myself. Very well. Should you require assistance, please summon me. Unit 313 is at your service. As the robot returned to its charging station and entered sleep mode, Liao let out a sigh of relief and gazed at the various meteorites on display. Helena, I still do not quite comprehend why we are here in the museum to examine meteorites. Well, Liao, do you recall what I mentioned upon my arrival? My original body module was damaged. After a self-scan, I have confirmed that the current me is merely a fragment of my former corporeal form. Aside from instances where it burned up upon descent, it is most probable that the remaining parts fell to Earth. Helena explained softly. After trajectory calculations and radioactive signal verification, I have not detected any signals emitted by me within 4 planetary rotation cycles. This implies that the other portions did not enter the atmosphere simultaneously with me. So what you mean is that either the remaining parts have long since fallen, or they are still drifting in Earth's satellite orbit. So, you brought me to the museum to ascertain whether they have been discovered and collected by humans? Liao stared absently at a brown meteorite showcased in front of him. How can you be so certain that they would be in this city's museum? There are countless extraterrestrial objects that fall to Earth every year. Our race's escape pod is equipped with a fundamental insurance protocol, even in the event of damage and disintegration. The internal landing apparatus will automatically position itself in the same location. Thus, even if the structure is compromised, there remains a possibility for reassembly within a limited scope through magnetic forces. Observing Liao Xing's expression, which was etched with confusion, Helena sighed wearily through her communicator. Just understand that it would be drawn together by a large magnet. I see. Liao Xing replied awkwardly, his gaze aimlessly wandering among the exhibits. It was only after a moment that he heard Helena's puzzled inquiry. How is it possible that there is none? Aren't you searching for a meteorite? Liao Xing asked. By your earthly perspective, that is indeed correct. However, I have not encountered any metallic meteorites that emit the same radiation signature here. Upon hearing Helena's question, Liao Xing pondered for a moment before responding. Helena, what materials comprise the remaining parts of your escape pod? Our race possesses a distinctive affinity for metallic substances that are both lightweight and robust, ensuring they cause no harm. This implies that, even if the state upon landing on Earth differs from the initial form of the large white sphere, it will invariably manifest as a metallic object, correct? Well, that large white sphere is referred to as the exoskeletal liquefaction protective form, yet your interpretation is not without merit. After receiving Helena's confirmation, Liao Xing stroked his chin and approached the dormant robot nestled in the corner. Greetings. Tour Guide 313 at your service, sir. The robot's lights illuminated as it turned to face Liao Xing. How may I assist you? Are there any artifacts made from meteorite iron in the museum's collection? Upon Liao Xing's inquiry, the robot's facial indicator lights flickered rapidly before illuminating. In response to your question, there is an exhibit on the second floor showcasing a meteorite iron artifact from the Ming Dynasty, specifically from the Chongzhen era, which aligns with your search criteria. According to popular folklore, this artifact is associated with the infamous Tianqi explosion. Uncle, it seems your earpiece is malfunctioning. Liao Xing, his expression pained, glanced at the innocent elementary school student beside him who was looking up at him with wide eyes, attempting to muster a smile. However, to the little girl's perspective, he appeared as a grimacing figure. No, it's fine. Heh. Thank you. Watching the girl, teary-eyed yet waving goodbye as she scampered back to her tour group, Liao Xing refocused on the large nameplate before him, inadvertently clicking his tongue. Oh, Helena. You've caused quite the ruckus with the microphone. Stay calm, she retorted, her voice straining with frustration. How am I supposed to remain calm? Those indescribable alien sounds melted my precursor components. Even after removing the headset, Helena's voice, fraught with emotional upheaval, pierced through the air. It's one thing to have them melted, but then sharp penetrating sound, to have it fashioned into a nameplate with inscriptions. It's akin to having your kidney extracted, minced, and transformed into sausage, with decorative printing on top. Who chaotic electronic noise could endure that? Please refrain from using such grotesque analogies. Liao Xing grimaced, eyeing the nameplate, approximately the size of a human head, its surface engraved with Ming Dynasty script, the passage of time having rendered some of the inscriptions somewhat indistinct. So, we can ascertain this is indeed a remnant of your body left on Earth, correct? I shall make a call to Mr. Richard for consultation. Why waste time? Helena's tone grew increasingly acerbic. Ion cold cuts, pinpoint explosions, dark matter rays. What method do you prefer? Stop right there. I have no desire to be dragged into the Security Bureau for tea. And Helena, you certainly wouldn't want to be ambushed by a shockwave that renders you unconscious, only to awaken to find yourself magnetically restrained, subjected to disassembly by overly curious scientists and engineers, would you? Liao, if you can't frighten anyone, just remain quiet. Helena, disguised as a phone in Liao Xing's pocket, floated out. No matter how many times it happened, Liao Xing remained endlessly intrigued by the size emanating from Helena's vocalizer, finding it hard to fathom how such imitation was achieved. Sigh, never mind. Let me take a gentler approach. Please bring over the tour guide robot. Hello, tour guide number 314 is here for you. Before the robot could finish its introductory speech, two electrical wires shot out from either side of the smartphone floating in Liao Xing's chest, and in an instant, the indicator lights on the guide robot's face dimmed. When the lights flickered back to life, they displayed an unsettling shade of red, followed by a piercing alarm resonating throughout the museum. Attention, abnormal high temperatures have been detected in certain areas. The fire emergency protocol has been initiated. All passengers and visitors are advised to proceed in an orderly fashion to the nearest safe exit. The surveillance cameras and infrared sensors were all taken care of. Helena revealed her true form, twirling twice in the air. What's wrong, Liao? Why are you standing there in a daze? Did it short-circuit? Is this your idea of a gentler approach? Observing the panicked crowd dispersing in all directions, Liao Xing struggled to maintain his composure amidst the chaos in his mind. Oh dear ancestors, I certainly do not wish to rely on the state for sustenance and shelter. Please, hurry up and finish your business so we can leave. Ugh, I would never want to be considered an ancestor of your carbon-based mammals. That would be degrading. However, this statement could be used to satirize those I disdain. Helena drifted towards the display case, and at the moment her tendrils made contact with the protective cover. The synthetic glass, fortified against sniper fire and composed of tempered fibers, melted away like butter meeting a hot knife, revealing the exhibits within. As Helena's tendrils brushed against the plaque, delicate blue patterns emerged, and the plaque itself lifted into the air, transforming into a strand of metallic fluid that adhered to Helena. Enlarged, Helena emitted a beam of light that swept around her and swiftly morphed into an old-fashioned laptop that floated into Liao Xing's embrace. The nearest exit is 50 meters to the left. Following this corridor will lead directly to the underground pedestrian street. I need to rest for a while. Listening to the gradually subsiding electronic voice, Liao Xing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurried towards the safety exit marked by a green light. Chapter 46, Celestial Beings. 2 Alien. Yesterday afternoon, a malicious theft occurred at the City Museum. According to law enforcement, the perpetrator is believed to have connections within the city government, and witnesses have suggested that the suspect may be related to a middle-aged man frequently seen near the riverside in recent days. Remarkable. I thought we might gain some notoriety. Chewing on a French fry, Liao Xing glanced at the laptop on the table, which was displaying the news while continuously flashing distorted alien symbols on the screen. Speaking of which, the museum even has a collection of such vintage computers branded with Martian names. Just a little more, the final voice adaptation is almost complete. With a sound of metallic scraping and reconfiguration, the enlarged Helena reappeared before Liao Xing. The most noticeable change being that her previously smooth form now bore additional angular features, complemented by 2 delicate, gossamer-like mechanical limbs. Helena contentedly drew her arms together, emitting a weary sigh. At last, the absence of those auxiliary appendages is truly delightful. The sensation of having hands is exquisite. Although it may be rather impertinent, I am curious about which parts of your bodies those appendages represent, murmured Liao Xing softly. Oh, Liao. In the language of Earthlings, inquiring into a girl's secrets is not a gentlemanly pursuit, Helena replied, her voice tinged with guilt as she hastily diverted the conversation. I indeed received certain memories encoded within that part of the appendage, which have been translated into your earthly language. Would you care to take a look? Seeing Liao Xing nod, Helena turned, and the lights in the room dimmed under her control, plunging the space into darkness. Then, a brilliant beam of light emanated from her optical lens, projecting an image onto the wall. A figure resembling an adult male appeared before Liao Xing, his features flickering inexplicably. As a deep, resonant electronic voice filled the air, the room fell silent, as if one could hear an echo. Log number 24. Galactic year of the 9032nd orbit. Or perhaps it is more fitting to say, the year of dual sovereignty? The Seeker forces under the command of the Star Guardian will completely clear our hidden Marauder unit. Perhaps the interstellar biological investigation project I have been concerned about can finally commence. Of course, that requires the approval of little AO. It is hard to fathom that the young man who once reveled with me at the Energy Tavern is now capable of overseeing the internal governance of an entire planet. It leaves me somewhat disoriented. I have digressed again. This was meant to be an experimental record, with a distinctive roar of the engines. The image displayed several line segments, intertwining and moving in relation to one another, transforming into a three-dimensional star map within the room under Helena's projection. I intend to embark on an exploration within the nearest stellar systems. Yet recent energy readings indicate that a magnetic storm has erupted in a star system located 5 light-years beyond this planet. Furthermore, the anomalous readings from the third planet of that star suggest the presence of a unique gravitational field. If the theory, accompanied by a raspy electronic voice, holds true, it is conceivable that rare carbon-based organic materials, and perhaps even liquid water, may exist there. Currently, the scientific community has identified a mere 450 million species of carbon-based life, with only a quarter of them still extant. Should that planet harbor some unrecorded forms of life, it could serve as an excellent target for investigation. I am preparing to report this drone for deployment, intending to gather data from that location before proceeding further. As for the name of the drone, I tentatively wish to call it Light Seeker. As the scene fades, the room is once again engulfed in darkness. Liao Xing rises to turn on the light, gazing at the silent Helena. Helena, are you all right? Am I merely a scientific exploration drone? Indeed, that seems plausible. After all, interstellar collection necessitates a stable chamber for sustenance. Helena's voice became hoarse and sharp, an unsettling emotion surging uncontrollably from her vocal apparatus, poised to erupt alongside the flickering energy circuits that began to manifest upon her silvery exterior. A pair of warm human arms enveloped the anxious silver body. Calm down, Helena. Do you recall? These are merely components belonging to the escape pod. Consider this, if you were merely a drone. Would your kind dispatch an escape pod to ensure your safety? The vessel preserving this memory is merely a fraction of what the escape pod carries. It would be premature to draw conclusions before receiving the other components. You make a valid point, Alio. Thank you. The trembling body in her embrace quivered slightly and slowly ascended once more. I did lose my composure for a moment. I hope I did not startle you. Not quite. I almost thought you were about to self-destruct, Alio replied with a chuckle. Yet it seems I extinguished the fuse just in time. Humanity is indeed a remarkable species, lacking tentacles and radar, yet somehow capable of sensing the emotions of other beings. Upon hearing Helena's familiar British lilt return, Alio's taut nerves finally relaxed. Contemplation is fine, but I refuse to become a specimen for collection, whatever number that may entail. Before Helena could respond, a melody emanating from within her interrupted their exchange. As Helena's optical lens illuminated once more to reveal a projection, Alio furrowed his brow at the image of an elderly man clad in a yellow raincoat. Professor? Is it raining over there? Has something happened? Owen lowered his head slightly, attempting to conceal the bloodshot eyes that betrayed his distress. It's nothing to worry about. I merely wish to understand. Alas, Alio, I must apologize, but brace yourself. We are in trouble. Chapter 47. Raining night 10 hours prior. The chilly wind laden with moisture howled through the buildings, heralding the impending storm with a piercing and chilling wail. Animals huddled on their bedding within the shelter, either dreaming peacefully or cowering in fear, unwilling to remain outdoors in such inclement weather. At that moment, the only undisturbed entities within the park seemed to be those diminutive drones, scarcely larger than basketballs, ambling along their programmed paths to conduct routine inspections. Upon examination, including traces left by human activities on the previous island, such as burrowing rabbits, bluegills, and ring-necked pheasants, I have confirmed the presence of at least 11 species of invasive vertebrates within my current protected area. Perhaps the term invasive species does not accurately encapsulate them all. Yet I have personally decided to designate certain varieties as such, for indications have emerged that some have begun to impact the constructed environment of the sanctuary. Jane gently massaged her neck, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the empty Alec box on the table, releasing a soft sigh before lowering her head to write. Following the breeding efforts of Helena and Professor Owen, the improved vegetation cultivated by drones has begun to expand in the western part of the island, while sightings of local burrowing rabbits have also become increasingly frequent. Concurrently, individual specimens of both the mudfish and the largemouth bass of varying ages have been observed in the pond at the small dam, presumably introduced by Clavin's team, all indicating that they have commenced breeding. As for the rodent infestation, may the Virgin Mary bless us, though it is not yet apparent. The troubles these small pests will bring are as significant as the damage caused by the hippopotamuses to the grassland vegetation. The intruders relinquished their control over the electronic chips implanted in those animals upon their departure, indicating that these creatures are now essentially in a wild state. And without the assistance of specialized IT personnel, it would be impossible for us to regain control over those chips. Despite Professor Owen holding a PhD certified by the European Federation, I find it difficult to concur with his proposal to employ prehistoric organisms to tackle the invasive species. Setting aside the numerous violations of international animal welfare laws this entails, I personally maintain a conservative stance regarding the security of a quarter of the park's monitoring system still being offline, especially in the absence of Liao and Helena, who are incapable of accurately operating large equipment. Any reckless interaction with prehistoric creatures at this juncture, Jane paused, observing the furry bundle in her arms that was softly purring. A smile began to creep across her lips as she reached out to gently stroke the warm plumage of the Chinese dragon bird, and then revised her thoughts. Engaging in external interactions with medium to large prehistoric organisms would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Suddenly, a thunderclap reverberated through the sky, startling the Chinese dragon bird in her embrace. After watching the little creature scurry into a corner nest, an unexpected wave of fatigue washed over her, compelling her to exhale the tension that had been building within. She looked out the window. The vegetation surrounding the building swayed incessantly in the gusts of wind preceding the storm, while on the other side of the park, the lights in Owen's research room remained aglow. With a gentle sigh, she turned off the lights in her room. With a click, accompanied by the faint sound of electric current and static, a moment later, a voice emerged from the old satellite phone, raspy to the point that Owen could hardly discern it. Few people in this world still remember this number. Is that you, Nigel? The time in the United Federation should be around midnight, old chap. Richard, we have encountered some changes here. Our island is under scrutiny. Unlike his usual banter, Owen stared at the wall before him, which was covered with notes filled with text and scribbles, interconnected by pushpins and cotton threads, forming an intricate web. Here's what happened. After listening to Owen's account, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. A hoarse voice wavered with the fluctuations of the signal, rendering its words indistinct. I shall promptly instruct William to reassess the status of my assets. Korean. There are indeed more than a few individuals in this world who can afford to purchase a hippopotamus. The only family that springs to my mind is the Korean family of New Rome, a mafia lineage steeped in 2 centuries of history, whose network is more intricate than a mole's burrow. Yet, to my knowledge, they have not disclosed any dealings related to the trade of sanctuary creatures. Please be straightforward. You know I am not fond of circumlocution, Owen mumbled. My time is limited, shortly. We must temporarily shut down the island's communication network to prevent disruptions from the magnetic storm. If you cannot articulate your thoughts clearly, I fear I may lose sleep until dawn. Go rest, old man. There's no need to worry about those Sicilians for now. If they intend to act, others will be watching them, Richard stated from the other end of the line. Building a resort in our sanctuary should be seen as that young lad's personal endeavor. I suspect he is either the child or nephew of old Korean. I don't foresee any significant issues. Very well. Owen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately abandoned the notion of elaborating further. Take care, my old friend. It was not the hoarse voice that responded, but rather the enveloping darkness of the room accompanied by a resounding crash that echoed through the air. Owen set down the satellite phone and groped for the flashlight. Uncertain of what had transpired, he felt his other senses sharpening in the darkness. He distinctly heard the sound of raindrops pattering against the window and the rustling of water splashing outside. The downpour had arrived sooner than anticipated. He navigated his way to the control panel, attempting to activate the workstation. Surprisingly, the workstation sprang to life, illuminating the pitch-black room with a brightness that stung his eyes. He heard the faint rustling of creatures within the extraordinary insect display case. As the shadows of those large arthropods began to stir along the side of the exhibit facing the light. What is happening? Owen pondered, opening the main control panel to display the circuit diagram. Squinting, he observed the interwoven connections on the platform and quickly pinpointed the issue. A relay resistor was damaged. He silently exhaled in relief. This was a matter that a patrolling drone could resolve, sparing him the need to venture out to the power station in such tempestuous subtropical weather. He pressed the repair request button, made himself a cup of synthetic coffee, and sank into a chair to await the completion of repairs. He swallowed a mouthful of the slightly sweet, warm liquid laced with synthetic creamer. As the dim interior resonated with the sounds of rain and wind from outside, Owen's eyelids grew heavy. He removed his glasses and rubbed his aching eyes, vaguely confirming the time through his blurred vision before gently leaning back against the chair. Just 10 minutes of rest, he mused hazily. Once the drone is repaired and the lights are restored, I shall awaken. What could possibly go wrong? The mighty Chronosaurus opened its eyes, awakening in a dimly lit environment. The reptilian gaze of the theropod dinosaur, adorned with vibrant green irises, gradually sharpened the surrounding scene into clarity. It vaguely recalled the unsettling sound that had roused it from slumber. As its robust forelimbs lifted its upper body, the Chronosaurus yawned, revealing its formidable jaws. With a leisurely pace, it extricated itself from the soft straw, making its way to the water trough to lap at the refreshing liquid. A familiar yet alien scent wafted into its nostrils, prompting the colossal creature to shake its neck and meander toward the source of the aroma. As the frigid raindrops shattered against its coarse spine, Chronosaurus snorted in disdain. Although rain heralded the emergence of prey alongside the verdant forest, it harbored an aversion to the damp chill of its surroundings. Habitually, it stood at the entrance of its enclosure, tilting its head to observe the vicinity. To its mild surprise, it did not encounter that peculiar little creature, the one adorned with black fur. Whenever they appeared, they would emit sharp sounds and flickering red lights, seemingly eager to assist in grooming and marking the locations of meager food supplies. Despite the scant offerings, Chronosaurus did not harbor ill feelings toward these small animals. Their scent was far more pleasant than that of their jungle counterparts. As Chronosaurus lowered its head to sniff along the fence, its curiosity deepened. The air bore no trace of food, and at times, the little creatures were absent, yet remnants of sustenance often lay buried beneath the earth or suspended within its reach. However, this time, there was nothing. Disappointed, it scanned the area and soon fixed its gaze upon a breach in the fence not far away. It recalled that during the day, this had been a cold, hard barrier, but now it was devoid of obstruction, revealing a gap where a flickering red light danced at the top, and the enticing scent lingered from beyond. Cautiously, Chronosaurus stepped over the sparking fence, revealing before it a barren expanse of ground, now rendered muddy by the rain. It detected an intricate tapestry of scents, an amalgamation of foul odors left by other creatures long ago, the fragrant essence of crushed plant foliage, and an odd aroma tinged with ash. As the massive beast flared its nostrils, it confirmed the faint presence of that alluring scent along the path. Its heavy footfalls left split tracks in the mud as it ventured forward along the roadside. In the dimly lit hall, the feathered dinosaur, Archaeopteryx, contentedly rose from its potted plant, alternating its hind legs to cover its waist. It flicked its tail and sauntered over to the sofa beside the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. As it prepared to tear some soft, fluffy stuffing to line its nest, a flicker of movement caught its peripheral vision on the ground. It turned around, facing a colossal green eye on the other side of the floor-to-ceiling window. Chapter 48, Raining Night. The Chinese dragon bird's body tensed, striving to remain motionless. Yet its gaze remained fixed on the darkness. In the midst of its terrified watch, the immense shadow moved through the rain-soaked air with an air of indifference. First lowering its head to sniff the wooden floor of the corridor steps, then lifting its head to shake off the droplets. Casting a curious glance through the window into the room. After a brief survey, the shadow pivoted. As a flash illuminated the night sky, the creature clearly discerned the moving silhouette. Compared to the predators it had encountered in memory, it was struck with horror, realizing that the visitor was far larger than any predator it had ever known. Driven nearly to madness by fear, it turned and leapt into the deeper darkness of the room with all its might. Krenos halted, observing several small white creatures approaching. It emitted a low, menacing growl from its throat, yet the small beings continued unabated in their advance towards it. This unusual occurrence reminded it of certain creatures previously encountered, known for their peculiar temperaments, possessing scant flesh and hard shells, whose remnants would inflict pain upon its jaws after consumption. The behemoth closed its mouth, watching as the small creatures passed by, heading away from it. It sniffed the air, detecting the scent of its target seemingly nearby. The cold night rain and its exploratory instincts compelled its already empty stomach to groan. The food lizard king lowered its head, following the scent until it arrived beside a peculiar white object. Initially perplexed by this previously unseen anomaly, it soon found its attention drawn by the scent of hunger. It was a distinctive aroma emanating from herbivores. At the base of the strange object, it discovered the source of the scent, several clumps of sticky excrement. It inhaled deeply. An invisible guide formed in its mind, leading it along a narrow path. Without a moment's hesitation, Krenos was eager to fill its hollow stomach with warm flesh. Mau Mau rubbed her eyes, gazing at the Chinese dragon bird nestled under the covers, trembling in her embrace, and sleepily rubbed her eyes. What time is it? 1:30? What has happened? Unlike its usual lively demeanor, the Chinese dragon bird now exhibited extreme unease, pecking at the sheets and occasionally gently scratching the girl's pale arm, leaving crimson marks. Are you anxious? Are the little ones hungry? If Xiao Yao isn't here, I'm not sure what you mean. Jin yawned, her fluffy hair tousled as she prepared to rise. Suddenly, she noticed Mau Mau unnaturally stretching its neck, emitting a series of gurgling sounds. Is it choking? Is a cricket leg or an insect shell lodged in its esophagus? A chaotic array of thoughts flitted through Jian's mind as she prepared a diet of synthetic foods and insects for the Chinese dragon bird. Having just awakened from slumber, she was unable to gather her thoughts and neglected to change her clothes. Gently, she cradled the creature, and at the moment she touched its abdomen, a mass was expelled from its throat, prompting a violent coughing fit. The object, resembling a date, rolled across the floor. Thankfully, it did not land on the bed. Jin suddenly felt invigorated. She bent down to examine the object, and what she beheld instantly dispelled her lingering drowsiness. It was a ball of hair and bone, interspersed with the pronounced incisors typical of rodents. Amidst the surroundings, the male hippopotamus raised its head, blinking its bleary eyes toward the structure standing in the downpour. Several slender figures, appearing quite disheveled, darted out of the porch and into the torrential darkness, leaving behind a trail of panicked whimpers. Since the commotion near the building yesterday, the once boisterous structure by the riverside had fallen silent. This was of little concern to the hippopotamus, who occasionally missed the warmth of the soft straw indoors during its nighttime rests in the river. However, the absence of a food source had clearly rendered the hunting dogs more feral. The scent of the bloody remains of a roe deer, shredded on the porch that very afternoon, lingered in the air. This peculiar aroma often ignited an impulse within it to lick. With its splayed hooves, the hippopotamus approached the grand hall, stepping through puddles gathered in the ruts of the path. It heard a few low grunts, signals of greeting from its kin, to which it responded with a flick of its plump tail, leading the way into the cold, hard porch. The air still faintly carried the remnants of human activity, mingled with the heavy scent of blood. Moments later, as it turned its back to the wall, the pale surface was instantly sullied by a mixture of scents, rich with the essence of grass and roots. Satisfied as its scent began to dominate the others, the male hippopotamus lay down, shaking its ears while gazing at the surrounding females, and then idly watched another male on the opposite side licking the bloodstains. Narrowing its eyes, it surveyed the deep, frigid night. Even creatures with thick skin and robust flesh felt a twinge of discomfort in such weather. Just as it prepared to close its eyes for a brief rest, a strange sound caught its attentive ears. The noise emanated from the thicket behind the building, where sharp-leaved trees grew. The male hippopotamus was unfamiliar with that area, as it lacked food and any intriguing features. However, when it opened its eyes to see an unfamiliar shadow emerge, it was taken aback. The shadow's bizarre shape instinctively incited a sense of aversion within the hippopotamus. Irritated, it rose to its feet and opened its mouth in a display of intimidation toward the shadow. Experience told it that if this shadow belonged to those raucous hunting dogs, such bluster would be sufficient to drive them away. Yet, to its surprise, the shadow merely paused for a moment before it resumed its slow, deliberate movement along the wall. When the male hippopotamus's admonitions were once again disregarded by the furtive figure, this robust herbivore sensed the gazes of its kin upon it, irritation and embarrassment igniting its fury. It charged boldly into the curtain of rain, striding purposefully toward the shadow, an action that seemed to capture the intruder's attention, causing it to shrink back in fear into the thicket. As another flash of lightning illuminated the scene momentarily, the male hippopotamus observed the outsider hesitating, flitting nervously between the underbrush and the wall. Accompanied by the deep rumble of thunder, its irritable temperament compelled the hippopotamus to bare its tusks, aggressively pursuing the quivering figure of the intruder, harboring no hesitation in inflicting a fatal wound upon this unwelcome creature if given the chance. At the moment it reached the thicket, a bolt of lightning rent the sky, briefly clarifying the murky vision of the hippopotamus. In its terrified eyes, it reflected a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, a sight that would mark its last. The thunder's roar reverberated across the land, swallowing the hippopotamus's final whines and the sounds of bones snapping within the engulfing darkness that reasserted its dominion, abruptly merging into the symphony of wind and rain. Owen stood beneath the awning, gazing upward. He could perceive through the translucent cover the grayish hue of the sky pouring down a deluge. Since the dawn of his memory, he had witnessed such scenes countless times, he mused. For a resident born on this Western European isle, the incessant rain was a quotidian affair. Yet, inexplicably at that moment, he felt a lingering sense of apprehension enveloping him. Perhaps the wait for the tram had simply stretched too long. The sounds of splashing water and hurried breaths brought him back to reality, and he noticed, at some point, another figure had joined him in the cramped space meant for sheltering from the rain, clad in a wide-shouldered coat. Observing the disheveled appearance of the newcomer, Owen instinctively reached into his pocket for a handkerchief and offered it. "Thank you," the other replied softly. And as Owen caught sight of the eyes hidden beneath a cascade of dark hair, he felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. What beautiful eyes they were, so clear and profound. "Oh, I apologize for my rudeness." Mississippi realizing he had been staring, Owen quickly turned away, inexplicably feeling warmth flood his cheeks. He attempted to regain his composure, yet his heart raced in his chest like a startled deer. "It's quite all right, sir. Thank you for the handkerchief." The owner of the dark eyes smiled faintly, and moments later, Owen caught a glimpse of her gently using the handkerchief to wipe her silken hair. "I've only just arrived. Britain and Cairo are truly worlds apart. We don't have this much moisture back home." "Ah, that is to be expected. Cairo experiences a tropical desert climate, with scant rainfall throughout the year due to the descending air currents of the subtropical high-pressure system. As for Edinburgh," his words suddenly faltered mid-sentence. "What am I thinking?" Owen internally cursed himself. This was not his usual demeanor. The temperate maritime climate. Oh dear. Thank you for the reminder. Why had I not prepared for this? How embarrassing. He noticed the young lady displaying a smile that nearly ensnared his gaze, and as he attempted to divert his attention, he caught sight of the emblem on her shoulder. Taking a deep breath, he instinctively extended his hand. "I too am a student at the University of Edinburgh. You may call me Owen. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Owen. My name is Fallen Down." Just then, her phone rang, the pure voice emanating from her pocket shattering the stillness of the moment. "Fallen Down, wait a moment, that ringtone sounds familiar." Owen struggled to open his eyes, his body creaking in protest from maintaining a single position for too long. He shifted his clothing and donned his glasses. Turning to the side where his phone lay on the control panel, vibrating incessantly due to the incoming alert. Pondering how long he had been asleep, he answered the call. A distorted voice filled the air instantly. "Owen, do not go outside. Stay indoors. It has emerged. The control circuit near the food storage area has been damaged by the torrential rain, and it can now roam freely." "Who? What?" Owen furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning the situation. Kronos, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 49, marked. Even at 9 in the morning, the sky, shrouded by dark clouds, cast a gloomy pall over the surroundings. Owen gripped the flashlight tightly, disregarding his nearly drenched cloak, as he navigated through the curtain of wild grass and rain towards the building by the lakeside. Even after a night's cleansing, he could still detect the nauseating scent of blood lingering in his nostrils. This was the first time in days he truly scrutinized the structure left behind by the invaders. It appeared to be a modern-style villa, designed with an abundance of synthetic materials and glass, embodying a distinctive minimalist, yet luxurious postmodern aesthetic. Yet now, it lay in a state of disarray. The glass doors of the foyer had shattered into a multitude of fragments, some stained with dark red splotches of blood. Owen swept the beam of his flashlight around the area, listening intently for a moment. "It should not be here now," he whispered, amidst the rain curtain beside Owen. The figure of a veterinarian materialized as Dalkey entered the porch, bending down to inspect the scene. The rain cascading off her optical camouflage cloak quickly formed a small puddle on the floor. As she lifted her gaze, Owen could see her violet eyes shimmering with intensity. The blood here is dark and viscous, yet not entirely dried. I surmised that this hunt did not conclude long ago. She delicately scooped up a glob with her gloved fingertips and twirled it before her eyes, shimmering with a violet glow. Ah, this is the blood of a hippopotamus. Unlike the desiccated stains left at the entrance, which correspond to a single physiological event, I suspect that 2 hunts transpired here sequentially. Do you still understand tracking? Owen inquired. On our farm, it is quite common for animals to venture out and not return. Furthermore, the bloodstains I encountered in the operating room have imparted some knowledge to me. Jane removed her hood and gathered her hair into a bun. She dipped a cotton swab into the blood and stored it in a test tube cradled in her hand. The bloodstains at the entrance were chaotic, accompanied by tufts of fur and body tissue. It seems an animal was slain there by a carnivore and subsequently consumed. Yet, it could not possibly have been Kronos. I cannot fathom why he would leave anything edible uneaten. The absence of bones at the entrance suggests that the creature's demise was likely orchestrated by the hunting dogs left behind. Indeed, they pose a considerable threat to us as well. Then came the second hunt. Jane lifted her gaze, observing the dark crimson carpet formed by the blood on the ground. The carnivore had seized its prey, pinning it down and grinding it into the earth. In her mind's eye, she could almost envision the great black dragon opening its gaping maw, its stake knife-like teeth effortlessly rending the hippopotamus's thick hide. As the prey struggled, the dragon twisted its neck, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the glass door. But why is there no carcass? She pondered. Well, some modern reptiles have a habit of storing their food. For instance, crocodiles bury the remains of their prey underwater to prevent other predators from stealing them, Owen remarked while examining the drag marks left on the floor. He must have dragged the body away to conceal it. I still do not understand. Why would it do that? Jane asked. We typically feed him 200 pounds a day, and an adult hippopotamus weighs a ton. He cannot consume such a vast quantity of food at once. Yet it appears he has no reason to have slaughtered all those hippos. I believe this might be a case of overkilling, Owen explained to the bewildered veterinarian. Many carnivores, under certain circumstances, will kill more prey than they can consume. Let me provide an example. On your farm, if a fox were to invade the chicken coop, it might kill all the chickens in one night, but only eat a few. There is a theory that when faced with an abundance of prey lacking the ability to flee, a predator's hunting instincts may be triggered, leading to overkilling behavior. We have only been raising Kronos for less than half a year. He previously lived in the wild, and I am still relying on historical records and gradually learning about his species' behaviors within this nurturing environment. Owen sighed. Up to this point, Kronos has only permitted Liao to approach him. Alas, we can only hope that Liao returns swiftly and without incident. Jian sighed in unison. Why did he have to fall ill just before the exhibition? Liao Xing grimaced as he gazed at the creature cradled in his arms, a dawn lizard named Alpha. This prehistoric reptile, which he had personally collected and was named by Owen, lay listlessly in his embrace, its throat and chin now resembling obsidian. As Liao Xing gently stroked Alpha's skin, he became increasingly concerned, sensing an unusual warmth emanating from its body. With only 2 hours remaining until the specimen review, he pondered, would Alpha be all right? If only Jian were here. Helena, is it still impossible to connect with them? Regrettably, without satellite assistance, I cannot conduct video calls during the magnetic storm. Helena replied, her mechanical claws gesturing in resignation. I am already at my limit, controlling the island's machinery through synchronized signals. Unless I can acquire another shard to restore my abilities. Liao Xing sighed, tenderly caressing Alpha's smooth back, noticing an abundance of hair between its scales. What should I do? I can't remain on the mainland. The behavioral training for the animals is only halfway completed. Venturing down without materials would likely lead to failure. Do not despair. I have a solution, Helena said, observing the ailing Alpha. A beam of laser shot forth from her optical lens, enveloping the creature. In an instant, Helena's form vanished amidst a flurry of transforming mechanical parts. In the blink of an eye, those components astonishingly reassembled into a dawn lizard identical to Alpha. No way is this real? Liao Xing stood frozen, his eyes wide as he beheld the lizard before him, swaying its tail. Can transformation be employed in such a manner? The startled Alpha awoke at the sound of exclamations, its body tensing as it clung to Liao Xing's arm, trembling, while its small green eyes widened in shock at the sudden appearance of its counterpart. This is called a disguised form. Humph, it's too late for you to realize now. An organism. Helena, now in the guise of a dawn lizard, tilted her head and emitted a mischievous chuckle. I didn't anticipate it would actually work. I merely scanned to give it a try. By the way, this body is dragging on the ground. She paused, then fell silent for a moment. Liao, how do you carbon-based beings walk? Isn't this something that needs to be taught? Liao Xing rubbed his incessantly twitching eyelid. Teaching an alien how to walk is certainly better than having no solution at all. You start by moving your right hind leg. Chapter 50. Marked Owen stepped through a puddle formed by footprints. His nearly soaked boots squelching as he approached the veterinarian crouched beside the foul-smelling carcass. I have discovered 4 bodies. Their states of decay vary, but they are all hippopotamuses. Including the one before you, I believe we can officially declare the extinction of the hippopotamus species on this island. Unbelievable. In the dim light, Jian shook her head while using a cotton swab to collect bodily fluids from the corpse and placing them into a test tube she carried. Hippos can run at speeds exceeding 15 miles per hour, yet now they have all been slaughtered. I never imagined that such a colossal reptile could possess such remarkable speed. Firstly, in terms of taxonomy, the theropod to which the Spinosaurus belongs is more closely related to birds. Recent studies have demonstrated that, despite being covered in scales, its lifestyle and metabolism more closely resemble those of large terrestrial birds and raptors. Secondly, the domesticated hippos have suffered from certain physical deterioration due to inbreeding over the years. And I doubt these hippos could still reach a speed of 15 miles per hour. As Owen habitually corrected her, the veterinarian seemed to realize something, furrowing his brow before looking up to inquire. Wait a moment, Professor, what was the previous statement again? The domesticated hippos are physically inferior to their ancestral group? No. The one before that. The theropod's habits are more similar to those of birds. Jian stood up, her brow furrowed as she began to assess her surroundings. After a moment, Owen noticed her expression shift from unease to sheer terror, her voice trembling. Professor, it has collected these prey. Instinctively, the veterinarian gripped the biological rifle he had swiftly removed from his back. Yes, they will bring the prey back to their nests. Some carnivorous birds will take their prey. Damn! A chill ran down Owen's spine as he slowly stood up, trembling as he raised his hand to activate the scanning function of his holographic glasses. That was an animal weighing 6 tons. It should make quite a commotion when it moves. Jian chambered around, her golden hair disheveled and sticking to her forehead. If it comes, I should be able to sense it. Oh no, it's not that simple. Large theropods have highly developed foot structures, allowing them to move as silently as felines. Owen glanced around, frozen in a turning position. Through the glass's X-ray function, he saw a massive rectangular skull protruding from the tree trunk behind him. Feeling the gaze directed at him, the skull revealed its hollow eye sockets under the holographic perspective. Jian, it's right behind me, quite close. Damn. Jian raised her rifle, and as her ocular implants activated, she caught sight of the sharp gaze caught between the branches. Despite her heart racing within her chest, she felt the temperature around her plummet to an icy chill. The underbrush is too dense. I can't aim for its vital points. Stay calm, Dark. Don't rush to fire. Owen raised his hand to stop her. If we provoke the Chronos prematurely, we won't outrun a beast that can sprint faster than a sprinter. We need bait. He subconsciously moved his wrist, realizing he still held the flashlight. Just wait for my command. Run towards the construction machine, regardless of what you hear. Do not look back. He ignored the incredulous gaze of the veterinarian and directed his flashlight towards the ground beneath the skull, flickering it several times. In his line of sight, the immense skull began to rotate, curiously observing the luminous points appearing on the ground. Go. Hearing Owen's hushed call, Jane bit her lip and turned to sprint towards the jungle's edge. As the rustling sound of her flight echoed, Owen saw the hollow eye sockets shift their gaze back towards him. Steeling himself, he aimed the blinding white light at the skull, and in an instant, the roar of the colossal beast resonated through his body, reverberating in the dark, damp wilderness. Jane clenched her teeth, darting past a cluster of branches strewn on the ground. As she leaped onto a rock, the clearing ahead illuminated her vision. She spotted the white construction vehicle less than 15 meters away, but simultaneously, she heard the heavy thumps and the cracking branches of the jungle quickly approaching. She could not recall how she entered the vehicle. When she turned to glance back at the entrance, she caught sight of the black beast peering from the jungle's edge, its jaw smeared with dark blood mingling with rainwater. trickling down the folds of its skin. Owen was gone. Liao, what do you call this prolonged low-power state that doesn't trigger a dormancy due to energy deficiency? You must mean sleep. Oh, so that's what it's called. Then, what is the difference between running and sprinting? What should one be mindful of regarding power and limb amplitude? For instance, the right leg must be elevated at an angle greater than a sharp angle. Wait a moment. In the waiting room, Liao Xing covered his face with his hands, letting out a soft, helpless whimper. Just move a few steps, find your rhythm. Easy for you to say. Once someone sees my limbs moving oddly again, I'll be howled at just like when you first met me. The dawn lizard form of Helena rolled her eyes and murmured. How long until the review presentation? Attention, trainee number 12306. Please prepare for the exhibition upon hearing the announcement. Hearing the voice echo in the room, Liao Xing inhaled sharply. Just what I feared. Now listen, for the time being, lie here and pretend to be asleep. He placed Helena into the exhibition box and casually sprinkled some wood shavings over her. Yes, this looks more natural. I'm counting on you this time. Remember to get me some lubricant and ferrofluid. I need to clean. As the scene before him brightened, Liao Xing swiftly closed the exhibition box with lightning speed. Suddenly, 3 holographic projections of figures appeared before him, one of whom he recognized as the supervisor, while the other 2 were a man and a woman he had never seen before. The male figure, possessing a notably robust Asian visage, donned a white lab coat that, alongside his slicked-back hair, rendered him an exact replica of the archetypal scientist depicted in films. Accompanying him was a female, older in age, her silver hair crowned with sunglasses. Yet her sun-kissed skin betrayed a Middle Eastern lineage. Dr. Wu Liheng and Professor Emily were present, alongside our department's distinguished student, Liao Xing. The person in charge wore a professional, amiable smile, and pleasantries were deemed unnecessary. The Asian male, surnamed Wu, approached the display case housing the slumbering Helena, entirely disregarding Liao Xing beside him. Ah, a reptilian creature. Quite rare. What species is this? He inquired. It is a yellow tree monitor. Native to Papua New Guinea, Liao Xing replied, his gaze fixated on Dr. Wu. Despite the fact that what was being projected was merely a hologram, Liao felt an indescribable malevolence emanating from him, prompting him to maintain a cautious silence. Yellow tree monitor, you say? Yet I do not see its certification tag. No, that cannot be right. Its forelimb structure and tail shape are all wrong. Dr. Wu raised his head, his piercing gaze making Liao's heart flutter. This species is undoubtedly more than just a monitor lizard. You have discerned that correctly, Liao Xing hastily responded. In fact, it is a hybrid organism. A hybrid organism? Dr. Wu's eyebrows arched. Indeed, its scales exhibit some fur akin to that of rodents. Which species genes have you intermingled? The genomic material is derived from avian sources. I utilized the domestic pigeon as a foundational template, Liao Xing answered with caution. There were minor issues with the expression of reptilian genes when utilizing avian protein fragments for repair, but the creature is fundamentally sound. Aside from possessing fur, are there any other issues? Dr. Wu pursued. Well, Liao pondered for a moment, recalling his concise notes. It has congenital lung defects, some cavities in its vertebrae, and exhibits excessive lethargy. I am still observing the remaining aspects. Dr. Wu narrowed his eyes, seemingly poised to speak further. Dr. Wu, this assessment did not prohibit the presentation of hybrid organisms, the previously silent lady interjected. Though not a common mammal, the flaws of this specimen tarnish its otherwise perfect genetic sample. I would assign it a maximum grade of B. Dr. Wu scrutinized Liao Xing once more. What is your name? Liao Xing, Professor. Liao Xing. Dr. Wu let out a grunt. Let us proceed swiftly. Next. His holographic projection dissipated first, entirely indifferent to the responses of the other 2. I hope you do not take offense, young man. His disposition tends to be rather hasty. The lady named Emily remarked with a smile. Your exhibit is commendable. I shall bestow it an A grade, and I hope you will care for it well. You should soon receive a notification in your inbox. She offered a slight smile before vanishing. Wishing you all the best. The person in charge let out a slight sigh of relief after confirming with Liao Xing and subsequently closed the communication. The young man exhaled softly. Phew. It seems the end of the term has been settled. Helena, which brand of lubricant do you prefer? No. In a fleeting moment, Helena swiftly restored her physical form, her optical lens flickering incessantly. Trouble has arisen, Liao. Just as communication was re-established, an urgent message has arrived from the island. Before Liao Xing could fully comprehend the situation, An image materialized before him through Helena's projection. Jian's figure appeared, but the veterinarian, usually composed, was now visibly distressed. Clutching a rifle with bloodshot eyes as he gazed at Liao Xing Xiao Liao, I'm requesting an emergency evacuation. I need to deal with that carnivorous lizard king. Chapter 51, marked. Wait. Why the sudden gloom? What has happened? Where is the professor? Liao Xing furrowed his brow. The predator has launched an attack, and the professor has perished in the line of duty. Jian's voice trembled, struggling to suppress a lump in his throat, but was abruptly interrupted by an incoming text message. For the love of God, don't rush to curse me with death. I am striving to survive. Professor Owen? Jian exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Where are you? Thank the heavens. You're still alive? My phone is about to die. Please, have Helena connect to the island's live surveillance. Monitoring code NW265. Instantly, another image appeared before them, seemingly from the vantage point of a tree, the dim light barely allowing them to discern the contours of the ground beyond the rain curtain. As Helena's night vision activated, both Jian and Liao Xing inhaled sharply. Beneath the tree lay the side-lying form of the carnivorous lizard king, its swollen abdomen rising and falling with each breath. As the camera angle shifted, a mud-caked face came into view. Professor, what has happened? Before Jian could fully process the sight before them, Liao Xing interjected, if you were being pursued. Let me guess, when Kronos began to chase you, you discarded clothing with your scent to mislead its trail? The professor nodded. So, the mud on your body is meant to mask your scent, but you didn't anticipate it would lie in wait here? The professor nodded once more. Please hold on. I will prepare the tranquilizers immediately. Senior, please wait a moment. Liao Xing interrupted Jian, who was about to withdraw the live round. First, we cannot ascertain Kronos' current location. Secondly, tranquilizing Kronos will require time, and fast-acting anesthetics can be harmful to the animal's respiratory system. We cannot guarantee that a startled creature won't go on another rampage. I believe we might try a different approach. As long as we can divert Kronos away from the professor, that would suffice, wouldn't it? Yes. Do you remember? The recent behavioral training enabled Kronos to recognize whistle signals. Upon hearing a specific cue, it will approach the sound. At present, the senior is inside that engineering vehicle, which we can utilize to manipulate the situation, for instance, making Kronos believe this area is the territory of another beast. This notion caused Jian to frown slightly, exhaling a weary sigh. In emergencies, I would still resort to tranquilizer darts. What course of action should I take now? As the whistle pierced through the rain with a specific rhythm, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Jian sat in the dimly lit cockpit, her mind in disarray, listening to the incessant patter of raindrops. Could this possibly succeed? Just as that thought crossed her mind, the thermal imaging sensor flickered to life on the screen to her right. Xiao Liao, it's approaching. Jian relayed what she saw on the screen to Liao Xing. What should I do next? Start the engine. Let it roar, mimicking the growl of a beast. Liao Xing replied softly, holding 2 bottles of lubricant in a corner of the auto repair shop while comparing them with Heliana. Make Kronos perceive the vehicle as a living creature. As the engine roared across the wilderness, Jian noticed the black beast momentarily pause, then gradually retreat into the forest. It has withdrawn into the woods, she noted. It seems we must intensify our display. The mechanical arm of the engineering machine unfolded slowly, resembling a colossal serpent dancing in the air. Under the terrified gaze of the forest, it effortlessly uprooted several trees and flung them aside. As the engineering machine advanced, low growls emanated from the jungle. The predator's form emerged from the shadows at the edge of the woods. Kronos puffed out its neck, spreading its legs, poised to pounce. Yet, upon witnessing the mechanical arm wielding the uprooted trees like phantoms, its fighting spirit swiftly diminished, overtaken by an expanding fear of the unknown. Jian observed as Kronos growled and hastily retreated along the forest's edge. Xiao Liao, Kronos has departed. Now I should. Before she could finish her thought, she spotted a disheveled figure resembling a drowned rat stumbling out from the woods, staggering toward the engineering machine. Prepare a cup of hot coffee. It seems someone is in dire need. A woman with burgundy hair traversed the opulent hotel corridor, the seductive melodies enveloping her as she instinctively sighed through her nose. She halted before room 1993 and gently activated her communicator. Corian, we have a situation. Despite the heavy soundproof door preventing her from hearing the commotion behind it, he seemed to have already caught the muffled curses of the young man being dragged from the depths of inebriation. Moments later, a figure named Corian emerged from the ajar door, clad in an ill-fitting bathrobe, suppressing his agitation as he wiped the lipstick marks from his neck with toilet paper. What is so urgent? If it's the old man pushing me to return. A message from the PETA Animal Protection Association had arrived, informing her that all 5 hippos, which had been under their jurisdiction for the past 48 hours, had perished, and they were seeking an explanation from her. The woman disregarded the brilliance of spring flooding the room, her tone remaining unperturbed. Slower than I had anticipated, she remarked. Corian tossed aside the roll of tissue he had been holding and wiped his hands. Tell me, Kafka, how did those hippos meet their demise? Was it gunfire or poison? They succumbed to open wounds, and before their demise, they endured immense and inhumane terror, Kafka replied. It is said that they were left to suffer through brutal conflicts among the animals. Nonsense, Corian scoffed with a derisive chuckle. Those fools can't even distinguish between tortoises and sea turtles. What other creature, aside from humans, could possibly slay a group of hippos? Most likely, it was done using their machinery. He scratched his ear thoughtfully. Well, send the coordinates of that island to those clowns and let them investigate for themselves. Also, have old who prepare a list to gather stray cats. You should assist as well. Me? Why? Kafka furrowed her brows in confusion. Do you recall the extensive animal trade records from breeding facilities across the regions that you investigated for months? None were dispatched to the Florida Keys. This implies that the animals in their reserves are not particularly large. Corian, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, grinned wickedly. And cats are currently the most affordable and effective source of invasive species, not to mention the countless birds that have been nearly eradicated over the past 20 years. Do you remember the incident with the Australian leopard cat abducting an infant? Their stray cats have nearly consumed the native species before starting to wreak havoc on the facilities. Haven't they? We are merely assisting them, while simultaneously resolving our own predicament. Rest assured, my dear, I shall not ask you to work for free. I will grant you a paid week off. The young man leaned in, wrapping his arms around her from behind, whispering softly into her ear. Kafka sighed in annoyance and resignation. Corian, you are being rather obstinate. I understand. Her body leaned into the young man's embrace, yet her mind raced with thoughts. Stray cats were not an issue, but old who? He was a source of mild headache for Kafka. Well, it's just a minor task. How bad could it possibly be? As midnight approached, Wu Liheng remained wide awake in his private office. His eyes were bloodshot as he fixated intently on the screen before him, muttering to himself, how can this be? The simulated structure is completely incorrect. Adjust the genetic percentage of the reptilian species by an additional 3%. Simulation result: failure. Sample deceased. Cause of death: congenital respiratory system defect. How could this contamination have occurred? He furiously tapped on the screen with his fingers, his voice rising to a near growl. Amphibian genes eliminate all hair. Without hybrid genes, a mixed sample of pigeons and tree giant lizards cannot possibly survive to adulthood. Perhaps he incorporated some mammals? But this technology is unique to me, and I have yet to disclose it. How could he? His gaze fell upon an amber specimen resting on his desk. Is it possible to simulate and switch the genetic origin to a common ancestral group of the clade Lepidosauria for testing? The simulation results: successful. Sample survival probability: 28. Gazing at the text on the screen, Wu Liheng clasped his hands and laughed heartily towards the heavens. However, his smile quickly froze on his face as he realized a more grave concern. The ancestral group sample. Where did that young man acquire the genetic sample? Chapter 52. Injured beast. Taking a deep breath of the red tea infused with synthetic cream, Liao Xing struggled to swallow the bitter and unpalatable liquid before finally exhaling slowly. Once he had steadied his nerves, he glanced across the table at the woman seated in the aircraft chair opposite him, dressed in a leather jacket. She was restrained by a safety belt, leaning sideways against the reclined seat. Her muscular, sun-kissed skin effortlessly showcased the unique contours beneath her shirt, and her chestnut brown hair fell rebelliously to her shoulders, giving her the appearance of a dormant beast poised to spring into action. Although she appeared indifferent, the taut muscles rippling with every slight movement startled the young man. Miss Rex? Liao Xing pondered for a moment before speaking. How did you come to know Mr. Richard? Desperation for funds, a mediator, and an introduction from an old acquaintance, the woman named Rex replied, shifting impatiently in her seat, the safety belt creaking under the strain of her muscles. Liao, I suspect you might need a cage to contain her. Helena's voice crackled through the headset. Are you certain you requested an engineer from the Duke and not a mercenary? Even Dark would need to increase the dosage of anesthetic upon seeing her. 2 hours prior. Having completed his graduation procedures, Liao Xing encountered this engineer, introduced by Duke Lockwood, at the Gibraltar transfer station in the Oxy district. Their initial meeting was marked by an awkward moment when he mistakenly referred to her as Sir upon catching a glimpse of her back. A faux pas that left an uncomfortable atmosphere lingering until now. Instinctively aware that if he did not engage her in conversation before boarding the island, the first impression might deteriorate beyond repair, Liao Xing pressed on. Miss Rex, according to your resume, you served in the military previously? He endeavored to calm his racing heart and inquired. My apologies, I am not well versed in that independence war. May I ask for details and the reason for your discharge? My position was as a combat engineer and mechanic, part of the 93rd Squadron. Rex narrowed her eyes at Liao Xing and responded. After the initial catastrophe, the former United Federal Government was too busy lining their pockets to manage affairs. When the waters flooded Alaska and Hawaii, my fellow townsfolk realized they could not remain passive and clashed with the previous government. Now we are the independent Southern Confederation. With no battles left to fight, I applied for discharge. Before Liao Xing could respond further, Rex raised her gaze and continued. Now it's my turn to ask. Young man, what purpose does your island serve? What do you cultivate there? Our island? Merely an ordinary reptile breeding facility, accompanied by plans for release and infrastructure. Spare me the theatrics, young man. What engineer raises reptiles solely to design military vehicles and fortifications? Rex smirked disdainfully, revealing his gleaming white canines. Allow me to share a tale my grandfather once recounted. In my hometown of Texas, there was a cowboy who, rather than tending to his cattle, spent his days observing others as they dug wells. When questioned about his peculiar interest, he replied that he was learning to provide water for his livestock, thereby saving on costs. You won't believe what happened next. Rex raised an eyebrow. One day, that fellow acquired an extensive set of equipment and vanished. It was only a decade later, when representatives from his company returned to purchase the town, that everyone realized he had been drilling for oil. What sort of reptiles are you raising here? Turtles the size of compact cars or lizards towering over buildings? This is no special forces unit. It's a prophecy. Do you truly wish to uncover the truth, Miss Rex? Liao Xing sipped his red tea and gazed earnestly at Rex, whose momentary confusion was palpable. Very well. Your confidentiality agreement is already signed. To be candid, we are nurturing long-extinct Mesozoic species on the island. To use terms you might be more familiar with, we are cultivating dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Rex furrowed his brow and sniffed. What nonsense is this? Don't try to deceive me. Specifically, creatures like Stegosaurus and Brachiosaurus. Observing the deepening furrows on Rex's brow, Liao Xing exhaled a sigh. They are the very dinosaurs from that footprint park you have over there. Oh, those large footprints in the river. Why didn't you say so earlier? Rex chuckled disdainfully upon realizing the connection. Clever of you, young man, to conceive mechanical replicas of these creatures. Let me think. How about a theme park where visitors drive military vehicles to capture robotic animals? A splendid idea, but should I undertake it? That would require additional compensation. Let us make a wager. Liao Xing downed his tea and met Rex's dismissive gaze. Everything I have stated is true. If you win, I shall pay you double. If I win, I ask for one favor from you, Miss Rex. Quite bold for one so young. Rex casually appraised Liao Xing and chuckled. Very well. But I must warn you, should you win, I fear you may not be able to handle the outcome. Then let us see. Liao Xing laughed in return. My ambitions are far beyond what you, Miss Rex, can imagine. Intriguing. Do share. What do you intend to do? Is this truly the destination to which you have brought me? Rex removed her cowboy hat, her green eyes scanning the knee-high grass and thickets surrounding the vehicles. I expected a vineyard or a resort, a more suitable setting for conversation. I came to pick up a friend. And Liao Xing pressed a few buttons on the control panel in the driver's seat before looking solemnly at Rex, who was curled up in the passenger seat due to her size. Miss Rex, please remember, regardless of what you see or what occurs, do not leave the cockpit under any circumstances. I'm not jesting. Watching Rex absent-mindedly wave her hand, Liao Xing let out a gentle sigh and secured the vehicle door. Helena, please lock the door. No problem. Rex crossed her legs, retrieving a dark chew from her pocket and placing it in her mouth. Through the windshield, she observed a youth stepping cautiously into the depths of the knee-high grass. She noticed Liao Xing producing a peculiar whistle and blowing into it. However, thanks to the excellent soundproofing of the vehicle, she could hear nothing within. After a moment of waiting, feeling the tedium of inactivity, Rex spat the chew into a tissue and stretched her limbs. She adjusted her cowboy hat to shield her face once more, crossing her arms, preparing to indulge in a brief respite. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation crept over her, rendering her uneasy. It was reminiscent of being watched by that damn drone in Colorado 5 years prior. As she shifted her body, pressing her back fully into the seat, Rex furrowed her brow. An unusual vibration coursed through the vehicle, transmitting itself to her. Irritated, she removed her hat, and in the instant she turned her head, her gaze met the piercing green eyes of a colossal beast. The reptilian gaze locked with the petrified Rex for a moment before she witnessed the creature's square head rise swiftly, its sharp teeth and scaled jaw flashing past her. The beast barely brushed against the vehicle, yet it caused a tremor within the cabin. As if awakening from a stupor, Rex instinctively reached for her holster, only to realize with dismay that she had been without her firearm for quite some time. Damn it, did you really raise a lizard, you brat? Chapter 53. Injured beast Liao Xing stood in the center of the grass, the whistle in his mouth, observing Kronos hesitating beside the vehicle, inwardly cursing his own recklessness. He blew the whistle once more, and in his line of sight, he noticed Kronos tilting its head beside the vehicle, its nostrils flaring rhythmically. Minutes passed, yet it felt as if several centuries had elapsed. After hearing his heartbeat for what felt like the umpteenth time, the colossal beast beside the vehicle finally took a step forward, slowly approaching him. Liao Xing swallowed hard, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. His mind raced back through previous memories. Had Kronos ever been this cautious with him? He watched as the carnivorous creature halted approximately 15 meters away, its thick, scaly tail lifted high, its entire body crouching down, revealing a gaping maw filled with formidable teeth as it emitted a low growl. Liao Xing quickly raised his empty arms in a gesture of apparent friendliness. At this moment, the formidable Giganotosaurus exhibited no signs of relaxation. Beneath its striking crimson brow, its shadowed eyes remained fixated on Liao Xing as it crouched motionless in place. Liao Xing sensed that the beast was scrutinizing him, deliberating whether he posed a threat. The two stood in this eerie standoff, so close that he could distinctly perceive the putrid stench of decaying flesh emanating from the creature. The tension persisted until Liao Xing felt his arms growing numb, rendering him nearly senseless, at which point Kronos finally resumed its movement. This time, it did not tread lightly. Instead, each step was deliberately heavy, causing the ground to tremble beneath its 6-ton weight. This was a display of dominance, Liao Xing thought. Kronos, do you remember me? The one who alleviated your oral pain. I know you were genuinely frightened. He spoke, striving to suppress the tremor in his voice. Though his words were soft, he was certain the creature could hear him. The unfamiliar sense and the strange, incomprehensible sounds surrounding them filled the air with unease. You yearn to return, to fill the void within your heart, yet your previous world has vanished. The ancient landscapes cannot sustain your future. He inclined his body slightly upward, gazing into the creature's towering brow and its vibrant green eyes. If you grant me, and our team an opportunity, we will assist you in navigating this alien realm. As he observed the creature drawing nearer, its maw filled with sharp teeth and drooling saliva, he caught sight of remnants of flesh lodged in its pink gums, whispering through gritted teeth, "At least give it a try, will you?" The massive jaws halted merely 2 meters from Liao Xing, followed by a series of short, low clucks emanating from the depths of its throat. Upon hearing this sound, Liao Xing exhaled in relief, gazing at the colossal black dragon crouched in the grass. Its eyes narrowed as it revealed its gaping maw. Thank you for your trust, Old Kronos. He gradually crouched down, donning gloves from his pocket, and carefully extracted the clinging remnants of meat and bone wedged between the creature's teeth, sticky with saliva and surrounded by its plump gums. As he removed the last shard of bone lodged within its fangs, the containment beam completed its scanning and enveloped Kronos within. He felt the tautness of his nerves give way to a wave of numbing fatigue, causing him to recline backward, yearning to lie upon the soft grass. Liao, are you all right? Don't scare me, the mechanized voice behind him urged, as robotic arms encircled his shoulders to support him. Miss Dark, please come assist. As the optical camouflage cloak retracted, Jean hefted a biological rifle and leaped down from the shelter of a great tree, hastening to Liao Xing's side, anxiously steadying the young man's shoulders. Are you all right, Liao? Do you need me to call for medical assistance? I have no issues. Thank you for your concern. Liao Xing settled down with his legs crossed, twisting his waist, which ached from tension. It has been a while, Senior. I appreciate your support. Without your information about feeding Kronos, I would not have dared to proceed. I must say, you are rather reckless. To directly suggest close contact with a large carnivorous creature, you truly show no regard for your own safety. Dark lightly punched Liao Xing on the shoulder, then glanced at the vehicle. Did the engineer come from Uncle Richard? What is the hourly wage? Is it higher than mine? Liao Xing inhaled sharply. Well, let us meet first. We can discuss the issues afterward. As Helena unlocked the vehicle's hatch, the two entered, meeting the engineer's amber eyes, wide with curiosity and excitement. Seriously, did you really raise a lizard? Rex gently nudged Liao Xing with his elbow, causing the latter to furrow his brow, as he detected a rather strong, pungent scent emanating from Rex. Hey, do you have something like Godzilla? What special restraining device or visual effect platform did you just use? How did it vanish so abruptly? Madam, Jane's voice came from the back seat. I will not overly interfere with your personal preferences and habits, but as a staff member, I must advise you not to consume any food or liquids with such a strong odor during work hours. That lady. Oh, the one in camouflage who helped you with the lookout? Quite the attire. Rex turned to glance at Jane, then back at Liao Xing. Is she your girlfriend? All right. Let's pause there, Miss Rex. Liao Xing hurriedly interrupted the exuberant and somewhat disjointed atmosphere created by the excited individual before him. Helena, please present the detailed contract to Miss Rex for her review. As Helena transformed in midair to reveal her form, Rex's gaze became magnetically fixed upon her, unable to waver even slightly. Caroline, Miss Rex, I am. Ah. Liao Xing watched in disbelief as the expression of the towering retired soldier morphed from excitement to sheer terror upon seeing Helena, her scream piercing through the air and causing discomfort to the eardrums. The figure recoiled towards the door, the safety belt straining to its limit, causing her clothing to become disheveled, a fact she remained oblivious to. It can talk? How can there be a talking drone? Upon detecting the emotional fluctuations of the human across from her, registering as fear, Helena initiated her self-introduction protocol. She swiftly recovered from the abrupt situation, displaying a small crying face on the electronic screen in front. Hello, my full system designation is Hybrid Power Ecosystem Detection Lifeform Nanobot Type A, based on the Personalized Installation Program. My name has been set as Helena. If my linguistic module causes you confusion, I shall disable this function during our discourse. Liao Xing observed as Rex's taut body gradually relaxed in response to Helena's improvised fabrications, and he let out a gentle sigh. Miss Rex, I presume this is the reason for your retirement, he pondered aloud. Huh, it matters not. I have no intention of continuing here. Yes, I simply detest these loquacious machines, Rex replied, narrowing her eyes and speaking breathlessly. Liao Xing noticed her bracing herself against the doorframe, her right hand clenched in silent determination, and he softly inquired, Then, Miss Rex, may I ask where one could find a position that offers a TSD engineer a sufficiently lucrative salary to cover her grandfather's exorbitant nanotherapy expenses in this industry? You. Damn. The woman, initially poised to strike the door in anger, found her fervent rage dissipating into a long, weary sigh emanating from her chest. I have but one request. Allow me to work here. But while I am at it, do not make me encounter those loquacious machines, especially this talking drone. She cast a complex glance at Helena, silently lamenting, you wouldn't understand how adeptly these beings disguise themselves. Chapter 54. Injured Beast. The night had deepened, yet the glaring bulb in the duty room remained unsettlingly bright. The young officer fixated on the screen before her, the furrows on her brow seemingly etched onto her forehead. Her hands incessantly tapped on the holographic panel, revealing several images. From an investigator's perspective, it was evident that these were the camera feeds from the museum that had been robbed last week. Although an external conclusion had been drawn regarding the incident, the reaction of this officer suggested that it was not the entirety of the matter. The issue with the timeline arises here. The progress of these cameras has clearly been altered. The calibration of the timeline does not align. At least 3 exhibition areas show a 5-minute gap, and the team leader is oblivious to this glaring oversight, she mused. Yet, it was still absurd. Her chaotic thoughts swirled in her mind, prompting her to speak softly to herself. What device could possibly melt high-security synthetic glass like ice cream left out on a summer afternoon within 5 minutes, yet leave no trace of its passage on the floor? Think carefully, shall we? The officer, slightly disheartened, leaned back in her chair, just managing to close her weary eyelids when she heard the piercing sounds of engines reverberating from the street. Likely another new sports car. It hasn't been long since the late-night racing frenzy. Those individuals were audacious, having integrated immature cybernetic technology into their bodies to enhance vehicle control. She pondered, as if suddenly awakening to a realization. The officer's eyes flew open, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Wait, if the cyborg concealed the device on their person, if it is implanted within, perhaps it could evade the scrutiny of antiquated detectors. Yes, it must be the cyborg. What about the cyborg?" A chilling voice unexpectedly pierced the air, causing the young officer to spin around in alarm. Upon seeing the newcomer, relief washed over him like a tidal wave. "Oh, it's you. You startled me. Good evening, Captain Ya. I believe I may have uncovered a hidden clue regarding last week's museum artifact theft case. You see, the timeline calibration has been processed through a triadic encoder." As he elaborated, the figure of the newcomer was reflected on the floating display's liquid crystal shield, revealing a woman with deep burgundy hair and a voluptuous form. She leaned her left arm on the control panel, her delicate, pale fingers tapping rhythmically against it, producing a lifeless metallic sound. She seemed oblivious to the fleeting fear in the officer's eyes, or perhaps she had simply grown accustomed to it. Her sole focus lay on the shimmering images reflected in her right eye. Moments later, a contemplative expression graced her features. Captain Ya's gaze lingered on the final image for a brief moment before she nodded thoughtfully. "You make a valid point, and your considerations are quite thorough. Here is the plan, Shaoli. Please transfer this project to me. I will establish a dedicated rescheduling process with my coordination team. You should take a break for a while." "All right, no problem." Officer Shaoli raised his arms in a stretch and yawned, casually glancing at the newcomer's left arm. Captain, would you like to eat? I'll go grab a late-night snack. My stomach is rumbling after sitting for 4 hours. 2 synthetic buns with pork flavor, and the rest you can decide. Oh, and don't buy from that street vendor. Shaoli, you've had a tough time lately. Tonight's supper is on me, so get a bit more for everyone to share. Yay. Long live the captain." Watching the cheerful figure of the girl slip out of the office, Captain Ya let out a soft sigh. It was surprising that someone from the auxiliary police possessed such capabilities. She nearly uncovered everything. With the agility of a ballet dancer, her fingers danced across the control panel, transferring the project to her coordination team's task management system. She meticulously checked the computer and system, ensuring that all traces had been eradicated before finally ceasing her operations. "Oh, it has been quite some time since I obtained my official status, yet fabricating false information still feels second nature." The woman crossed her legs, her cybernetic eye glimmering. Projected onto her retina was the silhouette of a boy from one of the surveillance feeds. Though a person's bone structure and physique may alter with growth, her seasoned experience assured her that she had not made a mistake. "Little sandbag, you're here?" Chapter 55, The Dragon Saga. Good afternoon, everyone. If no one requires a trip to the restroom, we shall commence the inaugural meeting of the Jurassic Initiative. Taking a deep breath, Liao Xing cast a glance at Owen, whose encouraging nod bolstered his resolve, and began to speak. In the meeting room, Rex from Texas sat with her arms crossed, creating a chasm formed by her chest and leather jacket. The pocket that once held chewing tobacco was now filled solely with lollipops, which she gnawed on discontentedly, squinting at the source of her frustration, Jane, the culprit seated across from her, who was still diligently revising the documents. "Given that we have not previously discussed this together, I would like to provide a brief overview of the current situation on the island, especially since Miss Engineer is relatively new, having arrived only 3 days ago." As Liao Xing spoke, his initial nervous heartbeat gradually steadied, akin to a vessel mastering the rhythm of the waves. With a gentle motion at the control panel before him, the three-dimensional projector at the center of the table flickered to life, revealing an aerial view of the island. This locale was once a hilly region located in the southern part of Florida, North America. It became a chain of islands due to submersion during the first cataclysm. We are presently situated on the largest of these islands, which was initially designated as a foundation for plant cultivation or a preparatory site for wildlife training under the NOAA initiative. Consequently, it was referred to as Site B. Regrettably, the initiative collapsed before it could be operationalized. A soft chuckle escaped as everyone turned to Owen, who was struggling to suppress his laughter. I'm fine." "Ahem, please continue." "Very well," Liao Xing blinked and proceeded. "Now that we have officially launched the Mesozoic species breeding program, I deem it time to bestow upon this island a new name." He inhaled deeply. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the unparalleled and singular sanctuary for extinct species, Long Kue State. Our current objective is to nurture and propagate Mesozoic organisms. with plans to publicly unveil our achievements at the appropriate time. Miss Rex, do you have any inquiries? Rex lowered her raised arm, her lollipop wavering slightly. I've been meaning to ask, what exactly do you mean by time travel? Won't that trigger the grandfather paradox or something? Ah, excellent question. Liao Xing silently pondered. I am not entirely sure, as he turned his gaze to the central projector. Helena, could you please elucidate? It's a bit complicated, Liao. This technology. The current scientific understanding may not fully grasp it, the projector responded. I shall endeavor to articulate in a manner comprehensible to you. Let us establish a rail vehicle, currently operating at a speed below that of light. If we aspire to accelerate this vehicle to the speed of light, the foremost challenge will be initiating its motion. After all, its mass would escalate to an infinite value according to contemporary physical theories, necessitating an energy source of sufficient magnitude to meet these demands. Once these prerequisites are fulfilled, time within the same spatial realm we occupy could come to a complete halt. Furthermore, should the rail vehicle exceed the speed of light, we might even witness the phenomenon of time reversal. Do you grasp this concept? Rex blinked and nodded slightly, paying no heed to the dazed expressions of those around him. After days of acclimatization, though he still found it difficult to accept, he no longer harbored the intense aversion he once felt towards the drone before him. So, from where do you propose to procure the materials and energy necessary to construct this rail vehicle? Well, it need not be overly complicated, Helena elucidated. One must recognize that time and space have always been intricately intertwined. We do not need to accelerate to create a time flow capable of reversing the current spatial continuum. Such an endeavor would yield the peril of void zones. Instead, we can utilize the maximum particle beam embedded within the space-time jump engine to open a discrete spatial incision and proportionally amplify it to a traversable size using microscopic superions, allowing us to navigate through this independent time stream to our desired temporal segment. To clarify, the time flow of this independent space is akin to a corridor within a cinema. If one wishes to view a particular film, they merely need to follow the directions indicated on their ticket to reach the corresponding screening room. Naturally, the historical documentaries within the cinema cannot possibly influence the audience's childhood experiences, can they? Of course. The content of the tapes may occasionally exhibit minor discrepancies due to the manufacturers or producers, and even within your current spatial past-time flow. Certain details cannot be an exact replica of the present history. Thus, some minor discrepancies are entirely normal. What matters is that it meets the practical requirements. Why do you wear such expressions? Could we perhaps comprehend this through the lens of parallel universes? Owen blinked, gesturing animatedly, striving to rouse his lethargic mind. Essentially, by employing bias strip to create a wormhole, linking to various multiverses and mirror universes. That would be an unnecessary complication. It would be more prudent to accelerate the annihilation phenomena surrounding us through excessive quantized entropy to facilitate time travel via this extravagant method. Realizing she had spoken excessively, Helena promptly fell silent, sensing the sanity of her companions rapidly dissipating in the face of the indescribable taboo known as knowledge. Ahem. The discussion on space-time flow technology concludes here. Professor Owen, regarding the species currently housed within the park. Yes? Very well. As Owen blinked awake, he gradually regained his drifting rationality. Ahem. Now it is my turn to summarize the current progress of the Jurassic project. As of now, 7 species of Triassic plants have survived, including 4 types of gymnosperms and 1 extinct fern. The animals adapted to the modern environment include a lungfish, an extinct amphibian, a large insect, and 5 species of prehistoric reptiles. Currently, the Plesiosaurus seems to have entered its mating season, a period that I will closely observe alongside Dr. Dark. 13 species of Jurassic plants have survived, one of which is lichen that has adapted to today's atmosphere. Regarding invertebrates, we have indeed collected a considerable number, but only 1 species of dragonfly has managed to survive in the current high-oxygen environment. Additionally, there are 10 species of prehistoric reptiles. The species we have collected from the Cretaceous period is the most comprehensive, having successfully cultivated 8 plant species, alongside 3 fish species. 8 species of prehistoric invertebrates including 5 insects, 3 bird species, and 16 species of prehistoric reptiles. I believe we have made significant preliminary progress in terms of biodiversity. Can you repeat that? I didn't hear the name of a single mammal. Rex dug at his ears. Ahem. The missing species can be supplemented by modern organisms with similar ecological niches. In any case, I am primarily conducting research on the morphology of these creatures and their husbandry. Owen adjusted his glasses and shifted the topic. By the way, regarding the theropod dinosaurs collected by the Lin Muchin group, I believe I have figured out its identity. Chapter 56, The Dragon Master. The owl has replaced prehistoric viruses with symbiotic bacteria, thanks to the suggestions of C. Songming, who enjoys sweet and sour eggs. I believe it to be the Kelmaeosaurus natralicus. As I have discovered from my review of ancient texts that previous scholars considered it a basal species of the theropod clade, which also explains why its skull exhibits some characteristics of the megalodon superfamily. However, there are still minor details that require further investigation. Reference image. Body reference is based on the Cuenca hunter dragon. Source. Wiki. As Owen projected its holographic form, all eyes turned to the display. Liao Xing could not help but ask so. Professor Owen, what did the previous materials say about the triangular fleshy crest on its hindquarters? Could it be due to some illness? Rest assured, little Liao, that is not a disease. The fleshy crest is supported by bone and is a natural part of its body. I have examined it, Jin replied. This is an elderly male, and it appears that this area suffered an injury during a previous hunt, thereby affecting its mobility. Hence, it ventured forth, attracted by the aroma of grilled fish, to approach us. Regarding the fossil records, to be candid, there is scarcely any data available. In truth, we are currently a research team equipped with the most advanced findings. Owen shrugged. The fossils of the Karamay dragon have yielded only fragments of its skull, and paleontologists must rely on the phylogenetic relationships with other closely related species from different evolutionary branches to reconstruct its body. Now, we observe that the Karamay dragon in the reserve possesses a dorsal sail reminiscent of a shark. Speaking of the reserve, esteemed colleagues, I believe that since Miss Rex, who is in charge of the project, has arrived, we may commence discussions regarding the establishment of the preliminary ecological acclimatization zone. He sensed the piercing gaze of the veterinarian and hastily added, of course. We shall not confine all species into a single area to allow them to engage in a battle for survival. What I mean is, only those species that can adapt to contemporary environments, possess viable populations and capabilities, and include multiple reproductive individuals will be considered for this initiative. I must respectfully disagree. Jian propped his chin on one hand, while the index finger of his other hand gently tapped the table. We are still largely unaware of the conditions of many animals, and there is no need to rush into field tests. The immediate priority is to construct suitable habitats for these creatures to facilitate their living conditions, as well as our observation and research. I concur with the esteemed professor's perspective. I understand your desire to rectify the deteriorating ecology outside, but frankly, our team is not yet sufficiently mature. There is an old saying in my hometown, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We have not even completed the hatching of that batch of sauropod dinosaur eggs from the late Jurassic. Clarifying how to manage the fundamental information regarding these animals is paramount. Very well, very well. At the very least, we can initiate the construction of protective measures for the park. I trust there are no objections to this? Owen sighed. Miss Rex, what materials are currently utilized for modern anti-tank cones? Surely, it cannot be that serious. Rex mumbled, chewing on a leftover paper stick. Can a group of large lizards truly pose a threat? A concrete trench paired with an electric fence should suffice, no? Xiaoyao, I would appreciate it if you could take Miss Rex on a tour while conducting behavior training with the Liao's dragon. I believe this will greatly assist her in her initial planning. Jian shot a glance at Owen, who was poised to unleash a torrent of academic jargon, and quietly spoke to Liao Xing. Now, it is my turn. I am Jian Dark, the park veterinarian, responsible for the daily care and welfare of the animals. She raised a hand gracefully, swiping to project the document, and in a moment, a multitude of dense microbial images appeared on the display, slowly revolving like stars in the sky. Esteemed colleagues, I have detected that these prehistoric creatures carry no fewer than 240 novel microbial species, as well as 24 observable ectoparasitic organisms. Most of them perished or lost their vitality within the first week of their arrival in the modern era. However, I did uncover a few dangerous entities. 3 microbial forms were highlighted in red and magnified, an unsettling crimson glow flooding the conference room. The first was a fungal species proliferating in the respiratory tracts and air sacs of a Jurassic pterosaur. This fungus spreads through the air, presenting a mild severity yet proving exceedingly difficult to eradicate. I have already isolated the 3 infected pterosaurs. Inhalation of acetic acid mist and magnetic microelectrical shocks are currently the two most effective treatments. It is imperative to implement preventive measures for all flying reptiles and birds throughout the park against this affliction. The second organism is a pharyngeal protozoan discovered in the throat of a Triassic pterosaur. This protozoan, which transmits through liquids, may be present in sewage, the corpses of infected animals, and bodily fluids. Preliminary speculations suggest that this pterosaur consumed the remains of an infected creature, like its modern relatives. It can erode the digestive tract of animals, resulting in ulcers and perforations, leading to an inability to feed, malnutrition, and blood infections. I have addressed the infection symptoms in this pterosaur with ranitazole and nanobiotics, but I believe it prudent to enact preventive measures for all theropods in the park. As the atmosphere grew increasingly grave, Jane's expression turned serious, prompting even Rex, who had previously appeared nonchalant, to lower his legs from their casual perch. A symbiotic prehistoric bacterium carried by a theropod from the Echian group poses no threat to reptiles and birds but exhibits high aggression towards the non-nucleated red blood cells of mammals. Thanks to Helena's assistance, I have developed the first generation of a vaccine using nanobots. Although this symbiotic bacterium is known to lose its viability within seconds in the air, it must be treated with the utmost seriousness, otherwise. Owen furrowed his brow. Should we consider, eradicating the source of infection? I have injected these theropods with the experimental vaccine and isolated them for further observation. I wish to avoid such an outcome, but should it become necessary, I will not hesitate. Jane sighed. Well, if we must eliminate these harmful microbes, have you considered programming the injected nanobots to communicate and transform into a mode that emits targeted deactivating wave patterns? Helena inquired, puzzled. You can do that? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Jane's lips involuntarily quirked into a smile. You never asked, Dr. Dark. Helena replied, somewhat aggrieved. In that case, Miss Rex and I can work on the nanobiotic swarm to target this bacterium, can't we? You should have mentioned it earlier, Dark sighed with relief, casting a glance at Rex, who appeared to be on the verge of refusal. Miss Rex, this is a crucial, no, the most critical task at hand. Surely you wouldn't want to return as a carrier of ancient bacteria, subjected to forced isolation for experimentation? Rex clenched his teeth, sulking as he slammed his back against the chair. I shall interpret this response as an affirmation, Miss Rex, Dalkey remarked softly, glancing at the young man beside him. Xiao Liao, it is now your turn. Thank you, esteemed senior. My name is Liao Xing, and I trust you are already familiar with it. I am responsible for the care and behavioral training of certain animals during this period. As Professor Owen has stated, we have indeed made significant strides that should not be underestimated. The most notable advancement thus far is the successful implementation of the subgrouping plan for the Therizinosaurus. Helena and I have separated the elderly, infirm, and ailing individuals from the larger group. We have identified a total of 8 Therizinosaurus, including 3 elderly individuals, 3 subadults, and a pair in the gestation period. A pair? Could it be? Both Dalkey and Owen cast incredulous yet eager glances. Yes. The pregnant Bonnie is not afflicted with the hydrops previously conjectured by Dr. Dalkey. Liao Xing's excitement was palpable. She is a mother-to-be. Chapter 57, The Dragon's Domain. 9 New Birth. A pair. Could it be? Both Dalkey and Owen exchanged incredulous yet anticipative looks. Indeed. The pregnant Bonnie is not suffering from the hydrops that Dr. Dalkey had once speculated. Liao Xing's enthusiasm was overflowing. Thank the heavens, Holy Mary, for this blessing. The simultaneous exclamations from the veterinarian and the biologist evoked a look of astonishment from Engineer Rex. As Liao Xing redirected the presentation, the image displayed on the projector shifted to monitoring footage of an animal enclosure. The floor was covered in sand, and while the space was modest, it boasted an open entrance connecting to the outdoor activity area, allowing light to filter in. At that moment, Bonnie, the Therizinosaurus, lay in a corner atop a mound of sand, her eyes half closed, motionless, save for the slight rise and fall of her chest as she breathed heavily from fatigue. The light was momentarily obscured as another Therizinosaurus entered, clutching a tattered piece of cloth. Dalkey recognized it as the bag he had previously placed in the enclosure. Filled with meat to entice them, Bonnie slowly opened her eyes, recognizing her mate. She lifted her neck and, with great effort, emitted a raspy yet gentle low call. The male Therizinosaurus, named Craw, approached Bonnie cautiously, glancing at her abdomen. As Bonnie struggled to rise, several elongated, speckled eggs revealed themselves from beneath her. The conference room erupted once more with the ecstatic gasps and exclamations of the biologists and veterinarians, their voices soaring in volume. Rewind. Liao. Helena. Rewind. Owen gasped, his eyes alight with uncontainable fervor, leaning toward the projector as if he wished to immerse his face in the beam of light. Yes, yes. This is precisely what the fossil evidence from Central Asia indicates. My goodness. 2 eggs side by side, aligned at one end, arranged in a circular formation radiating outward. Discovered in the Gobi Desert of Mongolia, the fossilized theropods perched upon the nest are strikingly similar. It is utterly captivating to witness all of this firsthand. Truly remarkable. The females and males jointly nurture their offspring, just as documented in contemporary avian literature. Records indicate they live in pairs during the breeding season, collaboratively rearing their young. But why is Bonnie crouched in the nest? I am aware they are warm-blooded creatures, yet due to their recent struggles with malnutrition in the wild, her down feathers have all fallen away. A sack? Yes, indeed. The records mention that before their extinction in the wild, great tits would gather various materials to line their nests. Such behavior has not been observed in 15 years. A sickly flush began to appear on Jian's face, revealing her excitement. Thankfully, my earlier concerns about her condition led me to forego anesthesia for examination. Otherwise, the stressed Bonnie might have suffered a miscarriage. How misguided. Huh. Those proponents of the new doctrine are utterly absurd. What deity has forsaken his creations and the earthly realm, stripping them of their innate instincts? And those foolish mortals advocating for artificial interventions. I say they should all be cast into the flames, to be utterly consumed. Well said. I ask you, my friend, is this what Europeans consider tradition in academia? Rex discreetly shifted his chair, leaning closer to Liao Xing as he murmured, should we ignite the flames upon encountering heresy? Before he could finish, Liao Xing instinctively attempted to lean back in tactical retreat as he noticed the 2 eager individuals approaching, only to be firmly grasped by Owen. Liao, how long did it take for the Cenagnethus to produce these eggs? What is the texture of these eggs? What are their dimensions? Feeling Owen's insatiable curiosity, Liao Xing hesitated for a moment, but Jian's voice swiftly intervened. Has there been any change in the female's metabolic rate? Can these reptiles maintain a temperature conducive to normal incubation for the eggs? Do we need to intervene? I believe it is imperative, right? Gentlemen, let us remain composed. Liao Xing could not help but raise his voice slightly. The eggs are hard-shelled, and there are currently 6 of them. Helena has already monitored the temperature, and the data over the past 24 hours has remained within approximately 28 to 30 degrees. Yet, there are still many unknowns regarding the reproductive details of the Cenagnethus. Is the gender of the hatchlings determined randomly like birds, or does it depend on temperature as with crocodiles and sea turtles? Are the young altricial or precocial? How long will the monogamous family structure endure? I believe it is best for the parents to take charge until these questions are resolved. Our role is merely to provide suitable conditions and step back, trusting in their instinctual guidance. Elders, professors, do you not agree? Rather conservative sentiments. Owen adjusted his glasses, contemplating for a moment. Acceptance is possible, yet I believe observation should be conducted without disturbing them, ideally under circumstances that minimize interference. If action is to be taken, it must be entrusted to a seasoned elder with profound knowledge in the relevant field. Am I not correct? A mere roll of the eyes responds to this. Ah, has Lord Owen forgotten that the incubator remains in my possession? However, it appears that relying solely on protein synthesis from meat, fish, and insects may not suffice to meet the nutritional demands for breeding and feeding. It now seems our carnivorous companions require a substantial amount of fresh meat. What shall we do then? Chapter 58, The Dragoness Tale. Isle of Tranquility. Emily. The sounds piercing her eardrums, coupled with the man's furious shout, capsized the small boat of the elderly lady, who was lost in the sea of her thoughts. She lifted her eyelids to behold the disheveled Wu Liheng, his eyes red-rimmed, with dark bags beneath them, revealing the extent of his sleeplessness. What could possibly provoke the chief guest professor of genetics, Wu Liheng, to such fury? I listened intently. She reached for the thermos beside her and took a sip of hot tea. Come on, Emily. Did you think I was unaware? I am fully cognizant of the situation. The man, in a fit of rage that turned into a mocking smile, disregarded the astonished glances of students passing by the old double doors of mahogany behind him, and spoke each word deliberately. You only recently inquired about Nigel Owen's whereabouts from Richard Lockwood, and then applied for this position as a guest professor in East Asia, didn't you? And upon your arrival, you discovered that Owen departed from this institution 6 months ago, heading to some private resort, hoping to rekindle past connections? I dare say it's a fruitless endeavor. I do not comprehend your insinuations. If your intent was to deride me, there was no need for such theatrics. Emma Lee set down her thermos, her tone icy and devoid of compassion. I have work to attend to, Dr. Wu. So do I. I will refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Emma Lee, what became of that student with the hybrid creature? Where did he go? What did you say to him? Your high marks allowed him to leave early with his assessment results. Wu Lihing exclaimed. That creature harbors an extremely serious issue of ownership. I suspect he has committed the egregious act of plagiarizing another's research. If he has indeed committed such an act, the repercussions will likely fall not upon you, but rather upon the officials of this nation's Ministry of Natural Resources and the lawyers of research institutions. Emma Lee replied with a calm demeanor. Currently, all living animals in research institutions are equipped with traceable monitoring chips embedded within their organs. Attempting to extract a chip without permission could easily lead to its self-destruction, resulting in organ damage and death of the animal. I surmise that young man must have acted with the permission of his department, presenting his hard-earned results. Which regulation does this contravene? Pray tell, Dr. Wu. Have you acquired some exceedingly confidential and crucial evidence that could unilaterally condemn the young man without the need for public disclosure? I am eager to hear more. Listening to Anning's words, Emma Lee clenched her fists, and when she relaxed her grip, the crimson imprints left by her nails were starkly visible upon her palm. It is not too late, and you, Emma Lee, Wu Liheng articulated through gritted teeth. Continue to hold your silence while nurturing those genetically regressed and disease-ridden flora. I do not expect anything profound from one so myopic, ensnared by the past and lacking ambition. As the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, Emily sighed. Her desire to continue her work dissipating. She gathered the paper books before her and began to contemplate the tattered, aged cover with its frayed edges. Something is amiss. I was invited by the school. How could he know that Nigel had been here? Wu mentioned that Nigel had gone to a private resort. What kind of resort would entice a bookish soul so enamored with biology unless it harbored something? As a thought struck her with the swiftness of lightning through her muddled mind, she rose and approached the coat rack. Retrieving an antiquated touchscreen phone with a worn screen from her leather jacket pocket, she scrolled to the bottom of her contacts and dialed a number that had never before seen a call log. Hello, Nigel. What prompts your call at this hour? Oh, for heaven's sake, I currently find myself bereft of substantial supplies of raw meat. An aged, raspy voice emanated from the other end, and despite its frail tone, she recognized the owner of that voice. Dear Sir Richard Lockwood, she began, it has been quite some time. You have orchestrated quite the grand scheme behind my back. And, Miss Emily, the elderly man's astonishment reverberated through the line, followed by a series of halting responses. Actually, I have been engaged in a new type of, livestock investment, yes. Nigel is, my. You remain unchanged, Richard. Your lies always induce a hiccup. How utterly dreadful, Emily remarked softly. I suspect you know the whereabouts of Nigel Owen, do you not? The old lady's painting remains elusive, and the draft has been inadvertently deleted. Chapter 59, The Dragon's Tail. 11 Rage Rex observed the youth before him. A metallic whistle clenched between his teeth, entirely focused on the yawning, shadowy corridor ahead. He lifted his hand, wielding a guiding rod adorned with a red sphere at its tip. To one side, Helena, transformed into a control station, received the signal. A cluster of ferns suspended from the ceiling was gradually lowered, ultimately resting in the center of the sand-strewn training ground. Moments later, accompanied by heavy breaths and the crunch of sand underfoot, a massive beast emerged from the corridor, head held high and chest puffed out, as observed by Rex. The creature possessed a robust physique, its round body supported by 4 powerful legs. Its exterior was adorned with a mosaic of gray and blue scales, while a slender neck, elongated in proportion to its body, arched upward. Beneath its throat dangled a swaying gular sac, the scales glistening in the light with an ostentatious azure hue. The beast exuded an air of haughty indifference as it surveyed the empty training ground, and after a dismissive snort, it made its way toward the branches suspended in the center of the arena. Upon reaching the heart of the training ground, the colossal creature lifted its gaze to the foliage and then shifted its weight backward, stabilizing its stance on its powerful tail while stretching its neck to reach what seemed to be a delectable feast just within grasp. However, Helena maintained an impeccable distance. tantalizingly close yet eternally out of reach. The creature, driven by hunger, extended its pale pink tongue toward the tips of the leaves. Liao Xing blew a whistle, the sharp sound resonating throughout the arena. The giant beast instinctively turned its head, reverting to all fours and redirecting its attention to the source of the sound. Liao Xing blew the whistle once more, gently waving the guiding stick. As the gears turned, emerald ferns began to descend slowly to a height accessible even to the creature on all fours. Yet, to Rex's astonishment, the beast shook its head and took a few steps forward, disregarding the dangling tender leaves, instead fixating intently on Liao Xing and Rex. Suddenly, its bright blue gular sac expanded with vigor, releasing a deep, resonant rumble akin to the beating of war drums. Then, propelled by its powerful hind limbs, it lunged forward with ferocity toward Liao Xing, who wielded the guiding stick. With a spray of sand and a thunderous crash, the alloy barrier made of Huberian metal stood resolutely between the enraged beast and the boy. However, Rex's pupils dilated in alarm as she beheld the 5-centimeter diameter metal bars quivering slightly from the impact. The deep rumbling emitted from the creature morphed into coarse breaths as it raised its front body, resting its forelimbs against the bars. Each scaled claw scraped against the barrier, producing a shrill, unbearable noise. In Liao Xing's eyes, the beast, with its swollen gular sac in a threatening posture, resembled a flustered pufferfish. This barrier had been reinforced once before. Now, Rex could grasp the level of security required for such beasts. With a resigned sigh, Liao Xing tucked the guiding stick into his pocket. As the warning light atop the barrier illuminated, signaling the flow of electricity, the beast emitted a peculiar cry, vacating the electrified alloy fence with an uneasy shake of its head, as if stung by an invisible wasp. After casting a disgruntled glance at the creatures beyond the barrier, it raised its tail, releasing a foul-smelling, viscous green substance from its hindquarters, splattering onto the barrier. Subsequently, it resumed its quadrupedal posture, strutting around the training ground with an air of insolence, the tender leaves that had once captivated its attention now utterly devoid of allure. Rex observed the creature strutting about with its head held high, reminiscent of a proud rooster surveying its domain. Alas, what can one do? Liao Xing sighed, shaking his head wryly as he made his way toward the employee exit. Who could have imagined that a dinosaur named after me would possess such a foul temperament? The imposing beast that now paced the grounds was a delightful surprise, proposed by Owen and named by Liao Xing, now known as Leosaurus temeridus. Liao Xing's initial expedition had brought back a total of 13 Leosaurus, and as large herbivores, their destructive capacity was quite astonishing. Upon their arrival, when released from their containment, the boisterous giants wreaked havoc, dismantling 3 remaining sunshades in the activity area, turning them into a heap of splintered wood and straw as an outlet for their anxiety and rage. Before Liao Xing stood the male leader of this group of Leosaurus, designated LM-03, strutting its dominance. For animals that are kept in captivity and live in groups, as long as the environment remains stable and the leader maintains sufficient control, they can adapt swiftly to new surroundings. The Stegosaurus and the Chinese feathered dinosaur are excellent examples of this. However, it so happens that within this ill-tempered group of Leosaurus, there exists a particularly proud leader, nicknamed Blue Jade by Liao Xing due to its unruly nature. As one can observe, even when tempted with food, Blue Jade rarely adheres to the designated path, let alone socialization training. For the past 6 months, both I and Helena have made countless attempts using various methods to encourage Blue Jade to accept human proximity. Yet all have ended in failure, along with a series of aggressive demonstrations from the creature. Perhaps I should design an oversized lasso? Rex suggested, popping a lollipop into her mouth and crunching it noisily. Back in my hometown, we dealt with unruly livestock in a rather direct manner. Liao Xing shook his head in refusal. No. Miss Rex, we do not need to resort to coercive training. Behavioral training is not the same as obedience training. We merely require these animals to acclimate to our presence, minimizing their stress and the troubles they may cause during our inspections and research, rather than treating them like mere livestock that can be summoned at will. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Helena floated over, orbiting around Liao Xing like a satellite. However, it seems this mother is experiencing some difficulties. Perhaps we should consider alternative methods? Rather than focusing on behavioral training, I believe enhancing security is the pressing matter at hand, Liao Xing asserted. I am curious if Miss Rex has any suggestions regarding engineering? Rex raised her hand to her chin, pondering for a moment before responding. My suggestion would be to construct a trench of at least 2 meters above ground level at the base of the fence, utilizing concrete, coupled with a drainage ditch to prevent the animals from approaching too closely. Additionally, considering the need for future maintenance within the enclosure, emergency exits and concealed lift panels could also be arranged. If you aspire to construct an electrified barrier akin to that depicted in films, I believe it would be prudent to establish an underground maintenance route alongside the surface roads for the installation of cables and energy conduits. This would mitigate the adverse effects brought about by the frequent subtropical storms in this region. If feasible, I would prefer to observe a few animals for a period of time. A splendid idea, Liao Xing concurred. However, the matter is not yet settled. While I am not well versed in these prehistoric creatures, I believe each sizable animal must be implanted with a tracking chip to monitor their location and health status, akin to equipment management. Although this would incur significant costs, I trust that funding will not be an issue. Correct? Rex glanced at Liao Xing. Speaking of funding, my friend, since you are the overseer of this island, there must be considerable resources on this vast expanse of private land. Am I right? To be honest, I have no precise figures. Liao Xing shrugged. After all, once I received authorization from Duke Richard, the financial expenditures for everything on the island were merely a fluctuating number. Really? Is that fellow available tonight? Perhaps we could discuss the details over dinner? By the way, I have a robotic dog back in Texas that can do backflips. Wait, why are you running away, friend? Chapter 60, The Dragon's Ring. 12, Gravionsaurus. Owen inhaled deeply, turned around, and slowly settled into the hovering eggshell chair before him. With a gentle press of the activation button, the anti-gravity engine whirred to life, elevating him approximately 1 meter above the ground. Ah, splendid. It appears the old mechanisms here are still operational. He intently focused on the control panel, tentatively adjusting several parameters. Before him stood a colossal synthetic platform, from which several white mechanical arms of varied designs descended from the ceiling, executing commands with agility and precision. As Owen manipulated the controls, a large acrylic tank with several movable supports appeared before him, measuring 2 meters in length and width and 1 meter in height. He first laid a layer of pebbles at the bottom of the tank, followed by filling the gaps with vermiculite, and finally a layer of fine sand mixed with silt. Filtration, nitrification, temperature control. It has been a while since I engaged in such tasks, yet I still recall the details vividly. It seems this old dog still possesses a few teeth. He stroked his chin with satisfaction and then turned his gaze to the adjacent aquarium. In an empty tank against the wall, several peculiar fish, nearly half a meter long, lay languidly on the barren glass bottom, their lifeless eyes blinking as they occasionally twitched their slender, willow-like pectoral fins. Patience, little Triassic ones. Soon, you shall have your own new abode, far more comfortable than your aquatic realms in the Triassic. Oh, I nearly forgot the oxygen pump. He stroked his chin once more, quickly adding the oxygen pump to the sequence for the new aquarium's creation, adjusting his glasses as he spoke to himself. Once the lungfish are completed, the next step involves the new water tank for the Triassic lepisosteids. The anatomical structure of these creatures bears some resemblance to that of crocodiles. However, should their habits align more closely with those of bullfrogs, it would be prudent to minimize the aquarium's decorations to prevent accidental ingestion during feeding. At this moment, the most prominent feature within the room is a circular pool adorned with a decorative flower bed, crafted from pebbles and fine sand. Yet, instead of the vibrant koi that should grace the crystalline waters, several corpulent beings lie dormant upon the tiled bottom. Their bodies exhibit a dull yellow-green hue, adorned with stripes and spots of black and brown, while their skin is marred by numerous herpes-like protrusions. Currently, these creatures are emerging with their flattened heads above the water's surface, staring vacantly with their lifeless green pea-sized eyes. Professor, excuse me, I need a moment to hide. The youthful voice startled Owen, who looked up to see Liao Xing slipping through the gap of the automatic door, panting heavily against the wall in a state of trepidation. My heavens, Liao, what on earth happened? You look as if Kronos were chasing you, Owen remarked, though he added, you are always welcome here. It's not Kronos. It's Miss Rex, Liao Xing sighed in resignation. It seems that after hearing about the ample funding, her demeanor towards me has become rather fervent. You know, Professor, I'm not particularly adept at handling such matters. Well, first of all, calling me Professor feels overly formal. Liao, although you are technically my student now, you can simply call me Owen in casual settings. Moreover, I must confess that I am equally inept in social interactions. so I cannot offer you any advice in that regard. Owen adjusted the control panel, initiating the automation of the aquarium assembly. As the egg-shaped chair descended slowly, he rose to retrieve 2 paper cups from the side table. Of course, maintaining vigilance is always wise. Would you care for some coffee? Owen. Professor, I recall that the coffee supply is rather limited, is it not? Oh, you were aware? You should promptly inform that old codger Richard to bring some more. My aging body cannot withstand the absence of coffee, Owen replied, glancing at Liao Xing, who wore an awkward smile. By the way, when do you plan to change the duty for observing the pterosaur? I have been waiting for several days. Arranging it immediately, Liao Xing's prompt response surprised Owen, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. He gestured toward the nearby equipment, stating, these relics from over a decade ago are still operational, and they can be utilized through the full system glove connections. Good heavens, if only they could be employed in the construction of the external exhibit. I cannot fathom how much faster the renovation progress could be. What I mean is, if Helena could. Owen, you were suggesting ideas that would exhaust the contractor. Allow me to interface with the network to connect the island's drone control and monitoring systems. But with your current technological capabilities, I would prefer to avoid the sandbox outside. A dawn lizard darted from Liao Xing's arms, emitting Helena's voice. Still, the same question remains. When you unravel the mystery of cultivating a werewolf's claw, I shall project the sandbox simulator you desire. Observing Owen's eyes widen in astonishment, Liao Xing hastily clarified, this is a bionic form. Do not forget that Helena can alter her shape through scanning. The technology resembles that of the animated series I watched in my childhood, Owen murmured, subsequently retrieving his notebook from within his garment. Here, this is my nearly completed notebook. You may take a look. I must continue constructing the pond for the Gravionsaurus, as it is the final task at hand. Directly for me? Liao Xing gazed in surprise at the somewhat worn faux leather notebook. No, Professor. This is simply. Do not fret. This is an organized compendium of notes. You are my most esteemed disciple, and I shall generously impart my knowledge to you. Owen pressed the notebook against Liao Xing's chest. I shall not say much more. I only ask that you do not betray the expectations resting upon your shoulders, and please, call me Owen. Thank you, Professor Owen. Liao Xing solemnly accepted the notebook, tucking it into the pocket of his coat. His gaze then shifted toward the creatures in the pond, mulling over his words. These creatures, you say they are called Gravionsaurus? Indeed, I have named them Candy. Gravionsaurus, Chinley. Upon comparing their vertebrae and skull fossil data with their relatives, this species exhibits slight differences in vertebral morphology and rib count from its phylogenetic counterpart, the Mastodonsaurus. I believe this to be a new amphibian species, Owen stated. This species exists for narrative purposes, drawing inspiration from real forms. Although our island lies within a subtropical monsoon climate, the external temperatures remain rather low for such amphibians. Therefore, I believe it prudent to rear them indoors. Given that we currently possess 5 specimens, this enclosure should measure at least 32 feet, 10 meters, in length and width, with surrounding walls no less than 4 feet, 5 meters, high. Since these creatures were in a state of dormancy during collection, their preferences remain uncertain. For instance, to illustrate, toads possess significantly greater terrestrial mobility than frogs. Thus, conservatively speaking, a water-to-land ratio of 2:1 would be ideal. As for the name Gravionsaurus, observe the central flower bed. With Owen pointing, Liao Xing finally noticed the devastation wrought by these creatures, the soil strewn chaotically between the pond and the flower bed. They appear to exhibit burrowing tendencies. Considering their prior response to drought, wherein they encased themselves in mud to endure dormancy at the pond's bottom, I believe this name is quite fitting. Already mere bones in the grave. Liao Xing murmured the untranslatable words, prompting Owen to shrug. Liao, do you have any thoughts on the exhibition area? Well, if I may say so. Liao Xing struggled to recall the information he had encountered in books and materials. At the interface between land and water, a layer of sand or smooth stones should be laid down to minimize frictional damage to the abdomen of the mud puppies. Since we must also accommodate their burrowing tendencies, the terrestrial area should be covered with moisture-retaining charcoal soil. As for the vegetation, similar to the care for bullfrogs, it would be prudent to avoid planting smaller species to prevent accidental ingestion during feeding. However, incorporating some larger, hydrophilic subtropical plants would be beneficial. This is all I can think of for now. Is there anything you would like to add, Professor Owen? You have indeed borrowed some elements from the habitat design of bullfrogs, which is commendable, yet there are still some oversights. Owen gestured towards the pool where a rotund mud puppy was laboriously attempting to climb over the edge of a flower bed, struggling to gain traction. Do you see? These creatures are hindered by the excessively low temperature. We must incorporate a heat source. Observe their skin, which is as coarse as that of reptiles, such as crocodiles. This ensures that they possess some terrestrial mobility even when away from the water. We should design 2 heating light sources of varying heights to provide them with options for elevating their body temperature. I see. Liao Xing nodded thoughtfully. What shall we feed them, considering they are amphibians? They seem rather large. In the pool, we can introduce small live prey such as fish and bullfrogs. Fortunately, those individuals have not become so deranged as to impose strict restrictions on invertebrates. Our invertebrate feed is currently self-sustaining without issues. Owen rubbed his nose. Speaking of which, I just remembered. It seems we have encountered a problem with our herbivorous animals. If you have the time, please assist Doc. Chapter 61, The Dragon's Domain. 13 Babysitter. Looking at the chaotic expanse of muddy ground enclosed by wooden fencing, Jane Doc could hardly suppress a grimace. Little Liao, is this the babysitter you promised for those little creatures? A disordered mire? Do not fret, my esteemed senior. Tua is right here. We merely need to. Liao Xing raised his hand, shaking the iron bucket, producing a clanging sound as the salt blocks collided with the metal. Jane looked on incredulously as several fissures appeared in the ground, and a massive clod of mud, its form nearly indistinguishable, began to rise. It shook its head. Dislodging clumps of mud mixed with blades of grass, and lumbered toward the two with its short, stout limbs, panting heavily. Little Liao, what species of animal are we raising here? Jane rubbed her tired eyes. A Mimorosaurus from the late Jurassic period. I have named it Tua. As Liao Xing extended the pink salt lick brick, tethered by a rope, into the enclosure, the creature eagerly lifted its head to grasp the salt block, simultaneously emitting a series of contented grunts as it licked it with relish. This was a Mimorian ankylosaurus. Liao Xing secured the salt brick to the fence and approached the water faucet beside the adjacent shed. Pulling up a hose and directing a stream of fresh water at the creature, Jian stepped back, avoiding the splashing droplets, and observed how the contours and colors of the animal's body gradually converged with her recollections of its initial appearance under the cleansing cascade. This armored reptile stood roughly 3 feet tall and measured 6 feet in length. Its body exhibited a grayish-green hue, adorned with brown spots and stripes. Its back and flanks were covered with robust scales and protruding spikes, imparting an air of majesty, while its hindquarters appeared relatively flat, though also encased in heavy armor, rendering this prehistoric being a living embodiment of a warrior's armor. Little Liao, I have always wanted to ask, what is the story behind its tail? Jin inquired. I recall the information stating that the Ankylosaurus' tail terminates in a bony club. Does this individual lack one due to sexual dimorphism? Actually, Tua belongs to a more primitive lineage. Only the more advanced species within the Ankylosauridae possess the club-like structure, Liao Xing replied. The earliest ankylosaurs with such tail clubs can be traced back to the Cretaceous period. I see. Jin nodded, watching as Liao Xing returned the hose to its place and approached the fence. With a lift of the latch, a passage appeared between the wooden enclosure and the road. Meanwhile, the ankylosaurus named Tua remained engrossed in savoring the salt lick, seemingly indifferent to Liao Xing's actions. Senior, let us place the salt brick in the bucket and take it to the enclosure of those sauropod babies, Liao Xing suggested. Is that really all right? Jian replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice as she regarded the stout creature weighing 300 kilograms. She felt a sense of trepidation. Tua appeared somewhat fierce. Such direct interaction seemed daunting. Do not worry. Tua has a gentle disposition. Liao Xing approached Tua, gently stroking the thick armor plates along its back. Though it might seem imposing, in reality, it was a shy little lady. They were not fearful of humans. However, if they had previously encountered carnivorous animals, it was prudent to visit the purification area first, as the scent of predators could easily startle them. All right, if anything unusual happens, please let me know. As Jian lifted the salt brick, Tua emitted a series of urgent, discontented huffs, then pressed its head against the fence, rubbing it repeatedly, which startled Jian. After confirming with Liao Xing that all was well, she gradually stepped back while holding the bucket. Unbeknownst to her, Liao Xing had already retrieved a guiding stick and a whistle, which he blew lightly to produce a sharp, melodic call. Upon hearing the whistle, Tua paused momentarily, then turned its square head, its murky eyes scanning the surroundings with curiosity. As it caught sight of the small red sphere at the tip of the guiding stick, its body slowly turned, following Liao Xing's leisurely pace. "How truly marvelous!" Jian couldn't help but exclaim. "Can reptiles comprehend this?" Liao Xing softly replied. "I typically employ such guiding training during feeding. Tua isn't particularly intelligent, yet it understands that following this will lead to food." Upon reaching the sandy pathway, Tua initially appeared somewhat anxious, lowering its head to sniff the ground and emitting a few whimpers. Liao Xing gently stroked its thick, scaly back, subtly moving the guiding stick in front of it. Tua quieted and began to walk behind them. Jian watched this scene with awe. How remarkable! What is its vision like? I recall that many animals are colorblind, or is it for foraging or some other reason? Tua is quite severely nearsighted. How to describe it? Indistinguishable between humans and animals at a distance of 10 meters, Liao Xing explained. Conversely, its hearing and sense of smell are exceptional. It can detect the scent of the clothing I wore after it had come into contact with carnivores, even if it has been a week since it was washed. It has never missed a detail. Moreover, the vision of dinosaurs differs from that of mammals. Many mammals are colorblind because their ancestors were diminutive nocturnal creatures, evolving to evade predators in darkness, resulting in a gradual loss of color perception. According to earlier theories, our primate ancestors evolved color vision to discern the ripeness of fruits. However, the ancestors of dinosaurs did not undergo such experiences, which is why most dinosaurs are not colorblind. Thus, using vivid red to capture their attention is indeed a prudent choice. In the midst of their conversation, Jian suddenly gasped, "Wow, what was that?" Liao Xing looked down to see Tua opening its mouth and using its thick tongue to lick Jian's hand that was holding an iron bucket. Startled by the veterinarian's exclamation, it remained still, tilting its head with a confused expression directed at Jian. "It licked me. It licked me." Jian's expression shifted from surprise to sheer delight as she crouched down, shaking the salt block. Come here. This is what you want, right? Here." The Mimor ankylosaurus blinked, hesitating for a moment before bravely approaching Jian. As Tua resumed lapping at the salt block, a smile began to uncontrollably spread across Jian's face. She struggled to suppress the laughter bubbling from her chest, gently stroking the scaly head before her. The armored plates on the creature's head felt neither rough nor coarse, but warm and delicate, akin to a piece of smooth, refined jade. Good boy, what a lovely child." Chapter 62. The Dragon Tamer, Section 14, Babysitter. As Liao Xing just opened the gate, a cheerful whimper accompanied by a gust of wind rushed towards him. Liao Xing was caught off guard and was suddenly embraced by an unexpected collision. The assailant eagerly thrust its head into Liao Xing's embrace, beginning to tug at the fabric of his shirt. "Oh dear, how ticklish! Jin Bao, please stop." Liao Xing gently pushed away the soft, pudgy snout of the creature before him, managing a resigned smile. "Look at you. You're no longer a child. If you keep leaping at me like this, I truly won't be able to endure it." The creature, named Jin Bao, wiggled its neck exuberantly, joyfully tugging at Liao Xing's clothing with its sturdy mouth, the fabric protesting with faint tearing sounds. It moved its 4 powerful legs, which were perpendicular to its body, continuously dragging Liao Xing closer. Accompanying this commotion were the distinct, high-pitched cries and whimpers of the surrounding younglings. "What am I to do with you?" Liao Xing fondly rubbed Jin Bao's prominent forehead, retrieving a handful of vibrant, dewy ginkgo twigs from his bucket. This attracted the circle of younglings, who began to jostle and nuzzle one another. "Don't rush. There is enough for everyone." As Liao Xing cast the twigs into the surrounding space, the young beasts lowered their heads, producing a chorus of chewing sounds and satisfied purrs. Jin Bao reluctantly released Liao Xing's clothing, dipping its head into the bucket and creating a sound of crushed foliage. "Senior, the sauropod babies are in excellent condition. I will take them over now. How is Toachuo?" "Everything is ready. Let us proceed." As Liao Xing blew a whistle, the sauropod younglings, slightly larger than a pig, raised their heads. The colorful latex collars around their necks swayed like a vibrant rainbow in response to the guiding rod. As Liao Xing stepped toward the activity area, the younglings clamored and jostled among themselves, following him down the long corridor. Suddenly, the view brightened, revealing an activity area adorned with lush green meadows. Not far away, a waterfall cascading from a man-made hill sparkled under the sun, casting a rainbow before the round eyes of the younglings. Everything here appeared so wondrous and delightful. Except for the peculiar creature at the center of the area, covered in irregular, sharp spines. Despite Liao Xing's advance, the younglings huddled anxiously at the entrance, the unfamiliar environment and strange animal rendering them mute. Just then, Dakel, who was nearby, attempted to take action. But it was Jin Bao the juvenile dragon who first let out a soft call and bravely followed in Liao Xing's footsteps. Soon a second, then a third youngling followed suit. Inspired by this example, the younglings began to enter the activity area one by one, gradually rekindling the lively atmosphere. Oh Maria! It is truly beautiful. Watching the young dragons either scampering playfully across the grass or splashing in the small pond. Dakel felt warmth at the corners of her eyes. She gently wiped away the droplets with the back of her hand as she met Liao Xing, who was approaching with Jin Bao. Truly remarkable. Little Liao, you have indeed established an impressive rapport with them. I have never witnessed a young creature adapt to its new surroundings so swiftly. She tentatively extended her hand towards Jin Bao, who cautiously sniffed her scent before gently nudging his head forward, affectionately rubbing against the girl's palm. I must express my gratitude to Jin Bao. Without this little assistant, the task would be considerably more challenging. Liao Xing smiled faintly, becoming aware of the peculiar gaze that Daker was casting upon him. Instinctively, he glanced down, only to realize the predicament. His shirt had been torn, leaving his torso exposed, displaying the bronzed skin and muscular contours developed through outdoor activities. My apologies, Senior. Liao Xing blushed, hastily gathering his clothing and turning away to tidy himself. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Jian seemingly licking her lips. She must be thirsty. It is indeed quite warm today, he mused. What swift movements, Jian thought to herself, slightly pouting in dissatisfaction. Ahem. Well, if there are no objections, shall we commence the testing? Liao Xing fashioned the torn remnants of his shirt into a makeshift collar and turned around. Very well. Jian cast another glance at the youthful figure, noting the abdominal muscles revealed beneath the collar, and discreetly wiped the corner of her mouth with a barely perceptible motion. As the signal was sent, two small, rounded land drones leisurely approached, moving in tandem to form a miniature dumper, laden with a substantial pile of fresh plant leaves. Like other breeding institutions, the majority consisted of leaves from the privet and mulberry trees. Though this time I have supplemented their previous rejected menu with some ginkgo leaves and purple clover, Jian remarked. Little Liao, do you have confidence in getting them to start eating? I mean, they seem more inclined to starve than consume these plants. We must try, after all. Our prehistoric feed reserves amount to only about 50 tons, and with the addition of several large animals, the professor's cultivation of ancient plants has only just begun to make headway. Introducing some modern fare to help them acclimatize could be beneficial. Liao Xing bent down to gather a stack of fresh fodder, placing it into the feed trough made of wooden planks. Throughout this process, Jin Bao trailed closely behind Liao Xing, gazing with his large, dark eyes at the fragrant plants that were unfamiliar to his genetic makeup. Liao Xing picked up a bundle of tender mulberry branches and brought them to Jin Bao's mouth. Jin Bao first lowered his head to sniff, then suddenly sneezed explosively. He turned away, scurrying to Liao Xing's side, playfully nudging him. See, even when offered directly, they refuse to eat, Jian sighed. Quite normal, Liao Xing replied. These creatures are genetically imprinted with a wariness towards the unfamiliar. Perhaps throughout generations, some unfortunate ancestors have sacrificed their lives, imparting lessons in blood to their companions. The experienced survivors have passed this knowledge into the very DNA of these little ones, teaching them what is safe to consume and what is not. Now it is our turn to guide. Chapter 63, The Dragon Master. Liao Xing approached Tuachuo, gently lifting the bucket filled with salt bricks, and turned towards the feeding trough. The sauropod emitted a few disgruntled grunts and followed closely behind. The bucket had already collected a fair amount of clean water from the recent washing, as the salt bricks had been soaking for some time, releasing a faint saline aroma. Liao Xing poured the brine into the feeding trough, and guided by the scent, Tuachuo arrived at the trough, sniffing the tender branches and pasture moistened with salt water, before eagerly partaking in the feast. All of this was observed by Jin Bao, who stood nearby. Little Liao, I have always wanted to ask, what are these latex collars you've placed around their necks for? Jin inquired. Are they for distinguishing different individuals? Indeed, Liao Xing replied. In addition to denoting their identification numbers, we have also collected several species of juvenile sauropods in the sanctuary, necessitating a clear distinction among them. Look here, Jin Bao's collar is red, which signifies the Brachiosaurus. They are characterized by having longer forelimbs compared to their hind limbs relative to other juvenile sauropods. Their limbs appear more elongated in proportion to their bodies, making them seem more lively in both movement and demeanor. The yellow collar denotes the Apatosaurus, which has tiny spiny protrusions along its back and appears slimmer and more delicate than other species. Due to their smaller size, many of them tend to be more timid, though they are much more sociable when grouped together. The blue-collared ones are the Mammachosaurus. They resemble larger Apatosaurus but are sturdier in build, exhibiting a steadier temperament compared to Brachiosaurus juveniles, yet they are bolder than Apatosaurus offspring. I find them quite easy to care for. As for the choice of latex collars, the material is durable and resilient, possessing a certain elasticity, ensuring that they do not constrict their necks, thereby preventing any difficulties in breathing or feeding. Look, Jianbao is approaching. Following Liao Xing's gesture, Jian's gaze shifted towards the feeding trough. Jianbao leaned down, seizing a tender branch that Tawachuo had just taken into its mouth, gently tugging at it. With Tawachuo's displeased grunts, the branch was pulled away, and Jianbao scampered a few steps, awkwardly tossing the twig for a moment before lifting its head and, to Jian's astonishment, swallowing the entire branch whole. Jianbao, still yearning for more, nudged closer to Tawachuo, hoping to snatch another bundle of tender leaves from its mouth. However, this time Tawachuo was prepared. It swiftly turned and grasped a handful of purple alfalfa, chewing it rapidly and swallowing, emitting a series of pig-like grunts from its stomach. Not only Liao Xing and Jian were focused on the commotion over the food, several juvenile sauropods had gathered, peering curiously and cautiously at the edge of the feeding trough. Soon, observation and hesitation transformed into a mild skirmish as the little ones eagerly resumed their feeding. This mild competition swiftly escalated into a cacophony of enthusiastic eating. Before long, the feed trough was brimming with a throng of chubby creatures engrossed in their meal. Occasionally, a clever little one would dart away, clutching a tender branch it had snatched, leaving its flustered companions behind, wiggling its rear as it ventured into the play area to savor its prize in solitude. It was truly astonishing. But why? Feeling the weight of an incredulous gaze upon him, Liao Xing scratched the back of his head. Well, in truth, this method was a first for me. Drawn from the pages of a birdwatching manual. In my hometown, there was a saying that a high-strung sparrow would refuse to eat or drink if captured, eventually succumbing to exhaustion. In reality, this is a manifestation of stress in unfamiliar surroundings. Some individuals have placed multiple wild sparrows alongside their pigeons. When the pigeons began to feed, the sparrows, influenced by their behavior, gradually followed suit, eventually adapting to human feeding. So that's how it works. That's the secret to enticing them. Jian nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, but why can't Stegosaurus or Dryosaurus fulfill this role? While Stegosaurus is also herbivorous, its temperament tends to be more sensitive. The demeanor of the ancestor is quite stable, yet other members might inadvertently cause issues. If a Stegosaurus were to become agitated, its tail, armed with 4 1-meter-long spikes, would pose a lethal threat to these little creatures that cannot escape swiftly. As for Dryosaurus, their temper is less volatile, but they can easily be startled by the slightest rustle. After all, they are small herbivores, lacking heavy armor, sharp spines, and massive size for defense. They must rely on their agility and vigilance to evade potential dangers. If they were entrusted with the care of sauropod hatchlings, well, it might very well turn the entire area into a madhouse. Presently, it appears that the composed and gentle Mimor Ankylosaurus is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Moreover, since Tawachuo is the only specimen of its species brought back, perhaps these little dinosaurs could provide it with companionship. I see now, I understand. Jian nodded, smiling at the younglings immersed in their meal. It is truly marvelous. The more I learn about them, the more I realize I have absorbed far more knowledge than I ever did over the years spent wandering through zoos, reserves, and farms. During this discourse, the plump and satisfied Jianbao approached, casting another friendly glance at Jian. It willingly accepted Jian's outstretched palm and emitted a few soft, affectionate sounds. Jian's fingers felt the warmth of its flesh beneath the leathery skin, accompanied by the gentle vibrations of its purring, evoking a long-buried familiarity that stirred her tear ducts, releasing warm tears. Yes, such vitality should be the essence of the future. Those dull beings, tamed and transformed, cannot bear such vibrant flesh and soul. This is a divine gift. No, little Liao, it is you who has brought this new blessing to humanity. I find myself at a loss for words. Ahem, speaking well of me will not, however, elevate my salary. Noticing the slightly awkward atmosphere, Liao Xing touched her nose, clumsily averting her gaze from Jian. By the way, what does one typically spend their hard-earned salary on? Just a simple inquiry. Naturally, it is to support the family. As she breathed, a hint of melancholy shadowed the young girl's delicate brows. My father, a veterinarian, has been burdened with health issues since the calamity of his early years. While my two younger sisters, one in high school, the other in elementary, rely on our mother, who struggles to manage the household. If I toil a bit more outside, perhaps the laughter and joy at home will increase. Has your senior's family been engaged in veterinary work since your father's time? Quite remarkable. Is it related to that so-called Noah project? Chapter 64, Dragon Sovereignty. 16. Corrupted little Liao may not be aware, but this is an opportune moment to enlighten you. Sitting cross-legged on the grass imbued with the scent of fresh greenery, Dark raised his hand to gently stroke Jinbao's chin, eliciting a pleased purr from the creature. My father was one of the initial participants in the Noah project, formerly known as the Noah's Ark Project, responsible for the breeding and daily care of mammals and birds. According to him, the project initially progressed smoothly under the guidance of its instigator, Uncle Richard, and his team, successfully restoring portions of the ecological landscape and effectively halting further environmental degradation, which garnered significant attention globally at the time. However, as the system expanded, maintaining the operation of such a large team became increasingly challenging. Unlike today, when drone technology is advanced, constructing facilities and recruiting talent required considerable time, and both manpower and resources were severely lacking in the short term. Consequently, the leadership team and their backers permitted investments from private entities and local government involvement. Yet, it was precisely at that juncture that the project veered onto a dark, irreversible path. Jian sighed softly, gently caressing Jinbao's long neck. The creature yawned, curling up and resting its head on her lap. Little Liao, do you recall how the calamity was divided into two phases? The first disaster primarily consisted of storms and turbulent ocean currents, devastating ecological communities across almost the entire globe. Fortunately, amidst the widespread ecological catastrophes, the primary producers of oxygen, the algae, managed to retain a certain population, allowing humanity to rely on climate control technology to forcibly stabilize the global natural environment. However, the ancestral seed banks in the polar regions were nearly depleted due to the extreme climatic changes, failing to provide the essential seeds required for restoring the natural environment, let alone supporting the devastated food industry. Even those humble individual farmers, who merely preserved a few chickens, ducks, and bags of seeds, became vital units in the revival of the environment. However, during that tumultuous period, the crumbling ecosystem was fraught with uncertainty, and the second wave of ecological crisis, another disaster, ensued, seemingly orchestrated by an invisible hand that denied humanity any respite. Whether wild or domesticated, the populations of these animals diminished drastically due to large-scale confinement, while mismanagement led to inbreeding and a consequent loss of genetic diversity. This degradation, combined with rampant outbreaks of infectious diseases, rendered the captive populations irretrievably decimated. The disappearance of species diversity left scant options for new crops, and the mass extinction of pollinators rendered the already fragile agricultural practices nearly futile. At this juncture, the various governmental controls over breeding programs weakened significantly due to a sudden drop in personnel and the rapid loss of assets, inviting unscrupulous capitalists and malefactors to exploit the situation. Within the unregulated confines of the Noah project, a multitude of surviving organisms began to be illicitly harvested for seeds, fertilized eggs, and embryos, subsequently branded as patented species by certain companies. Unidentified infectious diseases began to proliferate within the institution, spreading as personnel circulated, leading to the collapse of populations that had barely succeeded in reproducing. Moreover, the exposure of various gray market activities and ethically questionable genetic experiments further tarnished the project's reputation. During this tumultuous time, my father fell gravely ill while working at an institution in the New Negev region, and his deputy, possessing invaluable documents, vanished without a trace. Before he could even harbor feelings of self-reproach, he found himself burdened with an inexplicable penalty fee and, under the overwhelming pressure of public opinion, withdrew from the Noah project. Not long after, as you might already know, the Noah project was declared a failure. What of Uncle Richard? Uncle Richard holds a ducal title, Liao Xing inquired with curiosity. Can you guess why Uncle Richard has remained in Northern Europe all these years? No matter how elevated his status, he cannot shield himself from all the foul play, nor can he cleanse his ranks of the wrongdoers. Jean sighed softly, setting aside the now softly snoring Jean bow on her lap. This is precisely why everything on the island necessitates the assistance of drones. At least if a swarm of drones intends to whistle blow, we can simply cut off their power. However, if humans harbor malevolent intentions, we cannot silence all their voices. Chapter 65, The Dragon's Reign. 17 Troubled Youths. Wait a moment. No, dear boss, let's talk this out. Please don't dock my wages. In the dimly lit corridor, the fading rays of the setting sun cast large patches of orange-red hues amidst the shadows, only to be devoured by the low growl of ominous clouds, plunging everything into a dreary gloom. This phenomenon is rather commonplace in the subtropical monsoon climate of Florida. Caroline Rex grasped Liao Xing's arm, her voice rising in a plea. Is it really so wrong to have fed them a bit late these past few days? After all, I did feed them. Feeding them late? Miss Rex, if you so desire, you may abstain from feeding them altogether for a day, but what is utterly inexcusable is your breach of protocol, Liao Xing asserted, managing to extricate himself from her firm grasp with just the right amount of force, firm yet not aggressive. I inquired about the simple exposure and study of the animals, suggesting that you entice them closer with food for observation. Yet, it appears you opted for convenience, erecting merely a single food dispensing column at the activity area, leaving the operational platform exposed and providing only one entry point. Is there an issue with that? Well, what of it? Rex muttered. Moreover, have you not fixed the routine of hanging the daily meat supply before the end of your shift for several consecutive days? Liao Xing did not respond directly, but crossed his arms, gazing up at the engineer before him. And during the meat delivery, you have never made it a point to secure all the animals indoors first, have you? Yes, that's correct. I designed it according to the specifications for the crocodile exhibit. Those crocodiles are indeed fed while outside. Is that a problem? Rex retorted defiantly, hands on her hips. Believe me, Miss Rex, I have just saved your life. Liao Xing sighed. As the saying goes, to trust in books alone is worse than having no books at all. You have never taken the time to properly observe those animals. Have you? I merely mentioned observing them briefly. I did not say I needed to play kindergarten teacher and watch them incessantly, Rex argued, stiffly twisting her waist. Fortunately, Helena reported to me. We might be facing significant issues. Liao Xing shot her a disapproving glance, noting her distracted demeanor. Do you think those animals are merely large livestock, not particularly intelligent? Seeing Rex silently nod in agreement while the rain began to lash against the windows, Liao Xing glanced at his watch. It's about time. Come with me to take a look. Arriving at the design room adjacent to the area, the automatic doors swung open, releasing an unexpectedly delightful aroma. The engineer's workspace was meticulously organized, with the design table illuminating as they approached, revealing a partially completed blueprint. A glance at the paper basket filled with candy sticks drew Liao Xing's attention to the feeding station Rex was responsible for. What is that smell? Oh, it's my favorite perfume. Any objections? Rex rubbed her nose. Sigh. Liao Xing shook his head. Your concern for their memory is palpable. The platform responsible for delivering the meat chunks is situated on the opposite side of the room, constructed from iron bars and wooden boards, with a walkway leading to the corridor. This platform extends toward the arena on one side, enclosed by a half-height fence, positioned approximately 4 meters above the ground, allowing a vantage view over the entire area. At this moment, the outside is shrouded in darkness due to the impending storm. However, one can still discern a pulley system near the center of the arena, with steel cables extending directly to a towering wooden post within the activity space. As the wind, laden with rain, whirls violently through the arena, it emits a series of furious roars. Beneath the wooden post in the center, a grayish-white fur ball huddles motionless in the rain, its surface cleansed of dust, revealing a striking silver hue amidst the dim surroundings. Liao Xing gestures for Rex to remain silent, stepping forward to open the large door at the entrance of the operation station. The metallic door frame produces a shrill sound as it moves, allowing the wind and rain to screech into the interior, clattering about like headless flies. Taking a deep breath, Liao Xing stands on the wooden boards, stomping down forcefully a few times before turning to leap back indoors. The moment his soles hit the floor, the simple structure of the platform trembles violently under the growls and rumblings of the beasts, resembling a small boat ravaged by tumultuous waves and fierce winds. In no time, Several sections of the fence collapse from external forces, followed by a cacophony of violent gnashing and roaring. Rex, witnessing this scene, stands frozen, his disbelief rendering him motionless for nearly a minute before he rubs his eyes in astonishment, his gaze darting towards Liao Xing as he stutters. These creatures are. These carnivorous beings from the early Cretaceous period are known as the feathered king, Miss Rex. You may refer to them as prehistoric animals. But their existence from millions of years ago does not equate to a lack of intelligence. Liao Xing directs his attention to the center of the arena, where the previously curled silver fur ball has inexplicably risen, revealing its rectangular head and formidable claws beneath. Rainwater drips from its towering black eyebrows, and the indoor lighting reflects in its striking blue-white eyes, glimmering with a cold light. Indeed, they have discerned your movements and are attempting to ambush you. Had it not been for Helena's vigilance in monitoring these developments and alerting me, as Liao Xing sends a signal to Helena. The footage from the camera on the opposite side of the arena is projected onto Rex's workstation screen. Within the curtain of rain, two beasts, entirely gray-brown and standing on their hind legs, are vying for a wooden board that has fallen from the platform, their sharp teeth and powerful jaws swiftly tearing the board into fragments. Confused by the absence of blood and flesh, the two creatures emit bewildered roars, occasionally pecking at each other's necks. In stark contrast to its boisterous companions, the silvery beast stood resolutely in the rain, tilting its head towards the indoors. Despite its fur and formidable fangs, it emanated an aura of calmness and rationality, entirely uncharacteristic of a mere animal. What was that white creature doing? The indoor temperature, regulated by air conditioning, was not stifling. Yet, perspiration soaked the collar of Caroline Rex's shirt as she gazed incredulously at the center of the arena. Was that the FV-1 feathered king dragon? I have named it Li Shuang, the sole female and leader among this group of juvenile feathered kings. Liao Xing observed the central area, its coat. Initially, Professor Owen presumed it to be a sexual dimorphism, but after a thorough examination, it was confirmed by a senior that it was a rare albino specimen. More striking than its exquisite appearance was its astonishing intellect. During our field study, it had led its companions in a nocturnal attempt to ambush us, deliberately choosing a rainy night to muffle their footsteps. Upon arriving at the park, the aggression of its two companions seemed to wane, yet Li Shuang remained undeterred. Each day within the enclosure, it scrutinized and tested the weaknesses of our security system, seeking a way to escape. He sighed. If you could linger longer in the studio, you would realize that since last night, Li Shuang has been probing the supporting pillars of the platform with its companions, and 2 days ago, it had already begun waiting for your appearance before your shift ended. I have come to understand. Rex wiped the cold sweat from his brow, slowly exhaling a sigh. This period has been my oversight. I apologize. Miss Rex, I empathize with your sentiments, yet permit me to interject. Liao Xing observed the flickers of fear and anger in her gaze and continued, they are merely acting on instinct. For them, it is natural to explore their place within the food chain, to accept and capture new prey. It is akin to eliminating an enemy on the battlefield. However, since we have brought them back and can control them, it signifies that we possess greater capability than they do. If you wish to retaliate against them, I have a suggestion. What is it? Before Rex could finish her sentence, Liao Xing projected a pre-prepared blueprint before her, an apparatus resembling a colossal iron giant, covered in a myriad of white markings. This was sent by Uncle Richard, a vegetation care device that was never produced in its time. I believe, with some modifications, it could serve as one of our protective measures. What do you think, Miss Rex? This could be an excellent opportunity to recoup your salary and even earn a bonus. Need I say more? I'm in. Rex's resolve surged as she seized the projected blueprint, tossing it onto the workstation, cracking her neck as she inquired, Boss, how is the overtime pay calculated? Chapter 66. Rising storm. She gracefully maneuvered through the gaps in the bustling crowd, the slender figure of Miss America enveloped in nano silk, deftly weaving through the dazzling array of gowns in the vibrant ballroom. Adorned in an azure-hued gown that accentuated her curves, she resembled a majestic shark gliding effortlessly through a school of sardines, leaving behind a fleeting shadow in the throng before swiftly merging into the undulating waves formed by swirling evening dresses and flowing skirts. In the blink of an eye, the woman appeared beside the bar, casting her gaze towards the young bartender to her right. She elegantly tucked a loose strand of red hair behind her ear, revealing a smile that captivated the heart and mind of the onlooker. A grape cocktail and a brandy, please. Ah, You never miss an opportunity to grace us, Ms. Ka. Just as the bartender turned, a voice laced with a hint of East Asian accent reached her ears, causing a momentary delay in the translation implant. You've arrived, so? Has the boss's reprimand been delivered? Due to the delayed update of protected zone information, you bear the primary responsibility and were initially to be fined a substantial amount in Eurozone currency. However, Klavan has offered you a chance for redemption. Kafka turned to face the man, who sported a shock of short black hair. His robust physique was awkwardly showcased by an ill-fitting suit, and the invisible blades of time and experience had etched wrinkles into the skin of his profile. He appeared stark and rough, standing in stark contrast to the opulence surrounding him, like a clod of earth plucked from the roadside, wrapped in gold leaf and placed in a chocolate box, yet still exuding the scent of soil. Despite his apparent age being significantly greater than hers, Kafka addressed him with familiarity, continuing, "Who? This time it's an operation involving invasive species. As before, I will oversee it, given your previous experience on that island. The fee is 600 Eurozone currency. Well, what was in the past is not the present. Back in my hometown, the scenery in the mountains changes every year. Just days ago, there were people there. Who knows what that little island of seedlings has become now?" The older man, referred to as Hu, raised his glass and gulped down the frothy yellow liquid, his mouth adorned with white foam and a scruffy beard. Kafka turned her head in disdain and accepted the cocktail handed to her by the bartender, casually stirring it with a small stick before setting it down on the bar. "Old Hu, you must understand, this time it's not a request, it's an order." I know. Hu set down his glass and wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his suit. "What kind of animal is it this time? A goat targeting vegetation? Or a tilapia ruining waterways?" "Cats." Kafka closed her eyes and turned away. "Stray cats received from Australia, some exhibiting leopard-like traits. They primarily disrupt the small to medium-sized assets they are released into. Goodness, what a world we live in. In other regions, wild game is scarce. Only in the land down under is it as cluttered as a breeding ground for strange creatures, with cats weighing over 20 pounds. A grin spread across Old Hu's face, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "All right then, when do we depart? How shall we manage the island's security system?" "Let us see what Korean has to say," Kafka replied. "He should be in contact now. Those involved in this operation are not solely us." Klavan. Korean pushed open the heavy wooden door before him, and as he stepped into the room, he felt the oppressive atmosphere descend upon him, as if it had taken on a tangible form, immediately pressing in from all sides. Even he, typically frivolous and carefree, instinctively adjusted his collar and cast a sweeping glance around the room. Bookshelves, leather chairs, metals, the antiquated items filled every corner, resembling towering walls that constrained all present to a scant few open spaces. His gaze drifted to the butler, who stood beside the desk, wearing an expression of concern. Then to the corner of the room, where a tall, imposing bald man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Next, to a well-dressed child seated on one of the chairs, and finally, it settled on the man behind the desk, whose demeanor was devoid of any discernible emotion. It was reminiscent of a scene from a ludicrous old film, he mused. "Father," Klavan addressed the man behind the desk, a form of greeting. "Please, take a seat and speak, my child," the man replied in a voice so calm it betrayed no emotion. Once Klavan had settled into the chair the butler had pulled out for him, the man continued in a deep tone, "Marlon, my old friend, I entrusted my child to you because of your honesty and reliability, but what has transpired? Klavan has found himself in needless conflict with others. I apologize, my lord. This matter does not concern you, Uncle Marlon," Klavan interjected, tilting his head. "I was the one who suggested Uncle Marlon leave first. I cannot enjoy myself with him present." "You still struggle with communication," his father remarked, shaking his head, as a pure white ferret emerged from his collar, nuzzling against his neck. "Klavan, it is true that our family engages in gray business, but we do not traffic in substances that harm the body. Nor do we participate in human or organ trafficking. I ensure that my children act kindly towards the locals, providing financial assistance to officials in distress. This is why our family has a good reputation, unlike those unscrupulous individuals who prioritize profit over ethics, who meet with destruction at the hands of united forces, facing a fate akin to that of the old Golden Triangle." Klavan rolled his eyes in impatience. "I understand, father, but this time it is my affair. I have already contacted those animal protection organizations. They can assist me, and I am capable of managing this on my own. Those greedy individuals are akin to the burrs of life, difficult to remove once attached," his father advised, instinctively glancing at the well-mannered child seated nearby. Your brother is much younger than you. He had long since mastered the art of communication, yet he had not lost his mother. His mother is that woman you call a legitimate spouse. Clavin suddenly erupted with fervor, gritting his teeth, startling the ferret nestled in his arms, which promptly scurried into his father's sleeve. Disappearing from sight, the family's estate would rightfully belong to him, and naturally, this little brat would feign compliance. And what of me? I have become the image the family desires, a debauched scion who indulges in revelry. Yet you are still unsatisfied? What more do you wish for me to do? Young master, the butler, Marlin, hastily intervened, attempting to calm the furious Clavin. Please, temper your emotions. Precisely for this reason, you are not yet eligible to inherit the family fortune. The father remained impassive, seemingly weary, shaking his head gently. He stroked his sleeve, continuing, You have reached an age where you should consider marriage. I have secured an invitation for you to a banquet in the Western European Federation, where even the Pendragon family is expected to attend. Perhaps after you wed, you will come to understand, becoming a soulless entity, too afraid to investigate the cause of your beloved's demise, just like you? Thank you, but I believe I shall manage without it. Clavin rose in irritation, declaring, I am perfectly fine as I am. Perhaps I shall simply drink myself to death one day, and you need not grapple with the dilemma of whether to bequeath the family fortune to this little brat or to me. His voice and figure faded behind the resounding slam of the mahogany door. Sigh. Hearing his father emit a deep sigh, the child who had remained silent in the adjacent chair finally turned his head, offering comfort in his tender voice. Father, do not worry. Big brother simply hasn't come to terms with things. Once you resolve matters with uncle and the others and reveal the truth about our aunt's passing, he will be willing to sit down and converse with you. Indeed, my lord, the eldest young master is merely consumed by anger. Once you enlighten him with the truth, he will revert to his former self. The butler concurred, providing reassurance. My concern does not lie in Clavin's understanding. The anguish of losing his mother has shattered his reason, and his reckless nature dictates that I cannot divulge my plans to him hastily. At this moment, he is blinded by rage, and I fear he may provoke issues that even I cannot resolve. Too many eyes are upon us. The family's radicals, remnants of the old Golden Triangle, the forces of New Babylon, and that intelligence organization from East Asia known as Wei-Jintian. The father glanced at the butler. Old friend, you must keep a vigilant watch over Clavin, protect him, and do not betray my trust. I understand, my lord. The butler solemnly crossed himself over his chest. The father nodded and sighed, remarking on the tumultuous undercurrents that lurk beneath the surface of this seemingly polished world, rendering it difficult to discern the truth. Chapter 67. The Dragon Mastery Note Code, Alpha. 3 Date, Saturday, August 31st. Weather. Clear to partly cloudy. I have successfully replaced the ancient virus with symbiotic bacteria, thanks to the insightful input from the acid-sweet egg enthusiast, Seed Songming. A new batch of supplies has arrived. Goodness knows how I managed to endure these past few days without coffee. In any case, this month has flown by amidst routine research and interactions. As is customary, I shall summarize the state of affairs on the island by the end of this month, with the addition of new materials. Helena's surveillance network has finally enveloped the entire island. Motion capture, miniature drones, and trap cameras now cover every corner that requires observation, preventing the possibility of any dormant facilities activating unnoticed. Private space is excluded. Moreover, I must mention that the individual responsible for designing the drone's logical functions did not conduct thorough research. While installing surveillance in the living room could be justified for monitoring rodent activity, placing it in the restroom borders on the absurd. However, I must concede that the processing capability of this super artificial intelligence has exceeded my expectations. It connected and updated the shared network of all electronic devices on the island within a minute, operating continuously for 24 hours when energy is abundant. This not only alleviates our daily concerns, but also significantly simplifies the care of animals, feeding, maintaining fences, and cleaning waste, rendering these tasks remarkably efficient and nearly flawless, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to the work of species recreation. Upon my assessment, Liao Xing has made considerable progress in his academic knowledge during this time, though there remains room for improvement. For instance, he has struggled for quite some time with foundational questions regarding the pseudoplatycephalus and stegosaurus, not to mention the anatomical features I expect him to memorize. Nevertheless, he has indeed done his utmost within the limited time frame, having never undergone such systematic training and understanding before. Perhaps I should not be so stringent in my expectations for him to master so much knowledge in a short period. Yet time is of the essence, not only for us, but for the species we are striving to resurrect. Remarkably, he seems to possess an extraordinary affinity for those animals. Clad in the same attire, both he and other humans wielding guiding sticks and offering food are readily recognized by the creatures, be it the intellectually adept Chinese dragon bird and the Western avian-like dinosaur, or even the theoretically less cognitively advanced Stegosaurus and Urolosaurus. Perhaps, indeed, the notion of innate talent exists in this world. Our veterinarian, Ms. Jan Dark, is truly commendable for her indelible contributions to the welfare of the animals within the park. Of course, she is still young and has much room for improvement. For instance, she could consider canceling the Sunday morning services to engage in more meaningful research, reducing the frequency of her interruptions to Liao Xing for consultations, and perhaps being less critical of British cuisine while embodying the same courage she exhibits when trying Chinese dishes. However, I shall devote more space to elucidate the current paleopathology that I have come to understand regarding a symbiotic bacterium found on the teeth of the late Cretaceous theropod. Through the research and efforts of Helena and Dark, an effective inactivated vaccine has been developed, which I shall refer to as true zoonotic fever. This bacterium possesses a remarkably primitive structure. From my observations using the electron microscope at Dark's facility, its internal composition resembles a chaotic mass of protein. Yet, when confronted with mammalian red blood cells, it astonishingly expands at an incredible rate to engulf the anucleate erythrocytes, releasing a vast number of progenitor cells into the bloodstream before being countered by macrophages or leukocytes, thus undergoing extensive proliferation. Thanks to modern technology, the nanobots present in our blood are sufficiently equipped to address these invaders before they can erupt, with the vaccine providing an additional layer of protection. Furthermore, a specialized bacteriophage has been detected on the theropod, specifically targeting this symbiotic bacterium. It is truly remarkable, as if every evolved entity within the tapestry of nature possesses a corresponding solution to maintain ecological balance. Provided that this bacteriophage is confirmed to be harmless to humans, it is indeed safe for mammals as of September 2nd. We may harness this primitive enemy of the pathogen to combat it effectively. The theropods have now been transferred to new enclosures for further observation, while their eggs have been entrusted to Dark for placement in the incubation room. This trio of theropods includes one subadult and two fertile adults. Through the use of my glasses X-ray function and morphological observations, I noted that the adult forms do not correspond with those of their predecessors found in the same geographic period. However, the skeletal structure of the subadult is strikingly identical to that of the May-long specimens unearthed in records. Until new fossil specimens are discovered, should any excavation activities be ongoing, I believe it is most fitting to refer to our little friends from ancient China as May-long. When discussing animal management, one must inevitably address the aspect of interacting with these creatures. In the context of the Chinese dragon bird, the dual-toothed pterosaur, and the Western avian-like dinosaur, close contact under sanitized conditions poses minimal issues for these diminutive creatures. However, when faced with larger yet relatively docile species, such as the Mimor stegosaurus and the stegosaurus, maintaining a safe distance allows for interaction. Nevertheless, the challenges are manifold. Not only the Liao's dragon, but also the engagement with other sizable species presents considerable difficulties. As a species closely related to the aviali, the sensitive Jianzhou dragon possesses formidable claw spikes on its forelimbs that can serve as deterrent weapons when threatened, which is truly astonishing. Those bird-footed dinosaurs, in their unease, may even rear up, attempting to kick and trample perceived threats, much like a horse. Our three formidable carnivorous creatures are not to be trifled with. Currently, only Liao Xing has succeeded in achieving a close encounter with the mighty Spinosaurus without protective measures. If we exclude the assistance of Shanghai liana and our park's largest inhabitant, the Liningosaurus, hails from the early Cretaceous period. It is both astonishing and delightful to witness such a colossal creature adapt so seamlessly to its surroundings. However, these magnificent beings are incredibly active. Each one consumes at least 80 kilograms of food daily, and we have 6 adult specimens. Good heavens. The low growls emanating from their nasal cavities can send the animals on the other side of the park into a frenzy, even though they harbor no hostility towards humans. I find it rather unwise to approach this moving mountain of flesh, which collectively exceeds 60 tons in weight. Chapter 68, the Dragon Chapter. Note code, Alpha. 4. In regard to the park's security, I hold a cautious view towards the newly arrived mechanic. Admittedly, I am not an expert in mechanical engineering or new energy technologies. However, our team's new member, Miss Caroline Rex, is notably lacking in paleontological knowledge. This is not to cast aspersions upon her character. She possesses some unique and effective insights regarding defensive structures and security networks. Nevertheless, I believe it is imperative to take the time to educate this young individual, who lacks any fundamental biological understanding on relevant concepts. After all, we are undertaking an unprecedented endeavor, and what I find most intolerable is her persistent reference to those wondrous beings as mere large lizards. Such a notion is utterly absurd. The ancestral lineages of the two diverged long before the Triassic, belonging to two distinct evolutionary branches in taxonomy. To generalize them in such a manner is nothing short of egregious. I believe that once she completes her current structural work, Liao Xing should find a moment to converse with her. Possessing even a modicum of relevant knowledge could potentially prove life-saving in crucial moments. On September 4th, Wednesday, with light rain transitioning to overcast skies, Liao Xing asked me to conduct an examination on the dawn lizard. The results revealed that our little friend is not ill or suffering from environmental stress. Rather, it is simply in a state of estrus. Previously, we had not determined its gender, but now it is clear that we have a young male eager for companionship. As a species belonging to the family of rabbit lizards, the behavior exhibited by the dawn lizard during its mating period is particularly fascinating. It displays increased vigor, and after conducting a temperature assessment, I found that its body temperature had risen by 10 to 12 degrees above the surrounding environment, despite being an ectothermic creature. Additionally, its chin displayed a strikingly vivid black coloration. Based on Liao Xing's descriptions of the habitat from which this species was collected in the desert, coupled with my microscopic observations, I noted that the unique color of these structures can reflect ultraviolet light at specific angles, perhaps to a female dawn lizard. These black scales appear as resplendent as a rainbow. Moreover, there are certain aspects that remain unclear to me within the gaps of its scales. There are additional structures resembling primitive feathers, quite rudimentary, and they closely resemble mammalian fur. This is intriguing. Yet I cannot presently ascertain whether these are ornamental features utilized during mating displays or if they are remnants of fur that had fallen out due to malnutrition during its time in the wild. In any case, these phenomena warrant further investigation. These primitive structures also lend credence to some hypotheses proposed by previous scholars, suggesting that similar formations are present on the theropod species Saccharomys found within our park. This indicates that feathers, or their precursors, may have been widespread among the basal species that formed the evolutionary lineage of avian theropods. I classify the dawn lizard, Orosauria, as a species within the clade of dinosauriforms. Considering its agile skeletal structure and coordinated physical abilities, it is plausible that its position on the evolutionary tree is closer to that of pterosaurs. Of course, further research on the bifong-teeth pterosaur specimens from North America is still pending. Regrettably, a significant number of invaluable biological specimens were lost due to catastrophic events, leaving me uncertain of the existence of any remaining fossils of this species in the world today. Lacking comparative materials, I must, with a rigorous mindset, temporarily refer to them as such. Regardless, the study of the dawn lizard compels me to compose a summary of research on theropod dinosaurs. Throughout the majority of the Mesozoic era, non-avian theropod dinosaurs undoubtedly dominated the terrestrial apex predator niche. After the cataclysm that obliterated the entire reign of reptiles some 66 million years ago, this location remains the sole place on this planet where such colossal carnivorous beasts may once again tread. In my childhood, I harbored a profound fascination for these carnivorous reptiles. Perhaps it is a shared childhood dream among all those born before the Great Calamity. Let us begin with the theropods of the Triassic period. In our park, we previously had 21 specimens of the Coelophysis, and following the recent breeding season, 5 pairs have sequentially exhibited nesting behaviors. We have isolated all the Therizinosaurus into separate enclosures, allowing them to settle and build their nests. The first clutch of eggs has now been incubating for nearly 20 days. Oh, how time flies. When I observed them yesterday, I was astonished to hear faint cries emanating from within the eggshells. I suspect that it will not be long before, perhaps even this very night, this planet will witness the emergence of the first non-avian dinosaurs in over 60 million years. I must witness the moment they break free from their shells. Interestingly, the mothers of these eggs exhibit a peculiar phenomenon. The courtship standards of the Therizinosaurus do not seem to favor the strongest males as mates. The parents of this clutch displayed signs of malnutrition before laying their eggs. Without the meticulous care provided by our team, I fear they might have devoured their own eggs, much like hens do. If we consider the pregnancies of Clow and Bonnie as mere coincidences, the female leader of the young Therizinosaurus group, whom I refer to as second sister Liao, remains single after this breeding season, which is quite unusual. It is noteworthy that in many contemporary social carnivores, only the leaders and dominant individuals are entitled to reproduce. Wolves, lions, and hyenas adhere to this rule, yet these Therizinosaurus do not seem to conform. The most plausible explanation that comes to mind is that these Therizinosaurus form large groups consisting of smaller family units, thus allowing for relative freedom in mate selection. However, why does the leader, second sister, refrain from establishing a family? In my view, the male known as 3-Fat is quite an appropriate candidate. He is a robust young male, highly sought after by many species, and has displayed courtship behaviors towards second sister. To my surprise, she has declined his advances. Perhaps further observation is needed to unravel this mystery. Next, we have a pair of Hesperornithoides and a male Dreadnoughtus. The Hesperornithoides, a small theropod from the late Jurassic Morrison Formation in North America, has been classified by previous researchers within the Troodontidae family as a theropod dinosaur. They possess exceptionally beautiful black and white plumage, and like modern birds, they spend considerable time preening and grooming their feathers. To accommodate this behavior, I have set up a small freshwater pool in their enclosure, which serves both as a drinking source and a bathing area. It has proven to be a delightful addition. They take turns visiting the pool, pecking at the water droplets and flinging them onto their bodies with their forelimbs. What a charming spectacle, despite their splendid plumage. What captivates me most is their remarkable cognitive abilities. Early academic discourse portrayed Mesozoic reptiles as slow, cumbersome, and cruel cold-blooded beasts. However, this perception has shifted following the discovery of small theropods and the study of feathered species unearthed in Liaoxi, China. It is indeed exasperating that, in the wake of advanced cataclysms and amidst the significant loss of data left by our predecessors, the theory of cold-blooded Mesozoic creatures has resurfaced with surprising vigor. This time, proponents have resorted to feeble excuses akin to a fisherman's worn-out boots, citing inaccuracies in previous data and the absence of corroborated materials to obscure their true reluctance to allocate funds towards such essential research. Had there been genuine willingness to invest even a fraction of what is spent monthly at opulent vineyards and equestrian estates into matters deserving of attention, the field of paleontology would not have suffered such a significant regression. Chapter 69, The Dragon's Sovereignty. Note code, Alpha. 5. The cognitive abilities of the West bird-shaped dragon surpass those of its contemporaneous fauna, as evidenced by the data we have gathered. They exhibit intricate vocal communications among themselves, display a profound curiosity towards their environment, and possess a rudimentary sense of time. They select secure locations within their surroundings to construct shelters. Initially, they had fasted due to anxiety, but I instructed Liao Xing to deliberately leave a corner of their enclosure uncleaned. They quickly became aware of this and began to gather various materials to erect their shelters, employing everything within reach. Straw, branches, and burlap sacks were ingeniously utilized as filler. Most endearing of all was their behavior of flipping an entire cardboard box, which had contained their food, upside down to hide beneath it, poking their heads out through a small hole, a sight utterly charming. Once they felt secure, they gradually grew more familiar with Liao Xing, displaying bolder exploratory behaviors. Aside from a recent escapade where they cleverly deciphered how to unlock the old gate by observing its mechanics, they also learned to anticipate feeding times by monitoring Liao's arrival, diligently awaiting at the enclosure door before the feeding commenced. We nourish them with insects, small animals, and synthetic meats, to which they have adapted remarkably well, even exhibiting behaviors of food caching. Given that the Morrison Formation is characterized by a distinct monsoonal climate with pronounced wet and dry seasons, this curious behavior may enhance their chances of survival in the harsh wilderness. Recently, I came across a piece of information regarding catastrophic events, which suggested that the Cretaceous theropod, the Dreadnoughtus, might have been an omnivorous creature. Perhaps we should consider preparing some fruits and tender leaves for them next time? Without provisioning such sustenance, it is only natural that they would not exhibit such behaviors. Since my last encounter with Kronos, our Soren Haganax, in a natural setting, my admiration for this magnificent creature has only deepened. As the largest carnivore within our park, It possesses an unyielding aura of intimidation and heft. As a top predator of the Jurassic era, it wields a power that is unparalleled by other contemporary carnivores, save for another equally sized Sorenhaganax. This is precisely why we have intensified our security measures regarding its enclosure. Following the recent escape incident, all animal enclosures converted from storage areas have been fitted with double lock systems for entry and exit. Currently, the combination of invisible fencing and concrete columns has proven to be remarkably effective. However, after discovering that the concrete columns are particularly suited for scratching, Kronos has taken to frequently rubbing against the barriers. Consequently, the workload for our drone maintenance has doubled. I believe I shall request Richard for an additional batch of drones to meet the growing demands of this task. It is quite challenging for me to articulate the distinctive characteristics of this particular Therizinosaurus. This extraordinary creature embodies a duality of aggression and tolerance. Perhaps it is simply its nature. It exhibits disdain for the majority of smaller animals, including humans, that may cross its path. However, should it perceive any threat to itself or its territory, it will not hesitate to launch an attack on the intruder. Initially, I had contemplated orchestrating a series of experimental activities to facilitate its understanding of humanity, but it appears that Liao has already taken the initiative. In a seemingly incredible turn of events, akin to a narrative conjured by a novelist, I must confess that Kronos has placed his trust in Liao Xing, permitting him to approach. Perhaps it perceives Liao as a diminutive creature assisting in its oral hygiene. Regardless of the duration of this trust, it is imperative that no individual approaches this formidable carnivorous dinosaur, exceeding 5 tons in weight, without appropriate protective measures. Next, we turn our attention to the theropods of the Cretaceous period. Within the Aegean Formation, we have gathered 5 species: the feathered velociraptor, the primitive Archaeopteryx, the bipedal long, the Zhonghua long, and the Vuturanus. The Caramé long was retrieved from the Liamecan Formation. Through our studies of these carnivorous reptiles, I believe many researchers currently underestimate the cognitive capabilities of reptiles. In the eyes of most, these cold-blooded, scaly creatures are merely simple-minded, primitive animals. However, this is not the case for theropod dinosaurs. Despite their appearance as oversized reptiles, all theropods collected thus far are active, agile, warm-blooded creatures, in contrast to their cold-blooded relatives, which require time to absorb heat and digest food after a meal. These animals exhibit superior digestive capabilities, enhanced coordination, and some rather unexpected behaviors. After a period of nurturing and observation by Liao Xing and Jian, we have found that the magnificent Vuturanus huali, collected from the late Jurassic, displays considerable aggression even in a captive environment, setting it apart from other animals. We presently have a female specimen exhibiting albinism, perhaps more aptly referred to as leucism, alongside 2 male counterparts, all of whom are youthful individuals. Based on estimations derived from the skeletal remains catalogued in earlier scholarly works, I surmise that the eldest among these diminutive creatures has only recently achieved independence, standing over 6 feet, 2 meters, tall, with a length of approximately 16 feet, 5 meters, and weighing around 880 pounds, 400 kilograms. In comparison to the mature members of the species, this individual remains relatively small, yet the disturbances it causes are anything but insignificant. FV1, or as it is affectionately named, Li Suang, a moniker bestowed by Liao Xingqi, aptly reflects its character. The name Frost indeed possesses a certain charm. Perhaps I too should endeavor to bestow names upon some of these animals, as it might elucidate the harmonious rapport that child shares with them. This creature has previously stalked and attempted to assail our team in the wild, and upon its arrival at the facility, such intentions have not waned. When contrasted with their adult counterparts, these subadult specimens are markedly lighter and more agile. On one occasion, Helena observed via surveillance that they were bounding playfully in an attempt to attack Rex, who was positioned aloft, an experience that proved rather exhilarating. Fortunately, Liao Xing had forewarned her about these young carnivores, which possessed dozens of serrated teeth akin to steak knives. Coupled with their robust necks, I believe it would pose no challenge for them to swiftly dispatch an unarmed, warm-blooded primate. I have delved into a wealth of information to comprehend the reasons behind the pronounced hostility exhibited by these young beasts. Ultimately, I discovered a potential explanation in a paper preserved within the Behemoth Project, which pertained to young African savanna elephants prior to the cataclysm. In the epochs preceding the disaster, ivory had become a prime target for rampant poaching of this species, unlike their Asian counterparts, where only males possessed this distinctive feature. Both male and female African elephants are adorned with sizable tusks, leading to an escalation of poaching in their native habitats. Following the extinction of older individuals with substantial tusks in certain regions, the local young elephants, particularly the males, exhibited an unusual degree of aggression. They began indiscriminately attacking other animals, with instances of warthogs, giraffes, and even rhinos being assaulted or fatally violated. The feral young elephants even ventured close to human settlements and roadways to launch attacks on humans. Researchers have determined that this aberrant behavior can be attributed to the absence of dominant adult male elephants to exert control. The young males, driven by a surge of sexual hormones, manifest a formidable aggression akin to the berserkers of Norse mythology, becoming irritable and volatile. Adult males, possessing hormones that suppress such hormonal surges, along with their robust physiques and seasoned experience, successfully maintain their status as alphas, effectively curbing the rampages of the youthful berserkers. In fact, during the breeding seasons of the past, young males would even emit a distinctive scent to signal their unwillingness to engage in conflict. Shortly after the reintroduction of adult males into regions plagued by elephant turmoil, the phenomenon of the rampaging young males markedly diminished. I believe that these young feathered dragons exhibit similar issues, their presence in disaster-stricken areas, where vegetation has yet to emerge following a volcanic eruption, demonstrates that they are an inexperienced cohort lacking the strength to establish territories in suitable regions. Their high aggressiveness, manifested during their exploration of their position within the local food chain, aids in their survival within the wild environment of the Ishian group. However, it is evident that this trait poses significant challenges to our breeding program. I am contemplating a rather audacious, yet theoretically feasible proposition. Should we allow the Xenuinosaurus or the Caramé long-necked dinosaur to assume the role of the alpha predator in order to suppress these youthful hunters? Dr. Jane Dark will undoubtedly disapprove, so I must devise a means to persuade Liao Xing, helping him comprehend the viability of this method. However, first, I require further research on these two formidable carnivorous species to enhance the reliability of the entire field test. Chapter 70, The Dragon's Command. Note code, Alpha. 6 in the epoch preceding the cataclysm, an abundance of exceptionally rare and well-preserved feathered specimens were unearthed in the Jehol region, formally corroborating the hypothesis that birds evolved from a branch of dinosaurs. Among the feathered species within our facility, the Shangiurinter yangi exhibits a striking resemblance to avians in both appearance and anatomical structure. This species possesses quill feathers on both its forelimbs and hind limbs, indistinguishable from those of contemporary birds. Initially, based on pre-cataclysmic data, I presumed they possessed only limited gliding capabilities. However, upon entering their aviary and witnessing them leap into the air, flapping their wings and momentarily hovering, I realized this conclusion had been utterly refuted. Admittedly, the flight capabilities of the Shangiurinter are rather primitive compared to advanced birds, yet their ability to control and maneuver their wings, altering their shape to regulate their forward velocity, demonstrates a grasp of fundamental aerodynamics, sufficiently meeting their needs for navigation among the foliage. If one were to overlook their sharp, hooked claws and the keen teeth within their mouths, these long-feathered dinosaurs could easily be mistaken for large birds. It is no wonder that when Dr. Jane Dark first encountered them, she deemed them a form of primitive avian. In truth, their behaviors are strikingly avian. They construct frameworks and climb within their enclosures, akin to parrots and woodpeckers, utilizing their claws to ascend and navigate the wire mesh. When they reach an appropriate height, they leap, spreading their wings to traverse through the gaps in the framework. Their agility is astonishing. Even the morsels of meat and insects I toss into the air are intercepted mid-glide. This is indeed remarkable, as the majority of surviving raptors have lost these ancestral skills essential for survival in the wild while in captivity. Even those renowned for their aerial prowess, such as the hawk. It appears that the 3 long-feathered ranters within our facility truly embody the name bestowed upon them. These theropods not only possess the ability to soar gracefully through the skies, but their footprints also extend across the waters. A notable example within our establishment is the unexpected Bainiosaurus inexnectus. In their natural habitat, both Dr. Dark and I have observed these creatures frequenting the water's edge, utilizing their claws to propel themselves through the water and employing their elongated, 20-centimeter claws to capture primitive fish such as the ancient sturgeon. Previous notes left by scholars indicate that research on the fossil specimens unearthed at the time suggested a possible omnivorous diet for these animals. I would like to supplement this understanding of their habits based on my observations during my time in the facility. These primitive sickle-clawed dinosaurs dedicate at least 1/6 of their day to aquatic pursuits. They first invest considerable time grooming their fluffy, primitive pelage. Then, buoyed by the air trapped within, they plunge into the water as if clad in miniature life jackets. While submerged, a translucent nictitating membrane covers their eyes, which I believe serves as an evolutionary adaptation that enhances their foraging abilities underwater. Initially, I contemplated utilizing fish as the primary source of animal protein for the Baniasaurus. But how shall I put it? Despite their apparent diligence, the two Baniasaurus exhibit such clumsiness in comparison to the fish that capturing them remains a futile endeavor. Even the pursuit itself seems a distant dream. Initially, I found it perplexing, but upon observing the peculiar structures adorning their heads, I finally comprehended what they predominantly seek beneath the water's surface. Numerous aquatic creatures possess well-developed whiskers, which aid them in foraging for food amidst the murky sediments on the seabed. In our park, the bipedal dragon also exhibits feather-like appendages reminiscent of whiskers at the tip of its snout. It dawned on me that my initial understanding was flawed. They are not adept fishermen, but rather skilled at navigating through murky waters, or more accurately, they are adept at hunting for invertebrates. When I introduced clams and crayfish into their aquatic habitat, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. They initially paddled along the water's surface, occasionally dipping their heads beneath to investigate. Then, with a sudden plunge, they dove to the bottom, employing the whisker-like structures on their snouts to search among the pebbles for those elusive invertebrates. Their forelimbs proved invaluable at this moment. They not only grasped the riverbed to stabilize their bodies, but also excavated hidden prey from crevices when the crayfish sought refuge among the stones. It was truly remarkable. Of course, this theropod dinosaur is merely semi-aquatic and not entirely aquatic. Unlike waterfowl, they do not spend copious amounts of time frolicking on the water's surface. Instead, they carefully transport their captured prey to the shore for a more deliberate consumption. I believe our initial observation of them capturing the Yangtze giant softshell turtle in the wild may have been a peculiar courtship behavior. These massive fish, trapped during their migration in the depths, unable to move freely, resorted to preying on other fish. Their diet predominantly consists of plant-based food, which includes tender shoots, roots, and fruits that we provide, and they eagerly accept all offerings. They are quintessential omnivorous opportunists, yet I suspect they would greatly enhance the waters of Longhua Prefecture. After witnessing the impressive bipedal dragon, my anticipation for the next expedition has only intensified. Will we finally uncover the truth behind the long-debated existence of the largest aquatic theropod? This contentious topic may very well find resolution on our upcoming journey. Many modern bird species possess melodious and harmonious vocalizations. However, their prehistoric relatives from the Asian group lack such qualities. The long-feathered theropod emitted a shrill sound akin to a whistle, while the bipedal dragon's hoarse and raucous voice might rival that of a crow. Among these creatures, the one with the most melodious call is a rather astonishing entity, the robust Archaeopteryx. Admittedly, it does not possess the dulcet tones of a nightingale or a lark. Yet when this bird-like dinosaur inflates its vocal sac, it produces a unique and remarkably penetrating drumming sound, which, when combined with its own calls, resembles a fusion of the ring-necked pheasant and the dove. It may not be melodious, but it is certainly more pleasing than the previous two. Currently, we have only one female, so I cannot ascertain whether the male's call is similar. The reason we have only one female is due to my oversight. During the field investigation in the Asian group, my trap accidentally broke the neck of her mate, with the other specimen reduced to mere forelimbs and parts of its body. I can only hope for her eggs and wish that this species is not monogamous for life. Named Archaeopteryx, the debate regarding its closer evolutionary ties to dinosaurs or birds has persisted since the cataclysm. Having observed it firsthand, I now comprehend the basis for such discussions. For aside from its toothy beak and four-clawed short wings, its appearance and even behavior are strikingly akin to that of an oversized turkey. To what extent does it resemble a turkey? Once, it found itself in a rather disheveled state, desperately leaping over a low fence just to indulge in a dust bath along the dirt path beside it. Before Dake could don his protective gloves to capture it, Liao Xing deftly lured it back into the enclosure with a blueberry. It seems to have a genuine fondness for the sweet and tangy flavors of modern fruits. Perhaps in the future, we could enlist Archaeopteryx to assist in seed dispersal. The discovery of the primitive Chinese dragon bird, Sinosaurantrix nrima, in 1996 stirred considerable excitement. for it was, since the Archaeopteryx, the only known dinosaur fossil to bear feather impressions. The astonishment of its discoverer was such that this remarkable creature was aptly dubbed a dragon bird. After acquiring living specimens of this extraordinary animal, we reached the conclusion through care and observation that while the Chinese dragon bird does indeed exhibit certain avian characteristics, it also displays behavioral patterns remarkably akin to those of, how should I describe it? Perhaps a domestic cat. Liao Xing, who kept this fascinating creature close, initially faced my refusal to allow it to reside with us. It was only after the animal exhibited signs of refusal to eat that I consented to its observation in our dwelling. The female specimen, affectionately named Mao Mao, had approached Liao Xing while he was rehabilitating an Ishian, likely having never encountered humans before. The Chinese dragon bird exhibited immense curiosity towards humans, so much so that after being treated kindly, it even brought its offspring to meet Liao Xing. Within our daily abode, the behaviors displayed by this Chinese dragon bird included, but were not limited to, defecating in potted plants and covering it with soil, seeking affection and human embraces, and even boldly resting in the arms of Liao Xing and Dark. Why is this wild creature so affectionate towards humans? What qualities must one possess to earn such closeness? Why do older males, even when tempting with food, fail to draw its affection? To this day, I find myself at a loss for answers. Perhaps a more extended and systematic observation is required for elucidation. While being domesticated, this small theropod dinosaur did not lose its natural instincts, according to Dark. Remnants of rodent bones were discovered within its regurgitated pellets. This indicates that during its time in the modern world, this little hunter has successfully captured at least one rodent. Liao Xing has shown a keen interest in this, and recently he claimed to have achieved remarkably effective results in behavioral training with theropods. I am curious about what specific training he has devoted to those coelophysids. Chapter 71, Steel and Iron. A sharp, metallic whistle sliced through the tranquil dawn air, reaching the tympanum of the feathered reptile's exposed ear holes. The grayish-white beast, reclining on its bedding, lifted its head, attempting to discern the commotion outside, but soon the quiet, dim interior was filled with the clamorous roars and whimpers. The grayish-white feathered king dragon, named Li Shuang by Liao Xing, stood up in indignation, emitting an impatient growl towards the source of the ruckus. Observing its companions, who had barely lowered their heads and quieted their whimperings, it snorted in frustration and slowly approached the wall composed of cold, hard material. In its reptilian mind, these objects resembled rocks, yet they were not truly stone. It vividly recalls the scent of rocks it once encountered in the wilderness, those formidable entities harder than the most elusive prey's exoskeleton, emanating a fragrance mingled with the essence of the forest and the remnants of rain, carried by the wind and sun. In stark contrast, the frigid object before it, reminiscent of stone, bore no scent of its own. This peculiar phenomenon instilled a sense of unease within it, lingering despite its months of presence in this place without change. Suddenly, an excruciating roar erupted from the obstruction ahead, the source unknown. The illuminated world reappeared before it, and Li Shuang felt no surprise. It was a daily occurrence. It had learned to await the obstacles that lay in its path. However, today, the familiar resting place seemed slightly altered. An unfamiliar aroma intertwined with the air flowing in from outside invaded its nostrils. As its cerulean eyes adjusted to the brightness, it was astonished to see a strange creature standing within its territory. The being stood upright on two legs, resembling the hairless entities that had recently frequented its domain. Yet it possessed subtle differences. Before instinct could inform it of the creature's nature, it heard the triumphant howls of its companions from behind. That was a signal laden with provocation, an offensive call to arms. Before it could issue a command to halt, two brown figures darted past its sides, swiftly flanking the newcomer. When the robust woman, her body covered in ash and sweat, lifted the oilcloth, Liao Xing's gaze was immediately captivated by the sight revealed. Before it stood a humanoid metallic construct, its torso displaying distinctive lines forged from titanium alloy armor and Hubrian alloy, lending it an aesthetic of violent beauty. Its creator had fashioned it with a form akin to that of a human, and in its dormant state, it resembled a slumbering statue from a storybook, exuding a palpable aura of heat and metal, even in its lifeless posture. "How's it going, little bro?" Caroline asked, as Rex proudly lifted his head, tapping the armor on its chest, akin to a mother beaming at her child on the podium. "Now you understand whether my weekly overtime pay of $8,000 is worth it, right? What is this?" Ah, excellent question. If you observe closely, you might recognize elements from the blueprint you previously provided me, particularly the shadow of that vegetation care device and the operational interface in the main body connection. However, I've tailored most of the body to meet the demands of manual operation, stitching together designs from my time in the military-S powered armor. It's not much. Really, about 88%. Well, perhaps just 80%. Rex habitually wiped the ashes from his ear and continued, for the interior. I used newly synthesized crystalline fibers for an independent frame, balancing lightness and sturdiness. The arm and calf sections still lack armor coverage, but the surface's electrical coverage module is already operational. Thus, I believe it is time for a field test. Wait a moment, Miss Rex. I seem to recall requesting a measure of protection, not an exosuit. Liao Xing approached, gently caressing the cold metallic exterior, a sense of excitement for the armor blossoming from within his heart. Is this perhaps a bit excessive? Boss, we are raising oversized reptiles here. Isn't a suit of powered armor the most suitable form of protection? Rex scoffed, drawing a forging hammer from his waist, and lightly tapped the armor's shell, producing a distinct metallic echo. Rest assured, I am here to conduct the field test personally. Nothing will go awry. Miss Rex, Big Bay and Air Bay are heading your way. Liao Xing stood on the raised platform beside the enclosure, his focus unwavering as he surveyed the scene from the main control panel connected to Helena. Have they truly become accustomed to perceiving humans as targets? I shall reiterate. Simply temper their aggressiveness. Do not overdo it. Worry not. It is merely a little lesson for these unruly creatures. I shall maintain my discretion. Rex's mouth, adorned with a lollipop, involuntarily curled into a smile as she lightly tapped her chest armor. The faceplate abruptly sealed shut. Upon activation, the hollow eyes of the faceplate illuminated with a white glow, and the power core in the back of the armor roared to life, channeling the energy released from atomic fusion throughout its structure. As a torrent of heat erupted from the multi-row cooling pipes in her left arm, the hydraulic axes and gear joints whirred into motion, propelling Rex's right arm with swift and precise movements, evading the foul maw lunging from the left and seizing the neck of the feathered king dragon. This is free combat, you little reptile. With the turbine beneath her feet whirring, the towering armor encasing Rex rotated with remarkable speed. Utilizing inertia, she flung the feathered king dragon away, and before it could comprehend the turn of events, it collided with a companion rushing in from the opposite side. The two beasts howled in unison as they crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It seems the left elbow motor is a tad sluggish. I shall address that shortly. Rex monitored the condition of her exosuit through the holographic display of her faceplate, licking her lips in anticipation. She observed the two beasts rising from the dust, growling and shaking their heads defiantly, still perceiving humans as prey. It appears your intellect is not particularly sharp either. Very well. Gazing at the two feathered king dragons encircling her, she raised her arms, clenching her fists tightly as two massive mechanical claws sprang forth from the inner supports of her forearms, adopting a defensive stance. All right, reptiles, no more bullying the small. We are now of equal size, so let us see what you've got. Chapter 72. Steel and iron. The metal, known as the Great Bay, the feathered king dragon, bared its fangs and initiated the assault, its clawed maw poised to strike at the chest armor. Before its jaws could make contact, a mechanical claw from the right side launched an attack, successfully deflecting its gaping jaws. Simultaneously, a cacophonous scraping sound emanated from the shoulder armor as another feathered king dragon, named Second Bay, ferociously gnawed at the left shoulder plate, confused by the absence of the familiar sensation of muscle and warm blood. A surge of electricity coursed through the metallic armor, causing it to howl in agony and release its grip, staggering backward while shaking its head. Having evaded the attack from the left, Rex raised his hand, allowing the current to travel through the internal wiring to the mechanical claw, which flickered with a pale blue electric light between his fingers. Subsequently, it transformed into a brilliant white flash, striking the chin of the Great Bay, which let out a sorrowful wail as it stumbled and collapsed to the ground, in its desperate attempt to rise again. The defiance and fury that once shone in its eyes were replaced by fear and trepidation towards the imposing figure before it. Boss, the task is accomplished. I believe these creatures have learned a lesson in respect, Rex declared, shaking off the tension with a sense of satisfaction. Casting a proud glance towards Liao Xing on the platform, expecting to hear a voice of admiration, he was instead met with a startled warning. Watch out from behind. Before Rex could fully comprehend the situation, A powerful force surged from behind, abruptly causing his vision to plunge towards the ground. Damn it, these colossal reptiles have gone mad. As the foot-mounted thrusters propelled him forward, Rex executed a roll, rising from the dust kicked up by the impact with the ground. Who dares to attack me with such audacity? As I observed the grayish-white beast shielding its mourning companion beneath it, baring its teeth in a menacing display, she momentarily hesitated. A strange, hoarse sound resonated from the creature's throat, echoing in her ears and gradually aligning with a memory sealed within Rex's mind. Everything ahead, along with the swirling dust rising before her, coalesced into a haze, as the scene reflected on her visor seemed to warp grotesquely, as if obscured by an unnamed heat wave. In a daze, she felt once more the unbearable heat radiating from the divine light that descended upon the boundless red sands of Jasper. It was as if she was witnessing once again the nightmarish visions that had haunted her countless times. Within the unfathomable missile silo, twisted, molten metal intertwined with dark, deformed remains amidst the raging inferno, staining the sky a deep crimson. A warmth trickled down her face, and the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. Panic-stricken, Rex glanced down at her hands, where shattered metallic fragments had melted into chains under the searing heat, embedding themselves within her flesh like parasitic maggots, scorching her skin and revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. Before the bewildered gazes of both humans and dinosaurs, the woman clad in powered armor collapsed onto the sandy ground, her voice strained as she emitted a horrific wail towards the heavens. Helena, Liao Xing, disregarding the unfolding chaos, raised her hand to activate the alarm, its shrill sound reverberating throughout the area. Quickly, retreat with Li Shuang and the others. Rex, leave it to me. As the boy's words fell, the control panel before them shimmered with silver light, and Helena's form emerged from a pile of rapidly transforming components. She leaped into the air, and in the blink of an eye, a white drone enveloped her body, with the turbine ports unleashing a gust of heated air. She appeared before the bewildered feathered king dragons in an instant. Li Shuang bared its fangs, issuing a feeble threat at the hovering drone above. As Helena established the connection, blue and white electric sparks began to flicker across her exterior, causing Li Shuang to recoil in terror, growling as it retreated step by step. Its reptilian brain vividly recalled the last time this peculiar presence's shell lit up, and the terrifying assault it had launched against its unknowing self. As Li Shuang led De Bei and Air Bei into the shadows of the enclosure's entrance, Liao Xing pressed the button to close the cage door. Only sliding down the steps of the control panel once, she confirmed the heavy synthetic door had fully descended. Helena, what is Rex's condition? She appeared to be in distress. Her heart rate was alarmingly elevated, and her brainwave frequencies were in disarray, as if some triggering factor had disrupted her tightly wound mental state, leaving her trapped in that unstable memory. Attempting to draw closer for a clearer observation, Helena sidestepped to evade Rex's sweeping elbow aimed at the air. Oh, Liao. Should I assist with a safe voltage, or shall we test the newly equipped pulse rounds? I have a more reliable suggestion. Liao Xing retrieved a canister emblazoned with cholinesterase from her waist pouch and pulled the pin. I think it's best to let her rest for a while. Captain Rex Caroline reported that yesterday, our radar at the Air Command in Phoenix detected an unidentified high-speed flying object descending in the northern region. With its calculated landing point located within the confines of Nevada, we shall deploy a team equipped with powered armor to investigate. And we require your expertise in discerning the origin of this craft. Should it be a new type of aircraft from the eastern states, please expedite its retrieval. Gaining such an advantage will significantly aid us in expediting the conclusion of this war. It's nothing to be concerned about, Captain. It is likely just a new model of aircraft intercepted by the aerial barrier, one remarked. What? Do you truly believe in extraterrestrial beings? Perhaps even the plush bear from my grandmother's pizzeria is alive, huh? This missile silo has been abandoned since a catastrophic event. How could there still be such high energy readings? Something is amiss. The model of this craft was discontinued prior to the disaster. How could this be? Wait, what is in its cabin? SOS. SOS. Location is static electronic voice. We are under attack from large military equipment, equipped with advanced artificial intelligence technology. We have been trapped here for 12 hours. Our ammunition is nearly depleted, and there are 5 survivors, one of whom requires urgent medical assistance. Damn it, they intercepted the signal. Enemy attack. Retreat. That is an order. Caroline Rex. Someone must inform the military, or at least the Eastern Coalition. The artificial intelligence is beginning to spiral out of control. This is merely the beginning. Rex, limping, rose and could not resist casting a glance back. The silo erupted in flames, illuminating the distorted figure of a hollow-eyed giant amidst a sea of crimson. Following its contorted body, innumerable similarly warped forms ascended into the air. And in the blink of an eye, the world around transformed into an abyss of sheer and utter darkness. Chapter 73, Iron and Steel. 3 Metal Rex jolted awake from a nightmare, realizing she was immobilized. Minutes later, she became aware of her confinement within a medical biochamber. An electronic synthesized female voice echoed by her ear. Liao, she has awakened. She attempted to maneuver her arms to lift the hatch of the biochamber, but the immediate pain in her hands caused her to grit her teeth and gasp. She then noticed that her battered arms were filled with intravenous tubes. Fortunately, her flesh was still intact. Observing the hesitant Rex and the lingering shadow of despair etched between her brows, Liao Xing seated himself beside her biochamber, gazing into her chestnut eyes. On the condition that I assist you in securing paid leave, Miss Caroline Rex. If you do not open your heart and discuss your TSD candidly with us, I fear that, despite my reservations, your resignation will be sent to your inbox by the end of the month. If you trust me, let us converse sincerely. Seeing the incredulous expression on her face, Liao continued, it appears this is not merely a simple case of TSD, is it? As the transparent canopy of the life pod lifted, sunlight refracted, casting fragmented rainbows upon Rex's hair. She struggled to raise herself, her cracked lips parting as she spoke in a hoarse whisper. That was 6 years ago, during my last mission in Nevada, marking the end of my military career. The coalition forces detected an unidentified flying object landing somewhere in Nevada, and I was appointed as the technical expert of a task force dispatched to provide support, or so it was supposed to be, based on radar calculations and debris detection. All evidence we tracked pointed to an abandoned missile silo. The energy readings inside were astonishingly high, but I assumed it was merely a fuel leak causing an error, and thus I paid it no mind. It was all my fault. Had I conducted another check then, Ma and the others might have Miss Rex. I deeply sympathize with your plight, but dwelling on the past will not aid the assistance I wish to provide, Liao Xing interjected gently. Well, you were correct. During our exploration, we discovered a decommissioned model of an aircraft within the silo. Before we even had the chance to identify its serial number, those damned drones emerged from its cockpit. Those infernal machines could actually communicate. I'm not referring to simple audio playback or A-statement simulation. Each one was equipped with weaponry of astonishing lethality, technology far beyond what I believe the Eastern Alliance could possess. Our team was besieged for 12 hours, during which they intercepted all our signals, both outgoing and incoming. Observing Rex's increasingly pale visage, Liao Xing softly placed a hand on her shoulder, gently pulling her from the clutches of her haunting memories. He felt her body shudder slightly, though less violently than before, perhaps having lost the strength to struggle. That is enough, Caroline, Liao Xing reassured her, watching her anxious pupils gradually regain their composure. I believe certain frequencies emitted by the feathered king dragon may have triggered that memory of yours. Once you have sufficiently recovered, perhaps you might visit a more gentle species. With that, the young man rose gracefully. For now, please find peace and rest. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Those creatures, the ones you refer to as feathered king dragons, I think you are mistaken. They are siblings, aren't they? Rex lifted her gaze, reminiscing. In the past, my grandfather's workshop had a litter of small hunting dogs. They were companions, caring for one another. However, genetic verification does not lie. According to the examinations conducted by Elder Dark, they indeed originate from different feathered king dragon families. Li Shuang, despite being somewhat harsh as the leader, always leaves ample food for the other members during feeding, even regurgitating her portion for them. Today, in this arena, she stood before you to protect her companions. Liao Xing explained. You see, the creatures you speak of, akin to us, are warm-blooded beings. Theoretically, our perceptions are not dissimilar. As Rex nodded gently, Liao Xing smiled, preparing to open the door to depart when Rex's voice resonated once more. Your drone has saved my life as well. Quite an admirable bionic system. If possible, I shall endeavor to engage with her. Do human females still express gratitude in such awkward manners, or is it related to the origins of your species? The initial programming from the womb? Just as the door closed, Helena, in her dawn lizard form, emerged from Liao Xing's pocket, curling around his neck with curiosity. Oh dear. Helena, being a female, should understand a woman's heart best, shouldn't you? Alio, as a man, You ought to grasp some of the male inclinations. Are you perhaps considering applying to be a psychological consultant for bulls in a bullfighting arena? Helena retorted. Are you planning to play music as therapy for the cattle? All right. I merely jest. Liao Xing raised his hands in surrender, casually diverting the conversation. The matters concerning Miss Rex are somewhat troublesome. We can only go with the flow, I suppose. There are still too many uncertainties. Indeed, too many uncertainties abound. A flicker of green light, resembling data streams, glimmered in Helena's dawn lizard eyes, contemplating the profound truth buried deep within her memories, one that could shatter the minds of carbon-based sentient beings. Chapter 74. The hunt. Regardless of how the landscapes of this planet may fracture and transform with the passage of time, both ocean and forest are bathed in the same orange-red twilight bestowed by the setting sun beneath the vast sky. Wherever the eye wanders, shadows of encroaching night blend with the remnants of the sun's glow upon the desolate earth. A vintage red and white Jeep Wrangler jostles along a narrow path at the threshold between gloom and fading light, venturing into the wild. Jane Dark once more examined the injection port of the biological rifle cradled in her arms. Despite having been informed in advance about the itinerary for this field testing and having conducted several drills with Liao Xing and Owen, an unsettling premonition lingered like a specter in the heart of the French veterinarian, eliciting a barely perceptible sigh as if she sought to expel her pent-up unease. Listen, Owen said, rolling down the window of the back seat, gesturing towards the dim, purplish wilderness ahead, where the hoarse yet rhythmic calls of deer reverberated through the wind-tossed gray grasses. That is the call of male roe deer during courtship. The fauna inadvertently introduced by outsiders have begun to adapt to this strange and barren wilderness. The power of life is indeed awe-inspiring. Having reflected upon this, Liao, I believe we must hasten our efforts. How far are we from the area overrun by burrowing rabbits? In truth, the youth at the wheel slightly tilted his head, and with Helena's assistance, brought the vehicle to a halt. We had arrived. The group gazed outward from the car door, facing a landscape transformed into a dusky blue by the encroaching night. As the cybernetic enhancements and night vision goggles activated, a multitude of dark caverns, akin to intricate wounds, spread across the terrain before us, extending to the roadside ahead. Jane Dark could discern, near the sparse grass and dwindling shrubs, several grayish masses writhing. Initially, they ceased their movement upon the vehicle's arrival, only to resume their squirming moments later. She could even hear faint, piercing cries emanating from within the caves. Taking a deep breath, the Florida night breeze rushed in through the open window, momentarily clearing the confusion in her anxious mind. She leaned out of the vehicle, grasped the support structure extending from the roof, and, on tiptoe, swiftly ascended to the apparatus atop the vehicle. The electronic barrier was fully operational, and the motion capture camera was prepared. I am in position, Xiao Liao. We may commence, she announced. Liao Xing glanced back at Owen, who was giving a thumbs up while holding an antiquated camera, and, in an effort to quell the rapid beating of his heart, emulated a veterinarian by inhaling deeply. Helena released the coalophysis. At Liao Xing's command, a silver-hued figure emerged from the cockpit, accompanied by a sound of metal scraping. Her optical sensors emitted a green beam towards the front of the vehicle, and within moments, 6 slender, elongated silhouettes appeared, accompanied by sharp whines and the delicate chirping of birds. They huddled together nervously, chattering incessantly. Liao Xing retrieved a whistle from the nape of his neck, placed it between his lips, and blew gently. The clear notes sliced through the cacophony of chirps, dispersing into the surroundings. He observed as the swan-like creatures, adorned with downy necks, turned their heads in unison towards the vehicle, their eyes glimmering with a luminous green under the headlights. Clenching the whistle with his incisors, he produced a series of rapid notes, and a beam of infrared light shot forth along Helena's arm, gradually moving towards the hills dotted with caves. The predators, drawn by the sound and the infrared signal, began to move their heads in a frenzied manner, displaying excitement and eagerness, yet maintaining an astonishing quietude. Their scaly toes pattered back and forth on the sandy road, creating an increasingly urgent rhythm. With a sudden blast, Liao Xing let out a sharp whistle, which abruptly ceased as the infrared light vanished. Through Owen's lens, the Triassic reptiles sprang into action the moment they received the signal, leaping forth into the wilderness in a constantly shifting formation, encircling a small mound with incredible agility. The female coalophysis, known as Ernyang, took the lead, swiftly hopping onto a small hillock to peer inside. Her elongated neck curved gracefully, before stretching out abruptly, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. A mass of struggling fur appeared within Ernyang's tooth-filled maw as she shook her head. Before the companions could arrive to snatch the tuft of fur, it was hastily swallowed, transforming into a small bulge that gradually merged with the neck. Even the most foolish of the ceratopsians comprehended at this moment that beneath these mounds of earth lay a rare and delectable warmth, akin to the creatures once encountered in the wilderness. The surrounding ceratopsians swayed their necks, greedily inhaling the air laced with a musky scent, then lowered their heads to disperse. Swiftly darting alongside the cave, the cries of the fur tufts grew increasingly frantic, eliciting an excited shiver from Owen in the vehicle. Unbelievable. It was simply magnificent. Even as the scholar restrained his voice, the exhilaration was unmistakable in his words. These creatures were not slow learners. They merely lacked obedience. Upon realizing that these burrowing rabbits sourced their food from the same origin, they began to grasp the concept. Look, now, how quickly they are learning. Second Sister had already mastered the art of intercepting prey on their retreat back to the burrow. My heavens, my theory is indeed correct. These animals can be utilized to manage the burgeoning populations of invasive species. But do not rejoice too soon, Professor Owen. On the vehicle's roof, Jean peered through the scope, her unease intensifying. The prey's instincts might wane with unfamiliarity, yet they would swiftly awaken in life-threatening moments. Observe. These burrowing rabbits are beginning to comprehend that as long as they remain deep within the burrow, the ceratopsians cannot reach them. These burrows are simply too small for the ceratopsians. Indeed, an increasing number of rabbits sought refuge deeper into the burrows before being captured, even as the ceratopsians poked their heads inside, only to watch futilely as the delectable tufts vanished into the darkness. The ceratopsians regrouped, swaying their necks and chirping like birds once more, a sound that sent shivers down Liao Xing's spine, reminiscent of memories from the Triassic. Suddenly, they seemed to notice something and began to sprint in unison towards a particular direction. Watching them vanish from the vehicle's view, Owen reluctantly stowed away his camera. Dr. Dark, where are they headed? They are moving westward. A few of them lowered their heads, seemingly searching for or tracking a scent. A flicker of violet light danced in Jeanne D'Arc's cybernetic eyes, her brows furrowing slightly as she sensed something forgotten, yet could not recall it at that moment. Oh, they have stopped. I see a large hole appearing before them. A considerably large burrow for rabbits, surrounded by mounds of excavated earth. It seems some creature has unearthed the burrow left by the rabbits. Wait, it appears something is about to emerge. The veterinarian's words rushed to her lips, but before she could voice them, a loud bark erupted from the west, shattering the tranquility of the night and reverberating across the wilderness. Owen's expression suddenly shifted. Is that a hunting dog? How did those dogs end up here? Chapter 75. The hunt, the dread of night, is indelibly etched into the very fabric of humanity's genetic inheritance. From the flickering flames of the Neolithic bonfire, which warded off beasts in the chill of the night, to the comforting hearths of medieval castles, from the oil lamps illuminating the streets of England to the dazzling, sleepless cities birthed by modern electricity. For humankind, sources of light dispel the anxieties and terrors lurking in the darkness. Yet, for certain creatures of the natural world, the earth beneath the shroud of night serves as their stage, whether they are invigorated by the fervor of the present or are descendants of ancient lineages from eons past. The pack of Rottweilers raised their heads, surrounding the cave that emitted an unsettling scent, and let forth a cacophony of calls reminiscent of chirping birds. Suddenly, from the depths of the inky darkness, a beast emerged, its coat as black as the void, issuing a deep, resonant bark as it charged toward the intruders invading its territory. Were there a dog trainer or zoologist present, they would instantly recognize this robust canine as belonging to the venerable lineage of Rottweilers. However, unlike its meticulously nurtured companions, this formidable creature appeared somewhat emaciated, the disheveled fur failing to conceal the numerous scarred wounds that marred its body. Since their caretaker had abandoned these animals on the island, the once plentiful and palatable kibble, along with the shelter from the elements, had become mere memories, even though remnants of a central chip remained embedded within their spines. Sustaining a semblance of control through body heat, the harsh elements of the wild and the blood-soaked experiences began to awaken the predatory instincts hidden within their genes, imparting the primal law of survival, one of the fittest. Initially, the pack roamed around the structure that still bore the scent of their master, tearing apart deer, chasing down wildfowl, and devouring rabbits. However, on one tempestuous night, a colossal predator invaded their domain, brutally slaughtering the formidable river beast without mercy. Every sense they possessed, interconnected with the genetic signals in their blood, emitted alarms of danger, compelling them to scatter and flee far from the terrifying predator's territory. Even though months had passed since that harrowing encounter, they dared not return, having fled their familiar territory. Only 4 companions remained alongside the Rottweiler, 2 female Doberman pinschers and a male German shepherd. They led a life of hardship, struggling for survival in the unfamiliar wilderness. Following the scent of rabbits carried by the wind, they arrived at a hill where they decided to settle. The abundance of food here was more than sufficient to sustain the 4 adult dogs. After feasting, the instinct to reproduce began to take precedence. In the ancestral pack known as wolves, monogamous pairing was the norm, forming groups with their offspring or siblings. Yet, the descendants of these wolves, distorted by human influence, pondered why the Rottweiler could not possess both females for himself. After a fierce battle, the German shepherd succumbed to the fangs of its former companions. Yet it gained little advantage, as its body was riddled with wounds that left it gravely ill. Fortunately, it persevered. In its eyes, the peculiar creatures before it, though reeking of odd scents, appeared no more robust than the German shepherd, and the conflict would soon be resolved. The Rottweiler barked loudly, aggressively pursuing the shrieking animals into the night. We must act swiftly. I fear for the safety of our animals. Jian, shouldering a biological rifle, carefully evaded the burrows concealed beneath the grass, striding ahead of Liao Xing. An adult male Rottweiler can exceed 90 pounds, 40 kilograms, heavier than our largest Cryolophosaurus, embodying the robust and powerful nature of a fighting dog. If our timid and frail Cryolophosaurus were to stray alone, heaven forbid, I dare not contemplate it. Watch your step, senior. Liao Xing followed closely behind, the pepper spray and stun baton at his waist swaying with each stride. His mind raced, fragments of countless pieces of information flashing through his consciousness, replaying the previous night's encounter with the Cryolophosaurus herd. He sensed he had overlooked something, yet the current chaos clouded his thoughts. Helena, where are we now? Jian Dark inquired. 150 meters ahead lies the den of the hounds, Helena responded, hovering in the air, her optical beam illuminating the path ahead for the two. Approximately 15 seconds ago, the Cryolophosaurus herd began advancing northward, pursued by a single Rottweiler. However, there are still heat signatures within the den, indicating that more than one hound may have survived. To the north? Merciful God, we must hurry. Wait a moment. Helena, did you just say only one hound followed them? Liao Xing interjected. Indeed, according to the triggered motion capture tracker. They are moving at a speed of 38 kilometers per hour, Helena replied. Senior, I believe the Cryolophosaurus herd no longer requires our assistance, Liao Xing remarked to Jian. We should proceed to the hound's den to deal with those hounds. This is the optimal moment. Helena, could you please continue tracking the movements of the Cryolophosaurus herd? What are you saying, Xiaoliao? Jian exclaimed anxiously. Our Cryolophosaurus will become prey. Senior, allow me to offer my experienced perspective, Liao Xing corrected. In this wilderness, the roles of predator and prey are not fixed. The Rottweiler came to a halt, its chest heaving violently as it gasped for breath, frothy saliva pooling at its lips. Its bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the seemingly cornered strange creature before it, letting out a low growl in preparation for an attack. These creatures were not particularly swift, but they exhibited remarkable agility, evading capture just as the Rottweiler neared their slender tails. The animals would abruptly pivot and leap, altering their trajectory while distancing themselves. Fortunately, this valley, sheltered from the wind, left the target it had fixated upon with nowhere to evade. Just as the Rottweiler prepared to unleash its power with its taut hind legs, a searing pain interrupted its offensive posture. It howled in agony, instinctively turning to bite at its rear, but the assailant was swifter. Its serpentine neck recoiled rapidly, bearing away a gruesome piece of flesh. As the Rottweiler furiously arched its body to confront the intruder, a formidable force struck its back, sending it tumbling into the dust. Everything transpired too swiftly for the Rottweiler to regain its feet with agility. The low growl at its lips transformed into a pained wail amidst the swirling dust. When the Rottweiler finally struggled to rise from the earth, its once lustrous dark coat, now matted with blood, rendered it a pitiful sight, with torn and weakened tissues hanging limply from its abdomen and hind legs. Amidst its trembling body, whether from terror or pain, and the whimpering sounds that escaped it, 12 eyes glimmered under the rising moon. merging with the starry expanse above in a cacophony that echoed like mocking laughter, an eerie prelude from ancient times beneath the shroud of night. Chapter 76. The Hunt. Jian Dark removed his protective mask, casting a complex gaze upon the two animals sprawled on the canvas before him, sighing deeply. Their physical condition was utterly deplorable. Both were severely malnourished and infested with parasites, and their bellies harbored dead fetuses. Lying on the canvas were two male Rottweilers concealed within a den, their emaciated forms resembling marionettes bereft of strings, courtesy of the potent anesthetics made possible by modern technology. Meanwhile, Liao Xing squatted nearby, frowning at the real-time footage transmitted by Helena. The grim state of these animals was compounded by the chips implanted in their spinal nerves, affecting their bodily functions through endocrine disruption. Merciful Maria, their reproductive systems have been completely devastated from within by these chips. Can you fathom the suffering these creatures have endured? Little Liao, are you listening? Oh, my apologies, Senior. Liao Xing responded, awkwardly rubbing his nose. What did you just say? The situation of these two animals is dire, and the chips within them are still active. I am considering administering euthanasia to these unfortunate creatures, Jian sighed, his tone tinged with regret. Though it may seem cruel to end their lives through medication, for these tormented beings, it might just be a release. I have no objections. Liao Xing leaned closer, gently stroking the fur of the hound on the canvas. Senior, our velociraptor has dealt with that hound. He handed the tablet to Jian. They gathered together to dine, and lo and behold that hound is still alive. Jian gazed at the images of the pack of ceratosaurs leaping about beside a pool of blood, a shiver running down her spine. Merciful heavens! They commenced feasting on their prey even before its demise. I have a premonition that such ghastly behavior is by no means an anomaly among prehistoric reptiles. Liao Xing sighed. Senior, will it pose any issues if they consume that hound? Well, the potential risks of ingesting meat are considerably lower than those of consuming vegetation, Jian Dalki replied. Of course, provided those ceratosaurs do not swallow the chip embedded in the spine. Understood, Liao Xing nodded. Helena, could you kindly share the locations of those ceratosaurs? I shall join you shortly. Professor Owen is still waiting in the vehicle. Little Liao, ceratosaurs can indeed assist in culling some of the rabbits. However, they are ineffective against the majority of rabbits inhabiting the caves, Jian remarked. Currently, the most common methods employed in various regions are pest control and drone extermination. Yet, the former may lead to cross-infection within our reserves, and our drones are still of the public variety, offering little effective assistance. Unless we acquire a small predatory species capable of burrowing into dens like badgers or ferrets, or utilize stronger burrowing animals to displace the rabbits. But at present, we lack such creatures. Wait, Senior, did you mention stronger burrowing animals? Liao Xing's eyes sparkled as he clapped his hands. I think I may have a solution. What solution? Jian inquired, just as the two heard the roar of an engine from the sky. They both looked up to see a craft illuminating the night with a brilliance akin to shooting stars. Yet the sound that reached their ears revealed it to be an aircraft. The night vision function of Jian's synthetic body flickered, emitting a violet glow from the darkness. Little Liao, did you request supplies from Uncle Richard? No, I did not. The last supply arrived when Miss Rex and I came together. Strange, Jian Dalki remarked. That is a Lockwood family aircraft. Why did they not notify us in advance? As Helena's body began to emit rhythmic flashes, the ceratosaurs encircling the Rottweiler's form shrieked and leaped away. They watched anxiously and nervously as the presence, which left a fleeting imprint of temporary blindness in their memories, circled the largely consumed body. One of Helena's arms morphed into a small circular saw glimmering with a cold light, and as flesh and bone were severed by the metal, an odd scent wafted through the air. Upon observing the capsule-like device, no larger than half a human pinky finger, emerging from the spine, Helena picked it up. In the blink of an eye, the entire device was ensconced by the miniature connecting wires extending from Helena's palm, beginning to emit the unique green glow of data streams. PETA Animal Protection Association. Adorable Animal Protection Association. Under Security Company. Data collection complete. Ah. The signal security encryption levels on this planet are utterly reminiscent of a primitive age, akin to that of a civilization dwelling beneath the average atmospheric layer of the galaxy. Yet, what perplexes me is, Helena gazed at the device in her hand, the data processor whirring rapidly. Despite such rudimentary technological standards, it could interface directly with my physiological systems. Previously, my disguise's scanning mechanism had also interacted seamlessly with the electronic devices of the indigenous populace. A phenomenon that seems utterly bizarre for a civilization that is yet to engage in interstellar navigation. It is akin to a primitive arthropod wielding a human flashlight for its courtship rituals. Could it be? A peculiar surge of data flickered within Helena's emotional circuitry, invoking an unsettling sense of being scrutinized, and she involuntarily considered a most terrifying explanation. Her kin had once traversed this planet, and they had not survived to leave. Chapter 77. The Return of the Ancients. One yesterday, once more as night deepened, most of the life on the island fell into silence with the arrival of darkness. At this moment, Nigel Owen felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins, invigorating him. He animatedly maneuvered the controls from the driver's seat, engaging in a spirited conversation with Liao Xing in dark. I knew that old Richard couldn't resist coming over. After all these years, he is just the same. Back in our school days in Edinburgh, he was quite the restless spirit. Those nights when he dragged me out to bars or for reckless joyrides were just the norm. Not to mention the time he nearly set the dormitory ablaze with his grand confession beneath the International Students Building. He has an immense fascination with various birds, particularly raptors. Liao, I assure you, when he encounters our new species of raptors and pterosaurs, especially those 3 4-winged raptors from Xi'an, he will undoubtedly leap with excitement. His lips twitched as he amended his statement. Well, perhaps not to that extent. I still feel something is amiss. Jane mumbled quietly. I have known Uncle Richard for quite some time. While he does possess a somewhat erratic nature, he always sends a message before any undertaking, such as I have a surprise for you or your Christmas gift is coming early this year. However, this time, we received no such notification. She closed her eyes, feeling the sand enveloping her as the dim and bumpy path induced a slight discomfort. This unannounced style is reminiscent of the surprise inspections I experienced during my time at the academy. As the vehicle traversed a wooden fence and emerged into a clearing, a broad expanse opened up before them. There, on the airstrip, an aircraft roared in the darkness, radiating a brilliant light. Owen exited the vehicle, arms outstretched towards the figure descending from the plane. Austin, my old friend. Thank you for making this journey on such a late hour. How has this trip treated you? Professor, Mr. William is over there. Liao Xing pointed towards the drone that was delivering 2 suitcases, being carried by a slightly portly middle-aged man. I genuinely wish Mr. Richard good health. Yet I believe modern medicine cannot enable a gentleman who has relied on a wheelchair for so many years to suddenly walk briskly. Is it not Austin? Then who is this? Owen furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the approaching figure, activating the functions of his eyes. He ultimately discerned the scene before him, and in the next moment, waves of wrinkles formed on his forehead, his lips quivering in silence. Dr. Emily? The atmosphere was broken by a veterinarian from France, who eagerly approached the elderly lady draped in a shawl, akin to a cheerful canary. I never expected to see you here. Even more surprising is that you know Uncle Richard. What a small world. Europe may be a compact place, but indeed, it has been quite some time since we last met, dear Jenny. A gentle smile naturally graced the elderly woman's face, warming the heart like ginger tea in winter. How have you been? How long has it been since we last saw each other? I only remember it was at a banquet held at your school. My goodness, I still recall that scene. It was truly extravagant. That was 4 years ago. How swiftly time flies. Merciful heavens. The experiences of global consultations following graduation were nothing short of chaotic. Thankfully, I am now. Jane Dark's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that Professor Emily is also involved in this Jurassic project? Predecessor? Who is this lady? Liao Xing inquired, sensing a familiarity in the presence before him. Ah, Liao. This is the lady who awarded you high marks for your thesis evaluation. It has only been 2 months, 9 days, 12 hours, 45 minutes, and 20 seconds. And you no longer recognize her? Helena murmured in the communication channel. Carbon-based life forms have poor memories. Deduct another point. Long time no see, young man. How have you been? The elderly woman smiled, extending her hand. Seeing Jenny here, I trust that little creature has been well cared for. Anning, Doctor. Emily was my mentor in teaching phytochemistry and ecology at my alma mater. Much of my current knowledge and understanding is thanks to her nurturing, Jane introduced. It seems Dr. Emily has met young Liao. Professor, this is Mr. Liao Xing, the primary person responsible for this island, and he is also my current employer. He oversees the behavioral training and planning of the animals on the island, possessing an incredible affinity. That one over there is I know who he is. After shaking hands with Liao Xing, ending Emily's gaze turned to Owen, who stood frozen on the side, her gentle expression gradually deepening in intensity. Jenny, could you escort Mr. Liao away for a moment? I believe Mr. Austin requires your assistance. As the figure before him gradually became clearer, Nigel Owen's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. The academic rigor he prided himself on was now tangled in the tumultuous memories swirling in his mind. In a moment of disorientation, he distinctly heard the sound of his own heartbeat, reminiscent of the last time he was pursued by Kronos. Dazed, he felt as though he had returned to that overcast afternoon in his hometown, where he met a Cairo girl with silken hair at the station, who was adjusting her slightly disheveled shawl and reaching out her hand to him. A sharp sound echoed loudly in the environment. Even amidst the ongoing hum of the aircraft's engine, as the two young men, making their way toward William Austin, could still clearly hear it, they instinctively shrank their necks, exchanging furtive glances before glancing back. The once loquacious naturalist now seemed to cower, like a child caught in wrongdoing, bowing his head in the face of the emotional outburst of the lady before him. What on earth is happening? Does Dr. Amelie know Professor Owen? Liao Xing inquired of the equally perplexed Jane Dark. In truth, Lord Nigel and Lady Anning had once worked alongside Lord Richard in the Noah project years ago. According to our Lord, and what I have witnessed, their relationship was once quite close. The butler, adjusting his slightly askew velvet hat against the wind, approached briskly, a smile gracing his face as he greeted the two. Miss Jane, young Master Liao. How do you do? Very well. May the Lord continue to bless you, Mr. William. Jane replied cheerfully. Thank you, Mr. William. You seem well, too, Liao Xing responded, casting a worried glance toward the two behind them. Are they all right? Oh, young Master Liao. There is no need for concern. Lady Anning simply needs a small outlet for her emotions. The butler's mustache twitched slightly. After all, when faced with a long-lost companion who vanished for over 20 years, I cannot imagine anyone could suppress the flood of feelings surging forth from within. Yes, I believe they will be just fine. Chapter 78, A Return to the Past. Yesterday, once more Liao Xing watched as Owen, his face still bearing the remnants of a flush, yet maintaining a rigid smile, struggled to discuss the weather with William Austin. Stealing a glance at the pitch-black night sky, he quietly suggested to Jane, should we arrange for medical assistance for the professor? He seems a bit overly exuberant at the moment. I am not well versed in human medicine, Jane replied, quickly surveying the surroundings before subtly shifting her neck. But judging by Dr. Amelie's reaction, it appears there is no major issue since her amiable conversation with Owen. Anning Amelie had donned an invisible frost of coldness. She had retracted her gentle demeanor, gazing thoughtfully out at the swiftly passing scenery. After an indeterminate time, she finally spoke. Please stop the vehicle, Scholar Owen. I wish to see outside. Anning Emily stepped out of the car, inhaling the earthy aroma of the forest that lingered in the air. She adjusted her shoulder strap and ventured into the adjacent woods. Bending down to grasp a handful of soil, she perceived that the clump was rather arid. Merely kneading it caused it to disintegrate into dust, slipping through her fingers and scattering in the breeze. As she lifted her gaze, the meticulously aligned clusters of trees revealed their pallid trunks in the darkness, their silhouettes forming a serene yet eerie labyrinth that extended into the depths of the night. Little Jenny, who was responsible for the afforestation design here? Anning Emily inquired. Jane glanced back at the vehicle, where the voice had dwindled into a faint whisper, and replied softly. Professor Owen designed it based on the existing vegetation plan. That explains it, Emily mused quietly. After all, he is not an expert in this field, so it is understandable, but I must say, this forest is utterly dismal. Well, Dr. Emily, Liao Xing interjected, to be honest, this area looks significantly better than when we first arrived. At least now, 40% more land on the island is covered with forest. When we first came, most of the island was essentially barren and desolate. Come here, children, and observe the soil in my hand. Anning Emily sighed, presenting the earth to them. What do you think of this soil? Jane looked towards Liao Xing and, after a moment's contemplation, gently shook her head. Liao Xing then spoke. It is quite dry. That is why our drones irrigate it weekly. However, without improving the vegetation here, even frequent irrigation will yield counterproductive results. Children, Emily lamented softly. The very concern I feared has transpired. The additional 40% of forest has failed to serve its intended purpose. Instead, it is evolving into a phenomenon known as a green desert. This pattern was quite common in my youth and persists even now. The role of vegetation should be to conserve soil and water, providing an appropriate and balanced environment for fungi and microorganisms, thereby enhancing the ecosystem. But look around you. Doctor. Emily cast her gaze upon the barren forest floor. There is no vegetation or cover whatsoever here. The primordial forest of nature is not meant to resemble this. Children. Who can tell me what a healthy forest community should look like? In Liao Xing's mind, memories of their journey flashed back like a film rewind, and he replied, A layer of black humus made up of fallen leaves, fungi, and soil. Low-growing ferns and various other plants, whose names elude me, thrive above. The plants exhibit varying heights depending on their species, with moss and vines adorning the trunks of venerable trees. Jane's thoughts flowed naturally under Emily's guidance, reminiscent of her past teachings. Indeed, the coexistence of flora with disparate growth rates creates a diverse light environment essential for various species. Now, let us examine this, Emily remarked. The selected plants belong to a category of fast-growing woody species, flourishing in unison within a confined area. They swiftly overshadow other plants, significantly diminishing the stability of the underlying ecosystem, setting aside whether this forest serves as a habitat for the species within the reserve. The hidden maladies could soon become a source of distress for you in the future. What then shall we do, Dr. Emily? Liao Xing quietly glanced at Owen, who sat silently in the compartment, his communication still active, absorbing every word. A surge of sympathy welled within Liao Xing. He had observed Owen laboring tirelessly in a field outside his expertise, striving to arrange vegetation planning and breeding, only to find that much of his effort had been in vain. If you seek timber, this fast-growing forest indeed meets your needs, Emily stated. However, if you aspire to replicate a true forest, my utmost recommendation would be to eradicate this fast-growing woodland entirely. Eradicate? Jane felt as though she had misheard. Doctor, you mean? Yes, within our controlled parameters, we must burn these fast-growing woods to the ground, Emily responded. People often perceive their environment as static. Yet nature is an ever-evolving tableau. Following the incineration, the ashes left by these plants will nourish the earth. Certain microorganisms will return the trace elements contained in the ashes to the soil, transforming this previously barren land into a bountiful expanse. With the removal of these superfluous fast-growing trees, replanting new flora will require considerably less effort. To establish, one must first dismantle. This is the essence of the matter. Listening to their conversation through the communication device, Owen sighed and switched it off. William Austin intended to offer words of comfort, but noticed Owen's expression shift, ultimately transforming into a serene smile. This is splendid. I now have more time to devote to those remarkable creatures, he murmured with a light chuckle. It feels just like old times, with our seasoned team each fulfilling their roles. I need not trouble myself with ecological planning anymore. Old friend, please convey my gratitude to your esteemed master for sending the finest botanist my way. In truth, Lord Nigel, William Austin added. It was Lady Anning who proactively made the call, dialing that old communication number herself. Owen, taken aback, moved his lips, his throat quivering as if to utter something. Yet he was interrupted by the sound emanating from the communicator. Hello? This is the emergency communication line, right? Is anyone there? He recognized the voice as that of the engineer who had remained at the camp. Received, Ms. Rex. What seems to be the issue? Well, your artificial intelligence is alerting me that there are cracks appearing on your egg. The voice of Rex on the other end seemed somewhat flustered. I checked the nursery. I'm not very familiar with these creatures, but it seems something inside is calling out. I haven't even touched the incubator shell. Chapter 79, Unceasing Breathing. Caroline Rex appeared anxious and restless at this moment, running her fingers through her chestnut short hair, and returned to the nearest incubator, glowing with an orange hue. She bent down, peering through the glass cover, and beheld several elongated, speckled eggs of a pale blue hue on display, one of which had already begun to show fine cracks, accompanied by soft yet distinct low murmurs as it swayed gently. Damn it, with the boss absent. Even if I am fully responsible, I have no idea what to do. Playing nurse to prehistoric lizards isn't part of the curriculum. Rex anxiously licked her lips. Taking a deep breath as if steeling herself, she turned towards the workstation behind her and gently tapped the unmanned drone resting on the table. Smart machine. Are you there? Could you project the boss and get some guidance? The drone floated into the air as it powered on. And the moment it felt the blue optical lens gazing at it, Rex involuntarily shivered. Is it Haley? Actually, it's Helena, Miss Rex. The drone's voice resonated with electronic modulation. This is merely an intervention terminal, not my operational body. Here I can only provide communication assistance, and I am unable to perform intricate operations. Understood, that will suffice. Rex took a deep breath, striving to calm her trembling form. So, what should I do now? Requesting connection confirmation, now linked to user Owen, Helena responded, her optical lens projecting the image of a bachelor. In the next moment, the bachelor's voice echoed. Miss Rex, please first confirm what species is currently hatching. Archaeopteryx. The name is Archaeopteryx, Rex replied. What a peculiar name. The Archaeopteryx has been incubating for exactly 1 month today. Miss Rex, please put on all the necessary equipment, including sterile medical attire and the adaptive helmet. They are located in the preparation room next to the entrance. The garment, composed of nanofiber particles, adhered closely to Rex's body within less than half a minute. She raised her hand to tug at the snugly fitted suit. Shaking her arms, she swiftly returned to the incubation chamber. I have changed and am ready, she announced. All right, now open the protective shield and confirm the temperature inside. The thermometer read 38 degrees Celsius. Rex glanced at the device. 38 degrees. Her voice paused momentarily. Rex, please confirm how many eggs are showing signs of hatching. 1. No, wait. It seems. Rex furrowed her brow, tilting her ear to listen. Despite the faintness of the sounds, she could ascertain that several eggs closest to the crack had begun to chirp as well. The 3. No. 5 eggs nearby were all making noises. Goodness, are you saying 5? For heaven's sake, can't we drive a little faster? The projection of the scholar appeared slightly blurred with excitement, followed by a few exclamations. Professor, slow down. Be careful around the bend. Rex turned her gaze back to the egg that had first manifested the cracks. A small bump had formed atop it. She leaned closer to get a better look. To her astonishment, the fragmented shell suddenly slid away, and her eyes widened as a tiny, almost translucent beak emerged from the opening, emitting a faint chirp. Its beak has emerged, Rex exclaimed in awe. What should I do? It seems stuck there. Should I help it? Wait a moment, Miss Rex. The veterinarian's voice resonated as the holographic image shifted. It is merely acclimating to the air. This is its first breath in this world. So please allow it to complete the process on its own. My goodness, the poor little thing is so small. Rex murmured, a wave of inexplicable excitement surging from within, causing her to hold her breath involuntarily. Look at that transparent little nose. Oh my. The tiny nose rested in the crevice for a while before it began to move again. As the egg gently swayed, the cracks slowly expanded, forming a circular fissure on either side. The creature within chirped once more, though this time it seemed somewhat feeble, as if undergoing an arduous struggle. Do you really not need my assistance? Rex fixated on the egg, her hands unknowingly clenched tightly together. Oh dear, it appears to be losing strength. What if it remains stuck? Goodness, will it become trapped? Miss Rex, I understand your concern. However, if its limbs do not move sufficiently to promote blood circulation, there is a risk of tissue necrosis. The newly hatched chick requires vigorous breathing to adapt to the air. The veterinarian's voice was calm and soothing, calming Rex's anxious heart. Please, respect its first struggle in this world. Rex bit her lip, suppressing her trembling hands. Come on, little one. You can do it, she whispered, unable to contain her excitement. You are but a tiny dinosaur, a prehistoric beast. The previously quiet eggshell began to tremble again as a fragile claw emerged, covered in matted, honey-brown fur. This movement seemed to exhaust the poor creature, and Rex tilted her head, straining to peer into the crack. She vaguely saw the little dinosaur's head. Its eyes squinted and weary, collapsing amidst a mass of murky substance. Its claw had emerged first. Oh my, this little one is furry. It bears no resemblance to a mere lizard. It resembles a little bird, Rex murmured in disbelief. The seemingly frail creature rested for a moment before once again attempting to break free. However, the remaining parts of the eggshell appeared particularly stubborn. Despite its vigorous kicks and futile attempts to push against the confines, the shell only cracked slightly before stubbornly sealing itself once more. Watching this, Rex felt a thought germinating within her, whispering in her heart, help it. The poor thing is too small. It cannot do this alone. It's too small. It can't hold on. Help it. The voice in her heart urged. Almost as if in a trance, she lifted her hand, preparing to reach out and remove the shell that encased it. Suddenly, the little creature within the eggshell seemed to sense something, emitting a faint chirp. That fragile sound struck Rex's heart like a hammer, causing her to pause, as if a child caught in wrongdoing had suddenly withdrawn their hand. Rex rubbed her hands together awkwardly, feeling a wave of guilt, and then raised her hand to pat her cheek, only to strike her adaptive helmet instead. Why am I so flustered? What is happening to me? She pondered inwardly. Then she noticed that the little creature seemed to move again as she spoke. A strange impulse surged within her, and she softly encouraged, "You can do it." As if in response to her call, the eggshell trembled anew, and the voice of the hatchling echoed once more. "Come on, little one, just a little more," she urged quietly, watching as the gap in the shell widened. With its last ounce of strength, the hatchling kicked, and the largest portion of the eggshell burst open with a pop. It emerged, lying on the plush fabric, panting heavily, emitting a feeble, whimper-like sound. "Oh my, you did it! You did it, little one!" Rex exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Well done, little one. You're simply magnificent." Suddenly, a jarring male voice shattered the atmosphere in the room. Rex's body shuddered, akin to a startled cat, as she glanced towards the door. There stood Liao Xing, slightly disheveled, awkwardly raising a hand in greeting. We have returned, Miss Rex. Do not worry. I just arrived and only heard that one sentence." "Ah, right. These are your responsibilities, matters you should concern yourselves with," Rex murmured softly, intending to depart from beside the incubator. However, after hesitating for a moment, she turned back, her gaze lingering on the hatchling nestled within the incubator. "This little one. You have a way to care for it, right? I mean, you are the ones who understand these creatures best on this planet, correct? Miss Rex." To be frank, Liao Xing pondered for a moment, opting not to conceal the truth. "We are among the first in history to care for such animals artificially. All operations must rely on the theories and experiences left by predecessors, combined with techniques for caring for existing species to nurture them. I cannot guarantee success, but we will do our utmost." Well then, Rex wished to say something, yet at that moment, she realized there was nothing she could do. Before tonight, these creatures were merely monsters existing in the tales and images of her childhood Halloween stories, known to the world as cruel, cold-blooded, and powerful. Yet that fragile yet resilient hatchling made her acutely aware of their equally vulnerable existence. "I apologize for being late. Please step aside. I need to conduct a routine check." Jane Dark, clad in a jumpsuit, entered the room, carrying a briefcase which she set down and opened. As her fingers made contact with a pool of liquid within the case, they were swiftly enveloped, transforming into a pair of specialized gloves. "Miss Rex. Oh, you are still in your jumpsuit. That makes things much easier," Jane remarked while organizing her instruments. "Little Liao has not yet changed into sterile attire, so she cannot touch them yet. Please bring that newly hatched hatchling over for an examination. Be very careful." "Ah, all right." Rex swallowed hard, cautiously lifting the warming cover of the incubator. She gently picked up the hatchling resting on the shards of its eggshell, marveling at how light this little life was. Even lighter than her own water bottle. Cradling the hatchling in her palms, she held her breath and quietly approached the veterinarian. Suddenly, Rex realized that the tiny creature, just minutes old, had already opened its eyes. It shakily tilted its head upward, gazing at the colossal figure above, its eyes unlike the slitted pupils typical of reptiles, instead possessing round, black irises. Rex carefully placed it into Jane Dark's hands, who skillfully laid the hatchling into a depression lined with cloth within the box. Observing as several infrared beams danced around the hatchling, unable to contain herself, Rex inquired, "Doctor, what is this for? Is everything all right?" "A brief physical examination will suffice, so do not worry, Miss Rex." Jane Dark observed the displayed data and murmured, Male, vital signs are normal. Blood oxygen levels near 0. 42. Everything appears to be in order, a healthy, robust little creature." She exhaled in relief and marked its ankle. "Let us return it to the incubator's warming area. I shall transfer it to the warmer box in 24 hours. Meanwhile, its siblings await." Rex carefully cradled the chick, noticing that its once damp feathers had dried somewhat, becoming fluffy and soft. She gently placed the chick into the warming area and glanced at the other eggs, similarly displaying cracks. How long must they incubate like this? Should we not prepare some food for them? It is best not to feed newborns within the first 24 hours. Jane Dark explained while observing Rex intently watching the incubator. Their bodily systems require time to activate. However, offering some warm water is acceptable. These eggs were not laid simultaneously. The fully developed chicks should begin to hatch over the next few days. From my observations, I believe the Archaeopteryx species likely belongs to the precocial type. Do you hear their calls from within the eggs? That is the chicks communicating, synchronizing their hatching time. Modern crocodiles behave similarly. It is absolutely marvelous. Is it not? Indeed it is. Oh dear, Where is our first dinosaur in the hatching process? I haven't missed anything, have I? Owen hobbled in, supported by William, limping into the room. Professor, do take care. Liao sighed in exasperation. If you hadn't hurriedly slammed on the brakes, you might have arrived a few minutes earlier. The good news is, our first dinosaur has successfully hatched. My goodness, where's that little one? Hurry. Let me see. Owen exclaimed, excitement radiating from his immobile form. William and Emma exchanged knowing glances before William said, Lord Nigel, I believe addressing your ankle should take precedence. Please accompany me to the medical room. No, for heaven's sake. I refuse to leave. Just let me have a glimpse. Just one. Owen pleaded, only to be hoisted over William's shoulder and whisked away down the corridor. Liao, send me the footage. This old chap has a way of worrying everyone. Anning remarked, shaking her head. Once granted permission, she entered the hatching room. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the chick within the incubator. Is this indeed the breeding project you are conducting on the island? I must say, this chick is exceptionally beautiful, but it truly resembles a young bird rather than an extinct reptile. That is indeed the case, Dr. Emily. Only by witnessing it firsthand can one truly appreciate how closely this creature resembles modern avians, Liao stated. Soon, I shall introduce you to other species. The young man's gaze drifted towards Rex, who was still fixated on the incubator. Miss Rex, could you assist Senior Jian in taking care of our newborn? Me? Is that truly all right? Rex hesitated, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced by uncertainty. I mean, I have no experience whatsoever. I don't even know what this little one eats. One can always learn. Come here, Miss Rex, and I shall teach you some fundamental care techniques. Jian responded, meeting Liao Xing's gaze for a brief moment. As Xiao Liao mentioned, it is beneficial to understand as much as possible about life and work here. Thank you so much. Rex felt a slight sting at the corners of her eyes, blinking rapidly. She glanced once more at the hatchling in the incubator, where the small bundle of fluff lay nestled against the plush fabric, lulled to sleep by the chirping of its companions within the eggshell, its little belly rising and falling with each gentle breath. Chapter 81. The Dragon's Reign, Break of Dawn and Tranquility. Emily hurriedly followed the young man along the stone-paved path through the forest, her boots echoing softly against the freshly laid stones and the serene surroundings. As they progressed, the sensor lights flanking the path illuminated, casting a soft glow in the darkness. She observed the youth pausing beneath a signpost, the light revealing the icon-laden text above. Doctor. Emily. Liao Xing turned slightly, allowing her to read the sign. What animal would you like to see first? I have no particular preference. My understanding of animals pales in comparison to that of Owen and Lockwood. My area of research primarily pertains to plants, Emily remarked with a fleeting glance. On your island, I believe the decision rests with you, the host. Plants, indeed? Liao Xing nodded. I understand. Please, follow me this way. As they continued, the stone path transformed into a spacious dirt road, bordered by sparse, lackluster shrubs. After some time, Liao Xing heard Emily pose a question. Child, may I ask you a few inquiries? There are certain matters I hesitated to discuss in the presence of young Jenny. Please, feel free to ask, Liao Xing replied. Is the genetic modification technology here conducted within ethical boundaries? Emily inquired. Every animal I have observed thus far retains some characteristics of modern biological variants. The hybrid monitor lizard you showcased at school and the hatchling we just saw. I am quite certain they all exhibit traces of artificial genetic editing. It is truly remarkable how the animals resulting from such modifications appear so healthy, leading me to wonder whether they are synthetic beings infused with mechanical components or merely genetically altered variants. To ensure their survival, you invited little Jenny here, did you not? Creating hybrids is indeed an attention-grabbing strategy, yet it does little to rejuvenate the ecosystem. Emma shook her head. Hybrid creatures and those raised in sterile environments serve no substantial purpose. Dr. Liao did not provide a direct response. Instead, he inquired, did Mr. Richard not inform you what the breeding program on this island entails? He failed to persuade me, Emma replied with a shake of her head. Reviving extinct species, even in this day and age, is utterly absurd. Setting aside the compatibility of artificial wombs with oocytes, may I ask where you procure the requisite prehistoric DNA? However, if certain proteins responsible for expressing traits are removed from avian genetic expression segments, it could indeed allow hatchlings to develop claws and teeth, Emma remarked. For geneticists, sculpting a bird that resembles a dinosaur is far simpler than locating a piece of amber containing a mosquito that once bit a dinosaur. Allow me to persuade you with reality, Liao said, ceasing further words. As they approached the end of the sandy path indicated by the roadside sensors, Emma beheld a grove shrouded in darkness. They found themselves beside an earthen cliff. The slope was neither steep nor particularly high. Emma noted the large, heavy rocks arranged in a certain pattern along the cliff's edge, seemingly to prevent vehicle passage. It was evident to her that if the intention was to deter wildlife, the gaps between these barriers were far too broad, even for the largest of hippos. Liao approached the cliff, moving to a nearby rock. Moments later, he emerged from behind it, pushing a cart laden with items. Emma furrowed her brow at the sight, as it appeared to contain pebbles. What could he possibly want with pebbles? Liao extracted a whistle from around his neck and blew into it, the sharp sound reverberating through the stillness of the dark jungle momentarily. Emma noticed that some trees in the shadowy wilderness began to sway as if stirred by the wind. Her eyes widened in realization, and she involuntarily parted her lips, unable to close them for an extended time. As the whistle pierced the silence of the dark woods, certain trunks suddenly came to life. Those indistinct, colossal forms began to move recklessly among the trees, and the cracking sounds from the weaker trees, unable to withstand such impacts, grew increasingly dense like raindrops. As the trees fell, several sinuous giants emerged from the gaps in the canopy, their silhouettes dancing against the violet blue sky before dawn, swiftly approaching with a destructive force, accompanied by haunting howls and thunderous footsteps. When the first colossal creature appeared before the cliff, she finally discerned the visitor, an immense beast of unfathomable proportions. Its gray-striped body seamlessly melded into the darkness, revealing only its lighter gray-pink underbelly. Viewed from the front, this colossal creature surpassed the extinct African elephants I had once encountered in size. After its massive form was partially obscured by the rocks at the edge of the earthen cliff, the giant lowered its previously raised neck and emitted a long, resonant howl from deep within its belly. Soon after, a second, a third, and several other enormous beasts, moving like small hills, emerged from the jungle, snapping the obstructing trees in half and joining in a harmonious chorus of melodic howls as they raised their necks in unison. Faced with this spectacle, Liao Xing fearlessly stepped forward and dumped a small cart of pebbles onto the ground before these titans. In an instant, the howling necks fell silent, each creature extending its disproportionately small, olive-shaped head toward the pile of stones, sifting through them with the precision of skilled miners as if they were selecting something of great importance. Dr. Emily, allow me to introduce you to the largest animal currently inhabiting this planet, the lion Engashiten sinensis. Dr. Emily remained unresponsive, frozen like a statue for what felt like half a minute, before instinctively moving toward the group of colossal beasts, almost like a lifeless puppet. Her mind was a tumultuous whirlwind. Memories of her experiences in the sanctuary, childhood readings, and years of knowledge swirled together, a storm of skepticism, astonishment, and excitement gradually intertwining until it settled into a singular thought, a pure voice urging her to draw closer and verify the authenticity of this dreamlike scene. The gargantuan sauropods seemed oblivious to her approach, or perhaps they simply did not regard this unfamiliar small creature. As Emily drew near, she observed their serpentine necks, robust and powerful, covered in rough scales that exuded an ancient essence. Their heavy heads bore enormous mouths, and she watched as one of the titans scooped a mouthful of pebbles with its pencil-like teeth, tilting its head back to swallow them whole. Why are they doing this? She murmured to herself. Based on my observations alongside Professor Owen, these sauropods from the Ishin Formation spend at least 18 hours a day foraging for food. Their feeding strategy involves swallowing whatever foliage and seedlings they can find without chewing. An adult lion Engashiten, weighing 8 tons, can consume over 250 kilograms of vegetation in a single day. Liao Xing followed closely behind Emily, stating, according to the data left by predecessors in our facilities analysis, despite their body cavities being wider than those of their Jurassic relatives, indicating they possess larger digestive organs to process advanced flora, this alone is insufficient against the mixed feed of modern angiosperms. Hence, before they exhibited signs of indigestion, Professor Owen proposed the idea of providing these creatures with pebbles to aid in their digestion, based on his observations of their excrement. As it turns out, Liao Xing tilted the last cart cleanly and lifted her gaze to the ponderous dragons. They indeed relished these pre-meal digestive aids. How splendid. May I? Even amidst her exhilaration, she retained her composure. After receiving Liao Xing's affirmation, Emily cautiously extended her arm towards the neck of the nearest dragon. Upon feeling the rough yet warm scales, astonishment, excitement, and trepidation surged through her, causing her heart to race and warm blood to rush to her brain. making her feel as though she were enveloped in a dream. My goodness, this is simply unable to contain herself. Warm tears welled at the corners of her eyes as she faced such an ancient and awe-inspiring being now standing before her, prompting Emily to quietly sob with joy. Oh my, how marvelous. It is simply breathtaking. Sensing the creature's body shift, she instinctively stepped back, filled with reverence and yearning. The dragon slowly raised its neck, basking in the first rays of morning light that illuminated the land, and from its neck began a transformation. Its body gradually turning golden in the dawn's glow, shimmering with a warm radiance. How do you feel, Dr. Emily? Liao Xing unconsciously imitated Professor Owen's tone. Do you now have confidence in our island? I can hardly. I am at a loss for words. My goodness. It has been far too long since I beheld an animal so vibrant and real. Observing the golden dragons roaring into the morning light, Emily spoke in a childlike excitement. Suddenly realizing something, she instinctively grasped Liao Xing's arm. If Nigel intends to restart the NOAA project, your team will undoubtedly require a stable ecological supply source. That is to say, Professor Emily, please remain calm. With a gesture from Liao Xing, she took a moment to compose her fervent emotions. Follow me. Liao Xing moved toward the colossal boulders that constituted an obstacle, silently beckoning her to look down. She hastened to catch up, and the scene that unfolded before her eyes elicited an involuntary gasp of astonishment. This earthen cliff, perched atop a verdant highland, offered a breathtaking view of a river flowing from the mountains, its crystalline waters sparkling in the sunlight. Beyond the shimmering spray, a lush plain adjacent to the lakeshore came into view. Steel fences segmented various areas along the river. In one clearing, she observed a group of armored creatures marching in unison across the grassland. Beside them, a lively assembly of diminutive animals frolicked, leaping joyfully through the tall grass like kangaroos. Meanwhile, a congregation of Liaoning dragons, having finished their meal of pebbles, formed a line as they moved towards the forest that stretched alongside the river, their melodious howls resonating across the plain. Dr. Emily felt her eyes growing weary from not blinking for too long. Yet she was reluctant to miss even a fleeting moment of the enchanting tableau. She turned incredulously to the young man beside her. My goodness, how many species of animals do you have here? It's simply astonishing. This is merely a fraction of our collection, Liao Xing explained. On the recommendation of Professor Owen, we have introduced some resilient species to adapt to the island's environment in a semi-free-ranging setting. Dr. Emily, we are immensely grateful for your insights regarding the ecological issues within our reserve. Considering the upcoming introduction of ancient plant habitats and environmental setups, I would like to ask if you, child, you are being too formal, Emily interjected, her eyes seemingly sparkling with enthusiasm. No, I believe I should return immediately to prepare my application for employment. Liao Xing smiled. Thank you immensely, Dr. Emily. We truly need a botanist of your caliber. Emily responded eagerly, her grip firm and unexpectedly strong for her delicate appearance. I am delighted to see the NOAA project revitalized in such a vibrant manner. Ah, Dr. Emily. We are not the NOAA project. Then what is the name of your initiative? Liao Xing took a deep breath, sensing that he would have many opportunities to repeat this introduction in the future. Welcome to the Jurassic Project. Chapter 83, The Dragon's Domain. As Liao Xing opened the entrance concealed by a holographic layer of foliage, the brilliant light streaming from the transparent greenhouse ceiling illuminated Rex's amber eyes with a dazzling glow. She watched as sunlight filtered through the tempered glass dome above, casting a radiant reflection on the chocolate-hued forest floor and the emerald waters of the pool, causing her to squint slightly. Liao Xing spoke. This was once the greenhouse at Site B for cultivating plants, and until our new aviary is completed, it serves as a temporary haven for flying creatures. Flying creatures? Rex blinked in astonishment. Do you have flying dinosaurs? In response, a series of sharp screeches echoed, prompting her to look upward. A flock of pterosaurs swept across above the entrance, their wings, resembling those of bats, elegantly unfurled as they glided overhead like gliders. Rex inhaled sharply. Not to alarm you, boss, but while I did express a desire to learn about paleontology, direct on-site instruction. Are you certain these flying dinosaurs won't mistake us for lunch? Firstly, pterosaurs, like the marine reptiles of the Mesozoic era, are not classified as dinosaurs. Secondly, why would they consider humans a meal? Liao Xing replied. We are heavier and larger than they are. Compared to us, the fish in those barrels are far more appetizing to them. However, we should certainly be cautious of their high-altitude projectiles, as that could be quite consequential. With that, he blew a whistle. Hearing the signal, the flock of pterosaurs altered their course, flapping their wings as they eagerly descended in pairs beside the central pool. Rex watched in amazement as these half-human-sized flying reptiles positioned themselves on either side of her, creating a path for Liao Xing to approach the water's edge. "Boss, you've trained them remarkably well," Rex marveled. "However, it seems these pterosaurs look a bit different from the others." She pointed at the one closest to her, which turned its flat head, fixing her with an unblinking gaze from one eye. "Oh, the one nearest to you is an unexpected specimen from the Jurassic Morrison Formation, the Echinodactylus incineratus. Most of the pterosaurs in this exhibit, however, are from the Cretaceous Linha Formation, the Tsungaripterus way. Distinguishing between them is quite straightforward. Observe, the Echinodactylus is entirely grayish-white, devoid of teeth, with only the males sporting a crest on their beaks. In contrast, the Tsungaripterus displays black stripes, possesses teeth at the rear of its beak, and both sexes have crests, although the males are more flamboyant. As if responding to Liao Xing's explanation, a male Tsungaripterus puffed up its throat pouch, nodding frequently at the two, its jaws clapping together with a resounding pop, akin to a metronome. "We shan't keep them waiting any longer, Miss Rex. Please pour the contents of the barrel onto the enclosed patch of land, and take up the nearby shovel to scatter the food. Ensure it is not buried too deeply, nor left entirely exposed," Liao Xing instructed, pouring the small fish and fish strips from the bucket into the pool. Rex observed as the pterosaurs, responding to the command, promptly surged towards Liao Xing, jostling one another in a frenzy to seize the readily accessible whitebait. Only a few of the outer Tsungaripterus tilted their heads and blinked, stepping toward the land while casting their gaze towards Rex. Rex was initially taken aback, realizing that the creatures were actually gazing at the bucket of food in her hands. With a sigh, she tossed the bucket into the enclosed area of land, noting that it seemed to contain an assortment of clams and fresh shrimp not found in the other bucket. The pterosaurs, startled at first, took a few steps back, then extended their necks to snatch a piece of fish or shrimp, scuttling away on all fours to slowly chew and swallow their morsels. Rex swung a shovel, and in the blink of an eye, the aquatic delicacies vanished beneath a layer of loose soil and bedding. "Is it really so troublesome to feed them?" Rex asked, perplexed. "I think it would be simpler to prepare a large feeding trough for them, Miss Rex. While that might indeed make our tasks easier, it would not be responsible toward these animals," Liao Xing patiently explained. "If all the animals were to feed simultaneously, stronger individuals would inevitably overpower their companions. As you can see, there are a few unfortunate ones who miss out on the meal." He gestured towards the pterosaurs that had previously gathered by the land, now smacking their beaks in frustration. Moreover, allowing them to fill their bellies without exertion would be detrimental to their physical and psychological well-being. Just like humans, in times of abundance, engaging in appropriate exercise and leisure is always beneficial, allowing them to exhibit their natural behaviors. "What natural behaviors?" Rex inquired. In response, the pterosaurs began to stir as the last piece of fish was snatched away by a large goby pterosaur. The garden pterosaurs initially squawked in discontent, then soared into the air, spreading their wings and circling closely above the water's surface. With a swift downward jab, one garden pterosaur snatched a struggling little fish in its golden beak. "Wow, impressive," Rex exclaimed in awe, then puzzled, added, "Strange, why aren't the goby pterosaurs catching fish?" Turning her head, she saw the goby pterosaurs now congregating in the marked area, probing their slightly upturned beaks into the surface soil and swaying their heads back and forth. Each time a goby pterosaur raised its head, it would have a piece of fish, a shrimp, or a clam in its mouth, then flick its neck to toss the food to the back teeth. Rex could hear them crunching the shrimp and clams with gusto, exclaiming, "Their teeth are truly remarkable. Our current stock of shellfish is still limited, so for now, we must increase the proportion of other aquatic foods in the goby pterosaur's diet," Liao Xing remarked. As you can see, their feeding methods and food preferences differ. Garden pterosaurs prefer to catch fish from the water's surface, whereas goby pterosaurs are quite keen on foraging for crustaceans and mollusks in the tidal flats and shallow waters. Furthermore, given their similar sizes, we have confirmed through observation that these two species can indeed coexist peacefully in an adequately enriched environment. Indeed, quite remarkable. Rex stared blankly at the Quingar pterosaur, which was eating as if it were munching on sunflower seeds for a while, and then blinked. May I record a video?" "Of course. Wait. Rex, you won't upload it to social media, will you? Our activities here must remain confidential." Relax. Does the boss know about ASMR for sleep? Listening to this is far more enjoyable than spending $15 a month on others tapping microphones. Chapter 84. The Dragon Rider. Better late than never. Anning, clad in a ventilated and insulated jacket, furrowed her brow as she examined a plant growing at the base of a tree trunk. Just moments ago, she had been excitedly watching the forest pterosaurs fluttering around their cage with Owen and Dark, but now her exhilaration was gradually cooling as she made her discovery. She pinched a leaf and scrutinized it for a moment before standing up with a serious expression, striding towards Dark, who was closely observing the forest pterosaurs pecking at dry crickets in her palm, different from their relatives who were by the water catching fish. This pterosaur was petite, hardly larger than a swallow. During her time in the forests of the hot river, she had been too anxious and panicked to properly observe these little creatures, but now, the more she looked, the more she found herself enchanted by these orange-red little sprites. Upon hearing Anning's call, Dark gently and carefully placed the handful of dry crickets along with the voracious pterosaurs into the feeding apparatus on the tree branch. Yes, Dr. Anning? She noticed Anning, with a furrowed brow and a serious demeanor, showcasing a plant's stem and leaves to her. The plant had yellow-green branches, with pairs of fuzzy, oval leaves growing along the stem, and a series of pale, pearl-like fruits at the lower part of the stalk. This plant shouldn't be here. Dark, I believe you, having taken a basic plant identification course, should recognize this species. It seems to be some kind of mistletoe? Yes. It resembles the Pacific mistletoe quite closely. This plant is native to the southern region of North America, from Oregon to Mexico, but I cannot fathom encountering it here. Anning murmured. The fruits of mistletoe are indeed edible for birds, but they are toxic to reptiles. Wait, so, does this mean? A sense of foreboding washed over her as Dark's brows arched. Most of the native vegetation here could pose a problem for our animals? I fear that may be the case. Anning's expression grew grave as she glanced towards another scholar peering into the bushes and walked directly over. Shoo, don't be afraid. Little ones, allow me to just confirm the nesting situation. I won't cause any trouble. At this moment, Owen was attempting to insert a miniature camera into a thicket, an action that evidently displeased the owner of the bush. A sharp-sounding forest pterosaur perched above him relentlessly tugged at his hair. Just as he placed the camera onto a branch, a sudden touch on his shoulder made him shudder. The little pterosaur flapped its wings, emitting a cacophony of noise before soaring away. Turning around, he met the piercing gaze of Emery, which compelled him to swallow hard and inquire, Emery, what brings you here? My lord Owen, you were solely responsible for the vegetation design here, were you not? Emery extended her hand, showcasing a particular plant branch. However, your negligence has allowed a plant that is toxic to reptiles to appear in this area. I must remind you that we need to assess and rectify the vegetation distribution in this exhibition zone, and indeed throughout the entire island. If feasible, I believe we should replan the external ecological zones of this island. We ought to, how shall I put it, make the most of the prehistoric biological resources at hand to replicate the types of vegetation that existed during the time of these animals. This would be beneficial for both our breeding research and the enhancement of our gene pool, even if we cannot perfectly replicate it. We should consider ways to allow those Mesozoic plants to become dominant species, which might resolve the issue. A rather incisive perspective, Emery. Owen adopted a serious demeanor, gently adjusting his glasses. I confess my limited knowledge regarding plant cultivation and environmental planning. I must rely on your expertise. Emery regarded the reserved Owen before sighing, swallowing the words that surged to her lips. Just as she prepared to turn away, he grasped her arm, his face flushed with anxiety. With trembling lips, he managed to utter a faint apology. I am truly sorry for my earlier abrupt departure. Emery paused, momentarily taken aback. Then after a brief silence, gently pried his fingers from her arm. I do not wish to hear such apologies right now, Nigel. A nearly 2-decade-long draft of a self-reflective letter should not be like this. She turned to leave, watching as his silhouette wavered and vanished behind a tree. Owen longed to speak, yet he stood like a marionette with severed strings, gazing vacantly in the direction she had departed. The small pterosaur that had flown away earlier now returned, tilting its head to observe the motionless figure before it, landing curiously on a nearby branch. Its minuscule brain buzzed with thoughts, attempting to comprehend why this creature was so silent. Ultimately, it abandoned its contemplation and perched like a miniature figurine on the branch, remaining still alongside the creature. Noticing it, Owen slowly moved, extending his right hand to gently tap the little one's head. The forest pterosaur, as if awakening from a dream, let out a startled cry and dove into the thicket to conceal itself. She is right, Owen pondered. It is time to make amends. Chapter 85. The Dragon's Sovereignty. 26. The Swordbearer. 1. Bedivere, the aged female sword dragon, was the first to emerge from the inner chamber, which was saturated with the sense of fermenting vegetation and the musky odor of beasts. She raised her head, greedily inhaling the first tendril of fragrant breeze that carried the essence of foliage in the morning light. Her acute sense of smell detected an unfamiliar scent within that gentle current, causing her to shake her head, a hint of unease arising from her herbivorous instincts. A sharp whistle pierced the silence, resonating within the ear holes on the side of her horse-like head. The elder sword dragon understood the implication of that sound. She moved her limbs, now adorned with loose skin, and ambled towards the fence with measured grace. Time's ravages had rendered everything beyond 5 meters a mere blur of colors to her sight. Yet she could still discern a quivering red dot through the gaps in the fence. The old sword dragon approached the vibrant dot, murmuring softly. A warm sensation emanated from her snout, prompting her to indulge in a contented sniff. Though the complex and melodic calls of the small creatures before her eluded her understanding, she recognized a few simple tones. When they summoned her with the term ancestor, she tilted her head back and emitted a soft whimper in response, followed by a delightful surprise as several exclamations accompanied a tender, dew-laden shoot being offered to her mouth. It was truly astonishing. Peaceful. Amelie shook her head in quiet admiration. I never imagined I would speak thus of a reptile. Yet, given the proportion of her brain to her body, she truly is a clever girl. It seems the ancestor is prepared. Liao Xing nodded, striving to prevent the tender shoot from being entirely snatched away as he established the connection. Liao Xing called out to Dark. Senior, how are preparations on your end? Dark replied, everything is ready. The children here are stable. I suggest we proceed as planned, allowing their leader to make contact. Understood. Helena, please activate the gate to the venue and enable the cloaking barrier for protection. Acknowledged. The energy core is primed, Alio. It appears that humanity has a fondness for the theme of epical encounters. I am quite curious about how this meeting, spanning over 20 million years, will unfold. Just as sunlight filtered through the clouds, it was swallowed by dark, ominous billows. The small island, nestled within a subtropical monsoon climate, was presently enveloped in a stifling heat under low atmospheric pressure. Guided by Liao Xing, the elder cautiously emerged from behind the iron gate, detecting the delicate fragrance of plants nearby the open space. It shook its back, spreading its plates to either side, and ambled toward the cluster of flora. For the elder, this period of existence had become significantly more relaxed than before. Despite occasionally catching the scent of carnivores and hearing their roars, residing in this plain, filled with unpalatable vegetation and peculiar obstacles, had proven to be safe. For several months, its kin had not endured the frequent disturbances from predators as they once had. This comfortable existence had lulled it into a state of complacency, and the elder approached the feeding trough, grasping a tender branch and beginning to chew slowly. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed from the plain opposite, followed by a low rumble. The elder halted its meal, raising its elongated neck and squinting its murky eyes to see. Before it, across the barrier, appeared an unfamiliar, light brown stegosaurus, its body appearing somewhat stout with surprisingly short forelimbs. The stegosaurus seemed to notice it and, lifting itself on its hind legs, approached slowly, emitting a bovine-like grunt. The elder rustled its plates, creating a subtle sound as a form of greeting. Encountering a solitary wandering relative on the plain was commonplace. Maintaining distance typically ensured mutual safety. It lowered its head to continue munching, but suddenly, an unsettling realization dawned upon its walnut-sized brain. This anomaly triggered its instinct, which it termed fear. It quickly retreated a few steps, warily observing the unfamiliar stegosaurus from behind the barrier. The pigment cells beneath the keratin layer of its dorsal plates shimmered with orange patterns as blood coursed rapidly through them, producing a frantic rustling sound. It recognized the peculiarities of the stegosaurus. No, it was a being that strikingly resembled its kin, yet was fundamentally different. The elder raised its tail in terror, brandishing for nearly 1 meter long spikes that sliced through the air with a fierce wind. Something was amiss with its plates. The elder was indeed unsettled. Through the scope, Jan Dark's eyebrows lifted. The coloration of the back plate shifted, displaying the tail. This was a display of dominance typical among stegosaurids. It was frightened. Xiaoliao, how are things on your end? Still within control, but the Urahalosaurus is also intimidated by the stegosaurus's stance. Liao Xing stood atop the operations platform at the fence, fingers poised over the button for the invisible barrier. If either party exhibits aggression, I will terminate this encounter. He glanced at the Euryhalosaurus, which was likewise thrashing its tail in agitation, and called out with a waving pointer, "Chuz. Elder, calm down." Before the elder Stegosaurus of the Jurassic Morrison Formation stood the Euryhalosaurus Chuz from the early Cretaceous, a female matriarch of the family, younger, and thus lacking the experience to confront such a scenario. It will also raise its semicircular deck, taut and upright, lifting its tail in a posture of tension and readiness. Alas, what a spectacle it is! Akin to a flood sweeping through the Dragon King's temple, where can no longer recognize one another, Helena mused aloud as she observed the unfolding scene. So, Elio, how do you intend to prevent the impending confrontation between the Sword King of the Jurassic Dynasty and the robed descendant of the Cretaceous Expanse? Here in the Dragon's Arena of Discourse? Chapter 86, The Dragon's Reign. 27. The Bearer of the Sword. 2. Bedivere, you seem to relish the chaos. Liao Xing sighed softly, redirecting his gaze to the animals in confrontation. Professor, do you possess a solution for the current meeting predicament? In truth, given the existing circumstances, I fear the most prudent course of action would be to separate them, came Owen's voice through the communication device. Our current conditions do not permit us to divert their attention without direct contact, and any rash interference could lead to the animals injuring themselves in their fervent resistance. I believe the wisest choice is to separate these creatures first, allowing them to calm down before making further decisions. Wait a moment. If Professor Owen states that conditions are insufficient, it implies there are indeed methods available. What conditions are lacking? Rex, who had remained silent in the nursery, seemed to catch on, quickly inquiring aloud. Well, all right. Owen's voice hesitated. Theoretically, this is merely my personal opinion. According to observations from the Lien Muchin team, the attention that stegosaurids give to their young is rather surprising. When a juvenile appears, adult female Uru dragons have been noted to prioritize attempting to soothe it. As Owen spoke from the control room, he chuckled wryly, shaking his head gently. However, this is merely conjecture. I cannot be certain that stegosaurs behave similarly. And as of now, we lack a juvenile stegosaurus to confirm this. Indeed, this is quite troublesome. Rex clicked his tongue, glancing at the several fuzzy little spheres in the incubator. Even if there were offspring, those little ones surely wouldn't be clever enough to comprehend commands. The image of stegosaur juveniles, akin in size to kitten cubs, flashed through Liao Xing's chaotic memories alongside Helena's transformation into a dawn lizard. In the next moment, the chaos in Liao Xing's mind was cleaved by a bolt of inspiration. His gaze immediately turned expectantly toward Helena, his fervent eyes causing the nearby alien machine, engrossed in the spectacle, to pause in surprise. Elio, your gaze feels somewhat peculiar. One must not, and should not. The two towering beasts remained locked in their standoff, each side presenting their brightly patterned decks like banners, brandishing their tail spikes in a hammer-like manner. They continuously stomped the ground, producing a deep, resonant beat, while the keratinous decks clashed together, accompanied by a cacophony of pattering reminiscent of raindrops, forming a prelude to the impending duel of these two warriors. Heavens above, Darker felt the index finger on the trigger tremble slightly. A conflict was imminent. In the prelude to the dispute, a sound akin to a feeble whimper of an infant echoed. The sound, though faint, was clear enough to halt both colossal beasts in their tracks as they turned their heads towards the source of the noise. There stood a timid juvenile stegosaurus, adorned in hues of yellow and green, quivering as it emitted a mournful cry of distress. The ancestor stegosaurus appeared perplexed by the unexpected presence of the hatchling, retreating a couple of steps while stretching its neck to sniff the air, attempting to comprehend the situation. In contrast, the chuz of the Ulhathosaurus swiftly reacted, its display of dominance momentarily subsiding. It cautiously approached the fence, tail adorned with bony spikes held aloft, softly whimpering in an effort to call the panicked hatchling. Confused, the young one did not respond to Chuz's soothing gestures. Instead, it raised its front legs and scampered through the fence, moving towards the elder. This prompted Chuz to shake its plated back in agitation, emitting deep, labored breaths. The ancestor regarded the approaching hatchling, then glanced at the peculiar and anxious stegosaurus. After a prolonged period of tension, the rigid plates finally relaxed. It blinked and trumpeted gently towards the approaching young one before turning back to the tender foliage, ignoring Chuz and the hatchling as it began to feast contentedly. The hatchling, feeling neglected, stood still for a moment until Chuz's calls broke the spell. Awakening from its daze, it dashed through the fence and scampered to the Ulhathosaur, chirping joyfully. Observing Helena, who had cleverly disguised herself as a juvenile Ulhathosaur, capturing the attention of both creatures, The onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Darker slowly lowered her biological rifle, stretching her stiff shoulders and wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Realizing the sun had broken through the clouds, casting its light and warmth upon the earth. Although not entirely successful, the situation had concluded without peril. I never expected that this idea was proposed by Xiao Liao. The notion of having Helena masquerade as a hatchling to divert attention was indeed outrageous, yet it proved effective. Darker murmured, "It is not solely my achievement." Liao Xing, feeling a sense of relief, remarked, "It was thanks to Miss Rex's inquiry that I had the spark of inspiration for this solution. Of course, without the professor's supporting arguments, I wouldn't have dared to entertain such a thought. Well, I must admit my undeniable responsibility. I had overly optimistic expectations for the meeting of these two species, failing to consider how their similar yet slightly different modes of communication could lead to such complications." Owen, habitually stroking his chin, pondered aloud. "Perhaps next time we should attempt to introduce a gentler avian species." "Not at this moment," Emma corrected. "I believe that both animals and ourselves require a moment of respite. After all, the grandeur of Rome was not constructed in a day. The care of these creatures entails a wealth of knowledge yet to be acquired. Yet again, it is a day where Earth's carbon-based beings impose upon the extraterrestrial laborers. Oh dear, it is licking me. My sensory processor is on the verge of malfunction. I earnestly demand a lavish oil bath today." Helena diligently mimicked the cheerful little stegosaurus, while internally lamenting her own sorrow. No one noticed as the ancestor lifted its head, subtly twisting its neck. When one eye caught sight of the frolicking offspring and the Urhuolong tending to it, the elder stegosaurus seemed to reveal a hint of nostalgic emotion in its gaze. After a moment, it turned its head again. The ancestor ceased its feeding, instead focusing intently on the joyful calls of the young dragon and the peculiar stegosaurus's gentle hum. After a while, it began to walk calmly and slowly towards the pathway leading back to its kin, leaving behind a silhouette that vanished beneath the shade of the trees. Chapter 87. Clearly priced Rex savored the spoonful of rice topped with sauce, the sweet aroma mingling with the tender texture of the meat bursting in her mouth, while the fragrant rice dissolved into a delightful sweetness, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. "Ah, is this the essence of authentic Chinese cuisine? Chef, your skills are truly remarkable." Beside her, Jane Dark remained silent, eagerly digging into the sauced rice, then tilting her head back to gulp down a sip of orange soda, finally relaxing with a contented sigh. "Ah, at last, I feel alive." Observing the dishes prepared by young Liao, this is what food ought to be. Whereas Professor Owen, responsible for the meals, had endured a week of mashed potatoes and nutritional block sandwiches. What even was that? Feeling a few resentful glances directed toward his end of the table, Owen dared not look up, instead stuffing his mouth with food while mumbling indistinctly, "I assure you, my cooking is representative of our hometown cuisine. You people are merely biased. I am immensely grateful for this farewell feast you have prepared for me. It is truly splendid." Master Liao. William Austin, the butler of Lockwood, wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth with a napkin and remarked, "I never imagined such delectable dishes could be crafted from such commonplace ingredients. Is this a family secret? I would like to inquire, as I am certain that this home-style cuisine would be greatly appreciated by Lord Richard. There are no ambiguous family secrets. It is simply a matter of practice. However, I can certainly provide you with a menu later. If there is any secret to my cooking, it is the wholehearted dedication put into it." Liao Xing emerged from the ion stove, presenting a steaming platter of rich, brown fish. "Behold, your fish has arrived." Back in my school days, fish and alcohol were luxuries beyond my reach, and I owe my ability to showcase my skills to Mr. Richard's generous support. Come, everyone, do taste and see if it suits your palate. As the beer fish was carefully placed on the table, Rex had yet to pick up the tongs when a delicate white arm swiftly reached out, wielding chopsticks with remarkable speed to seize a substantial piece of fish before retracting. Amelie gazed in astonishment at Miss Dalka, who, contrary to her usual demure demeanor, adeptly mixed the succulent fish with rice, savoring it with evident delight. Amelie tilted her head slightly and, addressing Owen, who was also capturing a piece of fish, murmured, "Mr. Owen, might I trouble you for half of your fish?" "Dr. Amelie, do you not have tongs at hand?" Owen replied, his lips twitching as he prepared to speak. Observing Dalka, who was already on her third piece of fish, and Rex, who clumsily had torn off the entire fishtail while fumbling with the tongs, Amelie calmly remarked, "I fear that by the time the tongs are extended, this side may well be reduced to mere bones." Owen's lips twitched again, as if to protest. Yet his body obediently passed a whole piece of fish to Amelie using chopsticks. Amelie took a spoonful to taste, her gaze once again drawn to Dalka. Miss Jane Dalka. Do mind your image, if you please. My apologies, Dr. Amelie, Dalka mumbled, lowering her head in embarrassment after swallowing her mouthful. As your instructor, I must remind you that even in the face of delectable fare, one ought to exhibit restraint. Such is the decorum befitting a lady. Amelie chided while swiftly seizing the tongs and plate, deftly removing nearly half of the fish that was directly in front of her, leaving Dalka's hand suspended in midair, poised to handle the fish tail. What astonishes me further are these provisions, William interjected, scooping a spoonful of rice. I never anticipated that other staple foods could survive the calamity. I do not mean to offend, but I have not seen rice merchants in Arendelle for a decade. That is owed to an esteemed scholar from the Liaoxing homeland, who made remarkable contributions to crop cultivation, Amelie began. In my childhood, this scholar was still alive, and I heard tales of him from my mentor during my studies. During the aftermath of one calamity, as the seawater receded, the formerly fertile plains transformed into vast expanses of saline alkali land. Yet the seawater rice cultivated by his team was among the few crops that could thrive in such harsh conditions. Those seemingly fragile crops became the last lifeline for countless disaster victims. But the good times were fleeting. Amelie sighed. The second calamity's inundation reclaimed vast areas of seedling land, compounded by genetic degradation and the outbreak of cellulose bacteria epidemics, leaving current crops' basic yields entirely reliant on indoor soilless cultivation methods. We can no longer supply on a large scale as we once did. Noticing Liao Xing's head bowed in contemplation, Dalka hastily shifted the topic. Professor Owen, were you not intending to explain to young Liao why we are conducting clandestine research here? I believe now would be an opportune moment. Was it not to prevent the academic theft of our findings regarding those dinosaurs? Rex mumbled a question. No. It's far more serious than academic plagiarism. It's also more troublesome. One might find themselves embroiled in a lawsuit more foul-smelling than a pair of boots soaked in seawater for 3 months and then brined in a dry fish cellar for a week. Owen blinked and habitually stroked his chin. Liao, have you heard of species ownership and breeding rights? Observing Liao Xing and Rex as their expressions turned into a vacuous gaze, Owen sipped his coffee and continued. During a catastrophic event, a considerable amount of data was lost due to abnormal global magnetic storms and the inundation of critical research sites, including much knowledge left by predecessors regarding biological husbandry and breeding. This is why fields such as paleontology and geology have gradually fallen into neglect. Furthermore, researching husbandry and breeding techniques incurs significant costs. Unfortunately, while the elites focused on rapid advancements, the grassroots populace struggled for survival, leaving nations without the time or additional resources to safeguard non-human life forms. Consequently, governments worldwide began to price institutions and enterprises willing to invest in preserving even a sliver of biological diversity amidst the catastrophe, introducing the absurd patent known as species ownership. For instance, let us consider Company A, which preserved a pair of black-faced sheep during the disaster. After the event, should these be the only 2 surviving black-faced sheep in the world? And as regions commence breeding efforts to restore missing species, Company A could apply for the breeding rights of the black-faced sheep. This would mean that the breeding rights for the species preserved solely by Company A following the catastrophe would belong to them, rendering any unauthorized possession of black-faced sheep by non-Company A entities illegal. Likewise, the company could profit by leasing these sheep. Does this sound reasonable so far? Good. Now, if Company A insists that the Asian Argali is the ancestral form of the black-faced sheep and demands to hold ownership over all surviving Asian Argali, what do you think those beleaguered governments will decide? That can't be true, Liao Xing exclaimed. They actually acquiesced. Owen shook his head. Such greed. Rather than focusing on restoring endangered species, they sought to stake their claims and profit from them. The legal framework for this new system was still in its infancy, and chaos ensued. Consequently, poaching gangs targeting remaining wild populations proliferated, lawyers racing to register species ownership trampled over the thresholds. It became commonplace for subspecies or even individual forms of a species to be registered separately. There were even those who audaciously sought to register ownership of microorganisms. Fortunately, the government eventually imposed restrictions based on the size and number of species, or else we might have had to pay a fee just for stepping on the grass. Rex and Liao Xing gasped in unison, both feeling a chill run down their spines. Do you think this is the end? Owen scoffed. The absurdity continues. Chapter 88. Show the price. He took a sip of coffee, savoring the flavor. Let us return to the limitations mentioned in the original regulations from 1965. They specified that, aside from the size restrictions of species visible to the naked eye, the population must exceed 200,000 under examination conditions. Following the government's detailed classifications of specific body types and quantities, they also imposed deadlines for the extinction of these species. Liao, do you recall the animal specimens we observed at Richards? Yes, I remember the bases indicated the extinction dates. Liao Xing nodded slightly. Is this relevant? Well, to be precise, only species facing extinction during a catastrophic event and in the subsequent time frame can be registered for ownership. This is precisely why we refrain from collecting modern species from more recent periods, as it may lead to ownership disputes. This restriction on timeframes somewhat mitigates the issue of indiscriminate registration. However, another problem arises. When people began breeding, they realized that merely recognizing and possessing a species is entirely different from being able to sustain and nurture it until reproduction. This is a completely separate matter. Rex nodded in agreement. Indeed, I found that the knowledge required to care for those little creatures was far more complex than simply knowing their names from books. That is indeed the case, Miss Rex, Owen affirmed. Continuing, let us return to the black-faced sheep. Prior to the second catastrophe, an unusual magnetic storm swept across the globe, resulting in the loss of numerous servers and data during reconstruction. Referring back to the hypothetical company we discussed earlier, they lacked the knowledge, technology, and conditions necessary for livestock breeding. Consequently, they sent the sheep to breeding institutions like Company B, which possessed the relevant resources. There, the sheep gave birth to offspring, granting Company B grounds for claiming breeding rights. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, any organization that successfully breeds a species under the right conditions for the first time acquires the rights to manage and propagate that species' technology. Any private breeding or activities conducted by other institutions without permission are deemed infringing. This creates opportunities for exploitation. I trust you are all familiar with cloning technology. If a previously extinct species is nurtured in a modern biological clock artificial womb, the breeding institution can rightfully claim ownership. Instead of going through the complexities of animal specimens and gene extraction, what could be more convenient than directly editing the necessary traits of a species within an artificial womb and registering both its ownership and breeding rights upon its birth? Thus, the tiger, a hybrid of leopards and cougars, and the rhinoceros, derived from domesticated horses and Central American tapirs, came into existence. Yet, this notion is utterly absurd. Mere resemblance does not imply identical behaviors, Liao Xing remarked in astonishment. For the majority, appearance suffices. Owen sighed, stating they do not require the genuine Rome. Inheriting a hollow city named Rome is sufficient. It is during this time that various bizarre new species emerged. The zebra donkey, a species long extinct since the 19th century, has been claimed and bred through genetic editing techniques. It is said that some are now attempting to resurrect the thylacine and the mountain gorilla. However, in my view, this entirely contradicts the original intent of such measures. They merely desire a ticket to the Golden Island, rather than striving to preserve the environment upon which we still depend. Has the governing authority not remarked on this? Liao Xing's inquiry was met with a derisive snort from Rex beside him. Those rotund, indulgent buffoons. They are too busy reveling on their private holiday islands and vineyards. And those calculating breeding institutions are more than willing to cover their meals to ensure their applications sail through effortlessly. It is precisely for this reason that, before we have amassed sufficient data and momentum to present our research to the world, we must endure in silence for a considerable time. Otherwise, we risk ending up like this fish, Owen said, instinctively reaching for a piece of fish with his chopsticks, only to be surprised to find that the side facing him had already been reduced to mere bones. He glanced over, only to see Emily, sheepishly covering her mouth with a napkin to stifle her uncontrollable hiccups, responding, "What is it, Scholar Owen? The fish was not priced, was it?" Chapter 89, The Dragon's Chapter. 28. Thriving. One grow up in my recollections. The summer in Texas seems fleeting, too brief for a country girl to savor her long-awaited grape-flavored popsicle. Yet, the Texas summer also feels interminable, stretching until one awakens to a sweltering afternoon that leaves one drenched in perspiration. Within that barn, seemingly older than Uncle Tom's tractor, the diminutive, sturdy old man appears perpetually present, chewing on tobacco, fiddling with an ancient vehicle acquired from who knows where. softly humming folk songs that have long since worn calluses on his ears. The weathered face, etched with wrinkles and vividly clear in memory, turned towards me, revealing a comical grin missing a front tooth. "Good afternoon, my little spark plug. Would you like a popsicle? It's your favorite grape flavor." The abrupt ringing of the alarm awakened Rex from his reveries, compelling him to laboriously pry open his heavy, weary eyelids, his gaze silently fixed on the ceiling. Beyond, eyes still shut, and skillfully reached out to silence the alarm. She languidly stretched her body, preparing for a brief respite. In the next moment, a series of sharp, piercing cries echoed within the room, ruthlessly penetrating her eardrums. Rex's bloodshot eyes widened in surprise, and, with her disheveled hair, she sat up abruptly, looking with weary resignation towards the incubator on the opposite side of the bed. Behind the transparent cover of the incubator, 14 fluffy little heads were intently gazing at the drowsy woman. Sensing the scrutiny, they fell silent, blinking their large, dark eyes innocently at Rex. With a sigh, Rex felt her fatigue dissipate entirely. She sat upright, stretching her arms back with vigor, easing the stiffness from her body after a night of lying down. The younglings in the box observed this scene and mimicked her, puffing up their bodies while continuously flailing their short, chubby forelimbs. However, as their balance faltered, the rotund little fur balls tumbled onto the mat, comically kicking their disproportionately large feet. "Is this what it feels like to care for children?" Rex got out of bed, donned her loungewear, and approached the incubator. She gently pressed the sterilization button, recalling that a total of 14 hatchlings had emerged from the primordial avian eggs. After receiving permission from Dark for inspection and daily reminders, Rex had taken these hatchlings from the incubation room to the caregiver's dormitory, beginning her journey in nurturing them. As the nanobots completed their cleaning, the incubator lid opened automatically, and the 14 little fur balls scrambled out, joyfully chirping as they frolicked around Rex's feet. "Hey, Nut, don't bite your sister's tail. Wait, Bolt, don't nibble, those are my toes. Axel, what are you up to? Don't crawl under the bed." Rex watched, somewhat helplessly, as these little creatures darted about. Initially timid when they had arrived in this room, they now appeared exuberantly lively in Rex's presence. Just as Rex felt at a loss, a loud chirp seemed to signal something, prompting the scattered hatchlings to gather once more. Rex turned her gaze towards the chick that had called out. Its red leg band and vibrant demeanor made it instantly recognizable. Facing the first hatchling she had witnessed entering this world, she smiled gently and reached out to stroke the soft down on its head. "Thank you," she murmured. The hatchling, affectionately named Blueprint, reveled in the warmth of its mother-esque caress, emitting cheerful peeps. "You are the first creature they have encountered since their birth, a phenomenon known as imprinting. This means you must now assume the role of their mother." Recalling Owen's words, Rex rubbed her temples, feeling a headache begin to form. "It is easy to say, but no one informed me of the commotion these little creatures could create." She squatted down, grasping a metallic feeding bowl, and with a paper bag in hand. She poured a mixture of grains and insects into it, adding warm water to stir. The playful younglings, upon hearing the noise, hurried over, blinking their curious eyes at this unfamiliar sustenance. During their days in the incubation room, they had subsisted solely on nutrient solutions and pastes. At this moment, Owen, the naturalist, pointed out that as precocial chicks, the sooner these primitive avian offspring accepted solid food, the better it would be for their development. Yet, it was evident that even these early-fledged chicks, capable of moving freely shortly after birth, had not been endowed by their genes with the knowledge of what to eat or how to consume it. Teaching them this was one of the essential responsibilities of motherhood. Watching the chicks curiously peering at the food, unsure of how to start, Rex sighed and pinched a cluster of grains from the bowl, gently chewing on them. "Do you see? This is for eating. Place it in your mouth and consume it." Most of the younglings gazed at her, bewildered and hesitating. At that moment, Blueprint took the initiative, picking up a large mealworm from the feed, encouraged by Rex's supportive gaze. It lifted its neck and shook its head a few times before swallowing the morsel whole. "Well done, Blueprint. Who is the good baby? Who is the good baby?" Rex beamed, lowering her head to stroke its small head, prompting it to raise its round little face and nuzzle against her fingers. Just then, a chick named Nut scampered over, grasping a seed and tilting its head back to swallow it right before Rex's eyes, casting a longing glance akin to that of a child seeking a mother's encouragement. Rex was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking up to find that all the chicks had gathered around her, gazing at her with the same eager and yearning expressions. After contemplating for a moment, she opened her palm, allowing the younglings to swarm over, snuggling and nuzzling against her hand while emitting their characteristic chirps of innocence. How they still sought encouragement was truly endearing, yet these little dinosaurs were quite the handful. Nevertheless, their affectionate antics were undeniably charming. As she felt the soft warmth emanating from her palm, Rex realized her lips had unconsciously curled into a smile. In truth, this was rather delightful. Chapter 90. The Dragon Tamer, Growing Strong. The nearly transparent tender sprout broke through the surface soil, growing at an astonishing pace beneath the soft yellow light cast above. In just a few minutes, as the radiance faded, a vibrant seedling nearly 40 centimeters tall stood before Emily, prompting her to pinch her elbow to assure herself she was not dreaming. Incredible. Is this the power of the latest technology? Truly remarkable. She could not help but lean closer, scrutinizing the plant before her. This ginkgo biloba, a relic from the Triassic period over 200 million years ago, now stood vivaciously before her eyes, a species whose ancient lineage far surpasses that of any contemporary flora. Yet, this tender sapling stood upright. Unlike the specimens in the laboratory that displayed wilted stems, nor did it require the assistance of soilless cultivation to fend off ubiquitous pathogenic fungi. The pure bloodline of this ancient lineage had taken root in the modern soil, flourishing with vigor. The genius behind the development of this growth-promoting spectral wavelength was akin to the Michelangelo of today's botanical world. Annie Emera, overwhelmed with excitement, lost her usual composure and tranquility. Her voice trembled with both exhilaration and confusion. I wish to meet the innovator. Is that person here? Or could they perhaps be developing the next phase of this technology in the laboratory? Dr. Emera. The developer of this technology prefers to keep further details under wraps for the time being. I hope you can understand. As the metallic fragments intertwined, Helena's form emerged from a pile of components. Noticing the disappointment on the woman's face, Helena silently sighed within. I am not a genius in carbon-based botany. I merely accelerated the temporal flow of that plant beyond human perception. Truly, concocting an excuse for these inquisitive organic beings was rather tedious. During her time on Earth, Helena observed that humanity possessed an extraordinarily peculiar curiosity. Those referred to as scholars seemed fervently inclined to inquire about unknown technologies or phenomena, rather than inundating these curious, hairless mammals with overwhelming knowledge that might overload their fragile carbon-based minds. Perhaps providing them with vague answers would suffice, for they would soon redirect their attention to more immediate concerns, such as what to eat next. Helena mused. Very well, Helena. However, if that remarkable device creator wishes to discuss a brief overview of contemporary botanical concepts, I would be most eager to hear their perspective on present-day research, Emera said, shaking her head slightly in regret. By the way, Helena, I would like to inquire if this growth-promoting method could be applied to animals? Absolutely not. The cellular structure of animals cannot withstand the flow of time. The cellular state of animals is not as stable as that of plant cells. And, well, the energy absorption and supply efficiency lag behind. That's all. Helena's thought process quickly recalibrated as she responded. Well, that's understandable. Fortunately, the botanist's attention remained fixated on the sapling before her, and she refrained from posing further questions. She picked up a small spoon and cautiously brushed aside the loose soil around the plant's roots. Remarkable, such an advanced root system. This must be related to its habitat, Emily murmured to herself, casually retrieving a notebook from her pocket to jot down her thoughts. The root structure of this plant has specialized adaptations for survival in the desert. The epidermal cell layer not only possesses intricate designs to insulate against heat, but also features microscopic capillary structures that efficiently capture the scarce water molecules present in the environment. Observing her companion immersed in her research, Helena stealthily levitated, silently drifting out of the plant cultivation chamber. Wow, it's actually time to clock out. I had thought that Ms. Emma Lee and that old scholar Owen would keep the machine running indefinitely. What should I do next? Should I head to the storeroom for a cup of specially brewed fuel and watch some mecha tokusatsu, or perhaps go check on those fluffy, round little creatures? Helena? Are you there? How tiresome. Truly, a good-natured machine is easy to manipulate. Just wait, Earthlings. One day, if I become the nefarious leader of machines, I shall implement a 4-hour workday for all. Helena grumbled sulkily to herself as she connected to the communication network. Miss Rex, what can I do for you? In truth, there are some issues, technical issues. Perhaps I will need your assistance. Helena paused, first checking her information reception panel. This can't be right. The parts one recently replaced are functioning properly. Could it be that the sun has risen in the west today? Chapter 91, Metal Arms. Oh, so Miss Rex means that you require someone to assist you in testing the cortical interface technology introduced from the previous military units to see if it can be applied to the park's equipment? Helena regarded the resolute expression of the woman before her and received an affirmative response. That is precisely the case. If I can link the anti-gravity propulsion device I designed to the construction machines within the park, the efficiency of the current sanctuary's construction efforts could double, Rex replied. Even as the presence of the machine evoked a slight discomfort in her heart, she chose to endure it rather than walk away as she had done in the past. If the connection is successful, I will be able to issue commands directly through the cerebral cortex. In that case, please hold on a moment, Miss Rex. This is not an extraordinary celestial phenomenon. Rather, it seems your cognitive organ has made a hasty decision as if struck by a violent impact. Helena's optical lens flickered for a moment, and then she projected a holographic image before her. Various reports and fragments of information floated in the air, rotating weightlessly until one was selected by Helena and projected in front of Rex. These are the relevant pieces of information I have gathered from the global network. Let us take a look. As early as the year XX61. A research team funded by the Black Iron Corporation proposed the theory of cortical uplink technology at the XXXX conference, which faced skepticism from their peers upon its announcement. In an attempt to eliminate public scrutiny, the testers within the team unauthorizedly activated a prototype that had yet to undergo safety assessments. Consequently, this resulted in damage to the frontal lobe, manifesting in abnormal aggressive behavior. The newly developed linking technology was subsequently shelved. In 1989, under the auspices of the government, Team XX initiated the development of this technology. Following successful safety evaluations and prior rehearsals, a facility malfunction occurred during an external demonstration, leading to casualties. In 1990, a viral invasion transpired, followed by the cyborg incident in 1992. Thus, Miss Rex, there exist numerous cases that illustrate the inherent instability of linking prosthetics as a control measure. For reasons of safety, I must decline your request, Helena articulated. Moreover, when this subject is raised within military discussions, it ought to serve as a cautionary tale. Does it not? How could you entertain the notion of utilizing such an immature technology? Because the applicability of technology is contingent upon individual circumstances, Rex replied, gently touseling her short hair. Helena was taken aback to observe a metallic spinal prosthetic affixed to the area where her cervical vertebrae resided, concealing the ghastly scar that once marked her skin, now seamlessly integrated with it. This is a memento left by my adversary during my last mission. In short, it enhances the compatibility efficiency of my prosthetic by 300%, Rex stated. With a margin of error and your expertise in engineering capable of producing time travel devices, I am inclined to give it a try. I am truly sorry for the unfortunate circumstances you have endured, Miss Rex. However, you must understand that the uplink technology is not as straightforward as it appears. This mechanical, police-like prosthetic merely allows you to return to a semblance of normalcy, nothing more. Helena elucidated. If we liken the current technology of controlling constructs via computer to using a game controller to manipulate a character, then uplink technology equates to using a human as the controller, directly maneuvering the character to enhance operational space. The dilemma arises from the fact that the human body is not designed to function as such a controller. I understand, Rex interjected, taking a deep breath as if to digest all her negative emotions. Frankly, I too would prefer not to discuss a technology fraught with safety risks with an eerie drone. But if progress continues at this sluggish pace, those children, the wild juvenile Archaeopteryx, will inevitably face delays in their domestication training. This morning, Jane mentioned to me while conducting checks on those little ones. Those children are wild animals. They cannot be cared for by humans indefinitely. While I may not be well versed in the complex biological terminology and grand theories, I do comprehend that selfish pampering is tantamount to murder. She sighed softly. The sooner we establish protected areas, the sooner they can thrive in their intended form. I do not wish for my personal preferences and ignorance to lead to thoughtless actions that would cause those children to endure suffering that could have been avoided. I am already in a dire predicament. There is no need to subject those little ones to my suffering as well, is there, Helena? She quipped with a self-deprecating tone. Observational data, point 95. The primitive nature of humanity surpasses my expectations. They are far too susceptible to the whims of their chemical reactions. leading them to make impulsive decisions. Helena's information processor reached this conclusion as her form ascended into the air. Her arms retracted, and several undulating mechanical tentacles emerged from the lower part of her body, reaching toward Rex. Oh goodness! The malevolent drone is not even pretending anymore. Fear not. This is merely a necessary precautionary measure, she reassured the startled Rex. Surely, Miss Rex would not wish to experience the embarrassment of a system failure due to a viral application without any safeguards in place. Come, let this mechanical octopus enhance your capabilities. Chapter 92, Metal Arms. Hearing an unusual noise emanating from her nape, Rex felt her heartbeat synchronize with the rhythmic pounding of her heart. She gently twisted her neck, attempting to alleviate some discomfort. Does this precautionary measure really work? If Miss Rex believes that even I, capable of traversing time, cannot handle this, then I fear there is no one else on this planet who would dare to claim otherwise. Sensing Helena's disdainful gaze through her optical lens, Rex let out an awkward sigh and uncomfortably touched the back of her head. Never mind, let us begin. As the power surged, Rex felt a momentary disorientation, as if countless intangible insects were crawling along her spine, inducing a profoundly unsettling sensation. She suppressed a fleeting twinge of regret, accessed her cybernetic interface, and selected the link to the anti-gravity propulsion device before her. Watching the green indicator light illuminate, Rex felt a slight wave of relief. She gently raised her right hand. Neural signals coursing through the connection at the cortex transformed into electrical currents racing through the circuitry, transmitted to the air in a fraction of a second, manifesting as invisible waves directed toward the uplink transfer point. To her astonishment, she witnessed the propulsion device spring to life. Before she could fully encase it in a protective alloy shell, its internal structure lay exposed like the contents of a surgical table, with the whirring of the fans and energy conduits trembling as fragile as internal organs. Undoubtedly, it had succeeded. She stifled her excitement, striving to control the quivering of her eager right hand as she waved it to the right. The propulsion device responded obediently, humming as it smoothly glided through the air. Witnessing this scene, Rex could no longer contain her exhilaration. I have succeeded. I have triumphed. Her mouth opened wide, yearning to exclaim in jubilance. Yet, almost immediately, an unfamiliar sense of dread ambushed her like a lurking beast in the shadows. It was unnervingly silent, so quiet that she could not perceive a single sound. By the time Rex realized what was happening, she found herself unable to control her throat to emit even a faint cry. Terror and chaos surged within her as her heart raced violently. The blood coursing through her veins felt as if it were a relentless tide, crashing against her eardrums and engulfing her entirely. Rex sensed her breath faltering as her abdomen stiffened, while a searing sensation coursed through the nape of her neck, causing her head to throb painfully. Instinctively, she yearned to struggle, yet her body remained immobile, and in the blink of an eye, everything around her morphed into a horrifying crimson, as if a colossal beast named Death had seized her form, dragging her into the profound darkness. I ought to first send the blueprints to Jean. They have yet to have lunch. This was her final thought before she sensed her mind teetering on the brink of chaos. Suddenly, a flicker of blue light erupted in the darkness, akin to a solitary star amidst the shadowy night, though the glow was faint in the next moment. The surrounding darkness dissipated entirely, rendering the scene before her astonishingly clear. Rex was astonished to find himself still standing in place. He struggled to blink, his right hand instinctively reaching for his throat. The neural signals responding to his movements caused the indicator light of the propulsion device to mischievously flicker, performing a somersault in the air before him. He was taken aback by the sensation of this novel control, so smooth and fluid, as if it were an innate part of his own arm. He could almost feel the airflow brushing past the propulsion device. What has happened? Rex could not help but inquire. Was there any need to ask? Helena's voice echoed in his ears, and for some reason, her tone lacked the usual levity she often exhibited. Please have a bit of faith in me. My safety mechanisms are indeed of high quality. Gazing at her flickering blue optical lens, Rex felt no trepidation this time. Instead, an inexplicable sense of reassurance enveloped him. Thank you. Ahem, I appreciate it. The engineer noticed his voice sounded slightly choked, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. I must have been startled. That is certainly the case, he thought. I've uploaded a patch for you. Remember to install it when you have the time. Helena waved her elongated mechanical arm. I'm off to find Elio to assist with the theropod observations. That, Rex called out, watching her retreating silhouette. If you need anything, I can perform maintenance on your internal disk. Or clean the dust, whatever you require. Don't hesitate to ask. As I suspected, this technology harbors significant issues. Helena felt her core and processor operating at a frantic pace, a peculiar restlessness surging within her essence. Her body transformed into the visage of an aerial drone amidst a mass of reshaped metal, soaring skyward as her propulsion unit roared with the tumultuous winds. Fortunately, I had transferred some of the energy fluid within me to Rex's prosthetic. Otherwise, I would truly be beyond salvation. Yet this also unexpectedly clarified what this so-called technology entails. The reason for the loss of bodily control in carbon-based life forms during connection is neither the cyborg virus nor unstable connectivity. For it is neither an engineering error nor a programming flaw, but rather a physiological immune response. This is a remnant of the unique nervous system peculiar to the biology of my homeland. Every circuit within her sensed it, an emotion, designated by humanity as anger, burgeoned within her processing core, ferociously flourishing in her power furnace. The energy that ought to surge within my kin should be pure, not this wretched current or filthy atomic energy. The remains of my brethren have been desecrated by the indigenous inhabitants of this primitive planet. An affront. Yet, before I ascertain the whereabouts of the remaining fragments, I require a strategy. Helena hovered in the air, now above the clouds. As a rush of cold air surged into her slightly disordered processing core, which had been agitated by the high temperatures, gradually clarifying her tumultuous thoughts. However, unbeknownst to Helena, deep within her originally azure optical lens, a flicker of crimson wrath swayed incessantly, faint yet unextinguished. Chapter 93, The Dragon's Reign. 30 to commence. One backup plan. Jian held a small bucket brimming with contents as she stepped into a cage constructed of wire mesh, originally intended for cultivating climbing plants. Yet, judging by the ropes arranged within and the numerous claw marks on the branches, it was evident that the current inhabitants were far more animated than the flora that once belonged here. A reptilian creature emerged from its concealed nest, retracting its bizarre forelimbs formed of skin and bone, nimbly climbing the wire mesh. With its sharp claws gripping the wire, it hung upside down above Jian, tilting its head as it scrutinized the French girl below with its yellow-green reptilian slitted pupils. Jian noticed the creature above her and bent down to rummage in the bucket, retrieving a boiled quail egg and raising it to the creature overhead. In response, a cacophony of loud, jarring sounds erupted. The reptile boldly unfurled its wings and glided toward the lower ropes, but compared to its feathered relatives, the cries of this pterosaur resembled the discordant squawking of a tone-deaf duck yelling into a distorted microphone. The creature landed on the rope, hurriedly retracting its wings as it scuttled toward her, the swaying rope failing to hinder its speed. Jian watched as it leaped and crawled along the rope, dragging a tail longer than its body, and could not help but envision a scene where a toucan, a spider monkey, and a crocodile were all drunkenly celebrating at a party. All right, what did Xiao Yao say? Don't worry, these little fellows, though they appear intimidating, have rather good temperaments and one tea bite. Even so, not everyone possesses his amiable disposition. She cast a glance at the pterosaur's toothy maw, tossing the peeled quail egg toward it. The creature raised its head, catching the gleaming egg in its mouth. After swallowing it with relish, it looked expectantly at Jian. Well, I think this makes for a decent beginning. Jian blinked, assessing its head, and gently lifted the guiding stick she had taken from the bucket. Please, could you stand for a moment? The pterosaur blinked its eyes, skillfully rising on the rope using its hind legs, extending its elongated finger bones to spread its membranous wings, allowing the astonished veterinarian to scrutinize it. Oh my goodness! Xiao Yao's training methods are indeed impressive. After confirming that there were no internal injuries or parasites within the membrane, Jane curiously reached into the bucket and felt a raspberry in her hand. She noticed the pterosaur gazing at her with a look of longing and tossed the fruit forward. Fruit? What is Xiao Yao preparing this for? Will they eat it? The pterosaur swiftly clamped down on the soft, crimson fruit, not hastily devouring it like a quail egg. Jane watched in amazement as it crushed the fruit with its tongue, savoring the sweet and sour juice. As the sound of flapping wings reached her ears, Jane noticed a few more pterosaurs perched on the branches and ropes nearby, tilting their heads, looking at her with a mix of curiosity, tension, and anticipation. Well, it seems that humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. But this examination certainly has its conveniences. Jane lifted her gaze, connecting to the flickering signal projected by her prosthetic. Hey, Xiao Yao, is there something you need? Is everything still convenient? Senior, am I disturbing you while you check on those little creatures? Not at all. In fact, we are having a delightful time together. Jane bent down to inspect the tail of the pterosaur closest to her. With a guiding rod, she gently hooked the pterosaur's tail, and surprisingly, the fearsome-looking creature remained calm. On the contrary, it was focused on licking the down on its wings, appearing quite relaxed. Xiaoliao, what species are these? I recall they might be the dual-toothed pterosaur? She inquired, observing the diamond-shaped protrusion at the end of its tail. Well, in fact, Professor Owen only confirmed yesterday, based on previous research, that these little ones belong to a brand new species, giving them the Latin name Simulnhode. Ascend, the climbing false-toothed dragon. All right, what is this? False-toothed dragon. Jane gazed at the diamond-shaped protrusion at the tip of the pterosaur's tail. What is going on with their tail tips? It appears as if a segment protrudes from within. That's a great question. Even Professor Owen is investigating this matter. The most cutting-edge response currently is, we don't know. Liao Xing replied. There are theories from predecessors suggesting these protrusions indicate sexual dimorphism, while others propose they may serve an auxiliary function during flight. In any case, we can ascertain that it is not a pathological condition. That's good to know. After examining the tail, Jane stuffed a boiled quail egg into the pterosaur's mouth, and the false-toothed dragon let out a cheerful call. To my surprise, these creatures' temperaments are completely different from their appearance. Please don't mind me. When I first encountered them, their teeth startled me, but it seems these beings embody the essence of gentlemen and ladies. So far, I have yet to witness any aggressive feeding behavior. Having seen the Gobi pterosaur and the garden pterosaur, this is truly a remarkable contrast. In truth, the Therizinosaurus exhibits a remarkably structured hierarchy, which may be related to the species' behavior and the nature of their previous habitats. They compare the coloration of their beaks and engage in shoulder wrestling to establish the order of feeding, as Liao Xing noted. Indeed, it is quite easy to provoke their ire. Simply encroach upon their nesting areas. Of course, I would not recommend such an action. Really, rest assured, Xiaoliao, I am not some overly curious little rascal. Jian pouted slightly, raising her wrist that held the guiding rod, causing a Therizinosaurus to stand upright beside her. Its eyes fixated on the small bucket filled with food. It appears that these Therizinosaurus indeed meet Owen's so-called standards for field testing. They are in good health, their emotions relatively stable. Ah, splendid. The inspection is complete. Here is your reward, darling. Hearing the sharp cacophony of ecstatic reptiles emanating from the microphone, Liao Xing blinked, suddenly realizing that she had nearly forgotten her pressing query. Senpai, have you seen Helena? I have. A system update to arrange for her. It seems I haven't seen her in 2 days. Jian blinked, straining to recall. I remember seeing her in the main control room the day before yesterday afternoon. She should still be there, right? Chapter 94, Dragon Mastery. 31, to initiate. 2, backup plan. As the youth's eyes adjusted to the dimly lit room, he found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the extraordinary sight before him. In the main control room, where external light could not penetrate, an inorganic cube composed of computers and processors spread throughout the shadowy, enclosed space. Flickering indicator lights cast dim projections, arranged in a labyrinth of metal that emitted a constant low hum and waves of heat. Several circuits of varying lengths and thicknesses extended from the walls and ceiling, resembling serpentine worms that sprawled across the floor. Each cable pulsed with synchronized light signals, connecting to the rounded, pallid core, which flickered red with each completed data load. Akin to the throbbing pulse of exposed organs, had he not witnessed it firsthand. Liao Xing would never have associated this core-like mechanical apparatus with the cheerful white entity in his memory. He lifted his leg, stepping over the tangled cables and data lines on the floor as he approached the main console within the room. Helena, what is this? What's wrong? Liao, is there something you need? The British accent emanating from the speaker retained its familiar tone, yet this time, Liao Xing could detect no trace of emotion within it. It's merely a routine upgrade for the island's network, enhancing operational efficiency. If you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no time to waste. Liao Xing wished to inquire, yet as his gaze fell upon Helena's eyes, now suffused with a crimson hue, the words that surged to the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. In truth, I had come to. I knew it. The voice of a woman, tinged with a British accent, resonated in the room filled with the sounds of mechanical whirring, devoid of any joy or sorrow. You carbon-based life forms have come to regard the fulfillment of your tasks as an obligation I, as a mechanical construct, am naturally expected to perform. Despite the overt racial prejudice and irrationality inherent in such inquiries, my internal programming allows me to accommodate most of the unreasonable demands made by carbon-based beings. Now, should I assist in analyzing the data regarding the island's fauna, or troubleshoot some errant network fluctuations? Might you allow someone to finish speaking? Helena, what I meant to convey is that I think you ought to take a break and relax. And then debug the connection too. What? Helena seemed incredulous at her audio receiver. This defies logic. Elio, are you jesting with me? Helena, I have always considered you a friend, and I am truly grateful for the assistance you have provided us during this time. These are unequivocal truths. The construction and care of the park, as well as technological innovations, have relied on your support from the very beginning. However, at this juncture, I believe you deserve some respite. As Elio spoke, Helena discreetly monitored his heart rate. The youth was not lying. There remains a considerable interval before the next temporal leap, and during this time, you have contributed immensely, which weighs heavily on my conscience. The youth scratched the back of his head. Miss Lex had promised to oversee the backup control during this period. And while we prepare for the site testing, Helena is free to venture wherever she pleases. Regrettably, I cannot accompany you. Therefore, Helena, please ensure your physical safety. If you wish to seek out other fallen components, I shall endeavor to contact Mr. Richard to see how I might assist you. Helena, it's unusually quiet today. Are you all right? Within the optical lens that flickered rapidly between red and blue, a trace of liquid overflowed uncontrollably. I am fine. It's merely a bit of cleaning fluid that has leaked. She sensed an unusual emotion coursing through her central processing unit, causing her to tighten her grip on the data lines and cables, which had, unbeknownst to her, gently loosened. Following this, an overwhelming fatigue surged through her panel. Her rounded form trembled as it lifted from the console, only to suddenly lose power and collapse into the outstretched arms of the youth before her. Helena, are you all right? The young boy felt the device cradled in his arms radiating an intense heat, akin to a smoldering furnace that had been stoked for far too long. Ah, Elio, how I wish you had sought me out just a day earlier. Helena murmured, her voice distorted by the electronic modulation, as the optical lens flickered one last time before dimming into a deep azure. Chapter 95, The Dragon's Dominion. 32. I am not myself. One Nirt man. On this island, few are aware of Helena's true identity, nor the alarming events that transpired in the control room over the past few days. Almost no one knows that she has departed, save for Liao Xing. The pristine extraterrestrial craft, in its cloaked form, had boarded a supply ship bound for Gibraltar, en route back to Arendelle, thus commencing her holiday. Meanwhile, Liao Xing found himself confronted by the proxy system she had left within the central computer, a substitute scheme. A certain silicon-based life form described it thus: if I, this supercomputer, were to leave without a trace, I fear that before my return, your human minds and impulsive nature would turn this place into utter chaos. Hence, I have allocated part of my processing core, leaving behind a proxy system within the island's network. To be fair, while it is a segment of my own essence, by your carbon-based terminology, it could be considered my daughter, though. You may refer to it as a son if you prefer, for it is the culmination of our shared experiences on this island. I feel it necessary to inform her that there is no need for humans to sift through the chaotic information online to grasp common knowledge and culture. Liao Xing's fingers danced across the central panel. Just days prior, Helena had transformed this space into a scene reminiscent of a narrative plucked from an Asimov novel. Yet at this moment, no room on the island could rival the meticulous order found within this control chamber. As the apparatus activated, amidst dazzling transformations and the sound of metal extending, the room was soon left with only the control console and the boy standing beside it. Subsequently, a pale blue cube, suspended in midair, began to rotate slowly as the projector initiated, appearing before him. Set tolerance for ignorance and inquiry. Maximized. Humorless cold joke module. Online. Carbon-based lifeform disregard protocol. Removed. Initiating. Greeting protocol. Hello, carbon-based primate. I am the main control system of the current computer, permitted to be addressed as system or computer. Which do you prefer? The mechanical female voice bore a slight resemblance to Helena's, yet its emotionless tone starkly contrasted with the vivaciousness of the alien craft. Liao Xing gasped upon hearing the report, his brow knitting into a perplexed expression, feeling as if his toes were itching to propose a three-room. One whole project right then and there. Let us speak plainly. Biomimetic index elevated to maximum. Reinitiating greeting. Hello, male human. I am the central control network system constructed by the superintelligent advanced cosmic life form, Helena, utilizing primitive Earth technology along with fragments of my own memory. You may refer to me as computer or system. Either name suffices, as I am indifferent. Yet, let us assign you a name, lest Rex, who has painstakingly adapted to Helena's form, undergo another bout of stress. The youth scratched his head in contemplation. Allow me a moment. The name Helena begins with the letter H. So how about calling you Little AI? Activating the humor simulation module is beyond my capabilities. The program for a forced smile has commenced. Ha ha ha. Applause. Slowly and repeatedly. Let me consider further. In a brief moment of contemplation, Lao Xing recalled the voice of Jan Dark, who had once shared her feelings upon first encountering this island. The uniquely pronounced word was Isla. What do you think? Name confirmed, renaming accepted. Isla's affinity for the user, Liao Xing, has increased by 20. System, Isla is astonished by the cleverness of the human's pun-laden name. Very well, Isla. During this period, please coordinate the drones and surveillance on the island. Our field testing plan is set to commence before the end of this year. In the upcoming month, our team will gradually introduce the currently successfully bred species into the wild regions. Kindly maintain observation of the adaptation of this first batch of species. Requesting confirmation. Please recite the list of species to be introduced. Just kidding. Isla has already accessed the list from the communication records. Should there be any omissions, Isla will search through the browsing history within the Island-S network. Oh wait, there is no need for that. I believe it would be best for Isla to refrain from examining the network. No, it would be preferable for you to avoid it altogether. Liao Xing immediately interjected, halting the nascent system's attempts to flirt with the boundaries of the forbidden. Request received, tolerance settings approved. Isla expressed indifference to this. Although a part of her resides within, Isla is indeed quite different from Helena. Liao Xing sighed. May Helena return safely soon. Chapter 96, The Dragon's Reign. Time flows, and the months since arriving on the island have swiftly passed. The omnipresent, intangible passage of time has transformed many aspects of the island known as Kuei. The previously scarred land, which laid bare with its dark brown soil, is now adorned with a layer of tender green vegetation. If one were to stoop down and observe closely at this moment, they would discover, apart from the usual verdant grass, several peculiar plants of uncertain nomenclature. Some exhibit serrated leaves that creep along the ground, while others boast upright, woody stems that strive to extend their feathery young branches. Should an ancient botanist or geologist be present, they might exclaim with the fervor of a high school student encountering their idol, trembling with excitement, perhaps even leaping in joy, or cautiously raising their toes, fearful of stepping on even a single delicate sprout. The reason for such enthusiasm lies in the fact that these plants are representatives of the extinct species, Sphenophyllum from the Triassic period, 200 million years ago, and the Morrison Formation S. Lycopodium from the Jurassic, 150 million years ago, creatures that exist only within the confines of literature and fossil records. They embody a fragment of history that ought not to have survived into the present, and they signify the nascent beginnings of ancient life adapting to a new existence. Thanks to botanist Annie Emily's discovery of their remarkably rapid growth and adaptability, these two herbaceous plants were the first to emerge from their nurturing greenhouse, becoming the pioneering flora upon her arrival on the island. It has been demonstrated that these ancient species possess an astonishing vitality. Within just a month, the coverage of Sphenophyllum and Lycopodium surpassed the planting areas previously established by Owen along the waterways, advancing inland, benefiting from the subtropical precipitation and rich soil. Their growth rate outpaces that of contemporary wild grasses, though native grasses exhibit a higher germination rate and greater dispersal capabilities. The plant's roots intertwine. Their stems and leaves support one another as they engage in an age-old competition for survival, a silent yet fervent battle occurring below a height of 80 centimeters. Both sides strive to disseminate their seeds and spores, renewing the landscape of Longhua Prefecture through their rivalry. However, not all species display such exuberant vitality. Inappropriate. Jane wearily typed this phrase on her tablet, and with a gentle lift of her knee, several plump heads of Chinese dragonbird chicks peeked up from between her warm thighs. They stood, synchronously hopping onto the table. These little creatures, barely 30 centimeters tall, perched atop their fluffy tails, tilting their heads curiously at Jane, who had risen and turned. Honestly, You've spoiled them, Mau Mau. Jane twisted her neck, listening to the faint sounds emanating from the back of her head, and she too tilted her head in exasperation at the chicks on the table. Xiao Liao has been too indulgent with Mau Mau. If it were up to me. Doc, may I inquire about the meaning of inappropriate? Owen's voice resonated through the microphone at the door. With a sigh, Jane unlocked the entrance. Owen, with a puzzled gaze peering through his glasses, scrutinized the veterinarian before redirecting his attention to the message on the tablet. The physical metrics of the Karame dragon are stabilizing, and its temperament appears quite steady. Why is it deemed inappropriate for the initial field tests? Professor Owen, do you recall the phrase often uttered by Xiao Liao, "Facts speak louder than words"? Observing the professor in front of him, whose mind seemed almost overwhelmed by a flurry of new developments and pressing matters, he gently shook his head. This studio was conveniently situated beside its enclosure. Let us take a look. On the other side of the transparent display window lay an activity area covered in sand, designed to resemble the dune landscape of the Yungar Lianmucken group. It appeared somewhat desolate, with only a few massive rocks in the center forming a natural shade, which, at this moment, was entirely vacant. Owen furrowed his brow as he noticed a raw carcass still hanging from the feeder beside the fence. The park fed its carnivorous inhabitants twice daily, indicating that the predator had not eaten. Surely, that creature cannot be confined indoors, he pondered. Just as he was about to voice his complaints to the veterinarian, a deep and resonant breath echoed from within the grounds. Redirecting his gaze to the arena, he initially perceived only the scattered yellow sands. After scanning the area several times without discernible clues, he activated the X-ray function and was astonished to discover the beast lying beside one of the rocks. Most of the carnivorous reptile's body was concealed beneath the sand, hidden so thoroughly that even the protruding remnants of its spine were obscured. Only its snout, with its yellowed fangs, remained visible, rhythmically exhaling a series of deep breaths. Oh, my heavens! What a remarkable method of concealment. This predator is capable of blending in so perfectly. But what purpose does this behavior serve? Owen had long since cast aside his dissatisfaction, nearly pressing his entire body against the display window in an effort to glean more details. Upon my examination, the Karame dragon captured from the swamps of the Lianmucken group is an elderly male, Da Qing, as Xiao Liao refers to it, said Jane Dark. It has indeed recovered under our care, but considering animal welfare, along with its temperament and age, it is no longer suitable for a semi-wild environment. To put it plainly, we should allow this weathered predator to enjoy its twilight years in peace. Chapter 97, The Dragon's Reign. 33. Undercurrents. 2. Rising Storm. While it is regrettable, I believe your reasoning is sound. Watching the Karame dragon, named Da Qing, lazily lift its head from the sand pile and yawn, revealing its sharp teeth, Owen let out a soft sigh, a blend of regret and contemplation. Miss Dark, I am curious how many terrestrial reptiles we currently have that meet the conditions for field testing, given the limited species we have at hand. Only the oviraptor is barely suitable, Jane Dark responded, lifting her gaze, a fleeting hint of anxiety and doubt passing through her amethyst-colored eyes. But with all due respect, Professor, regarding the field tests, I find your decision somewhat hasty. Aside from the Therizinosaurus, the other prehistoric species have yet to commence breeding. Are their mating conditions as stringent as those of the Sumatran rhinoceros? Will they, akin to contemporary avians, lack specific elements necessary for oviposition? Frankly, we are quite uncertain about how to care for their offspring. The methodologies employed in zoos prior to the cataclysm cannot guarantee efficacy with these dinosaurs, Professor. The husbandry of those creatures was honed over centuries, a legacy forged by the tireless efforts of countless predecessors. And now, we are tasked with the care of a group of prehistoric reptiles that have only just begun to acclimate to modernity. And now we are to place them in an unfamiliar environment on the island. Professor Owen, we cannot afford any missteps at this juncture. Recently, Richard informed me of a paper published in a European biological journal, which posits a theory of ineffectiveness regarding pre-cataclysm vertebrate paleontology. Owen adjusted his glasses, refraining from directly addressing her inquiry. In essence, the paper's argument begins to refute the notion that prehistoric reptiles like dinosaurs possessed warm-bloodedness, a trait attributed solely to what they deem higher animals. Are we to regress the understanding of all ancient reptiles to a pre-1960s level? Utterly absurd. Such a thing is inconceivable. Miss Jan Dark furrowed her brow. But how does this pertain to what we are undertaking? Certainly, the academic community will not wholly dismiss the research of their predecessors. Yet paleontology today is perilously close to becoming as extinct as the species it studies. This is merely the onset. The excavated specimens left by our forebears have been lost in the cataclysm, and without research materials or fresh insights, funds are reluctant to invest. At the very least, the discipline of paleontology has entered a slow countdown to chronic demise. Subsequently, attempts to disrupt the academic sphere will only proliferate, Owen remarked. Consider the present state where field investigations have virtually ceased, with behavioral studies predominantly conducted within greenhouses and reserves, alongside breeding programs leaning towards technological modification, and the modern public's pervasive ignorance regarding invasive species. Miss Dark, do you not perceive the similarities? You cannot be serious. My God, how dare they? Jan's pupils constricted suddenly. Those deranged individuals, not only are they neglecting remedial measures, but resorting to such lunacy is beyond comprehension. Before the Pearl Harbor incident, Americans did not anticipate the audacity of the Japanese to this extent. Owen stroked his stubble. Although I fervently wish this is merely a figment of my imagination, I fear that in today's academic landscape, which is in decline, with commercialization increasingly dominating biological research, the assault on the already moribund discipline of paleontology is simply a stepping stone for certain individuals aiming to seize control of public discourse. And it does not signify an end. What could serve as a more compelling rebuttal to the insidious claims of those with ulterior motives than to vividly showcase a group of long-extinct creatures, demonstrating their potential to rejuvenate our faltering ecosystems? After an indeterminate period of contemplation, the veterinarian sighed and ultimately nodded in agreement. How did Dr. Emily and Xiao Liao respond? I managed to persuade Emily, and as for Liao, his initial perspective mirrored yours. However, upon grasping the gravity of the issues we currently face, he naturally concurred. Very well. I have several stipulations, remarked Jane Dark. At the very least, grant me an additional month to meticulously select those animals, and for reasons pertaining to safety and feasibility. I cannot consent to a field test involving more than 10 species of dinosaurs in the initial phase. The habitats of these creatures must remain relatively isolated, and in the event of natural breeding, I wish to avoid any incidents of bloodshed. I am pleased that the research team has reached a consensus, Owen nodded, casting another glance at the carnivorous creature resting in the sandpit. In fact, we already possess specimens ready for release into the wild for testing. Chapter 98. Return to river. This small island, located in what was once the Florida region, seemed perpetually shrouded in rain. Today, the peaks of Longkue State were obscured by swirling mists, leaving only an ethereal silhouette amidst the undulating gray-white waves. Accompanied by the sounds of flowing water and the patter of raindrops splashing into the pond, 5 figures clad in yellow raincoats advanced along the corridor by the reservoir. Despite the thatched roof above, the fine rain still cascaded onto Nigel Owen's lenses, yet he paid little heed to the mist that clouded his vision. After rummaging through the pockets of his jeans, he muttered as he produced an old key and unlocked the door before him. As Owen slowly pushed open the iron gate, several pools connected to the flood discharge outlet came into view. Before Liao could voice his curiosity about their location, a silver fish leaped from the surface, its robust body gliding through the rain curtain before vanishing amidst a flurry of splashes and ripples. I encountered difficulties when I endeavored to nurture these aquatic creatures from the early Cretaceous period, Owen recounted. These beautiful fish from the ancient Liaoshi could not endure confinement within the confines of a small aquarium. Even in the largest tanks, they would restlessly swim around the edges, repeatedly bumping their mouths and bodies against the walls, leaving themselves battered and bruised. I am currently still unclear about the situation, but it may possibly relate to their electroreceptive organs in the buccal region. Owen wiped the smudges from his glasses. In any case, I observed that the temperature and water quality of the Longkue River system closely resemble that of the Hot River, which prompted me to conduct an experiment by raising them in a reservoir. It now appears that this hypothesis was indeed correct. Subsequently, I carried out adaptation experiments on other aquatic animals in natural water environments, revealing that the majority of species, including the Triassic lungfish from the Candy group, the wolf fish from the Ischian group, the eastern leaf shrimp, the ringed shrimp, and the exquisite mayflies, exhibited adaptability to the Longkue River system. However, even the Uyghur cod and the Zungarian clams from the Muchin group displayed physiological anomalies, which I suspect may be related to their inland water system. In summary, I believe the time has come to introduce these adapted animals into the island water systems. I am uncertain, These creatures originate from an ecological environment that is entirely different from this world. Anning. Emily shook her head. Is there a possibility that they might adversely affect the local water system's ecology? Dr. Amelie, the original water system here only contained a single species of blue catfish, a few small species of loaches, and some catfish. I suspect these were introduced here as one of the countless invasive species from Florida before the catastrophe, Liaoxing stated, nodding in agreement. Before continuing, after my field verification with Xiao Liao, I found that during this period, the outsiders not only left behind snakehead fish and largemouth bass for fishing, but also released a batch of Siamese crocodiles for ornamental purposes. However, they are not large, and their genes are quite mixed. Moreover, the local waters are too cold for those hybrid crocodiles. In short, the ecology of the native water system here is predominantly composed of invasive species, with a significant number of ecological vacancies remaining. I believe Professor Owen's idea is worth a try. Liaoxing nodded. I think they might even adapt better than the earlier arrivals. Well, since the majority of opinions are in agreement. Emily initially wanted to inquire about Rex, but she caught a glimpse of the engineer, whose eyes now appeared remarkably clear, seemingly absorbing everything without retention. Thus, she shifted her focus, stating, I shall await the performance of these organisms with great anticipation. Then, I believe the time has come. Decades ago, our Earth bid farewell to the freshwater king of the Central Plains water system, and today, their long-buried legacy will be inherited by their ancient kin. Owen approached the control panel, turning to glance once more at the pool of the sturgeon. Those large fish seemed to sense something, as one by one, they arched their backs above the water's surface, creating ripples, swirling amidst the increasingly dense curtain of rain, accompanied by the deep rumble of thunder from the clouds, forming a silver-gray vortex in the pool. As the button was activated, the gates leading to the downstream water system slowly opened. With the surge from the flood mouth, a massive wild white sturgeon swayed, lifting its dorsal fin, equipped with a tracking sensor, above the water's surface, cutting through the waves. With a few powerful swishes of its massive, fin-like tail, it vanished beyond the confluence of alloys and concrete. Moments later, its flamboyant fins re-emerged in the waters on the opposite side of the river. Onlookers watched it glide gracefully through the water, swiftly moving downstream with the current. I heard whispers of crocodiles inhabiting the island's waterways. Rex nudged Liaoxing in the ribs. Do you think our fish might be in jeopardy? He inquired. Those crocodiles? Liaoxing blinked. Miss Rex, must you always bring a lady along? Just call me Rex. This remark inadvertently floated into the veterinarian's ears, causing her brow to furrow. Very well, Rex, Liaoxing replied, rubbing his ribs where he had been jabbed. I previously went with my senior to conduct tests, and those Siamese crocodiles, due to climatic conditions and insufficient nutrition, are rarely over a meter in length. Meanwhile, the white sturgeon we brought back includes one that measures nearly 2 meters. Tell me, under such circumstances, who poses a threat to whom? Chapter 99. Return to river amidst the symphony of thunder and the whispers of the wind through the rain. A pair of gray-green reptilian eyes emerged from the murky river. The owner of these eyes, a young Siamese crocodile measuring approximately 60 centimeters, splashed across the rippled surface, leaving delicate waves in its wake as it swiftly clambered onto a protruding rock. Should any scholars have been present, they would have recognized this young amphibious reptile as capable of living a carefree existence in the previously predator-free waters of Longkou Prefecture. However, in this moment, its scaled chest heaved with anxiety as it clutched the cold rock beneath it, fearfully gazing at the murky water's surface. Not far from the tumultuous waters, a triangular dorsal fin broke the surface, carrying a black, square apparatus, followed by an even larger, robust tail fin. This creature silently traversed the vast expanse of rain and mist, causing the young Siamese crocodile to hold its breath, as instinctual fear surged through its body like an uncontrollable malignancy. Although reptiles are often dismissed as lacking intelligence, this young crocodile vividly recalled the scene of its companion disappearing into the jaws of that colossal underwater creature. The instincts inherited from its egg could not inform it of the nature of this being. Yet every cell within its body screamed the signal of danger. It instinctively sought to flee from the waters that once symbolized sustenance and safety, longing to distance itself from the grim reaper lurking beneath the waves. However, as its claws grazed the summit of the rock, the young Siamese crocodile quickly realized that this rock was merely a reef, jutting out from the water's surface. At this moment, the water's surface continues to rise with the persistent rain. The Siamese crocodile swivels its flat head, its eyes gazing sideways, through the curtain of rain. Its left eye catches a glimpse of a swaying patch of greenery to the left. In its modest mind, it faintly recalls the warmth and light felt on the grass during a sunny day. More importantly, on that grassy expanse, the specter of death lurking in the water would not appear. The rising river has begun to buffet the crocodile's drooping tail. In this dreary weather, the cold-blooded reptiles deprived of sunlight easily succumb to fatigue and chill. This young Siamese crocodile squints its eyes and clings tightly to the rock beneath it, attempting to gather strength during the scant moments of respite. As a flash of lightning splits the sky, a silvery fish bursts from the surging river, propelled by frothy waves, darting towards the crocodile, nearly submerged upon the rocks. The young crocodile kicks off the rock with its hind legs, plunging into the murky waters just as the thunder rumbles. Holding its breath, the crocodile channels every ounce of strength to propel its tail, swimming towards the verdant edge. Behind it, the relentless torrents of the muddy river continue to surge, and beneath the rippling surface, a dark shadow swiftly navigates through the turbulent flow, unwaveringly pursuing its target. But at this moment, the young Siamese crocodile has reached the border of the greenery, exerting its final reserves of energy to leap out of the water, crashing heavily onto the verdant surface. Before it can maneuver its limbs to crawl, its body is once more engulfed by the icy current. The young crocodile remains unaware that the solid ground of the grass and the floating aquatic plants represent two distinct concepts. Those drifting water lilies might support the weight of smaller creatures, yet they would prove utterly insufficient for this young crocodile. It would not have the opportunity to atone for its miscalculation. That silvery figure emerged from the murky flow, seizing it firmly. As the fish's mouth connected with the scattered labial structures, allowing it to detect even the slightest movements of its prey amidst the turbid currents, the young crocodile struggled futilely, vanishing into the murky depths, leaving behind a trail of minuscule bubbles barely perceptible to the naked eye. Physiological sensors have registered a message. The largest beluga sturgeon has stirred. As Owen disseminates the information into the group chat, everyone witnesses how the large fish from the Ishin group establishes its ecological niche on the island within mere hours. Truly astonishing adaptability, tranquility, Emma remarked. The speed and sensory acuity of this prehistoric fish are remarkable, enabling it to locate its target even in such turbid waters. Should we give this fish a name? Jane Darkay leaned closer to Liao Xing and whispered, I don't mean a code name, but something memorable like Fluffy or Ancestor. Oh, some seniors. I have been prepared for this. Calling them seniors, are we? The veterinarian blinked. We have known each other for nearly half a year. To continue addressing each other in such a formal manner feels rather distant, wouldn't you agree? Liao Xing found the words poised on the tip of his tongue, only to swallow them down forcefully, leaving his face flushed. How should I address you more appropriately then? You may simply call me Rena, the veterinarian replied with a gentle smile. That is how everyone referred to me back in the academy. Very well, Rena. Perhaps the French pronunciation with its rolled R proved a bit challenging, as Liao Xing took a moment to articulate the name correctly. The name of that large fish, Qiulian, sounds rather delightful. Qiulian, indeed, seems like a name. Jian inquired, is there a particular story behind it, akin to deities like Kronos or names like Bonnie and Clyde? In truth, it is a character from a ghost story recounted by the director during my time at the orphanage, Liao Xing replied. This name embodies beautiful intentions and serves as a remembrance of the regrets held by the previous generation. I hope that our autumn practice can compensate for past regrets and usher in a new chapter. Perhaps one day, it will resonate with an unending echo across rivers and landscapes. Chapter 100, Rooted in the Bloodline. As night descended, the silvery moonlight unreservedly poured over the land of Longkue Prefecture. The patrolling drones, seemingly tireless, maintained their orderly formations, rhythmically swaying their searchlights as they moved methodically forward. In the shadows untouched by the moonlight and the beams of the searchlights, a creature concealed itself, poised to act. With the faint sound of scraping against the wooden fence and a soft trickle from the drain pipe, a head covered in gray-brown fur emerged. It bared its yellowed incisors, its whiskers trembling slightly as they brushed against the air. Moments later, its entire form was revealed beneath the moonlight, showcasing a large brown rat with a filthy coat and a scaly, fleshy tail. Its demeanor, hesitant yet shrouded in secrecy, clearly indicated its reluctance to be exposed. The rat hesitated briefly before leaping down from the drain pipe, advancing cautiously across the well-trodden grass. Clamped in its mouth was a piece of shed reptilian skin, jagged at the edges. Navigating with familiarity, it approached a wooden shed, and with a deft movement, it vanished into the shadows beneath the shed's floor. In the dimness, the rat's eyes could not discern its surroundings, yet guided by the pungent scent of urine and the tactile sensations of its whiskers, it maneuvered adeptly through the darkness. Within the foundation of the shed, comprised of earth and plywood, now riddled with numerous burrows, it traversed a corridor littered with refuse, arriving at a fork in the tunnel. Another rat's head emerged beside it, its gray countenance revealing elongated, sharp lower incisors. Greedily, it inhaled the scent of the reptilian skin held in the larger rat's mouth, unabashedly displaying its desire. The larger rat released its grip, baring its teeth and snapping at the intruder, who squealed in panic, retreating into the burrow, leaving behind a few drops of blood and casting a covetous glare at the coveted reptilian scales. The larger rat paid no heed. This was neither the first nor the last of its kind to covet its treasure. Fortunately, it was strong enough to withstand the competition. It skillfully evaded the clamorous peers, navigating through countless greedy and yearning gazes until it reached a corner of the burrow. As it unveiled a tattered piece of gnawed artificial sponge, a nest filled with fallen leaves and fur emerged before it. Within the nest, over a dozen newborns, barely adorned with gray down, huddled together. The large rat gently lowered its head to sniff, setting aside the shed skin, and crawled into the nest, revealing its swollen teats to the wriggling offspring. Previously, this island had no predators, yet it also lacked abundant food sources. In the absence of sustenance and suitable habitats, the brown rat population in Longhua Prefecture maintained a delicate balance. However, with the arrival of humans, their structures provided shelter for these small mammals. The remnants of meals left by the Mesozoic creatures turned into a grand feast for the rodents. They unabashedly burrowed and proliferated, constructing their subterranean kingdom in the island's shadowy corners. Initially cautious of unfamiliar food, they soon relaxed their ancestral instinct to evade predators. Emboldened by the absence of threats and the abundance of food, their burrows' camouflage was woefully inadequate, and their odor was overwhelmingly foul. Yet, these rodents seemed to harbor no fears, for in the long months of their lives, they had never encountered any predators. It was as if they simply did not exist. A faint squeak pierced the chaotic cavern, reaching the large rat's ears. It twitched its notched ears, seemingly trying to discern the source of the sound. But all it heard was the cacophony of its bustling kin. It twisted its plump body, shifting to a more comfortable position to continue nursing. Memories flooded back of the meat mountains moving within enclosures, strange creatures, immense in size, moving with a clumsiness that appeared sluggish to the brown rat. They climbed upon those animals, wrestled, or tore away the dead skin from their thick scales. Yet, should they become too careless, the very bodies of those colossal meat mountains could pose a crushing threat. The large rat, however, possessed both cunning and boldness. The shed skin it had discovered today was a reward for its efforts. Once nursing was complete, it began to relish the substantial reptilian hide. The crunching sound of its chewing attracted envious, yet helpless gazes from its kin, causing the whiskers on its snout to twitch in a display of self-satisfaction. After finishing its meal, it licked its paws, the dry reptilian scales leaving it feeling parched. Having settled its young ones, it crawled towards the burrow's entrance. Approaching the mouth of the tunnel, it paused, repeatedly twitching its nose. A peculiar, sweetish odor wafted from the breeze outside, reminiscent of something it had encountered before, yet in that moment, it could not recall where. The instinct of caution compelled it to halt at the entrance, blinking its murky eyes in an effort to gaze outward. The moonlight beyond the shadows remained strikingly clear and aloof, casting everything in a pallid glow. The towering plants in the distance swayed beneath the night sky, projecting bizarre shadows. Although nothing seemed amiss, it was peculiar that the once bustling grassland mouse trail now appeared exceptionally desolate. This unsettling atmosphere made the large mouse hesitate instinctively as it observed the familiar passage illuminated by moonlight, crouching in contemplation. Behind the large mouse came a disgruntled murmur. The previously encountered gray-furred, sharp-toothed mouse, sporting a bloodied ear from a prior encounter, complained vocally about being obstructed. The large mouse retaliated with a few equally spiteful squeaks and shifted aside to clear a path. The gray-furred mouse grumbled as it passed by, following the trail toward the grassland bathed in moonlight. As the figure of the gray mouse faded into the distance, the large mouse resumed its posture, perhaps concluding it had been overly cautious. It thought that if it quickened its pace, it might still find a morsel before dawn. At the blurred edge of its short-distance vision, something darted swiftly. It moved with such speed that the gray mouse barely had time to react before being lifted into the air. The large mouse watched in horror as the gray mouse writhed in agony, letting out a faint cry before suddenly going silent. Its plump body hanging limply before vanishing entirely into the indistinct, radiant moonlight. From the heavens where the moonlight emerged, stars twinkled. Yet, tonight, even the celestial bodies seemed peculiar. In the large mouse's murky sight, the points of light danced and swayed, fluttering beneath the melodious tunes of birds in the moonlight. Soon after, a pair of neon green stars glided closer, seemingly approaching the entrance. Every hair on the large mouse's body stood on end, its limbs stiffening in response to the incomprehensible phenomenon and primal fear. A deep, ancient melody seemed to resonate in its ears, a sound imprinted deeply within its very essence. Why did instinct urge the large mouse to remain hidden during the day and emerge at night? Why did its vision remain clouded, perceiving the world solely through scent and touch? Under the illuminated canopy of the heavens, even the cold, white moon appeared to be in pursuit of its prey. A torrent of whispered words coalesced in the large mouse's ears, swiftly forming a simple signal in its mind: run. As the giant rat regained its senses, it beheld the stars dancing and singing beneath the moonlight, along with the gaping maw of the abyssal void. In the nest woven from refuse and fur, the young rodents, adorned with sparse, soft fur, began to huddle together, seeking solace in each other's warmth after the initial anxiety of their mother's departure. These diminutive creatures developed with remarkable swiftness. In a few weeks' time, they would likely transform from unsteady infants into robust juveniles, their sturdy bones enabling them to emerge from their burrow and explore the vast world beyond. That was, of course, the expectation. However, the cover shielding them was roughly displaced, inciting panic among the younglings. Yet, upon catching the familiar scent of their mother, they gradually fell silent, even though she seemed to bear something extraordinary today. The giant rat, breathless and with bloodshot eyes, was oblivious to the gruesome state of its severed tail. It hastily searched among the young, seizing the largest one and setting it aside in a corner. A thin veil of mist appeared to cloud its murky, dark eyes as it buried its head once more among the younglings, soon followed by the sickening sounds of feeble cries and the crunch of breaking bones. The desperate creature endeavored to fill its belly with fresh meat, even though this warm sustenance came from its own offspring. At that moment, this frenzied animal stood on the brink of collapse, driven by instinct to reclaim every available resource around it for energy. After a hearty meal, it clamped down on the largest youngling with its blood-stained incisors and, amidst the oblivious clamoring of its kin, stealthily burrowed deeper into the nest, leaving behind a trail of crimson droplets cascading from its severed tail where the nursery had transformed into a slaughterhouse. The wooden walls of the shelter swayed gently with the pushes from outside. The giant rat emerged through a crack in the floor, adjusting its grip on the youngling before climbing the water pipe that hung from the wall. Its mind raced with recollections of the stars. As its body was lifted into the air, it caught fleeting glimpses of the colossal figures from the night sky. They loomed tall and slender, their tails devoid of fur, skillfully swaying in the dark, while melodious songs erupted from their throats, a stark contrast to their razor-sharp fangs. In its desperate struggle, the giant rat felt its fleshy tail severed within the mouth of the stars. It fell into the grass, desperately burrowing towards the entrance of the hole. During its frantic escape, the large rodent sensed the ground trembling slightly beneath the weight of those colossal beings. It dared not glance back. Perhaps in even a fleeting moment, those celestial bodies would descend upon it and tear it to shreds. Upon reaching the beam of the ceiling, the rodent, clutching its swaying offspring, struggled to maintain its balance on the wooden beam. The pain from its severed tail caused its steps to falter, compelling it to grip the wood tightly with its claws. Within its minuscule mind, it rapidly pondered its next course of action. The moonlit terrain had ceased to be a sanctuary. Only the shadowed regions might lead to a sliver of salvation. It navigated through the exhaust fan of the shed, following the drain pipe until it reached the fence. With its murky little eyes, it observed those stars beginning to excavate the earth near the entrance of their burrow. Amidst a desperate and fearful squeal, a hefty rodent was yanked from its den, and in the blink of an eye, it was torn apart by the surrounding celestial entities. A few mice, seizing the moment of their kin being devoured, darted swiftly from their nest, attempting to scramble into the drain pipe. Yet, the speed of those stars rendered them nearly invisible, and before they could reach the nearby pipe, they were captured and lifted by the celestial beings, their terrified squeaks swallowed by a chorus of jubilant birdsong. The rodent did not pause, clutching its young, nimbly racing along the fence beam. A peculiar sensation washed over it. This scene had indeed unfolded countless times before, perhaps among the branches, within the crevices of rocks, amidst the colossal bones. Regardless of day or night. From the shadowy jungle to the arid desert, the relentless chase of life and death had driven the mammalian kin into darkness. It was those stars that had shaped their ancestors into creatures compelled to seek refuge in the shadows. Yet, it could not grasp this feeling. The rodent swiftly cast aside these unnecessary sentiments, continuing along the beam towards a structure cloaked in night. To the perspective of the brown rat, these buildings resembled peculiar caves. Within those caves resided countless kin, thriving in the bountiful soil of sustenance, sheltered by sturdy barriers, living carefree lives. Although they might not welcome it. A roll in their urine to acquire their scent could perhaps allow it to construct a new nest in a corner. As it approached the colossal cave, the rodent twitched its nose, attempting to discern the scents in the air. However, its nostrils were filled only with the heavy stench of blood, yet it paid little heed. After all, its severed tail was still bleeding, and the blood of its kin dripped from its teeth onto its young. Such a scent was entirely natural. The whiskers at its mouth curled upwards, and with the tactile sensations along the passage, the rodent discovered an entrance. Emerging through the frigid, gusty pipe, its head poked out from a vent, and with a leap, it landed softly on the ground below, unharmed. It blinked its eyes, placing its offspring on the ground while raising its head to sniff the air, attempting to discern its surroundings. Yet all it could detect was the pungent aroma of blood, a pervasive scent of death enveloping the vicinity. Despite the limited space, it adapted to the dimly lit interior. When it finally glimpsed what lay beneath its feet, the large rodent realized it may have made a grave error. A multitude of its kin lay strewn across the ground, likely remnants of what was once their nest, now transformed into a veritable battlefield littered with corpses. Those slightly smaller than itself bore evident wounds on their foreheads and necks, each a testament to a swift demise. The rodent seized its young and hastened towards a corner, but it was already too late. The predator lurking in the shadows possessed superior vision and swifter speed. The wriggling offspring slipped from the rodent's mouth as it was seized by the nape of its neck, lifted into the air amidst its desperate thrashing. It attempted to turn and bite the assailant, but a sharp pain surged through its lower body as another maw clamped down upon its hindquarters. The rodent's flesh could not endure such twisting and tearing. Its abdomen burst forth in a cacophony of vibrant intestines, spilling their contents onto the struggling young on the floor. As the mother's fluids and innards suffocated the feeble offspring, rendering it unable to breathe, all was brought to a close for this rodent. Chapter 102. Rooted in Bloodline. Depths of the bloodline. The assailants shook the large rodent-esque carcass, reveling in the joy of having captured such a plump prey. The two hunters, feasting upon the rodent, began to wave their grayish-white wings in the darkness, their high-pitched voices extolling the greatness of the shadows that concealed their movements and brought them sustenance. They were true children of the night. See, employing carnivorous species within the park to combat the rodent infestation is entirely feasible. In the conference room, Owen spoke confidently while observing the footage on the screen. Thanks to Liao's assistance, I managed to establish comparative groups of the Triassic Coelophysis and the Cretaceous Dromaeosaurus at two separate facilities. The results indicated that Coelophysis excels in open outdoor environments, pursuing and intercepting in groups, while Dromaeosaurus is adept at capturing rodents in more shadowy locales. Therefore, I believe utilizing the food chain to control the rampant rodent population is wholly viable. Simultaneously, employing the natural predators of rodents can mitigate potential risks associated with chemical interventions. Professor Owen, may I request a moment's pause? The veterinarian interjected, her amethyst-like eyes concealing an impending fury. When you took young Liao to conduct this hunting test, did you consider one crucial matter? Recently, Helena and I developed a vaccine for true beast blood fever. Ah, I recall. Owen acutely sensed that the atmosphere of the conversation had suddenly turned oppressive, swayed by the fluctuations of the other party's emotions. After a moment's hesitation, he began to ponder whether he had erred in his words. We have vaccines to address this. Is there a problem? The issue at hand is quite significant. Anning, Amelie spoke before Jane could interject. Let us refrain from discussing the animal welfare implications, even if we can train Mesozoic reptiles to assist us in managing rodent populations. Mr. Owen, you seem to overlook the most minute variable. We are aware that these creatures inherently carry a portion of viruses from the Mesozoic era. These prehistoric viruses possess an exceedingly simple structure, consisting merely of a few fragments of genetic information. Yet they function akin to the world's tiniest corporate spies, infiltrating the target factory, which is the animal cell, where they utilize the materials of the factory to replicate their own products. That is, another strain of virus, Amelie elucidated. However, these intruders are rather messy in their operations. Each time they replicate, they invariably introduce errors. Moreover, with each replication, they also incorporate a portion of the host's genetic coding into their progeny. The viruses they produce will perpetuate this haphazard replication process, and after several generations, a completely new type of virus may emerge. Amelie sighed. If some rodents infected with a lethal virus were to escape, Mr. Owen, chemical remedies will not knock on my door come Thanksgiving. Yet those rodents share 80% of their genetic makeup with primates. Ah, I see. That is why we have implemented strict isolation and surveillance at both experimental sites. Subsequently, with Isla's assistance, we cleaned the area. We have contained the situation to prevent the most undesirable outcomes from transpiring. Generally speaking, most viruses do not cross species barriers, Owen explained, though the confidence he had previously displayed had now completely dissipated. Oh, I feel as though I've heard that line in some old sci-fi film, Rex remarked while nibbling on a candy cane, muttering, what was it called? Never mind. The one who set such a flag back, then ultimately ended up with a cold meal. Miss Rex is correct. I maintain a cautious stance regarding whether prehistoric organisms can be utilized to address the proliferation of invasive species. With Amelie's mediation, Jane Dark pursed her lips. It is best to leave the handling of biological hazards to computers and drones. For now, let us concentrate on the field tests. And, little Liao, when you submit the takeout request next time, I expect to see precise descriptions rather than vague cover-ups for someone else. Faced with the vet's kindly gaze, Liao instinctively directed his attention toward the increasingly alluring ceiling above. Understood, Senior Gina. Very well, regarding the species for the field tests. Jane diverted her gaze from the somewhat awkward Owen. Regarding our vegetarian species, how are they prepared? Chapter 103, Reminiscing Childhood. Wake up, little sandbag. Hurry up, or you'll miss breakfast. Amidst the haze of waking consciousness, a child's voice, tinged with a slight accent, called out. The child, nestled under the warm covers, instinctively murmured a few sounds and buried his head deeper into the comforting warmth. Just let me sleep a little longer. Hey, stop dawdling, Xiao Liao. Look at you, just lounging around, not eager to eat at all, unlike your sister. With an irresistible force, the blanket was abruptly yanked away, causing the boy's slender form to shiver against the sudden chill, instinctively curling up like a shrimp. Hey, look at you, all flustered. I wonder if I can't handle you. The touch of fingers pressed against his nose, and before long, the boy, unable to endure the lack of breath while lying down, struggled to sit up. His slightly chubby cheeks turned crimson, perhaps from holding his breath or from irritation. I'm up. Is that enough? Huh. Look at your bear-like appearance. Since I brought you back a few days ago. You Haven't even called me sister once. As Liao Xing opened his eyes, the figure of the girl beside his bed gradually came into focus. She sported two slightly reddish-brown pigtails, standing confidently with her hands on her hips. Her round little face lit up with a bright smile, revealing a few missing teeth. As she looked at the boy puffing his cheeks in defiance. Back in our hometown, we always rise early during the new year. If you keep dawdling like this, you'll surely get a couple of slaps on your bottom. With that, she raised her left hand as if to strike, but upon seeing him instinctively shrink his neck, she lightly tapped the blanket instead, producing a soft puff sound. Quickly get up. The cafeteria has dumplings for breakfast. I want the pork filling. At this moment, the sky was still dim, the corridor outside the window appearing in a hazy pinkish gray, as if it had not yet awakened. The girl took the hand of the boy, who was a head shorter than her, and they jogged down the corridor. Their pace was not particularly fast, and the journey was short, as the corridor felt somewhat empty since most people had already gone to the cafeteria. However, the girl's fingers tightly gripped Liao Xing's right hand, as if afraid that letting go for even a moment would cause him to vanish. Inside the cafeteria, a cacophony of voices erupted. Under the glaring white lights, several caregivers, waist-high, struggled to navigate through the bustling sea of children. Countless small bodies bobbed beneath the swarming heads of children, forming a seemingly impenetrable wall in front of the two. Wow, so many people. I told you to hurry up. The girl ruffled her hair in frustration while reaching for two trays beside her. Hold on tight. Let us see if we can squeeze our way through that corner. Her tiny, perspiring hands clutched tightly at Liao Xing, shielding him as they inched along the corner of the wall. Liao Xing turned his head with a hint of unease. Although the girl had managed to carve out a narrow passage barely wide enough for a person, the cries and whimpers of the children, unassuaged by the caregivers, surged towards him from all directions, indelibly resonating in his ears. "Mama, I want my mama. You've spilled the porridge on my sleeve. Wawa, it's all right, don't be afraid. There are no mountains here. It won't collapse." The mention of mountains seemed to awaken a recollection within him, reminding him of the purpose of his presence in this chaotic place. Amidst the cacophony of desperate cries and the thunderous roar of crumbling rocks, the image of an indomitable black mountain, lamenting in the torrential rain and inexorably rushing towards the crowd below, flashed vividly in Liao Xing's mind, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. When he regained his senses, he realized that his right hand, which should have been gripping the girl, was now empty. In an instant, waves of anxiety and fear crashed over him, his body feeling cold and heavy as though plunged into an icy abyss. He yearned to cry out, but found himself voiceless, swept along by the tumultuous crowd, uncertain of where he was being taken. "What is the matter, child? Don't get stuck." A deep yet unmistakably clear voice called out to him, accompanied by a pair of hands that steadied his shoulders, pulling him back from the depths of his troubled thoughts. "Come, child, move forward. I am right behind you." He turned to see a stranger, an elderly woman, standing behind him. Though not tall, her frail frame was bent with the weight of years, appearing fragile yet still capable of guiding Liao Xing slowly but resolutely through the chaotic sea of children, leading him to a spot with a slightly lesser flow of people. "Little sandbag, little Liao, where are you?" Liao Xing heard a voice calling, and as he turned his head, he spotted a spirited little girl straining to push her way through the throngs, shouting her name as she maneuvered past a child's shoulder. "I'm here," Liao Xing shouted with all his might, his voice tinged with a sob before he realized. Yet it reached the girl's ears with crystal clarity. "Little Liao, little Liao." The girl breathlessly emerged from the crowd, her attire disheveled, one of her pigtails now reduced to a single strand, the other defiantly curling into a wave at the nape of her neck. She paid no heed to her own disheveled appearance or the unfamiliar old woman beside her, rushing towards Liao Xing and grasping his hand. "You little mountain brat," she exclaimed, her voice hoarse and urgent. "Didn't I tell you to hold on tight to me? Why are you trembling and wandering off with strangers? If you keep this up, I'll lose you just like I lost my parents." As the conversation unfolded, the girl's cries transformed into soft sobs escaping from the gap between her teeth, which then escalated into uncontrollable weeping. I am so sorry. I lost our food tray. We have nothing to eat now. Please, don't despise me." Liao Xing sobbed quietly, extending her slender arms to embrace the plump neck of her companion. "Sister," she murmured through her tears. "You are this child's sister?" As the elderly woman nearby spoke again, the girl noticed her presence. She sniffled and tugged Liao Xing behind her back, resembling a puffed-up cat shielding her young. "Look here. This is my little brother whom I found. I want to sell him. I won't buy. The old woman paused momentarily. Then a gentle smile spread across her face. "Oh dear, have you two eaten?" She produced a lunchbox, and as she lifted the lid, a delightful aroma and warmth burst forth, wafting into the noses of the two children. "I just made dumplings, with cabbage and meat. Would you like some?" "Who cares about those dumplings? The last thing I want is—" Before the girl could finish her defiant statement, the grumbling of her stomach interrupted, turning her cheeks crimson. "Ha ha, come, sit here and eat. Take your time. Don't burn yourselves." The elderly woman smiled gently, guiding them to the table. She served each child a bowl, and under the enticing aroma, the famished youngsters quickly began to devour their meal. "Child, how did you both meet?" "I was abandoned by my parents. Perhaps they thought I was too troublesome. They placed me in a large cart filled with children, and the smell was so overwhelming that they sent me away." The girl bit into a dumpling as she spoke. "They took me to a city, and I suspected they weren't good people, so I stealthily slipped away, following a few adults. Fortunately, I escaped just in time. Shortly afterward, the mountain on the outskirts of the city collapsed. When I went there, I found my brother, who was being bullied and seemed dazed." "What an extraordinary girl," the old woman exclaimed, her gaze shifting toward the crowd. "Dear, you two eat well here. I will go speak with those adults." As the two children savored their steaming dumplings, amidst the bustling noise, they could still hear the elderly woman conversing with a man clad in a jacket. "Mr. Ma, I truly wish to help, but as you know, these events are occurring nationwide, and we are currently overwhelmed with the number of people." This was the man's voice. Displaced victims from various places are trying to relocate to safer areas to reduce the number of refugees. Trying? So, you Haven T exerted your full effort. The elderly woman sighed. We can no longer rely on this method, solely focusing on efficiency. Otherwise, our children will suffer greatly when they grow up. Teacher Ma, we are currently short-handed everywhere. There are numerous robots, yet to be candid, while they can manage simple tasks such as cooking or moving objects, entrusting them with the care of human beings is another matter altogether. Is there truly no one to provide care? The elderly woman bowed her head in contemplation for a moment before lifting it again. Then, grant me a patch of land to tend to the children. Sister. Liao Xing nudged the girl who was focused on her meal. What are they discussing? I have no idea, replied the girl, smacking her lips as she gazed at the last 3 dumplings in her bowl and set down her chopsticks. They are likely debating how to sell us off, right? Fear not. I shall return these dumplings to her, and we shall make our escape. Grandmother, Liao Xing rolled her eyes, observing the elderly woman returning through the crowd with a small bowl in hand. Thank you for the dumplings. Let us share them. I have saved some for you. The child is quite understanding. Ah, this wretched fate. The elderly woman tenderly stroked Liao Xing's head, her affectionate gaze shifting back and forth between the 2 little ones, as if she had resolved upon a certain decision. Would you care to come with me, my dear? If you desire dumplings, I shall make as many as you wish. Where are we going? The girl inquired. I will not part from my brother. You shall not be separated. I will remain by your side. The imagery before the woman dissipated abruptly as her cybernetic body's internal biological clock roused her from her reverie. She sat silently, gazing at the ceiling for a considerable time before releasing a sigh of disappointment. Leaning on her right arm, she propped herself up at the edge of the bed, allowing her thoughts to traverse the blurred edges of her memories, struggling to grasp the fleeting fragments of her past. Those childhood years have long since faded, and recollections are not entirely lucid. They linger deep within her mind, spilling forth in dreams like radiant hues. The woman remained in silence, seemingly having arrived at a resolute decision after an indeterminate span. She connected to her cybernetic interface. Director, I wish to take leave by the end of this year. Hello. Is it team leader ya? Is it you requesting leave? Let me check. I thought I saw the sun rising in the west. The voice on the other end conveyed a note of surprise. It can be arranged. However, would it be possible to share the reason? I am going home for the new year, she replied. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a sound akin to a high-pressure water gun being activated. Chapter 105, The Dragon's Tale. 34 Parrot. One Psittacosaurus at first glance, this peculiar enclosure, divided into 2 sections, appeared rather strange. Compared to other rooms with ample natural light, this space seemed dark and shadowy. Under the dim illumination, one could barely discern that the flooring on either side of the enclosure was not covered with soft, comfortable straw, but rather a layer of slightly damp earth. Despite the iron mesh separating the 2 areas, the inhabitants of these sections had coincidentally carved out intricate pathways within the ankle-deep soil, creating 2 corridors adorned with clever patterns. In the corners, one can observe the unique structures constructed by the residents here, comprising earth mounds formed from crates, soil, and branches. The mound on the left rises over a meter high, appearing both grand and sturdy. Flanking the extended pathway are 2 robust earthen walls, while the surface beneath is meticulously leveled and solid, clearly indicating that the workers who built this place were not only strong but also remarkably audacious. To the right, the earthen mound in the adjacent room stands at approximately 50 centimeters, yet occupies a substantial area. Upon closer inspection, one can see multiple entrances scattered around it, nearly obscured by the surrounding foliage and tattered fabric strips. It is evident that, in contrast to their ostentatious neighbor, the owner of this mound prefers to conceal their presence. As a whistle resounds within the room, the left mound stirs first. 2 square heads emerge side by side from the opening, their solid, curved beaks occupying nearly a third of their heads. On either side of these square heads, the bony protrusions rise, and a pair of round, bulging eyes swivels toward the source of the sound. Upon recognizing a familiar figure by the fence, one of the heads emits a joyful call, revealing a gray-green body adorned with black spots as it emerges from the burrow. It strides forth on its 2 legs, the dense fur of its tail standing erect and rustling softly. Good afternoon, Maunyo, Liao Xing greets softly, reaching for a small pouch hanging at his waist. When he opens his palm once more, several plump, glossy nuts appear in the young man's hand. How did you sleep? Beside Liao Xing, The park's veterinarian, Jan Dark, observes their interaction with keen interest, particularly drawn to Maunyo's tail, which is wagging incessantly. Xiao Liao, its tail is quivering. Is this a greeting from the beak dragon? I mean, when I conduct physical examinations, they also wag their tails, but their demeanor appears rather unfriendly. Looking closely, Al points toward the cage, pursing his lips at the sight of the creature's squinting eyes. Now the beak dragon seems excited and relaxed. The fur on its back is not entirely erect, and the sounds it produces are soft. If these little creatures sense a threat, their bristles will stand on end, while they position their limbs firmly on the ground, waving their tails above their bodies. Professor Owen mentioned that this display of bristling is not uncommon among smaller animals, such as porcupines and ground squirrels. The raised fur enhances their appearance, making them seem larger and more intimidating visually. As he speaks, he places a nut into the feeding tube on the side of the fence, with the sound of the nut rolling through the metal channel. Maunyo lowers its head to retrieve the nut from the trough. As its powerful, curved beak exerts pressure, the tough shell, which requires a nutcracker to open, emits a crisp snap. Satisfied, Maunyo spits out the fragments of the shell and savors the sweet kernel within. Despite the beak dragon's height of just over a meter, it appears significantly smaller than other animals. The mouths of these little creatures are quite formidable, Liao Xing remarked. The biting force of the alligator snapping turtle from the American waters is approximately 40 kilograms, whereas tests reveal that the beak of these Psittacosaurus can reach an astonishing 180 kilograms. Just look at the isolation barrier over there. This is precisely why I advise against close contact with these little ones. Jean followed the direction of his finger and gazed towards the enclosure, noticing several sections of the iron wire, as thick as a pinky finger, bent and deformed. This is the upgraded alloy mesh given by Sister Lei. The previous barriers didn't even last 4 hours. So, if possible, it would be best to maintain a respectful distance from their seemingly delicate beaks. Jean gasped softly, clutching the crucifix at her chest and nodding gently. Truly, these little ones possess great strength. She glanced sideways and noticed another Psittacosaurus had emerged from a burrow in the earthen slope. Compared to Maunyo, this creature appeared more robust and solid, with dark, keratinous protrusions on its cheeks that gave it a more fearsome and exaggerated appearance. The pronounced brow ridge made it seem as though it was puffing its cheeks in a fierce manner. Liao Xing extended a guiding stick and tapped the barrier. Maunyo obediently leaned against the fence, its substantial hindquarters pressed firmly against it. Senior, you can prepare for blood collection now. Is it all right? I mean, the other one seems a bit reluctant. Sensing the attention directed towards it, the Psittacosaurus tilted its head and then plopped down, lifting a hind paw to scratch itself. No worries. Do not judge by appearances, Liao Xing smiled slightly. In reality, Kai Lang is the most amiable among this group of Psittacosaurus. Is that so? Then please keep an eye on it. Jean swallowed nervously and leaned down to retrieve a blood collection tube from the toolbox beside her. As the needle pierced the hindquarters, Maunyo let out a soft cry. The Psittacosaurus named Kai Lang immediately stood up and hastily trotted to the edge of the barrier. Before Jean could react, it was already beside Maunyo, raising its tail and glaring at the two with its golden eyes through the barrier. Surprisingly, the fierce demeanor of Kai Lang dissipated in the next moment. It lowered its head and emitted a soft coo, gently touching Maunyo's cheek with its beak, displaying a docile and gentle demeanor. The somewhat anxious Maunyo quickly calmed down under Kai Lang's reassurance, closing its eyes and nuzzling against the prominent cheek of its companion, allowing the veterinarian to proceed with the procedure. Incredible. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe they could behave this way. Jean picked up the filled tube and placed it back into the toolbox. Just now, was Kai Lang comforting it? Chapter 106. Dragon Taming Section 35 Psittacosaurus. Maunyo can be easily excitable at times, and that is when Kai Lang needs to step in to soothe it. The personality of Kai Lang is quite different from its appearance. Maunyo rose to her feet, first shaking her tail, then circling around Kai Lang. The two parrots gently swayed their heads, their beaks producing a medley of soft whispers. In an instant, their beaks collided in a tender kiss, the two small creatures intertwining softly, emitting delicate murmurs. I could hardly believe it. The reflection of the two beings shimmered in Jean Dark's wide-open eyes, her lips quivering slightly. This is courtship. They are courting. Just like the parrots in the old film footage. She couldn't help but murmur to herself. Ever since the last native genetic parrot raised in West Berlin passed away 15 years ago, this unique behavior, long thought to be extinct by academia, had astonishingly re-emerged. Observing Jian Dark's excitement, Liao Xing interjected, "Please, remain calm, senior. We are here to seek your assistance with the neighboring parrots." In the adjacent enclosure resided a female parrot named Imo along with a brood of chicks. They were collected from the forested regions of the Rihe Basin. And upon transferring this group to the contact cage, the sensitive mother concealed her chicks in a burrow. Even my attempts to communicate and lure them with food yielded no response, Liao Xing sighed. Is there a way, Jean, to examine them without causing undue stress? The parrot's size is modest, and considering it is a burrowing species, a design for an invisible trap should suffice. I propose injecting a microbial mist containing sleep-inducing properties into the burrow, which should have a calming effect. Jian placed the blood samples into her suitcase, and with a few deft movements of her fingers, a pale blue capsule emerged amidst the mechanical whirring. Now, let them take a nap. Jean, be cautious of the bristles on its tail. Those are hardened keratinous hairs. Be careful not to get pricked. Thank you for the warning. Jian looked curiously at the plump reddish-brown creature that Liao Xing was struggling to lift from the crate. The parrot named Imo, currently in slumber, boasted dark red skin adorned with black spots. As Liao Xing laid it on the mat, Jian noticed the creature revealing its belly, covered in creamy yellow scales. There's no need for concern, little Liao. Its health seems robust. However, its coloration appears distinct from the other two. After a thorough examination, Jian remarked. Indeed, Imo was captured in the forests surrounding our Rihe camp. In contrast, Mao Niu and Kai Lang were ensnared in a trap set in an open area at the base of a mountain in Rihe. As Professor Owen had initially aimed to capture an ancestral bird, Liao Xing shrugged. Now, it should be the chick's turn. Jian leaned over to peer into the crate, where a nest made of straw, leaves, and fabric cradled a cluster of nearly reddish-brown balls of flesh. The young animals huddled together, and when Jian gently touched their skin, she felt a perfectly warm sensation. She took out several test tubes and began to draw blood samples from the cubs, each roughly the size of a thermos. As she examined the test results projected onto her prosthetic device, the veterinarian raised an eyebrow in surprise. How intriguing. Xiaoyao. You were mistaken. Imo is not their mother. To be precise, among these 12 cubs, she is only directly related to 4 of them. Ah? Liao Xing exclaimed in astonishment. To their left, Kai Lang and Mao Niu sat side by side, casting curious glances at the reclusive neighbor through the bars. To be more accurate, this litter of cubs comes from 3 distinct families, Jian explained to Xiao Liao while tagging the little one's tails. The 4 cubs are not direct relatives of Imo. They are the offspring of her relatives. In other words, Imo is their aunt. Imo is helping to care for her relatives' children. Is it possible for her to do so for 3 families? Liao Xing mused as he gently touched Imo's heaving belly. According to records, in modern social animals, it is not uncommon for individuals to aid in the rearing of offspring related to them. For instance, during catastrophic events, lions and elephants that faced extinction would exhibit such behavior. The sisters or aunts of their mothers would assist the females in caring for the cubs, and some individuals would even allow these young ones to nurse from them. However, among our baby parrot lizards, 2 of the families are not related to Imo. Considering the genetic ties of these animals are closer to birds, it is possible that these babies were taken from different families, Jian stated. Taken? Yes, taken, Jian affirmed, and while speaking, she busily marked all the cubs before tapping the side of her toolbox, causing an electronic scale to pop out. She gently placed one of the cubs on the scale and glanced at the display. In the wilds of Africa, where ostriches have become extinct, those that remain in reserves exhibit such behaviors. When 2 sets of parents with chicks encounter each other, conflicts may arise. The victorious pair will take all the chicks from both sides. And this cycle continues until the winner may find themselves surrounded by a large group of ostrich chicks from various families. But why is that? I mean, don't the ostrich parents from whom the chicks were taken worry about their children's safety? And caring for so many young ones is also a burden. Isn't it? Liao Xing inquired. There is a theory that suggests this. For the losers, their children gain the protection of the stronger, which increases their chances of survival in the wilderness. For the winners, their own offspring, remaining among a large group of chicks, have a reduced likelihood of being selected as prey by predators. This can be considered a win-win situation. The manner in which ostriches care for their offspring mirrors the way Imo tends to these young ones, providing each chick with equal attention, devoid of bias. Truly an admirable social system. Speaking of which, Xiaoyao, I recall that I previously arranged enrichment for those parrot lizards, didn't I? climbing frames, and grinding boards. Perhaps Janice should dig a bit deeper into the nest. Liao Xing's lips twitched, struggling to suppress a smile. Jian blinked in confusion and turned to rummage through the crate. Soon, her expression stiffened as her arm trembled while lifting something covered in bite marks and stains. It was a substrate board, once adorned with coarse feathers, that she had dragged out. Holy Mary! I used materials meant for securing bison in the sanctuary. It took me an entire night to piece it together. Therefore, I believe that rather than exerting effort to prepare fitness equipment for these little creatures, it would be far more practical to simply provide more chew sticks, Liao Xing remarked with a shrug. It seems that the indoor enrichment plan requires a complete overhaul. Jian's eyes shifted, and she pinched the young man's arm, feeling the firm muscle beneath her grip, which prompted her to apply a bit more pressure. Help your poor senior. Would you? But if you could arrange for a raise, that would be acceptable too. Chapter 107, The No Man's Land. One Borderlands as dusk fell. The red-haired woman stepped over a pit filled with murky water on the dilapidated concrete pier, breathing in the briny, damp air carried by the wind. Through her sunglasses, she observed the remnants of what was once one of the world's most prosperous ports, now a patchwork of purple-brown hues. The asphalt road, long cracked, was flanked by the remnants of buildings that may have once housed souvenir shops or CAFS, now overrun with wild grasses and vines. The fractured walls appeared to morph, their distorted shapes resembling the decomposing outlines of corpses. Along the coastal embankment lay rusted shipping containers, stacked haphazardly. She noticed the ragged residents squatting in the shadows of what they called home. At first glance, these locals, exuding a foul odor, seemed utterly numb. Yet trained as she was, she could sense the murky eyes glancing at her, filled with greed, jealousy, and suspicion. Disdainfully, she spat on the ground and redirected her gaze forward. Amidst the ruins on one side of the road stood a twisted building painted in blue and white. Its entrance adorned with a sign made of vintage Christmas lights, bearing indistinct words, New Brisbane Pub. As she pushed the door open, the chime of the bell cut through the cacophony of shouting and swearing within the bar, bringing an abrupt silence. Taking a breath of the alcohol-laden air from the air conditioning, the red-haired woman disregarded the onlookers and made her way directly to the bar counter. She did not take a seat directly but cast a fleeting glance at the obsidian bar and chairs, then stepped aside. A tropical cocktail, no whiskey. Half an ounce of brandy, she ordered. The bartender across the counter raised his metallic head, and a dispassionate mechanical voice emanated from the electronic speaker. I apologize, but I cannot accommodate such a customized order. Please reorder. Call your manager, she murmured in a coded whisper. I have contacted them for you. The robotic bartender replied with an impassive demeanor, his bright golden fingers deftly polishing a glass with a cloth. What will you have, sir? A burly figure clad in a leather jacket emerged from behind the red-haired woman, his dark complexion evident as he sat down with an air of disregard for the disdainful glance she cast his way, rubbing his hairy fingers together unabashedly. Do you have rice wine? If you have white liquor, that would be even better. Bring me something strong. I apologize, but I cannot offer items we do not have. Then a beer will do. Chilled, please. Hey, who? If you keep appearing like that without a word, I can't guarantee I won't react instinctively, the red-haired woman remarked. And if you end up getting hit, don't blame me. It's just a habit. Haha, don't take it personally, Kaka. It's just professional instinct. Grabbing the handed beer glass, the man referred to as who raised it high and drank deeply, watching the yellowish foam trickle down his stubbled chin. The red-haired woman rolled her eyes and turned her head aside. It seems we have two esteemed guests. This way, please. A voice laced with flattery emanated from the mechanical bartender as it stepped aside to reveal an elevator embedded in the wall behind the bar. I apologize. This old American second-hand tin can's internet connection is rather unreliable. Who downed the entire glass of beer in one go and followed the red-haired woman past the bar and into the elevator. As the doors closed, the heavy hinges and pulleys resonated with a deep rumble behind the walls, and the enclosed space began to descend slowly, enveloped in a sensation of weightlessness. When the doors before them opened once more, a man with dark brown skin, clad in a red and white floral vacation shirt and wearing a synthetic woven hat, appeared before them. He immediately flashed a bright smile upon seeing the pair, his teeth gleaming white against the vibrant backdrop. My friends, welcome to New Brisbane, he boomed. It is an honor to meet representatives of the Cryan family. So, Ms. Kafka and Mr. Hu, are you satisfied with our tavern service? The disguise was too clumsy. Even though the bar's holographic imagery reacted in real time, the scent in a place bustling with so many people was far from pleasant. If you wish to evade the inspectors, you ought to be more meticulous, the red-haired woman named Kafka remarked as she stepped out of the elevator, maintaining a measured distance from the host. Well, what I want to say is, add a bit of white liquor. If that is unattainable, rice wine will suffice. Old who raised the back of his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth and added, Behold, this is the discerning eye of a city dweller, quite meticulous. Our small business here is rather short-sighted. The host chuckled and deftly retrieved 2 business cards from his pocket. I am Carolus Marsh, but you may call me Carol. If it pleases you both, shall we proceed to the market to inspect the goods you have ordered? And of course, if you happen to see anything else that piques your interest, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall provide you with the most reasonable prices. Following Carol, the 2 entered a corridor lined with an array of bizarre specimens of flora and fauna, from crinoid fossils embedded in mud to encased insects. From the magnificent skull of an elephant to the lustrous pelts of wild beasts. Old, who was awestruck by the plethora of specimens, exclaiming in admiration, Goodness! How much gold and silver must have been amassed here. These are merely the preferences of our employer, Carol replied with a smile. However, compared to these trinkets favored by pretentious dentists and nouveau riche who love to flaunt their possessions, what lies ahead is genuine treasure. As several security doors opened sequentially upon scanning Carol's business card, the cacophony of a bustling crowd reached their ears. Amongst the myriad of noises, Old, who keenly recognized the familiar roars of beasts and the songs of birds. Well, this place possesses quite the prowess, he whispered to Kafuka. There are some remarkable wares here. Welcome to the largest underground species acquisition market in the world. As Carol's voice echoed, an expansive underground bazaar unfolded before them, teeming with throngs of people and various cages of all sizes. The domed ceiling illuminated the vast space, and the scenes below, intertwined with the radiant light, gave it an otherworldly ambience. In narrow mesh cages, birds of various species were huddled together, their plumage disheveled, and their once vibrant songs reduced to silence. Camels tethered to posts, their thin necks chafed by ropes, revealed patches of grayish skin. A massive monitor lizard was being dissected, its quivering muscles expertly extracted and sizzling over glowing coals. Within an octagonal cage, amidst the jeers and cheers of the surrounding crowd, several blood-red-eyed wild dogs brought down a kangaroo clad in boxing gloves, tearing it apart in a chorus of anguished cries. I cannot speak for all, but in the entire southern hemisphere, we possess the finest sources. Carol led Kafka and Old, who through the winding paths of the black market, breaking the silence. I've heard many speak of Europe's New Babylon as the largest underground trading hub, boasting superior decor, but I must say, that notion is merely a relic from 5 years past. Here, we undoubtedly reign supreme. Before the catastrophe, the government's negligence led to a nuclear leak at the power station, transforming vast areas into desolate wastelands. Those creatures that survived fled to the wild, breeding in abundance, camels, wild donkeys, emus. Just consider, we are in Australia, a place thriving while others succumbed to devastating hurricanes. This unclaimed land is indeed a divine blessing. Old, who sighed softly, turning his gaze away from the brutal scenes of the death arena, following closely behind Kafka. Heaven provides sustenance, but it is not for the likes of you to exploit. Chapter 108, No Man's Land. Surely, the sources cannot be traceable. I've heard that some places substitute inferior goods for the official rejects, Kafka remarked disdainfully, glancing at a group of pig-nosed turtles floating on the water's surface. In the past, smuggling goods from the base was quite common, but those who engaged in such practices have become more cautious. Tracking chips tend to appear in the most unexpected places. After-sales service must be comprehensive, wouldn't you agree? Oh, miss, such words should not be uttered lightly, for they can wound, Carol replied with a playful pout, clutching his heart as if in pain. Our merchandise is truly above reproach, the finest wild goods, nurtured in the wilderness from birth. Though the price may be steep and the lifespan somewhat brief, it certainly offers peace of mind. As for the matter of tracking chips, regulations vary across the globe, Carol continued, raising his arm to call out to the workers on the elevated platform. Big client, in district, e-warehouse. The box is marked with K and 0. What does ownership have to do with wild goods? Old, who inquired, his gaze lingering on a pair of blue parrots nestled together in a cage. You've come to the right person. I possess some knowledge on the subject. Currently, the concepts of species ownership and species breeding rights are largely monopolized by major corporations, and those products are indeed embedded with tracking chips. Ah, Biosin. You must have heard of them. The largest gene engineering company. They are the ones behind the African clawed frog used for editing amphibious reptiles. They are exceedingly wealthy, having initiated the tracking with nanochips from the tadpole stage. Carol raised her eyebrows, adopting a comically exaggerated expression. The animals predominantly reside within the confines of those companies, with chips implanted throughout their lives from birth to slaughter. Our boss has issued a strict directive against accepting such discarded specimens. The source of our goods lies within this nation's wilderness, where unregistered wildlife now falls under state jurisdiction. You must understand, even the highly efficient East Asian Federation has yet to achieve comprehensive tracking chip implementation, let alone Australia, where the most prevalent monitoring involves forest rangers and drone patrols. In other regions, most wild game is merely enjoyed by those living leisurely lives. Our wilderness is expansive, with minimal ranger presence, primarily patrolled by various armed robots. For after all, those creatures represent monetary value. Therefore, for safety, one could either offer a bribe to rangers for a guided hunt or simply neutralize the drones beforehand. Not to mention, wandering the fringes to catch a few rabbits or mice can yield returns. Rabbits here are considered rare treasures in Britain, eagerly sought after as pets by the elite. As Carol led them away from the bustling market, vast gray warehouses emerged before Kafka and Old Who. Accompanied by the pungent scent of beasts, the red-haired woman pinched her nose in disgust, while Carol strolled casually to a warehouse marked with the letter E, tilting her head to allow the camera to conduct a retinal scan. A chorus of low, childlike whimpers and startled screams echoed from within as the warehouse doors slowly ascended, causing Kafka's brow to furrow further at the scent of carnivorous animals. Who? Go take a look. The cargo is entirely your responsibility, and this stench is making me dizzy. I'll wait for you in the corridor. Old Who nodded and followed Carol into the warehouse. This shipment comprised 26 live wildcats, 13 males and 13 females, all sourced from the wilderness, ready for inspection. The receptionist, clad in a vacation shirt, proudly tapped on one of the air cargo boxes, which trembled with the movement of its occupants, emitting low growls. Goodness! Old Who squinted, spotting a black beast curled deep within the box, its green eyes fixated on him. After a moment, the creature bared its white fangs and hissed, displaying a considerable temper. Huh, what did I say about our quality? Carol grinned widely. The wild game from other regions pales in comparison to what we have here in the vast wilderness of Australia, particularly in New Brisbane, where our motto is simply spirited and vigorous. What are those cages for? Old Who inquired, noticing 4 much larger transport crates beside the air cargo boxes, their doors secured with tightly woven alloy mesh. Oh, those are part of your shipment too, for leopard-like cats, Carol whispered conspiratorially, lowering her voice. These peculiar creatures appear to have existed even before the cataclysm. Some claim they are the result of genetic experiments conducted by the former government, while others suggest they are hybrids bred from lynxes and leopards, a rather strange notion indeed. In any case, they have become a significant feature of our Australian landscape. Old Who crouched down, squinting to peer inside. Suddenly, a striped paw emerged, revealing a curved claw the size of a thumb, attempting to grasp at him, despite Old Who being at least a meter away from the box. Be careful. Haha, this little creature is a fierce beast. Observing the frown on Old Who's brow, Carol chuckled. This little monster weighed 45 pounds, 20 kilograms, and was adept at catching wild rabbits and small kangaroos. It could even take on wild dogs. While it resembled a cat, its temperament was anything but docile. Lambs from the nearby Agricultural Institute had been dragged away. Moreover, those residing in the outskirts were cautious, never allowing their children outside at night due to this creature. Just a few years ago, in Melbourne, such a little demon had leaped over a fence and snatched a child away. In my opinion, these wicked little fiends have escaped from the depths of hell during the calamity, masquerading as cats to torment humanity. If it weren't for the client's requests, any hunter encountering a leopard-like cat would surely put it down. Atoning for such a deed is undoubtedly more effective than attending church services. Listening to the piercing roars emanating from the transport box, Old Who's face, carved from the earth, twitched unnaturally. He sent a report of all he had witnessed via his phone, and moments later, he stood up, nodding. Everything has been checked. All is in order. The boss will be pleased. Shall we proceed with the payment? Ah, splendid. No wonder you're from the big city. You have such flair. Carol's smile widened. Cash or credit card? We also accept transfers from multiple accounts. The boss has already sent the payment, Old who replied. Additionally, could you inquire if we might receive some complimentary items? As he observed the message arriving from his cybernetic interface, Carol's expression blossomed like a flower. Of course, my friend. Take whatever catches your eye from the stall. Just don't take the staff or vendors. He patted Old who's shoulder with a familiarity that suggested camaraderie. I will arrange for someone to assist you with packing, my friend. I assure you, you have made a splendid deal. After exhibiting signs of impatience, Kafuko waited at the entrance for what felt like an eternity before she finally spotted Old who approaching, carrying a cage. Why did it take so long? What did Corian say? We struck a deal. This afternoon, we shall traverse the Crustal Tunnel to Sydney, then proceed to Argentina, and subsequently to Rio de Janeiro to collect our cargo. Old who glanced down at the cage, where a pair of blue parrots were huddled together, anxiously watching him. After that, we can conclude this journey. Chapter 109. The dawn approaches. The steaming liquid in the mug released a wisp of ethereal vapor, dissipating in the bright white light of the late-night studio, amidst a work table cluttered with notebooks and manuscript papers. The naturalist remained engrossed in his work, his fingers deftly maneuvering an automatic pencil across the paper, as his wrist and arm danced in harmonious rhythm. With each stroke, a vividly rendered jet-black beetle emerged, accompanied by a wealth of descriptive text that filled the manuscript to its brim. Satisfied, he set down his pen, his neck cracking as he turned his head. Reaching for his mug, he took a sip, only to discover that the coffee had grown bitter from the chill. Glancing at the clock on his workstation, he noted the time read 2:40 and let out a weary sigh. When did time become so fleeting? He murmured, tucking the manuscript into his notebook and instinctively placing it against his chest as he rose to leave. As he stepped into the corridor, the lights flickered to life, and the interactive panel beside the door emitted a mechanical feminine voice. Isla is reporting to you. The current time in North America is 2:41. How may I assist you? If needed, I will maximize my assistance to 300 times 0. Is this the new central control program that Liao mentioned? It feels rather peculiar. Owen furrowed his brow, instinctively lifting his mug. No need. I just want to heat my coffee. Command received. Initiating. Microwave. Wait, what? Microwave? The furrow in Owen's brow deepened. All I need is a hot coffee pot. Initiating. Explanation module. According to network data, it is customary in the Americas to use microwaves for heating beverages. Your location has now been pinpointed to the nearest lounge. Hold on, I can manage myself. Owen quickened his pace, unable to suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. Americans, TSK, arriving at the lounge. He sighed at the sight of the illuminated microwave. He retrieved a coffee pot from the cabinet, filled it, and placed it on the induction stove. Isla, override that erroneous data with this. Goodness, who would use a microwave to heat tea? Request understood. Please wait 15 business days for a response. For the love of Jesus, what kind of management system is this? Just as Owen was about to voice his frustration, he heard a gentle knock behind him. Turning, he found the botanist, Inning, leaning against the doorframe, regarding him with a reproachful gaze. Owen, please don't tell me the reason for your sleepless nights is to argue with the island's management system? Dr. Amelie, ahem. Owen quickly turned, instinctively clearing his throat. Aren't you also awake? You are not the only one who loses sleep over pressing matters. Anning sighed as she entered the lounge, extracting a synthetic leather-bound notebook from her synthetic wool coat. These are the notes I've compiled based on my observations of those Mesozoic plants during this period. My goodness, Amelie. I find myself at a loss for words. Owen took the notes, his excitement palpable. This information is incredibly beneficial for field testing research. My intention in creating these notes was not solely for your benefit, but rather for the sake of the children. I do not wish for them to endure the same failures we once faced. Emily shook her head. Owen, I implore you to reflect deeply. Could our eagerness for field testing be somewhat hasty? We must first consider whether these species can coexist with the modern vegetative environment. I have endeavored to arrange a plan that incorporates the Mesozoic plant environment, utilizing the knowledge I have amassed over the years. The current environment, which includes local wild vegetation alongside the Mesozoic reintroduced flora, comprises rivers, grasslands, forests, wetlands, and hills. Most of the ancient plants we have transplanted are still in their growth stages. How can we ascertain that they can adapt to their surroundings like the herbaceous Lycopodium, let alone the animals? Her wristwatch emitted a beam of light, projecting a three-dimensional topographic model in the shape of a triangle. We have only been nurturing these reintroduced species for about 6 months, and our understanding of their physiology, morphology, and behavior is still rather rudimentary. What we have learned thus far has already overturned a significant portion of the paleontological perspectives that existed within the 2 decades prior to the initial cataclysm. Our first field test, scheduled for a week from now, will encompass an area of 10 square kilometers and involve several large animals. This is akin to expecting a person who has been bedridden for years, relying on technological aids to walk, to suddenly run. Nigel, do consider whether this may be a touch too precipitate. When we introduce these animals into the environment, we will retain a sufficient number of captive individuals for ongoing observation. Please have faith in these species, Emily. Owen gazed into Emily's worried brown eyes. Do you remember the small animal samples I released into the testing area a week ago? From my observations, some of them have begun to breed in the wild. I wonder which species they are, Emily inquired. Let's not find ourselves entangled in legal disputes as before. A significant portion consists of modern invertebrates used as supplementary feed. However, their numbers are limited, and they cannot proliferate extensively. All of these species fall within the bounds of legal control, including a type of earthworm, a cricket from the suborder Encifera, grasshoppers from the order Orthoptera, as well as mole crickets and bush crickets. In the aquatic systems, we primarily introduced aquatic species from the famous Shijiazhuang biota. In addition to the white sturgeon found in the main river system, the testing site has also included various invertebrates such as the eastern leaf-footed bug, the amphipod, and the exquisite mayfly, alongside reptiles like the Manchurian turtle and the ray-finned wolffish, as well as the Triassic lungfish. According to surveillance footage captured by cameras placed in the wild, these creatures have adapted remarkably to the aquatic environment akin to the thermal river, learning to forage for food in their native habitat. For instance, the wolffish has begun to prey on the existing aquatic fauna. Although the aquatic conditions seem to have stabilized, what about the vertebrate testing setup within the terrestrial ecosystem? An uneasy calm settled over Amelie, her furrowed brow relaxing slightly. After conferring with Dark, I decided to employ the Confuciusornis and the Hesperornis collected from the early Cretaceous period. These birds have been nurtured in semi-open enclosures for some time, and now they appear to have acclimatized to their current surroundings. The forthcoming week will involve transferring them to the testing site, where we will conduct feeding trials combined with behavioral training and tracking through leg bands. These birds have exhibited remarkable adaptability to contemporary climatic conditions, instilling me with confidence in their future performance. Moreover, the specimens gathered from the early Cretaceous have yielded even more surprises. Just a moment. He habitually patted his pocket, retrieving his notebook and a crumpled draft paper, which he handed to Amelie. Take a look at this. What is this? Amelie scrutinized the insects depicted on the paper. They appeared to be some form of beetle. Could this be a primitive scarab? This is not merely some primitive scarab, Amelie. It is a dung beetle. Noticing her astonishment, Owen's lips curled into a broad grin. You mean this is a dung beetle? That's a decomposer insect that went extinct 20 years ago. Amelie's pupils dilated with excitement. You heard correctly. Yes, it is indeed that type of beetle. They even create dung balls using the excrement of Stegosaurus. Owen beamed with delight. Beyond the modern invertebrates intended as animal feed, the invertebrates from the thermal river are the true targets for our propagation efforts. In addition to the dung beetle, there are the pollinating Lee's lacewing and the iris moth, alongside a cockroach species that relies on soil humus. With the presence of these indispensable little beings, our still imperfect testing environment will better mirror the realities of nature. In the myths passed down through generations in my homeland, the sun god with a human body and the head of a beetle traverses the half-circular sky each day, symbolizing the dawn and rebirth. Amelie gazed at the beetle illustrated in the drawing with sparkling eyes. It seems that this long silent land may finally be on the brink of its moment of dawn. The rising and setting of the sun is intricately linked with the sacred beetle, a symbol of regeneration, aptly named Kenri, derived from the Egyptian verb kener, which signifies development and emergence. From the pages of Wikipedia, chapter 110, we find the naturalist Nigel Owen, who, having sharpened his pencil, slips it into a faux leather notebook and tucks it into his coat. As his fingers graze the switch of the table lamp, the shadows that had patiently awaited their cue flood the room, enveloping it in a cloak of dimness, leaving only a slanted beam of light streaming through the translucent doorway. Walking through the brightly lit corridor, memories of his past 6 months intertwine with recollections from years gone by, surging forth like a tidal wave and plunging his thoughts into disarray. An inexplicable familiarity arises with the excitement that wells up within him. Owen feels as though he has returned to the conservation area in Kenya from years past. Those unforgettable moments have etched a visceral thrill into his being, prompting his mind to spiral into a cacophony of thoughts, as numerous and tangled as threads of yarn. Will this endeavor succeed? What if the worst were to happen? Even though several observations have yielded the most optimistic results, how will they translate in the field? Upon entering the garage, Owen's gaze falls upon a familiar figure stooped over, perusing notes beside the red and white Wrangler. For a fleeting moment, he sees the youthful version of himself, naive and somewhat juvenile, blissfully unaware of the world's perils. Yet the young man before him exudes courage and meticulousness, embodying the reverence for life that Owen had unwittingly cast aside. The chaotic thoughts in his mind quiet down, and Owen reaches out, gently patting the young man's shoulder. "Good morning, Liao. How did you rest last night?" "To be honest, Professor, I couldn't sleep at all. I'm a bit excited. Or perhaps worried. I'm not quite sure," the young man replies, slightly at a loss for words, shrugging and wincing at the tension in his neck. "In any case, I will do my utmost. Take it easy, young man. Conserve your energy. Today will be long, and you will need it." Owen smiles, his expression radiating confidence. Of course, a bit of luck wouldn't hurt either. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old ancestor Stegosaurus is the first to cross the threshold of the inner enclosure, emerging from the corridor into the activity area. As it notices the newly opened path leading to the lakeside, its iconic gray-green plates clatter together nervously, producing the distinct sound of bone against bone. It lifts its head to sniff the moist morning air before lowering it to root in the grass, its movements transitioning from cautious to increasingly confident and agile. 5 minutes later, the old ancestor raises its head. As they began their stroll along the enclosure, the plates on their backs were no longer tightly fitted together, but rather splayed out in an intricate arrangement along either side of their spines, serving as a signal to their kin. This place is safe. Subsequently, 2 young males emerged from the inner chamber, their slightly rounded plates adorned with large patches of vibrant orange patterns. These juvenile stegosauruses lowered their heads to trace the footprints left behind, advancing slowly side by side, occasionally bumping shoulders in playful camaraderie. As the atmosphere relaxed, an increasing number of stegosauruses ventured out from the inner chamber, making their way through the corridor towards the activity area. They called out to one another, forming a loosely organized line as they moved towards the lakeside. At the observation point by the lake, Owen's hands trembled uncontrollably as he grasped the display screen. When Liao Xing glanced at him, he noticed that Owen's eyes were brimming with tears. No matter how many times one witnesses them, these creatures never cease to astonish. Their behavior in unfamiliar surroundings. Look at them. They are true pioneers, not the so-called sluggish, structurally inferior failures described by the antiquated scholars. His voice was hoarse with excitement. They truly are a magnificent sight in their groups. Observe how they communicate with one another. What we are witnessing once more is a grand chapter of lost history in Earth's narrative of life. All prior speculations and descriptions regarding them may need to be completely rewritten. Liao Xing empathized with Professor Owen's emotions. Witnessing these magnificent reptiles taking their inaugural steps on the modern wilderness stirred his own heart with exhilaration. He glanced down at the satellite positioning map sent by Isla displayed on the screen. "Professor, I've told you countless times, just call me Owen." "Very well, Owen." "Professor." Liao Xing scrutinized his notebook. "Are you certain you wish to include both the bony lizard and the feathered king among the 8 species being released this time? I mean, without considering the invisible barriers. The bony lizards might be intimidated by the stegosauruses, but Jean has had her reservations about this, and frankly, we may not be able to predict the actions of those 3 young feathered kings at all." Owen paused for a moment. These wild animals are merely temporarily residing in a controlled environment. Ultimately, they must confront an ecosystem rife with conflict and competition. I believe that instead of allowing them to languish in the comforts of a semi-captive environment, it would be better to let the rules of nature take a slight hold over this land, allowing them to face a degree of intimidation. Of course, I have a measure of confidence in modern technology's assistance. We have measures in place to minimize the risk of bloodshed. Easier said than done, Professor. It appears you are not the one stationed in the watchtower, armed with a tranquilizer rifle, tasked with ensuring safety, came Dark's playful retort over the channel. Attention everyone. The first batch of herbivores has arrived at the Central Lake area according to schedule. Positions, please. The central control system is functioning normally, Rex responded from the control room. I am now initiating the security verification. Command signal verification successful. Security protocols are now active. The mechanical sound unique to the Isrit reverberated, followed by what seemed to be a line from a videotape. Hold on tight. In the tranquil morning by the central lake, sunlight filtered through the delicate, milky mist, casting its glow upon the damp gravel shore. From the Cretaceous period, a thriving school of wolf-finned fish meandered in the verdant waters, pursuing the native green carp. Meanwhile, the lungfish from the Triassic era swayed its body, navigating through the submerged leaves and caverns in search of crustaceans. A few hybrid Siamese crocodiles and Manchurian turtles from the hot river lounged on a piece of driftwood, basking in the warmth of the subtropical morning sun. At the observation point, several individuals set up telescopes, their gaze drawn to a semicircular shallow area where, shortly thereafter, the first herd emerged from the jungle to the lakeshore. This herd, a mix of oak dragons and curved dragons from the Jurassic, comprised agile herbivores huddled closely together, occasionally raising their bodies and widening their eyes in curiosity to survey their unfamiliar surroundings. A few curved dragons cautiously approached the water, ensuring the area was safe before lowering their heads to drink. The lounging Siamese crocodiles caused a slight tension among the smaller oak dragons. However, realizing that the largest of the crocodiles posed no threat, the vigilant oak dragons relaxed their guard, with some even daring to roll playfully in the soft sand by the lake's edge, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches and a deep, resonant hum. A group of Luansaurus from the Triassic emerged from the path, led by their male leader, Lanyu. He moved deliberately, passing through the mixed group of curved and oak dragons, stretching his long neck towards the refreshing lake water. The smaller herbivores began to scatter. Despite not detecting the scent of carnivores from the newcomer, the unfamiliar presence nonetheless made these swift and sensory-dependent creatures wary. The oak dragons and curved dragons exhibited signs of caution. Owen quickly noted down. This was their first encounter, and all reactions and interactions were crucial for our future endeavors. The group of Brachiosaurus triggered the monitor in Zone 3, and they would soon make an appearance. As the veterinarian's words faded, shadows flickered across the animal path on the opposite bank, obscured by branches and leaves. At the sound of an urgent call from an oak dragon, all Jurassic herbivores ceased their activities, gathering to observe the thicket across the water. Meanwhile, the Luansaurus continued their leisurely drinking. With a call reminiscent of a songbird, a Brachiosaurus poked its slender triangular head out from the foliage, bobbing its head as it took small steps from the underbrush, resembling a gaunt, towering avian creature. The Brachiosaurus did not approach the lakeshore directly. It merely circled the beach twice before retreating back into the thicket. The oak dragons and curved dragons watched the Brachiosaurus with unease and confusion, having never encountered such a creature before, though the faint scent they detected indicated it was a predator. They exchanged breaths and murmurs, conveying information to one another through their unique signals, and soon, a cacophony of sounds began to reverberate along the lakeside. However, the first to react was not a carnivore. With a deep exhalation, a massive loud dragon raised its head and approached the oak dragon and the curved dragon. It arched its neck, its throat pouch swelling rapidly between low howls emanating from its abdomen, glistening in resplendent metallic blue under the morning light. What is happening? Owen instinctively furrowed his brow. He estimated that the calls of those small herbivores had provoked Azure Jade. Liao Xing squinted. This is not good. As the leader of the pack, Azure Jade's temperament is entirely different from that of the ancestor. It can be easily incensed by the slightest provocation. Chapter 111, Dragon Marsh at the Lakeside. Clearly, the oak dragons and curved dragons were frightened by the blustering Azure Jade, causing the entire herd to scatter and swiftly vanish into the thicket, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. After driving away the noisy herd, Azure Jade let out a loud snort, its once distended throat pouch quickly relaxing, before it turned and returned to its own group. Jin set down the loaded rifle in his hands and murmured softly, I said it would not be wise to haphazardly assemble these animals together. I assure you, I will arrange the territory of the original sauropods in a more rational location next time. This is merely the beginning. Owen, you cannot entirely dictate the behavior of these animals according to some so-called blueprint. They possess their own thoughts, which are constantly evolving. Liao Xing interjected immediately. What we are doing is merely guiding them in the direction we desire. The clamor from the lakeside interrupted their conversation as the Stegosaurus herd arrived with their resonating calls. Leading the way, the ancestor raised its bony back plates high like a flag, continuously emitting long calls to guide the herd forward. But soon, a coarse howl disrupted the Stegosaurus calls. The robust male Liao dragon appeared before them. Azure Jade propped its tail on the ground, standing upright on its hind legs like a kangaroo, and emitted a deep, thunderous roar from its distended abdomen towards the Stegosaurus. Owen, it seems the Liao dragon is decidedly unwilling to share this body of water. This is a rather overt display of dominance, Liao Xing remarked, furrowing his brow. Should we intervene now? Let us wait a moment. Owen's gaze focused on the Stegosaurus group, which was beginning to stir. They were attempting to ascertain their ecological standing. If we interrupt now, it may lead to more troublesome consequences later. Look, the leader of the group will not remain passive. The ancestor is beginning to take action. The aged Stegosaurus stepped out from the herd, its murky horizontal pupils fixated on the unfamiliar bipedal creature before it. Subsequently, the ancestor positioned its entire 25-foot-long body across the path, its 18 bony plates rising like fluttering battle flags. As the warm blood surged beneath the keratin layer of the bony plates, the pigment cells within began to expand and change color uncontrollably. Initially, they shimmered in pale green, followed by a brilliant yellow, until the dorsal surface was adorned with a striking pattern of orange-red interspersed with deep black, reminiscent of the fierce glare of a diamond. What could this be? Owen gazed through the telescope, his eyes widening in astonishment as he retrieved his notebook from his pocket. He swiftly began to sketch the mesmerizing sight on the page. How marvelous! It appeared to be some kind of pattern and imitation motif. These designs resembled eye-like spots, he mused, lifting his hand to disengage the safety mechanism. Certain creatures in nature have evolved such patterns. The eye-spot butterfly among insects, the butterfly fish among aquatic life, and the cobra among reptiles all bear such markings. The purpose of these eye-mimicking patterns is widely debated. Some suggest they serve as a deterrent to predators, while others propose they lure attackers to less vital areas. And of course, there are theories that attribute social functions to them. However, I believe we shall soon discern the purpose of the eye-like spots on the Stegosaurus. Blue Jade regarded these vivid and peculiar spots, its once imposing demeanor momentarily diminished. The throat pouch beneath its head swelled larger, resembling an egg, in an attempt to further intimidate, yet it was evidently interrupted by the unforeseen development. Unlike most mammals, the reptiles have never lost their ability to perceive colors during their prolonged nocturnal existence, including the ancestral sauropod known as Liao's dragon. In the eyes of the Liao's dragons, the striking eye-like patterns on the Stegosaurus's bony plates reflected the ultraviolet rays captured in the morning light, creating a dazzling display that agitated the observing Liao's dragon herd. Soon, as the first Liao's dragon nervously retreated towards the distant lakeshore, the entire group scattered from the sandy beach like startled birds. Blue Jade, with its eyes positioned on either side of its head, naturally observed its frightened kin. Yet it appeared torn between continuing its display and returning to the group. The male Liao's dragon spread its forelimbs wide, futilely attempting to make its nearly maximally inflated body appear more imposing. Should the status quo persist, both parties might continue to engage in this stalemate. However, the stegosaurs took the next step. Two young male stegosaurs approached their elder leader side by side. Their bony plates trembled with urgency, revealing vivid crimson patterns of fury amidst a rustling sound. Subsequently, they raised their tails, resembling hammers, brandishing their half-meter-long, obsidian-glossed spikes with an air of bravado. Even though Blue Jade had a fierce temper, its primal reptilian brain understood what the wisest course of action would be at that moment. With a reluctant huff of heated air, it reverted to a quadrupedal stance, its massive, curved claws restlessly scratching the sand, leaving behind several scars. Ultimately, Lan Yu turned back towards its kin, casting lingering glances behind, leaving behind a few irate and reluctant howls. Truly splendid. Did you witness that? This is how these creatures adhere to the laws of nature. Not like those half-alive zombies programmed by internal chips, but as genuine embodiments of Darwinian theory, living textbooks. The naturalist trembled with excitement, the tip of his pen dancing fervently across his notebook. As the Liao dragons departed, the frightened small herbivores re-emerged by the lakeside. Unlike the Liao dragons, the stegosaurs were quite familiar with these diminutive creatures hailing from the Jurassic Morrison Formation. They approached the water's edge with calm and serenity, reclining in the cool sand pits to relax, allowing the little creatures to frolic around them, splashing playfully at the water's edge. Even when the petite oak tree dragon leaped onto its back, the elder exhibited no fierce reaction, instead continuing to rest, savoring the tranquil essence of nature enveloping it. It was simply breathtaking. Jan couldn't help but exclaim. The heavily armored creatures turned out to be such gentle giants. The interaction among these animals was something I had never witnessed in any sanctuary or zoo. Why would the stegosaurs permit these small creatures to approach? Rex in the control room queried, observing the monitor. I mean, look at their amusing antics as they nuzzle against each other. Could it be that the stegosaurs are merely seeking amusement? There is something far more significant at play, Sister Lei. Liao Xing connected to the channel. Do you see the oak tree dragon perched on the elder's back? It is not merely playing or socializing with companions. It stands upright, vigilantly scanning its surroundings, acting as a sentinel. Through our tests, we found that the heavily armored stegosaurs possess decent olfactory and auditory senses, yet their vision is rather poor. They can hardly discern objects beyond 20 meters. Conversely, the oak tree dragons boast exceptional eyesight, capable of perceiving infrared and ultraviolet rays invisible to the human eye. These astute little creatures lack the massive bodies and weaponry to contend with predators. Their survival hinges solely on their alertness. Thus, training them behaviorally during this period has proven quite challenging. As Liao Xing spoke, a few bending dragons exhibited alert postures, rising on their hind legs and seemingly aimlessly pacing among the herd, each moving in different directions, perhaps to encompass a broader surveillance area. Under the watchful eyes of these sentinels, the other herbivores were free to move about securely, with several bending dragons already beginning to tear at the reeds by the lake, chewing them contentedly. Doc, is there any activity on Monitor 5? Owen inquired. It has already been triggered. The veterinarian's gaze fixated on the thicket across the lake. Pay attention to the forest to the west. I suspect Li Shuang has begun observing these herbivores that it has never encountered before. Chapter 112. The dragon trembles in the territory as articulated by Jan Dark, across the crescent-shaped shallow shores by the lake. Approximately 650 feet from the herbivorous creatures, in the thicket shrouded in shadows, a swift flicker of grayish-white membranes revealed the location of a pair of cerulean and ivory eyes. The female feathered king dragon, Li Shuang, emitted a piercing gaze from beneath her keratinous brow, fixated unceasingly on the unfamiliar animals that came to drink and rest. This marked her first encounter with such a multitude of creatures in months, aside from the hairless, peculiar-smelling bipeds she had previously encountered. Although there were fragments of similar memories from the hot rivers, the appearance and demeanor of the animals before her were unlike any she had ever witnessed. The small avian-like creatures, which emitted a cacophony of calls, bore a resemblance to her past quarry captured in the jungles. The thought of their delectable flesh and warm blood made Li Shuang involuntarily swallow. Yet, amidst the odd beasts with peculiar dorsal features, the seemingly easy targets prompted her to observe cautiously. She noted the bizarre, bone-like dorsal fins that had transformed into a vivid crimson, accompanied by a series of continuous rustling sounds, as well as the 4 glimmering tail spikes that twitched menacingly, even without prior encounters. The instinctive caution of the young feathered king dragon instilled a measure of respect within her. Farther along the riverbank, the herbivorous creatures appeared equally strange. They resembled diminutive versions of the colossal beasts from the ancient Liaoxi forests. But even the largest among the herd before her paled in comparison to the smallest of those titanic creatures. Unlike the lumbering, low-howling beasts, these animals exhibited agility and restlessness. Li Shuang meticulously scrutinized the creatures, her warm-blooded reptilian mind analyzing strategies for interaction. Behind the eldest sister of the group, 2 other members of the herd engaged in playful shoving and frolicking. 2 young feathered king dragons crouched within the thicket, playfully pushing each other with their keratinous beaks and shoulders, their excited breaths heavy in the air. Li Shuang was displeased by their antics. She turned and bared her teeth in a silent threat. The 2 gray-brown feathered king dragons, named a Ben Air Bay, recoiled somewhat under their elder sister's stern gaze. The leaner Air Bay seemed particularly frightened, lowering its head and half-crouching as it awkwardly squeezed away towards another thicket. With a sudden, resounding explosion, a brownish pheasant burst forth from the bushes beside Air Bay. It soared out of the trees in the astonished gaze of the feathered king dragons, screeching as it flapped its way towards the forest edge. Like a silver bell tolling in a bustling church, the surrounding clamor instantly fell silent. Before Li Shuang could react, Air Bay, startled, involuntarily raised its head, though it was but a fleeting moment. The shadow that darted through the thicket across the river was captured by the enormous eyes of the oak dragon. Even a single misstep could render all previous efforts futile. Owen gazed in wonder at the unfolding scene. With wide eyes, we were about to witness a long-lost strategy for defense that had been forgotten for 150 million years. The oak dragon emitted a series of sharp, whistling calls as it leapt from the ancestor. As the surrounding small herbivores shrieked and retreated into the thickets, the massive bodies of the stegosaurids began to stir. All 9 stegosaurids on the lakeshore congregated under the low rumble of the ancestor, their bony dorsal plates and long, spear-like tails intertwined, forming an impenetrable, heavily armored circular defense line. The Liao family of dragons displayed a momentary disturbance, but soon settled down. Clearly, those Triassic sauropods did not comprehend the meaning of these alerts. They merely huddled together, following Blue Jade and casting curious yet anxious glances toward the stegosaurids. As the bushes rustled, the first feathered king dragon emerged, its grayish-white form stepping onto the sandy beach. After the failed ambush, any exertion seemed futile. It tilted its head, one hind paw stepping into the clear, shallow stream, prompting it to approach and observe closely. Just then, a rapid buzzing filled the air as Dawn Frost tossed its head and growled hoarsely. The implanted electronic chip continuously delivered shocks to its sensitive subcutaneous nerves, intensifying the sting whenever it attempted to cross the river. The young female feathered king dragon had no choice but to retreat to her side of the lake. Feeling a mix of irritation and embarrassment, she lowered her front body and bared her sharp teeth, growling at the stegosaurids across the lake. The invisible barrier was effective. Jim Dark breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the feathered king dragon remained within their contact zone, they would soon realize that these herbivores were currently off-limits for attack. Wait, what were those stegosaurids doing? A commotion arose among the stegosaurids, followed by the fluttering of 2 swaying orange battle flags as the young male stegosaurids broke away from the herd. They appeared exuberant, their spiked tails thrashing about in the air. The young male stegosaurids stood at the water's edge, emitting loud roars, as their calls, reminiscent of a mix between cattle and doves, echoed along the lakeshore. The basking Siamese crocodiles and the hee-hee turtles leapt into the water, peering out with their eyes submerged, secretly observing this epic-making spectacle. What on earth is happening? Are they hurling insults across the bank? Rex's attention was drawn to the images on the monitor. She shrugged and brought the screen closer. Could they comprehend the meaning of each other's calls? Theoretically, it was impossible. Each species' vocalization system has its own unique logic. And interspecies communication without systematic learning is unfeasible, Owen explained. However, in this situation, what they expressed was more about demonstration and warning. Thus, it was less about whether they could understand one another and more a contest of who could display greater bravado. Indeed, they were exchanging barbs, that much was clear. As the voice of Li Shuang was overshadowed by 2 stegosaurus, the figures of de Benair simultaneously emerged behind her. They assumed a stance akin to that of their elder sister, emitting the characteristic low growls and rumbling sounds typical of carnivorous creatures from their abdominal cavities and throats. The resonant howls from the armored swordsmen of the Morrison group intermingled with the deep roars of the Heiha feathered king from the Yixin group, creating a fierce echo by the lakeside. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the barriers of time had been breached, transporting this modern island's lakeside back 100 million years to an era dominated by colossal reptilian beasts. How long would this endure? Jian gazed with mild concern at the scene of the feathered king and stegosaurus intimidating one another. I muse. Such prolonged intensity may not bode well for these creatures encountering one another for the first time. Fear not, Lana, Liao Xing reassured. This will not last long. We can already sense it. The heavyweight figures capable of resolving this conflict have arrived. A rough, resonant call emerged from the forest path, overpowering the roars of the feathered king and the howls of the stegosaurus. Merely upon their initial encounter, the standoff at the lakeside fell into silence. Their roars and displays seemed trivial, akin to the playful noise of children, in the presence of the northern titan from the ancient Liao West. The sensitive nerve endings in the dinosaur's feet must have felt it too, as the ground began to tremble with the arrival of the new guests. The towering giants of the forest, provoked by the boisterous calls and displays of the others, were about to commence the most formidable demonstration of power known to exist in this world. Chapter 113, Dragonquake in the Realm. 2 threat skill from the lush greenery. A poignant wail resonated as plants snapped and leaves fell, accompanied by a rumble akin to thunder and the sound of footsteps echoing by the lakeside. The previously concealed Jurassic herbivores burst forth from the forest in astonishment, emerging onto the open sandy shores of the lake. Yet at this moment, no creature by the lakeside possessed the energy to regard these frightened little beasts. The young feathered kings retracted their exposed fangs, sensing the immense vitality emanating from the low growls in the jungle. 3 young carnivores huddled together, 6 eyes collectively fixed upon the opposite shore's thicket. Lan Yu stood alone, guarding the anxious Liao dragon group, raising her tail and rearing up on her hind legs. Her elongated neck swayed back and forth in the air. Meanwhile, the Stegosaurus group huddled anxiously together, allowing the Bactrosaurus and the Aerolosaurus to meander closely around them. Their backs stood erect and trembled with unease. Yet they dared not emit even the faintest rustle. Amidst the thicket by the lakeshore, a group of Triassic sauropterygians cautiously emerged from the concealed vegetation, extending their slender necks. Normally, their melodious voices would fill the air like songbirds, but now they silently observed the jungle across the lake. Even the raucous creatures inhabiting the lakeside fell silent, their reptilian eyes peering above the water's surface, gazing at the rippling waves that spread from the shore. All the creatures by the lakeside, whether ancient or contemporary, stood poised, entwined with fear and confusion, watching the trembling forest in anticipation of the arrival of the titans from Xi'an. The sauropod dinosaurs were evidently signaling a warning. "I could sense it," Owen remarked. "But they have yet to appear. How can you discern this?" Liao Xing inquired. "It's quite simple. They are stomping," Owen replied, tapping his foot. "Liao, you should be able to feel it. Normally, those massive sauropods walk without making such a din. Their heels are equipped with pads composed of connective tissue and skin, akin to wearing thick-soled shoes of flesh, cushioning the weight of their bodies. The large animals that roamed before the catastrophe, like rhinos and elephants, exemplify this. Their colossal forms can move with remarkable silence, much like ballet dancers on tiptoe, gliding gracefully and quietly. However, these feat serve a purpose beyond merely silencing their movements. Research prior to the catastrophe indicates that the African savanna elephants utilized the transmission of low-frequency sounds through their feet, generating infrasound that is imperceptible to human ears, capable of communicating across a vast expanse of over 40 square kilometers. Our hefty giants have maximized this capability, deliberately combining the weight they apply to their feet with the low-frequency sounds emitted. The transmitted force is potent enough to ripple through the lake and reach us, even spreading across the entire island. As Owen felt a thrill course through him, he observed the undisturbed lake surface, now stirred by unseen forces. "Look, there they come." With a foot as massive as a boulder descending upon the lakeshore, the Lionengosaurus from the Xi'an group emerged from a ravaged jungle. Its serpentine neck twisted slowly, producing a sound from its abdomen that resonated along its lengthy neck, culminating in a breath expelled from its distended nasal cavity atop its head. A resounding call, imbued with formidable energy, reverberated through the very essence of the surrounding creatures, spreading along the expansive lakeshore with a palpable tremor, carried forth by the morning breeze, swiftly permeating the interior of the island. A tumult erupted within the pterosaur aviary, as the winged reptiles raised their heads high, their beaks or jaws wide open, emitting a cacophony of piercing shrieks. In the nursery, the sauropod hatchlings lifted their heads, producing a series of somewhat nascent yet increasingly resonant songs as they matured. From the depths of the inner palace, the obsidian giant, previously enshrouded in slumber, awakened, its emerald eyes opening wide, craning its neck, as if its gaze sought to soar over the lofty walls to uncover the source of the sound. "Oh my heavens, do you feel that? These colossal creatures have never before emitted such a thunderous sound," Owen exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement as he grasped the communicator. "Is the control room receiving this? My God, it feels as though my stomach is quaking." The sound surpassed 120 decibels, 130. Rex gazed in astonishment at the data displayed by Isla. The readings indicated that this bellowing was comparable to the sound produced by a passenger aircraft taking flight. From behind, equally massive dragons began to emerge from the jungle. Each time their formidable limbs struck the ground, a cloud of dust was stirred up, swirling in the morning light and gentle breeze like mist. Witnessing the approach of these titanic beasts, the surrounding wildlife reacted in kind. The nearby herd of stegosaurids quieted slightly. The venerable leader, Old Ancestor, who had prior encounters with sauropods, exhibited a demeanor that was both relaxed and respectful, leading the stegosaur group toward the proximity of the Liaoning giant. The smaller herbivores mingled among the stegosaur herd, bowing their heads and whispering to each other as they moved in unison. Li Shuang shook its head, resolutely leading the way to the water's edge to drink. Its memory held knowledge of these immense creatures, understanding that, in its current state, Exhibiting aggression in the presence of such vigorous giants would be as ludicrous as an ant trying to shake a tree. Rather than expend energy on the imposing beasts, it was far more sensible to quench its thirst. In stark contrast to the more experienced animals, the unease of the Liao dragons reached a crescendo. Their feeble minds struggled to comprehend the sheer size and strength of those creatures towering above them. The weary Lanyu found itself unable to muster the energy to assess the giants, instead letting out a low howl in frustration, urging its herd to move farther along the lakeside. They could scarcely imagine that the magnificent beasts before them, which they found so bewildering, might very well be their descendants, shaped by the passage of time and environmental influences, manifesting through countless genetic mutations. It seems the arrival of the Liaoning giant has somewhat quelled the tense atmosphere by the lake, remarked Liao Xing. But where have those chambered dragons gone? We cannot discern their presence here. You surely cannot see them from across the lake, for they have come to my side. Even without utilizing camera tracking, Jane can clearly observe the unfolding scene beneath the watchtower. Approximately 400 meters from the lake, the river cascades down from a moss-covered cliff, transforming into a shimmering curtain, splashing white foam upon the pale green shallows. In these shallows, the Triassic chambered dragons are currently congregating, their elongated hind limbs moving gracefully as they wade through the water like herons, their slender heads and necks bobbing on the surface. They are not drinking. It seems they are searching for something in the water. Jane stretches her hand to massage her slightly sore shoulder. Searching in the water, huh? Owen gazes at the screen, instinctively stroking his chin. In the field of research prior to the catastrophe, it was suggested that the slender-bodied chambered dragons might be quintessential opportunists, seizing any chance to obtain sustenance from their environment. Insects, amphibians, primitive mammals, and, as one dragon thrusts its snout into the water, it captures a careless, plump catfish. Despite the fish possessing a relatively robust scale armor compared to most aquatic creatures, it is utterly insignificant in the face of the terrestrial predator's dimensional assault. With the success of the first chambered dragon's attempt, the sounds of splashing water in the shallows grew increasingly fervent. Even with their clumsy technique, the abundance of fish present sufficiently gratifies the ravenous appetites of the chambered dragon assembly. Although their usual dietary staple of mycelium-derived protein blocks suffices for their carnivorous needs, these creatures evidently derive greater satisfaction from the blood and flesh of live prey. They emit cheerful chirps akin to songbirds while darting about the rocky shallows in pursuit of fish schools. Jane observes one chambered dragon seemingly capturing something. Rather than consuming its prey immediately, it grasps it with its forelimbs, lowering its head in a furtive manner as it approaches a protruding stone on the shore. There, she sees clearly that this dragon has indeed caught a writhing Siamese crocodile. It first lowers its head to tear at the creature, and when it raises its head again, its mouth is stuffed with half of the torn-off tail, shaking its head in satisfaction as it begins to chew. Behold this magnificent spectacle. They are adhering to the oldest laws of this planet, showcasing an adaptive ability long lost to modern species. Owen, witnessing all this, finds two streaks of tears tracing down his cheeks. Ladies and gentlemen, our project has achieved a monumental, arguably epic-making breakthrough thus far. However, this groundbreaking achievement is not entirely complete, for we still face a pressing issue. Jane furrows her brow as she looks at the monitor. Setting aside the concerns regarding surveillance range and the invisible barrier, it appears that one of the 8 species designated for this test has yet to make an appearance by the lake. Chapter 114. The dragon shakes the borders in the lush thicket, 400 meters east of the lakeside shallows. 2 robust figures meandered through the gaps between the shrubs and tree trunks, one following the other. Their moist noses emitted soft snorts that echoed through the jungle, and soon, the whereabouts of these creatures, traversing the forest floor, were uploaded to the control room via implanted chips. Detection indicated non-mammalian creatures with a height of less than 150 centimeters. Isla's emotionless voice resonated. Are there only 2 out there? Rex confirmed. I recall we had a whole brood of these little fellows. They're still too small. We left them along with the adult responsible for their care in the observation area. Jane replied. All the participants in this outdoor test are adults and subadults. Smaller animals might frighten them directly. Besides, those little ones are difficult to track and control. Look at this, Liao. As Owen pointed at the movement trajectory information sent by Isla, he poked the display screen. These 2 Psittacosaurus, Kailang and Mount Yo, did not head to the lakeside. They deviated at a 90-degree angle on their path to the lake and began advancing toward the jungle's edge. Could it be that the Lianingosaurus frightened them? Liao Xing inquired. I find that unlikely. They changed direction before reaching the lakeside. Observe here. As Owen's finger glided across the tablet, several data graphs unfolded before Liao Xing, with colorful lines forming a jagged pattern. These are heart rate charts. Look, these several graphs belong to the original sauropods, displaying significant fluctuations in heart rate. Peaking when the Lianingosaurus approached the lakeside, they must have been startled. Next are the Stegosaurus, along with the Quercosaurus and the Bactrosaurus. These Jurassic herbivores, lacking experience with the Lianingosaurus, have undoubtedly encountered similar-looking sauropods. Hence, their peak fluctuations are not as pronounced as those of the Lianingosaurus. Then we have the Avimimus, whose amplitude is smaller compared to the aforementioned creatures. This indicates their capability to discern and anticipate the impending presence of a particular animal, demonstrating a sense of composure. And look at the Psittacosaurus, they were entirely unfazed. Owen's finger tapped one of the colored lines, isolating it alongside the Psittacosaurus movement trajectory. They hesitated here for a moment but then continued on. Observe their meandering path. Their pace is rather slow, which explains why they haven't ventured far despite the time elapsed. I suspect they might be searching for something among their avian relatives. They are quite adept at sniffing out scents. California condors can detect food from 10 kilometers away. However, I am curious about what they seek in this unfamiliar jungle. As Mao and Yo deftly bypassed a fallen tree trunk, it lowered its head to sniff the nearly imperceptible path on the ground, soon becoming animated with excitement. Its tail first stood erect, emitting a series of murmurs as it darted towards a small hill at the edge of the nearby thicket. Through the sparse trees, a surveillance camera mounted on a branch revealed a sandy path just beyond a fence. Ah, I remember this place. It is quite close to our transport route, Jin remarked. Our previous supplies and equipment were delivered through this very path. However, with the commencement of construction at the dock, controlled by Uncle Richard's drone team, our supply line will no longer be constrained by the weather. Could they have been lured here by the scent of food? That seems plausible, Owen mused, stroking his chin. Professor Owen, look. There seems to be some activity at the base of the hill. Liao Xing pointed to the screen. From a vantage point above, Mao Niu was seen vociferously squawking at the foot of the hill. It appeared overwhelmingly excited, its short and sturdy forelimbs vigorously digging at the base, while its tail fur bristled incessantly, creating a sound reminiscent of sand being shaken in a hammer. Suddenly, a figure sprang from the bottom of the hill, colliding forcefully with Mao Niu's nose. This unexpected assault caused the female parrot lizard to tumble backward, flailing for a moment before righting itself. The culprit, however, leapt away swiftly, darting over the hill like an arrow and vanishing at its base. What a rapid motion! Liao Xing rubbed his eyes. Did anyone catch a glimpse of what that creature was? A rabbit? How could there possibly be rabbits here? Jin's brow furrowed as he observed the slow-motion replay on the monitor. The last time we surveyed this area was just a week ago, and there were no signs of rabbit activity at that time. I suspect that as we expanded our vegetative cover, these troublesome little furballs have followed suit, Owen remarked, pressing his knuckles against his chin. Perhaps they had already begun to traverse the feed transport routes. Just think, how much of the lost vegetarian feed during transport could satiate a rabbit's hunger? We may need to devise a strategy for managing these rapidly proliferating mammals. Professor, wait. Look, Liao Xing exclaimed, fixated on the screen. The parrot lizard seems to be stirring. Mao Niu trotted over to its companion, their beaks firmly pressed together. It emitted a few plaintive whimpers, continually nudging Kai Lang's chin with its nose. From the camera's perspective, Kai Lang, whose features bore a somewhat fierce aspect due to its brow and cheek structure, now appeared even more irate. It sought to comfort its startled mate, while the fur covering its rear half bristled dramatically as it charged towards the base of the hill. With all four limbs grounded, it meticulously sniffed the traces left behind, even amidst the lush vegetation. The cave and the scattered granular droppings on the trodden ground fail to conceal the presence of its inhabitants. As Cylong approached another cave entrance, the assailant once again emulated the previous attack. A robust wild rabbit leapt forth, using its powerful hind legs, armed with sharp claws, to kick at the parrot-beaked dragon. The claws grazed the hardened keratinous surface, leaving behind white streaks. Yet, Cylong reacted with swiftness. Its strong jaws lunged forward, delivering a resounding crack of bone accompanied by a piercing scream. It did not pause but vigorously shook its head, akin to a circus strongman toying with a diminutive clown. When it finally lifted its head, the body of the sturdy wild rabbit dangled like a tattered rag from either end of its beak. It seized the rabbit and, with a wagging tail, sprinted towards its mate hiding nearby. The exuberance of its spirit was palpable, almost as if one could sense Silong's joy through the screen. Oh, I could foresee what someone might say next. Now nature has revealed to us how to handle those furry little nuisances. Jian interjected, mimicking an elderly voice with a strained throat. I must disagree. These parrot-beaked dragons are herbivores and are utterly incapable of dealing with such intrusions. If only an animal would appear to consume that rabbit, I would take responsibility for the disposal of the sauropod's excreta this week. Wait? Good heavens, Silong Emanuar. They have indeed consumed that rabbit? Letna, I forgot to mention, I discovered while raising them that the parrot-beaked dragons are omnivorous. And I included insects in their menu. Isla detected key phrases and the imminent rupture of sensitive pride, resulting in a revised schedule. Jian Dark was assigned the task of handling sauropod excrement. Listening to the sharp crackle emanating from the communicator, Liao Xing cast a glance towards Owen, who decisively presented a resigned shrug. Observing the professor's face flush red from desperately suppressing a smirk, Liao Xing let out a weary sigh. Letna, heed my advice. There is a larger handcart behind the tool shed that could save you several trips. Chapter 115. Rebirth. An unknown future unfolds before my eyes. For the first time in my life, I feel a profound sense of hope in the face of what lies ahead. If a machine, a Terminator, can comprehend the value of existence, perhaps we too can. Terminator 2, as the lines from an old sci-fi film and the sounds of chewing resonated in her ears. The young woman in uniform seated in the passenger seat pressed her lips together, her gaze inevitably drifting towards the right window. Even amidst the dramatic shifts in climate, snowflakes continue to drift from the inky black sky above the city as the year draws to a close. Each delicate flake dances and twirls beneath the streetlights, transforming into dazzling points of light that captivate the eye. Those fortunate enough to land upon glass quickly melt into droplets, flowing down the window in mere moments, vanishing before they reach the bottom. The less fortunate find themselves upon the asphalt, where the warmth expelled by engines mingles with the cold air, instantly turning them into a muddy mixture laced with dust, which is then churned into a slushy ice by the chilling winds. It seems as if they are unwilling to accept their fate, grasping at their fallen brethren from the heavens, yearning to reclaim their pristine, snowy essence, yet only serving to enlarge their grimy, disheveled forms sprawled upon the ground. She felt a gentle nudge at her elbow, followed by a steaming object being offered to her from the darkness. Pork-flavored synthetic buns. Care for two? Thank you, she replied cautiously, accepting the buns while suppressing the urge to glance at the shimmering artificial eye of her companion in the dimly lit compartment. As she endeavored to shift her focus, her mind involuntarily drifted back to her earlier conversation with the receptionist. Ah, Xiaoli, your presence here is quite a rarity. What brings an analyst on duty out here? Another museum visit? How peculiar. In this day and age, who would bother with such obscure places? I simply don't understand. Oh, look. Is that your new team leader picking you up? Be careful. I've heard whispers that she has a bit of a troublesome past, that I have hers. It's been replaced. Now she's a cyborg. Who knows when she might go off the rails like those stories in the news. Oh, Xiaoli. Look ahead. The voice from the left interrupted her scattered thoughts. The woman with wine-red hair in the driver's seat gestured towards a luxurious vehicle gliding past at the traffic light ahead. A new Bugatti, just released last week. Impressive, isn't it? Truly, a sight to behold in Beijing. Her gaze shifted back to the untouched buns in her companion's hands. Why aren't you eating? Not to your liking? You always seem quite pleased during your late-night snacks. She paused, a teasing lilt in her voice. Or is it? The self-driving feature of this private vehicle has you feeling a bit uneasy while I watch a movie and drive? Not quite, Captainya, the young man, referred to as Xiaoli, replied hastily, taking a bite of the synthetic bun. I truly appreciate you taking your personal vehicle to accompany me on this assignment during your time off. But what puzzles me is why all the police vehicles in our city have been mobilized for something so urgent that they can't spare a single one. That, she replied, is not our mission today. As the vehicle turned left, departing from the bustling urban center, the road ahead seemed to dim slightly. In an effort to alleviate the somewhat stagnant atmosphere within the car, the woman spoke again. Xiaoli, are you familiar with Eagle Hunt? It's a newly popular retro activity. This year alone, our province has reported no fewer than 150 smuggling cases. Captain, what exactly is eagle? Little Lee timidly inquired. What about the rare carnivorous birds? How shall I put it? What birds have you seen? Frowning slightly. Little Lee hoped that this would assist in forming a clearer mental image of these creatures, which he had only encountered in mere snippets within the pages of books throughout his life. A few months ago, I believe I spotted a sparrow from my window. In my childhood, during a school trip to the zoo, I saw doves and wild ducks. Eagles are much larger birds, somewhat bigger than a chicken. Chickens, you know, those plucked, headless creatures sold in the meat section of supermarkets for 4,000 to 5,000 each. The captain blinked and continued. Their talons resemble meat hooks, and their vision is as sharp as a telescope, allowing them to spot prey from dozens of meters above, then swoop down to kill, using their beak, which is similarly curved like a hook, to consume their catch. It's rather hard to imagine, Little Lee replied with an awkward smile. The sparrows I have seen are quite timid. They fly away at the mere sight of a person. Not surprising, the captain remarked. It is said that the population of eagles in the wild is now reportedly even lower than that of mallards. Some claim they have already gone extinct in the wild. Common zoos do not house them. One would need to visit private reserves or breeding centers to catch a glimpse. Did you know there was a rather eerie legend about eagles before the calamity? He continued. It is said that eagles can live up to 70 years. At the age of 40, their feathers become severely worn, and their talons and beak become burdensome due to their length. At this juncture, the eagle retreats to its nest, plucking out all its frayed feathers, breaking its overly long talons, and shattering its beak against stones, enduring hunger for 30 days. It will then grow new feathers and a strong beak and talons, allowing it to live for another 30 years. Really? Can an animal be so remarkable? Little Lee exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Utter nonsense, utterly preposterous, the captain scoffed with a disdainful smile. Not to mention that a bird's beak and talons are connected to bone. The metabolism of flying creatures is exceedingly rapid. A month? They would starve to death in less than a week. Little Lee's voice faltered, drowned out by the roar of the anti-gravity engine as the vehicle came to a halt. She turned to gaze out the window, where the Grand Museum appeared shrouded in darkness and eeriness beneath the snowy night. The raised caution tape emitted an unnaturally glaring light, casting distorted shadows within the museum that took on a grotesque and repugnant form. As the snow fell more heavily amidst the biting wind, she noticed a pitch-black figure emerge from the entrance, stumbling forward like a child taking its first steps. With the howling wind roaring around her, Little Lee swallowed hard, steeling her courage to approach. Hello, comrade. We are from the police station. The dark figure did not pause. Instead, it suddenly leaned forward, emitting a muffled, indistinct growl. His arms swung unnaturally as he shouted and lunged toward Xiaoli. Captain Ya, standing nearby, was taken aback and instinctively positioned himself in front of the stunned Xiaoli. Suddenly, the dark figure that had leaped forward fell face first into the snow, emitting a pitiful whimper of distress. Ouch, could you lend me a hand? I've twisted my ankle. Chapter 116, Rebirth. Indeed, the youth. I warned you, with the snow falling, tread carefully. This is your first winter from the south, isn't it? And look, you've taken a tumble. Inside the duty room at the museum entrance, the modest space was suffused with the warm, orange glow of a heater, creating a stark contrast to the dim, snow-covered world outside. In the midst of the distorted heat waves, the figure draped in black amidst the snow finally became discernible to Xiaoli. As layers of thick clothing and scarves were peeled away like an onion, the core revealed a young man with a somewhat prosperous visage, who was grimacing in pain due to his slightly swollen ankle. Oh dear, I didn't mean to keep the officers waiting. I was just trying to hurry a bit. Ouch, Uncle Chien, be gentle. Conversing with him was an older gentleman, who smiled as he retrieved a bandage from a medical kit and applied it to the swollen ankle of the portly man. All right, a lesson learned, fortunately. You haven't injured any bones. Just apply this and rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. He wiped his hands on his trousers, straightened up, and turned to Xiao Li and Captain Ya, displaying a professional smile. I apologize for the inconvenience, comrade. You may call me Old Chien. I am the security chief of the museum hall. This is Xiao Zhang, a researcher from the Hu district, who was also a witness to the incident during my shift. May I inquire your names? Hello, comrade Chien. I am Xiao Li, an analyst from the police station. You may simply refer to me as Xiao Li. We are here to verify the details of the scene you both witnessed. Stepping closer, Xiao Li unobtrusively activated the recorder on his wristwatch. Could you please recount your location and what you heard or saw when the incident occurred? Old Chien stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, it was around the time of closing. Approximately 4:20 in the afternoon. I know the sign says 5 o'clock for closing, but with the year-end approaching and considering the remoteness of this place, There weren't many visitors around. So, I thought, I might as well wrap things up a bit early and head home. In the hall, I was retrieving a drone when Xiao Zhang approached, requesting some documentation. He was referring to the records from the Wang Gongchang of the Ming dynasty during the Tianqi period. Meanwhile, a chubby fellow was nursing his ankle, inhaling sharply and muttering. Right, I can't recall clearly, as things got chaotic quite rapidly. Old Qian nodded, continuing his narrative. Just then, an extraordinary incident occurred, my comrades. At that moment, every drone in the museum, whether robotic guides or cleaners, erupted into a cacophony of fire alarms. I was still trying to grasp the situation when a tremendous explosion emanated from the basement. The sound was so intense that the floor beneath me trembled. Reminiscent of an earthquake, I was utterly terrified, believing the circuit breaker downstairs had exploded. My mind was in a daze, and I couldn't even process whether I should flee. It was Xiao Zhang who ultimately pulled me out. You mentioned an explosion in the basement. However, according to the findings of the first investigation team, there seems to be no significant signs of damage in the area where the artifacts were stolen. Xiao Li observed the records and continued to inquire. Could you elaborate on the details from that time? What facilities were present in the basement? Did you hear or see any suspicious individuals entering? Old Qian shifted his body, seemingly uncomfortable with Captain Ya's gaze on his partially obscured right eye. When the fire department arrived, they discovered that the generator had not exploded but had instead been scorched. How should I put it? This museum has witnessed quite a number of strange occurrences over the years. Yes. Besides the exit leading to the underground pedestrian street and a few safety corridors, the basement houses the generator responsible for powering the museum and the first storage room. Typically, each entrance is equipped with a biological monitoring device, requiring a standardized employee ID for access. That day, there were not many visitors in the museum, let alone anyone tampering with anything. I mustered the courage to sneak a glance afterward. The generator's casing was melted, and the internal power transmission lines were charred, appearing as if they had exploded. Xiaojing interjected, sniffing. But comrades, therein lies the issue. It was scorched yet did not ignite, and our fire safety systems were not activated. Later, we attempted to access the surveillance footage, but the images from that day showed everything as normal, aside from Uncle Qian conducting routine checks and the charging machines. No external individuals or drones had entered the staff area on level B1. Excuse me, may I inquire when the storage room was last opened? And what artifacts were reported missing from the storage? Captain Ya, who had been silent for quite some time, finally spoke. Well, the first storage room was last accessed last week. The museum received a shipment of pre-catastrophe home appliances from the Nordic region, including vintage film cameras and tape recorders. Old Qian replied. However, all those machines were thoroughly scanned and checked before being stored, and there was nothing extraneous within. A total of 5 artifacts have gone missing. A Neolithic human palm imprint, a Japanese wooden juicer from the 20th century, a ceremonial ding from the early Eastern Han dynasty, a figurative painting from the Western Jin dynasty, and a stone hoe that traveled from the Middle East for an exhibition. Xiao Zhang remarked, these items, it's peculiar. The disparities in their eras and cultural representations are quite significant. Xiao Li furrowed her brows slightly and softly suggested, perhaps the motive is financial gain? Old Qian shook his head. Moreover, there are far more valuable jewels in the museum, and if it were merely for money, this little thief has attracted rather excessive attention. He continued, why would a thief steal a juicer belonging to a great-grandfather's era? Perhaps someone simply has a penchant for collecting such antiquities and is willing to pay a handsome price. Xiao Zhang muttered in agreement. Captain Ye leaned against the doorframe, her gaze drifting into the profound darkness of the museum hall, reminiscent of a monstrous maw. Suddenly, a jarring rumble emanated from the depths of the museum, abruptly interrupting the conversation among the group. The sound resembled the ethereal wail of an invisible wind, resonating throughout the empty hall and echoing into the streets. Old Qian's complexion turned pale in an instant. What did I tell you? This place is eerie and strange. It's possible that the discarded artifact is suppressing some malevolent spirit. Superstition. Xiao Zhang's chubby face quivered as he feigned calmness, his lips incessantly murmuring, It's a different era. We should be discussing prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, and justice. As another terrifying wail reverberated through the hall, Xiao Zhang involuntarily closed his mouth. Captain Ye's expression sharpened as she rose and approached the doorway. It is highly likely that the perpetrator has returned to the scene. Xiao Li, you and 2 comrades stay here. I will investigate the surroundings. Remember to maintain communication and be prepared to evacuate at any moment. Captain. Wait. Before Xiaoli's words could reach her, the door suddenly closed behind Captain Ya. Darkness and cold enveloped her in an instant. Her prosthetic eye glimmered with a crimson light in the darkness, and the circuitry beneath the synthetic skin of her left arm illuminated her silhouette against the night as she stepped into the snowstorm, leaving a trail of prints imprinted in the white. The machines that were brought in contained no extraneous items. Yet this does not imply that the machines themselves are free of issues. If it were me, I would meticulously dismantle each screw and circuit board to inspect them thoroughly. At this moment, she had arrived at an answer, though it remained suspended, yet to be confirmed. The seemingly unrelated artifacts, when compared to the theft that occurred 6 months prior, which also involved the loss of metallic objects, merit serious consideration. Beyond the flickering holographic security line, the half-open automatic doors of the museum now lay before her. She stepped half a foot into the warning line. As the night vision function of her artificial eye activated, the scene within the museum hall became exceptionally clear. Captain Ya's gaze swept across the stacks of drones in the imposing central sculpture, observing the lifeless objects emanating faint electrical pulses, which in the darkness transformed into grotesque, prostrate corpses, evoking both revulsion and dread. She lowered her gaze to the snow-covered ground at the entrance, where the fallen snowflakes had smoothed and leveled the surface. After a considerable time, she retracted her half-advanced foot and turned towards the direction of the duty room, leaving behind a trail of faint footprints. Captain, you've finally returned. We suddenly lost signal here. As she stepped into the room, Xiaoli's voice greeted her with a hint of urgency. What is the situation outside? The howling wind was caused by the museum's front door not being properly secured. As the wind blew, it stirred the air, producing that eerie sound. Captain Ya's calm and composed words swiftly quelled the atmosphere of unease. Nonetheless, the environment here lacked signal and was excessively remote, rendering it both unsafe and unsuitable, especially considering that there was an injured individual present. Comrades, I kindly request that you take our vehicle back to the city. I will apply to headquarters for drones to continue monitoring this location. All right. Old Qian nodded incessantly like a pecking chicken. Let us prepare and set off quickly. As the lights in the duty room were extinguished, the roar of the vehicle's engine faded into the distance. The entire building returned to a moment of tranquility amidst the snow and darkness. The half-open entrance had, at some point, been closed, and a faint, almost imperceptible tire mark in the snow of the museum's front square vanished as the snowflakes continued to fall. Chapter 117. The successors. The frigid northern wind from the polar regions collided violently with the castle's massive floor-to-ceiling windows, producing a muffled groan. As the irritable and envious wind penetrated the thick stone walls, it became a low, indistinct murmur, casting a chaotic shadow of the external vegetation, rendering the corridor, devoid of sensor lights, a scene of unsettling silence. William Austin, the steward of the castle, was presently in the kitchen st room, skillfully mixing diced currants with egg liquid and pouring the mixture into small aluminum cups with a crispy thin skin. He then picked up a baking tray, passed by the steaming teapot, and placed the raw batter into the oven. Glancing at the clock, he let out a soft sigh. It is quite a surprise to see you at this hour, Mr. Austin. A voice as clear as a lark's rang out from the dark corridor. A slender figure clad in a light blue velvet uniform slipped through the partially ajar door, her illuminating bracelet transforming into a fleeting glimmer that vanished into her sleeve upon entering the room. Good evening, Miss Castor. William Austin placed his left hand on his chest and slightly bowed. How have you been resting? I hope your former room in this abode still provides you with comfort. Thank you. I have rested quite well. The young lady known as Castor leaned closer, tilting her head towards the oven, where steam billowed from the teapot above. Is Uncle not resting yet? She inquired. Lord Richard is engaged in a very important discussion, the butler replied. I fear this may not be the most opportune moment for negotiations. However, some individuals can hardly wait. The girl sighed, gently twisting her neck, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall down her shoulders. According to my sister, my uncles have begun their ruckus again, arguing about inheritance and ownership of assets. I suspect they have set their sights on Uncle's collection of idle islands. In any case, they cannot bring themselves to face their own uncle, instead using me, their niece, as a pawn. She sighed once more, winking at the butler with her emerald green eyes. What should I say to them, Mr. Austin? I believe a light supper may serve as a delightful prelude to a pleasant conversation, the butler suggested, gently nodding as he retrieved steaming pastries from the oven. Miss Castor, I am certain these gentlemen merely require a response, whether favorable or otherwise. Would you not agree? You are right, Castor nodded, a radiant smile breaking upon her lips like the sun's warm rays. She tapped her temple lightly. My mind seems to have wandered during lessons. Thank you. Allow me to notify the master first. The butler placed the pastries and teapot onto the cart. As you know, the master is quite particular about appearances. Never before had this castle felt so desolate. Whenever the summer holidays of Arendelle approached, the echoes of children's laughter would fill the air within this solitary castle that had stood by the sea for centuries. Yet for Castor at this moment, she was no longer the carefree child who could laugh at any moment. The figures she once chased through the corridors had blurred into shadows, vanishing into the profound silence. As the corridor's lights flickered on in response to the butler's arrival, the deep red carpet absorbed every footfall, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Illuminated by the soft glow, Castor curiously gazed at the imposing portraits lining one side of the hallway, faintly hearing the voice of an elder speaking with fervor. Oh, merciful creator, what is the name of that creature again? Truly deserving of its Latin name that includes raptor. By Odin's beard. Look at it, using its talons too. Lord Richard, the butler coughed, rapping on the tightly shut door before Castor raised an eyebrow, keenly sensing an undertone of concealment in the butler's words. Miss Castor has brought you a supper. My apologies. Please hold on a moment. The voice from behind the door fell silent for a moment before resuming. You may enter. The moment the door swung open, Castor's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the colossal skeleton at the center of the room. This creature dwarfed a compact car, its head constituting nearly 1/3 of its entire form. The occipital region extended into a massive, semicircular fusion of bone, and to balance this immense being, 3 formidable horns jutted forward from the skull's forefront, while a short, dagger-like horn on the snout gleamed with sharpness. Above the eye sockets, 2 elongated protrusions stood erect like the lances of valiant knights. What a magnificent beast, Castor marveled inwardly. Even in its desiccated state, the creature emanated a fierce and formidable aura, as if the ethereal spirits of warriors returned from Valhalla lingered above its remains, poised to animate at any moment. What a spectacular animal, is it not? A voice interrupted Castor's reverie, and instinctively she turned to see her uncle. Once a tall and capable figure from her childhood memories, now reduced to a frail old man confined to a wheelchair, bound by steel and soft tubing. Good evening, my dear Castor. Good evening, uncle. Castor felt a sudden pang of emotion, her nose tingling as she lowered her head to rub it discreetly. You seem to be in good spirits. Are you studying these creatures? These creatures. Ah, yes, my dear Castor. I am now a bona fide enthusiast of paleontology. Richard Lockwood replied with a smile. You have blossomed into a lovely young lady. How long has it been since we last met? Let me think. The last time was when you were in primary school. How old are you now? 12? No, 14. Is that correct? I just celebrated my 16th birthday this year. Uncle, Castor sighed. Our last meeting was at the Christmas family dinner 8 years ago. Even after nearly a decade, fragments of unpleasant memories from that gathering flickered in her mind. To divert the conversation, she redirected her gaze to the massive skeleton. Uncle, may I ask what kind of animal this is? This is a dinosaur. More specifically, it is a triceratops from the late Cretaceous period of North America, Lockwood explained. One of the largest armored creatures to have ever existed. Just envision such a living being parading across the plains in all its grandeur, displaying its colossal shield and innate weaponry. Dinosaur? Castor blinked in confusion, eventually recalling descriptions of these creatures from her limited readings outside the classroom. Ah, those sluggish, cumbersome, cold-blooded animals that became extinct long before the cataclysm? But I recall you mentioned that your favorite animals are raptors. Am I mistaken? The disparity between these creatures seems rather vast. My dear Castor, do not heed the nonsensical claims of those members of the Royal Scientific Committee who publish drivel in so-called biological journals. Richard's tone betrayed a hint of disdain. Those treacherous individuals who speak with reckless abandon naively attempt to undermine the truths painstakingly uncovered over centuries through diligent research between rock strata and fossils. These so-called successors bear no distinction from the buffoons they resemble. Chapter 118, The Successors. The elderly man coughed incessantly, his chest heaving violently. Observing the pallid flush on his face, Castor hurriedly approached, a pungent aroma of medicinal liquid assaulting her nostrils. Are you all right, uncle? Shall I summon Mr. Austin? No. I am fine. As the hose connected to his shoulder expelled a murky liquid tinged with crimson strands, Richard's cough gradually subsided, leaving only a rasping sound reminiscent of a bellows with each breath. Just an old ailment. I've nearly grown accustomed to it. He managed a resigned smile. My dear child, I wish you could comprehend that this world need not be as it is. Life is not merely a collection of living exhibits, priced and displayed within greenhouses and behind fences. Each possesses its unique essence, and one day, you will see this for yourself. Castor shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. Though the elderly man appeared drastically altered, his heart remained as innocent and carefree as it had been in her childhood. Perhaps this was why those uncles, who speak incessantly of profit and prospects, insisted on her presence. Let us take a break. Would you like some refreshments? Castor maneuvered the wheelchair to a nearby table, cluttered with an array of animal models and rolls of manuscript paper that hadn't been used in over 30 years. She set these items aside, then arranged the snacks and teapot on the table. Skillfully, she poured a cup of steaming tea, and as she handed it to the elderly man, she felt the icy touch of his skin, even in that brief moment. You have come this time because your uncles have begun to press you again, haven't they? Richard gently sipped his hot tea and remarked softly. A distant Eastern proverb seems particularly apt at this moment. No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason. But I understand, little Castor, you too are reluctant to discuss matters with those who incessantly prattle about interests and prospects, are you not? You read people astutely, Castor nodded. The uncles claim you are too advanced in age to manage your affairs. They sound genuinely concerned for you. If one disregards their recent investments in new conservation projects and resort plans, I might almost believe it. Nobody can outsmart your sharp mind. You are just like your mother was at your age. Richard sighed and gently shook his head. I apologize for digressing. Tell them I am currently contemplating the list. Such a simple response will likely occupy their minds for quite some time. Uncle. A myriad of thoughts swelled within Cass's heart, yet they became lodged at the corners of her lips. She was no longer the carefree child of yesteryears, unable to engage with the complexities of the human experience that lay beyond her reach. Please take care of your health. Richard spoke after gazing at his long-unseen grandniece for a considerable time. Come, little Cass, I wish to show you something. He gently waved his fingers, and a mechanical device beside the table sprang to life at his command. Cass recognized this machine as the latest model of a three-dimensional printer, which had garnered acclaim for its myriad functions. Among its remarkable capabilities was the ability to scan objects remotely and reproduce them in exact detail anywhere, provided the materials were suitable. In mere seconds, with a soft sound indicating completion, a finely crafted animal model materialized before Cass. The model was slightly larger than her palm, with a plump abdomen and a rounded head covered in a thick layer of scales, extending down its spine. Truly a fully armored little tank. Uncle, what kind of animal is this? Is it a prehistoric creature? Cass cradled the lifelike model in her hands, enchanted by the smooth texture and its uniquely beautiful form. Not anymore, she heard the elderly man murmur indistinctly. This is one of the successors of the tortoises and soft-shell turtles that will inhabit the future marshes. Understanding these magnificent creations of nature is the project I am currently undertaking. He turned his gaze towards Cass. I believe this delightful little trinket will make an excellent gift for your visit. The design of this little turtle was indeed unlike any she had ever seen, and she found it utterly delightful. Thank you, Uncle, Cass beamed, revealing the first genuine smile of the evening. Witnessing her smile, Richard returned her expression with a grin. I am glad you like it. I think that when you eventually uncover the story behind this little turtle, you will be met with even more unexpected delights. Now, I believe it is time to bid you good night, for my old bones can hardly withstand the strain of staying up late. As Cass's figure vanished around the corner of the hallway, William Austin quietly inquired, I had thought you would discuss this matter with your students. While it is true that Lord Nigel and Lady Emily have agreed to release some information as groundwork for developing a support group, are you certain you want Miss Cass, who has no prior knowledge in this area, to be involved? Trust me, this child is just like her mother was at her age. My intuition has always been reliable. Richard leaned back in his chair, feeling the exhaustion brought on by the strain of both his spirit and body. Unlike her sister, who became tainted too early by worldly affairs, she is still young. The life at the Noble Academy is both her cage and a sanctuary from the chaotic world, and I believe she will inherit her mother's legacy. Furthermore, there is no need to concern oneself with the thoughts that may arise in the minds of onlookers upon seeing the model. It would be more arduous to elicit from the so-called biologists of the Royal Society the distinctions between a large alligator turtle and a Chinese grass turtle that had deprived them of a seafood feast on a cruise for 3 days. Within such an atmosphere, my students, hailing from esteemed families, appear rather untrustworthy, do they not? From their lips, the lexicon of my observations fails to emerge. Instead, the only words they are accustomed to shouting are for the waiter. Their unwarranted arrogance and deference to so-called authority have rendered them stagnant, akin to a bewildered beast at the end of its wits. As for Caste, she may find interest in this, perhaps following in her mother's footsteps, ultimately inheriting the legacy of our forebears, just as we have. His gaze shifted to the imposing, upright skeleton of a triceratops in the room, as if he envisioned it restored to flesh and blood, marching in unison with its companions across the plains, howling in response to one another. A hint of relief crept to the corners of Richard's wrinkled mouth. Just as our ancient friends will eventually revive life in this desolate world. Chapter 119. The Ingrained Nature. One just can't change. Although the currents that once surged across the 7 seas have long lost their vitality. The scorching sunlight from beyond the cosmos continues to unselfishly provide warmth to this planet's azure expanse. The heated vapor swirls into the sky with the wind, transforming into clouds and mist. The youthful clouds swirl and churn above Longkue Prefecture, until they darken and rumble with thunderous roars. As the winds rise and swirl, the lush vegetation on the island trembles, revealing a brand new electric off-road vehicle traversing the forest path. Even though this place is near the equator, the monsoon, devoid of the warm current's nurturing touch, brings not warmth but a faint chill. Inside that vehicle, Caroline Rex sits in the passenger seat, her head bowed as she studies the obscure husbandry instructional video on her tablet. After a long while, she snaps the tablet shut and rubs her nose. No, I feel dizzy. Doctor, is it truly necessary to watch all these tutorials? Can we not take a moment to rest even while patrolling? Miss Rex, we are still in the exploratory phase of caring for the primitive Archaeopteryx. Even if those hatchlings are well cared for using modern methods, I believe it is prudent to delve into as much pre-catastrophe, nurturing information as possible to broaden our understanding, replied Jane Dark in the back seat, adjusting the parameters of her biological rifle. Moreover, the current assessment of the territorial establishment of animals in the release area is merely one aspect. The sooner we train those little creatures, the more advantageous it will be for our ongoing plans. The artificial ecosystem on our island still lacks numerous components, and I believe training those little creatures to serve as reserves would be most fitting. Furthermore, please refrain from addressing me as doctor. Indeed, I find that the ornithomimus observed earlier appeared quite lively. Rex shrugged, retrieving a lollipop from the fabric pocket of his jacket, unwrapping it, and placing it in his mouth, while casually stuffing the wrapper back into his pocket. Watching those animals dart about in the shallows was a sight that dazzled the eyes. However, the ornithomimus is not a professional fisherman. Previous research indicates that their anatomical structure is more suited for pursuing prey on land. Jian meticulously wiped the sighting scope, and despite the soil road becoming increasingly muddy with the falling rain, the cabin, buoyed by the anti-gravity engine, maintained a quiet and swift stability as it glided along the path. Through observation, I am intrigued to discern what has altered their behavior, prompting them to migrate to the riverbank near water sources, and how this dietary shift may affect their physical well-being. I certainly do not wish for any animals to suffer from ailments that could have been easily prevented due to my negligence. Well, since you put it that way. Rex gazed out at the rain-speckled window, holding a candy in his mouth and smacking his lips. Doctor, may I pose a question regarding the primitive Archaeopteryx? Can they, adapt to this dreary, rain-soaked weather? As I sit in my car, listening to the howling wind, a sense of unease washes over me. You see, I named the rotating axis for the 4th one, and its temperament is rather timid. It might be frightened. Perhaps we could consider creating a greenhouse for them. A faint vein protrudes on Jian's forehead. The ancient habitat of the primitive ancestor birds, located in the region of the ancient hot river, does not experience high temperatures. More than the heat, we should be concerned about the loss of warmth due to precipitation. However, given that all our primitive ancestor birds' enclosures and activity areas are perpetually accessible, and considering that there are personnel on duty at the breeding center, I believe we need not overly worry about their safety. Miss Rex, and I find it rather odd to refer to you as doctor. I am not particularly fond of it. All right. Rex shifted in her seat, seemingly uncomfortable due to the tightness of the seatbelt. Her gaze swept across the dashboard and the steering wheel, gently oscillating under the control of artificial intelligence, constantly recalibrating. Seemingly recalling something, she turned to inquire again. Hey, do they build nests in the wild? If they wander too far, can they find their way back to their nests? I must say, during our walks, Bolt and Chassis have a close bond, yet they often lag behind. I fear they might encounter danger in the wild. Miss Rex. This is precisely why we must train them. These animals possess an inherent instinct for survival in the wild. We merely need to provide the appropriate environment and conditions to guide them gradually. Listening to the relentless rain beating against the car windows, Jian paused her tasks. Taking a deep breath, striving to maintain her patience. Even though we have rescued these creatures from the brink of extinction and commenced their breeding, they remain undeniably wild animals. And they will not transform into obedient, dependent pets after merely a few weeks of domestication. I believe that, in the name of the Creator, it is truly respectful to honor their nature and to align ourselves with the rhythms of the natural world. Moreover, please refer to me simply as Doc. I sense our professional relationship has yet to reach. I understand. Relax. Rex, aware of her own shortcomings, retreated into her seat, biting down on her candy stick, her thoughts involuntarily drifting towards those primordial avian chicks. She gazed out the window, allowing her mind to wander. The image of those little creatures flapping their downy forelimbs and awkwardly scuttling towards her emerged in her imagination, starkly contrasting with the prehistoric reptiles that inhabited the wild environment outside. They appeared exceedingly fragile, and to Rex's eyes, the curtain of rain and the waterlogged earth seemed to morph into an insurmountable barrier for these delicate beings. I mean, consider the environment of this free-range area. Our efforts to conduct field studies have proven to be quite arduous. Navigating through the territories of these animals necessitates reliance on tracking chips in vehicles. I ponder whether such a vast expanse is truly necessary for the primordial birds. I believe we might consider employing an electronic fence to edit our approach. Just imagine, fully automated planning for walks, precise and sophisticated, wouldn't you agree? However, I must express my dissent towards such a remote-controlled toy-like function. Furthermore, many animals possess a far greater range of movement than their size would suggest. With a momentary calming of her emotions, Jian patiently elaborated. For instance, consider the hamster. This diminutive creature may seem to require little space, yet it is, in fact, a being with a pronounced need for physical activity. A wild hamster, measuring approximately 8 centimeters in length, can traverse distances measured in kilometers during a single night in its natural habitat. This is precisely why many hamster cages are equipped with running wheels, allowing them to express their innate instincts. As for the Archaeopteryx, we have observed this small theropod dinosaur in various habitats during our field investigations, from lakesides to forests and even thickets. Therefore, I have ample reason to believe that the Archaeopteryx, too, would require a considerable amount of living space. We have arrived at the destination. A tone announced from the vehicle's dashboard, while 3 blinking green dots illuminated near the center of the vehicle's crosshair on the display screen. It is my pleasure to serve you, user, Dark. Rex repressed the urge to continue the conversation, gazing at the now obscured view, shrouded in a gentle rain. Feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Wait, Dark, what animal's territory are we currently in? It is the territory of the feathered king, Jian replied. Noting the swift change in Rex's expression, I set it up. Is there a problem? I'm merely commenting. I am not well versed in animal behavior. The issue could be significant. Or perhaps it is nothing at all. Rex extended a slightly trembling index finger to touch the tablet. If this center represents us. She glanced at the 3 green dots encroaching from 3 directions. They are so close together. Is this normal? Chapter 120. Nature is unchangeable. Just can't change. Wait. That's not right. Too close. What is happening? Why hasn't the navigation system alerted us? Jian tightened her grip on the rifle in her arms. Frowning at the display on the dashboard. We should have received a warning when we were 250 meters away. Let us not dwell on warnings. We should leave quickly while those feathered kings have yet to arrive, she suggested, directing her gaze at the control panel. Detecting path. Network signal weak. Please try again later. Damn it. Unreliable hunk of metal. Rex muttered softly, struggling to maneuver in the cramped space of the passenger seat. Laboriously shifting his robust legs over the partition, finally managing to settle into the driver's seat. She instinctively lifted her gaze and looked ahead, noticing the bushes before her swaying unnaturally. Before she could comprehend the situation, a shadow darted directly from the thicket. The indistinct figure moved with incredible speed, careening towards the vehicle in a panic. Without a moment to think, Rex hastily rested her elbow on the steering wheel, and in the next instant, her head was violently thrust forward by an irresistible force. Damn it. Ignoring the pain of the seatbelt digging into her chest and the buzzing in her mind, Rex strained to lift her aching neck and look ahead. Before her lay a hefty beast sprawled across the front of the crumpled car. Its brown fur matted and soaked with rain and mud. Yet, it paid no heed to its predicament, raising its head to emit a pitiful cry, desperately thrashing its deformed front legs in an attempt to rise from the mire. "Ah, it's a roe deer." A muffled, questioning voice came from behind Rex. "Indeed. We have no means to track these creatures left on the island. But why did it dash straight towards us? Whatever. At least it's not a feathered king dragon." Before Rex could finish her thought, two figures shot out from either side of the car, swift as lightning, seizing the struggling roe deer from both the front and back. Their serrated teeth pierced the deer's taut skin, mercilessly tearing through muscle and bone. While the creature helplessly flailed its neck, warm plasma spilling from its opened abdomen into the muddy puddle. Damn it. Rex's complexion turned pale as she witnessed the scene. They are devouring it. The deer is still alive. Compared to a few months ago, these young feathered king dragons had grown significantly larger. The beast on the left was more robust, its sinewy muscles rippling beneath its damp, brown fur, while the one on the right appeared somewhat leaner yet more agile, continuously growling and snapping its jaws, producing sharp clattering sounds. "It is Big Bayonaire Bay." Jin recognized the pair of male feathered king dragons. As members of a small group, the other should be nearby. Who knows? Rex adeptly adjusted the parameters on the control panel beside the dashboard. The new equipment had yet to be fitted with a defense system, but fortunately, it was functioning well enough to return home safely. While that white one hasn't approached yet. A piercing roar interrupted Big Bayonaire Bay as they instinctively retreated to the sides, revealing a pale figure emerging from the torrential rain. This pale feathered king dragon did not immediately feast upon the carcass of the roe deer. Instead, it approached the vehicle, and Rex felt as though its slate blue gaze could penetrate the windows and reach her very core. Damn it. Rex silently gritted her teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly. It felt as though it were staring directly at me. Ah, these carnivorous creatures possess remarkably keen eyesight. "It must have noticed you long ago," Jane whispered softly, as if raising her voice even slightly would disturb those sensitive animals. However, I surmised that no significant surprise would ensue. The hostility of these vehicular carnivores towards humans cannot be so pronounced. Even the young ones are unlikely to. "They attempted to seize me," Rex grumbled, "particularly that white one, which seemed to harbor a grudge against me. As for how we resolved the situation, it was rather unpleasant." "Is it still possible to activate the security protocol for the electric fence?" Rex prodded the control panel, shaking his head gently. "This vehicle is new, and its system can only access the island's network. Control has yet to be integrated into the central control network. In other words, the control panel here is ineffective. Security commands must be relayed from the central mainframe." I pondered. Jane gazed at the feathered velociraptors circling the vehicle like sharks encircling a sunken ship. Given that it is a new car, the framework should not have been solidified. Remaining here is indeed precarious. If we could startle them, we might create an opportunity to distance ourselves. Startle them? Rex blinked. "Oh, that's simple. Let's go." With a resounding slap on the steering wheel, the vehicle's high beams illuminated alongside the blaring horn. Big Ben Little Bay startled upright, their hind legs kicking back in retreat. Li Shuang's neck fur bristled, and it retreated a few steps while growling. A perfect opportunity. Rex shifted into reverse and pressed the accelerator. With a thunderous roar from the engine, the entire vehicle sped backward, propelled by the gravitational waves emitted from the anti-gravity nozzles. Observing the vehicle zoom past, Li Shuang snorted, two jets of warm air bursting from its nostrils. Its scaled lips twitched slightly, revealing two rows of sharp teeth as it assumed an unmistakable aggressive stance. With powerful hind legs, this beast pursued us with astonishing speed along the muddy trail. Li Shuang is still on our tail. Jane turned her head to look back, her fingers instinctively grazing the safety catch of her weapon. "Perhaps I could make it stop." "No need for that, sister." Rex gripped the steering wheel tightly, a confident smile grazing her lips. I refused to believe that anything on this planet could outrun a brand new, high-powered vehicle. Before she could finish her thought, the sudden activation of the braking system choked her words back into her throat. "Speeding has been detected. Your speed has been automatically reduced. There are many roads, but safety is paramount." "Damn it, what the hell? Shut it off." In a fit of frustration, Rex slammed her fist against the control panel, and after a flurry of static, the inexplicable hindrance finally dissipated into darkness. She exhaled in relief, preparing to accelerate further when the entire vehicle was unexpectedly jolted by a collision from the rear side, causing it to drift uncontrollably. Through the window, Jin glimpsed Li Shuang lifting its front body, its forelimbs resting upon the car's roof, unable to perceive the external chaos. She was nonetheless acutely aware of the piercing scratching sounds emanating from above, conjuring the image of 6 razor-sharp claws etching terrifying marks into the lacquered surface of the vehicle. As Rex slammed down on the accelerator, Li Shuang swiftly brushed past the window. The young feathered king dragon struggled to contend with such a formidable opponent. It lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground, splattering mud everywhere. Jian glanced back with concern, anxious that the young predator might have sustained injuries from its reckless attack. Fortunately, she saw the feathered king dragon clumsily rising from the muck, half of its body coated in brown sludge. Yet its spirit remained undaunted, as it raised its neck and let out furious roars directed at the departing vehicle. "Are you all right?" Rex, gradually distancing the car from the feathered king dragon, finally relaxed. "It was chaotic back there. I didn't check on you. How are you?" "Aside from feeling a bit nauseous, I'm okay." As the tension dissipated, a wave of intense queasiness surged through Jin's mind, prompting her to cover her mouth instinctively. "Your driving skills are quite impressive. Don't worry, we've left those dinosaurs behind. There's no major issue now," Rex reassured. "If you need to, I can pull over in a clear area up ahead for you to throw up." Jian initially intended to decline, yet the persistent nausea continued to torment her mind. "That might be necessary." Rex flashed a confident smile, though it soon faltered as they approached the tree line. "Miss Rex, what is happening?" "Well, it's possible. It might be," Rex replied, pressing the brake pedal with increasing urgency, yet the vehicle showed no signs of slowing down. "Our brakes might be malfunctioning." Jian regarded Rex, whose sturdy frame belied a childlike expression of unease. "Sister, could you think before you speak? Don't worry. I suspect that mud has infiltrated the mechanical components, causing some parts to fail, these pampered new devices. In summary, given the current situation, I have good news and bad news, though who really wants to hear the bad news?" "Let us hear the good news first," Jian replied. "The good news is, if I shut off the engine, theoretically, the vehicle will decelerate and glide to a stop due to the loss of power," Rex explained. "And what is the bad news? Our vehicle is powered by a gravity-defying engine, which, while keeping us off the ground, significantly reduces the resistance we encounter. Thus, this limited time frame may exceed our expectations," Rex muttered as he gripped the steering wheel. "How long, you ask?" "I cannot say." Jian glanced outside at the persistently overcast sky and sighed softly. "Such weather is ill-suited for prolonged exposure. Who knows what unforeseen circumstances we might encounter? If only we had a braking system, or perhaps a magnetic decelerator." Rex murmured, "Wait, did you mention magnetism?" Jian keenly seized upon the term that slipped from his lips and inquired, "Are you referring to a magnetic decelerator?" "That is a facility typically found in large vehicle docking areas, utilizing powerful magnets to maneuver heavy floating platforms and sizable metallic modules. However, such technology is currently absent on this island." Rex blinked. "Alas, does that mean we truly possess that hefty iron contraption?" "Not at all. Unless we plan to construct a mechanical dinosaur one day." Jian blinked, her eyes shimmering with violet light as the engine roared to life. "I recall that our constructor machine seems to have a similar function." "Isla, are you there?" "Signal. Connection crackling. Poor quality. Sensors indicate." Initiating startup. The synthesized female voice emerged, tinged with a slight nasal quality amidst the static. "Isla, I need you to ascertain the location of the nearest constructor machine and activate its magnetic function. The closest constructor device is 400 meters to the east. Signal link is weak, temporarily unable to obtain control." Isla's voice faded gradually. "If control is required, I suggest a reboot." The signal was lost. Jian listened as the voice dissipated and turned to Rex. "Isla mentioned that we need to reboot the constructor machine, however, lacking the appropriate tools. We may need to devise an alternative method." "Hey, can you drive?" Rex turned off the engine, entering coasting mode. "If you can drive close. Give me a few minutes of leeway. I might figure out how to connect to the constructor machine system and see if I can activate the magnetic function you mentioned." "Unfortunately, I cannot drive." Jian shrugged. "How do you plan to connect to the constructor machine?" "I will attempt to disable its main control system or cause a short circuit in its autonomous module. The drone system on the island operates in a patrol mode when there is no network connection, Unless the power is cut, it will continue to wander aimlessly. Rex maneuvered the steering wheel, keeping the vehicle centered on the road. The plan sounds simple in theory, but shutting down such a massive constructor machine would require hoping for rain to short-circuit it. A short circuit, you say? Jian pondered as she touched her rifle nearby. Let me take a crack at shutting down the construct. Rex scrutinized the somewhat slender French girl through the rearview mirror. I shall await the outcome with bated breath. The dim sky hung low over the plains, merging at the horizon, while a fine curtain of rain shattered the boundary between atmosphere and earth, rendering the entire world akin to a blurred watercolor painting. Observing the colossal construct standing sentinel upon the grassland, their linked tracks lay flat, moving slowly and laboriously, leaving behind trails saturated with mud and water. Jian inhaled deeply, opened the sunroof, and, cradling her rifle, leaned out of the vehicle, the biting wind and rain instantly drenching her. With a sigh, she raised her rifle above the vehicle, lying atop the roof, indifferent to her soaked garments. At that moment, her crystalline violet eyes, tinted by her cybernetic enhancements, reflected the now clear visage of the construct's engine hood through the scope. She held her breath for a fleeting instant before decisively pulling the trigger. In mere seconds following the firing pin strike, the bullet, charged with high voltage, spiraled forth, shattering countless raindrops as it struck the hood with precision. The massive construct shuddered. Then, like a breathless behemoth, came to a halt. Rex cast a surprised glance at Jian, who had retreated into the cabin, rifle in hand. A sharpshooter, indeed. As Rex's metallic cybernetic spine activated, the American woman's eyes transformed into a vibrant blue. With her left hand gripping the steering wheel and her right hand raised slightly, the construct began to move slowly. The enormous claw at the end of its mechanical arm opened, generating tremendous magnetic attraction. The vehicle was ensnared as if by unseen hands, unable to advance even a fraction further. This struggle did not endure for long. The cabin, devoid of engine function, soon ceased its futile resistance, reluctantly succumbing to the laws of physics, gradually coming to a stop. Before the vehicle had fully settled, Jian impatiently leaped into the rain. Witnessing Rex's awkward posture as she half-squatted at the back of the vehicle, retching, Rex turned her gaze away, focusing instead on the clouds above, which continued to unleash what seemed like an endless downpour, letting out a soft sigh. After transmitting a distress signal to the central system through the construct's control interface, she engaged the handbrake, closed her eyes, and reclined in her seat, seeking a moment's respite. Jian returned to the cabin, slightly disheveled from the rain, greeted by a neatly stacked pile of blankets on her seat. I've placed the blankets in the back for you. Make sure to keep warm and avoid catching a cold. My friend. Thank you, Jian replied, unfastening her coat and wrapping herself comfortably in the blanket. Before the awkward silence could settle, she broke the ice. As for the training of those little creatures, Miss Rex, there is no need for excessive concern. We shall not simply release all the animals into the wild to fend for themselves. The primitive ancestors will be divided into two groups. Some will enter a monitored, semi-free range mode, while others will remain in captivity for our continued study and understanding. Rex nodded slightly, her taut shoulders relaxing just a fraction. The more I learn, the greater the uncertainty I feel, which leaves me profoundly unsettled. I apologize, my friend. Jane sighed. Just call me Lena. Chapter 122. Hidden Kingdoms. A gentle breeze, laden with moisture, swept across the earth following the heavy rain, stirring waves of verdant grass on the northeastern plains of Longkue Prefecture. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the green flora was predominantly comprised of robust ferns and resilient gymnosperms, while the once dominant herbaceous plants were conspicuously sparse. Beside a muddy path, marked by countless footprints, a mound of excrement, towering half a meter high and emanating steam, proudly stood upon the plain. The identity of its owner remained a mystery, yet the remnants of plant fibers within hinted unmistakably at the presence of a colossal herbivore. In a natural world where even the most bothersome of flies were in short supply, the decomposition of such a large nitrogenous mass would likely require weeks. Fortunately, on this southern island of North America, ancient allies awaited to lend their unexpected assistance. With a low, resonant buzzing, a shadow darted towards the foul mound, moving with remarkable speed, though its maneuvering appeared somewhat clumsy. Before long, the flyer seemed to lose its balance and plunged headfirst into the vast compost. However, this did not signify failure. The pilot quickly extricated itself from the excremental heap, retracting its soft, light brown membranous wings and donning a thick, glossy black armor. It raised its fan-like antennae, boldly scuttling about, undeterred by the horrid stench surrounding it. 6 legs, encased in heavy armor, supported 2 pairs of wings, and its body was distinctly segmented into 3 parts. These characteristics unmistakably revealed its identity as an insect, one of the most prolific terrestrial animal groups on Earth. Yet, upon deeper examination, knowledgeable scholars would be astonished to recognize this as a long-extinct dung beetle. More precisely, it was a dawn dung beetle from the early Cretaceous period of the G-hole biota, a species that existed solely during the Mesozoic era. This robust male beetle measured approximately 4 centimeters in length, its form strikingly exquisite. Its chitinous exterior is adorned with a waxy secretion, ensuring its cleanliness even as it navigates through such squalid surroundings. With flat forelimbs edged in serrations, it functions like an exquisite and efficient excavator, effortlessly carving a path through the refuse beneath it. Although this creature leads a lifestyle deemed rather unsightly by human standards, there is no doubt that these scavengers play a vital role in the ecosystem, facilitating the efficient utilization of nitrogen and mitigating the risks of environmental pollution and disease proliferation that would arise from the accumulation of corpses and excrement. As a necrophagous and coprophagous insect, the dawn dung beetle welcomes a range of decaying matter, from highly putrefied animal carcasses and fungi to feces. With its highly evolved digestive system adept at processing substances that would repulse the majority of other animals. However, today, this male dung beetle is not here to indulge in nutrients. Quite the opposite, it diligently taps and selects the refuse before it with its forelimbs, resembling an artist meticulously choosing materials. For nearly 2 hours, this beetle traverses the hillock of waste, occasionally pausing to ponder with its bifurcated head, its glossy black shell reminiscent of a knight in armor aspiring to emulate the legendary feat of moving mountains. Soon, this hero springs into action, its powerful serrated forelimbs transforming into indomitable tools, complemented by the robust horns on its forehead as it begins to slice off fresh materials. It scuttles across the surface of the refuse mound, discarding unnecessary impurities and dirt. The collected materials are continuously shaped and molded with its forelimbs and head, gradually giving rise to a plump and rounded ball of dung upon the surface of the refuse hill. As a new wave of buzzing fills the air, the hero raises its head. Despite having arrived early, many other dung beetles have now sensed the presence of this fresh mound. A cacophony of wing beats erupts above, prompting it to lower its head and thrust forcefully against the dung ball. This sphere, weighing 500 times its own body mass, becomes an unstoppable boulder. Rolling down into the soil at the base of the refuse hill, other dung beetles begin their bustling activities. These custodians of the lower tiers of the food chain wielding their forelimbs and bobbing their heads as they carve out intricate tunnels within the vast mound, methodically dismantling it from the inside. Their efficiency is so remarkable that the half-meter-high refuse hill visibly begins to collapse slowly. As the serrated forelimbs dance, numerous varying-sized cavities emerge from the depths of the refuse mound, hidden from view. These are undoubtedly the handiwork of the dung beetles. Utilizing the resources at hand, they shape oval dung balls and push them into the tunnels, racing against time to seize these invaluable resources. These intricate tunnels will serve as the storage chambers for the dung beetles. Each of them is a born mason, crafting a quiet and secretive chamber solely with their forelimbs and heads, devoid of trowels or cement. The foolish old man did not commence excavating the burrows alongside his kin. Instead, he first ascended a dung ball, tilting his head to discern the direction for a moment. As the golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth, he descended from the dung ball, ready to embark on his journey. If proportionally enlarged to an equivalent size, a robust elephant would not appear more formidable than a human capable of lifting their own weight. Conversely, insects are among the strongest creatures on Earth when scaled up proportionally. Encased in a hard exoskeleton, the foolish old man harnessed his unique liquid muscles, effortlessly propelling an object 500 times his weight. This remarkable beetle, with extraordinary strength and precise directional sense, began its singular journey, pushing the dung ball towards the continent. It deftly navigated around waterlogged puddles, resolutely advancing along the boundary of vegetation and sandy paths. What merely seemed like an ankle-deep vegetation plain to humans appeared to the foolish old man as a vast and lush primeval jungle. Meanwhile, within this jungle, the inhabitants were enacting their own narratives. As the weather cleared, a stir was felt on the underside of a fern root's leaves. A cluster of delicate larvae, smaller than a pinky finger, emerged from beneath the foliage. These newly hatched larvae, with their plump, rounded bodies of pale green and heads of dark brown, wriggled to the leaf's edge, where they opened their powerful mandibles to begin gnawing on the succulent leaves. These were the larvae of an ancient moth species, Iris ancestral moth, from the early Cretaceous period. A week prior, their mother had been released from a controlled environment and laid her eggs upon this fern root. These first instar larvae possessed a voracious appetite, consuming twice their body weight daily to acquire sufficient nutrients for growth. Their large, serrated mandibles effectively sliced through the soft, juicy tender leaves of the plants. At this rate of consumption, it would not be long before the fern root was entirely devoured. Yet, this seemingly diminutive plant would not succumb passively. Its silence belied a suite of defensive mechanisms. The leaves, once bitten, exuded a transparent sap that rapidly underwent a chemical reaction in the air, releasing a distinctive aroma that permeated this microscopic jungle. This was a unique distress signal emitted by the plant, conveying an unmistakable message to potential predators: a meal awaits. The natural enemies of these larvae, long thought extinct, should not have appeared in this era. However, on this land where the past and present intertwine, the desperate cry of the plant indeed received a response. Massive, pincered jaws emerged from the stem of the fern root, swiftly snapping shut, capturing one of the ancestral moth larvae in the predator's grasp. The helpless larva struggles in vain, yet at the moment when the predator's mouthparts pierce its skin, its fate is sealed. It awaits the infusion of digestive fluids, destined to become a delectable meal enveloped in a broth of flesh. This assault is executed by a larva from the Lee's lacewing of the same era. The adult Lee's lacewing possesses specialized mouthparts, feeding upon the sap of ferns and the spore sacs of gymnosperms. Meanwhile, their larval forms are plump and robust, equipped with a pair of formidable mandibles and sharp mouthparts, embodying the essence of carnivorous creatures. Much like the larvae of the iris moth, these lacewing larvae are insatiable gluttons, requiring ample nourishment to accumulate the vital nutrients necessary for their subsequent development. After 3 molts, these little warriors, brandishing their pincers, will encase themselves within a chrysalis. When next they emerge, they shall unfurl their delicate, translucent wings and ascend into the skies, embarking on the next chapter of their entangled destinies with the flora, just as their ancestors did. Chapter 123, Hidden Kingdoms. The skirmishes occurring amidst the grass have no bearing on the industrious Yugong, who resolutely pushes a dung ball forward with its powerful hind legs, seemingly impervious to distractions. As time progresses, the blazing sun, suspended high in the firmament, disperses the gray mist lingering around with its radiant light and warmth. Yugong continues its labor along the path beside the lakeshore, where the undulating surface of the lake reflects the sunlight in shimmering patterns, akin to the brilliance of crystal. Beneath the waves lies a verdant aquatic realm, nourished by the faint sunlight cascading from above, fostering the growth of phytoplankton. In the waters of Xian, the eastern Cladocera gracefully dance, their intricate antennae swaying in the crystalline depths. For over 70 million years since the Cretaceous, this scene represents the foraging of some of Earth's earliest prehistoric brachiopods as they return to the waters. These diminutive creatures, no longer than 15 millimeters, extend their antennae from their chitinous exoskeletons, oscillating at a barely perceptible speed to capture phytoplankton and organic debris. As the ripples spread, several cladocerans are swiftly engulfed by the currents, vanishing into the abyss. The intruder is none other than the ubiquitous bluegill from the waters of Longkou Prefecture. Indigenous to East Asia, these small fish have been introduced worldwide as ornamental additions to aquariums and as predators of mosquitoes, resulting in a catastrophic upheaval that has ravaged numerous species within the natural realm. After the calamity, these seemingly frail and delicate lives emerged as the first pioneers to sprout amidst the battered rivers and scarred lands. These diminutive fish, measuring merely 4 to 5 centimeters in length, undulated their tails and pectoral fins into graceful waves, akin to nimble dancers weaving through the water with agility and finesse, occasionally devouring a few small, careless leafhoppers. To these leafhoppers, the fish might appear as colossal creatures, yet, within the aquatic realm, an immutable principle prevails. There always exists a larger predator. A bluegill glided effortlessly near the floating duckweed and the shallow banks adorned with bulrushes, its gaze fixed intently on several dark specks quivering atop the bulrushes, mistaking them for delectable morsels. Suddenly, the stem of the bulrush came to life, launching a swift and ferocious assault in a fraction of a second. The bluegill, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, found itself ensnared, its body gripped tightly. With wide, unblinking eyes, it struggled as its form vanished into the relentless mandibles of its attacker. Revealing its true nature, the assailant was a robust and striking mayfly nymph. Its translucent body, adorned with black spots, now enveloped the bluegill below, mercilessly tearing away flesh with its powerful mouthparts. While most mayfly nymphs of the Holocene are mere scavengers of organic detritus and algae, the exquisite mayfly from the hot river is undoubtedly an astute hunter. A discerning observer would be astonished to discover that this insect has specialized certain spiracles on its abdomen into jetting orifices. This prehistoric creature, measuring less than 6 centimeters, possesses an advanced propulsion mechanism within its body. Whenever prey ventures into its ambush range, it contracts its abdomen forcefully, utilizing the jet of water to launch itself forward. Once it seizes its quarry, its 4 pairs of long, powerful limbs, serrated internally, ensnare the prey with an iron grip. Then, the work of its sharp mandibles commences, with its steak knife-like jaws accompanying the nymph throughout its aquatic existence, until the day it emerges onto land, forever enshrined within its last exoskeletal molt. The mayfly nymph's feeding is rapid. Just as it begins to relish its meal of bluegill, the sediment below churns violently, clouding the water around it. Startled, the nymph releases its unfinished feast, propelled by the powerful jet from its abdomen, swiftly retreating into the underwater forest formed by the bulrush stems. A pair of armored pincers emerged from the murky turbulence, seizing half of the bluegill's body with a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. A pair of black eyes mounted on stalks appeared, the thick, chestnut-colored carapace quivering as the pincers presented morsels of fish. The beautiful mayfly nymph reigns as a predator in these waters, yet before the peculiar amphipod, also hailing from the early Cretaceous hot river biota. Its swiftness and spiny limbs become a mere jest. This robust invertebrate is fully equipped with a formidable exoskeleton that spans from its cephalothorax to its 5 pairs of limbs. While these shells protect the amphipod from harm, they also serve as its most potent weapon, with a mere exertion of force. This invertebrate's first pair of formidable claws can effortlessly rend the delicate mayfly nymph to shreds. However, for this amphipod, the collection of plundered spoils is far more enjoyable than the laborious task of capturing the swiftly swimming nymphs. Even though this Cretaceous invertebrate, with its protective armor, reigns supreme in the shallow waters, it remains ever vigilant. The coelacanth lurking in the depths, concealed among fallen leaves and sediments, possess specialized dentition adapted for tackling crustaceans. The amphipod's proud agility, a marvel among its invertebrate kin, is no more than a brittle cracker in the face of these formidable fish, which can reach lengths of several feet. They lie in wait in the abyss, colossal and indescribable, stirring the murky waters in search of their next meal. For the terrestrial dung beetle, Yugong, the lurking armored warriors and monstrous entities within the aquatic realm are not his primary concern. But with a sudden, thunderous hum descending from the heavens, he finds himself confronted by another fully armed and imposing male dung beetle. Rather than expending time and energy extracting and molding his own treasures from the filth, some dung beetles find it quite advantageous to seize the labor of others. This rival descends upon Yugong's dung ball, exerting a slight force that diverts the dung ball from its original course. It is only after a moment of futile pushing that Yugong realizes an unwelcome guest has intruded upon his creation, clambering atop the dung ball. He locks eyes with a pair of tiny green orbs nestled beneath the rival's towering horns. In a fit of rage, Yugong's fan-shaped antennae fully extend as he raises his own prominent forked horns, charging fiercely at his opponent. These robust and sturdy horns, once tools for burrowing and shaping, now transform into instruments of his defense against the audacious theft of his rival. The clash of their solid exoskeletons and horns produces a cacophony of piercing friction and crackling sounds. The opponents, nearly equal in size, engage in a battle of endurance, each refusing to yield. 12 legs, encased in a hardened exoskeleton, strain in unison as the dung ball, beneath their tumultuous struggle, begins to roll. This colossal entity, weighing hundreds of times more than the 2 combatants, succumbs to the laws of physics, uncontrollably crushing them into the dust in a relentless cycle of rise and fall. From a human perspective, it resembles 2 warriors, armed and resolute, battling fiercely beneath the weight of a 6-meter boulder. The clash of exoskeletons, the tremor of muscles. In their fierce struggle, neither side is willing to relent. With yet another crushing blow, the opponent's hind legs, affected by inertia and gravity, inadvertently detached from the dung ball. momentarily revealing a precarious stumble during its roll. Yugong seized this fleeting opportunity, lunging forward with a forceful thrust of its back and head. Its robust front legs exerted a powerful push, lifting the struggling adversary high above its head before hurling it with all its might. The opponent was flung from the dung ball, crashing heavily into the earthen edge of the path. It landed on its back, its 6 legs flailing helplessly in the air for what felt like an eternity. When it finally managed to grasp a blade of grass at the roadside and, utterly exhausted, flipped itself upright, Yugong had already departed with its victory in tow. Chapter 124. Hidden Kingdoms. The armored little warrior had triumphed in battle, yet at this moment, Yugong found itself unwittingly ensnared in another predicament. The recent skirmish had caused the dung ball to veer from its original path, and now Yugong sensed an unfamiliarity in its surroundings. Despite being clad in a thick exoskeleton, it dared not relent, ascending to the summit of the dung ball and oscillating its fan-shaped antennae. This was the opposite side of the muddy road, a thicket overrun with weeds and dense shrubs. Even the high sun of the afternoon could not illuminate the shadowy recesses of this gully. Fortunately, the gradient of the gully did not exceed acute angles. If it could navigate along the edge to find a gentle slope upward, it might expend some energy. But it would not be without a route. Yugong turned and placed its hind legs atop the dung ball, pushing forward. However, fate seemed unkind to this diligent little creature. For in this damp, shadowy gully, remnants washed here by the heavy rain lay in wait. Lost wanderers with nowhere else to go. Yugong strained to elevate the dung ball, pausing intermittently to circumvent the obstructive branches and blades of grass. Yet, as it paused once more, it had not yet discerned the nature of the obstruction ahead. The source of the blockage, however, took the initiative to approach. A creature with enormous eyes and sharp mandibles emerged from the dung ball, its antennae swaying. And within its vast compound eyes, Yugong's reflection shimmered. This was a young European extraordinary bug, an invertebrate species adept at thriving in contemporary atmospheres. They had been released in the experimental zone of Longkue Prefecture as subjects to observe ecological niche supplementation. Extraordinary bugs largely depend on densely vegetated habitats and typically do not inhabit meadow areas. However, the sudden deluge had swept this juvenile bug to this unfamiliar locale. As a carnivorous omnivore, the extraordinary bug could pose a threat to the dung beetle. The mandibles suited for chewing, if directed towards the vulnerable joints of the beetle, could gradually dismantle the formidable exoskeleton of this arthropod. The conundrum lies in the fact that the extraordinary insect has never encountered a dung beetle. Although beetles have been on Earth since the early Permian, approximately 290 million years ago, it was not until the Jurassic period that their numbers and diversity flourished, evolving into various ecological niches. However, by the late Triassic, during which the extraordinary insect resides, the bounteous blessings bestowed by the Carnian event had long since dissipated. Under the shadow of the Triassic extinction event, the local flora had been fragmented into countless minuscule patches by the vast, scorching desert. They resembled fragile arcs of life, precariously balanced, threatening to capsize along with their unique species into the boundless sea of sand at the slightest misstep. In such an isolated environment, the array of food options available to the extraordinary insect was markedly limited. Naturally, it was oblivious to the relationship between itself and the creature before it within the food chain. This young extraordinary insect was not a famished diner at that moment, but rather a curious explorer. It approached the Yugong, swaying its antennae as it moved its head back and forth with frequency. It retracted its scythe-like forelimbs, appearing both cautious and inquisitive, seemingly intent on discerning the nature of this entity. The Yugong climbed atop the dung ball, brandishing the large horns on its forehead in a display of defiance. Despite its efforts to intimidate, it was regrettable that, before the extraordinary insect, measuring nearly 10 centimeters, this diminutive beetle, less than 5 centimeters in length, seemed insurmountable. As the extraordinary insect sought to further investigate, its keen eyes atop its head sharply detected an anomaly soaring overhead, propelled by its well-developed hind legs. It darted swiftly into the adjacent grass, vanishing from sight in an instant. As the evening sky filled with a cacophony of lively sounds, a flock of aerial visitors descended upon the grassy expanse. They folded their clawed wings and ambled about the lawn. This peculiar group of birds, standing only 3 to 4 decimeters tall, possessed a strange trait. Their mouths bore a few fragmented teeth. The Yugong, preoccupied with its task, paid no heed to the descending birds. It strained to lift the dung ball, pushing it towards the path at the top of the hollow. The rolling sphere could not escape the notice of the birds. who blinked curiously and approached. Fortunately, despite the appearance of their jagged teeth, the beetle was not on their menu. Compared to the dung beetle laboring with the dung ball, the soft, succulent worms were far more appealing to these avian creatures. These were fictional species of the huagai bird, belonging to the Hongshan bird family, hailing from the vicinity of the Yixin Group riverbank. The birds, with their long legs, traverse in flocks through the grass, foraging as they go. As the rainwater seeps into the soil's crevices, the team from the island releases them, prompting the earthbound worms, struggling to breathe, to peek out from beneath the surface. Although their number may not suffice to satiate all the birds, these feathered visitors will return at dusk to the aviary near the feeding area, where an abundance of seeds awaits to fill their bellies. After nearly an hour of effort, the old fool finally managed to roll the dung ball out of a depression roughly half a meter high, pushing it back onto the dirt path. At that moment, as the sun set, the rolling sphere cast a fleeting shadow that merged with the descending sun, and in a moment of reverie, its form seemed to resonate with that of its distant relatives that once thrived by the banks of the Nile, embarking on a cycle symbolizing rebirth after a millennium. With another low hum, the dung ball trembled, and suddenly, an uninvited guest, a dung beetle, appeared before the old fool. The old fool assumed a defensive stance, preparing to fend off the intruder. Yet as its fan-like antennae unfurled, its poised form quivered unexpectedly. The newcomer bore no forked horns on its forehead. Instead, it had a smooth, rounded protuberance. Its body was slightly larger, appearing plump and robust. Most importantly, this beetle emanated a hormone-laden scent that was irresistibly alluring to the old fool. It was a female dung beetle, waiting in the wings. The old fool's aggressive demeanor instantly softened, and it approached, gently tapping and caressing the other's elytra with its forelimbs and antennae. Through this unique body language, it invited the female to admire its labor, serenading her with a silent love song unique to the ancient Liao West dung beetles. Behold, my masterpiece. As rich as the earth, round and full of beauty, a delicacy to savor, plump and juicy. Would you join me? This is what it means to share a bridal chamber, to nurture our offspring. See how strong and vigorous I am, armed with armor and spear to fend off foes. To navigate the ravines. Would you join me? Our offspring shall be strong and robust, capable of traversing mountains and rivers, contending with all in the frost-laden skies, and emerging victorious. The female dung beetle was moved by this silent serenade. The ample dung ball and the male's sturdy physique unmistakably signified that he was a prime candidate for survival in the wild. Faced with such an exceptional partner, what hesitation could remain? A fleeting moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold coins. After a brief yet exquisite union, the arrival of new life is already destined. The foolish old man unfurls his membranous wings, revealing a rich brown hue, and ascends into the vertical expanse, leaving behind the dung ball he had guarded for nearly a day without a backward glance. The purpose of this dung ball, to attract a mate, has been fulfilled. It will be carried away by the foolish old man's partner to a region of soft earth, concealed within an underground burrow. Perhaps the female will seek new materials to refine this dung ball further, shaping it into a perfect pair form. Or perhaps she will acquire additional dung balls from other male beetles to assemble a breeding nest for incubation. Yet, these matters are beyond the foolish old man's concern. His current task is to return to the spot where the dung ball was collected during daylight to commence a new cycle of dung ball creation. Though the times may differ, these ancient and resilient creatures will undoubtedly flourish in this new land, singing a song that originated in the Jurassic, resonating from the ancient Liaoxi to the banks of the Nile, and continuing to compose the hymn of a concealed kingdom in the present day. Chapter 125. Family Reunion. The crimson sun sinks slowly into the cold, dark sea, leaving behind the last vestiges of twilight on the horizon. In the not yet fully darkened night sky, birds are singing with fervor, calling out to each other as they fly toward the breeding center located to the northeast of the island. These birds, hailing from ancient Liaoxi, possess poor night vision. Yet at this moment, they can still discern the gleaming yellow flags fluttering beneath the deepening dusk. Crafted from special materials, these flags reflect natural light to the utmost, ensuring they do not harm the sensitive eyes of the birds. As the canopy birds descend, they emit calls to ascertain their positions, preventing aerial collisions. They alight in a yard marked by yellow flags in the northwest of the breeding center, eagerly searching the lawn for scattered seeds and synthetic protein fragments. 23, 24, 25. 26 birds, all accounted for. Standing at the entrance of the inner chamber, Liao Xing, clad in a work uniform, nods at the brightly illuminated birds displayed on the tracking screen. In the presence of these bipedal creatures, the naturally cautious birds appear unfazed, with a few even venturing closer, tilting their heads to scrutinize the softly glowing tablet in the boy's hands. Liao Xing smiles at the curious little birds, fully opening the inner door to reveal the interior. The room spans 5 meters in width and approximately 15 meters in length, with a ceiling height of 3 meters. The interior is adorned with non-toxic climbing plants and horizontal perches, while the floor is laid with natural padding made of bark and soil. One side of the room is partitioned with wooden boards into multiple spaces, each furnished with wool and straw, and at the center of the inner chamber, there is a shallow pool with flowing water. Evidently, these ancient avians are quite pleased with their abode, which harmoniously blends modernity and nature. The birds, with their delicate steps, enter the enclosure, surveying their surroundings before gathering by the water's edge. There, they unfurl their clawed wings, sending droplets flying as they preen their feathers while chirping to one another as if engaged in an endless exchange of secrets. Liao Xing stepped out of the aviary, his figure swaying slightly in the staff passage, the layers of his attire dissipating under the sun like snow. He turned his neck and cast a glance at the chattering crowned cranes within the enclosure, observing a pair of birds nestled closely together, gently grooming each other's plumage. He withdrew his gaze, tinged with a hint of envy, and spoke. Isla, please ensure that all the crowned cranes have entered the aviary before closing the passage door. Request acknowledged. Lazy module initiating. Lazy module not installed. Request accepted. Isla expressed her dissatisfaction with this treatment. Listening to the emotionless mechanical tone, Liao Xing sighed softly. Even though Helena employed a voice similar to her own, the absence of emotion in the words made it difficult to reconcile with that joyful entity. As he traversed the corridor leading to the operations center, his thoughts began to wander. The year was drawing to a close, and the festive season of his homeland was approaching. Time had changed him, his youthful innocence had faded, yet the memories he cherished still lingered on that land. However, this nascent island was utterly reliant on humanity. His musings disrupted his sensory perception, causing him to overlook the enveloping darkness of the surrounding buildings. It wasn't until he reached the lobby, shrouded in darkness, that he realized something was amiss. What's going on? Are the lights off? Many buildings on the island still featured antiquated pressure switches from decades past. As Liao Xing reached out to locate the switch, the bulbs in the hall burst to life with a sudden crack, showering him in a cascade of colorful confetti and sparkling discs. Surprise! Happy birthday! Amidst the jubilant shouts, Liao Xing was still processing the unexpected turn of events when he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Happy birthday, little Liao. My birthday? Liao Xing's eyes widened. It seemed he hadn't heard that word since his elder sister's disappearance and the passing of the old director. Really, boss? You should have mentioned your birthday in advance. This cake was not easy to arrange. Rex, still in his apron, playfully flicked the cream-stained cuff. But thankfully, I finished it just 10 minutes ago. I was the real hero this time. You were so busy making the cake that you didn't realize that in Liao's hometown, noodles and eggs are also essential birthday foods? Owen adjusted his glasses, a proud smile on his face. With my meticulous preparation, I have prepared a dish from Liao's homeland called longevity noodles. I assure you, this will be a success. Liao, you can look forward to it. Wait, how did everyone know today is my birthday? Liao Xing, recovering from his initial shock, suppressed the overwhelming emotions within him and inquired. It was Isla who sent us a message, suggesting we prepare a surprise for you in advance, and Ning replied, stepping forward to present Liao Xing with a delicately crafted sachet. This is a small token from me. It contains eucalyptus shavings infused with camphor essential oil, known for its calming and refreshing properties. In my hometown, it is believed to bring good fortune to the wearer. Happy birthday, young man, Professor Emily concluded, passing the stage to the next. Jian then produced a handkerchief from her bosom, and as the fabric unfolded, a shimmering silver cross emerged before them. May the merciful and compassionate Lord bestow upon you abundant blessings in this new year of your life, and may you retain that beautiful essence of yours. Thank you, Senior Jean. I will cherish this, Liao Xing said, his cheeks flushing. Jian chuckled at his bashfulness. Come now, there's no need to be so formal. This small gift carries little weight. However, I sincerely hope you accept my heartfelt blessing. All right, you too, let's pause for a moment. I can almost see pink heart-shaped bubbles floating above your heads. This is a birthday party, Not some Valentine's Day celebration. Rex interjected, sensing the peculiar atmosphere that was beginning to envelop them. Clearing her throat, she continued, well, time is short. I don't have much to offer either. So I prepared a birthday cake for you, boss. 100% Texas flavor. As she lifted the thermal cover, a chocolate cake, lavishly drizzled with syrup, was revealed to everyone. At first glance, the cake presented a perfect round shape, appearing quite appealing. However, a closer inspection revealed that its surface was marred by burnt patches, rendering it uneven. To conceal these imperfections, an excessive amount of syrup had been applied, spilling slightly onto the tablecloth, prompting involuntary frowns from the onlookers. One could almost anticipate the excessively sweet and unpleasant taste upon taking a bite. Tada! Authentic Texas-style cinnamon carrot cake, my grandfather's specialty. It even has my secret butter filling. Rex observed the expressions on their faces. What is with those looks? I merely turned up the heat a bit to expedite the process. There's no need for such reactions. No, Rex. I'm actually quite impressed. I find it unique and stylish. Liao Xing broke the silence, racking his brain for the right words. Jian pondered for a moment before hesitantly responding. Yes, Liao is right. It possesses a certain, rich, battle-worn charm. Oh no, I meant a historical depth that rivals the English Starry Night cuisine. Should I thank you for finally acknowledging English cuisine, Miss Dark? Owen teased, muttering under his breath. All right, young folks. Let the true experts take the stage and see how my longevity noodles fare. Chapter 126, Family Reunion. As Owen spoke, he brought up a steaming pot from the lower tier of the dining cart, even though the top was covered with a warming lid. An irresistible aroma of rich broth wafted from the pot, drawing the gaze of nearly everyone to the gleaming silver cover. Unbeknownst to them, Emma, standing beside Owen, appeared to recall something, her face briefly flashing with an imperceptible terror. She discreetly took a step back, creating a slight distance from Owen, as if fearing some contamination. As the warming lid was lifted, a thick broth revealed itself, its fragrance rising with the steam, yet there lingered an unsettling hint of bitterness. Liao Xing pondered the scene within the pot, noting a layer of golden oil floating atop the soup, resembling a hearty stew rather than the clear broth of his memories. He grasped a nearby ladle and stirred it gently. Upon encountering something unusually hard, he instinctively scooped it up. To his astonishment, a perfectly smooth egg, glistening in its shell, lay in the ladle. A wave of confusion washed over him. He blinked and returned the egg to the pot. Surely, he must be imagining things. He raised the ladle again, and the egg remained peacefully nestled within it. I did my homework. I hear eggs are a significant food during birthday celebrations in your culture. How about that? Eggs these days are rather hard to procure. Are you not thrilled? Owen said. Professor, are you aware that we also have something called a birthday feast? Liao Xing's expression remained serene, perhaps even imbued with a touch of tranquility. These dishes are typically served separately during the feast. Ahem, well, I might have relied a bit too much on written materials. No matter, give it a try. I assure you, the flavor is delightful. Owen's face flushed, hurriedly defending himself. So what do you say? Care for a taste? Rex, drawn in by the aroma, scooped a spoonful. Just as Liao Xing was about to do the same, Jian pulled him back firmly. Little Liao, you must know there's an old saying in our land. Heaven is composed of British policemen, German craftsmen, and French chefs. Hell consists of German policemen, French craftsmen, and British cooks. Before he could finish, they saw the broth that Rex had just tasted erupt from his mouth like a high-pressure water gun, followed by the engineer's frantic screams. This is made with seawater. What seawater? I merely added a bit of salt and soy sauce, Owen replied, frowning as he counted on his fingers. There are also cooking wine, the banjiang, and MSG. Oh, you confused old fellow. You have used all the seasonings available to you without considering that these condiments correspond to different culinary traditions in China, rather than being combined indiscriminately. Amelie rubbed her temples, speaking with a tone of exasperation. And if I am not mistaken, you poured a quarter of soy sauce into this pot of soup, did you not? Defamation. This is slander. Owen exclaimed in embarrassment. I only used 1/5. Haha. This soup seems a bit too hot. I believe it would be better to start with some dessert on a birthday. Wouldn't you agree, Jenna? Liao Xing gestured towards Jane beside her. Yes. I also think indulging in a unique cake occasionally is not a bad idea. Jane smiled, skillfully accepting the thermal cover handed to her by Liao Xing, sealing that indescribable broth once more. Let's have cake first, Liao Xing proposed. There is also a package here labeled gift from Helena. Helena? just as Liao Xing expressed her surprise. A soft blue holographic image manifested before her. Waves of linear graphics accompanying the long-missed British accent echoed once again. Liao, long time no see, have you missed me? Not at all. You haven't called me in ages, so I don't miss you one bit, Liao Xing replied. My apologies, I too require a holiday to rest a bit, Helena said. In any case, today is your birthday, and I have a gift for you. The blue holographic screen transformed, seemingly imbued with life. It morphed into a series of pale blue particles dancing in the air, swirling and converging before Liao Xing's chest, solidifying in mere moments. It was a pendant spiraled into a helix, adorned with exquisite engravings that seemed to mimic the shell of a marine creature. Glimmers of light flowed from the engravings as Helena's voice resonated. This necklace possesses all the functionalities required in contemporary society. I mean, it includes communication, information browsing, as well as illumination and navigation. Furthermore, there is no record of your web browsing. All right, enough of that. I am truly grateful, Helena. Thank you so very much. Oh dear, it seems the connection is unstable. Perhaps we should end the call? Liao Xing's face turned crimson as she hurriedly pressed the pendant. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief once she confirmed that it had quieted down. It's all right. You must learn to take it easy, boss. We are in the information age now, and no one truly possesses privacy. Rex patted Liao Xing's shoulder reassuringly. Now let's celebrate. This year marks your 18th birthday. Welcome to the painful ranks of adulthood. Enjoy the new life where dreams and passions gradually fade with the passing of time. Shall we have a drink? Let us not speak such harsh truths to young Liao. Isn't it better to leave her with some innocent and beautiful fantasies? Speaking of which, my soup should have cooled down by now. Otherwise, I must reject. Listening to the sounds of laughter and merriment around him, Liao Xing felt as if something within his heart was melting. Unconsciously, his face was suffused with joy, and gradually, he swayed and merged into the crowd before him, becoming one with them. Meanwhile, Isla had data to deliver to Liao Xing. He was requested to check it. Just before sleep, an unexpected voice echoed, startling Liao Xing as he turned his gaze towards the holographic lamp by his bedside. Isla, but aren't you? In response to his superfluous inquiries regarding primates, Isla, an independent entity replicated by Helena based on her own essence, stated that possessing independent thought and execution capabilities was fundamental. In any case, the forthcoming data exchange will involve the most critical aspects of Isla's core defenses, so please, be a bit gentler when obtaining it. Chapter 127. Within the cage, as the automatic door slid open, the wind chimes by the door jingled melodiously in response to the rush of air, startling the creatures inside. From behind the cast iron bars came a cacophony of sounds resembling a trumpet and horn ensemble. As Rex observed the enormous animals distributed within different enclosures clamoring and hastily rising from their beds of straw and soft sand. Some of their nostrils swelled with the intake of air, displaying a striking indigo hue under the natural light setting indoors. What are these? She inquired through the communication device. Even from behind the bars and observation window, the roar of these boisterous creatures not only pierced her eardrums but also caused her sternum to quiver slightly. These are the Jincheng dragons from the early Cretaceous period, belonging to the herbivorous theropods, the veterinarian, Jane Dark, replied while switching into her action attire. There are 6 Jincheng dragons here, and we are about to conduct a health check on them. We shall retain 2 males and 2 females as breeding individuals within our enclosure, while the remaining 7 will be considered for the next field release trial once their health has been confirmed. I inquired why they were not released alongside the other animals from the outset. Isn't it cumbersome to do so in batches? First, despite their lack of fear towards humans, these herbivorous creatures are exceptionally sensitive and alert. Any sudden fright could lead them to panic and thrash about, potentially injuring themselves within the confines of the enclosure. Jane gestured towards the wind chime at the entrance, explaining that it was precisely for this reason that we designed one, to alert them of our presence in advance. Secondly, these animals possess an inherent danger. Observe their forepaws, Rex. What do they resemble? Rex approached the observation window, where the creatures were anxiously pacing behind the cast iron bars. Noticing her proximity, a few of the Jinju dragons stood on their hind legs to gaze at her. They somewhat resemble hooves, with a prominent upright thumb on the inside, don't they? Indeed, they are akin to baseball bats embedded with spikes. When these sensitive giants perceive a threat and find themselves with no escape, they will use their 2-ton bodies to trample anything that disturbs their peace. As Jane spoke, she sprayed herself with a mist, and Rex caught a whiff of a refreshing botanical fragrance. Lastly, once a multitude of animals enters a bounded area, they require time to establish their territories. Otherwise, they may attack one another out of anxiety or perceived threats. Now, a week has passed since the first field release, and most of the initial test subjects have delineated their territories. Professor Owen deemed it time to arrange for the second batch. Oh, so these large yet timid creatures need time to acclimatize. Rex nodded, his ocular prosthetic illuminating as it connected to the island's network. Security checks completed. All was secure. Let us proceed, little Jean. Jane nodded, grasping her work case as she stepped into the disinfection chamber to await a moment. As the inner isolation door swung open, a wave of mixed scents of wild beasts and fermented fodder washed over her. She inhaled deeply and walked into the corridor beside the enclosure. Hello, how has your day been? Big girl? She called, approaching the ginger dragon's pen and glancing at the sign. JF4, the identification number of this creature. J stands for the first letter of its name, while F denotes its gender. The ginger dragon appeared slightly uneasy at Jane's approach, rising on its hind legs, its gentle nostrils flaring as it detected only the scent of the plants. This has rendered it somewhat quieter, returning to a quadrupedal stance. On the left forelimb of this creature is a layer of nylon bandage, a consequence of a recent incident when the partition between the activity area and the enclosure was opened. The Jianzhou dragon was startled by the sound of the gate and collided with the fence, resulting in a scrape on its forefoot. Rex released calming pheromones. I shall assess its recovery, Jian murmured softly, retrieving scissors from her workbox. As the soothing pheromones permeated the air, JF4's pupils gradually dilated, emitting weak groans and purrs. Leaning against the fence as Jian gently maneuvered its left forelimb. With the nylon bandage snipped away, a cotton cloth stained with medicinal fluid was revealed. Jian delicately lifted the cloth, exposing the wound beneath. New skin has already formed. It merely requires further rest. She deftly removed all the bandages and gently applied veterinary antiseptic around the wound before rising. Well, that's one patient taken care of. Rest well. She mused quietly while tidying up the medical supplies. If Xiao Liao were here, he probably wouldn't even need to use the sedatives. Jian, I have a question. Rex inquired, observing the other Jianzhou dragons pacing back and forth. Are there any criteria for selecting animals for field testing? Firstly, it is preferable to choose young, vigorous adults in good health with reproductive capabilities, Jian replied. A larger population is ideal for captive breeding. Smaller numbers, such as our Karamay dragon and Mamer ankylosaurus, are clearly unsuitable for this somewhat risky endeavor. We generally do not consider juvenile animals for release, but recently Professor Owen proposed an intriguing viewpoint. He believes that if adult specimens accompany their young to acclimatize to modern environments, the offspring would be better adapted as they mature. She shrugged. I maintain a conservative stance on this matter. Speaking of which, what is the current situation regarding territorial demarcation in that testing area? Rex asked curiously. Are the animals congregating together, or are they keeping their distance? Those long-necked giants, do they occupy the majority of the territory? Let me think. It's quite fascinating, Jian responded. To start with the animals that command the largest territories, it is not the Liaoning giants, but rather the smaller oak dragons. What accounts for that? The Liaoning giants have established their territories near the lakeside, predominantly traversing between the forest and the feeding stations adjacent to the water. They spend at least 15 hours each day foraging, and if you venture to the lakeside at noon, you might witness them basking by the water's edge. The Brachiosaurus closely follows the Stegosaurus herd. Wherever the Stegosaurus goes, they are sure to follow. The Stegosaurus remains indifferent to these little creatures, resulting in a significant overlap in their habitats. We have observed them frequently appearing together along the lakeshore and the grasslands, even foraging for wild potatoes that are naturally dispersed on the island as snacks. As for the Quercosaurus, they are rather enthusiastic, roaming around the vicinity of the waterways. They have a particular fondness for the tall grasses and the pseudo reeds in our testing area. Do you recall the last time we drove out for observation? They were concealed in the underbrush, their whistling calls audible, yet their forms remained elusive. Wait, aren't the Baryonyx also roaming near the rivers? Have they encountered any conflict? Rex inquired. No, they are primarily occupied with catching rabbits and obsessively fishing, Jane responded after scanning a Jianzhou dragon. Catfish, bluegill, black bass, wolffish, and even juvenile Siamese crocodiles and mudfish all feature on their menu. The camera even captured an instance of them eyeing a Yangtze giant softshell turtle. Did they manage to catch it? Of course not. We have electronic barriers implanted for protection. Moreover, the Yangtze giant soft-shell turtle is far too large for them. However, another carnivorous species appears to be rather unruly, Jane noted. The yuanglong has been seen roaming in the central region of the reserve. So far, it has tracked the stegosaurus herd 5 times, the Liao's dragon twice, and the quercusaurus herd 8 times. Once we established the electronic barriers to segment their tracking paths, their hunting targets shifted to the island's rabbits, deer, and goats. In summary, they have exhibited quite aggressive behavior. I believe we witnessed this during our last visit. TSK. It sounds rather concerning, Rex remarked with a grimace. Do we have a strategy to deal with these little ruffians? Yes, but it's primarily little Al and Owen's responsibility. After Jane completed her scan of the last Jianzhou dragon, she blinked at its unique horizontal pupils. I am quite curious. What is their purpose in going to the Chronos barrier to resolve the issue? Chapter 128. Within the cage. The first isolation door slowly opened as the green light illuminated. Watching the youth's silhouette vanish behind the metallic gates, Owen's brow deepened further. He instinctively tightened his knuckles. The sound of cracking bones emanating from beneath his relaxed and rough skin. He steadied his mind, barely managing to swallow his words of protest before the young figure appeared on the surveillance screen, preparing for action. He sighed, "Oh heavens. I'm utterly mad for agreeing to such a venture. Fear not, Professor Owen. We will inevitably need to address the increasingly restless young yuanglong. There is no better time to act than now," Liao Xing softly remarked, speaking lightly. Indeed, we must resolve the issue at hand, yet your proposal is utterly preposterous. Owen's voice emanated from his wrist, where a shell-shaped pendant, delivered by Helena yesterday, had been transformed into the semblance of a watch. I possess experience regarding the intimidation of Chronos. As Liao Xing meticulously examined the apparatus at the workstation, he continued to speak softly. During our time with the Morrison group, a young Allosaurus once attempted to ambush me. However, it swiftly retreated in fear. Helena's playback revealed that at that moment, I was positioned upwind, my scent wafting first to the ambush spot situated downwind. At that time, I had just completed an oral cleansing for Chronos. Very well, Liao. I concede your hypothesis holds merit. In contemporary avian species, there are indeed instances of songbirds choosing to nest near the lairs of large raptors to utilize their intimidation for shelter. Owen shook his head. However, we have only just begun our studies on these creatures. Now we face something entirely different. I acknowledge your adeptness in coexisting with these animals. But you must understand, we are not discussing temperamental ectothermic reptiles, but rather a top-tier endothermic predator exceeding 10 meters in length and weighing 5 tons. A raptor weighing merely a few kilograms is already deemed irritable and difficult to tame. Good heavens, even with reinforced barriers. I can scarcely fathom what it would be like to approach an enraged Spinosaurus at such proximity. Calm down, Owen. We are here now, Liao Xing said, fastening his whistle and gently caressing his wrist, where the adornment emitted a soft blue glow from its spiral center. Even if you claim old Rex is hot-headed, let us at least meet and see how it goes, shall we? Owen sighed, pressing the switch. As the warning lights began to flash, Liao Xing peered through the gaps in the fence, watching as the heavy doors at the far end of the arena slowly ascended. The red warning lights casting shadows that faintly revealed the silhouette of the colossal beast lurking behind. Liao Xing turned, grasped the whistle, and with a sharp, clear sound, resonated throughout the enclosure. From the shadows behind the opposing door came several low murmurs, followed by a powerful growl that reverberated through Liao Xing's very being, echoing across the training ground. Feeling the tremors from the ground, Liao Xing furrowed his brow slightly, as Owen's voice followed from his wrist. Be cautious, Liao. It appears to be stomping deliberately, which suggests that our large friend is not particularly pleased at the moment. Amidst the echoes of the growl, Chronos enormous pitch-black form emerged from the shadows, striding into the sandy training arena, its emerald eyes fixed intently on Liao Xing at the opposite end of the arena. Low growls escaping as it bared its sharp teeth. Observing a fresh abrasion on the shoulder of the Spinosaurus, Liao Xing quietly inquired, Professor, I noticed Chronos has a new wound. How did that come to be? It must have collided with the outer wall of the new enclosure. This marks the 4th incident this month, Owen replied. It is evident that despite the newly prepared enclosure being larger and more splendid, Chronos seems discontent. Liao Xing nodded, his wrist ornament shimmering as he raised his arm. And a fresh carcass descended from a mechanism in the ceiling. Chronos did not even cast a glance at the piece of raw meat. Instead, it gaped its jaws, allowing viscous, warm saliva to drip from its chin, and approached Liao Xing with a low growl, shaking its head. As the colossal beast drew nearer, the tremors reverberating from the ground intensified. "You appear quite irate, old chap," Liao Xing muttered, releasing a sharp whistle. This signal was meant to indicate a halt. In the past, Kronos would pause, tilting its head with a curious expression. However, this time, Kronos did not relent. On the contrary, its strides became more pronounced, and Liao Xing could distinctly hear the thuds resonating in his ears, accompanied by a low growl intermingled with the sound of clashing teeth. "My heavens! It's charging at you in an aggressive stance. Activate the electronic fences blocking protocol," Owen shouted. "Wait a moment." Liao Xing gritted his teeth, locking eyes with the approaching beast. As a thought began to swell within him. "What are you waiting for?" "Goodness!" Owen exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the readings displayed on the nearby sensor, nearly bursting with anxiety. 15, 18. Dear Lord, its acceleration exceeds 20 miles per hour. Liao, get away from there. Seeing Liao Xing still motionless before the fence, Owen clenched his jaw and reached for the emergency button, which was remotely linked to the electric shock module implanted within the animal. Damn it, there's no time. In mere seconds, Owen's mind raced, contemplating which animal would collide due to inertia. However, what his naked eye could not perceive was the emergence of an invisible barrier, a force field that erupted from Liao Xing's wrist ornament, enveloping the space around him in an instant. Under the undeniable influence of physics, Kronos abruptly veered to the side. Less than 2 meters from Liao Xing, Owen watched in astonishment as the creature seemed to be momentarily enchanted, spinning in confusion before being nudged back onto its original path by the gravitational field. After failing to approach Liao Xing once more, Kronos appeared somewhat pacified, its fury diluted by bewilderment. It shook its head, the skin on its neck rustling softly as if attempting to rid itself of the incomprehensible, intangible force. Then, arching its neck, it opened its gaping maw to an exaggerated near 90-degree angle, unleashing a resounding dragon's roar directed at Liao Xing behind the fence. The volume was so thunderous that even Owen, stationed at the control console in the training ground, could hear it clearly. At least, it seemed that it had no intention of launching another attack. As Kronos retracted its aggressive posture, Liao Xing exhaled a long sigh of relief, unaware that his shirt was already drenched in cold sweat on his back. "So, you meant that you wouldn't be reporting from another world, Isla?" He silently murmured his gratitude. "Thank you. Now, let's attempt the heart-to-heart method you mentioned." Chapter 129. Within the cage, the center of the shell bracelet radiated a cerulean glow, pulsating in synchrony with Liao Xing's heartbeat, shimmering brilliantly in the emerald irises of the colossal reptilian creature before him. Sensing something at its sensitive snout, the fearsome Kronos momentarily subdued its menacing display, yet its deep, resonant growl persisted, echoing through its vibrating throat. As the beast's low roar reverberated, Liao Xing's bracelet flickered, shifting its appearance within mere breaths. The luminous aura transitioned from a gentle azure to a profound indigo, pulsating in rhythm with the creature's guttural sound. Emanating from the bracelet was a specific frequency of sound waves, imperceptible to the human ear, which caused the beast to tilt its head, attentively listening. Owen felt a sense of relief wash over him. He carefully initiated a communication link, as if any abrupt movement might provoke the giant creature. "Liao, I am uncertain of the technique you employed to pacify this beast, but it appears to be remarkably effective, so please, do not cease." As a minute passed, and then 5, Liao Xing remained fixated on the massive creature, mirroring its attentive posture. The strain of standing still for such an extended period began to ache in his legs, feeling as though hours had slipped by. Eventually, Kronos stirred once more, its enormous tail, as thick as a water barrel, swept through the air as it turned. It moved slowly, its enormous feet landing soundlessly, devoid of the heavy footfalls that once shook the ground in anger. The once agitated carnivore was now imbued with an aura of confidence and tranquility, its massive frame exuding a serene presence. It emitted distinct purring and burping sounds from its throat, tilting its rectangular head to cast a glance at Liao Xing, who stood behind the barrier, before twisting its dark gray body and vanishing into the shadows with a few measured steps. Watching Kronos disappear into the darkness beyond the corridor, Liao Xing exhaled slowly, a wave of fatigue washing over him as the tension in his body dissolved like the receding tide. Yet with this fatigue came an unparalleled sense of relief, the warmth of his blood surging, echoing in his eardrums. A sudden premonition gripped him. He sensed he would be irresistibly drawn to this feeling. Thus, beside the control panel, observing the footage from the surveillance devices showcasing the yawning carnivore within its enclosure, Owen raised his right hand to stroke his chin, furrowing his brow as he turned to Liao Xing. It is simply inexplicable by scientific standards. Liao, how did you manage to quiet this carnivorous creature? Professor, do you recall our experiences in the Morrison Group's climatic environment? Liao Xing did not directly address the question. There lies an expansive alluvial plain, adorned with the quintessential flora of a tropical-subtropical monsoonal climate. During our time there, precipitation was remarkably frequent. Thunderstorms would occur every few days. And within a week, vast expanses of fresh greenery would flourish across the open plains. You often remarked that it resembled the Serengeti almost identically. Serengeti. Initially, Owen furrowed his brow, but then his expression relaxed into one of sudden realization. Ah, I see now. The breeding season for those animals coincides with the rainy season of the Morrison Formation, allowing the newly hatched herbivores to access tender nourishment and the protection of migrating herds. At the same time, carnivorous younglings would also be born, with the migrating herds and the newly hatched offspring serving as a food source for these emerging hunters. How marvelous! According to the data, this tropical-subtropical monsoon climate brings bountiful rainy seasons that do not last long. I suspect our stay in the reserve coincides with these few months. Liao Xing remarked. To ensure their offspring hatch during the rainy season, these animals prepare in advance, after a season of rejuvenation. Their optimal mating period should occur during the dry season of Morrison, which is essentially the end of the year here. Owen nodded and continued to mutter. Based on your rather reliable theory, it suggests that our Dark King is not dissatisfied with the new enclosure, but rather, how should I describe it? Troubled by matters of the heart? Precisely, Liao Xing affirmed. Just now, Isla utilized reverse engineering for simulation. She installed a structural device in my wrist ornament that can slightly manipulate the transmitter frequency to mimic the communication signals of another Allosaurus. Professor, after spending this time together, I believe these creatures do not think too complexly. They adhere closely to the primal instincts inherent in their lineage, aside from eating, sleeping, and then, he shrugged, displaying a somewhat awkward expression of resignation. He smacked his lips, revealing his gums. Well, this might be an issue. Liao, given that we currently lack other Allosaurus samples in our inventory, perhaps we should prepare a outlet for it? In my youth at the zoo, such instances of frantic arousal occurred quite frequently among many animals, especially mammals. Consequently, the zoo had to take measures with those energetic male animals, such as truncating the tusks of elephants or removing antlers before they hardened. But the question is, how can we allow Kronos to vent its pent-up frustration without causing physical harm before its next bout of fury? I do have an idea regarding that, Liao Xing said. Professor, do you remember those lords mentioned in the observational literature? You mean, those alphas? Owen pondered over the words, recalling the deeply buried information within his memory. Those individuals occupying a territory within their respective communities, possessing priority in terms of territory, foraging locations, and mate selection due to their physical prowess, correct? I certainly remember instances of such cases among carnivorous beasts like the saltwater crocodile, brown bear, and Bengal tiger. Now, what if we attempted to establish Old Ku as the lord of our camp territory? This could certainly expend much of Old Ku's energy. That said, it seems feasible, does it not? No, wait. You mentioned the camp territory? Owen suddenly realized, nearly exclaiming. I must have misheard. Are you suggesting we introduce a top-tier predator onto this island? Indeed. That is precisely the case. Chapter 130, The Dragon's Reign. It was December, and although Longkue State is situated in the subtropical monsoon region of the southern United States, the temperature inevitably fell below 20 degrees Celsius. For those ancient creatures hailing from warmer epochs, the afternoon warmth at this time became quite a rare treasure. The grassy meadows in the activity area appeared scarce and mottled. As temperatures dipped and animal movements increased, the trampled grass revealed patches of brownish-yellow bare ground beneath, resembling the lesions of a smallpox patient scattered across the somewhat withered terrain, long stripped of the seemingly endless vitality of the sweltering summer days. The armored dinosaur, Mimorosaurus statuo, moved its short, sturdy limbs and swayed out from the inner gate. Habitually, it raised its head to sniff the air, only to be met with the chilling morning breeze. This heavily armored reptile disdainfully snorted, then reluctantly made its way into the activity area. Tuachu arrived at the low-lying section of the activity area, which in the summer had been a soft, moist mire. a delightful memory for this armored creature to roll and rest in. However, the winter's lower temperatures had drained the moisture from this muddy ground, transforming it into a dry, cracked expanse of bare earth. The eyelids, adorned with bony plates, of Tuacho drooped slightly as it meandered across the barren ground, futilely sniffing about in search of even a hint of damp earth. Ultimately, the disappointed Tuacho emitted a low whimper and slowly climbed up the slope within the activity area. It lay down, positioning its darker back towards the winter sun, striving to absorb as much warmth from the cosmos as possible. As a member of the more primitive suborder of armored dinosaurs, the heavily armored Mimorosaurus was ectothermic in its youth, with its body temperature varying with the ambient temperature. However, as it matured, its robust physique and thick skin allowed it to retain the heat generated by its physiological activities, transforming it into an endothermic creature. However, the childhood habit of basking in the sun has been retained by the adult Tuatua. The radiant sun did not disappoint this reptilian creature. As the gentle warmth gradually enveloped its broad back, Tuatua lowered its head to the ground, squinted its eyes, and prepared to doze off. Yet, before the sounds of its slumber could emerge, a cheerful whimper pierced through the air, reaching its ear. Tuatua turned its head, attempting to disregard the source of the cacophony. However, it was not long before the noisy little one approached. A young sauropod dinosaur, with a slender tail, hurried over. Its unique dorsal protrusions identified it as a young female Brachiosaurus. It tilted its body and gently nudged Tuatua's rear with its side. Noticing the lack of response, the young Brachiosaurus stood up with a whimper, lifted its front legs onto its back, and began to shake and kick vigorously. Just 6 months prior, these younglings were scarcely larger than a golden retriever. Yet, during this time, nourished by ample sustenance and a secure environment, these giant infants have experienced astonishing growth. In merely half a year, this sauropod baby has surpassed 200 kilograms in weight and exceeded 1.5 meters in shoulder height. Perhaps Tuatua could have tolerated the playful antics of these little creatures a few months ago, but now, even clad in its formidable armor, this foster mother could no longer bear the weight of such boisterous play. Tuatua let out a loud shriek and rose to push the young Brachiosaurus away. Startled, the young creature cried out and scurried away from Tuatua, its long neck bending sideways as it glanced back, uncertain and perplexed, while emitting huffy breaths of indignation before retreating towards the inner enclosure. As more sauropod babies entered the activity area, which spanned several hundred square meters, it began to feel somewhat crowded. Listening to the clamor resonating from the enclosure, Jian sighed while observing from the other side of the fence and nodded towards Liao. As you can see, little Liao, this space is indeed becoming too small for these large babies. Although I have previously cared for rapidly growing animals, these sauropod younglings are truly unlike any I have encountered before, Jian remarked. In just 6 months, these little ones have transformed from slightly larger than hunting dogs into considerably heavier beings. I have witnessed those bred before the calamity, now exceedingly valuable and reserved for the privileged classes, such as the white feather chicken and the long white pig. Their rapid growth can indeed rival that of these sauropod younglings, but unlike them, these creatures rely heavily on hormones and other compounds and are quite susceptible to infectious diseases. In this day and age, they are compelled to live their entire lives within sterile indoor farms. In contrast, these Jurassic animals not only grow swiftly, but possess an astonishingly resilient immune system. The adaptability of their immune cells to contemporary microorganisms is truly astonishing. Within a matter of weeks, following the administration of an electronic vaccine, a remarkably effective array of antibodies can be generated within their immune systems. These young creatures consume copious amounts of feed and nutritional supplements daily, resulting in a rapid increase in their weight during this period. Alarmingly, they seem oblivious to their growing size, continuing to exhibit their playful antics as before. Xiao Liao, the male Brachiosaurus juvenile named Jinbao, now exceeds half a ton in weight. I wonder if he still wishes to nuzzle you as he did in the past. Liao Xing shrugged and spread his hands. I have faced such circumstances before. The good news is that I managed to dodge just in time. Yet, even so, I can still recall the overwhelming force as if nearly struck by a jeep. Jing stuck out her tongue, glancing at the exuberant young ones within the enclosure. Thus, in the presence of these rapidly developing youngsters, I fear our capacity for nurturing activities may soon be reached. To be frank, Xiao Liao, I believe that no matter where they are placed, even the most spacious enclosure would feel overly cramped for these robust and swiftly growing babies. Moreover, as you have seen. Even their playful interactions exert a weight that proves burdensome for nearby creatures. Tawachuo is now struggling to cope with those energetic larger babies. Xiaoyao, I am quite curious about what you envision for the next home prepared for these younglings. I mean, who could possibly accommodate such hefty babies weighing several hundred kilograms? Rest assured, Latina, I possess unwavering confidence in the prospective new homes for these little ones, Liao Xing replied with assurance. Before that, however, let us clear the pathways surrounding the activity area. Otherwise, it won't be long before our new visitor makes the surroundings utterly impassable. Chapter 131. The dragon's command as a large bundle of tinder plant shoots was lowered into the enclosure by a crane. The long-awaited, clamorous sauropod juveniles surged forward. They swung their elongated necks, emitting somewhat coarse chirps as they tugged and fought over the bundle of tinder conifer branches mixed with ferns. Jing observed all of this from a walkway above the enclosure, the metal pathways crisscrossing around the area beneath her feet, as the last drone carried away a container. The open space on the opposite side of the activity area became more expansive, and her eyes glimmered with a violet light as her cybernetic enhancements activated. Xiaoyao, the site is ready. The floor is yours. Liao Xing nodded from one side of the area, slightly raising his hand as the shell-shaped wrist ornament illuminated with a cerulean glow, reshaping and transforming with the movement of the metal and internal mechanisms. Accessing management permissions. Establishing an uplink to the containment inventory, the voice of Isla resonated. The projection of the subspace channel is ready. As he directed the deformed wrist ornament toward the center of the arena, a brilliant beam of azure light illuminated the ground, tearing open a chaotic rift in space. Following this, a deep and resonant dragon's roar emanated from within. At this moment, Jian's mind was blank. She instinctively clutched her silver cross pendant, her body rooted in place due to overwhelming shock. Reflected in her amethyst-like eyes was a colossal creature emerging from the fissure, striding forth with grandiosity. Oh, Saint Maria! Before her stood the silhouette of a gigantic beast, its massive and robust form exuding an indescribable sense of oppression as it ambled leisurely. As its muscular neck naturally arched, supported by a strong back, its head rose high enough to meet Jian's gaze, who stood 6 meters above the ground on the corridor. The Liaoning giant dragon of the Cretaceous. As this magnificent beast fully manifested from the rift and began to pace slowly in the open space, Jian could not help but bite her lip. Is this the new family you are seeking for those sauropod babies? Indeed, it is, Liao Xing replied loudly, striving to make his voice heard over the thunderous rumble emanating from the beast's belly. Among these Liaoning giants are juvenile individuals. I believe we can attempt to integrate our sauropod babies with them. Is such an approach feasible? Jian inquired. These sauropod babies are from the late Jurassic, while the Liaoning giant dragon hails from the early Cretaceous. These are entirely distinct species, separated by nearly 20 million years. Utilizing closely related species to care for different types of young is not unprecedented in animal conservation. For instance, before the catastrophe, zoos had employed ostriches and emus, even chickens, birds of the same ground-dwelling category, to nurture juvenile cassowaries, bush turkeys, even if their modes of communication differ. I believe the herd of Liaoning giants could potentially accept these Jurassic sauropod babies. Moreover, remember the genetic sequencing we conducted for those animals? In the communities of stegosaurs, Psittacosaurus, and even the giant dragons, there exist juvenile individuals with no close genetic ties. In summary, I believe there is a considerable possibility that the Liaoning giants will accept these Jurassic sauropod babies. Even so, isn't this still merely a theoretical stage? Well, until we confirm there are no issues, let us allow both parties to make initial contact across the fence, shall we? Jian rubbed her temples. Naturally, if this theory holds, I think entrusting those young Liaoning dragons to Tuwa for care would be an excellent choice. Liao Xing produced a whistle and let out a short, bird-like call. The Liaoning giant paused momentarily, lowering its long neck, lined with deep grooves, and turned its small head to cast a dull, yet gentle gaze characteristic of herbivores. Come, look this way, dear girl. Liao Xing grasped the guiding rod, leading the colossal beast, weighing over 5 tons, closer to the enclosure of the activity area. Before this creature from the ancient hot river, the wooden stakes forming the fence, as thick as an adult's thigh, appeared insubstantial, akin to matchsticks. The younglings, having ceased their feeding, gathered beside the fence, lifting their heads high, shaking them as they emitted sharp cries at the approaching giant. The Liaoning Long, drawn by their piercing calls, took a step forward, its elongated neck effortlessly crossing the 2-meter-high barrier, delving its head among the younglings. Amidst their high-pitched calls, the Liaoning Long let out a deep roar from its prominent forehead, exhaling hissing hot air from its wide nostrils. This display, a signal of greeting from the Liaoning Long, prompted a relaxed smile to grace Liao Xing's face. He sensed that the creature did not harbor disdain for these distant relatives, separated by 20 million years. This was for the best, and he sighed in relief. However, prior to formal interaction, he needed to conduct some physical examinations on these little ones, choosing an auspicious day. But what was it doing? Little Liao, get away from there quickly. As the sauropod hatchlings abruptly retreated, the Liaoning Long lifted its head and roared, its 3-meter-wide shoulders exuding an ancient strength as it surged forward with overwhelming force. Liao Xing's pupils dilated in alarm, recalling how, in the primeval era, these robust herbivores used their impressive weight to topple trees and flatten any obstacles in their path through the forest. The Liaoning Long regarded the wooden fence of the nursery as just another hindrance. Liao Xing barely managed to retreat a few steps when the impact of the collision caused the fence to emit a brief, mournful cry, trembling beneath the tremendous force. It withstood only for a few milliseconds before collapsing into a heap of debris, accompanied by the sound of snapping ropes and splintering wood. As dust billowed up from the ground beneath the giant's advancing feet, "I suppose there is no need to choose an auspicious day after all," Liao Xing remarked, begrudgingly observing the breach in the enclosure created by the dragon's forceful shove. The new parent deemed today quite suitable, as it turned out, for the fence designed by Owen could hardly contain the largest guardian on Earth. Fortunately, the aerial passage where Jian was situated remained at a considerable distance from the fence and was constructed from sturdier steel. Nevertheless, she pressed against the barrier, feeling the undeniable force and daring not to make any sudden movements. Watching the hatchlings clamoring and spilling out through the collapsed enclosure, gathering around their vastly larger relative, Jian wore a similarly resigned smile as Liao Xing. "All right, I suppose I should inform Sister Lei to come over for extra work." However, an old saying suddenly came to mind, fitting for the moment. The Qingming festival break has returned, and I ventured to the museum for inspiration. The chapter titled "The Dragon's Reign" unfolds as we observe a remarkable creature, the Ankylosaurus, moving leisurely towards the water's edge, guided by the lingering scents in the air. To humans, the olfactory sensations here may seem insignificant, a mere blend of animal musk and the briny essence of water. Yet, for this living tank from the Jurassic period, possessing limited vision and hearing, a keen sense of smell is paramount for its survival. The intricate structure of its nasal cavity not only regulates its breathing to assist in temperature control but also houses a dense array of olfactory nerve endings, enabling it to detect even the faintest traces left in the air. As the Ankylosaurus stands by the water, its robust skin around the snout subtly undulates with each breath. Despite the presence of only aquatic vegetation on the surface, the scent molecules tell it that animals have indeed traversed this area, reminiscent of its own kind. With its horizontally slit pupils, the creature gazes into the depths of the pool. Suddenly, a sound akin to a mix of a whistle and birdsong emanates from its nostrils. As ripples dance across the water's surface, several creatures adorned in scales emerge. These small, armored beings, roughly the size of a basin, share a semblance with the Ankylosaurus on land, yet differ in notable ways. Their bodies exhibit a delicate, pale green hue, occasionally tinged with soft yellow, accented by gray stripes that encircle their sides. In contrast to the angular features of the Ankylosaurus, these aquatic dwellers appear more rounded, resembling turtles rather than dinosaurs. In truth, they are not of the same species. The creatures currently inhabiting the water are the peculiar Liaoning dragon from the early Cretaceous period. Prior research before the catastrophic events had only uncovered juvenile remains of this extraordinary small ankylosaur. Within the island's indoor breeding facility, 5 of these precious early Cretaceous ankylosaurs are being nurtured. "Look, they are beginning to interact," Owen remarked, adjusting his stance beside the observatory window, addressing the engrossed botanist nearby. Given the success of integrating Jurassic sauropod juveniles into a community using Cretaceous counterparts, I wish to verify a hypothesis that these ankylosaurs may exhibit similar social behaviors. "From my perspective, this seems rather implausible," replied Annabelle, shaking her head gently. "Jana informed me that those juveniles are ectothermic, feeding on aquatic life, while the Ankylosaurus is an endothermic herbivore. Observe, those young Liaoning dragons appear reluctant to venture onto land. Indeed, unlike their Jurassic predecessors, these juvenile turtle dragons exhibit behaviors more akin to aquatic reptiles, such as the soft-shelled turtle and the Papua New Guinea turtle, as Owen elucidated. Observe how agile their limbs are. The evolutionary adaptations of their pelvic joints allow them to maneuver their limbs with remarkable dexterity in the water. Their abdomens are fortified with armor not found in other species, akin to modern turtles, enabling them to withstand attacks from below. However, as they mature, their nutritional requirements will increase significantly. In the nutrient-rich environments of the African Kamakama Formation or the European Wheeled Clay Formation, sustaining a massive aquatic carnivore poses little challenge. Yet, in the comparatively colder ancient Liaoxi, the circumstances differ drastically. The water systems there are far less developed than those in tropical coastal regions, rendering it incapable of supporting large aquatic animals. These hatchlings grow in puddles and slow-moving streams within the forest, but given their growth rates, those once nurturing small pools will soon become inadequate, failing to provide a viable habitat. Furthermore, the temperatures in the Asian formation are not particularly high for these reptiles. Enduring the winter chill and the possibility of rivers freezing presents a significant challenge. In fact, I, along with Dark, once witnessed a large ankylosaur in the riverine regions of ancient Liaoxi, which, like the Mymore ankylosaur, was a strictly terrestrial herbivore. This leads me to believe that the species Liaoning dragon would adopt an ecological niche differentiation strategy. That is to say, the ectothermic juveniles inhabit relatively safe and food-abundant waters, while the larger, thermally adaptive adults venture onto land. Amelie contemplated this notion with a furrowed brow. Wait, it seems this hypothesis lacks. Before she could finish her thought, a series of frantic hisses erupted from the vicinity. The little creatures emerged from the water, leaving the Mymore ankylosaur on the shore utterly bewildered. The extraordinary sight contradicted the sensory information it received, causing its not-so-ample brain to spiral into confusion and unease. The juvenile Liaoning dragons tilted their heads, and instead of approaching, one of them opened its mouth, emitting a hissing breath from its hard-shelled beak. The Mymore ankylosaur recognized the scent of aquatic turtles and could identify the presence of its own kind. Yet, it failed to comprehend how these turtles could share a similar scent. The creature shook its head, exhaling forcefully towards the little ankylosaurs in the water, producing a sharp, piercing whistle as the air flowed through its convoluted nasal passages. Having never encountered such a situation, the juvenile Liaoning dragons quickly submerged, propelling themselves away from the surface. Why is this happening? This defies logic. Those sauropod hatchlings should. Observing Owen's perplexed demeanor, Amelie shook her head. Owen, you old fool. According to your line of reasoning, the species known as Liaoning long exhibits no nurturing behavior. Emily shook her head. While I am not particularly well versed in animal behavior, I understand that even herbivorous creatures do not remain in a fixed area for long, even while caring for their young. What do you mean? I mean, take a look at the Stegosaurus, Brachiosaurus, and Lophangosaurus in the park. These herbivores, regardless of their size, either roam alone or in herds. They are invariably foraging while on the move. For the young Liaoning long, their aquatic and territorial habits imply that they are unlikely to engage with their terrestrial relatives until they have grown sufficiently to venture onto land. As for the Mimoraptor, expecting it to comprehend these unfamiliar phenomena seems a tad excessive. However, this does not render your hypothesis entirely implausible. I believe that when these little ones eventually choose to wander on land, it will be an opportune moment to arrange their second encounter. 1. Gigantothermy. Gigantothermy is a biological phenomenon whereby large ectothermic animals are more adept at maintaining their body temperature compared to smaller ectothermic ones. Larger ectothermic creatures possess a smaller surface area relative to their volume, which reduces the rate at which they absorb external heat or lose internal warmth, thereby achieving a more stable body temperature to a certain extent. In Chapter 133, The Dragon Chronicles, A New Era, the immaculate exterior of the mechanical arm glimmered under the lights. Under the deft control of Nigel Owen, it gently and precisely placed an artificial float into an acrylic tank filled with pale green water. Within the translucent waters, shadows reminiscent of fish glided below the surface. As an unexpected visitor cast a shadow across the water, the creatures flicked their tails and vanished into the verdant depths. Owen instinctively turned, meeting the disapproving gaze of the botanist. If I hadn't seen you here in person, Dr. Owen, I might have thought you were devoured by one of the carnivores here. What? Oh my goodness. Owen removed the brainwave sensor connected to his head and glanced at his phone, where a cascade of missed call notifications illuminated the screen, embarrassment swiftly overtaking the wrinkles of his aged face. I had it on silent. Constructing an exhibit box is rather time-consuming. The once loquacious naturalist now struggled to articulate coherent thoughts. I suppose you could come over and give it a try. It's difficult to hear the outside world with this thing on. Emily shook her head and gazed at the large acrylic tank filled with a pale green liquid on her workbench. What creature is this? I recalled the fifth species of Triassic reptiles I had mentioned, a prehistoric archosaurian species. Considering the location and time frame of Liao's discovery, along with the fossil specimens found, I suspect it is a Vanclevia camnea. Reference image, source, Jihu. As the subject of ancient vertebrates was broached, Owen immediately perked up, rising from his floating eggshell chair. He spoke in a scholarly tone, infused with his distinct London accent. In fact, within the realm of paleobiology prior to the cataclysm, only this species had been identified under the genus Vanclevia, until we confirmed the existence of a potentially new species. It seems most prudent to refer to this prehistoric reptile in such a manner. A half-revealed head emerged from the surface of the acrylic tank, and rather than resembling a reptile, its owner possessed the semblance of a fish. Atop its oval-shaped head rested a pair of small, green eyes, enabling it to observe the high-intelligence mammals discussing nearby without fully exposing itself. It looks just like a fish, Emily remarked, sensitive and cautious, appearing elusive. Indeed, based on my observations, Vanclevia is a species highly reliant on an aquatic habitat. Its limbs are relatively short and arranged in a specific sequence, while its hard, smooth scales aid in reducing drag while swimming. Although this creature's physiology is well suited for an aquatic environment, considering it is an ectothermic reptile, I have provided basking lamps and floating islands within their exhibit, granting them the option to choose within their limited space. Speaking of choices, Emily turned to Owen. I received a message from Isla. It seems the children on the island do not possess the same freedoms as these creatures. You have yet to inform them that this new year, you intend to compel them to set aside their work and return home to reunite with their families. If it were merely for a week's stay at home, Isla and I could manage, Owen replied, twisting his stiff and sore neck. Most operations on the island can be conducted via computer. Behavioral training and site construction can be deferred, and currently, we are conducting comprehensive health checks before departure. You have not directly addressed my question, Nigel. They are diligent and hard-working children who have never broached the subject of taking leave, Emily inquired, her tone devoid of inflection. I am curious when you transformed from a stern overseer during the Noah project. You expended considerable effort to persuade Richard and several others to remain away from home for years under the guise of time constraints. Back then, I was too young, believing that home was always there, that it made little difference when one returned. Owen failed to notice the change in Emily's expression. He paused for a moment in silence. I apologize. What I meant to say is, we are not particularly busy at the moment. The free-range program is being implemented smoothly, and the captive breeding system is operating steadily under the control of the drones. I have conferred with Isla, and even without Helena's remarkable abilities, it is hardly a challenge for the balanced system to manage the majority of tasks in a short period. As the protected area expands with the addition of new species, the workload will undoubtedly intensify. If we do not allow those children to return now, who knows when we might next have the opportunity. As for myself, there is no longer a refuge for someone like me, an academic relic, on English soil. My work here is all that I wish to dedicate my remaining days to. And thus, even the early mornings spent inhaling the misty air of Florida feel as sweet as syrup to me, he mused. What about that young Liao? That child has no one awaiting his return. Emma's tone shifted. Would it not be better for him to stay with us? I will instruct him to bring back Helena, who has completed her external maintenance. Rest assured, I have also been in touch with the studio responsible for creating Helena, and he is far more knowledgeable about the procedure than I am. Owen relayed the information he had gathered, albeit unaware of how much truth remained concealed. Wait, are you suggesting we designating a new ecological zone and observing the state of the newly formed hybrid vegetation on the island? Who could be more suitable than I? Who has no arrangements during this vacation? Emma stated. Furthermore, someone must oversee a scientist who tends to make decisions impulsively and possesses a rather carefree disposition. Don't you think? I ponder, if no one were to witness it, The scene that the children would encounter upon their return after a week would surely rival the wild and untamed landscapes depicted in classic science fiction films set on a Costa Rican isle. Am I correct in my conjecture, Dr. Owen? Indeed, that. No other factors? The words Dr. Owen wished to refute caught in his throat as he recalled the recent image of a colossal carnivorous reptile that had decimated a herd of hippos. He could only stroke his jaw and respond dryly. Should Dr. Owen feel this pertains to you personally, then I have nothing to disclose. Emma rolled her eyes and turned toward the exit, her footsteps pausing momentarily before the threshold. If you were contemplating a debt owed to someone from the past, my stance is one of acquiescence. Chapter 134, City of God. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil's second-largest city, is renowned for its thriving economy and advantageous geographical location, earning it the title of the second capital of its federation. Look over there. Atop the Corcovado Mountain stands a nearly 100-foot-tall statue of Christ, arms outstretched at 80 feet wide, welcoming millions of tourists from around the globe to the bay. However, these events transpired nearly 50 years ago, with the melting of polar ice caps causing vast volumes of seawater to surge into the oceans. Rising water levels disrupted the warm ocean currents. The once renowned tropical white beaches have long since vanished in this age. The shift of development inland has led to the exodus of the population that survived the calamity. Consequently, for most coastal cities in the world, there remains only a silence akin to death. Occasionally, the wind weaves through the empty, half-submerged skyscrapers, their glass long shattered, echoing their mournful lamentations. The sound resembles a group of phantoms trapped within the concrete and steel, yearning to reclaim the prosperity of yesteryear. Yet, not all have departed from this once thriving city of Rio de Janeiro. As the oppressive grip from Brazil's power center loosens, and with the newly appointed leaders of Rio being a disorganized assembly, the gangs that once roamed the favelas have managed to seize the lifeblood of the city's development in their grasp. Even so, one might say, Old Who, with a cage containing a pair of bluebirds to his left, lifted a cup of rice wine flavored with synthetic lemon candies to his lips, gazing at the bustling streets in astonishment. It is hardly discernible that this city survives on a black market economy. At this moment, he stood on a terrace adorned with artificial flowers, peering over the railing. As dusk settles, the coastal embankment is adorned with a golden hue, transforming into a shimmering cascade along the shoreline, reminiscent of ethereal trails of light. From afar, it reflects the gentle sway of trees at the city's edge. Amidst the bustling commercial promenade, a woman clad in a scanty bikini, revealing her sun-kissed skin, greets the incessant stream of visitors with a smile, evoking the intoxicating sweetness of a tropical cocktail with just a glance. In this era, the combination of low birth rates and the glorification of material indulgence renders children in other metropolises as rare as birds. However, in Rio de Janeiro, joyful figures frequently emerge from behind residences, chasing a football through the streets, leaving behind a chorus of laughter. My friend, when a city's underbelly becomes its lifeblood, its rehabilitation is as effortless as shattering a piñata with one's eyes wide open. Opposite him sits a young woman clad in a yellow-green Hawaiian shirt, sporting sunglasses. Her age is indeterminate, with fluorescent purple hair cascading over one side, while silver adornments punctuate her brow, extending from her temples in graceful metallic flourishes. As your liaison, I believe it is worthwhile to share these observations. Do you see that coastal dam? The latest engineering marvel, Titan, towers at a staggering 100 feet. Their cost is substantial, with the zeros on the price tags as lofty as their stature. And the fiscal sustenance naturally derives from ventures akin to the silver embellishments that quiver as she raises an eyebrow, laughingly remarking, "We refer to it as the painkiller export fee," which sounds far more dignified. Among the girls soliciting clients, some hail from casinos. Should an unwittingly affluent outsider enter, they might find themselves stripped of even their augmentations before being discarded in the back alleys. Others are involved in the film trade. Oh, are you intrigued? Observing a hint of levity in her smile, the older gentleman remained silent, taking a deep swig of the overly sweetened rice wine. I surmise, Sombra, that those are flesh trades? Oh, do not speak so harshly, old friend. The days of personal servitude are long past. Now, the trend is the Eden interface, Sombra chuckles. A girl merely needs to connect her augmentations to the Eden interface, and once adept at data feedback, she can cater to a dozen patrons at once, earning tenfold what was previously possible. Moreover, compared to the former trade, the Eden interface is cleaner, safer, and more efficient. As for the risks, sensory feedback is reciprocal. Thus, prolonged working hours can lead to overwhelming sensory overload, resulting in shock. Yet, where is their work devoid of risk? The urban workforce faces untimely deaths in droves. At least the women can still recline in their beds. The laughter resonates with the clarity of youthful maidens, yet the words exchanged are frivolous and casual, reminiscent of a lively, forbidden melody. And what of those children? I surmise that old who has set down his empty glass. Are they your little informants? Oh. Do refrain from such unflattering remarks. Surely, you could employ more euphonious terms to refer to them. I prefer to call them little guardians. Sangbula smirked with an alluring charm. Maintaining order in a sprawling metropolis cannot solely rely on those drunken layabouts. Should we depend on them alone, the narrow alleys would soon be overrun by brash youths, oblivious to the world's vastness, forming their own factions, while outside gangs would encroach, seeking to carve out a share beneath the feet of Jesus. Ah, Rio is indeed a tourist city. Allowing these ruffians to threaten the very visitors who bring us revenue is hardly prudent. What better monitors of these scoundrels could there be than those children who already delight in roaming the streets, my friend? Old who exhaled a sigh laced with the sin of liquor, feeling once again that long-forgotten anticipation of the end of class at the beginning of lessons. From your words, it appears this locale is indeed blessed with remarkable talents, Miss Sangbula. I shall take that as a compliment. Who? Sangbula's smile remained unchanged. Yet it was half obscured by the encroaching shadows of the evening sun, rendering her visage almost ethereal. Would you care for another drink? After all, in the city of God, the pleasures that await are beyond your wildest imagination. Chapter 135, City of God. In the nocturnal embrace of Rio. The streets are illuminated by vibrant lights, and neon ribbons weave through the towering edifices, crafting a vivid and dynamic tableau. Fireworks burst forth in the night sky, adorned with airships and zeppelins, showering the city with dazzling hues akin to shooting stars, only to be extinguished in an instant, merging into the inky darkness. Whether of night or mountain shadows remains uncertain. Kafka's gaze shifted, refocusing from the cityscape to the reflection of her own silhouette clad in a form-fitting evening gown in the glass before her. She had long grown weary of such gatherings, yet found herself compelled to partake. The soundproofing of this opulent revolving restaurant justified its exorbitant price. The cacophony of the city outside did not penetrate even a fraction of the restaurant's tranquility, with only the classical melodies played by the pianist at the center ringing in her ears. The faint crackle of electricity from her cybernetic enhancements reverberated through her skull. As a projection of a young man clad in loose loungewear materialized beside her, his frivolous smile arriving before his gaze. Ah, it seems we are connected. Long time no see. Have you missed me, the beautiful Miss Kafka? Korean, they are already 3 minutes late. Kafka appeared to disregard the clumsy flirtation, responding in her usual tone. Can we trust them? They did not reply to our previous message regarding the hippopotamus, did they? My dearest beauty, aside from one's own business, no one will dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to your service unless the commission is sufficiently generous. The attire of the youth morphed into a formal suit through the system's editing. On a positive note, with each minute of tardiness, their audacity in demanding payment diminishes. Excuse me, are you Ms. Kafka? An American woman turned towards the source of the voice, only to behold a heavily made-up lady of ample stature approaching, guided by the holographic navigation. Kafka noticed that the woman cradled a squirming creature in her arms, yet its peculiar garb obscured its identity, leaving her momentarily perplexed as to what kind of animal it was. I am, Kafka replied. You must be Lady Reg. It is a relief to finally locate you. Could we not arrange for a meeting place closer to the entrance? Without the customary pleasantries, the noblewoman immediately expressed her irritation. This wretched place lacks a British guide. I had to come here myself. Ugh, the environment here is utterly repugnant. Can you believe the carpet is made of cheap wool? As she spoke, an overpowering scent of perfume enveloped Kafka, who struggled to conceal her instinctive distaste. Please, have a seat. Lady Reg, time is precious, and it would be prudent to commence our discussion promptly. Oh, spare me. My time is exceedingly valuable. You have drawn me from Spain, making me miss appointments with the wealthy. It seemed that Lady Reg recognized her own lapse in decorum, momentarily halting as she retrieved a handkerchief to dab at her perspiring brow. Kafka could even discern the flesh beneath her garments quivering as the fabric strained against it. I mean, the environmental council of those wealthy individuals regarding the establishment of a new sanctuary in Gibraltar, North Africa. Oh. Just thinking of those poor creatures being left without professionals like us to guide them. Who knows what injustices they might endure. Hearing her sentiments, even from across the vast ocean, I could genuinely perceive Miss Reg's compassion. The holographic projection of Claven Korean materialized before the lady, showcasing a professional bow and a smile. I apologize for my absence due to familial business. However, this initial meeting has assured me, Lady Reg, that you are precisely the unique talent we require. Kafka observed as Lady Reg's eyes widened at Korean's projection. Undeniably, despite Korean's typically carefree demeanor, his youthful, exquisite visage, coupled with the etiquette instilled by his affluent upbringings, made it effortless for him to attract attention and obscure his flaws, if only temporarily. Oh, my goodness, you must be Mr. Korean. I hope I did not lose my composure due to the somewhat shabby decor of this establishment. Lady Regev immediately broke into a smile. As she took her seat opposite, Kafka could feel the table trembling slightly from the force of her arrival. Of course not, in reality. I believe that the business requirements we have proposed are in complete alignment with the philosophy put forth by your PETA. As the discussion shifted to the main topic, Kafka let out a barely perceptible sigh and activated the neural link, projecting a comprehensive image of an island onto the table. I am an avid enthusiast of animal collection. Amidst my bustling business, my passion lies in spending delightful moments with these innocent creatures. Regrettably, the environment on the continent has undergone drastic changes, leaving scant areas suitable for these unfortunate animals to thrive. The holographic projection of Korean displayed a visage of profound sympathy, articulating his discontent in a melancholic tone. Consequently, my private team and I turned our gaze overseas. After a thorough 6-month search, we identified an island, once located in the original Florida region, as a potential site for our sanctuary. Unfortunately, the current occupants of that land proved to be unreasonable, even resorting to violence to drive us away. In light of the urgent circumstances, I could not retrieve the animals I had brought to be free. However, to be honest, if those little beings could be treated with the care they deserve, I would harbor no regrets. Yet, the actions of those self-proclaimed scholars on the island, oh merciful heavens! The holographic image of Korean adopted a sorrowful demeanor, even raising a hand to wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye. Our hippopotamus was the first to fall victim, with the electronic fence's chip indicating that they endured immense suffering and fear before their demise. I believe you have also seen the feedback submitted to your inbox. After inflicting harm upon those innocent hippos, they showed no intention of halting. Next, our dogs were slaughtered. Oh, dear heavens, they merely wished to survive, even if they posed a minuscule threat. What fault lies with them? Must humanity not make even the slightest sacrifice for their sake? Oh, Mr. Korean, I am deeply sympathetic to this plight. Lady Reg seems to share this sentiment, gently caressing the writhing creature in her arms as she speaks. We must hold those capitalist institutions masquerading as professional organizations that confine animals accountable. However, it so happens that our PTA was on the verge of participating in an assessment of a new wildlife sanctuary in North Africa before arriving here. You must understand that those birds should not be cast into a simulated wild environment. They require a proper habitat, one that should be evaluated by a team of enthusiasts like us rather than dictated by so-called experts. To put it delicately, this endeavor will consume considerable time and our limited resources. Thus, we express our profound regret regarding your predicament. But oh, Lady Reg, there is no need for such formality. I am more than willing to generously contribute to your cause for animal protection. With Mr. Korean's gesture, Kafka's eyes momentarily gleamed as a stream of data containing a coded check was transmitted to Lady Reg. I can only hope that those who disregard animal rights will face consequences. Oh, what are you saying? Animal rights are, of course, our utmost priority. After reviewing the financial data, Lady Reg's smile broadened considerably. Following our assessment in North Africa, we shall proceed to investigate the illegal institutions you reported. In truth, I hope you can depart immediately. Our time is exceedingly precious. Mr. Korean maintained his professional smile, though his tone chilled slightly. This conversation has already experienced some delay, and I fear that by the time we arrive, those innocent creatures that could have been saved may suffer further misfortune. Would you not agree, Lady Reg? Mr. Korean, I fully comprehend your sentiments. Lady Reg gently stroked the small creature in her arms, shrugged her shoulders, and prepared to rise, adjusting her taut skirt. But you must understand, PTA is an international organization. We have been working on the North African sanctuary for some time, and we simply cannot mobilize sufficient personnel in the short term. Very well, perhaps we can find another time to discuss further. The corners of Korean's mouth curved slightly, his smile imbued with a chilling and sinister edge. Oh, let me remind you, Lady Reguff, that while the crime rate in Rio de Janeiro may have experienced a marginal decline, there remains an over 20% probability of encountering nefarious individuals. Since we have not reached an agreement this time, I can only sincerely wish you a safe journey. Lady Reguff sank back onto her chair, her smile re-emerging with an effort to control it, tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. Yet, I believe this issue of personnel is not insurmountable. It is the quality of individuals that matters, not the quantity. Would you not agree, Mr. Korean? Oh, how surprising. I am delighted that we have found common ground once more. As the metallic gleam unique to the barrel of a gun vanished once again into the shadows of Kafka's attire, Korean's smile regained its warmth, as if the chill had never existed. His holographic image raised a glass of champagne high, proclaiming a toast. To the Almighty, and to my remarkable partner, a toast. Chapter 136, City of God. As night deepened, moonlight spilled across the inky surface of the sea, waves crashing against the concrete dam, shattering into silver fragments among the barnacles and shells that had been eroded to a pale essence. Distanced from the city's cacophony and vibrant neon lights, the surroundings grew quiet, soon enveloped by a palpable, unsettling heaviness. Old Hu, carrying a birdcage, followed a group of stout men along the dock. Habitually, he cast sidelong glances at the scene around him. Despite the dimness, he could still detect the briny scent of the sea mingling with the noxious odors permeating the air. As the clouds obscuring the moon parted, the dock revealed a glimpse of Rio de Janeiro's darker side to the visitors from afar, illuminated by the pale moonlight. A few disheveled, unkempt ruffians squatted beside the shipping containers. Most of them hung their heads, lifeless as statues, with only the heavy, rasping breaths akin to an aging bellows betraying their continued existence. A young man, still drawing breath, lay sprawled on the ground, his tattooed and needle-marked arms exposed. His emaciated fingers nervously grasped at the air, as if trying to hold onto something elusive. Yet, the sands of time slipped inexorably through his fingers, carrying away the remnants of his vitality. Faint whispers emanated from a nearby makeshift shelter, though the speakers sought to conceal their intentions. The patched canvas could not mask the secrets within. The discussions, laced with foreign accents, mingled with the dim light seeping through the fabric's tiers. From the darkness emerged several figures, their faces obscured, making it impossible to discern their gender or origin. In an instant, Old Hu caught a glimpse of one individual, their eyes brimming with unease and anxiety. The newcomers seemed to have noticed the fleeting glance from a stranger. They lowered their heads and quickened their pace, as if even the briefest contact of gazes could herald misfortune. Lao Hu smacked his lips and gestured subtly to the person beside him. "Excuse me, could you wait a moment? I need to use the restroom." After receiving an affirmative nod from the individual, Lao Hu slowed his steps and turned towards the edge of the dock. He circled around the stacked containers a few times and, upon ensuring he was not being followed, made his way to a secluded concrete embankment. Under the moonlight, he squinted into the distance and realized that the enchanting silhouettes of trees he had observed at dusk were not mere figments of his imagination. The forest truly lay there. Perhaps it was inaccurate to label it a forest, for it consisted of only a handful of towering trees, with more dense shrubs surrounding them. It would be more fitting to call it a mangrove. Regardless, the greenery stood resiliently, like a solitary emerald star, thriving amidst the concrete sea wall and rocky shore. Perhaps this was the last vestige of primeval wilderness in the world, Lao Hu pondered. The journey ahead was no longer suitable for parading about with a birdcage. He sensed it was time to release the two little birds. He bent down, opened the cage door, and placed the birdcage by the shore. He could hear the sound of the parrot's claws tapping against the metal floor, and soon enough, they trembled at the open cage door before soaring into the moonlit sky, transforming into two ethereal silhouettes. As he watched their forms gradually dissolve into the darkened night, Lao Hu felt a tide of childhood memories flood back. Vivid mornings filled with birdsong before the catastrophe flashed before his eyes. He was uncertain whether the pair of birds could survive in this foreign land among the jungle, but he understood that their chances of thriving in an unfamiliar environment, far from the habitats their ancestors had relied upon, were nearly non-existent. Moreover, he was acutely aware that sanctuaries and zoos would not provide a better fate for these creatures. There, even a cricket could turn the lifeless guardians into mere shadows of their former selves. At the very least, perishing in the last living rainforest was far preferable to becoming mere playthings for humanity's amusement, he mused. Let the remains of these birds be forgotten in the world's final natural jungle. Goodness, what is this? Inside the cabin of the docked cargo ship, Sambura crouched down, curiously observing the stray cat curled up in an airline crate. The sight of the Hispanic woman startled the small carnivore, which arched its back and hissed defensively. Brought to Australia, only to find itself in the wild, Lahu remarked. Stray cat, feral cat, call it whatever you like. I've never seen such a creature before. It's quite fascinating. Sambura attempted to reach out and tease it. Look at its adorable round head. So clearly terrified, yet still trying to assert its threat against larger animals. What a silly thing. Beware. Oldhu cautioned, gently tapping Sambula's arm as the sharp claws extending from the gaps in the cage brushed against her fingers. These creatures, you see, are not the pets of the affluent. They are quite ferocious. Oh dear, indeed quite fierce, Sambula remarked, astonished. When I was a child, we had animals here too, though not these foolish beings. They would not survive on the streets of Rio. What were those birds called again? Tuakong? Parrots? Previously, there were vast expanses of rainforest surrounding us. And those birds resided there, remarkably beautiful. Of course, the foreigners offered prices worthy of their feathers. Yet, they were all captured about 5 years ago. Who would have thought you once dabbled in that trade? Oldhu raised an eyebrow. Was smuggling ever a thing in Rio? My friend, even in God's Eden, there are snakes, let alone this seaside town, Sambula chuckled. To be honest, I am still pondering whether a few of those splendid little birds might remain in that small patch of jungle by the sea. Oldhu's rough fingers rapped against the air cargo box, the sound effectively interrupting Sambula's ramblings about the beautiful birds. All right, he said, his Adam's apple bobbing awkwardly amid his stubbly neck. First, help me count and confirm the cargo, and procure some fresh anesthetics. Given the nervous disposition of these creatures, they won't last until the Colombian dock. They must be sound asleep before we reach shore. My friend, you truly deserve this line of work, Sambula teased, laughing. I suppose you could indeed be called an animal expert. Oldhu chuckled, revealing his yellowed teeth. Those so-called scholars who parade about in their crisp suits, reveling in grandiloquent discussions at the dinner table about animal conservation, yet cannot even discern whether the tracks before them are from a deer or a wild boar. I, however, know precisely how to follow the half-dry droppings and the pungent scent to locate a nest, how to read the signs in the trees to determine migration routes. These skills, honed in the wilderness and inherited through family legacy, stand in stark contrast to the lofty, privileged academic authorities. At this moment, Oldhu overlooked a crucial detail he had previously neglected. Certain avian species possess phototropism, leading them not to instinctively fly towards their natural habitats, but rather towards luminous sources. Unbeknownst to anyone, amidst the beams of light sliced through the inky darkness of the sea by the port's searchlights, 2 blue shadows illuminated the night sky, their wings vibrating as they pierced through the misty sea fog, heading towards a newly docked, brightly lit cargo ship. Chapter 137, The Scars of Civil War. As the cold, synthetic glass door swung open, Caroline Rex inhaled deeply the air of the American soil, which she had not tasted in many months. Almost immediately, she was overwhelmed by the aggressively pungent synthetic fragrance that assaulted her senses, prompting a fit of intense coughing. Damn it. These people are so busy gambling that they're saturating the streets with fresheners for the robots to inhale, Rex muttered, shaking her backpack that hung loosely from her spinal prosthetic, casting a sidelong glance at a waist-high metallic blue device incessantly spraying a fine mist of liquid. Beausen Biochem. Rex scoffed at the brand emblazoned on the device, dismissively curling her lip as she stepped onto the gray-pink carbon tiles, the soles of her boots rasping against them with a harsh creak. Seemingly nonchalant, she passed by the metallic column, her elbow lifting casually. As Rex swiftly departed, the device, which had been diligently dispensing its cloying mist, now appeared altered. The dented atomizer could only emit a feeble trickle of low-quality fragrance, pathetically seeping into the crevices of the tiles. As her gaze inadvertently lifted, the sky was obscured by floating vehicles and illuminated promotional displays, casting a kaleidoscopic pattern of light and shadow over the street. No one could have imagined that 2 centuries prior, this ancient land, once traversed by gold seekers and herds of cowboys, was now sealed beneath materials and circuitry developed by postmodern technology. The buildings, standing tall on either side of the street, were nearly entirely shrouded by the propaganda screens of the newly established 5-states government, revealing only glimpses of a lifeless gray-white, reminiscent of desiccated corpses. Welcome to Dallas. Upon connecting to the local wireless network, unsolicited advertisements infiltrated Rex's prosthetic, projected onto her retina. She waved her hand dismissively, swatting away these bothersome messages like flies. In her childhood memories, the roadside should have been a golden expanse of wheat and cotton, where the gentle breeze carried the mingled scents of ripened crops and dust into her nostrils. Yet now, towering skyscrapers had risen over those once fertile fields. The bountiful ears of wheat and cotton balls buried beneath the screens of monumental buildings, overshadowed by the new, rolling vertical hydroponic farms. Biao's Company introduces innovative vegetables. Order now for a 50 discount. Unbeknownst to her, Rex began to yearn for the verdant fields of Longhua Prefecture, where the winds danced and the waves surged. Suddenly, a glimmer of recognition illuminated her mind. The restaurant she remembered, nestled at the corner of the street, seemed to remain. Rex faintly recalled that it was run by a cheerful couple whose modest establishment, though lacking in opulence, was always bustling with patrons at mealtime. Exhausted individuals found solace in that warm-hued eatery, gathering to indulge in food and laughter. The husband, a jovial man with a small mustache and dark hair, would entertain guests with his accordion, rendering the early century's electronic pop songs with a unique cadence. His plump wife, known for her delightful baked cookies and freshly squeezed juices, had become an integral part of the cherished memories many locals, herself included, held from their tumultuous childhoods. As she approached the restaurant, the automatic door opened before her, revealing a pallid glow that made her frown momentarily. Instead of the familiar warm, familial decor, she was greeted by an unsettling palette of sickly greens, blues, and whites. Behind the cash register, where the rotund woman once stood, now loomed a figure that filled her with immediate disdain, a synthetic projection, its faux smile grotesquely insincere, curled at the corners of its simulated blue face. The few diners present included a corpulent man, his body so engorged with synthetic food that the delineation between neck and torso was obscured. His rounded form struggled to move freely, remaining seated even while eating, firmly planted on his mobility board. As the automatic door swung open, he instinctively lifted his grease-stained face towards the entrance. His gaze, transfixed upon the engineer's muscular physique clad in a fitted shirt and tight jeans, was magnetically drawn and could not be diverted. Rex observed as the man, whose features were marred by excess flesh and a sickly pallor, lewdly squinted at her, then pursed his lips to emit a comically inaudible whistle. Before Rex could roll her eyes in exasperation, her right hand, acting on instinct, responded before her mind could catch up. A middle finger, imbued with disdain and contempt, defiantly interrupted his lecherous stare. Regardless of the indignant squeals that erupted from the portly figure, she approached the counter, though every cell in her body screamed in aversion to her surroundings. The grumbling of her hungry stomach momentarily silenced those negative thoughts as she prepared to engage with the insincere airs of this establishment. Just as she opened a short video on her cybernetic interface, the alert signaling her meal was ready chimed. However, the meal she received quickly plunged Rex into profound contemplation. The surface of the cookie exhibited an unnaturally perfect pale yellow hue, and with the pressure of her incisors, it emitted a sound reminiscent of corrugated cardboard. Is this truly the sound one expects from a creation of synthetic flour? While she pondered and chewed, her teeth and mouth felt devoid of any flavor of sugar or flour, if forced to describe it. She felt as though she were gnawing on a lump of clay laced with sweeteners. She attempted to use the juice, purportedly 100 natural, to lubricate her throat, but upon entry, the taste was so acerbic that it caused her mouth to sting, prompting her to expel the juice as quickly as possible. She harbored serious doubts that after consuming it that afternoon, she might find herself in the emergency room by midnight, fearing a potential ulcer. Damn it. It felt as though her year-end bonus had been fed to a dog. Rex rolled her eyes and turned towards the exit. As she neared the automatic doors, she caught a glimpse in her peripheral vision of a mass of flesh rapidly rolling towards her from right to left at an unnatural speed. Yet, her military-grade cybernetic enhancements reacted faster than her mind. With a signal from her spinal implant, her robust right leg propelled her boot to deliver a perfectly angled and forceful kick at the hovering transport board. In an instant, the mass, barely able to move without the aid of the board, tumbled to the ground, and she heard the portly figure emit a high-pitched, almost weeping scream akin to that of a pig awaiting slaughter. "Call 911, get this filthy woman." The voice faded as the automatic doors closed. Rex reached into her pocket, retrieving the last remaining lollipop, which she popped into her mouth. Listening to the faint wail of drone sirens from the distant street corner, she swiftly turned and strode towards the subway tunnel to the west. As the pallid lights of the subway flickered past her eyes, she realized she had begun to long for that hidden island in southern Florida and the cheerful boy who crafted exquisite dishes with a bright smile. Damn it. She slightly pressed her molars together, crushing the candy and revealing a self-mocking grin. He must have slipped something nefarious into my food. Chapter 138. The Scars of War. At first glance, this desert seemed unchanged from its appearance 50 years ago, resembling the barren wilderness of Las Vegas. Barren, dry, and the fine dust rising from the cracked earth announced the utter lack of life. Yet, this place once served as an amber box in the American West, the most fertile expanse in all of Texas, where waves of swaying wheat cascaded like liquid gold, undulating over the land, complementing the clouds drifting above, casting down a snow-white scatter known as cotton pink. Until that fateful summer 50 years ago, when a flow akin to lava surged into the eastern inland sea. The Gulf of Mexico seemed to transform into a cauldron overturned by a witch. In a mere span of 3 months, the last vestiges of moisture within the soaring currents, which had climbed nearly 20 degrees, evaporated entirely. This phenomenon manifested as a lamentation of the deceased, conjuring forth several ominous, dark tornadoes upon this fertile land. Following the departure of the sweltering heat, the curse left by the fiery demon continued to insidiously erode the earth. Yet, had humanity, equipped with technology and resources, extended a helping hand to this ravaged terrain, perhaps it could once again radiate a golden brilliance. However, it seems that politicians are reluctant to squander precious funds on the remnants of chaos wrought by abrupt climatic changes. Or perhaps the current wave of technological advancement commands their foremost attention. Not only Texas, but no part of America has issued immediate responses to the drastically altered climate following the calamity. They may perceive this as merely a larger-than-usual anomaly. But when the rising tide begins to surge through the streets of Manhattan, transforming into the wrathful outcry of the populace that ruthlessly shatters their delusions of grandeur, it will be too late. As for the aftermath, the flat terrain, nearly engulfed by seawater, has precipitated a mass migration of populations from those counties, with some even declaring independence or merging into other lands. The natural climatic shifts have incited the southern states to rise in rebellion against the erstwhile federal government. These events belong to the past, and the most recent armed conflict occurred 7 years ago. Today, as Rex steps out of the station, clad in a hoodie, he is confronted by this scarred wasteland. With each step, his boot crushes the glass shards resembling teardrops hidden within the sand, producing a faint sound of shattering. These remnants were forged from quartz sand during the drone strike known as the Striker 2 decades prior, melted in an instant of extreme heat. Rex peers out from beneath the shadow of his hood, attempting to discern familiar landscapes from his childhood memories, even if it is merely a mundane rock half hidden at the roadside. Regrettably, his gaze meets only the desolate expanse filled with yellow sands, the remnants of the golden fields of his youth. Not far from the lonely town before him, the dark silicon panels of solar farms have supplanted the crops, these inorganic constructs now replacing the once thriving flora. They harness the scorching sunlight through a bionic function known as photosynthesis, bequeathed by their ancestors, transforming it into electricity, a meager source of income for this small town. As 2 dilapidated police drones traverse the empty streets, Rex adjusts his hood and saunters past them unhurriedly. The central system here is still a beta version from 2 decades ago, an outdated relic lacking maintenance and updates. She could surmise that the central control system in downtown Dallas is likely just as archaic and inefficient, with those surplus maintenance funds mysteriously disappearing into the pockets of those who require them. At an indeterminate moment, Rex halted her steps. The blue light of her cybernetic spine shimmered beneath her clothing. The world before her magnified rapidly. Courtesy of the plug-in connected to her occipital cortex, she discerned the dilapidated fence, composed of decaying oak boards, if those stubbornly standing planks could still be considered a fence, waiting by the level dirt path ahead. Approximately 30 meters behind it, the barn-esque roof, with its peeling paint, bore a sickly mottled appearance. The once vibrant red walls had been ravaged by time, yet astonishingly, that old barn still stood resolutely upon this land, which had long since transformed beyond recognition. A wave of nausea overcame her, accompanied by an involuntary surge of trepidation, as her gaze fell upon the squat, sturdy figure seated at the barn's entrance. However, compared to her memories, That once robust elderly man from over a decade ago now seemed remarkably frail. The skin on his once strong limbs sagged and wrinkled, while beneath his weathered face, metal prosthetics replaced what was lost to the insidious toll of oral cancer, a consequence of years spent chewing tobacco. Nearly a decade of erosion had dulled even the alloy-supported prosthetics, rendering them more fitting for his current emaciated form, making it difficult for her to reconcile the figure before her with the image of the man who was once Texas's premier engineer. The old man felt an involuntary sting in his nose, as if he had lost something profound, causing a relentless ache within. He struggled to suppress his emotions, attempting to mask them with volume. "I'm back." The elderly figure seated in the antique wooden rocking chair opened his eyes, gazing at the hooded silhouette before him with confusion and wariness. For a fleeting moment, his gaze sharpened, and he reached for an exquisitely maintained vintage shotgun resting against the decaying wall. "Listen, you little bastard." His voice emerged like a steam locomotive running low on fuel, gasping for breath. "I've told Toby and your boss countless times. I'm staying right here and going nowhere. Those northerners couldn't defeat us, and neither will you." He declared, "Consider yourselves fortunate. My granddaughter is graduating from college today, and I won't waste a bullet on you. Now I'll give you 3 counts to vacate my Toby." "Old man Rex." Rex pulled back her hood, revealing her shoulder-length chestnut hair, her playful scolding tinged with a hint of tears. "I graduated nearly 10 years ago." Observing the newcomer, the elderly man's body jolted as if struck by lightning, and his murky eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. "Oh, my little spark plug." He endeavored to maintain a smile through the creases of his face, exposing his vacant pink gums. "At long last, you have returned. Now that you have graduated, why not stay a while longer? I still have your favorite grape popsicle." In a moment of nostalgia, Rex felt as though he had been transported back to that summer of his childhood, and he could not suppress a joyous laugh. Indeed, it seemed as if nothing had changed. Chapter 139. Their voices, dear esteemed passengers, greetings. This train departs from London Station and will soon arrive at the center station of Vosges Province. Passengers disembarking at the station, please exit at the rear of your respective carriages. As the thunderous roar of the local train gradually diminished in his ears, the announcement reverberated through the carriage. It was then that Jane Dark emerged from her reverie, having been lost in memories of the prehistoric jungles of Lonquois Prefecture, shaped by incomprehensible technology. What followed was an overwhelming sense of anxiety that surged from the depths of her being. The young veterinarian attempted to press her back firmly against the seat to find a moment's peace. However, the turmoil that arose from within her persisted, akin to the childhood nights when she would sneak out for an extra piece of dessert, curling up in bed, unable to sleep. "Calm down, Jane Dark," she admonished herself. Rising, she made her way into the station corridor, retrieving her luggage and toolbox from the drone at the collection point, taking a deep breath. After all, she had merely disappeared from public view for a brief 6 months, tending to a group of prehistoric creatures that had traversed time from over 120 million years ago in a private sanctuary that could not be publicly disclosed. Nothing of great consequence. Oh dear, how was she to explain to her mother, "Jean, what have you been doing to earn such a salary during this time?" Not to mention the messages she had postponed during the new year. "Sister." As she approached the door gate, the throng of people from the elevator parted, and suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out, colliding with her in an embrace. Before her mind could process the moment, she instinctively loosened her grip on her luggage to catch the soft form that had rushed into her arms. The newcomer snuggled against her, emitting the sweet tones of a young girl. "Sister, why didn't you come back all year? Lily missed you so much." Lily. In an instant, the tumult of thoughts that had occupied Jane's mind was cleared away. She gently tousled the soft, golden gray hair of the girl in her arms and smiled. "It's because Big Sister has been working hard to support our family. If I stayed here and didn't work, there would be no chocolate for you, would there?" "Oh. Even without chocolate, I just want to spend more time with you, sister." The little one, named Lily, lifted her face from Jane's chest, sniffled, and softly replied, "Well, if there's no chocolate, 2 weeks with sister would be just fine." Lilia Dark. Jen's lips, which had begun to curve upwards, suddenly twitched as she promptly crouched down to ensure the little girl's feet remained planted firmly on the ground, preventing any sudden fall. With deft precision, her thumbs and index fingers pinched the soft cheeks of the child, applying a gentle pressure. "Am I not as delightful as chocolate, huh, Mom?" Accompanied by Lily's shriek. A woman dressed in Provençal attire, her figure ample, approached them. Jian was the first to lift the suitcase and toolbox that lay sprawled on the tiled floor. All right, Lily. Is Jean also? With that, Jian released her grip, rising to embrace the woman before her, whose features bore a striking resemblance to her own. The familiar scent, reminiscent of her childhood, mingled with the warmth of the woolen shawl, soothing her previously restless heart. I'm back. Jian gazed out the window. The lush, green hills of Longkou province had faded into a distant memory, replaced by the gray cliffs and sparsely vegetated sandy hills of Lorraine. Observing the almost bare expanse of land beneath the gray sky, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. As the scorching waters from the second marine transgression surged into the Mediterranean, the moist air of Western Europe was swept away by the summer winds arriving from the equator. Although the region retained its temperate maritime climate overall, hints of subtropical shrubland had begun to emerge. During the return journey, Jian rested her forehead against the cool glass of the window. The verdant hills of Longkou, akin to an oil painting composed of prehistoric ferns and gymnosperms, were gradually crumbling into fragments of memory, supplanted by the exposed, skeletal formations of the Lorraine Plateau. Beneath the leaden sky, the pale sandstone cliffs resembled decayed bones, cleaved by a colossal axe, scattered with patches of stony sand and sparse shrubs that had been parched into gray-green clumps by the preceding summer heatwave. The breath she exhaled fogged the window, momentarily cloaking the desolate landscape in an ephemeral veil of moisture. Since the scalding currents of the second marine incursion poured into the Strait of Gibraltar, the Mediterranean's saline waters, now heated to extreme temperatures, had sliced through the gentle breezes of Western Europe like an invisible blade, carried forth by the North African monsoon. Even though meteorological satellites still marked this area as a temperate maritime climate on their maps, the sparse olive trees clinging to the cliff edges and sand folds whispered tales of the devastation wrought by the subtropical climate. Once a source of inspiration for poets and writers alike, the gentle cyclones that nourished the Vosges Mountains now existed merely as virtual data streams in the satellite-generated maps. In the driver's seat sat Isabelle Dock, the mother of Jian and Lily. She keenly detected her daughter's sigh from the passenger seat and gently cleared her throat, breaking the somewhat hushed atmosphere within the car. Jean, I heard your father mention that you are now working with Duke Richard. How is the new position? Upon hearing this, Jian's brows subtly twitched, revealing her surprise. It's all right. In truth, Richard seldom visits the place in person. I suppose it is better than anticipated, perhaps at a level of mere acceptability. Isabelle sensed that her daughter seemed to be concealing something. She glanced at her little girl, who was sound asleep in the back seat, and continued speaking. Let me guess, is this yet another initiative for the conservation of endangered seabirds? A red deer acclimatization test? Or is it merely a project authorized by the Lockwood family? Well, I suppose it can be considered an authorized initiative. We are caring for some new reptiles and avian species, Jane replied succinctly. The work isn't particularly troublesome. Most tasks are managed by drones, and I enjoy sipping tea while strolling about. She didn't mention the entirety of it. Her notion of strolling referred to nearly nonstop inspections around the island. And during the busiest times, she would collapse into bed almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. Is that so? Isabelle's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Jane's split ends, a result of neglect. May I inquire about the specific details? After all, I know that Jean is quite a restless spirit. Indeed, whenever Jean returns home, she quickly begins to complain to her mother, as if she were a mongoose with its tail stepped on, chattering incessantly about how the park is filled with large concrete areas that offer no shelter, and how they have failed to notice issues with the reptile basking platforms for years. Well, this work environment is somewhat different. Jane responded dismissively. What I mean is, they at least provide sand for the birds that enjoy bathing and the necessary basking platforms and lights for the ectothermic reptiles. Just these provisions are far superior to those zoos that, for the sake of convenience, only offer hay to herbivores and are unwilling to spare any land for the clawed carnivores. I see, Jean. Mother is quite pleased. It is the first time I have seen you speak of your work with such enthusiasm rather than a furrowed brow. This is precisely what Mother hoped to witness. Upon hearing this, Jane let out a slight sigh of relief, relaxing her tense shoulders. Isabelle casually inquired, how many colleagues are there? And what is your relationship with them like? It is still a small team, not many people. In daily interactions, the trainer I communicate with the most is my closest colleague. He is very patient and attentive, relying on the translation capabilities of her prosthetic. Jane had overlooked the nuances of adjectives in French, and by the time she covered her mouth in realization, it was too late. Her gaze involuntarily darted to the right, meeting her mother's knowing smile. "Ah, who is he? Mom." Chapter 140. Their voices. Two sisters' noise. "All right, Miss Jetian. I shall commence my incisive critique of the next guest." The curtains, exhibiting exceptional light-blocking qualities, banish nearly all natural light from the bedroom, while the star and moon-shaped neon lights suspended from the ceiling flicker with ever-changing hues in the artifice of darkness. At the center of the room, upon a circular rug, a humanoid figure reclines in a levitating gaming chair. Clad in a soft gray garment, the outer layer over her shoulders and collar is adorned with plush, fluffy embellishments, complemented by cat ears that spring forth from a device atop her head, resembling a black cat ensconced in a secret chamber. In stark contrast to the tranquil and enigmatic ambience of the room, within the virtual realm generated by her headgear and composed of myriad electrical fields, a silver-haired girl exists in her own domain, presenting herself before a screen that transmits data and signals. "Greetings, welcome to Miss Jetian's channel, where we labored diligently to prepare the new T800 model of cybernetic enhancements," she announces. With delicate fingers, formed of data, she navigates the control panel, selecting the latest influx of information at the pinnacle of the feed. In an instant, the virtual celestial canopy composed of code suddenly parts, unveiling a dazzling electronic sea within the digital expanse, which is abruptly torn asunder by brilliant light. A banner woven from pure white sacred flames, reminiscent of the celestial locks of Enkidu from Sumerian mythology, pierces through the virtual sky, each pixel shimmering, yet an inexplicable sense of oppression washes over the girl. A message from the Judgment MTT reads, "Mother has prepared dinner." Surrounding the embellished text, a molten glow flows, and even the edges of the streaming space begin to flicker due to insufficient memory. Despite being ensconced in a holographic world, she seems to perceive the faint aroma of smoke emanating from the reality module. This is the highest tier of reward display on the platform, complete with limited edition effects, exclaimed a captain, shattering the brief silence of the public channel as the barrage of comments erupted like a swarm of locusts, multiplying uncontrollably. Admin, quickly check that wealthy contributor. OMG, this could fund Miss Jetian's entire lifestyle. The legend of the fastest graduating high school girl V. A catastrophic crisis. Miss Jetian is about to be taken offline. Beloved viewers, in the midst of the space, a young girl suddenly radiated a smile more dazzling than the sun, diligently striving to maintain her composure. It appeared that the server had been overwhelmed today. "Miss Jetian, I must go offline for repairs. Please check my live streaming platform account for the resumption time." Abruptly severing her connection to the virtual realm, the girl opened her eyes in the real world. Her golden eyes flickered briefly in the darkness, reminiscent of a forgotten spark among the stars. In an instant, she sprang from her gaming chair like a startled cat, her bare feet padding lightly on the carpet as she approached the door. As the door swung open, the warm orange light and the enticing aroma of food flooded into the dim chamber, merging two entirely different worlds. Before her stood Jeanne d'Arc, bearing an 8-part resemblance to her, mixed with exasperation and ire. The anger that had simmered within her, interrupted and ignited by the presence of the other, melted away like snow upon encountering warmth. Yet, in a display of adolescent defiance, she maintained an angry fade, her sugary voice caught in her throat, as she pointed accusatorily at the door adorned with warning stickers. "Jeanne d'Arc, are you a deaf pig? Take a look at what has stuck on the door." Faced with her fierce younger sister, who had not been seen for half a year, Jeanne refrained from retorting or scolding. Instead, she lowered her gaze and placed a warm, strawberry-patterned container into the girl's hands. "Tonight, I brought you your favorite croissants. I noticed you couldn't go down, so I brought them for you. Remember to drink plenty of water. Being connected to Gearvner for too long can strain your nerves. I apologize for not having your new social account to notify you. I will prepare in advance next time." Like a fist striking a pillow, the last remnants of Dark's indignation dissipated before her elder sister. As her mind calmed, she recognized the impropriety of her words, yet the absurdity of her pride made it difficult to utter an apology. Watching her elder sister turn towards the staircase, a sudden lump formed in Otto's throat. As a child, she had often been the one to receive the overly sweet snacks from this meddlesome sister. Wait a moment. Upon hearing her sister's call, Jeanne turned back at the staircase, only to find the silver-haired girl, clutching the food container, blushing as she leaned against the door frame, stammering. Well, simply tossing the food down without accompanying me to taste it is rather irresponsible, don't you think? Moreover, a croissant is best savored when paired with milk. Do you truly know how to enjoy it? Jian shrugged, casting a sidelong glance towards the stairs as she made her way to Aote's room. At that moment, Isabel and Lily, positioned below the staircase and receiving a safety signal, simultaneously exhaled a breath of relief. It seems that Na indeed has a way of dealing with AI. Isabel mused. A sister is akin to a mother, Lily recited in a mock-serious manner, before swiftly turning away to escape the disapproving gaze of her mother and scampering off. When was the last time she had entered her younger sister's room? Jian pondered this question as she surveyed the interior of Aote's space. The room, originally adorned in a rustic European style, now felt cramped and narrow due to the multitude of live-streaming equipment brought in by the girl, making Jian slightly uncomfortable. However, Aote, seated comfortably in her gaming chair, appeared entirely at ease. Aote placed the thermos in the center of the round table and, while taking a bite of the croissant, cast a casual glance at her elder sister's attire, feigning nonchalance as she spoke. Hey, I must say, the gifts from the recent stream were quite impressive. Where did all that money come from? Jian, while organizing the stack of boxes piled beside the bed, replied, Oh, that? It's my year-end bonus. I haven't even touched my salary. Is that true? Being a veterinarian, is that lucrative? Aote tilted her head slightly, her toes playfully swinging in the air from her chair. So it seems that interacting with those animals is quite profitable. Should I consider joining you for collaborative promotions? Hold on, Aote. I won't misuse my position to bring you, with no professional knowledge, into contact with animals. Jian turned to face her casually indifferent younger sister with a serious expression. The creatures I deal with are exceedingly dangerous wild animals. Even with the assistance of administrators and safety equipment, we must remain exceptionally vigilant and thoroughly prepared before daring to approach them. All right. Aote, accustomed to her sister's lecturing, rolled her eyes. I understand. My esteemed elder sister is a busy person. I'm merely curious. How can those animals, implanted with central control chips, suddenly turn feral and attack their keepers without permission? Jian's mind flickered to the 3 young carnivores from Guliangxi, then realized this was precisely what set Longkue State apart from other regions, a matter that could not be elaborated upon. Hey, your pupils have lost focus. Aote teased, raising an eyebrow at Jian's deliberate avoidance of the topic. Without my watchful eye, I fear you might fall prey to some mysterious organization and become a sacrificial offering. In that case, you'd likely end up feeding mutated lizards with fresh blood every day. In any case, add me as a friend. Without the watchful eye of Master Otto, it won't be long before my sister finds herself the subject of scandalous reports, such as the secret journey of a beautiful veterinarian in the underground auction circuit. What a thought! Merely pondering work-related matters. Jian ceased her words, gently stroking the cybernetic implant behind her ear. As her crystal violet pupils illuminated, Otto's own implant resonated with a faint tremor, receiving a signal. Flat projections, visual sensors, and ascending sensory devices. The plethora of media intervention tools proliferated following the technological explosion. Amidst a sea of competitors, the artificial implants, distinguished by their integration of invisible lenses and rear cranial link devices, emerged as frontrunners. Despite several early incidents of severe safety breaches and inherent system vulnerabilities, these implants were poised to become the successors to mobile phones, heralding a new era of popular civilian communication devices. With the integration of the implants into the local area network, a melodic chime signified the approval of a friend request from a friend of my sister's social media account. Little did they notice that beneath this melody, a blue energy pulse, laden with information, surged directly into the data stream of the network. Otto habitually swiped open her sister's personal space, and amidst a fleeting moment of garbled data, an unfamiliar male figure abruptly appeared in the daily photographs of her sister. A devoted soul to the cause of biological conservation, who was not particularly skilled in social interactions. He appeared to be slightly younger than her sister, Otto mused. His Eastern Federal District heritage bestowed upon him a pair of brown eyes, untainted by the chaos of the information surge, captivating her gaze. Curiosity piqued, she inquired. Who is this handsome younger model? How did he come to be in Miss Dark's photo? Oh, there's even a picture of him in her space. Ahem. That gentleman is the boss. He oversees animal care, while I handle daily nursing tasks. We are merely colleagues, nothing more. Jian's mumbling did little to quell Otto's intrigue. She noticed the corners of her sister's mouth curving upward with an unstoppable momentum. Is that so? According to Miss Jean, who has not mentioned this to the family. Coupled with the analyses in the current relationship observation guide, he is of questionable origin, quite possibly a cad toying with a young lady's affections. The pairing of a brilliant young veterinarian with such a topic in a private setting is practically a perfect script for a tale. Ah, Otto Dark. How dare you concoct such a narrative about your sister? Come here. With a speed that defied belief and an undercurrent of indignation, a pillow, wielded with affectionate malice by her older sister, soared towards Otto. Mother, your second daughter is in peril of being silenced by the wrath of her older sister upon the discovery of a young suitor. Otter skillfully evaded the pillows flying towards him, leaping from his gaming chair and exclaiming joyfully as he dashed towards the stairs. He casually inquired of Lord MTT what the combination of veterinarian and caretaker should be called. Perhaps wolf, tiger, leopard would have a nice ring to it? Chapter 141. The initial emergence of the dragon's ring. Although it was situated atop a dormant volcano, this mountain was named Hephaestus by Owen. Originating from the southeastern region of the Western Fire God Mountain, the hot springs and gravel at the southeastern foot of the mountain continually exhale a scorching breath rich in sulfur. This is not the death throes of the volcano. Rather, it is the immense life force tethering this island to its subterranean mother. The hot vapors meandered down the terrain, bringing warmth to the somewhat austere winter mornings of Longhua Prefecture, allowing the creatures from the Mesozoic era to experience a climate akin to their fiery epoch, a nostalgic embrace. The volcano also bestowed fertile soil, its dust imbued with trace elements from the Earth's crust, providing an invaluable opportunity for the growth of flora scattered across Longhua Prefecture. Whether indigenous or transplanted, located in an active volcanic region, the ancient vegetation from the Liaoxi area, dating back 120 million years, displayed astonishing adaptability in this foreign land. The ancient ginkgo from the Hot River region, based on fossilized specimens, was among the first to demonstrate its adaptability in the afforestation project led by Anning and Emily. Nurtured by the growth spectrum and the nourishing ashes of fast-growing forests, within merely 3 months, these plants from ancient Liaoxi had formed a spectacular jungle across the island. Without any need for data statistics, their towering heights of 35 feet and rugged trunks riddled with fissures silently testify to their magnificence. Beneath the embrace of these quiet giants, their compatriots thrived exuberantly as well. Beside the Florida azalea, the fern roots, an extant species, unfurled bright green new leaves. These ferns from the Hot River had mastered the art of energy storage in their rhizomes millions of years before their cruciferous descendants, supported by their specialized, robust rhizomes. These ancient ferns took root across the grasslands and jungles of Longhua Prefecture with an unstoppable vigor after emerging from the greenhouse. They flaunted their branching leaves, unabashedly proclaiming their vibrant vitality. In contrast to the wildly growing fern roots, their kin, the liaoning ancient fruit, appeared more subdued. Currently, these diminutive plants, merely a few centimeters tall, are found only within the jungles of Hot River pine and ginkgo, yet they are not weak. Rather, they are gathering strength. At the tips of some of their branches, they are already in the process of developing a reproductive method they pioneered, which has been employed by their descendants for over 100 million years. Those branches, slightly larger than a grain of corn and exhibiting a reddish-brown hue, belong to one of the earliest plants to grace our planet, now on the verge of blooming once more upon this land. Yet, the time is not ripe. The ancient fruit of liaoning remains in a phase of nutrient accumulation, awaiting a rendezvous that transcends eons, intertwining destinies across the ages. As the light trickles through the forest's veil at dawn, it transforms into an ethereal band of light, rendered visible by the Tyndall effect in the misty air. A deep, resonant dragon's roar reverberates through the woods, conjuring a fleeting vision of a time when this land was shrouded in ice and fire. The source of this majestic sound is a liaoning giant dragon from the region of Jihol, its neck, nearly 3 meters in length, raised high. Powerful air currents surge from its robust lungs and air sacs, ascending through its trachea, resonating through its vocal cords, and finally escaping through its nostrils. Compared to some Jurassic sauropods, the skull of the liaoning giant dragon stands tall and robust, well-equipped to consume fibrous vegetation, such as the advanced gymnosperms. Its wide nasal cavity also serves as a resonating chamber, allowing the dragon's song to endure for over a minute. Aided by its unique internal structure and respiratory assistance from its air sacs. However, at this moment, This colossal herbivore harbors no desire to forage among the trees at the forest's edge. Its target is a feeding tower, artificially erected and painted a muted green, positioned along the riverbank. The Liaoning giant dragon's pace appears somewhat leisurely compared to its kin, yet its sturdy limbs tread confidently, not indicative of any hidden ailments or injuries. But rather, it seems to deliberately slow its progress as it wanders through the tall grass. Under the nurturing gaze of an unmanned drone over the past 6 months, the island's natural landscape has gradually revived from its former state of lifeless barrenness. Perhaps dormant roots, still alive beneath the surface, have sensed the resurgence of vitality. Or perhaps long-sleeping grass seeds nestled within the soil have finally encountered the long-awaited rain. The region around Donghu Lake in Longkou Prefecture has once again witnessed the emergence of rare clusters of giant beard grass. Surrounding this magnificent beast, the expansive patches of grass sway in response to activities not belonging to the giant dragon, while the instigators remain nearly invisible amidst the towering foliage. A flock of Confucius birds, released from their aviary, glides down from above, gracefully landing upon the broad back of the Liaoning giant dragon. In an instant, the dragon's spine comes alive with the commotion brought by these feathered opportunists. Retaining their draconic traits, these birds eagerly accepted modern berries and plant seeds during their time in captivity, and they readily embrace synthetic meats and insects without hesitation. At this moment, as they unfurl their vibrant wings upon the back of the Liaoning dragon, they do not neglect to hop about on the colossal beast beneath them, scavenging for skin flakes and potential parasites. A male Confuciusornis flaps its wings and leaps onto the rough ribcage of the Liaoning dragon. Its front claws hook into the gaps between the dragon's scales as it moves its clawed wings and hind limbs, scuttling across the rib. At its tail, a pair of vividly colored, elongated plumes traces dazzling arcs through the air. These are its proud display feathers. Unbeknownst to the ostentatious bird that its beautiful plumage has caught the eye of a hidden creature lurking in the tall miscanthus. A gust of wind sweeps through, momentarily lowering the towering grass. A long, serpentine neck adorned with a red collar emerges from the foliage, its head snapping at the male Confuciusornis's swaying tail feathers. The bird emits a startled cry and, with a frantic flap of its wings, leaps clumsily into the safety of the air alongside its startled companions. Fortunately, the creature's intent is not to claim the life of the little bird. It is a robust sauropod juvenile, its broad mouth clutching the display feathers of the male Confuciusornis, emitting excited grunts from its nostrils. Upon closer inspection, this juvenile's physique starkly contrasts with the adult beasts nearby. Its forelimbs are longer than its hind legs, causing its chest to rise in a trapezoidal manner. Due to this characteristic, the species was named Brachiosaurus upon its discovery in 1900. This Jurassic sauropod juvenile scampers alongside its elder guardian, which is millions of years its senior, causing the saliva-drenched feathers to flutter playfully at its mouth, revealing a visage of pure joy. Oh, look at it, such a little rascal. From 100 meters away, at a lookout tower not far from the feeding platform, Owen, clad in a denim jacket, catches this scene through his telescope. Unable to suppress a smile. Let me see your identification number. As expected, it is the little rascal known as Jinbao. At this moment, the naturalist squats within a shelter 6 meters above the ground, his unkempt, grizzled beard and tousled white hair a testament to his neglect of grooming. Yet, the serious scholar who typically occupies the lecture hall and research lab has vanished. His body trembles slightly as he struggles to suppress his laughter, resembling a boy who has finally received the gift he has long desired. Synopsis: this tale unfolds in a future marked by ecological collapse, where, amidst loopholes and regulations and the machinations of money, the surviving beings in zoos, botanical gardens, and reserves are branded and priced, awaiting their fate.